A guy was standing in the forest as the rain trickled down his face. He complained about the unfairness of this world while reminiscing about his mother, about how he and his mom was treated by the Duke and the nobles. He was mocked as a bastard of the Duke father who never cared about him nor about his mother. But it all hit him when his mother was on her deathbed, and he was unable to do anything as heaven took her away. After that, he had always been crying for his mother. What was worse was that even her body was not given to him after her death. He understood that his predicament was like that only because he had no talent to become stronger. But he won't give in, and would strive in this dog-eat-dog world. Whenever he is depressed, he remembered his mother's smile, which would give him hope to become stronger and reach the pinnacle of power. So after a long decision, he chose to abandon his title of bastard in the Duke family and changed his surname to his mother's surname and named himself as Huo Yunhao. He left the hellhole that he grew up in, seeking for a better place. After 6 days of leaving the Duke's mansion, he traveled through the forest and stayed and bathed near the rivers. He didn't have to worry about food as he was living on the hunted animals. Hu Yunhao learned to hunt from his mom, who used to take him to the forest every now and then. He looked through the map and browsed for the weakest animal inhabitants of the Star Forest. He was planning to kill some 100-year-old beasts to get their spirit rings, so he was confident in his abilities. He then again stayed by the river as he made a spear by cutting the wooden branch to catch fish. He used the Bai Hu dagger that his mother gave him to make the spear. He again remembered how his mom wished for him to awaken a good spirit at the age of 6. Everyone can awaken spirits in this world, but only those that have the essence of the spirit can become a spirit master. Spirits awakened are divided in 2 categories in general. One is tool spirit, another is beast spirit. The tool spirit users can manifest their tool as weapon, and the beast spirit users can transform their body into beastly forms. However, Huo Yunhao had a rare beast spirit, which was Spirit Eye. He can see much further than other people. Everything he focused on is enlarged within his sight. Neither slightest change can escape his sight, meaning all the things are slowed down in his vision. Huo Yunhao had yet to realize the miracles of this spirit, and had yet to figure out the attack method using his spirit. He was sad since it would be a real shame if his rare spirit was only used for peeking at girls bathing, and due to his spirit being in the psyche category, he had trouble finding a suitable spirit beast that he could kill to gain its spirit ring. Not to mention he had innate spirit power of level 1, whereas people had higher innate power when they awakened. Nevertheless, he believed that hard work could bypass the gap in talents. And just at that time, he saw a pink-haired girl coming out of the bushes and looked with lust towards his grilled fish. No choice, he gave the grilled fish to her. Then, she immediately munched on the fish like a cat. Then he saw a guy with violet hair also coming out of the bushes. The guy then reprimanded the girl for not letting Huo Yunhao eat first. But the girl was angry and told him to call her teacher. The guy complied. Then Huo Yunhao gave out another grilled fish to the guy who was called Bei Bei. The girl was also introduced as Tang Ya. So Huo Yunhao also introduced himself. Then the pink-haired girl stretched lazily and asked if Hu Yunhao wanted to be her cook. But Huo Yunhao didn't listen to her and said that he needed to leave. So the duo warned him that the Xingdu forest is dangerous, so he should leave with them. But Huo Yunhao rejected them and left towards the depth of the forest. After he left, the duo discussed if they wanted to invite Huo Yunhao in their Tang clan. So they finalized their thoughts and wanted to let Huo Yunhao be the 3rd member of their Tang clan and decided to go after Huo Yunhao to protect him in the forest. When Huo Yunhao entered deeper, he noticed that the trees were much larger but more scarce than before. Then, all of a sudden, he saw a golden beam of light coming toward him, so he dodged it and saw that it was a baboon-like monster. He kept dodging its attack, and just when he was about to get killed, he saw that the baboon dropped dead all of a sudden as the spirit ring of that monster got out of its body and levitated. Then he went over and saw that the spirit beast was actually 10-year-old, meaning that his goal of hunting 100-year-old beast was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, he heard a voice that echoed in his mind. Then the ground cracked, which scared the shits out of him. Out of the cracked ground came a head that looked menacing. The surrounding temperature dropped due to the beast's power, and Huo Yunhao knew he was dead for sure this time. But then he saw that the spirit beast was very friendly, and was amazed by the looks of the spirit beast. It was the biggest silkworm he had ever seen. It introduced itself as a heavenly silkworm of 1,000,000-year-old. Huo Yunhao was shocked silly by the number that he heard. It was not 100 nor 1,000, but a freaking 1,000,000 years for God's sake. After he calmed down, he asked the silkworm beast what it wanted with him. It replied that it wanted to become his spirit ring. the first intelligent mental spirit ring in the history of Duluo continent. He was unable to believe what it said. And just at this time, the beast touched his head, and the process of being the spirit ring started, and a huge energy shockwave spread, centering Huo Yunhao. A few kilometers away, the duo of Tang Ya and Bei Bei also noticed the energy wave and headed there. The silkworm beast was happy for being into Huo Yunhao's spirit consciousness, and just at that time it felt that another strong power coming at his direction. So the silkworm tried to fight with it as it didn't want to share the body of Huo Yunhao with another beast. But unfortunately, the presence was stronger than the million-year-old beast. So it also entered Huo Yunhao's consciousness along with the silkworm. And just at that time, Tang Ya and Bei Bei came and saw the unconscious Huo Yunhao. The duo then took care of Yunhao and fed him some pills. Huo Yunhao was in his spirit consciousness, where he saw the silkworm who complained about Huo Yunhao being so weak that he had to seal his powers to become his spirit ring. Then he learned about the biography of the silkworm. It said that it was born in place of extreme coldness located in the north. He was but a mere ice worm with ice and mental attribute, but due to his slow mobility, he was very weak and was always hunted by other beasts. But when it was being hunted down by predators, it fell into an ice cave underground. But who would have thought that the cave had 10,000 years of ice essence? So after being frozen in the ice essence for 10,000 years and absorbing the ice essence in the meantime, it became 10,000-year-old beast. But it was still stuck in the cave and had no way out, so he ate ice and slept all day until he became a 900,000-year-old beast. And finally, it was able to get out of the cave, however. His battle strength was very weak and was not even as strong as a 100,000-year-old beast. So he was captured by a group of 100,000-year-old beasts. But fortunately, he was able to escape. And after another 100,000 years later, he was finally able to become a million-year-old. Then the silkworm wanted to get rid of his weakness, so he looked for spirit masters that could fuse with his ring. But a strong spirit master that he chose previously was unable to bear his power and died bursting. Then he met Huo Yunhao and was able to become his ring by placing 9 seals on his power. Both Huo Yunhao and the Daydream Silkworm knew how it felt to be weak, so their bond became closer. Huo Yunhao then found out that Daydream can give him 4 spirit abilities instead of usual 1 spirit ability. Then Yunhao was told about the strong gray presence that invaded his consciousness. The silkworm then told him to leave the consciousness as his friends were worried about him. When Huo Yunhao woke up, Tang Ya hugged him again, saying she thought she would never be able to eat his delicious grilled fish again. He then noticed that he truly have gained skills, and his spirit power have increased just as his brother's Daydream had told him. He was excited as he finally became a spirit master. So the duo then learned that Huo Yunhao had I-type spirit. Tang Ya then dusted off Yunhao and said that he could seek help from them if he needed anything. Bei Bei then asked if he had any relatives and found out that he was an orphan, so Tang Ya immediately invited Yunhao to her Tang sect. She then said that her Tang sect used to be the strongest in the continent and had many amazing techniques. Yunhao then remembered the bedtime stories his mother used to tell him about the Tang sect and its glorious days. But it turned out that their Tang sect had withered in the rivers of time, and most of the things of Tang sect had been stolen. And Tang Ya, the only known descendant of Tang sect, was the current owner of the Tang sect. When Yunhao asked if he needed to perform anything for Tang sect, Tang Ya told him that he would just need to stand up for Tang sect in its crisis, and also told him that the best academy of the continent, the Shrek Academy, always gave them scholarships every year. So he would gain free scholarship if he joined the sect too. Yunhao, knowing that he had no family to shelter him, accepted their deal and said that he would be a loyal member of the sect. Then he followed the rules and greeted sect leader Tang Ya as his master. After that, he was taught mysterious heaven skill, jade hand technique, purple demon eyes, and also the ghost step techniques of Tang sect. Bei Bei said that the purple demon eye technique suited him the best, and he can even launch a powerful attack with the technique after mastering it. So Bei Bei helped him with the purple demon eye technique step by step. After that, they moved again, and on the way were attacked by a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Tang Ya protected Yunhao, and Bei Bei released his 3 spirit rings and stood against the snake-like monster. Tang Ya was excited and told Bei Bei that she wanted its spirit ring as it would be suitable for her. Bei Bei fought with it, but was pushed back in the clash. And for the first time in Yunhao's life, someone apart from his mother protected him. So he was emotional and also joined in the battle with his spirit eye. When he activated his newfound ability from his brother Daydream, everyone felt that time slowed down for them, Even the dew that was evaporating in sunlight was being shown, not to mention all the movements of the snake. And they were also able to view from an omnidirection, as though they had been seeing the world from the perspective of a god. But Yun Hao can only maintain this powerful skill for a minute. Bei Bei then rushed against the snake with the boost in perspective from Huo Yun Hao. Seeing this, the romantic snake fled, but Bei Bei was able to see where the snake was hiding with the vision skill of Yun Hao. So he struck romantic snake in its head and was able to defeat it. Then, Tang Ya took this chance to deal the final blow, as only the person that killed the spirit beast could own the spirit ring. A purple ring appeared out of the snake, and Tang Ya immediately sat down to absorb it. Several blue energy strings shot out of Tang Ya's body and latched onto the spirit ring during the absorption process. Yun Hao knew that her spirit power reached level 30, as she was able to absorb a 1,000-year-old purple ring. Later, he found out from Bei Bei that her spirit was blue-silver grass, which was the same spirit as the founding ancestor of Tang sect. The ancestor Tang had attempted to foster many people with the blue-silver grass. However, none was able to accomplish anything significant with the blue-silver grass. So the Tang ancestor left, leaving the Tang sect to decline over time. Bei Bei then thanked Yun Hao for helping them escape the danger and also asked about the skill that he used to aid them in the attack. Yun Hao said that his skill works within 30 meters of distance and doesn't use that much spirit power. Bei Bei was surprised for the skill was so overpowered, but used a little amount of spirit power. Well, Yun Hao can't really reveal that he has way more spirit power capacity than others due to the million-year-old spirit ring, so he just lied. Bei Bei then told Yun Hao that his skill can be the trump card of any team. He also explained the usual team structures of spirit masters consisting of one attack-type spiritual master, one defense-type spiritual master, and one control-type spiritual master who usually is the core of the team. But there is also rare spirit masters of support type who heal, boost, and support the team members from behind. Yun Hao understood quickly and knew that Bei Bei was an attack-type spirit master. Bei Bei confirmed it and said that Tang Ya, who had a blue-silver grass spirit, was a control-type master. He also added that Yun Hao could also become a control-type master and lead teams. Yun Hao was elated and said that he would try his best to become a control-type spirit master. But he soon reminisced how he was bullied in the Duke's mansion for his innate level of 1 spirit power, and also how he was imprisoned for nothing in the dungeon. But his sad memories swept away due to the warm vibes coming from Bei Bei and Tang Ya. He was truly grateful to be able to get a sliver of kindness after being treated like trash his whole life, so he thanked them. But Bei Bei said that it was their good luck to be able to find Yun Hao, and said that after Tang Ya absorbed the spirit ring fully, they would take him back to the Shrek Academy. Half a day passed while Yun Hao was being taught about the mysterious heaven skill of Tang sect. And what surprised Bei Bei the most was the fact that Yun Hao was able to maintain such a powerful skill for half a day. But he wasn't able to test it more as Tang Ya completed her spirit ring absorption. The absorption went well as no spirit beast dared to approach the team due to the influence of the million-year-old daydream guy. Tang Ya was really happy being able to absorb a 1,000-year-old ring for her third spirit and hugged Bei Bei. But she felt awkward after letting go of Bei Bei as Yun Hao was watching them intently. He was thinking if he could be like them one day and find a good friend. After the awkward exchanges, the trio left for the Shrek Academy along with their new team member. In the Duluo continent, the Shrek Academy is in the border of Tianhun Empire, Duling Empire, and also the Xingluo Empire. All these 3 empires except the Sun Moon Empire claim that the Shrek Academy belonged to them, but in truth, none of the empires is able to control the might of Shrek. For it had created thousands of powerful figures throughout the history of the continent. And when Sun Moon Empire fought against the rest of the 3 empires, the Shrek Academy gathered 60 level 90 spirit masters to fend against the mighty force of Sun Moon Empire. Not to mention the first 7 students of the Shrek Academy all became deities and ascended to the god realm. However, it's known to be very hard to get admitted in Shrek, even for the top-ranked prodigies, which made Shrek have always a small number of students getting in every year. Soon the team arrived, and Yun Hao was able to spot the Shrek Academy, which looked nothing but majestic. When Yun Hao was admiring, Tang Ya poured cold water in his daydream, saying the Shrek would conduct assessments every now and then to eliminate their bad students. She also said that she and Bei Bei were still not able to get into the inner academy of Shrek. Bei Bei also said that only the inner students of Shrek Academy are the true elites of the Shrek. And if they were able to graduate from the inner academy, They would be sought after by the three empires of the continent. Yunhao was ecstatic as he finally found a way to go back to the Duke's mansion and demand her mother's body get buried so that she could rest in peace in heaven. The depressed Yunhao was then told that to enter the Shrek Academy, one needed to be under age 12 and have to reach 15 level in spirit power. The words of Tang Ya made him realize that he needed to improve 4 more levels in 3 months to get in the academy. Not to mention that test would include real-life battle contest. Yunhao was not frustrated but was motivated and said that he might lose battles, but he swore that he would learn from his loss and surpass those that defeats him. The team moved into the academy and Yunhao kept looking left and right in curiosity. Soon, Yunhao was taken to register for the class with special recommendation from Tang sect and got into the freshman class of teacher Zhu, who was very strict. Yunhao went to greet the old guy who was sleeping by the tree, but the sleepy man just told him to go to the 108th room of the dorm and passed him the key. Yunhao complied and left to find the dorm. After getting lost a few times, he found and got into the 108th room, but when he opened the door with the key, he was greeted with dusty air of the room, so he immediately cleaned it up with his years of cleaning experience in the Duke mansion. Next, he began meditating on the mysterious heaven skill on the bed. Before, senior brother Bai Bei assisted him on practicing, but it's really difficult for him with his weak and narrow meridians. It was very hard for both Bai Bei and him to complete just one cycle of meditation. Just then, Big Brother Daydream took him in his inner mind and examined the cultivation skill and said that the Tang sect's heavenly mysterious technique was really helping his body improve. Daydream then said that he would go to sleep to recover his energy and might not wake up before he got his second spirit ring. After that, Yunhao was thrown out of his spirit consciousness. When he woke up, he saw a blue-haired person staring at him. The person had amazingly smooth ass hair and a dazzling face. Yunhao was truly fascinated. He guessed his identity and asked if he was his roommate. But the guy's attitude wasn't as good as his looks as he threw his bag down and said that since Yunhao cleaned up his bed, he would let him live in the same room. But he cockily made rules of not bringing people in the room, to not be naked in the room, and also to not barge into the washroom randomly. Yunhao threw out the good impression of the guy out of the window as he was not gay, and was really angry, so he said that he doesn't give a shit to his rules. But the guy challenged him, saying he would be kicked out of the room if he didn't comply. This attitude of his new roommate made him remember how he was being treated by the noble bullies of the Duke's mansion, making him challenge the guy head-on. Before they started their battle, they introduced themselves, and Yunhao found out that the guy was called Wang Dong. Yunhao followed him out of the room and to the field. At this time, the sleepy old man also noticed the battle from afar, and some students gathered due to the commotion. Yunhao released his golden million-year spirit ring, but the people thought that it was a white or 10-year-old spirit ring. So they mocked Yunhao along with Wang Dong. So Wang Dong didn't even release his spirit ring and just went ahead with a kick. However, Yunhao didn't even budge as he caught up to his kick in an embarrassing manner. Then Wang Dong used very flexible moves like women to recover from that stance and counterattack. But Yunhao caught his counterattack again by using his jade hand technique, but he was also pushed back and was being fisted and kicked. Even though Wang Dong's kicks were super-duper fast, it was still being dodged by the seemingly weak Yunhao. Yunhao knew that the little damage he was receiving from fists and kicks from Wang Dong would surely make him lose sooner or later, so he needed to finish this before that happens. So he used his purple demon eyes along with his mental attack skill, which made Wang Dong hurt in his head. And taking this chance, Yunhao rode on Wang Dong to not get hit by his legs. Both of them dropped to the ground in another embarrassing posture. But Wang Dong was still not surrendering. So Yunhao said that he would accept the rules made by Wang Dong, but he would never accept being insulted with a fierce face. Yunhao then let go of Wang Dong, knowing that he would lose if Wang Dong used his spirit power, as even though Yunhao's spirit capacity was very high, his spirit power level is still lower than Wang Dong. After Yunhao left, Sleepy Old Man came down from the tree and told Wang Dong that he would lose, even if he used his spirit powers, as Yunhao had a heart without fear. Wang Dong thanked the man and went back to the dorm. He then saw Yunhao meditating. He wanted to talk with him but rejected the idea and slept begrudgingly. And at that time, Yunhao noticed his arrival and wondered why Wang Dong smelled like a girl even though he was a guy. The next day, Wang Dong woke up early and prepared to go for the freshman student class. He also called out to Yunhao, who was meditating, to hurry for class. Wang Dong was furious as he was never ignored this badly by anyone. When Wang Dong was leaving the dorm throwing tantrum, Yunhao was thinking that there was still half an hour to the class, which was enough to cycle his energy once more in his body. After half an hour, he reached class just in time. To make it worse, he saw Wang Dong, who was being fawned over by girls like flies surrounding shit. And when Wang Dong was asked if he knew Yunhao, he rejected it very fast. Then everyone met their teacher, Miss Zhou, who looked very strict, just like he heard. She then called out to Yunhao and Wang Dong for fighting in the school, but surprisingly, she didn't punish the duo, but instead told the entire class to run 100 laps around the school field, except for the duo. She was very strict and said that those that don't obey her would be suspended from school. She released all her spirit rings, among which were 2 black rings, meaning she was a spirit emperor. The students got scared and did as they were told. Then the duo of Yunhao and Wang Dong were called again and heard the reason for the battle. After that, she asked them to not battle people from their own class, and if they wanted to battle, then they need to battle with the students from other classes. And just when the duo thought that they would be let off, she said that they need to also complete 100 laps. Hearing it, Yunhao dragged Wang Dong hurriedly to the field and said that she might really expel them if they didn't listen. Soon they joined the other students who were running. They bickered for a while as who would be the winner if they fought again, and Wang Dong was as cocky as always. When Wang Dong said that he never treated anyone as his equal, Yunhao ignored him, which made Wang Dong annoyed. A while later, Wang Dong surpassed all the other students in the class despite starting late and won first place. When the deadline for finishing the lap was nearing, everyone almost finished running. But Yunhao, who had low spirit level, had 20 more laps to finish, but he didn't give up and kept taking steps. Wang Dong was gloating as Yunhao wouldn't be able to finish the lap. On the other hand, Yunhao was feeling strength leaving his body. He still had 5 minutes left to complete 12 more laps. And just as he was about to fall down, Wang Dong used his butterfly spirit and flew to him to help him. Everyone was shocked to see Wang Dong's spirit. As in the history of Duluo continent, the heavenly butterfly was the most beautiful spirit known to man. Wang Dong caught Yunhao, who was about to fall, and again got in an awkward position while catching him. Wang Dong then carried Yunhao and flew around the field to help him finish the laps. After they finished it, both of them crashed onto the ground in exhaustion. Again, they got in an awkward position, which made Wang Dong act like a shy girl for a while. But their friendship grew after that incident. Then Miss Zhou called out to some people who cheated in the laps and were mercilessly expelled from the academy. Then the cheating students protested, saying Wang Dong helping Yunhao should also be a cheating, but Miss Zhou said that she never mentioned that helping others were forbidden. Later in the class, everyone was asked to say their spirit level. And when Yunhao told the class that he was of level 11, everyone was shocked, as the minimum for entering the Shrek was 15 level. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was even more embarrassed as he lost to someone with level 11 spirit power. Miss Zhou then said that Yunhao had a special recommendation, but he would still be disqualified if he failed the exams. When Wang Dong was asked as to which type of spirit masters are suited for attack, he said it was strength and control type spirit users. But Miss Zhou dismissed him, saying it would have been correct if it was 4,000 years ago. She then asked Yunhao, who asked if it was the spirit weapons of modern age. Miss Zhou praised him, saying he ain't dumb despite having only level 11 spirit power. Yunhao felt proud as he learnt these things from his senior brother, Bei Bei. On the other hand, Wang Dong felt even more embarrassed for losing to Yunhao again. She then gave a brief explanation about the spirit weapons, like how they only needed enough spirit power to wield the spirit weapons. After that class, Miss Zhou asked for an explanation about spirit ability of Yunhao. He said that his spirit ability is of support type and showed his spirit ability, and Miss Zhou was beyond shocked by the amazing ability, and was also shocked because Yunhao had an I-type spirit soul. After that, she asked him to follow her. She grabbed him by the shoulder and flew across the sky towards a building that had a banner saying, Spirit Smith's Hall. When Yunhao was about to get into the building, he had a feeling that a whole new world was about to open up in front of him. When he entered the Spirit Smith's Hall, he looked around curiously and met a white-haired guy. Miss Zhou casually told him that she found a person to use his spirit weapons. Then all of a sudden, Miss Zhou introduced Yunhao to the white-haired guy and also mentioned his eye spirit. Miss Zhou also mentioned Yunhao's ability, but the white-haired person was shocked since Yunhao was just level 11 and had only a 10-year-old spirit ring. The white-haired guy then called out to Kai Tao, who was a bald guy with a headband, and told him to bring Yunhao to the firing range to test his support ability. Kai-tu and Yunhao introduced each other, and Kai-tu brought Yunhao to the firing range where he carried a fat-ass spirit gun. And when it fired, a cannonball came out and hit the iron wall behind the target, greatly missing the target. After that, Yunhao was asked if he could boost Kai-tu's sense to let him hit the target accurately. Yunhao said that it would be possible, but his spirit ability to boost sense is only limited to 30 meters and would be difficult to assist in long-range combat if he didn't upgrade his ability. The white-haired guy said that he only heard about the spirit abilities being upgraded in legends, as upgrading ability meant increasing the age of the spirit ring that gave the spirit ability. But Yunhao knew that he would be able to upgrade his ability by unsealing the powers of the million-year spirit ring more. So the white-haired guy threw him a challenge, saying if he can increase his range of the sense boost ability to 100 meters, then he would be taught to make and use spirit weapons. After that, Sai too brought him to walk around the spirit smith's hall. And in the meantime, Miss Joe and the white-haired guy was chatting about how Yunhao would be able to help them test out many spirit weapons that were gathering dust only because of no compatible users. The bald Kai-tu sat down a bit far away from them as Kai-tu explained about the spirit weapons. It turned out that the spirit weapons store spirit energy within them as ammo and can be triggered with a little amount of spirit power from the users, so even a weak spirit master has the capability to defeat much higher-ranked foes with spirit weapons. However, the biggest problem with spirit weapons is its accuracy, so it needed support from other spirit users to boost one's sense to increase the accuracy. And since the material of the spirit ammo were very, very expensive, nobody would try to waste hundreds of thousands of ammo to perfect their aim. But their talk came to an end, as Miss Joe told Yunhao to go back with her. Yunhao bade goodbye to the baldy and left with Miss Joe. Miss Joe then told him on the way that his future would be bright if he could become a student of Fan Yu, the white-haired spirit smith, but said that his study in Shrek is of utmost importance too. However, he didn't have money to stay in the academy until the exam, and just at that time Tang Ya came and said that he should sell grilled fish in front of the academy gate to gather money. She also said that it would be very profitable as people would surely like his cooking. After lunch that day, Yunhao spent his time meditating. While meditating, he noticed that his spirit power had increased. He wondered if it had anything to do with training his body with 100 laps that day. Just at that time, he noticed that Wang Dong was staring into his eyes intensely. Wang Dong then asked to know about his spirit ring, so Yunhao just simply told him how his eye spirit can boost his own and others' senses to predict future attack patterns through deep analysis. Wang Dong also told him about his spirit soul and said that he had a second spirit ring, meaning his level was over 20. On the way to their class, Wang Dong was shown Yunhao's spirit ability, which surprised Wang Dong as it was much more powerful than how Yunhao described it to be. However, this time, Yunhao tried to spread his ability range into one direction instead of in a sphere shape that way. He noticed that he was able to increase the range to about 50 to 60 meters from 30 meters in diameter. His experiment just then made him happy, as this way he would be able to learn from teacher Feng Yu sooner than expected. When they reached the training field of the class, Wang Dong was called by Miss Zhou and was told that he would be the class president as he had the strongest spirit among everyone. The females were happy, whereas the males were jealous hearing the announcement. Miss Zhou then pointed to something that looked like a brick pile and said that everyone needed to wear those heavy bricks and run till the end of the class. Some of the girls complained, and even the guys that have support-type spirit complained, saying their spirit is not meant for a physical battle. But Miss Zhou said that in real-life battle, the enemy would never care if the opponent is a girl or a guy, baby or an adult. So everyone was forced to do as she said. After a while of running, Wang Dong noticed that Yunhao was last as before, and he kind of expected it as Yunhao was only level 11 Spirit Master. Wang Dong noticed that Yunhao was running slowly but steadily, even when Wang Dong had lapped Yunhao twice. This time, Miss Zhou also told everyone that the person with least laps till the end of the class would be eliminated. Even Wang Dong, with his powerful spirit and spirit power level, was feeling the toll of 30 jin of weight. Many people had stopped to take a breathing, but the slow-running Yunhao with the least laps was still running. Yunhao, on the other hand, was at his breaking point, his eyes blurry, chest on fire, exhausted but still persevered. At this time, he noticed that there was warmth coming from his lower abdomen where the mysterious heaven skill gathered energy. The energy slowly cycled throughout his veins and every part of his body. This made him realize the way to use the mysterious heaven skill when moving. He never thought one could cultivate while running or doing something so distracting. But what he didn't know was, he was the first person to discover this method of mysterious heaven skill. Even the founder of the Tang sect didn't know this. But weak constitution, low spirit level, and mental strength assisted with million-year spirit ring made him able to discover a new method to cultivate the skill in a way that only applied to him. Perhaps nobody in the future would be able to imitate him even if taught by Yunhao himself. And amidst his discovery, he was able to level up to the 12th level. 1.5 hours later, only 9 people were still able to run, and surprisingly, Yunhao was among them. When Wang Dong was about to give up too, he looked back and saw that the weakest Yunhao was still running. So he didn't give up and persisted. But Yunhao knew that his career and the wish of his mom lied in getting stronger, and without staying in the Shrek Academy, he would hardly have any chance to get stronger. Amidst the shock of everyone, he ran as his silhouette seemed lonely and tall. And to the surprise of Miss Zhou, everyone got up one by one feeling ashamed by Yunhao's persistence and tagged behind Yunhao. After a while, the sweet voice of the school bell rang as students embraced the ground in relief. Then Miss Zhou brought a spirit sage with Tree of Life spirit who helped everyone recover their stamina and injuries. Miss Zhou was generous as she said that none would be dropped out since everyone was inspired by Yunhao. Then Wang Dong was called out and said that his duty as class president was not done. Instead, it was done by Yunhao this time as he inspired many. So the class president title would be given to Yunhao instead. Then Miss Zhou said since Yunhao was weak, Wang Dong need to engage when Yunhao would be challenged. The class then threw Yunhao in the sky in celebration of none getting eliminated that day. After that, he went to his dorm and bathed, but remembered that he promised his sect leader Tang Ya to meet outside of the school gate. So he quickly rushed out in his underclothes towards the dressing room, but saw Wang Dong in there. Then he saw a blinding white light coming from Wang Dong that almost blinded his eyes. Wang Dong was not happy at all by Yunhao barging in so suddenly, so he cursed in anger, which was heard throughout the dorm as Yunhao rushed out to sell some grilled fish. After the school, there was a commotion going on as students from the news club started taking information about the current hot potato of the academy, the grilled fish shop. Meanwhile, another hot commotion took place as the campus beauty Jiang Nan appeared to buy grilled fish from the newly opened fish shop. However, as rich as she looked, she began bargaining with Yunhao for the price of the grilled fish, which was just 5 copper coins. But Yunhao said that he couldn't sell it lower than that, not to mention he sold out today. The surrounding fanboys were angry seeing Jiang Nan unable to buy the fish. And just at that time, someone attacked, but Yunhao dodged as the attacker's fist got into the hot coal of Yunhao. The guy didn't get hurt by the coal. Instead, he squeezed the coals with his bare hand and was about to attack again. Just at that time, both Jian Nan and Tang Ya told him to stop, and Bei Bei appeared to defend Yunhao. It turned out that the guy was called Shu San Shi, as Tang Ya called out his name in hatred while she prepared for battle. Bei Bei and Shu Shan then quarreled. Bei Bei said that if he didn't stop, then he would challenge him in the spirit arena. But Shu Shan said that Yunhao humiliated Jiang Nan first. But Jian Nan was not happy at Shu Shan and said that he shouldn't meddle in her business and she can take care of herself. Shu Shan tried to remediate the situation by offering her his fishes, but Tang Ya snatched them from him, which made the angry Shu Shan challenge the team to the spirit arena. So after a while, the news spread, and both Shu Shan and Bei Bei, being famous figures of Shrek Outer Academy, naturally attracted a lot of audience. Before the battle started, in the restroom, Bei Bei and Shu Shan met, and Bei Bei found out that Shu Shan was pricked by Tang Ya's hidden needle in the ass and was suffering from pain in the ass. Bei Bei took advantage of this situation and said that he can ask for an antidote from Tang Ya, but Shu Shan have to give him the mysterious water pill in exchange. No choice. Shu Shan gave out his precious pill, and Bei Bei gave him the antidote pill in return. Shu Shan was angry knowing that Bei Bei already knew about the hidden needle and brought an antidote beforehand. So he again challenged him, saying that Bei Bei would have to return the mysterious water pill back to him if he lost. But Bei Bei wasn't a fool, so he also asked for another mysterious water pill if Shu Shan lost. Shu Shan was angry as he felt that he had been led into a trap by Bei Bei. While going up the arena, Bei Bei told Shu Shan that Jiang Nan doesn't love him, so he would only waste his time to woe her. On the audience seat, Wang Dong was still angry with Yunhao for suddenly barging in when he was changing clothes. So Yunhao said that he didn't see anything, and since both of them were boys, he shouldn't be so embarrassed. The angry Wang Dong was then introduced to Tang Ya. Wang Dong was shocked to hear that she was from the ancient Tang clan that almost declined. Tang Ya was taken aback by his good looks and teasingly asked if he wanted to join their 3-member clan. Surprisingly, Wang Dong nodded immediately as he wished to learn about the hidden weapons techniques of the Tang sect. So Tang Ya said that she would let him know later after discussing it. On the stage, Bi Bei appeared, drawing envy from the boys and love from the girls. Shu Shan also appeared as his fans also cheered. Then the shrewd Tang Ya asked if his spirit ability could reach the stage. Yun Hao nodded in surprise as he understood the plan. Soon the match started. Bi Bei activated the spirit of the tyrant dragon and Shu Shan, the elephant-armored spirit. However, they stayed still and were looking for opportunities. However, Bi Bei took the initiative to attack first, after being assisted by Yun Hao's skill. When Bi Bei was unable to break through the defense of Shu Shan, he used his full power, surprising Shu Shan. When Shu Shan was about to use his full power too, he felt the space around him distort, distracting him. Bei Bei didn't let go of this chance and defeated him and sought the wager of the mysterious water pill. In the audience area, Wang Dong also noticed Yun Hao using his skill. Yun Hao had just used 3 of his skills at the same time. One was Mental Shock and Purple Demon Eyes to stop Shu Shan from activating his skills, and also used Spirit Sense to boost Bi Bei's sense. This tired him greatly, so he was almost unable to stay awake. So, Tang Ya and Wang Dong brought him to his dorm. Wang Dong gave him his blanket and held a pill bottle that Bei Bei gave to him to feed Yun Hao. So he kept his promise and fed the pill to the sleeping Yun Hao. After a while, he noticed that Yun Hao's body was emitting a blue mist. Wang Dong understood that the pill he fed to Yun Hao was really the mysterious water pill. So he hurriedly took back his blanket and carried Yun Hao outside. When Yun Hao woke up, he noticed that his body was stinking shit. He thought that Wang Dong had tricked him and smeared dirt on him when he was unconscious. After washing up, he began meditating as usual, but this time he felt much easier to operate his spirit energy. His usage of spirit energy became 4 to 5 times easier than before, and he wondered what happened to his body. Not to mention his spirit sense boosting ability had increased in range by another 10 meters in diameter. He was happy and wondered how did this happen. When he was happy and celebrating, Wang Dong's voice came as he told him about the mysterious water pill given by Bi to cleanse his meridians of impurities. The mysterious water pill simply just made his potential increase by a large margin, which would definitely fasten his future growth. Actually, the effect of the mysterious water pill was more effective on Yun Hao than on normal people, because he took it when he was completely exhausted, so his body's energy reserve was completely empty, helping him absorb most of the pills. And also, his ice-based spirit ring of Daydream Brother had helped him absorb the water-based pill. Yun Hao was grateful to Bei Bei for he was given such a valuable pill. Wang Dong and Yun Hao then went over to the Poseidon lakefront, where Yun Hao noticed a red dot was flickering far away in the lake. But Wang Dong didn't notice it and said that there might be many mysterious things happening since the other side of the lake was the inner academy of Shrek. However, the red dot seems to grow bigger and bigger in Yun Hao's eyes. And finally, he saw a red-haired person with a fiery aura rushing towards them. The duo was taken by surprise by the sudden heat wave, so they tried their best to escape, but Wang Dong went unconscious. And just as Yun Hao was about to get burnt to death, his million-year-old spirit ring woke up and took control of his body. Heavenly Silkworm, who had both ice and mental ability, used some of his power to create an ice shield to protect himself from the heat wave. Daydream then used his finger to create a blue laser that attacked the fiery figure. The person was instantly frozen, going unconscious in the process. But Daydream noticed that people were rushing towards the scene, so he let go of Yun Hao's body as Yun Hao fell into a coma just like Wang Dong. In the spiritual consciousness of Yun Hao, Daydream was reprimanding him for being careless and roaming around without any point. He also said that he used some of his powers, so he would need to recover his energy and wouldn't be able to protect him next time. When they woke up, they saw a person that said told to keep everything they saw a secret and gave them each a pill as compensation. He also warned the duo not to reveal anything otherwise. They would be expelled from the academy. Wang Dong and Yun Hao were not sad as they were not hurt and got a free pill in exchange. When Wang Dong opened his pill box, he was surprised by the pill as it was nothing but a Sheng Hun pill. Yun Hao curiously then asked what a Shen Hong pill was, but Wang Dong was cheeky as he asked him for a dinner treat, but Yun Hao said that he didn't have any money as an orphan. Wang Dong was surprised to hear Yun Hao was an orphan, so he asked if he didn't have any bedding and blankets because he didn't have any money. Yun Hao nodded and said that as long as he could pay for the food by selling grilled fish, he was happy. Wang Dong apologized, saying he wouldn't have bullied him if he knew that he was an orphan. He then promised to take care of his food expense. But Yun Hao said that he can take care of the food by selling grilled fish. Wang Dong then asked if his grilled fish was really good. In reply, Yun Hao promised Wang Dong to treat some grilled fish that night. A few distance away, in the middle of the Poseidon Lake, was a small island. In it was a castle where the red-haired person, Xiao Tao, was being reprimanded by her teacher. It turned out that she went berserk due to her demonic phoenix spirit soul that almost killed Wang Dong and Yun Hao. Even though she was the top genius of the school for the past century of Shrek, her spirit soul was not stable and was told to hold her training temporarily until they found a solution to control the demonic phoenix spirit within her. However, she said that her demonic phoenix was forcefully calmed down by an extremely cold aura during when she was attacking the students. Her teacher nodded, saying that Ice Aura should have been colder than the Ice Dragon's aura, but also added that the two students were assessed by him, and neither of them had ice affinity. Then the teacher abruptly said that even though it's very rare to find a person with ice freezing ability, but if they found one, she must take him as her husband. But the red-haired girl strongly refuted, but her teacher said that her life was more important than her ego. After that incident, 3 months had passed by and the freshman assessment exam was just around the corner. Miss Zhou was urging the students about the exam and said that only by passing this exam can they be a part of true students of the Shrek. Both Wang Dong and Yun Hao were determined to pass the exam with flying colors. She then gave a brief explanation about the exam and said that everyone would be split into 3-member team, and each person from the team must partake in 10 battles and would be ranked based on the number of wins. And among the 300 freshmen still staying in the academy, only 150 would pass the test. Then the top 64 would participate in another round of testing, but only the top 4 would receive the rewards. She then told everyone to choose the direction of their training and said that everyone would be placed in different classes depending on their choice of training. Wang Dong contemplated thinking Yun Hao would pick control class since he told him so, but Wang Dong was of attack-type spirit, so they would have to live separately too. He was reminiscing about how Yun Hao depended on him. Just 3 months ago, Yun Hao didn't know if he should take the second water pill or the Sheng Hong pill first, so Wang Dong guided him, saying he should wait 10 more days till he took the next batch of pills. Not to mention Wang Dong also depended on Yun Hao to eat his grilled fish. But the most shocking thing was the fact that the weakest Yun Hao of level 11 spirit power was no longer the same. From becoming the class president to training hard to get recognized by their classmates to the point of adding more and more weights during training, he was able to increase his spirit power level to level 17. Of course, the Shen Hong pill and the mysterious water pill helped in this endeavor too. So Wang Dong peeked at what Yun Hao chose in his registration document and chose the same class as Yun Hao. As expected, their teacher Zhou also placed them in the same group, and the other person in their group was Xiao. Even though she was normal in all aspects, she was unexpectedly matched with them. And when Wang Dong looked at her more, she became shy and turned around while Wang Dong praised his beauty in his heart. Before leaving the class, Miss Zhou gave them a final warning, saying those that failed would not only be expelled, but also be punished hardcore. But if they were able to do a very good result, they would be rewarded too. But the group of Yun Hao was called to the office by Miss Zhou, and she reprimanded all of them for choosing the control-type class. Well, Yun Hao choosing the control-type instead of the support-type class was unexpected, but Wang Dong's same choice wasn't very wise. But the same choice of Xiao Xiao was the most unexpected. So Yun Hao defended, saying he would soon get an attack ability apart from his existing support ability, which was why he chose the control type. It was Wang Dong's turn, but before he could say anything, Miss Zhou exposed his true reason for not wanting to separate from Yun Hao. She then told him that the attack and control classes were held together so they would remain in the same class. So Wang Dong immediately chose to change his class to attack type. Then Xiao Xiao stated her reasoning, saying that her torment vessel spirit can attack and defend if needed. But Miss Zhou couldn't understand why she would choose control instead of attack or defense class. So she shocked everyone, saying she had another spirit soul, which is of control type. Yun Hao and Wang Dong, who thought they were the strongest in the group, were in awe knowing she had twin spirits. Miss Zhou was also shocked and said that they were the top students in her class, and they must be the champion of the new freshman batch by defeating students from other people's classes. After being dismissed from Miss Zhou's hellhole, the group finally got outside. But Xiao Xiao asked Wang Dong if he could talk with him. But Wang Dong dismissed her, saying he would talk with her tomorrow as Wang Dong left with Yun Hao. Xiao Xiao was frustrated and angry and swore that she would show her true strength to her group members soon. Back to the duo, Yun Hao told Wang Dong, saying Xiao Xiao had feelings for him, but Wang Dong said that a lot of girls apparently are big fans of his handsome face, so he didn't have time. After reaching the room, the duo began training on their beds. Yun Hao was determined and set his goal to become the champion student of the freshmen. Meanwhile, Shu Shan was sitting and reminiscing about his failed attempts to court Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, although of a commoner's family, refused a noble like Shu Shan. And that day, Shu Shan understood why she didn't like him. It was because he had been to that certain place in his childhood that Jiang Nan loathed. The next day, when Yunhao was selling grilled fish, he met Shu Shan, who praised his cooking skills and bought the grilled fish. Then everyone was gathered nearby as a lady in a red dress appeared. Shu Shan seemed to know her as he called her by name. Xiao Tao asked Shu Shan if the fishes were really good. But when she sought to buy for some grilled fish, Yunhao told her to wait in line. However, as soon as he said that, everyone fled, clearing the line. Thus, Xiao Tao gained the first spot in line. No choice. Yunhao began preparing some grilled fish for her, as Wang Dong complained about disturbing their business by intimidating their customers. But the red-haired lady pulled out a gold coin which immediately shut Wang Dong up. When the fish was prepared, it was served to the red-haired Xiao Tao, who ate it under her veil. After eating it, she also praised the cooking and asked to see Yu Hao's spirit soul. Wang Dong was about to reprimand her as it was taboo to ask about other people's spirit souls. But Yunhao held Wang Dong back as he faced the veiled lady. Yunhao said that his spirit was nothing extraordinary, he only had a 10-year-old spirit ring. In reply, she said that if it was true, then it would be the strongest 10-year-old spirit soul she had ever seen. After that, she left along with Shu Shan, and after they left, Wang Dong and Yunhao found out that this red-haired Xiao Tao was very similar to the crazy firewomen that attacked them that day. Yunhao was confused as to why she would look for them even after attacking them. However, they didn't have much time to ponder as the exam was about to start in the afternoon. After Miss Zhou's class ended, Xiao Xiao asked Wang Dong to practice together before the exam. But Wang Dong was arrogant and said that there was no need to practice as he was unrivaled among their peers. So Xiao Xiao said that this time the freshman exam won't be easy as there is a genius team this year. Yunhao also rebutted Wang Dong for being too conceited, but said that they could do it as long as they worked together. And Xiao Xiao also joined in, saying that being lazy is a sin. Wang Dong teased her, saying she had just switched her lovers and asked how they would practice in this small time. Xiao Xiao said that she and Yunhao would team up and fight against Wang Dong. So the battle began as they faced off each other. Xiao Xiao prepared her torment life spirit vessels that looked like a black cauldron, and when Yunhao activated his spirit with only a 10-year-old ring, she understood the reason for Yunhao's hard work, as he would be left far behind if he didn't work hard with his bad talent. And with the help of Yu Hao's spirit sense-boosting ability, Xiao Xiao faced off Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao tried to smash Wang Dong with her big, heavy cauldron, but Wang Dong dodged. Wang Dong was annoyed, so he increased the distance of attack to get out of Yunhao's sense-boosting ability. But Yunhao reminded him saying he could change the area of his boosting ability from sphere to linear, which would increase the range in one direction. Xiao Xiao also said that she had yet to use her second ability as 3 cauldrons began to merge. In the end, Wang Dong had no choice but to admit defeat as he threw a tantrum. After a while, they did a team celebration and looked forward to becoming the champion of the freshman exam. The team of 3 arrived at the examination venue of Shrek as a speaker was telling everyone that the exam would be held in 10 minutes. Many strong members were taking exams this time, and half of them were eliminated. But the group wasn't worried about passing, but they worried about being the champion. The teacher that would oversee the exam this time was called Mr. Wang Yan, who wore a pair of glasses and looked friendly. Teach Wang told everyone to avoid injuring the opponents. As luck would have it, the first battle started with Yunhao's team. Yunhao activated his spirit ability to let his teammate measure their opponents beforehand. But there wasn't much to measure as Wang Dong was able to defeat the opposing team all by himself with his butterfly dragon spirit. The students below the arena were jealous of seeing such a strong team at the start of the battle, while Teacher Wang praised the trio. He appraised Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao and was satisfied with their talents. But what bugged him was Yunhao, who didn't have much talent despite being the leader of the group. Of course, the white 10-year-old ring of Yunhao was the thing that shocked him the most. But he didn't ponder much as he would figure out the reason for Yunhao being the leader sooner or later. Soon, the first day of the exam ended, and on the second day, Yunhao's group won all 5 matches easily. However, Mr. Wan was still unable to guess the abilities of Yunhao. His curiosity about Yunhao finally broke the limit as he called him out. But he felt ashamed asking about Yunhao's ability, so he held back as he thought that he would be able to see his abilities of Yunhao the next day. After that, Xiao Xiao asked if she could attack first in tomorrow's match. Wang Dong agreed and said that he had his share of fan that day. Yun was also happy and told them that he would treat them to some roasted fish. But just at that time, Xiao Tao arrived while Shu Shan seemed to be dragged along with her. Shu Shan quietly escaped as Xiao Tao asked the duo to follow her. So the duo told Xiao Xiao to not worry and go back as they trailed behind her. On the way, she apologized in not so apologetic manner for attacking them that day. She then asked them about the ice spirit users that restrained her and said that they must tell her everything about that person as he was very important to her. Wang Dong was confused, while Yun Hao knew she was talking about Brother Daydream. She then explained about how her demonic phoenix spirit was calmed down by the ice power from that person. However, the effect of the power had vanished, and that ice person is the only person that can help her. Yun Hao was unwilling to disclose about his brother Daydream, so he denied it along with Wang Dong gaining anger of Xiao Tao. No choice, they fled after Yun Hao attacked her with his mental attack. However, the mental attack didn't buy them much time as she caught up and held them like a death god. Both of them went unconscious as she reevaluated her choice of hurting them just to lure out the ice user. After a while, Yun Hao woke up and was lost for words. She provoked them, saying they were unable to do anything only because they were weak, and they could only take their revenge by training harder. Before leaving, she told them that she would wait for their revenge at the inner academy of the Shrek. The next day, the duo recovered and joined Xiao Xiao. This time, they were matched with Huan Chu Tian from Class 07. They also saw the other members of the team who were blue-haired twins. Wang Dong was taken aback by their cuteness, but still thought that they weren't as cute as him. When the battle started, they finally saw a rare spirit, which was the hair spirit of the twins. The guy, Huan Chu, took the initiative to attack, but was deflected by the butterfly wings along with the help of Xiao Xiao's cauldron. Wang Dong also became serious and went for a counterattack, but saw that the twins joined hand and countless needle-like hair went in to penetrate and catch Wang Dong. But Wang Dong dodged with the help of Yun Hao's sense boost, making Huan Chu Tian angry. And just at that time, Yun Hao noticed that the twins hugged each other as they prepared to use spirit fusion. Yun Hao clearly knew how rare and effective spirit fusion was, as the power of two people multiplies after spirit fusion. However, it was not easy finding a partner that is extremely compatible to perform a spirit fusion with. Only twin people had higher chances of using spirit fusion. Mr. Wang and the crowd were excited to see a spirit fusion happening in front of them. But Wang Dong was depressed as he wouldn't be able to defeat them with their spirit fusion, and before long, he had been caught in the hairnet while his teammates panicked. But the hair didn't stop and was advancing towards Yun Hao's team, and just as Yun Hao was about to lose, a dazzling light came out of the cocoon that caught Wang Dong, and all of a sudden the twins broke their fusion as they lay on the ground, while Yun Hao was huffing and puffing for using too much spirit power. But Huan Chu Tian was still there as he rushed towards the tired Wang Dong, but he was blocked by Xiao Xiao. Yun Hao took this chance to recover his powers. Of course, the twins didn't lose just because Wang Dong used his full power, but also because Yun Hao used his mental attack at the right time to disrupt their fusion. Soon, Huan Chu Tian was defeated by Xiao Xiao, of course. Yun Hao used his mental attack again while meditating. Just like that, Yun Hao's team won, gaining the fear and respect of the students. After that match, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao asked if it was Yun Hao's doing that both the twins and Huan Chu were distracted. Yun Hao admitted his credit, and the trio moved to their next match, where Xiao Xiao solely attacked while Yun Hao was recovering his energy. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang was becoming more and more curious about the Yun Hao team. He observed Yun Hao, whose eyes were emitting lights. However, it was common for spirit masters to have glowing eyes. And just like the previous time, Team Yun Hao won all 5 matches. This time, Mr. Wang no longer held back his curiosity and asked Yun Hao about his spirit soul. No choice. Yun Hao said that his spirit essence is his own eyes. But as soon as Mr. Wang heard it, he became excited and shook Yu Hao to confirm if it was really true. Mr. Wang was unnaturally happy as he celebrated with the air and said that he would come and talk with Yun Hao again later. After Mr. Wang Yan left, the team went back to their own dorm rooms. However, as soon as Yun Hao went back to his room, Wang Dong asked him to explain how he was able to distract the powerful fusion of the Lan twin sisters. Yun Hao stood there silent, preparing for a suitable answer. So he answered him, saying he just noticed that his spirit essence mutated after training his purple demon eyes, which granted him the ability to distract other people through mental shock. Wang Dong was dumbfounded and understood why Teacher Wang was so excited after learning about his eye spirit soul. He then said that the spirit-soul fusion ability of the Lan twin was really good and wished if they were able to do that. But Yunhao said that in order to use spirit fusion, one must trust the other person completely, but they don't even know about each other that much. So Wang Dong pondered for a while, then said that he had a secret power that he didn't tell anyone in the class and wanted Yunhao to probe him. So Yunhao complied and touched Wang Dong, but it didn't work, so he hugged him. When hugging, Yunhao felt that Wang Dong's body was too soft for a man, and Wang Dong smelt like a woman. After a while of hugging, Wang Dong let go of Yunhao and asked if he had felt anything. But Yunhao just said that he felt at peace and wanted to sleep in Wang Dong's arm. Wang Dong reprimanded him, saying he was supposed to feel his spirit energy. So they tried again, and this time, Yunhao felt the thing that Wang Dong was talking about. Yunhao saw that there was 3 kinds of spirit energy surrounding Wang Dong, just like Yunhao himself. He also noticed that Wang Dong's 3 types of spiritual energy changed, along with his own 3 types of spiritual energy. Slowly, they began merging with each other. The duo didn't know what was happening, but they felt good, so they kept doing what they were doing. They also felt that the spiritual reserve in their body was also increasing rapidly. But all of a sudden, the voice of Brother Daydream woke Yunhao up, as he said that Wang Dong was compatible with him for spirit fusion. So he urged Yunhao to listen to his instruction to take advantage of this situation. He explained the situation to Yunhao in his spiritual consciousness and said that this was triple fusion, which was never seen in history. His mental spirit essence and Yunhao's eye spirit essence makes 2 spirit essence, but the Mr. Gray that never talked with them makes another spirit essence. So in total, Yunhao have 3 different types of essence, and it would be impossible in the continent to find any other person with 3 spirit essence, which made the possibility of Yunhao being able to perform spirit fusion with anyone 0. However, surprisingly, Wang Dong, his classmate, also got 3 spirit essence too, making them the most compatible. Yunhao refused to believe it, getting head bashes from Daydream as Daydream explained how Wang Dong was able to absorb the 1,000-year-old spirit ring under level 20, had everything to do with having 3 spirit essence. After that, Yunhao kept hugging Wang Dong as the rainbow light rays illuminated the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was waiting for the duo as she was promised free grilled fish. Tang Ya, Bei, and Jian Nan, who came for the grilled fish, were also disappointed and left. At the same time, Mr. Wang went to an old man who was eating chicken wings and drinking from gourds and said that there are some talents in the freshman batch that have special abilities. He told him about Land Twins and also about Yunhao. The old man agreed about Yunhao and said that Wang Yan might have found a gem this time. After chatting a bit more, Wang Yan left, bowing to the old man respectfully. The next day morning, sun rose, but Yunhao and Wang Dong was still sleeping, hugging each other. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely think something nasty. But the hugging didn't last long as Wang Dong woke up and noticed the situation, making his face red as a tomato. Wang Dong tried to break free from the hug, but Yunhao's grip was too tight, and he failed to break free. Seeing no choice, he kicked him forcefully, throwing Yunhao out of the bed. But the duo didn't have time to bicker as they were late for their school. They were late when they arrived, rushing and huffing and puffing. When Miss Zhou questioned them, Yunhao replied saying that they slept hugging each other, so they were late for school. But Yunhao immediately understood his mistake and was ashamed to think of something else. Nonetheless, they were dismissed and were allowed to sit as Miss Zhou said that everyone from their class passed the exam, making everyone excited. However, they were not let to celebrate as they were told that the next optional exam was the most important exam as it would decide the championship. However, when she was talking, Wang Dong and Yunhao felt that there was something going on between them. It felt like telepathy, as though they could feel each other's emotions, and they understood that they had succeeded in spirit fusion last time. However, they couldn't be happy as Miss Zhou noticed them and punished them out of the class for being not attentive. They were also told to run laps with heavy weights till the class ended. Outside, when running, they again tried the spirit fusion and were surprised that it succeeded again in a row. Yunhao noticed that their spirit power had increased by a large margin, and his range of spirit sense boost had gone over 100 meters in a straight line and 60 meters in diameter of a circle. They were even more happy after figuring out the wonders of the spirit fusion, but Miss Zhou's voice came from atop as he told them not to slack off. After the class, they were free from the punishment, and Xiao Xiao came over and told them about their next opponents, who seemed to be very strong. The duo asked Xiao and found out that the other team had 3 spirit rings, surprising them as they didn't expect a freshman to have 3 spirit rings. But Wang Dong was confident with their newfound fusion ability and told Xiao Xiao not to worry. Yunhao chimed him saying that they would be able to win as long as they kept their trump card hidden. He further said with determined eyes that they must win the championship. After going back to the dorm, Wang Dong thought about the incident of hugging Yun Hao and wanted to try out again. So he first proposed to try out the fusion again, and Yun Hao agreed. So the duo again started their fusion and noticed that their rate of improvement had doubled. They experimented more and found out that along with their strength gaining double the lethality, it became much more efficient. After that, Wang Dong proposed that they call their fusion as Dong Hao technique. The duo then went out to a forest near their academy to try out the spirit fusion in battle. However, due to the battle needing more intense spirit control, they wouldn't be able to fuse by just holding hands. So Yun Hao asked Wang Dong to hug him like last night. Wang Dong was shy and asked if they would need to fall asleep hugging like last time. Yun Hao didn't reply and just hugged him abruptly. Wang Dong calmed down and both of them released their spirit rings. Both of their spirits entangled each other and began merging, and finally it took the shape of a big eye symbol. All of a sudden, a piercing beam of light shot forward from the fused spirit, exhausting the duo as they fell unconscious. Wang Dong woke up first, followed by Yun Hao. Wang Dong reprimanded Yun Hao for abruptly hugging him as he remembered the events. However, soon they noticed a red crack flowing with scorching molten soil and wondered how the hell such devastating damage occurred, and wondered if it was because of their spirit fusion that produced a beam of light before they fainted. They were extremely happy knowing that their spirit fusion was powerful enough to scorch the earth and was very confident about their future matches. But soon, they noticed that they had been unconscious for a long time, and the next day of the exam had already begun. So they rushed towards the exam area as Xiao Xiao waited for them anxiously. Finally, they were able to reach the exam area in the nick of time, but were still reprimanded by Miss Zhou. This time their opponent was from their own class, and being the best 3 out of their class won, they easily won the match, getting themselves into the top 32 rankings. And just as they were pondering, the angry Miss Zhou came and called them to her office. She asked in a heavy tone for always being late, so the duo had no choice but to disclose something about their spirit fusion. After hearing about their spirit fusion, Miss Zhou became excited and quickly urged them to show their fusion. So the duo was again forced to hug each other as they began their fusion. But they failed to do it because they were nervous under Miss Zhou's gaze, and not to mention they were exhausted after the last night's fusion. Miss Zhou thought that the duo was trying to fool her, so she was angry. But Yun Hao applied his sense boost skill on Miss Zhou and showed her the great improvement in his boosting range. He said that he was able to do it because Wang Dong was close to him. Miss Zhou still didn't believe the duo and said that she would find someone to verify the truth of the matter. After she left, the duo was left alone and decided to try their fusion again by touching hands. When Miss Zhou came with Mr. Wang Yan, they saw the duo practicing together. Mr. Wang, with his observation ability, soon noticed that the matter about spirit fusion was indeed true. After they finished their training, the duo was congratulated by Mr. Wang, who said that both Yun Hao and Wang Dong had 100% compatible spirit essence, meaning that their fusion didn't have any side effects and was as natural as it could be. So the duo asked for the reason for not being able to release the full might of the spirit fusion a while ago. Mr. Wang said that every spirit fusion has a cool-down time, and only after reaching level 70 of soul power would they be able to use it whenever they want. And the cooldown takes 7 days for beginners, so Mr. Wang asked the duo to find him when they were able to use their spirit fusion fully again in order to find out about their own cooldown time. After Mr. Wang left, Miss Zhou treated the duo to an expensive feast and said that if they were able to become core students of Shrek, then they would be able to enjoy these kinds of servings every day for free. Not to mention the huge amount of resources that they would gain after becoming a core disciple. After lunch, the duo came back to their dorms while Miss Zhou accompanied them. During the walk, she told Yun Hao to work hard to keep up with Wang Dong as he was not born with innate talent like Wang Dong. The next day, the tournament resumed, and Miss Mu Jin came to Miss Zhou asking if Miss Zhou's students could win against hers. Miss Mu Jin provoked Miss Zhou, and so Miss Zhou asked for 1 spirit bone in the match with their students if her students won. Miss Mu Jin was surprised to hear about such an expensive bet. Spirit bones were only obtained rarely in spirit beasts greater than 10,000-year-old, and a person can only fuse with 6 bones in their life. The advantage of the spirit bones was countless, and one of them being increased battle prowess against the same soul-level masters. Miss Mu Jin was confused as to why she would choose such an expensive wager for the bet, and warned that Miss Zhou would need to build her a spirit weapon from Fan Yu free of cost if her students were to win. Just at that time, Fan Yu, who was listening to them from behind, appeared. Miss Mu-jin was surprised to see Fanyu was taking Miss Zhou's side. It turned out that Miss Mu-jin had unrequited love for Fanyu. So Mu-jin was jealous and said that even though she herself is weak compared to Miss Zhou, but that doesn't mean that Miss Zhou's students would also be stronger than her students. Time passed, and the time for battle came. Xiao Xiao, with level 22 spirit power, Wang Dong, with his level 24 spirit power, and Yun Hao with his meager level 17 spirit power, appeared on the stage while introducing themselves. The opposing team also introduced themselves. The red-haired Nan Men Yun with level 24 agility spirit level, the green-haired Wu Feng with level 25 spirit power, and lastly the blonde with level 31 support type spirit named Ning Tian. After the spirit powers of both groups were revealed, Miss Muji looked at Miss Zhou mockingly for letting a level 17 Soul Master participate in the exam. And at the arena, the red-haired Nan Men mocked Yun Hao in front of everyone. Wang Dong became angry hearing it, and when the battle started, he rushed towards the red-haired lady who also showed off her fiery spirit power. Both of them collided, and surprisingly, Wang Dong was overpowered and stepped back. And at the same time, the green-haired Wu Feng, with the help of level 31 blonde called Ning Tian, rushed toward the other members of the team. Everyone was surprised by Ning Tian's spirit, as she was from the famous 9-floor pagoda clan, which is best when it comes to supporting the ability for thousands of years. With Ning Tian's help, Wu Feng's speed increased several-fold, but the team of Yun Hao was able to dodge barely. Yun Hao understood that even though Ning Tian was of support type, she was the core of the team. On the other hand, the red-haired Nan Man was shocked by Wang Dong as he was able to dodge despite her having a speed boost from Ning Tian. The red-haired girl and Wang Dong further engaged in the battle, and none of them was able to overpower the other. Miss Muji was disappointed as her students were so much superior when it came to spirit level, but they still were not able to defeat Miss Zhou's team. Soon, the blonde turned out to be clever, as she figured out that Yun Hao was the reason for the Yun Hao's team holding against them for so long. So she urged his teammates to defeat Yun Hao first. So the green-haired girl listened to her and attacked Yu Hao, whereas the red-haired Nan Men attacked Wang Dong. But just at that time, their attacks and movement speed slowed down as everyone noticed that Xiao Xiao's spirit had been switched to a flute-type spirit. Yun Hao's team took advantage of this, and Wang Dong used his power of the purple ring to finish off the attackers. In a counterattack, Ning Tian used his third spirit ring ability of 9 pagoda spirits to defend, but was disrupted by Yun Hao's mental attack, making him fail as all the boost was cut off, and the opponents got swatted by Wang Dong's bright light attack. However, the opponents gathered again without giving up, and the blonde prepared to concentrate all the boost to herself and Nan Men. Seeing this, Wang Dong and Yun Hao began executing their fusion technique, and with the spiritual boost from the fusion, Yun Hao used his mental attack to utmost limit against Ning Tian as she fell down coughing blood. Even Xiao Xiao was unable to comprehend what happened. Only Wang Dong knew the reason for Ning Tian's fall. Meanwhile, Miss Muji was ashen-faced as she faced the bloody truth of defeat. Her confidence on her level 31 student was fully crushed by some unknown factor. Meanwhile, Yun Hao told Xiao Xiao about the purple demon eye and its mental attack ability. And when she learned about the spirit fusion, she said that she knew something like that is possible given their unusual intimate relationship. The duo was angry, but Xiao Xiao fled to her dorm before they can teach some sense to her. In the hospital room, Ning Tian lay on the bed. The red-haired Nan Men were unwilling to let this go as she complained to her miss about revenge, but Ning Tian weakly said that they lost because of their lack of skills and should instead try to increase their strength. In Yun Hao's dorm, he and Wang Dong again meditated in unison, as they felt that their speed of improvement had skyrocketed due to the fusion. The next day, the competition again resumed as the old man and many teachers stood at the top of the balcony to watch the matches. Team Yun Hao was matched against some purple-haired guys led by a fat guy with 3 spirit rings. Yun Hao's team questioned their luck as they had again faced a team with 3 spirit ring members. After the start of the match, the fat guy jumped up and rushed towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong was surprised seeing the fat guy being able to jump so high. The fat guy came down like some rolling ball and was followed by the 2 skinny guys. But with the help of Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong was able to deal with them. But soon, Xiao Xiao's cauldrons were unable to hold up the big, heavy balls of the fat guy. The Yun Hao team realized that the big ball was tough to crack, so Wang Dong used his trump card and defeated the skinny guys first. But still, the ball guy was a tough nut to crack as it kept colliding with Xiao Xiao's cauldrons, and just as it was about to hit Xiao Xiao, Yun Hao dragged her from the tragedy of the man's ball hitting her face. However, Yunhao wasn't as lucky this time, as he was swept by the ball, causing him to faint as blood trickled down. The fat ball was not satisfied as he only managed to take out the weakest one of the group. But then he saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao looking at him with vengeance. Wang Dong told Xiao Xiao to buy 15 seconds for him to prepare for a big attack. Xiao Xiao nodded and kept facing the man's ball from time to time. This time, the fat guy was trapped after hitting Xiao Xiao's cauldron a few times. He was unable to move, and even his spirit powers were fading away. However, Xiao Xiao was not in any better shape as she was exhausted, her hands trembling. The old man saw this and praised her tenacity. Yu Hao, who was below the stage, regained his senses and saw this scene. So he urged Xiao Xiao not to risk it. But Xiao Xiao vowed to herself not to let go before 15 seconds. And just when the 15 seconds were up, Wang Dong came like a divine being as he conjured a great golden fist and slammed it towards the gobsmacked ball. But before it could hit the fat guy, the referee intervened and announced the Yunhao team as the winner. After confirming the win, both guys fell to the ground as their adrenaline wore off. The dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek came and congratulated Miss Zhou for raising such good students and said that Xiao and Wang Dong could become core students of the Shrek. But Miss Zhou didn't forget to mention Yunhao, but the Outer Dean said that it would be very difficult for Yunhao to improve further with his talent. After the Outer Dean left, Fan Yu told Miss Zhou to give Yunhao to him, but Miss Zhou told him to wait 3 years to let Yunhao build his foundation. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang also asked the old man if Yunhao was good. But the old man said that Yunhao's talent was too weak for him to do anything extraordinary. And even after knowing about the spirit fusion, the old man dismissed Yunhao's matter. But Wang Yan didn't give up and thought of helping Yunhao to bloom his talent to show to Mr. Xuan Lao. After Wang Dong woke up, the duo went to check on Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong found out that in the next matches, Xiao Xiao would not be able to participate. But the duo didn't have any excuse to give up their goal of becoming champions and was even more determined to get stronger. So they again used their partial fusion technique to train the whole night. In the next matches, the duo didn't face any Spirit Elder opponents like last time, but was still hard for them to win with 2 people, so they used their fusion power and successfully entered the top 4, meaning that they are only 2 matches away from becoming the champions. That day, Yunhao again remembered his past, about how the people of the Duke's mansion harmed his mom, so he swore that he would pay them back soon. Wang Dong noticed his dark expression and asked if everything was okay. Yunhao dismissed it, saying it was some bad memories about his past. The next day, the students saw the Inner Academy Dean of the Shrek. Everyone was surprised seeing the main dean had come by himself to draw the lots. Luckily, or unluckily, it was Yunhao's team's battle that would start first. But when the name of the other match's participant was introduced, Yunhao's expression became dark as the memories he tried so hard to forget resurfaced. About how he was bullied just because he was carrying water in front of the named person. About how he told his servants to beat Yunhao up along with his mother, who defended Yunhao with his body. It was the same Dai Huan of the Duke's mansion, the young master of the Duke's mansion. He was both his stepbrother and also the murderer of his mother. Wang Dong, who was beside him, noticed that Yunhao's expression became very gloomy after the announcement of the match. Yunhao wanted revenge that was buried deep in his heart. But he knew that he couldn't be rushed when taking revenge, as revenge was a dish better served cold. Yunhao still has to win the semi-final to face off against Dai Huan in the final. He was sure that Dai Huan would also be able to pass semi-final, as all the resources that was robbed from the poor members of the Duke's mansion was given to Dai Huan. So it wouldn't be surprising if his spirit level was high. So in the semi-final, Wang Dong and Yunhao went all out, and if it weren't for the fusion power, they wouldn't have stood a chance with their low spirit power levels, and barely they advanced to the finals. And as expected, his arch-enemy Dai Huan was also able to advance to the finals. After the semi-final, Wang Dong asked if Yunhao knew anyone from Dai Huan's team personally, so he told him that Dai Hua was the heir of the Grand Duke Mansion of the White Tiger clan. Wang Dong nodded and said that they were the descendant of one of Shrek's 7 devils. Then Yunhao revealed everything about Dai Huan, except revealing that he was the actual stepbrother of Dai Huan. He passed it off, saying he and his mother were just servants of the Duke's mansion, and about how his mother passed away after being beaten severely by Dai Huan's servants. Wang Dong was hyped up in his anger and said that they should go and get their revenge right away. But Yunhao calmed him down, saying his goal was not just Dai Huan, but for the entire White Tiger clan. He just need to get stronger in peace and take his revenge in one bite. He swore that he would wipe out all the people that bullied him and his mother one day. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, and his mentality was at its limit, and just at this time, he saw something change in his mental space. Yunhao's anger wore off, accompanied by exhaustion. Yunhao then asked Wang Dong to keep these things a secret, and just at that time, Yunhao heard a sound with his keen sense. But he refused to believe that someone can avoid Brother Daydream's detection. Then Brother Daydream woke up and told him to not use his mental attack skill so much as it might attract unwanted attraction, and told him to wait till level 20, and he would be able to gain a real mental attack skill by then. The next day, they met Xiao Xiao, who recovered her powers. The team was excited by getting their member back on track and did a team shake and set the sole goal of becoming school champion. At this time, their cheers were interrupted by the opponent's team, who said that they were daydreaming. So the face-off began even before the start of the official battle, but it didn't escalate any further as Dai Huan's team left. After lunch, Yunhao and the company were planning strategies to win the match. This time, the dean was personally seeing the match. He was surprised to see 3 spirit elders of over level 31 in the same team. But what surprised him the most was Yunhao's team, who reached the finals with the lowest of the spirit levels. The dean of the Inner Shrek Academy asked the outer dean about who would win. The outer dean said that it's most probably going to be Dai Huan's team. And at that time, Qian Duo, the vice dean of the Spirit Weapon Hall, came along with Fan Yu and said that Yunhao's team would win. So the Weapon Hall vice dean said that if his said team won, then he must let him take a student in. He added that he would take in a student after 3 years and wouldn't choose someone that would reach level 30 before second-year graduation. The inner dean was confused after knowing about such conditions. Nonetheless, he also wagered, saying Qian Duo must make 100 high-grade explosive spirit weapons if he were to lose the bet. Qian Duo was angry at such a high amount, but agreed on 50 weapons at most. Meanwhile, every time Yunhao saw Dai Huan, his heart would burn with bloodlust. And before the battle, the referee told them to go all out and not worry. The boys replied in unison, fighting energy beaming in their eyes. Both the Yunhao team and Dai Huan team introduced themselves as part of the etiquette. The other members of the Dai Huan's team were respectively Zhu Lu and Kui Ya Jie. The teams stared at each other, waiting for the referee to announce the start. Meanwhile, even the teachers were looking forward to this match with interest. When facing off, Yunhao's goal had upgraded from winning the championship to taking revenge for his mom. And with the starting signal from the referee, the face-off finally broke as the fight officially began. Both teams rushed forward. Dai Huan transformed his body into his white tiger spirit, which dyed his hair white. Zhu Lu and Kui Ya Jie also followed Dai Huan. Xiao Xiao faced blue-haired Zhu Li and was able to restrain her for a bit. Meanwhile, Wang Dong stepped back a few steps after clashing with Dai Huan. Dai Huan counterattacked, and Wang Dong was also prepared to launch a fatal attack. But this time, Wang Dong transformed his wing edges into a sharp, lethal weapon to defend. Dai Huan, however, noticed the sudden change in the wings and quickly stopped charging. And sure enough, Wang Dong's attack this time caused massive damage. Wang Dong, seeing this, became confident, and together with Yunhao, they targeted the pink-haired Cui Yaji. The sudden change in attack target surprised the observers. They understood that Yunhao and the company just pretended to fight with Dai Huan as a distraction, knowing they couldn't win easily against Dai Huan. So they saved up their energy and prepared to take down the other members first. Kui Hao was taken aback and didn't have any time to think, so she just took the attack head-on and wanted to take down at least the weakest member, which was Yunhao. But unfortunately for her, Yunhao had keen senses, so he was able to evade, leaving her hopeless and destroyed. The attack of Yunhao and Wang Dong immediately disqualified her and also pushed back Dai Huan. Dai Huan, despite having the physical body of a white tiger, was barely able to endure. But he didn't let go of this chance and took advantage of the duo being exhausted after the powerful attack and attacked them with his sharp tiger claws. When Yunhao saw Dai Huan up close, he was having the sudden urge to let go of all the plans and kill Dai Huan at all costs. But he was able to control his emotion and went along with the plan as Wang Dong, who was standing on Yunhao's shoulder, suddenly leapt up and used his sharp wings to attack Dai Huan. But Dai Huan was able to block the attack from hitting his vitals. However, as a result, blood came out of his hand. However, Yunhao and his team already predicted this, and Wang Dong used his 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring's ability to the utmost as a blinding light centered from his body. Soon, everyone was able to see the torn figure of Dai Huan. However, they knew all the injuries on Dai Huan was just some scratches, but no injuries on him were fatal. Yun Hao also unleashed some of his pent-up anger on Dai Huan when he was down, but surprisingly, Dai Huan wasn't able to take advantage of Yun Hao's close range. It turned out that Xiao Xiao was the one that was binding Zhu Li, who had agility-type spirit from helping Dai Huan. Xiao Xiao's slowness ability was the perfect counterstrike against Zhu Li's fast and nimble thighs. The whole battle was in a stalemate, and the slightest change can make massive ripples. The head of the weapon hall believed that the battle was already under the control of Yun Hao's team, but Dean of Inner Shrek said that it was too early to judge. Dean reminded Lao Xian, the weapon hall's dean, that the White Tiger clan's main male inheritor could enter into a spirit fusion with a female with Black Panther spirit. Lao Xian was angered and understood why the inner dean agreed to bet with him so easily. On the arena, Dai Huan was looking left and right and was trying to figure out any plans to shift the tide. And under the eyes of Yun Hao's team, Dai Huan's aura flared up and Zhu Li, who was being bound by Xiao Xiao, was freed up as they got into an intimate position, symbolizing spirit fusion. All of these was happening before they had time to stop them, as though Dai Huan and Zhu Li had tried the fusion hundreds of times before. Everyone then saw the transformed figure of them as a white tiger towered above the trio. But Yun Hao wasn't a coward, as they also prepared to use their own spirit fusion while Xiao Xiao was slowing down the tiger. This time, under the shocking gaze of everyone, they started their fusion, while Xiao Xiao tried her utmost to contain the tiger. Even Xiao Xiao didn't see the duo performing the spirit fusion fully before. In fact, none had seen it except them. It was the same as before as a massive eye symbol appeared from which a thick light beam was cast. The beam of light was about to collide with the claws of the tiger, but a man appeared in between as he blocked both of the attacks. Both of the teams were frustrated for not being able to finish off their opponent and saw that it was Director Zhu that blocked the attack. But surprisingly, everyone saw that the Director Zhu's back was injured by the White Tiger's claws, as the Director used his shield only in one direction. But then the team of Dai Huan gathered and said that they should be the winner, as they were able to injure Director Zhu. However, Director Zhu disappointed them, saying the winner was Yun Hao's team. Yun Hao's team didn't expect it, nor did Dai Huan's team. So Dai Huan's team was angry and protested. Initially, Director Zhu didn't want to embarrass the Dai Huan's team, but he had no choice, so he explained the reason. The reason was simple, and everyone was able to understand it as he explained to the crowd, saying he used most of his spirit power to defend against Wang Dong's attacks, leaving the backside of his body open to a less lethal attack of a white tiger. It wasn't because Wang Dong's attack was too weak, but it was because it was too strong. And not to mention the main reason for Director Zhu's intervention was to save Dai Huan's team from being critically injured by the spirit fusion attack of Wang Dong and Yun Hao. Director Zhu then asked if their fusion technique had been named. Yun Hao, energetic from the win, said that it was called the Golden Beam. Director Zhu nodded, saying the name suits the technique most. After the match, Yun Hao and the class celebrated along with Miss Zhou. Seeing this, Dai Huan was burning with anger to lose to someone who was not even level 18. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was happy seeing the defeated and ugly expression on Dai Huan's face. It gave him a kind of joy he never thought existed. After the cheers and the adrenaline wore down, Yun Hao treated everyone to his special grilled fish by the riverside. And how can Tang Ya not come when such a fish banquet was going on? So with Tang Ya, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Bei Bei there, the fire camp was filled with chitter-chatter. Tang Ya asked Xiao Xiao if she wanted to get into the Tang sect. Xiao Xiao agreed and said that she wanted to be with her teammates. Tang Ya was extremely happy being able to increase her sect member with 2 good talents. The next day came, and everyone gathered to hear the official result. Although many had calculated their own result, they still came to see if they were lucky enough to rank more than they calculated. Director Zhu also announced the rewards, and the top 3 performers would be able to get assistance to hunt beasts for the spirit ring. There was no year limit, and they would be taken to the suitable beast habitats to hunt the type of beast whose spirit ring suited them the best. Director Zhu also said that there is a secret reward for the champions, and told Yun Hao's team to come to the director's office after the ceremony. Director then announced the list of candidates that might be able to become core disciples of the Shrek. Yun Hao was nervous as he was unsure if he would be chosen with his low level of spiritual power. And just as he thought, every one of the top students was called, but Yun Hao's name was not heard. Wang Dong was surprised and worried. At this point, Yun Hao's depression reached a breaking point not because his name was not called, but because Dai Huan's name was called, and yet he who defeated Dai Huan's team was not selected. He worked so hard to lead their team to victory, Yet he would not even be selected for being the core disciple candidate, much less a core disciple. Wang Dong noticed the mood swing in Yun Hao. Then the director announced, saying some of the students had outstanding talent in other aspects except spiritual power level. So even if they were not selected as candidates, they could still try to become a core disciple in the future if their talents bloom. Yun Hao's dark mood instantly became better, as Wang Dong also comforted him, saying the public didn't know about his amazing talent. Next, the director divided them into 4 classes. Due to Yun Hao's team being the champion, they have been placed in the class of director Zhou Yi and Wang Yan. At the director's office, Yun Hao was comforted and encouraged to work harder. Director then gave him a special reward pouch and told him to open the pouch to see the reward. When he opened it, the team saw a golden spirit bone. It was truly unexpected for Yun Hao to be getting a spirit bone, as only by hunting beasts greater than 10,000 years can one have the slightest chance of getting a spirit bone. Not to mention the price of a spirit bone is easily over 10,000 gold coins. Director then explained that the spirit bone Yun Hao was rewarded was compatible with the left foot of the human. It can greatly boost the speed of Yun Hao, not to mention each bones give a spirit master 1 extra ability at least. Yun Hao was also warned to keep the spirit bone a secret to avoid greedy eyes. Later, the team congratulated Yun Hao and said that it was good compensation for not selecting the champion's captain as the core disciple candidate. Miss Zhu came out of nowhere and also said that she would be giving the team a special reward too. The team was surprised seeing that even Miss Zhu would be so rich and kind. It was also a special spirit bone compatible with the left hand and could fuse with 2 other similar attributed spirit bones. Wang Dong immediately looked down on it, saying he didn't want such a weak spirit bone. But Yun Hao knew. Wang Dong never looked down on such a valuable boner. He only wanted to give it to Yun Hao. Just at that time, Brother Daydream also said that the bone is extremely helpful and told Yun Hao to quickly reach level 20 to gain attack abilities. So Yun Hao agreed to take the bone for himself. Then Miss Zhu told Yun Hao to go to Spirit Weapon Hall with her. Yun Hao complied and met Fan Yu, who asked Yun Hao to show the improvement of his spiritual sense boost range. So Yun Hao took this chance and showed the ability. Fan Yu was taken aback as the spherical range of the ability improved to 50 meters in diameter and 120 meters in a straight line. After acknowledging Yun Hao's hard work, Fan Yu called out to bald Kai Tu. Kai Tu came scratching his bald head. Baldy was delighted to see Yun Hao after a long time. Then Fan Yu told Kai Tu to show Yun Hao the powers of the spirit weapon again this time. So Baldy took Yun Hao to the testing area and got ready to use some spirit power. Yun Hao and Fan Yu were outside the testing area and were looking at Baldy through thick protective glass. All of a sudden, an armor adorned the shining Baldy. Yun Hao was amazed by the black armor that appeared out of nowhere. Then Yun Hao saw big black balls rushing toward Kai Tui with great speed. However, Kai Tu used the gun attached to the armor to destroy them before they could hit him, but he wasn't able to destroy all of it due to the difficulty of aiming by controlling spirit weapons. Just when Yun Hao thought that Baldy would become meat paste, many more guns came out of the armor and shot spirit bullets in all directions, destroying the balls in the process. After all the destruction, his big brother Kai Tu looked like a demon from hell. Teacher Fan Yu told Yun Hao that Kai Tu was just like him, lacking in spirit levels. However, the clever use of spirit weapons can narrow the gap for lack of talents in spirit power. His power is enough to fight against a person of level 70 with 7 spirit rings. But this advantage goes away when fighting more stronger spirit master. This is why every country invests heavily in the spirit weapon industry, so that even the weakest spirit masters can wield them. He then asked if Yun Hao was ready to become his student. Yun Hao was surprised by such a fast and straightforward question, so he immediately kneeled and kowtowed as the etiquette of accepting master. Fan Yu accepted it and said that Yun Hao would be his second disciple after Kai Tu. He also said even though he wasn't able to become the core disciple of the battle division of Shrek, he would be the core disciple of Spirit Weapon Hall. He also mentioned that the battle division of Shrek was blind to not see his potential. Yun Hao was a bit emotional seeing that he was able to get recognition for his talent from someone. Yun Hao's big brother Kai Tu then lifted him up like a child and congratulated him. While they were chatting, Fan Yu told him to keep it a secret as the battle division and the weapon division are always at conflict. After Yun Hao left, Vice Dean of Spirit Weapon Hall came and said that the Dean of Inner Academy of Shrek's battle division was truly blind to not spot Yun Hao's talents. Fan Yu then said that within 10 years under his tutelage, Yun Hao would be able to make peak-grade armor. Weapon Hall Vice Dean then said that if Yun Hao succeeds, then a new record would be broken in the spirit weapon world. Weapon Dean then also revealed the fact of how he hid the fact that Yunhao was able to increase 4 levels in 3 months from the prying eyes of the battle division, which tricked them into thinking Yunhao had low-level spirit talent. When Yunhao went outside to meet Miss Zhou, he saw a beautiful girl with white hair which oddly looked like Miss Zhou. It turned out that the white-haired woman was none other than the old-looking Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou then explained the relationship of her with Fan Yu and told him to keep it a secret. And also, the fact that she disguised herself in old face was because she wanted to give off a dignified aura instead of a charming aura to her students. Before Miss Zhou left, she told him not to waste time selling roasted fish anymore and to worry about school fees as the weapon hall would take care of it. After that, 3 long months passed. But Yunhao wasn't liked by the students in the new class, as many complained about him being so weak. Wang Yan, the teacher, however, said that Yunhao was selected to be the class leader after a lot of discussion with the higher-ups. Wang Dong also started defending Yunhao against the red-haired woman who was the first to complain to the teacher about it. But the teacher warned them to quiet down and told everyone to vote for or against Yunhao. As it turned out, the genius candidates of the core disciples couldn't contain their jealousy and voted against Yunhao unanimously. Yunhao, seeing this situation, stood up and said that he would gladly accept Wu Feng's challenge and fight her. His eyes were resolute and gave off a strong presence, but everyone thought it was just the weak pretending to be brave. So the duo was taken to the arena to fight as many students gathered to witness the fight. The main reason Yunhao accepted the challenge was that he knew that it would become his habit to back down from a challenge if he kept hiding behind Wang Dong and his team. Even though he was not sure of his victory, he chose to battle as students of the whole class, including Dai Huan watched. Dai Huan was sure that Yunhao was the captain of the champion team only because he was able to fuse with Wang Dong. So without Wang Dong, Yunhao was just a toothless tiger. Meanwhile, one of the students named Chao Jin, who had lost to Yunhao, said that Yunhao wasn't that simple, and it would be hard to say who would win. This earned him mocking from his friend Zhou Si. However, Chao Jin was weirdly confident in Yunhao's abilities. Before the match started, Mr. Wang Yan told the two not to harm each other. It was Wu Feng who took the initiative to attack first as she wanted to defeat Yunhao the quickest. But she was also cautious, but she saw that Yunhao had closed his eyes. Everyone thought that Yunhao was scared to face the attack, so he closed his eyes. And under the gaze of everyone, Wu Feng's attack closed in, but Yunhao dodged even without opening his eyes. Then when his eyes were closed, he made use of this chance and kicked Wu Feng in her ass. Wu Feng, as a girl, was greatly ashamed as she was humiliated so badly. Her emotion was rampant as she counterattacked with another kick, but Yunhao, eyes closed again, dodged. Yunhao again took advantage of her missing kick and counterattacked with a spirit attack on her back. Wu Feng coughed blood as she lay on the ground. Everyone was surprised, and of course Wu Feng was the one that was most surprised. While everyone was discussing such a weird fight, Yunhao's eyes were still shut. Wu Feng then recovered her composure and used her spirit ability as a red claw adorned her hand. She was really going for the kill this time. But just like before, Yunhao was dodging them left and right. And in the meantime, Yunhao accidentally pulled her skirt and was flustered by what he did. Wu Feng was angry again as she rampaged on Yunhao. Seeing no choice, Yunhao used his mental attack as Wu Feng clutched her head in a sudden headache. But it wasn't enough to block Wu Feng as she dealt a heavy blow to him. Wu Feng thought she had won as she swore at Yunhao, but it wasn't the end as Yunhao stubbornly got up and mocked her. Yunhao seemed like a completely different person than before. His mind was filled with vengeance. His body was giving out a deathly gray aura. His eyes also changed from blue to gray. However, the brother Daydream warned and panicked, saying Yunhao's body was being controlled by the gray thing in his consciousness. Suddenly, the gray aura spoke and said that it meant no harm to Yunhao and only wanted to show Yunhao the ways of victory. The controlled Yunhao's aura increased, making Wu Feng sweat bullets. Wu Feng felt as though she would die if she were to confront Yunhao now. Yunhao used a gray type of spiritual attack as the surrounding darkness penetrated Wu Feng's head, making her go unconscious. Yunhao stood there aloof, while Mr. Wang Yan checked on her injury. Wang was surprised by the sudden eye color change of Yunhao and wondered if Yunhao's spirit had mutated under the threat of Wu Feng's spirit power. Wang Dong rushed and congratulated Yunhao, but Yunhao coughed out blood and fainted in Wang Dong's arm. Meanwhile, in the consciousness, Daydream and the gray orb fought the battles of speech. Yunhao was surprised by the powers of the gray being, as it stated that it could help Yunhao with his revenge if it recovered its powers. Yunhao then found out from Daydream that the gray matter was once a very powerful entity. Yunhao woke up from his coma in his dorm and saw Wang Dong sleeping, leaning on his bed. Meanwhile, Wang Dong in his sleep was dreaming of sleeping in heaven. He felt that it was the best sleep he had, but his sleep and dream both broke as he opened his eyes only to see him hugging Yunhao. He was ashamed to sleep with Yunhao while hugging him, so in the end Yunhao was kicked out of bed. But Yunhao feigned ignorance and said that he only remembered his battle with Wu Feng yesterday. Wang Dong began doubting his choice and wonder if it was him that took the initiative to hug Yunhao. Yunhao didn't think much and said that he would need to train his purple demon eyes. Wang Dong apologized and said that he always slept alone. After Yunhao practiced his purple demon eyes, he told Wang Dong to train together. What Yunhao didn't tell Wang Dong was the fact that it was him that brought Wang Dong up in the bed, and they slept together. But who knew Wang Dong would hug him like a pillow the whole night? However, Yunhao didn't reject the hug as Wang Dong smelt good. When Yunhao went back to his class, everyone was surprised by his fast recovery. Since it was the first day of the official class, both Mr. Wang and Miss Zhou came together. Miss Zhou was angry as always and threw out the student that was late. Everyone was surprised that Miss Zhou would even throw out a core candidate. Miss Zhou then said that Yu Hao would be the president of all the control department students, and Wang Dong would be the president of all the attack department students. Dai Huan then questioned, saying it should be the students that vote their president. Thus, Dai Huan was also thrown out of the class window. Dai Huan's teammates protested, but in the end, she was also thrown out. Miss Zhou then asked Wang Yan to report to the dean about these students along with the absent Wu Feng and said that she was going to expel them from the class. Miss Zhou then left the class with a domineering presence. Yunhao and his friends were happy seeing that their eyesores were suspended from the class. Meanwhile, Dai Huan and the company was angry at Miss Zhou and swore that they would take their sweet revenge. In the office of the director, Miss Zhou argued with him, but in the end, the director was forced to respect Miss Zhou's decision. Meanwhile, Yunhao went to the spirit weapon hall and learned from his teacher, Fan Yu, and his senior brother, Kai Tu. After learning the basics, Fan Yu took Yunhao to the place where the weapons are actually made. He spent 1 year constantly training in that place. There, he was practically taught about making soul weapons step by step, and he was able to quickly grasp the abilities and successfully crafted his first assignment, which was a grade 2 core for spirit weapons. Fan Yu was happy knowing that taking in Yunhao wasn't a mistake, and quickly told him to pour spirit power on the grade 2 core. Yunhao did as he was told, and the core lit up with a blue light beam. His teacher congratulated him, saying he had become a second-grade weapon master in just 1 year. However, it wasn't just talent that led Yunhao to become second-grade weapon master, but also hard work and determination. Yunhao, while practicing his smithing techniques, had combined the smithing technique from the Tang sect and was able to accomplish things his predecessors were unable to do. Of course, another reason for his success was the strictness of his teacher, Fan Yu. He worked till he fainted, and it had been many times when teacher Fan Yu would bring the fainted Yunhao to the dorm. What was more surprising was the fact that he kept up with his battle training in Shrek Academy too, while practicing to become a weapon master. His teacher Fan Yu was the most happy as he could see his dream coming true. Fan Yu told Yunhao that he would help him complete the second-grade soul weapon and would gift it to him for graduating the first year of spirit weapon class. Fan Yu then told him that since his spirit level had reached level 20 and the weekend was nearing, he should take this chance to hunt for a suitable spirit beast for his second spirit ring. Fan Yu proposed saying he would help him kill a spirit beast, but Yunhao refused, saying since he won the championship, they would be given help by the battle division either way for hunting the spirit beast. However, Yunhao lied as he was told by his brother Daydream that he would need to go by himself to the far north for a suitable spirit ring. Yunhao felt a bit guilty for lying to Fan Yu. Meanwhile, in his consciousness, brother daydreamed and had an outburst as he said that he had been waiting for Yunhao to reach level 20 for ages. Brother Daydream said that he would also help Yunhao merge with another spirit soul, meaning he would literally have a twin spirit like Xiao Xiao. Yunhao was surprised and gobsmacked, as he had never heard of gaining spirit soul artificially. Yunhao knew that he must take this risk to increase his talent, and gaining another spirit essence would make him a twin spirit user who was very rare in the history of the world. Yunhao went out of the spirit weapon hall and met Wang Dong, who was waiting for him outside. They chatted in the rain, and Wang Dong told Yu Hao that he managed all the spices to make grilled fish again and asked Yun Hao to quickly make it. Thus, Yun Hao and Wang Dong roasted fish in the rain. After the camping, they headed for their dorm, and when Yu Hao heard that Dai Huan, who was expelled from Miss Zhou's class, was still training, he also prepared to train as he didn't want to fall behind. In this 1 year, Wang Dong didn't sit idle and reached level 28. The next day, Mr. Wang announced saying that after the upcoming vacation, the advancement test would take place where everyone would need to face a 100-year-old beast by themselves, and those unable to score higher than 80 would be expelled along with the lowest 20 students. So those that were planning to roam around on their vacation were disappointed, as the vacation seemed worse than their daily classes. After the class, Miss Zhou asked if Yun Hao needed help to gain his second spirit ring. But Yun Hao refused, saying he would be fine by himself. When the vacation started, Yun Hao quickly bade goodbye to Wang Dong and left for the place his big brother Daydream told. But Yun Hao didn't notice the tears that came out from Wang Dong's eyes when he left. Yun Hao traveled day and night toward the north. The place he was heading was a forbidden place by soul masters, as it had an absolutely freezing environment, making it only habitable by extremely ice-attributed beasts. The law of the weak eating the strong applied more than ever to that place, and humans deemed this place as the absolute north. Yun Hao, who reached there, was shocked at how massive the ice creatures were. He was almost squashed by those massive feet. Big Brother Daydream took a human shape and told Yun Hao that as long as he was with him, those beasts won't be able to notice Yun Hao. Not to mention, Yun Hao would have been frozen to death upon entering this place without the protection of Daydream. Brother Daydream, who transformed into a blonde guy, then said that those big ice beasts were Ice Devil Titans, and the one they saw was a 200,000-year-old beast. But he also mentioned that the size of a beast doesn't equal its strength, and many smaller beasts can be much more deadly. He then briefed on the 3 Ice Kings that rule the north: Ice Devil Emperor, Ice Devil Demon, and Ice Devil Titan. Only the Ice Devil Titan was the largest, and had that massive size, but the other 2 types of beasts aren't weak either, and were even stronger than the Ice Devil Titans. He also said that the one that they were looking for was ranked number 2 in terms of strength in the whole northern region. Yun Hao was dumbstruck and said that he didn't want to become food for the spirit beasts after traveling for so long. Daydream told him to not worry and follow the plan carefully. Thus, Yun Hao navigated through the cold lands with the instruction of Daydream. The coldness wasn't the only thing that killed most in the north, but also the heavy, chilly wind that felt like needles prickling one's skin. Yun Hao traveled like a beggar day and night, accompanied by only his brother Daydream himself. He ate as little as he could and almost reached his limit of exhaustion. Brother Daydream finally told him the good news and said that they have reached their destination, but they would still need to make plans. Daydream asked how long Yun Hao could stay in the cold without Daydream's protection. Yun Hao said it would be hard for him to be alive after 5 minutes. Daydream pondered for a while and said that he would leave his body and go to lure the monster here before 5 minutes were up. However, Yun Hao must try his best to not expose himself to other beasts. So Yun Hao was placed in a hole made by Daydream to hide. The plan was to lure it into a trap and also to negotiate with the beast before taking any action. Daydream also said that if they were successful, then Yun Hao would become the #1 prodigy with 4 types of spirit souls in his body. And 4 types of spirit souls would make it possible to have 40 spirit rings in Yun Hao's body. When Daydream left Yun Hao's body, he felt sudden weakness and the cold seeping into his skin. Then he saw that his 10-year-old spirit ring had transformed into the million-year golden spirit ring. And his omnidirectional vision skill also got a massive boost in range, and he was able to see everything in the mountain, eyes closed. Even though his eyes were closed, he was able to see the truth of the world through his eyes. Next, he saw that his golden spirit ring transformed into golden droplets, and Big Brother Daydream's form was formed into existence. Big Brother Daydream this time had an adult and mature presence different from the previous childlike appearance. Daydream then called out to the beast with the name Ice Empress, and sure enough, a green aura surrounded Daydream, indicating the presence of the 400,000 years old Ice Empress. Soon, the feminine voice of the Ice Empress came as the voice exclaimed in surprise, seeing Daydream alive. The voice addressed Daydream as Tian Meng and seemed to be quite familiar with him. But what shocked and embarrassed the spying Yun Hao that Big Brother Daydream was actually chasing the Ice Empress to marry her. Tian Meng, who was also known as Daydream, again proposed his love to her. Meanwhile, Yunhao was disappointed, understanding that Daydream's true goal wasn't to give him a spirit ring, but it was to find a way to talk with the other beast. However, the Ice Empress wasn't friendly at all, and seemed to be very annoyed with Daydream and attacked him from all directions. Soon, Yunhao was able to see the real appearance of the Empress. The Empress was emerald in color with many legs and a big thick tail. Yunhao can't understand how such a thing could be so fascinating to brother Daydream. When Daydream saw the beast, he was so love-struck that he almost wanted to hug her. However, he restrained himself and went with the plan. And all of a sudden, a massive golden energy engulfed the green, scorpion-shaped Ice Empress. The Empress tried very hard to escape from the net of golden energy, but failed. Tian Meng was able to engulf and take her with him in Yunhao's spiritual consciousness. But when Daydream went into Yunhao's consciousness, he saw that Yunhao was depressed for being lied. But Daydream apologized and said if he told it beforehand, then Yunhao wouldn't come to the north. He then explained that he had been desperate to be with the Ice Empress ever since he saw her. However, he said that everything was over, and Yunhao could relax. Daydream also explained that he would never think of endangering Yunhao's life, as if Yunhao died. Then it would also be the end of Daydream. He only didn't do it because he was confident. Daydream then told Yunhao to escape from this place, as the members of the Ice Scorpion clans would come here to find their missing empress. Meanwhile, the gray matter was observing everything in the spirit consciousness quietly. Yunhao quickly got out of his consciousness and ran away from that place as fast as he could. After reaching a safe place, he slumped on the ground and huffed for breath. But Daydream said that the real pain was coming, as he would have to get his second spirit ring. Surprisingly, his second spirit ring would be none other than the 400,000-year-old ring of the Ice Empress. Yunhao was surprised, as his rings were all so much old, whereas normal spirit masters have only 10 or 100-year-old rings. Tian Meng warned that this would be a painful process. Meanwhile, the Ice Empress that was engulfed in the golden energy was trying her best to fight a way out. Daydream also began comforting Ice Empress with sweet words. Daydream then told the Ice Empress that Yunhao was able to fuse with him and was able to obtain the first talking spirit ring in history. Ice Empress knew that Daydream was a million-year-old guy, so she was unable to comprehend how Yunhao was able to fuse with him with his weak body. Daydream then explained the real reason of becoming Yunhao's spirit ring. It was because every 100,000 year a spirit beast that didn't transform into a human would face heavenly tribulation from the universe, and most of the spirit beasts were unable to endure it and would die. And the sleeping and weak Daydream was unsure if he would be able to endure a million-year-old tribulation. Daydream also mentioned that the Ice Empress could also avoid her upcoming death by heavenly tribulation if she became an intelligent spirit ring like himself for Yunhao. The Ice Empress, after some contemplation, agreed to his proposal, as she would die either way from the tribulation in a few years. She then transformed into a green-haired girl, and Daydream was immediately love-struck but was slapped away by her. But Daydream held her tail and was unwilling to let go. She then told him to hurry up with the process, and Tian Meng nodded with resolution and said that he would turn Yunhao into the strongest being the continent had ever seen. He also said that it's tough for spirit beasts to get stronger as fast as humans, but if they combine the talents of beasts and the growth rate of humans, then they would surely be able to create miracles. He also mentioned Tang San, who became a divine being from a mere lowly human, and added that Hu Yunhao would be able to surpass Tang San if he was properly trained with his 4 spirit souls. And at that time, the intelligent spirit rings like them would also become stronger and be able to live with Yunhao. For that, Yunhao first would have to merge with her spirit soul and make it a new spirit soul. And if the 3 of them worked together, then their dream would surely come true. But the Ice Empress was unsure if Yunhao would be able to handle it. After more chitter-chatter, finally the process was beginning, and Yunhao was told to release his spirit. And at the same time, Ice Empress also brought out her spirit essence. But she was confused as to how the weak Yunhao would be able to handle her powers. Yunhao was then introduced formally to the Ice Empress, who was called Bing Bing. After the greetings, they finally finished their preparation, and Yunhao woke up and saw the dead body of Ice Empress outside of his spirit consciousness. And as of now, he is inhabiting 3 souls in his consciousness apart from his own soul, meaning he has 3 more spirit souls than normal people, and 2 more spirit souls than a twin spirit holder. Yunhao was again called out to the spirit consciousness shortly after getting out. He was told to first absorb the spirit bones of the Ice Empress before fusing with the spirit. When Yunhao asked for the reason, he was told by Bing Bing that it would be easier to fuse with her spirit soul if he first absorbed her bones. She then told Yunhao that her spirit bones were not ordinary and could change shape, and because of that, he would be able to easily fuse, even though her boners were big. Yunhao was warned that if he failed to fuse with the bone, then he would face massive backlash, and if he failed to fuse with her spirit, then all of them would die as Yunhao's consciousness would collapse. And the difficult matter was that Yunhao would be fusing with all her boners and not just one bone, so it would be several times harder. But Yunhao was Yunhao. He refused to back down to pain as the pain was his childhood enemy. Yunhao was then told to take out the torso bone and warned not to pass out during fusion. Bingbing also said that she would use freezing ability to numb the pain. As soon as it began, Yunhao was faced with pain he never thought was possible to feel. No matter how prepared and tough Nut Yunhao was, he was eventually cracked. His eyes went green, and he felt that he was being bitten by hundreds of poisonous scorpions. His entire body was bare as his eyes slowly turned absolute green. Tian Meng asked Bingbing why she didn't use the smaller bones first. In reply, she said that she wanted to see if Yunhao was capable enough to endure the more painful spirit-soul fusion that he would be faced with. However, Yunhao's unbent will was enough to gain recognition from Bingbing. Brother Daydream yawned and stretched, saying he would need to take a long nap after going back to Shrek, as he had spent too much energy here. Bingbing told that she would transfer all her energy to Yunhao next. Daydream was shocked and asked if she was really confident. Bingbing said she knew how difficult her poisonous bones were to be fused with, and since Yunhao was able to integrate with them then, she had no reason to worry. Thus another torturous moment assaulted Yunhao as he absorbed the energy of Bingbing, the Ice Empress. Yunhao was shrouded in a snow cocoon while absorbing the energy, and after a while everything calmed down, and his hand broke out of the cocoon, and Yunhao was finally free from the pain. His body structure had gained a few inches and also became slimmer. But that slim structure contained a beastly strength containing the bones of the Ice Empress, the Jade Scorpion Queen. Yunhao tested his energy for the first time as a greenish jade aura surrounded the vicinity. In short, he was a jade scorpion in human clothing as ice particles surrounded him. Soon the red 400,000-year-old ring began to appear. The ring had 4 golden markings, meaning it was a 400,000-year-old ring. Daydream looked at his host, wondering what kind of future he would have. He had never heard of a human possessing a 100,000-year-old red ring nor 4 spirit essence. Not to mention the spirit bones Yunhao acquired were enough to shake the world. Not even the legend of the Soul Land, Tang San, would be able to compare to the host he was raising. Everyone knew that it was possible to gain a 100,000-year-old ring after level 90, but nobody would be able to imagine having one at just a tender level of 20. Yunhao cried his tears out and said that he was no longer the trash that everyone looked down upon. Daydream or Tian Meng explained that with Jade Empress's spirit bone, he would have 4 more spirit abilities, and not to mention that his body's strength had increased by many times, and he would be able to obtain the full energy of a 300,000-year-old spirit ring in his spirit eye essence. So next the duo planned to find the second spirit ring for Yunhao's spirit eye soul before returning to Shrek. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had returned to the Shrek and wondered how Yunhao was doing. But after going to the dorm, he found it empty and dusty, indicating Yunhao had gone out for a long time. He was a little worried, so he looked outside the dorm to find Yunhao. He also went to ask Miss Zhou, but even Miss Zhou had no idea where Yunhao was, and was surprised instead hearing that Yunhao's room had been vacant for a month. Wang Dong was worried since no teachers knew about his whereabouts, meaning that Yunhao went out to find his spirit ring by himself. Soon the night came and Wang Dong was sobbing in his dorm, for he thought something had happened to Yunhao, as it shouldn't take more than a week to find a spirit beast for the ring in the forest. Just at that time, Yunhao came back in a hurry as he was late. But Yunhao was totally ignorant of how worried Wang Dong was for him. So he ignored Wang Dong and hurried to report to Miss Zhou. But Wang Dong pounced on him before he could go. He pounded Yunhao's back as Yunhao moaned. After some pounding, Wang Dong cried and hugged him from behind. Yunhao was not able to bear the heavy dong. So he told Heavy Dong that he would explain, but he should first take his heavy ass off of him. Wang Dong was a bit embarrassed and wiped his tears. After getting up, Yunhao told Wang Dong that he would explain after visiting Miss Zhou and asked Wang Dong to come with him. When the duo neared Miss Zhou's room deep in the night, they heard Miss Zhou and Mr. Fan Yu arguing about how to punish Yunhao for being late. Yunhao knew that he should show himself before anything more happened, so he quickly got in and saw Miss Zhou on Fan Yu's lap. Yunhao knew he fucked up even more. Thus began another round of questioning. Yunhao told the teachers that he felt that his spirit essence was on the verge of destruction, and he was worried about showing his face to school if that really happened. So he went away, but fortunately his spirit essence became stable when he obtained his second spirit ring. The teachers knew about the spirit essence's destruction and accepted Yunhao's explanation without any fuss. But Wang Dong knew Yunhao was lying as they were compatible with spirit fusion. He would know if anything had happened to Yunhao's spirit. Fan Yu comforted Yunhao, while Miss Zhou asked about his new spirit ring. Yunhao replied saying he obtained a spirit essence along with the spirit ring when he went to the north. He first heard a voice in his head calling him to an ice cave. When he went there, he saw a jade-colored scorpion, and before he could do anything, he went unconscious, and when he woke up, he felt that he had another spirit essence in his body. After that, he absorbed the dropped bone from the dead spirit beast. When returning, he met another creature that looked like a white worm, and after killing it, he obtained a 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring. Yu Hao showed his ice scorpion spirit essence and the 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring to his teachers, which shocked them silly. Wang Dong asked how his body was able to handle the 1,000-year-old spirit ring. Yunhao replied it might be because of a spirit bone that he obtained from the ice scorpion. Then Yunhao told them that the ability he got from the white worm was the ability to shapeshift. He then transformed into Wang Dong to prove it. However, what shocked the teachers most was the fact that Yunhao could change the colors of the spirit rings too, through the shape-shifting ability, as Yunhao changed and equipped himself with many red rings, meaning all were 100,000-year-old rings. The teachers were shocked silly, as Yunhao explained that this imitating ability had a small range, as he was only able to imitate only 3 meters around him. Of course, Yunhao didn't tell them the fact that he also disguised his real 100,000-year-old ring in his second spirit essence as a 1,000-year-old ring. Fan Yu was the happiest, and said that an illusion-type ability is very supportive of spirit weapon masters. He then asked Yunhao if he wanted to stay in the battle division of Shrek, or announced to everyone as the core student of the Spirit Weapon Hall. He also said that Yunhao could now become the core disciple of the Battle Division too, as he had twin spirits. Yunhao kneeled and showed his loyalty, saying no matter how much he was talented in battle, he would not leave the weapon-making division, as they were the ones who took him in when he was rejected by the Battle Division. Teacher Fan Yu was happy, and said that as long as he made the best use of his time, he would not lag behind his peers in the Battle Division either. If he could continue hard work, then he would be able to be the best of both divisions. Fan Yu also told Yunhao to keep it a secret from everyone, especially the dean of the battle division, as he would be snatched away to the battle division if that happened. After that, Wang Dong and Yunhao left, as Fan Yu began worrying about how to move Yunhao from the battle division to the weapon division. He knew that Yunhao wouldn't be able to gain any benefit from the battle division either if he didn't show off his battle talents. That way, Yunhao would only waste time being ignored in the battle division. When the duo went back home, Wang Dong was the first one to reveal the truth. However, Yunhao was tired and didn't give a shit to Wang Dong's question and fell on the bed in deep sleep. However, Wang Dong accepted it, as he was also keeping many secrets from Yunhao. Soon, Wang Dong also went back to bed. Meanwhile, Yunhao sighed in relief as he was able to get away without answering Wang Dong, and also submerged himself into real sleep. The next day, Tang Ya, Bei Bei, and other members of the Tang sect also came, and Yunhao also told them the things that happened with mixed truth, just like how he told to his teachers. At the same time, Dean of the Weapon Hall, Qian Duo, went to visit the Battle Division's Lao Yan. Qian Duo told Inner Dean Yan that his weapon hall would be taking in Yunhao as the core disciple. Inner Dean Yan, who was completely oblivious of Yunhao's battle talent, agreed completely, as Yunhao wasn't that important to his eyes. But somehow, his keen perception always wondered why Qian Duo would give so much importance to Yunhao. So after Qian Duo left, he inquired about Yunhao in the battle division and found some things that make Yunhao a bit more talented. But that much talent is average in Shrek, so he couldn't understand the reason Qian Duo would be so eager to have him. Nevertheless, he let go of this matter and confirmed Yunhao's transfer request to the weapon hall. Little did he know, it would be his and the Shrek's battle division's greatest regret in history. Of course, Yunhao's 10-year-old-looking spirit ring had been a big help. Otherwise, the Inner Dean wouldn't have made such a decision so quickly, as Yunhao was nonetheless the captain of the champion team. Like, who in their right mind would believe that 10-year-old spirit ring is actually 1,000,000-year-old in disguise? The next day, after the class, Wang Yan argued, saying Yunhao should be kept in the battle division as he had great talents. But Miss Zhou said that they won't be able to do anything, as Inner Dean of the Battle Division confirmed the transfer by himself. Wang Yan was sad, as he felt that the academy was letting down a talent that had yet to bloom. In the next class, Mr. Wang Yan told the students about the advancement exam that they would be forced to take, where they would have to battle against spirit beasts at the arena. Miss Zhou chimed in saying students could choose their opponent beasts, but if they chose a weak one, they would be expelled. However, if they pick a very strong beast, they might die. But they can also gain more scores by defeating stronger beasts. Just at that time, Miss Mu from another class appeared, and Miss Zhou was angry as she suddenly got in. Miss Mu apologized cockily and said that Yunhao was being called by the disciplinary hall for always being late and missing classes. Then the disciplinary teachers came wearing some weird outfits and said that Yunhao would be expelled from the battle division. Miss Zhu knew this was just an excuse. Miss Mu prepared to expel Yunhao, who was the sole reason her students weren't able to become champions. However, Miss Zhu went along and said that Yunhao was late because he also works at the weapon hall as the core disciple. She added that they can check if Yunhao was a core disciple or not by contacting the weapon hall. Miss Mu was shocked, as she never expected that her thorough plan to expel Yunhao would be thwarted by a sentence. Soon, Fan Yu came and confirmed, saying Yunhao was his disciple and a core one at that. Along with Fan Yu came the outer dean of the battle division. Miss Mu was surprised by all the support Yunhao had. But then the outer dean of the battle division said that the higher-ups decided that Yunhao, because of always coming late to class after working at the weapon hall, would be transferred to the weapon hall and would no longer be a part of battle division. Both argued even after Mr. Wang intervened and came to the conclusion that they would sum up the individual performance of their team members and compare it to the opponent to figure out the winner. Soon the advancement test began. Outer Dean was looking at Yunhao, while Dai Huan told Zhu Li, the black-haired girl, to go first. At the same time, Miss Zhu asked Wang Dong to show their strength, but Yunhao intervened, saying he should go first. Miss Zhu agreed. Yunhao agreed and went on the stage, as he wanted everyone to see that the promise he made before getting into Shrek was true. He would show the might of the 10-year-old spirit ring that everyone looked down upon. The referee asked the year of the spirit beast Yunhao wanted to choose to fight against. Yunhao chose 100-year-old. Everyone was surprised, including Dai Huan, as Yunhao chose such a weak beast. Even Miss Zhu and Wang Dong slapped their forehead after hearing Yunhao's decision, as they thought Yunhao would fight against some strong beast. The referee respected Yunhao's decision and opened up the cage for 100-year-old beast. As a beast with red glowing eyes came out. It was Wind Spirit Wolf, a spirit-type beast. The beast immediately pounced on Yunhao, who was closest to it. However, Yunhao's eyes were shut and he was not moving at all. Then, Yunhao abruptly opened his eyes as a red aura surrounded him. Circles after circles of red rings appeared on his body, scaring the living shit out of every single person, including the beast that faced the full brunt of that aura. Brother Daydream also felt good, finally letting it all out. Meanwhile, the spirit beast of 100 years old died of shock, so Yunhao innocently asked the referee if he passed the test. The referee, who was confused and sweating, immediately announced the victory. Then a guy with red hair came in the exam ground and asked about the person releasing high-level spirit rings as it scared his pets. Director Dunn said that it was a first-year-old student, but the red-haired guy asked how a first-year-old was able to consume a 100,000-year-old spirit ring. Meanwhile, Yunhao went to confront Dai Huan, who was in the crowd, and asked to kneel down to him. Dai Huan was unwilling and cursed Yunhao in his heart. But he was unable to hold on to Yunhao's mental attack pressure and coughed out blood as he dropped to the ground in a kowtowing position. Everyone in the vicinity saw this and caused a commotion. Meanwhile, Yunhao was not even facing Dai Huan as he looked at the sky, calling out to his mom and asking if she was seeing this from her grave. And just at this time, the red-haired guy attacked Yunhao with a fiery aura. Yunhao defended it with his ice spirit essence. The red-haired guy was surprised by Yunhao's defense and exclaimed in shock, as it was absolute ice that Yunhao used. He asked Yunhao where he got his 100-year-old spirit ring, but Yunhao said that it was just an illusion ability and was not a real one. Meanwhile, Director Dunn was shocked to hear Yunhao had ice spirit essence. He was even more shocked than the red-haired guy, as he knew that Yunhao had another spirit essence, which was that of I-type. But the red-haired man said that only that wouldn't have been enough to defend against him, and revealed that Yunhao must have a spirit bone. Yunhao shrugged as he was exposed and agreed and said it was just a torso bone. At this time, Director Dunn understood that their battle division had been fucked by the weapon hall thoroughly and thoroughly. The red-haired guy forgot Yunhao was the one that made his pets pee by revealing fake 100,000-year-old rings and asked happily to explain the illusion ability. Yunhao complied, and after a bit of explanation, Yunhao was able to satisfy the red guy as he introduced himself as Gong Long, who was also known as the Spirit Beast King. Gong Long then said that Yunhao would be very good at capturing spirit beasts by using illusion ability, and also said that if he helped him tame some spirit beasts, then he would help him find a good ring as his second spirit ring. So Yunhao complied and showed off his Jade Scorpion spirit essence a bit more, as Gong Long praised him, saying both his spirit essences supported each other. Meanwhile, Director Dun was biting his clothes in regret of being blind of not being able to see such a gem beforehand. Soon, everyone got to know about Yunhao's illusion ability and was relieved that the 100,000-year-old rings were fake. Meanwhile, Dai Huan swallowed his shame and swore that he would make Yunhao suffer for the humiliation. So he quickly went back to his clan and asked his servants if they could help him eliminate Yunhao. But they said that it would be difficult if Yunhao is in the Shrek, and if Shrek found out about this, then their entire White Tiger clan would have to bear the brunt of Shrek. But Dai Huan said that he had a way of luring Yunhao out of the academy, and after that, they should make their move. 2 days later, the advancement exam still continued, and it was second-class students that were taking the exam today. Dai Huan, who abruptly came and asked to bet with him again. Dai Huan said that this time, he would bet on whether he could score more than Yunhao and Wang Dong or not. Yunhao thought Dai Huan was foolish and accepted the bet nonetheless. So to follow up the bet, the duo again went to challenge beasts in the spirit arena. Dean Yan this time was attentively looking at Yunhao, and his eyes were full of regret. He understood that Qian Duo had duped him big. All he could do was to swallow his regret in silence. First, Wang Dong went up the stage, and when asked about what age of spirit beast he wanted to challenge, he said that he wanted a 1,000-year-old one. However, Dai Huan wasn't worried as he could also handle a 1,000-year-old beast. Wang Dong used his might and used all 3 rings he had to defeat the opponent in one-sided manner. However, Dean Dun said that Wang Dong's use was not efficient, so 50 of his points were deducted from the total score. Thus, Wang Dong only gained 100 points. Wang Dong was crying, saying he would have been able to overscore Dai Hua if not for the deduction. Yunhao comforted his friend, saying to leave the rest to him. Then Dai Huan got on the stage and also chose a 1,000-year-old beast. Surprisingly, Dai Huan's opponent was also a tiger, the same as his own spirit soul. In the end, Dai Huan used a brutal technique to finish off the tiger and scored 145 points. Dai Huan was confident that Yunhao wouldn't be able to score 145 given his only 2 spirit rings. When Dai Huan went down from the stage, he pointed at Yunhao and asked him to start. Yunhao didn't respond and went up to the stage simply. Director Yan and Director Dun was paying attention and wanted to see clearly the hidden talents Yunhao had. Even the referee was sweating, remembering what Yunhao did the previous time, and forbade Yunhao from using the illusion technique. Yunhao nodded and said that he would also choose a 1,000-year-old beast. The referee said that he only has 2 spirit rings, and without the illusion technique, it would be hard to take on a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, much less defeat it. Nonetheless, it was Yunhao's choice, so he was let to fight a 1,000-year-old beast too. Yunhao released his 2 rings, but this time, the rings were both white, meaning they were only 10-year-old rings. But Director Yan didn't believe it since Yunhao could disguise his rings and wondered about the real age of the rings. And this time, the 1,000-year-old beast that Yunhao was facing was a Flame Lion King, which was much stronger than the previous 1,000-year-old beasts that Wang Dong and Dai Huan fought. The Flame Lion King jumped at the weak-looking Yunhao with 3 doppelgangers, and only one among them was true. But Yunhao stood there not evading at all. Yunhao then used his ice ability and clashed with the Fire Lion. Thus, the dance of ice and fire ensued as a dense fog was left as the aftermath. In the entire arena, only Yunhao and Director Yan were able to see what was happening inside the dense fog. Director Yan clearly saw the spirit illusion of a jade scorpion appearing behind Yunhao as it thwarted away the flaming lion. Wang Dong and Miss Zhou were a bit taken aback seeing Yunhao unmoved after being hit by the flame lion. Meanwhile, Director Yan understood that the shield that Yunhao created to protect himself was of ice element and had absolute ice element. The ice element of Yunhao is the extreme absolute ice that can't be compared to any ice element. But when the extreme ice element met the fire element of the lion, it was able to overpower the fire element even more easily, as only the absolute fire element can contend with absolute ice. And the flame lion was nothing but a kitten in front of the big boss Yunhao. The flame lion fled as it pissed itself and got into its own cage obediently. Director Yan then evaluated Yunhao's score and said that Yunhao would get a full point for defeating the opponent without even beating it. In the meantime, Director Yan was thinking of many plans to take back Yunhao from the weapon hall. Yunhao went down the stage as the crowd cheered for him. Then Mr. Wang Yan abruptly came and asked if he was always late to school because he was practicing his second spirit essence too. Yunhao nodded as it was the only answer to that question. Then Wang Yan told him to come with him as he took him away. And Wang Dong approached Dai Huan and told him to fulfill his wager. Dai Huan's face was dark as he said that he would do that the next time he saw Yunhao. However, after this loss, Dai Huan had completely gone insane and becomes even more eager to finish off Yunhao. Meanwhile, in Wang Yan's office, Wang Yan explained how cool and strong the absolute elemental control is. He said that absolute elemental control can only be used by a supreme spirit essence, and the element he had absolute control over would not be able to harm him at all. It seemed that Wang Yan was knowledgeable as he knew about the three great kings of the north, and also said that Yunhao's spirit essence was similar to one of the three great kings of the north. Mr. Wang even guessed that Yunhao's spirit essence should have some self-intelligence, which surprised Yunhao. Brother Daydream was also shocked and praised Mr. Wang Yan. Mr. Wang Yan then said that with proper training, Yunhao's future would be boundless. So he then asked that if Yunhao stayed in the battle division, then he would be immediately made a core student and would enter the inner sanctuary. And as expected, Yunhao rejected the offer, politely saying he can't go back on the words that he had given to the spirit weapon hall. Wang Yan sighed and told Yunhao to not miss his battle training even when doesn't remain in the battle division. Suddenly, the voice of the Director Yan came and Wang Yan and Yunhao were able to hear the telepathic voice. The director then came by himself and apologized to Yunhao for not seeing through his potential earlier. Yunhao was shocked to see the director bowing down toward him. He then praised Yunhao for having twin spirits and said that he would be able to enroll in the inner sanctuary and would personally be taught by him as long as he came back. He also promised to provide every resource to make Yunhao a spirit Duluo before he turned 40 years old. Yunhao was shocked by such a mega offer, and what shocked him the most was that director also guaranteed to enroll Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao in the inner sanctuary in the future, if he came back. Director Yan did his best to keep Yunhao within the battle division and felt that all of this was worth it. But right at that moment, Qian Dao broke in and started arguing with Dean Yan for planning to steal Yunhao. They both wanted to take in Yunhao only for themselves, and none of them was willing to back down. In the end, they agreed that Yunhao should be the one to make a decision. Somewhere else in the outskirts of the Shrek Academy, Dai Huan again went to meet his family's assassins to plan the killing mission. He understood that as long as Yunhao is alive, he would never be able to surpass him, so he must eliminate Yunhao as soon as possible. The next day, Yunhao chatted with his teammates and told them how the two deans had fought over him. But just at that time, a woman came. She was the headmaster of the Soul Weapon Hall, Lin Er. She also joined in the argument as Qian Duo called out to her and hid behind her. It turned out that she was the wife of Qian Du. However, neither parties wanted to give up Yunhao and wanted to go to the Poseidon court. Wang Dong and Xiao was surprised to listen to Yunhao's story. And at that time, Fan Yu saw them and reminded Yunhao to make use of his time as tomorrow would be the advancement exam for the Spirit Weapon Hall. Before leaving, Fan Yu complimented the new uniforms the group was wearing and congratulated for becoming second-year student of the Shrek. Wang Dong also made Yunhao try out the new uniform, but he purposefully made Yunhao wear a skirt instead of a pant. And it took a while for the innocent Yunhao to notice that. Meanwhile, at the very center of the Shrek was the Poseidon Pavilion. It's where the highest-rank officials of Shrek dwelled. And today the meeting was held for only one student, Yunhao. The Weapon Hall and the Battle Division both wanted the boy for themselves, and the meeting was heading nowhere. So, a voice came from the very front of the long table saying, since Yunhao was able to keep up with both the Weapon Hall and the Battle Hall, then why not let him study in both halls at the same time? It was none other than the Poseidon Pavilion Master, Mu Lao. Thus, both parties came to the conclusion, and Yunhao became the first in the school history to be the core pupil of both the Weapon Hall and the Battle Hall. However, Yunhao didn't have any idea about these, as he was worried for the Weapon Hall's advancement the next day. When Yunhao went back to the dorm from Weapon Hall, he was told by Wang Dong that a great auction was being held in Shrek City, and many treasures are being auctioned at. Wang Dong proposed that they should go there, but Yunhao reminded him that he was broke and didn't have time as his weapon forging exam would be held tomorrow. He then told Yunhao that even though they don't have money, They can still get some free treasures by being sponsored by the rich guys. Many rich guys want to nurture young talents like them. And who is better than core disciples of the Shrek? Yunhao agreed, but told Wang Dong that they should go return back early. Wang Dong was excited and quickly set off along with Yunhao. And at the same time, Dai Huan was tracking them. Dai Huan took out a phone and told his servants to kill the target on the way back to Shrek. The target Yunhao was with Wang Dong and signed up as the core pupil of the Shrek. Wang Dong obtained a purple credit card for signing up as Shrek's core student. But Yunhao got a red card, which was even more precious. While the purple card had a credit limit of 100,000 per year, the red card don't have any credits at all, but it can give Yunhao one precious item every year. When Yunhao asked how many people had red card, the receptionist said that she had never heard of red card in the first place. And just at that time, a voice came from the cards they were holding as it said that the treasure auction is held by the Shrek Academy, so it naturally knows about the talents of the Shrek's students and can give out credit cards according to their talents. Yunhao understood the process and didn't worry about it anymore and went to the real auction. Meanwhile, the group of black-cloaked men appeared at the place of ambush and waited for Yunhao to go back to the Shrek Academy. Wang Dong and Yunhao also spotted Bei Bei and Shu Shanshi. They were arguing about letting Jian Nan in the Tang sect, and Shu Shan said that he would also join if Nana joined. Soon, Jian Nan also came. When Shu Shan saw her, he pretended to fall down and wanted to crush into her, but she kicked him instead and warned him again to not annoy her. Bei Bei asked if Shu Shan did anything to her in the past for her to be always so angry at him, but Shu Shan didn't say anything and left. In the auction, Wang Dong and Yunhao spotted a left arm bone from the Gold Dragon King, and the price of the item went up to over 9 million. Wang Dong at first wanted the bone as it was of light attribute, but he quickly let go of that idea once he saw the price. But Yunhao said that he could get it for Wang Dong with his red card. But Wang Dong reminded Yunhao that he would only be able to use red card again after a year. Yunhao said it was okay since he didn't find anything at all. Wang Dong was charmed by Yunhao's heart and swore that he would do anything for him. Yunhao also said that Wang Dong could help him buy the 1,000-year-old whale glue that looked like a black rock with his purple card. When Wang Dong asked why to buy such low-level treasure, Yunhao said that it was not a 1,000-year-old but a 10,000-year-old whale glue. Thus, the pair finished their transaction for the two items and bade goodbye to Bei Bei and left towards the Shrek Academy. And at the same time, within the castle of Poseidon Island of Shrek. When the red-haired girl found out that Yunhao had absolute ice ability, she became happy as she would finally be able to control her fire spirit. So she quickly got out to find Yunhao after learning that Yunhao had gone to the treasure pavilion from Director Yan. Meanwhile, Yunhao was able to sense the ambush from afar with Brother Daedrum's help. So he quickly took a different route, but the group of assassins noticed that. Thus a game of chase ensued. However, they were too strong for Yunhao and Wang Dong to run away. Yunhao was in a pinch and felt that threat of life at that moment. So he used that move as the air became green and everything became still. It was an ability from Bing Bing, the Ice Empress. It had halted the assassins, but the assassins' power level was too high compared to Yunhao, so they were still able to make a move against the pair. And just at that time, the pair saw their seniors rushing in. However, it was too late as the attacker was a spirit king and used a dark ability. Then all of a sudden, the red-haired Xiao Tao appeared and was really angry and turned the assassins into ash. Yunhao and Wang Dong, who was carried by Shu Shan and Bei Bei, were able to see her wrath. Later, she regretted not keeping one of them alive to interrogate. Then the teachers came and carried all the crispy corpses to find out about their identities. Most of the students near Yunhao were able to deduce that it was Dai Huan's treachery, but the academy didn't have any evidence left after the assassins were burned to ashes. The next day, Dai Huan's shock was unrestrained when he saw the pair. Wang Dong was sure that it was Dai Huan that was the mastermind behind the last night's attack. But Yunhao held Wang Dong back from beating Dai Huan to a pulp. Yunhao then asked Dai Huan to fulfill the wager of their last time. So just like before, Dai Huan kneeled down and kowtowed as he had lost in the bet. When Yunhao was in the class, a student came and said that a girl was looking for him. When Yunhao went there to see, he saw Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao looked tired and sweaty, as though she was trying hard to control something. Due to her using her demonic fires last night, her demon phoenix spirit had gone out of control and needed Yunhao to contain it. She was unable to hold it any longer and hugged Yunhao abruptly. The students had a nosebleed. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was struck dumb as he screamed to let go of Yunhao. However, Yunhao was taken by her in front of Wang Dong as he stayed there, not knowing what to do. Miss Zhu came and asked what had happened, and Wang Dong said that Yunhao had been kidnapped by Xiao Tao. But Miss Zhu said that they went to train together and Wang Dong shouldn't worry. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had a bad feeling about this. Wang Dong was unable to sleep, imagining what the girl would do to Yunhao as she looked weird. The next day, when Yunhao returned, Wang Dong immediately asked what Xiao Tao did to him. Yunhao was thinking something else as he tried to forget everything that happened last night, as it was too embarrassing. Even though Yunhao had been knocked out, he remembered everything that happened last night due to his spirit eyes. And to Wang Dong's question, he said that he only trained with Sister Xiao Tao, but Wang Dong said that there must be more to it as his face was red. But Yunhao evaded the question, saying it was because a beautiful person like Wang Dong was pressing him down, that was why his face was too red. Wang Dong quickly let go of Yunhao, and Yunhao knew his tricks had succeeded. Meanwhile, Yunhao was embarrassed to the extreme after remembering what happened and was even teased constantly by Brother Daydream and Bing Bing. Meanwhile, at the center of Poseidon Island, Dean Yan reported that Xiao Tao's fire had been contained by Yunhao and the assassination matter had been dealt with. The old man that was being reported to drank one more sip of his wine and said that they should begin the tournament to choose the next Shrek's 7 devils. Soon, the students were told about the tournament that would be held among the core students, and the school would choose only 7 people known as the Shrek's 7 devils. Then, Miss Zhou warned Yunhao that he must become one of the 7 devils. Otherwise, he would have to bear heavy beatings. Yunhao was depressed as he had to constantly learn both weapon forging and spirit battle techniques, so he planned to use the spirit weapons that he made himself to make himself stronger for now. That night, Wang Dong absorbed the spirit bone, and Yunhao watched over him from time to time, and he also made 2 second-class spirit weapons. The process went very smoothly, and Wang Dong was able to merge with the boner. Wang Dong's boner looked like a light dragon, and it had the ability to replenish spirit energy. Thus, the pair gained another trump card in their hand. They hugged each other in joy as this ability would help both of them to recover their spent energy. The next day, Xiao Xiao overslept and was quickly rushing out while biting on her bun. But her bun dropped as she collided with a big bald head. It was none other than Kai Tu that she collided with. After getting up, she quickly rushed again towards the arena. In the arena, the old man said that the tournament would be a battle of free-for-all, and any attacks are deemed okay, even deadly ones. And the only way to quit it was to admit defeat and seek for help from the referee. Everyone was shocked after learning the rules of the battle, and soon the signal for the battle was given. Wang Dong and the company quickly went to meet with the rest of the allies, and after avoiding barrages of attacks, they were able to unite with their allies. Yunhao was told to boost the team's sense, so Yunhao complied. Shu Shan understood Yunhao's ability and knew that Bei Bei had cheated that day using Yunhao. Dai Huan told everyone to first eliminate the seniors with 4 spirit rings. Bei Bei noticed that and wanted to show the newbies the power of seniors. One by one, Shu Shan, Jian Nan started to show their strength. Thus, the students were split into 2 sides. The weak students had the advantage in the numbers, while the strong one had the advantage in individual strength. The old drunk man was excited seeing this and looked forward to seeing Yunhao's potential. Jiang Nan praised Yunhao after learning about this incredible ability. Yunhao blushed for being praised by a beauty, making Shu Shan jealous and angry. Xiao Xiao also noticed Cao Tuo and recognized him. She introduced herself, making Cao Tuo charmed. Coincidentally, both of them had green eyes. The team was not worried about the battle and instead played around. Yunhao then reminisced his past, when he would sit with his mother below a big apple tree and complain about how no one from Duke's mansion didn't like him. His mom then said that one day he would find his companions that would truly care for him. Soon the mob of people rushed towards the 7-member team. With the boost of Yunhao, the team easily kicked people left and right. Boosting the sense of the seniors was like giving a tiger a wing to fly. They were powerful to begin with, and now with the newfound sense boost, they easily defeated the oncoming foes. Cao Tuo also used his spirit weapons, taking out a few opponents. Xiao Xiao also halted the other group's movement, and Wang Dong along with Yunhao used their spirit fusion as a golden beam of light covered the opponent. All that was left were statues painted in gold. It was the new mental attack technique that the pair had learnt. The team celebrated their victory. Then Jiang Nan went and hugged Yunhao, praising his spirit ability again. Shu Shan's eyes almost popped, seeing the love of his life being so intimate towards Yunhao. Even Wang Dong complained as he should be the one to get hugged by Yun Hao. Then the drunk old man announced that they would be the next 7 Devils of Shrek and would be the backup team of the current 7 Devils of Shrek. Both the primary 7 Devils and the backup 7 Devils would together join in the spirit tournament that happens between the academies. After the tournament, Xuan Lao, the drunk old man, inspected Yun Hao and was amazed by Yun Hao's ability. His teammates were amazed that a big shot like Xuan Lao would be so interested in Yun Hao. The new 7 Devils began talking about themselves and their backgrounds. The bald-head Cao Tuo also wished to join the Tang sect. Bei Bei immediately accepted it and took him to Tang Ya. Tang Ya was working at the Red Tea House of Shrek, and the group also found out about the relationship Bei Bei and Tang Ya had. Shu Shan couldn't take it anymore and became angry. Tang Ya then asked Cao Tuo if he really wanted to join the Tang sect, even though the Tang sect was declining. Cao Tuo agreed and said he knew that before and still wanted to join the sect. Thus, every one of the new 7 Devils became the official members of the Tang sect, as though history was repeating itself. They had a celebratory dinner, and after that, Cao Tuo called Yun Hao to talk with him about some personal matters. He first said that he needed help as his own talent wasn't enough. He said that the teachers had decided that he would be the assistant of Yun Hao. Yun Hao wondered if Cao Tuo was jealous, but Cao Tuo said that he just needed Yun Hao to help him when he got stronger. Yun Hao was confused and asked what kind of help he needed. So Cao Tuo revealed a shocking truth, saying he was from the Sun-Moon Federation and was the current king's nephew of the Sun-Moon Empire. Yun Hao was shocked and had a long chat with him that night. Yun Hao also told him about his identity and his grudges against the Duke's mansion. The two decided to keep their plans for revenge in their heart and swore that they would help each other gain revenge. Meanwhile, Tang Ya was looking at the moon as she sobbed bitterly, calling her parents that died. It turned out she also had a bitter story buried deep in her heart. A girl was sitting on her couch in the inner sanctuary of the Shrek. Her name was Ling Luo, and she was called Snow Princess by others. She was also one of the current Shrek's 7 Devils. She was cursing her luck for not finding the love of her life, despite the ugly girls getting so many boyfriends. She opened a zodiac book and saw that it was her day to find her partner. So she became happy and got out of her room to find her Prince Charming. She looked there and found only Dai Yao Chen, who was a cocky bastard. And Gong Yang didn't even look straight. The blue-haired Chen Zai Fang had a cold attitude and couldn't be her prince. Meanwhile, Hao Xuan was just a kid. Suddenly, she saw Ma Xiao Tao, who she disliked the most. She was very jealous of Xiao Tao for showing off her big assets in front of her flat assets. Unfortunately, she didn't find her Prince charming even today. Then Xuan Lao came and said that they would have to fight against the backup Shrek's 7 Devils that were newly selected. Ling Luo's hope was lightened again. She looked and browsed through all the guys that introduced themselves. Cao Tuo looked funny. Bei Bei looked gentle and polite. Meanwhile, Shu Sanshi looked like an idiot. She was impressed when she saw Wang Dong's charming appearance and was surprised by Yun Hao's low level of spiritual power. The old Shrek's team was thinking about how Yun Hao became one of the devils of Shrek. Ling Luo then saw Xiao Tao winking at Yun Hao as Yun Hao blushed in shame. Ling Luo immediately thought of something naughty and cursed Xiao Tao for being so desperate. The rules of the battle were the strongest 2 members of both 7 Devils teams would choose 7 people each. Xiao Tao chose Gong Yang, Huo Yun Hao, Wang Dong, Shi Shi, Bei Bei, and Kai Tu, and Dai Yao Cheng chose Cheng Zi, Shu Shan, Ling Luo, Hao Xuan, Jiang Nan, and Xiao Xiao. Xuan Lao said that the losing team would have to say that they were a pig, making the students curse him inwardly. The battle had commenced, and Snow Princess Ling Luo wanted to show her strength to the newbies. However, she saw Yun Hao standing ahead and thought he was cocky to be facing her ice element. However, the unexpected happened. All her ice elements betrayed her and restrained her instead. She understood that it was none other than an absolute ice element. It didn't even take long for the team of Dai Yao Chen to loose, as the rest of the team had turned into a golden statue with Wang Dong and Yun Hao's fusion skills. And to withhold the bet, every member of Dai Yao Chen's team was forced to say that they were pigs. But Shu Shan seemed happy saying he was a pig. Ling Luo looked at Yun Hao with eyes full of grudge. Then the next battle ensued, and both teams were told to exchange 2 members. Yun Hao and Wang Dong was told to go to Dai Yao's team. But Ling Luo thought that their team would still lose, as Yun Hao was only able to restrain her because she had ice elemental spirit, and it would be impossible to overpower Xiao Tao with Yun Hao's skills. When Yun Hao released his sense boost ability, Ling Luo was surprised and thought that it suited her very much. Dai Yao Chen understood that this ability was the reason Xiao Tao was so overbearing in the last match. Ling Luo thought that now that Yunhao wasn't against her, she would be able to take care of Xiao Tao. But boy, was she wrong. She didn't know that Xiao Tao had learnt to control her demonic fire after that night's training with Yunhao. So her fire was stronger than before and had no side effects. But she was unwilling to give up against Xiao Tao. Then she felt a cold hand touching her bare back. It was none other than Yunhao. She was angry that Yunhao was shameless enough to touch her in public. But soon she realized that Yunhao was merging his absolute ice with her own ice. It felt so comfortable, and she felt as though she was in heaven. Ling Luo had never felt this close to the ice element before, and felt that she could turn the heavens. And she actually did, albeit in a smaller way, as she defeated the other team almost single-handedly. Everyone that didn't know Yunhao was shocked by his twin spirits. After the match, Xiao Tao rebuked Yunhao, saying she lost because of him. And the worst thing was, she was forced to say she was a pig in public. Yunhao then faced Ling Luo and said that he was sorry for abruptly touching her back without telling her. Ling Luo turned around, and her face was that of a fangirl that just found her crush. She truly thought that she had found her prince charming. After Xuan Lao's class ended, Yunhao and Wang Dong got out and said that it was very interesting to see the senior seven devils to say they were a pig. Yunhao then remembered that Xuan Lao told everyone to gather in front of the campus tomorrow, as they would be taken to Xing Luo City to participate in the spirit tournament against other academies. Yunhao was worried, as Xing Luo City was just a few miles away from the White Tiger clan of Duke's mansion. Wang Dong noticed that Yunhao was depressed and understood what he was thinking. Wang Dong then said none of the Dai brothers had recognized him even after meeting him so many times, meaning he was very different from before. Yunhao calmed down after hearing it and started playing with Wang Dong. The next day, the 14 devils of Shrek went to gather at the front of the campus, and Xiao Xiao was as late as ever as she bit on her bread. Xuan Lao asked for everyone's attention and said that the members of the inner school and the 7 devils need to withstand the harsh responsibility befitting of their position. And whenever a disaster happens in the controlled regions of Shrek, the students must help them out, even if it endangers their life. This was why the inner sanctuary was also called as the Shrek Guardians, and Xuan Lao introduced himself as the captain of the Shrek's Guardians. Every pupil of the inner sanctuary is a member of the Shrek Guardians, and the Guardians not only need to be talented, but also need to be loyal to the virtues. He also said that there were a lot of talented students that died while completing missions as Guardians. Xuan Lao asked again if they wished to be a member of the Guardians, and if they didn't, then they could go back to the outer sanctuary. But the students were determined and confident and said that they wouldn't back down in face of danger. Xuan Lao then told Xiao Tao to explain their first mission to the students. It was about bandit extermination. The place was at Mingdo Mountain, which was located between Xing Luo Kingdom and the Sun Moon Kingdom. The bandits chose that location at the border so that none of the military personnel of the other kingdom could exterminate them, as it would mean crossing the borders. The head of the bandits was known as the Death God, who was a dark spirit master, and the total number of bandits is estimated to be 300. Xiao Tao said that their mission was to kill them all. It was important to teach the students who never killed a chicken. Everyone's expression was dark hearing that. Then Mr. Wang told the senior students to bring the juniors along with them. Ma Xiao Tao decided to bring Yunhao, but Wang Dong said that he wanted to go with Xiao Tao. Surprisingly, Xiao Tao agreed and switched Yunhao to Dai Yao. Wang Dong clenched his fist in celebration and succeeded in taking away Yunhao from Xiao Tao. Thus, Yunhao became the only one carried by his enemy, Dai Yao. Fortunately, Dai Yao had no idea who Yunhao was. Dai Yao then asked, saying he and Dai Huan having beef was true. Yunhao nodded, and Dai Yao said that it was all in the past, and he should forget it, and apologized on behalf of his younger brother, Dai Huan. But Yunhao remembered Dai Yao's true nature, and remembered that Dai Yao was also one of the people that wanted to kill him when he was in the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, Dai Yao had no idea that Yu Hao was the bastard brother that he hated so much, and thought that it would be good if Dai Huan could recover their enmity with a talented guy like Yun Hao. When they neared the location of the mission, Dai Huan explained that a dark spirit master can be kind or evil. The only difference is that they can speed up their cultivation speed using dark methods. He then explained a history of a Duluo class, dark spirit master named Blood Infant. He used infants to speed up his cultivation, and his strength was so strong that it took the previous captain of the Shrek's Guardian 5 years of time to defeat him and his organization. And during that time, the casualties from both the light and the dark sides were numerous. Thus, once a dark spirit master is spotted, they are eliminated very quickly to decrease the damage of the future. The group of students gathered and greeted a campsite where Yunhao gave out everyone his famous grilled fish. In one meal, the students got to know each other more than they did in the past days. One day later, they finally reached the place where the bandits hid. The group then saw the signal given by the outpost that guarded against the bandits. Dai Yao said that his father, the White Tiger Duke, was also staying in the outpost. He also said that the students can meet him if they want. When Yunhao heard it, his face was as dark as ever. He hated that person as his mother always waited for that person, but he never came. The Tiger Duke was also the person that threw away his mother after using her. Wang Dong asked if Yunhao's father would recognize him, but Yunhao said that his father had never seen him before. Thus, the group went to the outpost and saw that man. He was standing at the edge of the cliff facing the setting sun. Yunhao's memory flashed back in his mind as he went back to the days with his mother. He used to see his mother draw a person on the ground using a stick, and whenever Yunhao asked, she replied saying it was his father. Back in the group, everyone felt the strong aura coming from the Tiger Duke. The Tiger Duke looked heroic, but Yunhao's eyes saw something else. He saw him as the greatest enemy of his life. Yunhao was almost unable to control his emotions. Wang Dong saw this and went to grab his hand to calm him down. So he grabbed it tightly, but unfortunately, he grabbed his balls as Yunhao felt his whole life flashing in front of him. He rebuked Wang Dong for the grab as the group went about their ways with pleasantries with the Duke. The group rested at the outpost for a day and went out again to complete their mission. They would also participate in the tournament after finishing their mission. Everyone thought that it was going to be an easy mission, but it turned out to be a deadly battle as most of the students were heavily injured and one even died. The cause of this was a deadly poisonous gas. The casualties would have been much more if not for Yunhao's sense-boosting ability. What was worse is the person that died from the 7 devils named Hao Xuan had his body turned into an explosive as it exploded towards the injured students. Everything happened before Xuan Lao could do anything. Nevertheless, he was a strong master, so he got the situation under control, but another strong enemy appeared and fought against Xuan Lao. The battle's shockwave had caused the injured students to get even more injured, but the Dark Ability Master kept turning corpses into explosives. And Xuan Lao, despite being powerful, had to protect the injured students from the explosion. The Dark Ability Master took this chance to escape. However, the Dark Master wanted to take a student as hostage to let him escape, so he targeted Yunhao. Xuan Lao saw this and became ferocious as he didn't want to lose the most talented one. However, he can't chase the Dark Master as he had to defend himself against the deadly attacks of the rest of the enemies. Meanwhile, Yunhao was being carried away by the Dark Master. Brother Daydream and Bing Bing was looking for a solution in his mind. And just at that time, the great aura inside his consciousness spoke again and told everyone to leave the matter to him. After that, Yunhao's blue hair became gray with a tint of gold. The Dark Master teleported himself to their hideout where many other Dark Masters gathered. The escapee told the Masters to hold Xuan Lao for him. However, a voice interrupted him. When he inquired about the voice, he saw it was coming from Yunhao, whom he had captured. Yunhao was giving off a deathly aura. The Dark Master, who thought of himself as the Master of Death, actually felt threatened by the deathly aura Yunhao was giving out. Yunhao's hair completely turned gray-white, and a golden ring embodied with a gray ring appeared on the left side of Yunhao. He looked like a real master of death. The Dark Spirit Masters asked if Yunhao was also a follower of a death god. But Yunhao, who was being controlled by the gray entity, said that he would have already become a death god if he wanted to. Seeing the blatant insult to the death god that they worship, the blind followers attacked Yunhao from all directions. The gray entity then asked Tian Meng, or Brother Daydream, to lend him some spiritual power that he sealed. Tian Meng nodded and lent him some of his sealed spirit power. Yunhao used the power to cast a spell that bound all the surrounding Dark Masters in a magic circle, followed by a blinding golden light. The spell made the Dark Master get betrayed by his own dark power as all his followers began attacking him. Seeing the situation, the Dark Master tried to flee, but Yunhao bound him with a spiritual rope, and as the rope tightened, it burst the Dark Master's body into a bloody mess. Yunhao didn't even look at the bloody mess behind him, and the gray entity slowly gave up the control over Yunhao's body as it slumped on the ground. When Yunhao got control of his body, he heard the gray entity saying that it would become his third spirit essence only when his heart doesn't possess any hate and only joy. Xuan Lao soon got there and found a bunch of bones of the Dark Masters, and also found the unconscious Yunhao. When Yunhao woke up, he said that the Dark Spirit Master had experienced a rebound side effect from overusing his abilities and died under the hand of his own controlled minions. When Yunhao was back, Wang Dong hugged him tightly. After such big casualties, the group was no longer able to perform in the competition. Mr. Wang said that they would split up, and the students that would recover would join the competition, and those that didn't would be taken back to the school for recovery. Even Sister Xiao Tao and 3 other seniors were injured, so Xuan Lao said that they must do their best to hold on in the competition until the 3 senior students recover. Xuan Lao also told them to not worry, as he would take responsibility. B.I. Bei said that they should hold their ground on the first few matches of the tournament until replacement students came from the school. However, Yunhao knew that the replacement students wouldn't be as good as their elite team, and those words by B.I. Bei were just to comfort them. Soon the students arrived at the capital city of the Xingluo city. They were let to stay at the royal suite of Star King Hotel. The hotel room was very luxurious, and the group immediately slumped on the bed. All of them browsed through their rooms and forgot about the battle they had. Soon, B.I. Bei reminded everyone that the senior Shrek 7 Devils wouldn't be able to participate in the first matches, and only the backup team would be fighting. As soon as the group heard it, their joy vanished into thin air. Later, they went to meet Mr. Wang to discuss the winning strategy. Mr. Wang said that the other students of other academies are not as strong as they think, so they shouldn't always be so tense. The group relaxed a bit after hearing it. Then Mr. Wang explained the rules of the tournament. The tournament would be split in 2 parts. The first part is the knockout round where a 7-member team fight against another 7-member team, and the second part is 3 versus 3 and 2 versus 2 battles. After they left, the teacher inquired about the recovery of the senior devils. Xiao Tao would need 15 days, and Ling Luo would need 10 days, whereas Dai Yao would need 17 days. Teacher Wang Yan was depressed hearing it. Back to the backup devil team, neither Wang Dong nor Yunhao believed that the opponents would be weak. After all, those opponents were on par with their seniors. Even though they were weak to the senior 7 devils, they are very strong to the backup team of 7 devils. Nonetheless, the duo of Wang Dong and Yunhao trained with their fusion technique to make the best use of their time, and the other members also trained diligently. The next day, the spirit tournament began in one of the largest arenas Yunhao ever saw. There were 133 teams participating in the tournament. The tournament was world-class tournament, as it was only held once every 5 years. Thus, the crowd eager to watch the tournament was massive. The referee announced the rules of the tournament and also announced that the Shrek Academy would also be participating as usual. As soon as the name of the Shrek was spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many believed that the Shrek would be champions this time too, and the other teams started to get nervous when they saw the Shrek's team and wished that they don't face the Shrek team early in the game. The 7 devils were greatly under pressure and understood the amount of respect their academy held. Thus, their resolve to do their best became even stronger. Mr. Wang Yan and the senior Shrek team cheered them too. Yunhao began taking control of the team as he began to appraise the arena. Soon, the first battle started with Shrek, as they were called on the arena. When the crowd saw the team, they were confused to see the low levels of the Shrek team. They understood that it was the backup team of the Shrek. But they couldn't understand why all the members were from the backup team. Some thought Shrek was too confident to let the backup team fight other academies' main teams. Yunhao felt that he must show something. So as usual, he went on intimidating the crowd with imitating ability and turned his spirit rings into red spirit rings. The 100,000-year-old red ring was enough to silence the crowd as they were unable to comprehend what was happening. Yunhao's intimidation was very effective and was able to fool even the referee. The opponent panicked and huddled into a corner in fear. And when they were huddled together in a single place, Yunhao released his 4th spirit ability without anyone noticing. He appeared in front of the opponent like a ghost, and the emotional shock made their mental state go into a very weak state. Yunhao and Wang Dong took advantage of their weak mental state and used their spirit fusion mental technique as the familiar golden light illuminated the arena, turning the students into golden statues. This time, even Wang Dong appeared with 6 red spirit rings. The opponents were scared silly by the events as Yunhao asked the announcer if they had won. The announcer quickly regained his composure and announced the victor. After that, Yunhao said that he was from the Tang clan. The crowd's shock turned into cheers, and most of them didn't even question if the red rings were real or not. They cheered for both Tang clan and the Shrek Academy. Yunhao and Wang Dong left the arena, and as soon as they were out of the eyes of the crowd, they went unconscious in the hand of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang said that the duo had overused their powers and needed to rest. They were then brought into a room to take a rest. Mr. Wang said that it was the quickest victory Shrek had ever had in the tournament. At the same time, at some other hotel, the Moonlight Royal Weapon Academy was having a conference. They are annoyed by the Shrek Academy's shocking match. They held Shrek as their greatest rival and swore to be the champions of this year. Then a guy named Xiao Hongchen said that the red rings must be fake, just to intimidate people. He was also one of the members of the Moonlight Academy. The news of the Shrek's backup team's victory traveled back to Mu Lao. And when Mu Lao was asked if the Academy should send reinforcement, he disagreed, saying that it should be able to make the backup team even stronger if they don't rely on reinforcements. He mentioned that this generation of Shrek's devils might bring back the glory of Tang San's generation. When Wang Dong woke up, he again kicked Yun Hao as he slept together with him. But Yun Hao got back and said it wasn't their first time sleeping in one bed and tickled Wang Dong to the core. Wang Dong moaned and somehow sounded like a girl. So Yun Hao asked why Wang Dong's voice sounded like a girl's. Wang Dong said that Yun Hao was just imagining things. Wang Dong then said that it was stupid of Yun Hao to show 6 red rings in the previous match, as most people must have figured it out as being fake. When Yun Hao went to meet the other members, he saw Chao Tuo showing his spirit essence for the first time. It was none other than a crude cigar. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw it. Chao Tuo was depressed and said that this was why he never showed his spirit essence to anyone. Then he told everyone that this cigar could increase one's mental strength and physical strength, and also increase defense. Mr. Wang Yan was excited and quickly asked how many Chao Tuo could make. Chao Tuo said that he could make around 1,000 of them in 20 minutes. Mr. Wang was shocked and said that Chao Tuo was a prodigy in food-type spirit. Yun Hao asked if Wang Dong wanted to try the cigars, but Wang Dong was shy and said that they should first go back to their room. When going back, Hong Chen, the white-haired guy from Moonlight Academy, saw Yun Hao and arrogantly said that he would be defeated by him. But Yun Hao was not faced with the provocation and said that he would squash him sooner or later. When Yun Hao went back to his room, he told the angry Wang Dong that Hong Chen was at least a spirit king. The next day, the Shrek faced members of Yun Luo School. Both teams sent out their first representative to fight in an individual match. The loser will have to leave, and the winner can continue to face the next opponents one by one, or can go back and send another representative if exhausted. Bei Bei wanted to go first, but Wang Yan said that Yun Luo School was weak against defense-type spirit masters, so Wang Yan told Shu Shan to go. Shu Shan was excited and said that he would take on all 7 of them by himself. When the battle started, Shu Shan ran away and was about to land out of the arena. And just at that time, he switched positions with the opponent, as the opponent suddenly found himself out of the arena. Everyone was surprised and was unable to comprehend what happened. Only Yun Hao and the others knew about the teleportation ability of Shu Shan. However, when the next opponent came out as a hot chick, Shu Shan immediately became horny and fought while teasing her. But Shu Shan wasn't out of his mind and used his facade of horniness to also kick the hot chick's ass out of the arena. After defeating her, Shu Shan even said that she should blame her body for being so hot for the loss. Everyone in the stadium called him a pervert and asked if Shu Shan was really a member of the respected Shrek. Meanwhile, Shrek's team was ashamed of Shu Shan's behavior. The next opponent looked serious and asked to fight against Shu Shan's true strength. Shu Shan agreed. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Shu Shan's true strength. The battle commenced, and the opponent released a spirit weapon that armored himself from head to toe. Chao Tuo said that it was the latest, strongest spirit weapon. Meanwhile, the ass-kicked hot chick cheered for her senior. A barrage of small missiles attacked Shu Shan from all directions, but Shu Shan was not harmed as he took out his shield. Then the opponent released a body-tracking missiles that can change direction mid-flight and can lock onto the target. Shu Shan was being chased by the missiles as he kept defending. Shu Shan then boosted his speed and split the armor that surrounded him, protecting him from all directions. In just a few seconds, Zhu Shan appeared in front of the opponent and smashed the opponent with his shield as an orange shockwave covered the arena. When the smoke cleared out, everyone saw the opponent lying on the ground as Shu Shan was announced as the victor. Shu Shan then went to Jiang Nan and asked if it was cool, but Jiang Nan just smacked him, and just like that, one person won against the whole team. The students from the Moonlight Academy were worried after seeing Shu Shan's performance and were planning to find out ways to learn more about the Shrek team. A white-haired girl teased Hong Cheng, saying even he was worried. Hong Chen said that it had been a long time since he was excited and was looking to fight against the Shrek any time. Teacher Wang Yan went to see the duo and found them playing weird things on the bed. However, he didn't think much and thought they were just kids. Teacher Wang gathered everyone and told them that there would be an auction for soul spirit weapons in the city, and he would bring them there to buy some spirit weapons. But everyone was downcast hearing that they would use spirit weapons. So Mr. Wang told them that the Shrek needed to adapt with time, and almost every team had soul spirit weapons. He also made them remember the battle with the Dark Master and said that the outcome would be different if Shrek had defensive spirit weapons. And with the declining number of spirit beasts, soon there will be a day when one wouldn't be able to find a suitable spirit beast to hunt for the spirit rings. So at that time, only spirit weapons would be available. B.I. Bei agreed, saying that his Tang clan declined because they didn't adopt with time. Everyone began to understand one by one, and soon they agreed. Mr. Wang then showed them a golden card saying that the school would pay for the spiritual weapons that they chose. But just then, Wang Dong said that he wouldn't buy spirit weapons and went back to the room. Yun Hao was shocked by Wang Dong's sudden rejection, as Mr. Wang Yan said that Wang Dong might have a valid principle for not getting one. Thus, the group went to the auction house and almost everyone obtained a suitable weapon for themselves. And at the end of the auction, the main attraction item was shown. The treasure was covered in expensive red clothing. And Yun Hao, being a spirit weapon forger, was very curious about the thing under the red veil. So he used his sense-boosting ability to take a closer look, and as soon as he did so, he felt as though countless big, thick thorns had penetrated him from all direction. And when he stopped his sense-boosting ability, the pain was gone. The auction lady uncovered the cloth as a dark aura permeated from the treasure. It was an engraving knife called Lai Bang Knife. It was the dream of every spirit weapon forger. But the lady also said that it was not a normal Lai Bang engraving knife, and it had a curse placed in it. If not for the curse, it might be hailed as the most treasured engraving knife in history. It was called Devouring Engraving Knife and was forged 3,000 years ago by a level 9 spirit weapon smith. At that time, the weaponsmith was also a demonic spirit master. According to the legends, the knife contained the spirit of the demonic spirit master. So all the 37 people that had owned this knife had died miserably, and 9 of them became demonic masters. The bid of the knife started from 10,000 gold coins, but none even wanted to buy it. The auctioneer was regretting telling the past of this knife beforehand. Then suddenly, when she was about to dismiss the auction, Yun Hao bade for it. Naturally, nobody competed for it, and it was sold for only 10,000 gold. Yun Hao's teammates were shocked and asked for an explanation. Yun Hao said that he had figured out the solution to the knife by himself. He was confident, saying he can get rid of that curse. Yun Hao was happy as he was able to get the knife that the gray entity in his consciousness requested to get. The gray entity said that the knife was made with the creatures of gold, and wasn't that simple. The gray entity also promised to remove the curse from the knife. After the auction, everyone returned back to the dorm. When Yun Hao went back, he saw Wang Dong and asked about his distaste of spirit weapons. Wang Dong said that he also wanted to get one spirit weapon, but some kind of voice whispers in his head every time a spirit weapon's name is mentioned. Yun Hao was shocked and wondered if Wang Dong also had someone living in his consciousness. So he told Wang Dong to not move and let him check it. Yun Hao got close to Wang Dong and placed his forehead on Wang Dong's forehead. After a while, Yun Hao was able to get in Wang Dong's consciousness. In the consciousness, Yun Hao saw a strong presence. His daydream brother immediately warned him to leave Wang Dong's consciousness. Fortunately, he listened quickly and was out of danger. Yun Hao was traumatized by the display of power. Brother Tian Meng rebuked him for being careless, and the gray entity named Yi Lao said that it was a strong seal that was inside Wang Dong. Yun Hao quickly asked if the seal was harming Wang Dong. Yi Lao said that the seal was to protect Wang Dong, and as long as Yun Hao treated him well, nothing would happen. He was also warned to not enter Wang Dong's consciousness again. Wang Dong quickly asked Yun Hao if he was okay, and asked why he was suddenly thrown on the wall. Yun Hao didn't tell anything to Wang Dong, and from Wang Dong's reaction, Yun Hao understood that Wang Dong had no idea about the seal he had. The next day, Shrek faced Qianling Academy, and the Moonlight Academy found this perfect for checking out Shrek's ability. The team from the Qianling Academy was strong. 6 of them had 4 spirit rings, and 1 student even had 5 spirit rings. Hong Cheng from Moonlight Academy was analyzing Shrek team, and saw that Yun Hao was standing at the back of the team and wasn't doing anything. The attack had started as a big ice storm rushed towards the Shrek team. Hong Chen and his team analyzed the possible countermeasures Shrek might implement to defend against the storm. And just at that moment, Yun Hao's voice rose as he proclaimed himself as the King of Ice. He again released his 100,000-year-old spirit ring. The ice tornado went back to the Qianluo team by itself, and in one move, the Shrek was victorious. And the Moonlight team began to wonder if Yunhao really had 100,000-year-old rings. Hong Chen was traumatized after confirming that it was really a 100,000-year-old ring. Hong Chen then said when he was 16, he had gone to the northern plain with his grandfather to get a spirit ring. There he saw a jade-colored spirit beast that was a 100,000-year-old beast. Yunhao's aura also felt similar to the spirit beast's aura. He was truly shaken up by him, but the red-haired guy said that no matter what, he would try his best to withhold the glory of their school. However, in the next match, the students were depressed, as it was an individual match and the other team had 5 spirit kings in them. Mr. Wang Yan said that they should admit defeat and come back with a bigger force after 5 years. But the students were unwilling to admit defeat and said that they would try their best to win the next matches. Xu Shan also said that he would win just for Jian Nan. The first match was 2 versus 2. The team had to reserve stronger members, so they only found Xu Shan and Jian Nan to be the most suitable for the position. Meanwhile, Hong Chen calmed down from his trauma and thought that Yunhao had been using some kind of mental illusion to show off red spirit rings, which honestly wasn't completely wrong. He and also his fellow teammates from Moonlight Academy believed that this match would be able to draw all the trump cards of the Shrek. In the arena, Jiang Nan and Xu Shan went up to face the opponents. Jiang Nan noticed how Xu Shan stood ahead of her and felt that she could somehow trust Xu Shan. The opponents from Zhengtian Academy also came. They also had 1 girl and 1 guy. But unlike Shrek's team, both of them had 5 spirit rings, meaning they were spirit kings. When the match began, the women with angelic wings came rushing towards Xu Shan as though wanting to finish off the defender first. However, that attack was just a distraction, and their real target was Jiang Nan behind Xu Shan. Xu Shan then saw the attack getting towards Jiang Nan. But for some reason, Jiang Nan didn't want to dodge, as if she wanted to prove that Xu Shan would never be able to protect her. Xu Shan panicked, and then a green aura surrounded him as a green transparent shield was placed. Xu Shan's entire looks changed as his clothing and red hair became green. His eyes were flashing red as his bare body only had a green shell covering him. Even Xu Shan's own team members were surprised, not to mention the others. Bei explained that this was Xu Shan's unsealed spirit essence black turtle. This spirit beast only appeared when Xu Shan is in serious condition. The opponent again got back up and said that Xu Shan only had 4 spirit rings and released her black 10,000-year-old ring. Seeing this, Xu Shan merged all 4 rings into one, and it also became 1 10,000-year-old rings. Xu Shan was able to block the attack of the opponent using the newly formed 10,000-year-old ring. The attack and defense continued, and Jiang Nan finished preparing her attack. So she told him to leave it to her as she released her attack. It was nothing flashy, but a kick to the opponent as it sent her flying. After that, Xu Shan's adrenaline wore off as the side effects of unsealing his spirit essence kicked in, making him drop in the shoulder of Jiang Nan. The crowd cheered for the victory as Jiang Nan was again annoyed by Xu Shan as he started his rant after waking up from his short coma. Next, Xiao Xiao was told to go with Kai Tu. Xiao Xiao asked Cao Tou to give her his cigar, but Kai Tuo hesitated, saying it would not look good if she as a girl smoked the spirit cigar. But Xiao Xiao said that her reputation is not worth it compared to the value of the match. The fighters of Zhengtian Academy also came. This time both of the opponents were guys, and surprisingly, the Academy sent only 1 Spirit King to the match. Bei guessed that the Zhengtian Academy wanted to reserve their Spirit King's abilities until the end, despite losing the first round. The opponent took Xiao Xiao lightly, seeing her small figure. And when Xiao Xiao released her 2 spirit rings, everyone was shocked as 2 spirit rings were too weak compared to the 5-ringed opponent. The crowd wondered if Xiao Xiao was really a member of the Shrek. Cao Tuo was also not planning to hold back as he revealed his big gun. However, the weapon had a large cooldown time. The Spirit King, seeing this, took out a bow and released the arrow before the recharge was complete. But Xiao Xiao appeared with her small figure and released her cauldron spirit. She coughed out blood while defending against it. She began healing herself with her other spirit essence. And everyone understood that Xiao Xiao had dual spirit essence. At the same time, she used her slowdown ability to slow the opponents down. So the opponent first wanted to attack her and eliminate her. They rushed towards them while she was almost tired from overusing her abilities. She used her best to defend herself, but she only had 2 rings. Thus her cauldron cracked and the ring broke as she fell down. Cao Tuo saw this. So did everyone in the audience seat. Chao Tuo's eyes were bloodshot seeing this as his aura exploded outwards. And the weapon that he had been recharging all this time finally fired as a red ball of energy rushed towards the duo of Zhengtian Academy. The protectors blocked the attack as it was too deadly for the opponent, meaning Shrek had won. Chao Tuo saw Xiao's body that was unconscious, and soon he also went into a coma, all the while protecting Xiao Xiao from the explosion with his own body. After the battle ended, the audience clapped as they cheered. The next match was a 3 versus 3, and the Shrek team swore not to let down Shrek's glory. B.I. Bei, as the most senior out of the backup team, understood that if they could endure and win these challenges as just the backup team, then they would reap great rewards in the future. After seeing the hard work their other teammates have been putting in to withhold the reputation of Shrek, all the team members became emotional. So did Yun Hao and Wang Dong. The opponent this time was the captain of the Zhengtian Academy's team, Ye Wuqing, with level 58 of Spirit King and 2 other students who were Spirit Elder of level 46. Both Bei Bei and Ye Wu trash-talked to each other, and after a while, they were told to go to the end of the arena. They complied, and the referee announced the start of the battle. Shrek's team's Bei Bei, Yun Hao, and Wang Dong rushed, and everyone was shocked to see Yun Hao with only 2 rings. None was able to comprehend how Yun Hao had only 2 rings, not to mention the age of those rings was only 10 years old as they were white. Many had by now guessed that Yun Hao's rings were fake, but none believed that the actual age of the rings would be so low. But Ye Wu told his teammates to not get tricked, as Yun Hao could be pretending to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. One of the spiritual elders of the opponent's team suddenly launched a mental attack to Shrek's team, catching Bei Bei off guard. But Yun Hao counterattacked with his own mental attack. Both Yun Hao and the other guy competed to see who had stronger mental strength. While Yun Hao was fighting with his only 2 rings, the Spirit Elder of level 46 naturally had 4 Spirit Rings. The Spirit King of level 58 also attacked with a golden leaf, however. Wang Dong felt something was off with the leaf. So he sent a feather flying at it, and the feather made it explode mid-flight as a strong explosion occurred. Meanwhile, Yun Hao kept attacking the other team with mental attacks too, and they wondered if their own ally had aimed incorrectly. The captain again sent a golden leaf, but Yun Hao made it seem like he attacked the leaf, but in reality he aimed his spirit weapon to the opponent. And all of these was done by his illusion ability. In the end, the spirit weapon attacked Ye Wu, and the leaf fell near Ye Wu's own teammate. Then the woman from the opponent's team started firing from her spirit cannon, but Bei Bei used his thunder to destroy the cannons mid-flight. Yun Hao and Wang Dong took this chance to target the woman. But the women never took Wang Dong and Yun Hao, who had 2 rings only, seriously. But boy, was she wrong. As Yun Hao neared, ice claws formed in his hand, and the fireball of the woman shrunk in size, and she understood it was none other than absolute ice. Yun Hao used Jade Hand of Tang Sect. Together with his absolute ice element, it clashed against the pink fireball. The fireball shrunk even more as soon as it touched Yun Hao's hand, and in the end, it had vanished into nothingness. Yun Hao forced her to the edge of the arena and was about to drop her out. But she counterattacked with a flame cage that trapped Yun Hao and Wang Dong. She was planning to bring both of them with her down the arena. The duo panicked while the woman was happy. All of a sudden, Wang Dong felt that his spirit powers were drawn to Yun Hao. Then he saw Yun Hao releasing a green aura from his body, and boom, the green aura swept the surroundings, including the opponent. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the frozen statue of the woman and the duo of Wang Dong and Yun Hao standing. Their pose looked cool, but in truth they were trying their best to recover their energy using Chao Tuo's cigar. Yun Hao was just using his illusion technique to hide him smoking weed. And at the same time, Bei Bei was battling Ye Wu. Bei Bei's thunder and Ye Wu's golden leaf constantly clashed, and both were on par with each other. Bei Bei went for the close combat by dodging the leaves, but Ye Wu also turned out to be very good at it too. Ye Wu's body turned golden as it deflected the thunder and counterattacked with golden leaf. Bei Bei was injured. Then Ye Wu brought upon a rain of golden leaves and said that they should end it quickly. But Bei Bei didn't admit defeat, so the golden leaves rushed towards him. But Bei Bei also had trump card up his sleeves, as he turned his left hand into the hand of a golden dragon and created an energy orb made of golden lightning. The lightning looked akin to heavenly thunder, as though it would punish all evils under the heavens. Bei Bei touched Ye Wu's shoulder and felt that he was almost on the brink of exhaustion. And just then, the other guy with mental ability recovered and prepared an attack, making the situation for Shrek even more hazardous. When Bi Bei was about to be mentally attacked, Yun Hao and Wang Dong forced their fusion and used the mental attack of Golden Beam. Ye Wu wasn't completely turned into a statue and was still able to move, but his spiritual essence had been sealed. Yun Hao saw this and was desperate to finish off Ye Wu. He knew if he couldn't finish Ye Wu before he recovered, then he would have no chance. However, Yun Hao was just level 27, whereas Ye Wu was of level 58. Yun Hao tried using his hidden weapon, but Ye Wu was not fazed as he had his golden body for protection. Yun Hao was desperate and sought help from Ice Empress. Ice Empress listened and took control of Yun Hao as a jade crown appeared above Yun Hao's head. Ye Wu felt the change in aura of Yun Hao, and he felt that Yun Hao had changed into a different person. Yun Hao was mute as the Ice Empress used his body to teach him methods to defeat stronger opponents while being weak. She controlled ice in the surrounding in a very extreme manner, as all the spirit power of Ye Wu's body was frozen. And at this moment, the golden mental power's effect wore off for Ye Wu, and he got back to normal. He would be able to recover his spirit power if given time. But it was enough to finish off Yun Hao. So he did what he thought was best and attacked Yun Hao. But Yun Hao's body gave off pressure, and again a green aura greater than what the audience seen before exploded. Hong Chen was able to notice a spirit bone from Yun Hao's chest, as Yun Hao threw off Ye Wu out of the arena. Soon he also fell on the arena just a bit away from the edge. Wang Yan was happy seeing the outcome. Then the only opponent, the mental attack guy, was left. Wang Dong went to face him. The opponent was taking it easy as both Yun Hao and Bei Bei were unable to fight, and he could just play around with the pretty boy of Wang Dong. As long as Wang Dong is defeated, they would still be able to win. The mental attack guy told Wang Dong to give up and take his companion off the stage. But however much Wang Dong wanted to treat his injured teammates, he couldn't waste what they had accomplished so far. Wang Dong then finally revealed his other spirit essence, which he didn't even tell Yun Hao about. It was emanating a dark aura, and everyone was shocked by Wang Dong's twin spirit. The mental guy again used his puppeting ability to control Wang Dong. But that was his bad choice, as even Yun Hao was scared to use a mental attack against Wang Dong. And sure enough, the guy had blood gushing out of all his holes as Wang Dong fired his final blow. The attack was so strong that even the protector was shocked as he defended against it. And on the stage, Wang Dong was the only one standing as he huffed and puffed. Wang Dong then slowly picked up his teammates and announced that they had won, with teary eyes. Mr. Wang Ya also had teary eyes as he went up in the arena to hug them. Mr. Wang Yan then took the spirit mic and told everyone the reason for Shrek's backup team fighting in the tournament instead of the main team. He said that all 7 people on the backup team were less than 15 years old, and 3 of them were still 12 years old. Everyone clapped hearing it, and even Hong Chen began respecting Shrek's team. Then the Moonlight Academy's representative asked if Hong Chen and his friends would go to Shrek as exchange students. They agreed and said they wanted to see what made Shrek so good. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was in a coma and was in extreme pain. And when he woke up, he saw Ma Xiao Tao on top of him. She said that Yun Hao's performance was outstanding in the tournament. She added that she took care of him when he was unconscious and wiped his body clean. Yun Hao was embarrassed, and Xiao Tao said that it was not her first time seeing him. She then hugged him and started crying all of a sudden. She was worried as to what if they had another accident. Yun Hao told her to take her time in recovering so that they can fight together and make Shrek win. At this time, Wang Dong barged in Yun Hao's room and saw the duo hugging each other. A while later, Ling Luo Chen also came bringing a get-well gift for Yun Hao, but she didn't give it to him as she saw Xiao Tao coming out of Yun Hao's room. In the room, Yun Hao thanked Wang Dong for using his second spirit that won the fight. Wang Dong asked if he was surprised to see his second spirit essence, but Yun Hao said he had known about it ever since their first spirit fusion. Wang Dong's eyes were twinkling as he asked if Yun Hao also had secrets that he was hiding from him. Wang Dong hopped on Yun Hao on the sofa and asked what secret he was hiding. But Yun Hao cheekily said that he knew about Wang Dong's weakness and gave Wang Dong tickles. But all of a sudden, an oppressive aura filled the room as it targeted Yun Hao specifically. A voice came from the aura as it asked what a spirit beast like Yun Hao was doing in human form. It kept blabbering about 10 great beasts as the man behind it revealed itself as the Xiu Luo Kingdom's guardian Cheng Gang. He said that the move Yun Hao used when defeating Ye Wu Qing was definitely of a spirit beast. Cheng Gang looked greedy to kill Yun Hao and obtain his spirit bone. So he picked up Yun Hao by his neck, but then found out that Yun Hao wasn't a spirit beast in human form, but a real human. Cheng Gang was shocked, saying how can a human have the aura of a spirit beast? Wang Dong also came and said that Cheng Gang must have made a mistake because Yunhao's spirit essence is the beast type and was of ice scorpion, but he was a human through and through. The guy left and warned them to keep quiet about that day's incident. When Cheng Gang left, Yunhao's eyes were burning with fury as he swore that he would repay Cheng Gang for bullying him when he was weak. Even Ice Empress was angry in Yunhao's consciousness and said that she would have frozen Cheng Gang to death if it was before. She slapped Tian Meng for making her so weak to not even have a physical body. Yunhao then asked what Cheng Gang meant by 10 great beasts. Bing Bing then replied, saying the 10 great beasts were the strongest beasts known, and within these 10 beasts, even the weakest had aged over 300,000 years. She blamed Cheng Gang for being so ignorant, as spirit beasts can only turn into human form when they are over 100,000 years old and less than 200,000 years old. She explained how the spirit beasts that turned into human beings were sought after by powerful spirit masters to obtain their spirit rings and bones, as the beasts in human form are very weak. She then also said that the 10 beasts might not be the strongest, as the ocean holds most of the strongest beasts unknown to man. Thus, there are no ocean beasts within the 10 great beasts list of humans. She then urged Yunhao to break through to the 30th level to use more of her power. Just then, the voice of the gray entity, Li Yao, came as it told Yunhao to hurriedly retrieve the devouring knife. Yunhao complied. While these were happening in his consciousness, in the outskirts of Xingluo City, Cheng Gang was beaten like a pig as he sobbed. He never thought as a guardian of Xingluo Kingdom he would ever be beaten like this. The person that had beaten him said that he was lucky as he didn't harm Yunhao and Wang Dong. It was none other than Xuan Lao. Meanwhile, Cheng Gang felt that there were heavens above the heavens and realized that there are always stronger people in the world. The duo of Wang Dong and Yunhao had no idea about Cheng Gan's situation as they went to see Xiao Xiao's condition. When they got in, they saw Chao Tuo feeding Xiao Xiao gently. Wang Dong said that they can't disturb them and should leave. Wang Yan came and said that Chao Tuo prepared the soup with the best ingredients by himself. Later, Wang Yan analyzed about Yunhao's and Wang Dong's abilities, making the duo surprised at Wang Yan's observation ability and knowledge. Yunhao asked how Wang Dong and he was able to fuse, as it should be even harder as they both have twin spirits. Wang Yan pondered and said there are things that make fusion easier, like being of opposing genders. Yunhao looked at Wang Dong curiously and subconsciously rejected this possibility as they were both males, while Wang Dong just blushed and became silent. Wang Yan cleared the situation and said that there are other possibilities for the fusion to be so smooth. Wang Yan then said that since they were able to have 2 spirit fusion abilities with just 1 spirit essence, then they should be able to have 4 spirit fusion abilities with their twin spirits. The duo went back and tried what Mr. Wang Yan told them about 4 spirit fusion abilities. But even after cuddling for so long, they weren't able to comprehend any new abilities. Yunhao said that everyone knows about their trump cards as they revealed them in previous matches, so they desperately need to find out their new spirit fusion abilities. Then Yunhao came up with an idea and said that they should stop hugging and do something else like sleep the whole night hugging each other. Yunhao reminded the blushing Wang Dong that the first time they discovered the fusion compatibility, they hugged each other the whole night in the forest. But their hugging had to wait as they didn't know any safe forest around. On the second day, Shrek was paired against Chang Ning Academy. The match was a 7 versus 7 member match. However, everyone was surprised to see Shrek only sending 2 members instead of 7. And everyone noticed that a new girl was present with Yunhao on the stage. It was none other than Ling Luo Chen. Many thought that Shrek's members were injured in the last match, so Shrek only deployed 2 members. However, their assumption was proven wrong as Yunhao provided Ling Luo with his absolute ice control as Ling Luo single-handedly cleared the arena as soon as the match began. Everyone cheered for her as she stood with a cold and aloof face. However, inside she was the happiest. Her cold face was just a facade. At the auction house of Xingluo City, Wang Yan brought the Shrek group to visit a person. It was a woman called Qin Ya who was the hostess for the auction. She said that they could see the auction and bid for any items from the Spirit TV. As long as they pay for the item will be delivered to them as soon as possible. The Shrek team sat on their couch and watched intently at the Spirit TV to spot any item they need. Tonight, the auction house would sell 9 items only, and the highest bidder would get the items. And the auctioneer was none other than the youngest princess of Xingluo. The first item was from the Sun Moon Kingdom. It was an 8th grade weapon made from a 10,000-year-old beast bone. It can increase one's attack power by 50%. Dai Yao said that he would buy it for Xiao Tao, and Xiao Tao could return it to him once he reaches level 70. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Yun Hao sat closer, and Wang Dong felt that they had been sitting like a couple. However, the romantic moment was destroyed as Yun Hao asked Wang Dong to quickly touch their hands so that they could practice their fusion ability. Meanwhile, Dai Yao almost went bankrupt buying the 8th grade weapon for 1.5 million gold coins. Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Wang Dong was fighting, and they again got into an awkward position. Chao Tuo noticed the duo and asked what they were doing. While Wang Dong was trying to mediate the situation, Yun Hao innocently said that they were trying their spirit fusion ability. Hearing it, Cao Tao even gave them thumbs up. But the next item that was announced was a spirit bone from Ice Scorpion, and Yun Hao felt extreme anger from Bing Bing when the item was announced. The Ice Scorpion bone was sparkling like jade, and the auctioneer said that it is very suitable for ice elemental spirit masters. But Bing was angry. She again kicked Tian Meng as she was unable to do anything to the humans as they were stuck in Yun Hao's consciousness. The auctioneer said that the spirit bone was from a beast over 600,000 years old. However, sadly only those with extreme ice control could fuse with it, otherwise they might die. Bing Bing told Yun Hao that he must get that ice bone no matter what, as it had an ability that was very powerful. She explained that the ice explosion ability of that bone is one of the rarest abilities of her clan, and if she had that ability, then she would have been the sole ruler of the North. She also said that only Yun Hao could fuse with it, as without absolute ice ability, none can fuse with it regardless of their strength. Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the starting bid as 10 million gold coins, Yun Hao raised his hand and addressed the issue regarding the ice bone, as it would only be possible for the absolute ice attribute holder to fuse with the bone. Yun Hao also mentioned that he was the only one with Bone Ice Scorpion Essence and absolute ice ability. 10 minutes later, a blonde guy that hatefully looked similar to Dai Yao Chung appeared. The blonde guy said that Yun Hao would have to bear the consequences if Yun Hao lied and scammed the royal auction house. Thus, Yun Hao was examined, and the blonde guy confirmed the truth. He asked if Yun Hao was a citizen of Xingluo. Yun Hao nodded that he got admitted into Shrek as an orphan citizen of Xingluo. The blonde heard and said then the spirit bone could be a gift to Yun Hao, as it can only be used by him. However, for that, he must win the tournament to take this bone. Yun Hao was shocked by such a condition, but he agreed nonetheless. After that, Sister Ling Luo asked if it was really true that one must have absolute ice ability to have that bone. Yun Hao nodded, but Sister Ling Luo said that it would be great if Yun Hao could practice with her more often. After Shrek returned to their own VIP cabinet, the princess asked the blonde, addressing him as brother, if it was really fine promising Shrek such a valuable thing. The blonde said that it was so that the Empire can get close to Shrek, and Yun Hao being a valuable member of Shrek, it would be worth the investment. The last item of the auction was a spirit essence. It was possible to fuse with the spirit essence if one was lucky. Everyone was surprised hearing one can gain spirit essence without being born with it. Bing Bing said that it might be possible just like how they did, but the spirit essence wouldn't be as good as theirs, as she had willingly become Yun Hao's spirit essence. It was the same as a natural spirit essence. Sure enough, the auction began with the price tag of 1 billion gold coins, but soon someone won the bid with 1.5 billion gold coins. The Shrek pondered who was so wealthy to gain such a treasure. When the Shrek's team was returning to their hotel, they met Hong Chen, who again challenged Yun Hao. Hong Chen was the one that bought that spirit essence. He was confident that after he gained his second spirit essence, he would have an unparalleled talent. After returning, Yun Hao and Wang Dong went to the forest first to try out their fusion skill. Surprisingly, going to the forest really made it possible to discover their fusion spirit ability. They lay on the ground as the destruction from their new fusion ability was still visible. Bing Bing, in Yun Hao's spirit consciousness, said that the aura from the spirit essence from the auction felt very familiar to her. The next day, Xiao Tao was able to join the tournament as she recovered. Thus, Shrek had 3 members of the main team joining the battle team for the first time, and as expected, Xiao Tao was enough to sweep clean the victory. She had rampaged through the arena and won easily as the opponent had no way to defend. She felt relieved, letting go of her pent-up anger toward her opponent. But Wang Yan wasn't happy at her action as she exposed her ability too early and warned that her future opponents would be stronger. Wang Yan and Xiao Tao argued. Wang Yan said that she should not participate in the team if she doesn't fulfill her duties as captain. After Xiao Tao left, Wang Yan was alerted by a dark aura emanating from the devouring knife bought by Yun Hao. So he hurriedly called to Yun Hao. Yun Hao saw this and sought the thing from Wang Yan, saying he has ways to restrain it. When Yunhao touched the demonic black aura, Yi Lao woke up in his consciousness. The demonic aura also invaded Yunhao's consciousness. Brother Daydream used his power to restrain it as the 10-year-old white ring turned golden. Bing Bing also joined in as Yunhao's eyes became that of Bing Bing. The gray entity, Yi Lao, woke up and told everyone to leave the rest to him. Wang Yan was shocked to see Yunhao's aura changing from golden to jade color to lastly deathly gray color. Yunhao, who was being controlled by Yi Lao, looked at the peeking Wang Yan and threw him out of a magic barrier that he made. The barrier was very strong, and it protected Yunhao from outside harm, and also isolated the space within the barrier. Yunhao then began purifying the knife slowly, as a holy aura emanated from Yunhao's body. Tian Meng and Bing Bing was shocked to see Yi Lao, whom they thought was a deathly being, could use such pure, holy energy. The knife slowly was being purified as the black aura began to be sucked out by Yi Lao. When it was almost finished, the knife gave out a very potent life-attributed aura, which surprised Yunhao and Tian Meng. And slowly the black knife turned emerald, and was full of pure and solid life energy. Yi Lao, who controlled Yunhao's body, said that this life force has been accumulated after millions of years of condensation, and could benefit everyone in Yunhao's spiritual consciousness. Yunhao was given back his body as Yi Lao let off his control. Yi Lao told Yunhao to not let the knife go no matter what happens, and told him to bring it closer. As soon as the knife got close to his forehead, it stuck to Yunhao like a magnet to iron. Yunhao felt the life force entering every part of his body as his meridians became firmer and wider. Even muscles and bones were purified as they became stronger than before. Even the space within his consciousness was changing as it was being filled with life. But all of a sudden, the green knife faced towards his forehead and abruptly penetrated his head as a green light was reflected, but Yunhao's head had no injury, as though it was just an illusion. In fact, the knife went into his consciousness. Tiangmeng told Yunhao to hold on as the strong life force rampaged into his consciousness. Yunhao felt extreme pain as his consciousness stretched beyond limits. Then the gray entity told everyone to not panic and to release a small amount of their spirit power within Yunhao's consciousness. They did as Yi Lao told, and Yunhao's consciousness repaired itself with the energy from unsealing their powers. His consciousness slowly turned lusciously filled with plants and flowers as it turned into an isolated space like a small world. Tian Meng guessed that this world could evolve, becoming bigger and bigger if Yunhao got stronger, and estimated that Yunhao's consciousness space had expanded at least 3 times than before. Then Yi Lao for the first time showed his face clearly and said that he would live in Yunhao's third eye that had been newly formed. Tian Meng was surprised and asked what he meant by third eye. So he demonstrated as the third eye opened in between Yunhao's eyebrows. Yunhao was the one who was most surprised. Yi Lao added that Yunhao had gained the ability of super regeneration, which only the life-attributed spirit masters rarely had. He also told him other things, like how the knife didn't disappear, but became his third eye, and Yunhao could use his eyes like a knife. He was also told that Yi Lao can also be considered a kind of spiritual essence, but he can't give Yunhao any spirit ring as he was not from this world. He told Yunhao to train harder, as he would give Yunhao his powers and abilities once he obtains 5 spirit rings. Wang Yan, who was outside of his barrier, woke up from his coma and was briefed about the knife with some lies. And to make it look like the truth, Yunhao created an illusion of the purified knife. After going back to his room, Yunhao began meditating, and he discovered that he can somehow see everything inside his body. He guessed that it should be the wonders of the third eye. Yunhao pushed the door to get out, but made Wang Dong fall on his butt as Wang Dong was just outside the door. Wang Dong complained, so Yunhao rubbed his butt. So Wang Dong became angry for touching his butt and kicked Yunhao, but Yunhao dodged it and was also able to block Wang Dong's fist. Wang Dong exclaimed as to how Yunhao was able to block his fist, despite having 2 rings. Back to the conference room of Shrek, Mr. Wang explained, saying that day was the semi-finals, and after that day would be the finals. Shrek was told that they would fight Xing Luo Academy that day. Next, teacher Wang Yan gave everyone their roles and described a couple of strategies that the team should follow to win the battles. At the end of the conference, Mr. Wang shouted out the slogans of Shrek as the other students repeated. But Xing Luo Academy's true strength was stronger than what people had anticipated. Shi Luo Princess Juju was also among the fighters of Xing Luo Academy. The princess had Star Crown Spirit Essence, a great support ability. Her support spirit essence had changed the battleground at the very start, as it affected Yunhao's mental ability the most. Yunhao was unable to share his sense boost ability with the team. and the team who was used to being helped by Yunhao's sense boost was now very weak. Soon enough, the importance of Yunhao's boosting ability was shown as Xiao Tao's fireball was snatched by the opponent's fire mage, who was at the back, and she was being attacked by a black tiger guy. Meanwhile, Dai Ya-chung and Bei Bei were the same and were having a tough time. Until now, they had realized the strength of Princess Juju's support ability. She was also attacking with sparkling little stars that were like small bombs. All three people of the main Shrek's team were kept at bay, as they thought this was the plan Xing Luo Academy was having from the start. Wang Yan guessed that this was the strongest opponent they had faced as of this tournament. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Yun Hao were hiding in the mist created by Ling Luo. Princess saw this attack in the mist. Xiao Tao saw this too and broke out with her fire powers, but she was restrained by a soul weapon of level 7 into a crystal ball. She was trapped and was unable to break out. Thus, Dao Yao became the focus of the attack and was soon hit. Wang Yan said that Dai Yao was hit because all three people were supporting the person that was attacking Dai Yao by sharing their spirit power through a spirit tool. Princess Juju had a confident smile as she prepared to end this battle. The blonde guy from the auction was sitting in the VIP area of the arena. He was smiling as it was a good idea to hide Prince Juju's ability from public for several years, for she had the strongest offensive support ability. Wang Dong and Yun Hao agreed that they should try their spirit fusion ability. They had no choice but to use their trump card. But then, Yi Lao's voice came saying he should know more about his own abilities. He said that the opponent was able to control the battle through the power of the stars, and he questioned what is the origin of the stars. He listened to Yi Lao's advice and did the spirit fusion. Yun Hao knew that their opponent's star ability is mainly light attributed, and their spirit fusion is also of light attribute. So he used their spirit fusion ability of light attribute and slowly broke the area of the star made by Juju. Dai Yao also broke out to help in, and finally the shield was being broken. Under Yi Lao's advice, Yun Hao was able to gain confidence, but they needed more power, so they decided to use their new spirit fusion ability. An illusory shadow of an ice scorpion was manifested as Yun Hao's hair became longer. A red aura surrounded him, and from out of nowhere a spirit hammer was being formed. The hammer struck, and the area made by star powers crumpled like glass. The duo also broke the trap that held Xiao Tao. When Xiao Tao was released, she saw Yun Hao and Wang Dong exhausted. And now, with nothing holding her back, Xiao Tao unleashed her rage. And that was how Xing Luo Academy lost. Meanwhile, Hong Chung was surprised as just when he thought that he had seen it all, a new ability was shown by Shrek. But Xiao Tao's body was hot and wet after unleashing her pent-up frustration and sought Yun Hao to quench her hunger. Thus, Yun Hao was taken away by Xiao Tao. As Xiao Tao's demonic flame heated up, it also affected his world inside his spiritual consciousness, as the cozy house of Brother Tian Meng was burnt down. Bing Bing used her ice ability to contain the fire. Yi Lao appeared and said that even though the demonic fire was strong, Yun Hao's life attribute from Lai Bang Knife can still protect him. And thus, Yun Hao was forced to do it again as everyone in Yun Hao's spirit consciousness enjoyed. After everything happened, Yun Hao was apologetic, but Xiao Tao said it was her fault. She then thanked Yun Hao for helping her contain the fire in her heart. Then she teased Yun Hao, saying Yun Hao was the first to see her body beside her parents. So she asked how he was going to take responsibility. And just like that, they became much closer, and Yun Hao also became emotional, getting familial love for the first time besides his mother. When he got back home, he saw Wang Dong sleeping as the sun shone on his butt. So he slapped the shining ass and woke Wang Dong up. Wang Dong soon questioned about what happened the last night with Xiao Tao. But Yun Hao said that he just found out that Xiao Tao was a very good sister as she took care of him, but Wang Dong said that Yun Hao can depend on him. But Yun Hao said, how can a guy be the same as a girl? Wang Dong was unable to express anything as he hid his identity as a girl, so he could only blame himself. Next, they heard about the other semi-final match that happened. Wang Yan said that it was really terrifying as the captain of Moonlight Academy single-handedly defeated the other team using his spirit weapons. He said that even if the Shrek's main team was fully deployed, it would be a hard fight against them. But Xu Shan said that it wasn't the first time a miracle happened, and it might not be impossible to win the finals. After the briefing, Yun Hao was about to go back to his room, but they were stopped by two people. The two people dressed weirdly and sought to talk with Yun Hao. The long-haired guy used his mental power to force the Shrek's people. Thus, Wang Yan and Yun Hao was the only one that they brought with them as the rest of the Shrek was threatened by them. The two people brought them to a room in the same hotel. Yunhao asked what they wanted from him. The long-haired guy said that they were from the Panty sect. Yunhao heard about this sect as it was a powerful hidden sect. Their purpose was to bring in Yunhao, who had a body-type spirit essence, as the Panty sect specializes on body-type spirit essence. But Yunhao refused their gesture politely, but they insisted, saying Panty sect is far better than Shrek. But Yunhao said that Shrek was like a family to him, and he wouldn't be able to join them. Yunhao stood up and was leaving, but the short-haired guy stretched his hand, and the long-haired guy attacked with mental power. Yunhao was able to break free from the mental suppression using his third eye, making the long-haired guy more interested in him. But just at that time, a roasted chicken leg flew at the short-haired guy as it stuck in his throat, breaking some of his teeth. And appeared Zhuan Lao, who intimidated the enemy. Zhuan Lao surprised them with his sheer presence as they begged for forgiveness and recognized Zhuan Lao. Zhuan Lao didn't kill them as they recognized him and let them go. Just at that time, Xiao Tao came too, hearing Yunhao had been kidnapped, but calmed down when she saw Zhuan Lao. Zhuan Lao told Wang Yan that he would go back to the academy as the Panty sect might make more moves at the school. Yunhao asked if the Panty sect was really scary. Bei Bei said that they are extremely carefree and ruthless, but they lost to Shrek 2,000 years ago and had hidden themselves. Bei Bei also told Yunhao that he should be alert in the future as Panty sect had set their eyes on him. The next day, the crowd was endless at the arena, as it was the final match. There were discussions going on about who would win. Many favored Shrek Academy due to its past reputation, but few knew about the strength of the Moonlight Academy. Just like other days, the Shrek team headed on the stage led by Xiao Tao, and the Sun Moon Empire's Moonlight Academy also came on the stage headed by their captain Ma. When the white-haired woman from Moonlight Academy saw Wang Dong, she was captivated by his eyelashes and figure. Hong Chen told her to not get horny in such an important match. Just at that moment, White Tiger Duke Dai Huo came, and Yunhao saw him too. The commentator of the match said that the champions would get 3 spirit bones and 1,000,000 gold coins. Then the judge of the final match was announced as a burly man appeared out of nowhere. He was Huang Jin, and a famous strong man in Xingluo. But when Huang Jin saw Xuan Luo sitting in normal audience seats, he got scared and wondered how he would defend if Xuan Luo did something to let Shrek win. The match would be divided into 3 rounds: team battle, individual battle, and a 2-2 and 3-man battle. And the winner of the best out of the 3 rounds would be the champion. It was also told that the danger level of this match was high, and the referee couldn't guarantee the full safety of the match. The first was team versus team match. Both teams came and introduced themselves. Moonlight Academy's red-haired guy was the captain and was called Ma Shu Long, whereas the white-haired siblings were called Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. The 3 were relatively young, but the other members of Moonlight looked quite old. The Shrek's team also introduced themselves, and everyone was surprised that Yunhao and Wang Dong wasn't fighting. They were sitting in the audience seat. Hong Chen cursed as he wanted to fight Yunhao. The teacher of Moonlight Academy was confused by such an arrangement, but Wang Yan had his plans. In the previous matches, Wang Yan did not prepare any in-depth strategy to win and relied mostly on strength. But the final was different. Another blonde guy asked the White Tiger Duke about which team he thinks would win. White Tiger Duke said that only time would tell. Then the judge raised his voice and announced the start of the first round, and as soon as he did, the fight started. The Moonlight Academy depended heavily on spirit weapons. Both sides launched devastating attacks on each other. Ma Xiaotao continued to release her 6th spirit ability according to Wang Yan's plan, and Yunhao secretly released his spirit sense boost ability to aid his teammates that were fighting in the arena. Xu Shanshi also used his space ability to switch the position of Hong Chen, but Hong Cheng wasn't phased, and in fact he seemed happy as he was surrounded by golden balls. Before the match started, Moonlight Academy's Captain Ma advised to keep Xiao Tao in check as she was the strongest. The responsibility to hold Xiao Tao down fell on combatant Lin Shi. Lin Shi swore that he would try his best to buy as much as time for the team by holding down Xiao Tao. And so he did. He did his best to confront her even though she was oppressing him in every way. Lin Shi was in a pinch and had to use the soul cage just like the opponents from the semi-finals. Xiao Tao was again imprisoned in it, but this time they used 2 cages to lock her inside. And without Xiao Tao, the Shrek team's burden increased heavily. Only Chao Tuo was able to support them using his spirit weapons. At the same time, Xu Shan used his teleportation ability to get close to the enemy. But he was unable to attack due to the lack of cover. Hong Chen was floating with countless gold orbs and particles. but the gold orbs began turning into something like weapons, and in the end, all of the turned into spirit weapons. Wang Yan was able to figure out the spirit essence of Hong Cheng as he was really knowledgeable. It was none other than a three-legged golden toad. Cao Tuo saw this and said that all of those weapons are fifth-grade spirit weapons. The match reached a critical point, and the judge had been looking at the match attentively. But at this time, something happened. The cage Ma Xiao Tao was being contained in had been melted by the flame, all the while containing the temperature of the flame up. Everyone underestimated Xiao Tao's power. Last time, after Yunhao calmed down her demonic fire, Xiao Tao broke through to 68th level and was close to level 70. Lin Shi, who was closest to Xiao Tao, instantly turned into ashes as the flames were condensed into very high temperatures. Even the judge was unable to save him. It was even out of the control of Xiao Tao. The members of Moonlight Academy were enraged, and one even charged to her. Meanwhile, Hong Chen's cannons were finished charging. Hong Chen's spirit essence was the best spirit essence for controlling the gold elements. His golden orbs were the core of his weapons, followed by his 4 spirit rings. He uses a shield to make weapons from the gold dust that he brings along. After that, the weapons charge by drawing gold elements from the air. And when the charge is complete, Hong Cheng releases the shield that protects him. Because of such abilities, he was known as a genius in the history of the Sun Moon Kingdom. Hong Cheng fired finally with his golden cannons, and the first in its trajectory was Dai Yao. It was then Jian Nan came in front. Su Shan was enraged, but was kicked by Xiao Tao for going overboard. It was very confusing for the audience, but Wang Yan knew she did the right thing. The other teammates of Sun Moon attacked Xiao Tao and kept her busy. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan confronted Hong Chen's cannon fire. Hong Chen saw her and felt it was a pity to damage such a beauty. But he was surprised when he saw Jian Nan coming his way, unscathed. Jiang Nan used her gravity magic, making the golden cannon gain heavy weight as they were dropped by Hong Chen to the ground. Jiang Nan then jumped up and kicked Hong Chen as both of them went on flying in different directions. However, she can't use her ability for long, so she also coughed blood. Dai Yao took this chance and attacked with his 10,000-year-old spirit ring. Hong Cheng used his gold control to cover his body in golden armor, but was still affected by the attack of Dai Yao. So Hong Chen was thrown to his sister as he coughed blood. And just at this moment, the crowd screamed as the Moonlight team saw another member of the Moonlight team dying from Xiao Tao's fire. When Xiao Tao was being attacked by the Moonlight team, she again compressed her fire into a tiny fireball using 2 spirit skills together. She then manifested a blood-red, fiery dark phoenix as it confronted Chen Fei, whose mind was clouded with anger. The judge was paying close attention, and Chen Fei believed he can evade the attack, but when the dark phoenix flew past Chen Fei, the heat from the dark-colored flame expanded, and the high-temperature heat consumed half of Chen Fei. Thus, he was killed. Thus, the judge was unable to save 2 students. Even the students from the audience hall felt the heat coming from arena. The 2 deaths caused the remaining member of Sun Moon to go berserk as they used all their means to attack unanimously. Bi Bei saw this and knew even if they won, they would have to lose the weak members of the Shrek. So he said that he would forfeit. The judge listened to this and immediately created a shield that blocked all the attacks. Dai Yao was angered as they were about to win, but Bi Bei said it was told by Mr. Wang that everyone of the team is more valuable. Even though the fight was stopped, the Sun Moon Kingdom spouted curse words at Shrek. Even the crowd couldn't take Shrek's defeat easily. In the Shrek's resting area, Yunhao did all he could to calm the fire of Xiao Tao down. Meanwhile, Shu Shan was burning with anger as his Jiang Nan was heavily injured and said he would avenge her. Wang Yan said that he would be given to fight in the first individual match to avenge his love. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Moonlight Academy, everyone was depressed, even though they have won. The next day, in individual match, Moonlight Academy selected a blonde named Li Yin, while Shu Shan was selected from Shrek. Shu Shan appeared like a comment as he jumped on the stage. He was seeking to take his revenge for hurting Jiang Nan. A long snake manifested in front of Shu Shan's shield, indicating that his spirit essence was the legendary black turtle. Both sides collided. The fire attack from the opponent was being negated by Shu Shan's innate water control ability. The rage of Shu Shan fueled the attack power of the black turtle. A green light covered Lin Yi as the judge quickly stopped Shu Shan's attack. But Shu Shan was still holding up and wanted to continue his challenge. Bei Bei noticed that Shu Shan had exhausted his spirit powers and was using his life forces to supplement it. Jian Nan was seeing this from the audience seat and was a bit sad. Meanwhile, the next opponent from Moonlight came. Shu Shan was granted permission to continue fighting as he had won. So the opponent from Moonlight was matched against Xu Shan. The opponent was able to push Xu Shan back as he was exhausted. Captain Ma from Moonlight told him to knock Xu Shan off the stage to win, but the guy didn't listen and wanted to kill Xu Shan, and so he attacked Xu Shan right in his heart. Jiang Nan was terrified as she looked and cried. Hearing her cries, Xu Shan's body awakened the power as he grabbed the hand that stabbed him and bade farewell to the opponent, followed by a green aura that killed another of Moonlight Academy. Their teammates of Moonlight went berserk and rushed to the stage to kill Xu Shan. The judge told them to stop, but they didn't listen. So the drunk Zhuan Lao appeared and said that they would be punished if they break the rules of the tournament. The guys from Moonlight reluctantly went back as Zhuan Lao took away Xu Shan's injured body. The next match was Bai Bei's match against Mi Jia of Moonlight Academy. Bai Bei defended with his Dragon Claw as the opponent fired with his spirit weapon, but it was too strong to contain for his Dragon Claw and exploded. Next, he used Tang Sect's hidden techniques to evade the next fireball and rushed towards Mi Jia. Yunhao didn't know that one can dodge soul weapon with such techniques and was eager to learn it from Bai Bei. The opponent then took out a sword spirit weapon, and just when he thought he would hack Bai Bei to death, he saw an explosion happen, which was blocked by the judge. It was a hidden weapon called Thousand Needle Ball. It worked like a grenade as it threw thousands of needles to all directions. Moreover, the needles were coated with deadly poison too. And just like that, Bai Bei won. However, the judge wasn't able to defend fully from the needles as the opponent was poisoned, but Bai Bei said that he would give Mi Jia antidote after the tournament. The teacher from Moonlight Academy slapped his forehead and said that they had lost 3 matches, and the number of combatants are becoming more and more injured. He then told Xiao Meng that she was the only hope as her abilities were not yet revealed to public. Wang Yan wasn't sure what her abilities were, so he was unsure of a good strategy. In the 4th match, Bai Bei confronted Xiao Hongmeng, but he took it slowly as he needed to know about her abilities first. Her eyes were glowing red when she appeared on the stage. She threw a cloud circle of snow towards Bai Bei. Bai Bei was cautious and used his strongest skill to defend, but the attack was evaded by Xiao Hongmeng, while her cloud of snow went to Bai Bei. Bai Bei's skin became pale as he dropped on the ground. It was the first individual match loss for Shrek. Wang Yan analyzed it and figured out that her spirit essence must be the red ice toad. Bing Bing also figured it out and told Yunhao about its characteristics. Bai Bei was being healed of the poison when the next person was announced. Soon, the sky began raining. So Sister Ling was sent to defeat her as she could make use of the rain to create stronger ice attacks. Ling Luo attacked with her strong ice, and the entire field was covered with her ice. It was hard to see what was going on as the arena was covered in ice. Everyone saw Ling Luo standing while Hong Meng was trapped. But then, Ling Luo dropped on the ground. Her condition was pretty similar to Bai Bei. And soon, Hong Meng broke free from the ice cage and said that it was her specialty to spread poison through ice. Moonlight Academy praised her as she challenged the next person, Dai Yao Chen. It was same for Dai Hua Chen as he felt the effects of the poison. Xiao Hongmeng was delaying time to recover her powers when fighting Dai Yao. But Wang Yan knew about her goal, and sure enough, when she recovered her energy, she again attacked the poisoned Dai Yao. And just when everyone thought Dai Yao would be finished, a pattern appeared on Dai Yao's hand as it counterattacked Xiao Hong. Seeing the situation, the teacher from Moonlight Academy admitted their defeat, so she was saved from the attack. Hongmeng was terrified as she was almost killed. Dai Yao was taken to recover from the fight as Xiao Tao went to fight next. But Moonlight Academy then announced that they forfeited the next individual matches. Wang Yan was surprised as he just wanted to wear out the Moonlight Academy before the next format. It was then announced that due to the lack of combatants for next formats, the rules would be altered, and the 3rd round will be composed of fighters that were previously been defeated. Yunhao understood the disadvantage they were in. Most of their members were injured, so only Yunhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Tao are left, meaning if the opponent won any one of the next 2 matches, then they would win the tournament. Everyone was tensed up hearing it. Then Xiao Tao said that in the first match she would be enough. But in the next matches, Wang Dong and Yunhao had to take responsibility. She then asked for their opinion. The duo replied unanimously in affirmation. Next, round 3 or the last round was about to begin, and both sides had won the previous rounds equally. So whoever wins this round composed of 2 versus 2 matches would win the championship. Everyone was surprised when only Xiao Tao got on stage. The judge accepted her solo battle as it was not against the rules. The battle began with trash talk between the 2 sides, and Captain Ma was the first to attack. This time, they plan to use lightning net to hold her down while the other guy prepares for big attack. But she just split the net into two and went through it. Seeing this, Captain Ma of Moonlight overclocked his spirit weapon and attacked with it. Meanwhile, he brought up another spirit weapon in the shape of a large sword for close combat. His sword gave off a dark, bloody aura as he hacked towards Xiao Tao. She was hit by it and was in extreme pain. The weapon Captain Ma used was of 8th grade, made by a world-class master. He enjoyed the screams of Xiao Tao, but then the demonic fire in Xiao Tao's body lost control as her emotions ran rampant, and her aura surged as a demon phoenix head manifested behind her. Both parties attacked and clashed, but it was one-sided as Xiao Tao also took out the sword that Dai Yao bought from the auction. And when she used the sword, Captain Ma's shield was broken and was about to be hacked by the big sword, but the judge appeared and saved him. But she bypassed the judge and hacked again as Ma thought he would die. But then Xuan Lao appeared and forcefully knocked her down. When the Shrek team was about to get close to Xiao Tao, Xuan Lao stopped them, saying the demonic fire is rampant and they might die if they get close. Yun Hao said that he can use his absolute ice, but Xuan Lao said that his spirit level was too low compared to her, so that won't work. Xuan Lao then said in a heavy tone that if Xiao Tao is unable to contain the spirit essence, then she would become a dark spirit master. He said that her body was contaminated by the demonic powers and is slowly turning dark, and her flames already turned into the most demonic flame. Just then, the referee announced that the next round would begin in 2 minutes, but Xuan Lao said that it was enough. As their school already suffered losses, and if anything happened to Yun Hao and Wang Dong, then it would be a great loss for the academy. But they insisted, saying they can fight, and had the confidence. Thus, Xuan Lao reluctantly agreed, and said that they should give up if any of them faced a life threat. Teacher Wang Yan then improvised a strategy to make the duo succeed. Hong Chung and Hong Meng got on the stage and said that they can't let their companion's death go in vain, so they must win the battle for the sake of their dead comrades. Yun Hao and Wang Dong faced Hong Chun and Hong Meng. Hong Meng wondered why Wang Dong and Yun Hao were so confident, and wondered if they figured out ways to counterattack her poison. Both teams went to the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, Tiger Duke was confused as to why Yun Hao looked familiar to him. When the start signal was given, Yun Hao held on to Wang Dong, who was flying with his wings. But he hid himself using the illusion ability and also showed a fake clone of himself in another spot. And as expected, the opponent attacked Wang Dong first as he was stronger. Hong Meng told Hong Chun to provide support while she fights Wang Dong. Hong Chun, due to his injuries, were not able to fully use his gold orbs to make mass spirit weapons, but that was enough to cover the view of Wang Dong. But Wang Dong was very nimble and dodged those projectiles. But at this time, Yun Hao noticed that Wang Dong's waist was too thin and his body was soft and not smelly, much like a girl's. But he didn't think of anything as the attack of Hong Men was nearing. Wang Dong was able to dodge those attacks too, but when the attacks went behind Wang Dong, it exploded, spreading poisonous ice mist in the air. But Bing Bing said that in front of absolute ice, the ice poison is not effective at all. Even fire-attributed poison would be ineffective in front of absolute ice. Thus, a green aura was released from the duo's back as it prevented the ice poison. Hong Meng was surprised as her poison looked ineffective. But she believed that with the duo being many levels lower than her, she would win as long as she continued her barrage of attacks. But Wang Dong wasn't just planning to evade as he also attacked. She was helpless, and became even more terrified when she saw a manifestation of an ice scorpion behind Wang Dong's butterfly wings. Thus, Hong Meng was frozen by the absolute ice as Yun Hao released his Spirit Bones ability. Then the duo went for the finishing move, but Hong Meng was pulled by her brother through a chain and said that they should use their strongest attack to show the duo. He was determined and wanted to use their trump card. The siblings held hands as they performed a spirit fusion ability. The arena became covered in red aura. Seeing this, the duo wasn't idle either, and they also used their spirit fusion ability. The audience was shocked as they didn't think they would see two sides using spirit fusion ability at the same time. Both sides had completed their spirit fusion. One side manifested an ice toad while the other side manifested a humanoid figure. The Hong siblings were the ones to attack first as a giant fireball was spewed out of the toad's mouth. Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Wang Dong also released their attack as a golden beam came out of the forehead of the humanoid manifestation. Countless golden hammers were formed from the golden light and attacked the fireball. Both the hammers and the fireball clashed, and the hammer smashed the toad into pieces as the Hong siblings coughed out blood. But the fireballs were not fully blocked and were heading toward the duo. Then the duo switched their spirit essences to their second spirit essence and was able to bring forth another miraculous ability. Han Chung coughed out blood even more as his past flashed back. Then the arena was devastated by a beam of energy that went up toward the cloud, as though a divine being had descended. And much divine it was as a woman with unparalleled beauty came out of the cocoon made of butterfly and ice scorpion spirit essence. She had a golden ice crown and astonishing beauty. Even Hong Chen momentarily forgot his loss. She simply swatted away all the fire remnants as though dancing with ice and fire. She descended step by step and threw off Hong, coupled out of the stage gently. Even the judge sweated a bit. The Hong siblings were just too astonished to say anything. She bade farewell to them and asked if they won. The judge nodded and said they had won. Then the woman disappeared into golden sparks and ice mist, as though she was just an illusion. And just like that, the winner of the tournament had become Shrek. And Wang Dong and Yun Hao became the leading figure of the tournament. The Shrek team cheered for the victory. Meanwhile, the Hong siblings sobbed and cried as they weren't able to win. But after the match, Xuan Lao sought the antidote for the ice poison from the Moonlight Academy, and also sought for the weapon Ma Shu long used. The next day, after the tournament ended, Yun Hao was taking care of Wang Dong and noticed that Wang Dong's sleeping figure looked much similar to the women from the spirit fusion. So he pinched Wang Dong's face to observe more. Wang Dong woke up and demanded an apology, but Yun Hao didn't listen and tickled Wang Dong. Then they got emotional and celebrated their victory by hugging each other. They hugged for a few good minutes as Yun Hao said that they were like brothers. Wang Dong then let go of the hug and asked if it would matter in their brotherhood if Wang Dong was a girl. Yu Hao innocently said that it would matter very much as he would then chase him until he gets him. Yun Hao then asked if Wang Dong had any sisters, and if so, then he should introduce them to him. Hearing it, Wang Dong quickly turned away. Yun Hao then said it would have been wonderful if Wang Dong had a sister, as she might have the same appearance as the women from the spirit fusion. Wang Dong got up and said he has a sister, and Yun Hao must keep his word. Yun Hao was shocked as Wang Dong said that they were twins and looks much similar to him. Yun Hao then said Wang Dong's sister would surely be the same as the woman from Spirit Fusion when she gets older. But Yun Hao was depressed and said that why would such a beautiful woman like a guy like him? But Wang Dong said that he wasn't that bad as he had dual spirit essence and also the absolute ice element. Yun Hao just realized this fact and regained his confidence and fully believed that he was no longer the same Yun Hao from the Duke's mansion. Just when the duo was chatting, something else was going on at the Poseidon Island. Xiao Tao's body was kept in Poseidon Island, and everyone was trying their best to seal the dark demonic fire into Xiao Tao's body. They found some solutions, but none of them are permanent solutions, so they can only rely on the Judgment Sword of Captain Ma. The power from the Judgment Sword was fighting with the demonic fire in her body. The old man then said that the champion must have been coming back to Shrek, and the school can't be stingy when rewarding them. The old man said that the Phoenix Flame was not demonic at first, but it became like that due to some outside force. But this made the flame even stronger, and right now Xiao Tao holds the strongest flame in the world, which is much like an absolute flame. Dean Yan understood that it would be a massive benefit if Xiao Tao is able to contain it, but would be devastating if she can't. The tournament was fruitful for the Shrek, and the rewards weren't announced to the public. Besides gold, the representative from Shrek also received 4 spirit bones. They had the freedom to choose the spirit bones. Mr. Wang Yan was the one that chose 3 bones, and the other spirit bone was promised by the blonde from the auction to Yun Hao. Each of the prizes was priceless. Xuanluo City went back to its usual face after the end of the tournament, and the Shrek team also returned to their academy. The Shrek team arrived at the Shrek City with bright faces as the other people from the academy welcomed them. Each student went to hug their respective master and was praised throughout the meeting. Dean Yan Shao also came and told the champions to go to the Poseidon Island to receive rewards from the academy. The group didn't delay and immediately went to the Poseidon Pavilion. It was an honor for them to go there as only the elders of Shrek were permitted to go there. The outside of the pavilion was full of greenery and big trees, symbolizing the ancient nature of Shrek. A golden light permeated throughout the greenery. Wang Dong noticed that his spirit essence was recovering in the golden light. The gray entity in Yun Hao's consciousness said that they would stay hidden as the master of the golden light was very strong and they might be discovered. Soon the group arrived at the hall where there was a long table. Dean Yan said that besides 4 deans of Shrek, only the elders sat in the long table. Dean Yan then reprimanded the main Seven Devils team for failing to protect their teammate, and also said if it was not for Yunhao noticing the danger beforehand, even more students would be dead. But he calmed the situation, saying since they had won the championship, the academy would not pursue this matter. Then they were told to leave. Dai Yao and Ling Luo bowed and left. Then Mr. Wang Yan was called and told that he would be promoted to Shrek's special instructor, teaching students in the inner academy. Mr. Wang Yan was told that he would be given access to the secret library of Poseidon's pavilion. Poseidon Library was the most wanted treasure in Poseidon Hall. Dean Yan then turned to the backup team of Seven Devils and said that their achievement would be recorded in Shrek's history. They were given 3 more spirit bones from the treasury. With this, everyone in the Shrek's backup team would have a spirit bone. They were also granted the title of Shrek's Seven Devils, forever till death. The title wasn't just words or formalities. In the history of Soul Land, many were crowned as Seven Devils, but only 2 times in history where 7 groups of people were titled Shrek Devils till death, meaning the title wouldn't go to anyone until they died. But they were told that their bestowal of titles wouldn't be announced till they graduate and should be hidden. Dean Yan then asked toward the person at the very front of the table if he had any instructions. Yunhao guessed that he was the master of the pavilion. The guy in the middle said that they did great deeds by winning the competition as a backup team. The pavilion master then pointed out to Yunhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, and said that they should stay behind for a while to train with him. The pavilion master dismissed everyone except the trio, and finally, they were able to see the face of the master. It was none other than the old man that always slept on a tree at the entrance of Shrek. He confirmed, saying it was him that used to sleep at the freshman campus. The old master called out to Yunhao to help him sit up. The old man introduced himself as Mu Lao. He said that he got an injury when he was young, which was why he always sat like that. He then said if Yunhao remembered how he asked for the old man's health when he first saw him beneath the tree of the freshman campus. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao regretted not recognizing the old man back then. The trio was then brought to a golden rundown palace underground. The pavilion master said it was the heart of the golden tree. Wang Dong was then shown a passageway and was told that there was a room at the end of it and that he could train there. Wang Dong followed the instruction and slowly went through the passageway. He entered the room that Mu Lao mentioned, and when he pushed the door, he felt that the room was overflowing with dense light energy. The energy was so thick that it was almost turning into liquid. Wang Dong became happy and immediately sat in to meditate. A voice then sounded in Wang Dong's ear as it said that training in that room would give twice the benefit with half the effort. And the room was just at one of the roots of the golden tree, and it had 108 rooms in total, each for a different type of spiritual master. He was told that he must find his own path if he wanted to get strong. Yunhao also found his own room, but it was dark, and right after he entered it, he faced a mental attack. In the darkness, he saw a ray of light, and the next thing he knew, he got trapped in a sphere-shaped room. It had countless dragon skulls that emanated great pressure. His entire mind was almost being squeezed by the pressure. He understood that his training would not be easy. Even then, he sat there to meditate and endured the pain. Then Mu Lao's voice sounded as he instructed him in training. He was surprised when Mu Lao exposed his 100,000-year-old spirit ring and also guessed the age of his spirit bones. Yunhao was truly amazed by Mu Lao's deduction. Meanwhile, Tang Ya was sad as she didn't see Bei Bei for a while now. But just when she was about to go to train, she saw the figure of Bei Bei. She rushed to hug him. Tang Ya also found out about them getting the title of Shrek's Seven Devils and asked if they would still remain in the Tang clan now that they achieved the championship. Bei Bei protested, saying Tang sect and Shrek had always been close. However, Tang Ya broke out in anger, saying Shrek never helped Tang sect in its downfall. Bei Bei took her in his arms and said that the Tang sect failed because it didn't adapt with time. Tang Ya then said that she would be more of a burden for them in the future, so she intended to leave Shrek. Bei Bei was struck with shock and said that she can never leave him, but she said that she intended to go back to the Heavendu Empire where Tang sect belonged. Bei Bei warned, saying if the enemy finds out that, then they would bully her. But Tang Ya promised that she would hide herself until she was sure of exterminating them. Her eyes were burning with the fire of revenge. Meanwhile, at Sun Moon Kingdom, the teacher in charge of Moonlight Academy was stomped by Lord Jing Hongchen. Hong Chung and his sister were also training and recovering in seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the Sun Moon Hall, Lord Jing Hongchen was staring at the spirit essence embryo that Hongchen had bought from the auction. He insulted Xing Luo Kingdom for not recognizing the potential of the embryo. Meanwhile, Yunhao was listening to Mu Lao in the training room. Mu Lao's deduction was too scary, as he was even able to deduce that the ice scorpion essence was an artificial spirit essence. But fortunately, he didn't dig any deeper, and said that it would be great if Yunhao told him about his secret of gaining the second spirit one day before Mu Lao died. Just like that, 1 month had passed since Yunhao and the trio entered the training. Xiao Xiao was the first to get out of the training. Mu Lao asked what path she had chosen, and she replied by saying it was the offensive support class. And the reason was so that she can support the 7 devils. After Xiao Xiao left, another month had passed, and Wang Dong finally opened his eyes. He was surprised by the path he had gotten. Wang Dong's spirit level increased to level 36 in these 2 months. He took a huge leap in his physical strength, too. At the same time, Yunhao also finished his training, and the duo met each other and hugged. But then they felt that their fusion ability was activated, and was surprised to discover that their fusion ability had improved by a large margin. Mu Lao also saw this, and asked what paths they found. Mu Lao then told them to write down their chosen path in his hands with their fingers. They complied, and when Mu Lao revealed what they wrote, they were shocked, for they wrote the same thing, and it was Tang Sect. Mu Lao was surprised by the coordination between the duo. Such an extreme mind link isn't even available to inborn twins. Mu Lao then asked their reasons for choosing Tang Sect's path. Wang Dong said that it was because he understood that his own spirit abilities were similar to that of Tang Sect's teachings. And Yunhao said that he had been facing the problem of low spirit level for a while, and he believed that Tang Sect had a solution for this. Lu Lao was satisfied and added that Tang San, the founder of Tang Sect, had created the 6 arts of Tang Sect before ascending. Some of those arts can indeed help Yunhao. After that, Mu Lao told them to fuse with the spirit bones they had obtained from the championship. The green one was the bone of an ice scorpion, whereas the golden bone was that of a light demon. Mu Lao helped them fusing with the bones, and the duo left towards their dorm. Just at that time, Miss Mu challenged Miss Ju for spar between their class students. Miss Mu even said that Miss Ju's students have a really low-rank spirit level. But Miss Ju retorted saying the spirit level doesn't solely decide the prowess of a spirit master. Miss Mu mocked, saying they should test it out by letting the students fight. But just at this time, the trio returned and accepted Miss Mu's invitation for spar. The Class 1 students were happy seeing their top students coming back. Miss Ju's face was bright, while Miss Mu's face twitched in anger. Miss Ju then allowed the 3 to participate in the battle. Seeing this, Dai Hua was happy as he could finally take his revenge against Yunhao. When Outer Dean saw Yunhao and the trio, he was surprised by their growth in such short time. Yunhao just told his team to stay put and follow his leave. The match started, and the first attack was an illusion attack from Yunhao that scared the members of Class 2 as they let go of their formation. Yunhao then released his mental interference ability that halted the opponents. Xiao Xiao also wielded both her spirit essence simultaneously and stopped all the opponents except Dai Huan Bin. So the duo went to face Dai Huan Bin. Dai Huan also went to attack, but as soon as his claws touched Yunhao's body, it fractured as Yunhao's body was covered in absolute ice. The frozen Dai Huan flew away and was out of the arena. The other teammates also rushed, seeing their captain being thrown. The woman with dragon fire had instantly been frozen by the absolute ice, while the black-haired Zhu Li was slapped by Wang Dong's wings. The last fat member surrounded, seeing this, and Class 1 saw the shortest victory in that year. Miss Mu Li was shocked by such an outcome and had lost all hope. The Outer Dean asked the director if Yunhao really just have 2 spirit rings. Director said that even Mu Lao praised Yunhao. But just at that time, a green aura surrounded Shrek as a voice came from all directions asking for a guy named Zhuan Zi. The director panicked hearing the voice and told to evacuate all students to safety. Watch the next part after you meet the legends in the game, Raid Shadow Legends.
Bringing in strong characters like Hydra, which has different strong abilities used by each of its 6 heads, like Pain Link ability of the Head of Suffering, the Poisonous ability of the Head of Blight, not to mention the Terror-inducing ability of the Head of Torment that can disable all your skills. Then comes the Head of Mischief that has the ability to steal all the buff of its enemies, followed by the decaying power of the Head of Decay, and lastly, the Head of Wrath, allowing the Hydra to triple its attack power when activated. Worry not, as you will be strong too, as you can get your hands on Stag Knight, one of the best epic champions, along with its skin designed by Jontron. Just use the promo code JTSKIN before October 7th. Don't worry if you're not a new player. You can still get Stag Knight and the skin through an in-game event. That's not the end. as you can also get Sun Wukong, my favorite champion and the hero of Chinese mythology, by logging in on 7 different days between now and October 23rd to get your hands on him. So what are you waiting for? Hop in and download the game from the link in the description, or scan the QR code to get insane bonuses like the epic champion Drake and other valuable items. From previous part, just at that time, a green aura surrounded Shrek, and a voice came from all directions, asking for a guy named Wan Zi. The director panicked, heard the vote, and told to evacuate all students safely. The mysterious man emitting a green power light requested Xuan Lao to come forward. Wang Dong questioned whether the voice belonged to an enemy, but felt that the person didn't seem evil. Yun Hao contemplated how mentally powerful this mysterious figure was, given that their aura permeated the entire arena. Then they noticed a portal materializing beneath them, and a deep voice advised them not to resist, as it would transport them to the Poseidon Pavilion. Yun Hao realized that the voice belonged to Headmaster Xuan Lao. The fact that Headmaster Xuan Lao personally arrived with this mysterious person astonished everyone. On Shrek Academy's side, numerous light beams slowly ascended into the sky. Other students witnessing the spectacle were taken aback, worried, and puzzled by the unusual turn of events. The mysterious man, seeing the headmaster, questioned his intentions. Headmaster Yun confronted the mysterious man, asking why he was immediately targeting Shrek Academy when his clan had reappeared on the continent. The man referred to the professor as Xuan Lao, and implied that the headmaster already knew the answer and shouldn't forget the atrocities committed in the past. Xuan Lao said he had merely taught those young students a small lesson. He questioned whether, if he hadn't considered his status, those students would have been able to return home safely. The mysterious man became enraged, accusing Xuan Lao of spouting nonsense and denying his past wrongdoings. The man shouted angrily, channeling his power as he became fully soul-enraged, vowing he would never let Xuan Lao rest. Xuan Lao questioned why the man was so eager to fight. The man added that he didn't want to be obliterated by someone like Xuan Lao. Dubusi controlled the range of their abilities, indicating that he didn't plan to start a war. Xuan Lao loaded his 9 spirit rings, leaving Yun Hao quite astonished. He recognized this as the remarkable strength of a spirit master, reaching incredibly high and intimidating levels. Wang Dong was overwhelmed, feeling like the heavens were descending upon them. Mu Lao joined them and explained that it wasn't just a simple spirit transformation, but a fusion of spirit strength and transformation. This incredible power was held by the enigmatic man known as Dubusi. Yun Hao realized that he belonged to the Body Clan, and it dawned on him that Dubusi's presence was connected to him. However, Mu Lao believed another purpose might be behind Dubusi's visit. He clarified that he didn't wish to keep any secrets from Yun Hao, and explained that the Body Clan possessed advanced methods for testing spirit essence. Mu Lao assured Yun Hao that if he chose to go with them, Shrek Academy would not hold him responsible for his decision. Yun Hao turned to Mu Lao and apologized for the trouble he had unwittingly caused for Shrek Academy, realizing that Dubusi's actions were solely directed at him. However, Yun Hao firmly declared his unwavering loyalty to Shrek Academy, affirming that he would forever remain one of the 7 devils. Hearing these words, Mu Lao couldn't help but feel proud of Yun Hao and called him a commendable young man. Meanwhile, Dubusi, consumed by anger, burst into mocking laughter as he taunted Xuan Lao, suggesting that Xuan Lao's improvements were minimal at best. Dubusi, uttering his challenge, focused his spirit energy on a plasma ball and hurled it toward Xuan Lao. In response, Xuan Lao conjured a spatial compression, ready to counter Dubusi's attack. Witnessing this, Dubusi exclaimed that if Xuan Lao were truly determined to destroy everything, he'd respond in kind. A potent and formidable soul ball compression began to form in the sky, looming ominously. Wearing a sly grin, Dubusi urged Xuan Lao to attack, declaring himself a worthy adversary. Returning the smile, Xuan Lao playfully mentioned Dubusi's age, wondering why he hadn't met his end yet. This remark further fueled Dubusi's fury. He vehemently rejected the notion of his mortality, his dark energy surging as he asserted that he could easily live for another century or more. Sensing that poking fun at Dubusi's age had touched a nerve, Xuan Lao decided it was time to unleash his full power. Seeing the dazzling display of power as Dubusi and Xuan Lao clashed in the sky, Yun Hao was taken aback. Their collision unleashed a tremendous surge of spirit strength that rippled through the air, prompting Shrek Academy and Body Clan students to erect protective shields to shield themselves from the shockwave. Amidst the chaos, Wang Dong spotted Xuan Lao suspended in the air. Yun Hao, having underestimated the sheer might and potency of Dubusi, found himself greatly surprised. As the pressure from the confrontation pushed them back slightly, Xuan Lao couldn't help but recognize Dubusi's enduring potential despite his age. Intrigued by Xuanlao's determination, Xuanlao reminded Dubusi of a promise made during the animal tide. Dubusi, seemingly dismissive, declared that such promises were long forgotten and questioned the consequences if he were to break them. In response, Xuanlao branded him a shameless scoundrel. Dubusi decided enough was enough, addressing Xuanlao to cease the battle. He acknowledged that their clan wasn't intended to contend with Shrek Academy and proposed a resolution. If Shrek Academy returned the member from their clan, he would withdraw peacefully. However, he issued a dire warning. If they declined, Shrek Academy would experience the devastating effects of his highly toxic poison. Hearing this threat, Xuanlao grew concerned and firmly responded that he understood Dubusi's purpose in seeking Yunhao. He emphasized that he and his people would be buried beneath the ground right there if Dubusi unleashed the toxic poison. Unexpectedly, a radiant Poseidon's light descended from the sky, striking the earth below. Dubusi was left in awe, bewildered by how someone from Shrek Academy could summon such a remarkable force. Upon witnessing the formidable Poseidon's light, Dubusi couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and apprehension. Xuanlao too realized that Mulao was about to take matters into his own hands. Mulao made a grand entrance, enveloped in an aura radiating intense energy and bathed in the brilliance of Poseidon's light. He expressed regret that his brothers had acted hastily, leading to his supposed demise. This revelation left Dubusi utterly shocked, as he had believed Mulao to be dead. Mulao, undeterred, questioned Dubusi's intentions, wondering if he had planned to harass Shrek Academy even after his death. The Poseidon's light continued to saturate the surroundings, reaching impressive heights in the air and on the ground. Feeling the immense power emanating from Mulao, Dubusi became certain of his identity. With authority in his voice, Mulao urged Dubusi to depart, assuring that he would overlook the recent events for the sake of their brother. However, Mulao added a veiled threat, stating that Dubusi would personally visit the Body Clan if refused. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Dubusi grew worried and surprised. He inquired whether Yunhao had already become Mulao's disciple. Mulao confirmed this and posed a challenging question, asking if Dubusi believed he had more right to mentor Yunhao than Mulao did. Dubusi fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment. Eventually, he composed himself and agreed, acknowledging Mulao's esteemed status as a dragon immortal. He conceded that, for now, they would let matters rest, but made it clear that his clan would not give up on Yunhao. Yunhao couldn't help but be amazed at how swiftly Mulao's intervention had resolved the situation. Dubusi, wearing a somber expression, lamented that they were growing old, yet the Body Clan still lacked a successor. In response, Mulao expressed his surprise, questioning whether they hadn't already chosen a successor from among their clan members. Dubusi explained that no new members had joined their clan for the past 2 decades, and gaining admission to their academy had become increasingly difficult. With a resigned tone, Dubusi decided to bring the confrontation to an end. He pledged not to harm Yunhao as long as he remained at Shrek Academy. However, he left a lingering uncertainty, hinting that what happened after his departure would depend on Yunhao's abilities. Summoning a sinister dark energy ball, Dubusi made it clear that Mulao wasn't his adversary. However, he warned that should Mulao choose to end his life, it would come at a great cost. Dubusi remained skeptical that Mulao's intentions were entirely benign. With these words, he retreated into the dark soul ball, accompanied by his clan members. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance filled with hints of vengeance, and declared that they would cross paths again. Mulao remained stoic, offering no response. Following Dubusi's lead, the members of the Body Clan departed from Shrek Academy. In the wake of the earlier miraculous events, the entire academy was in a state of turmoil. Mulao instructed the headmaster to address the students, offering words of reassurance and calm. With this, Shrek Academy gradually regained its peaceful atmosphere once more. Yunhao expressed his sense of inadequacy, feeling weaker than the top-tier spirit masters he had witnessed during the earlier confrontation. He recognized the need to improve himself. When the headmaster returned, Mulao inquired if Yunhao was feeling despondent. To console the headmaster, Xuanlao remarked that even if he had taken action, it might not have yielded better results, considering that he was no longer the dragon immortal he once was. Xuanlao then emphasized Mulao's crucial role as the backbone of Shrek Academy. Mulao revealed that during the confrontation with Dubusi, he had been exposed to the toxic poison and had sustained serious injuries. He shared the grim news that his life was ending and that the academy's future would rely on Headmaster Yan. Xuanlao was visibly shocked by this revelation. Mulao explained that he could hold on for a few more years until the students matured and grew. Mulao then called Yunhao over and expressed his satisfaction with Yunhao's earlier response and the positive change in his attitude. With gratitude and determination shining in his eyes, Yunhao recalled his past as an orphan and homeless child. He acknowledged that Shrek Academy had saved his life and had taught him the meaning of family and home. With unwavering determination, he declared that Shrek Academy was now his home and would protect it, no matter the challenges ahead. Hearing Yunhao's heartfelt words, Mu Lao felt a deep contentment. He reflected on how, from their first meeting, he had sensed Yunhao's hidden past gradually dissipating. Mu Lao, with closed eyes, acknowledged that Shrek Academy was indeed their home, and Yunhao was right in considering it as such. He shared the assurance he had received from Debussy, who had vowed not to harm or attempt to take Yunhao away from the academy. Yunhao's eyes lit up with hope and enthusiasm, pleading to become his disciple. Mu Lao, observing Yunhao's eagerness, asked him to rise. He then made a significant announcement, declaring that Yunhao would be his final disciple from that day forward. Yunhao was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Wang Dong and Cao Cao, who stood beside Yunhao, shared in his joy. Mu Lao turned to Cao Cao and Wang Dong, recognizing their potential. He commended Cao Cao and suggested that she could learn from Xuan Lao. As for Wang Dong, who possessed light attributes, Mu Lao agreed to take him as a disciple, at least for the time being. Wang Dong, however, protested, claiming that Mu Lao wasn't being fair and he also wanted to be his final disciple. Mu Lao was taken aback momentarily before calmly asserting that he could only have one final disciple. In a bold move, Wang Dong seized Mu Lao's hand and moved closer to him, boldly suggesting they could break the rule of having only one final disciple. He explained his unique spirit fusion with Yunhao and implored Mu Lao to consider accepting him. Stunned by this unexpected request, Mu Lao marveled at how, despite his centuries of experience, Wang Dong was the first to make such a proposition. With a warm smile, Mu Lao agreed to Wang Dong's request, deciding not to engage in an argument. He announced that he would indeed accept Wang Dong as his disciple. Wang Dong's excitement soared, knowing he could remain by Yunhao's side. Mu Lao turned his gaze toward Xuan Lao and inquired whether he intended to accept 2 disciples. Xuan Lao responded with a smile, expressing contentment that he had gained a disciple on that day. Observing this exchange, Cao Cao rushed to Xuan Lao. Xuan Lao playfully challenged her, suggesting she needed to exhibit more daring behavior to be his disciple. With a wink, Cao Cao promised to put in the effort and requested that Xuan Lao spare her some of his medicinal pills. However, the mood suddenly shifted as Mu Lao became severe. He remarked that it appeared the spirit guidance tool had proven to be effective. He noted that Jing Hongchen, at level 93, dared to sit so comfortably before him. In response, Jing Hongchen explained that he had always believed that the research on spirit guidance tools was beginning, and that in the future, they would dominate the field. He asserted that this tool would render others inferior. However, Jing Lao didn't seem impressed by Jing Hongchen's confidence. He countered by stating that the superiority of spirit guidance tools was not absolute. Jing Hongchen acknowledged Xuan Lao's point and explained that initially, he had hoped for a mutual exchange in teaching between their respective schools, but recent competitions had altered their plans. Xuan Lao inquired if that was the sole purpose of his visit that day. Jing Hongchen revealed another reason behind his visit. He sought to retrieve the Sword of Judgment. Xuan Lao, aware of the immense power of that sword and its impact on Ma Xiaotian's martial spirit, was taken aback. He informed Jing Hongchen that Ma Xiaotian had fallen into a coma due to the sword, and he would only consider discussing its return if there was a way to heal her. Jing Hongchen expressed his desire to meet the student in question. Just then, Mu Lao's voice rang out, instructing them to bring Jing Hongchen to the 2nd level. Hearing Mu Lao's voice left Jing Hongchen stunned, unable to believe he was attending to the voice of the man who had instilled fear in Debussy. Jing Hongchen then revealed to Xuan Lao that there was also an unknown senior present. He further warned that he currently possessed at least 3 rank 9 spirit guidance tools, and if he were to come under attack, Shrek Academy would face utter devastation at his hands. Mu Lao's voice calmly invited Jing Hongchen to enter Poseidon's pavilion as a guest. He added that even with a few spirit guidance tools, they might have yielded little favorable results if Mu Lao had decided to take action. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen felt relieved and expressed his honor of being a guest of Poseidon's pavilion. Mu Lao soon appeared before him. As Jing Hongchen laid eyes on him, he was shocked and overwhelmed by Mu Lao's imposing stature and powerful aura. Mu Lao then asked Jing Hongchen to remove his disguise. This request left Jing Hongchen even more astonished, realizing that Mu Lao had seen through his disguise despite his efforts to conceal his identity. While removing his disguise, Jing Hongchen apologized for the deception and explained that he had resorted to it due to his lack of a dignified appearance. As he shed the mask, it revealed a strikingly handsome man with white hair. Jing Hongchen proceeded to reintroduce himself as the king of the Virtuous Hall and the principal of the Sun Moon Academy, bearing the name Jing Hongchen. He then inquired about Mu Lao's expression. Upon hearing Jing Hongchen's introduction, Yun Hao realized he was responsible for the damage. Mu Lao introduced himself and expressed his belief that not many remembered his name anymore. Hearing Mu Lao's name, Jing Hongchen's memory was jogged, and he realized he had heard of him. Following Mu Lao's orders, Zhuan Lao escorted Jing Hongchen to Ma Xiaotian's location. Together, they stood before her. Jing Hongchen marveled at the meticulously arranged room and deduced that Mu Lao had cared for her based on her breathing. He inquired whether he could examine her more closely, and Xuan Lao granted his request. As Jing Hongchen carefully observed Ma Xiaotian, he was taken aback by the presence of her spirit body and astonished that the elders could wield their strength in such a manner. Xuan Lao explained that they had opened a pathway through her protective array and invited them to enter now. In the chamber, Jing Hongchen carefully examined Ma Xiaotian and expressed concern about her unstable inner fire. He admitted that he feared even he might not be able to heal her at this point. In response, Xuan Lao suggested that if that were the case, Jing Hongchen shouldn't demand anything from them and should return to the second floor to discuss matters further. Mu Lao asked whether he found the Poseidon Pavilion or the Virtuous Hall superior. Jing Hongchen explained that the Virtuous Hall excelled in combat, but the Poseidon Pavilion was advantageous if the comparison was based on overall battle strength. He concluded by asserting that whether facing the Virtuous Hall or the Body Sect, they would ultimately be defeated. Mu Lao challenged Jing Hongchen's perspective by suggesting that even though his progress with spirit guidance tools was impressive, the ultimate power still resided with spirit masters. In response to Mu Lao's assertion, Jing Hongchen acknowledged that Mu Lao was correct in the current circumstances. With a serious demeanor, Mu Lao inquired if Jing Hongchen had any other requests. He also issued a stern warning, cautioning that if Jing Hongchen were to point his spirit guidance tools at Shrek Academy, they would face consequences from the Academy's elders. Jing Hongchen's eyes widened in fear, realizing the gravity of such a threat. Jing Hongchen then commended Mu Lao for earning the admiration of those around him. He revealed the primary reason for his visit, to discuss the possibility of exchanging knowledge and teachings between their two schools, recognizing the significant importance of such an exchange. Mu Lao and Jing Hongchen discussed the matter of the exchange program in detail and ultimately reached a consensus. The exchange was scheduled for 2 years from that point and would span 3 years. Significantly, it would conclude just as the grand competition hosted by the Sun Moon Kingdom, involving the entire continent, was set to begin. Yun Hao expressed his clear intention to participate in the exchange program. The Virtuous Hall agreed to send Xiao and Meng Hongchen to Shrek Academy as part of the exchange. Jing Hongchen, seeing Yun Hao, realized that having him as an exchange student would alleviate his concerns about his student's safety. He expressed his gratitude to Mu Lao for the warm hospitality and mentioned that he had one more question to ask. Jing Hongchen inquired whether Shrek Academy could establish a deeper connection with the Sun and Moon Kingdom. Mu Lao sighed and explained that Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Academy were fundamentally different. Jing Hongchen acknowledged his response, understanding the situation. As Jing Hongchen prepared to leave, Mu Lao halted him. He emphasized that over the past few years, Jing Hongchen was the first outsider to set foot in the Poseidon Pavilion, and it wasn't a place he could enter and exit freely. With a stern expression, Mu Lao informed Jing Hongchen that he would need to leave behind a piece of rank 9 spirit guidance tool and specify its purpose as his entrance fee. The entire room instantly transformed into gold, and it felt like an invisible force was constricting Jing Hongchen. Jing Hongchen was taken aback by Mu Lao's demand and expressed his shock and concern, accusing Mu Lao of abusing his power. However, Mu Lao remained silent in response. As Jing Hongchen took flight, he couldn't help but recall Mu Lao's words about the entrance fee, and the weight of Mu Lao's authority weighed heavily on him. Mu Lao clarified that if Jing Hongchen didn't agree to pay the entrance fee, he would have to converse with him and allow Jing Hongchen to depart in 2 years. Reluctantly, Jing Hongchen agreed to abide by Mu Lao's wishes. He then presented his grade 9 spirit guidance tool, divination, and explained that it could be operated through one's consciousness. Jing Hongchen added that his spirit guidance tool, divination, didn't limit the user's cultivation. As he continued to fly, he couldn't help but ponder that he had ultimately surrendered to divination. He realized he might not have left Poseidon's pavilion alive if he hadn't complied. During his flight, Jing Hongchen also contemplated Yun Hao, who had glared at him throughout their encounter. He believed there would be many advantages to having Yun Hao, confirming that he would bring him to the Sun Moon Kingdom. However, as Jing Hongchen flew on, he suddenly noticed his spirit guidance cannon, which he had left behind, was missing. Enraged, Jing Hongchen yelled that he would expose the culprits responsible at Shrek Academy. To his astonishment, Qian Duo and Xian Ling'er stood before Mu Lao, laughing heartily. Qianduo expressed deep satisfaction and couldn't contain his laughter as he contemplated Jing Hongchen's current predicament. Mu Lao remarked that he hoped the Spirit Guidance Department had derived some benefit from the situation. Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Wang Dong, standing nearby, were utterly perplexed by the ongoing laughter and conversation. Qianduo, still chuckling, decided to enlighten Yun Hao, revealing that they had confiscated Jing Hongchen's cannon and tools on Mu Lao's orders, all without Jing Hongchen's knowledge. Qianduo specified that the cannon was a level 8 spirit guidance tool consisting of 4 grade 8 and 4 grade 9 components. Yun Hao couldn't believe what he was hearing, and was shocked. Qianduo emphasized that the virtuous hall would undoubtedly face significant repercussions from this loss. Mu Lao, in response, cautioned them to handle such potent spirit guidance tools with care, as they could explode. Qianduo assured Mu Lao that they would exercise extreme caution. Mu Lao then handed over the divination spirit guidance tool to them, describing it as a special grade 9 spirit guidance tool. But he warned them to be careful not to damage it. Qianduo and Xianlinger were thrilled and astonished by this unexpected turn of events. The Spirit Guidance Department's progress at Shrek Academy had always been slow, making this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Obtaining a top-tier spirit guidance tool from the Virtuous Hall was no easy feat. Yun Hao inquired about his sister's well-being and if there was any way to save her. Mu Lao reassured him that he had sealed her, ensuring her safety. Yun Hao expressed his readiness to assist Mu Lao in any way necessary, particularly in finding a solution to the issue of dark energy, even if it required considerable effort. He emphasized his willingness to bear the costs involved. Mu Lao then questioned them about the purpose of allowing Jing Hongchen into Poseidon's pavilion on that day. Wang Dong and Yun Hao suggested it was to intimidate the Sun Moon Kingdom. Mu Lao confirmed their answers, acknowledging that instilling fear and gaining advantages were part of the reason. However, he emphasized that the most critical reason for this action was to promote their growth. Mu Lao explained that he might be unable to protect Shrek Academy for an extended period, and he revealed his existence to others to deter potential attacks. He made it clear that he had no fear of death, and intended to make the most of the time he had left to accomplish essential tasks for Shrek Academy. Mu Lao placed his hope in Yun Hao and Wang Dong in preparation for the impending war. He stressed their need to work tirelessly, with no rest for the next 2 years. Following this period, Yun Hao was to head to the Sun Moon Kingdom. Mu Lao reassured Wang Dong that their spirit fusion abilities would remain unaffected by the distance between them. Wang Dong couldn't help but worry about being separated from Yun Hao for 3 years. Mu Lao explained that the development of spirit guidance tools couldn't afford any delays, and he predicted that a war would likely erupt in 5 to 10 years. During that time, Mu Lao pledged to train them to the best of his abilities. Yun Hao inquired why Mu Lao didn't simply eliminate Jing Hongchen. Mu Lao clarified that killing him would spark a war, and he believed Jing Hongchen would become a significant future adversary due to his intelligence. Mu Lao then advised Yun Hao and Wang Dong to rest as they set out the next day. The following day, they found themselves at the Stardao Forest. As they arrived at the Stardao Forest, Cao Cao pointed out that it would significantly enhance Shrek Academy's strength if she and Yun Hao could obtain their 3rd spirit ring. However, she emphasized the importance of prioritizing safety. Wang Dong assured her that the forest only contained 1,000-year-old beasts, and that, with their current abilities, they could easily handle them. He also mentioned that they could venture deeper into the forest, with Xuan Lao protecting them from shadows. Wang Dong then asked for Yun Hao's agreement, but Yun Hao seemed lost in his thoughts. The forest brought back memories for him. Yun Hao reminisced about being alone in the Stardew Forest, shedding tears while contemplating sacrificing his life to achieve his vengeance. During that period, Yun Hao was intensely determined to seek revenge. Suddenly, his daydream brother appeared beside him, pointing out that this was the place where they had first met. Yun Hao felt a surge of emotions and silently thanked his daydream brother, recognizing the significance of this moment. With his eyes closed, Yun Hao remembered teacher Xiaoya and his elder brother, expressing gratitude for their support on his journey. As Yun Hao remembered his mother, he felt a renewed determination to fulfill his dream. He realized that if his mother were alive and could witness his achievements, she would be immensely proud and happy for him. Lost in his thoughts, Yun Hao felt a deep connection to his mother's memory. Wang Dong, seeing Yun Hao lost in thought, gazed at him, and then gently took his hand. He reminded Yun Hao that it was time for them to begin their journey. Seeing Wang Dong's hopeful expression, Yun Hao felt renewed purpose. Meanwhile, Cao Cao jokingly complained that she had had enough of their affectionate banter and felt like a third wheel. Wang Dong playfully teased her, asking if she was jealous of them. They encountered 10,000-year-old beasts in the Stardew Forest and effortlessly defeated them as a team. Yun Hao commented on how the Stardow Forest truly lived up to its name. Wang Dong added that they had to use all their spirit skills to defeat the 10,000-year-old beast, emphasizing that their combined power was superior to the beasts they encountered. Cao Cao chimed in, noting that Yun Hao's absolute ice escape was particularly terrifying, capable of sealing a spirit beast completely in ice. Yun Hao mentioned that it had drained his spirit power, and they decided to take a short break to recharge. As they sat down to rest, Yun Hao sensed the approach of another spirit beast, a bear-type spirit beast around 3,000 years of age. Cao Cao suggested that given their current condition, they should avoid it. Yun Hao agreed with her assessment, and they decided to steer clear of the approaching spirit beast. Wang Dong was curious about what Yun Hao had done to the tiger devil cat earlier. In response, Yun Hao initiated his imitation skill, causing all three of their presences to mimic that of plants, leaving no trace behind. The approaching beast noticed the frozen tiger spirit beast in the forest, and upon seeing it, the bear became enraged and extremely angry. From their safe hiding spot, Yun Hao observed the bear and speculated that it might be attempting to devour the tiger devil cat. He was amazed that a 3,000-year-old bear showed no fear when facing a 10,000-year-old tiger. Yun Hao deduced that the spirit beast must belong to a highly resilient species, likely excelling in defense. Cao Cao complimented Yun Hao's exceptional analytical skills, and he modestly acknowledged that scouting and analysis were his strong suits. He suggested that it was fitting for her to have these skills as her spirit ring. Cao Cao expressed her interest in the skills, but also voiced her concern about how they could match up against a spirit beast that wasn't even afraid of a 10,000-year-old one, like the bear they had encountered. With determination shining in his eyes, Yun Hao declared that there was only one way to find out. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot from Yun Hao's eyes and struck the bear on the ground. The beam was so potent that it chilled the entire environment, causing ice shards to scatter. The power was so immense that it became impossible for Yun Hao to see the outcome. Cao Cao remarked that it had been a tremendously powerful explosion, and asked if Yun Hao was responsible. Yun Hao explained that he had merely used the ice-breaking technique on the 3,000-year-old spirit beast, and hadn't anticipated the explosion would be so massive. Wang Dong compared it to the effect of a corpse explosion. Xuanlao emerged with Poseidon's light and scolded them, asking why they were trying to give him a heart attack. The elders who had been watching from a distance had nearly suffered heart attacks themselves during the moment of the ice explosion. Xuanlao angrily questioned Yun Hao, demanding to know why he had used such a spell without testing it first. He pointed out that they could have easily been killed by it. Yun Hao apologized, explaining that he couldn't find a 10,000-year spirit beast to test it on in the academy. Xuanlao acknowledged Yun Hao's point and observed that the bear was still alive, albeit with only one arm after breaking free from the ice. To their astonishment, Xuanlao identified it as the dark gold fear claw bear, one of the top 10 vicious beasts. Wang Dong noted their luck in encountering such a formidable spirit beast for a spirit ring. Preparing to confront the bear, Xuanlao assured them he could handle it. The dark gold fear claw bear, seething with rage, unleashed a furious attack on Xuanlao. However, Xuanlao used his palm to shatter the bear's assault, reducing every inch of the dark gold bear claw's bones to pieces. He then called Cao Cao over to join him in the encounter. Cao Cao, seeing the dead bear, was amazed. A spirit ring began forming above the bear's body, and Xuanlao instructed Cao Cao that absorbing it shouldn't be a problem with her current strength, so she should get started. Grateful for the opportunity, Cao Cao thanked Xuanlao and began absorbing the spirit. Xuanlao then suggested that even though a 2,000-year spirit was usually nothing special, verifying it might be a good idea. As he touched the bear's paw, he was astonished. Xuanlao informed them that heaven blessed them, because not only had this 2,000-year spirit beast produced a spirit bone, but it was also one of the rarest. He extracted the dark gold fear claw bear's right claw, emphasizing its terrifying power. The palm claw bones were not only the rarest, but also the strongest among them. Xuanlao explained that these bones fused well with others and were highly useful. He then looked at Wang Dong and Yun Hao, inquiring how they planned to divide this treasure. Wang Dong responded that he already possessed both the left and right arm bones, making it impossible to fuse with more bones, so that he would forgo his share. On the other hand, Yun Hao stated that Cao Cao wasn't particularly proficient in attacking, so having the spirit bone would enable her to excel in defense and offense. Therefore, they decided to give it to her. Their decision amazed Xuanlao, and he expressed gratitude on Cao Cao's behalf. Under the elder's protection, everyone spent the night in the forest. At the elder's request, Yun Hao showcased his exceptional BBQ skills again, and Cao Cao successfully absorbed the spirit ring. While everyone believed their good luck would continue, an unexpected situation arose as Cao Cao attempted to fuse with the palm bone. She began to experience intense pain, and cried out that she couldn't bear it any longer, exclaiming that her hand was melting. Seeing her suffering, Xuanlao grew concerned and realized that the power within the spirit bone was too overwhelming for Cao Cao to control. Cao Cao's screams of pain filled the air as her hand glowed brightly. Yun Hao desperately asked what they could do to help her. Xuanlao explained that the spirit bone needed to be extracted, but because Xuanlao already had bones in his arm, he couldn't transfer it. Yun Hao bravely offered to perform the transfer himself. This shocked Xuanlao, who was concerned about the potential danger to both of them. Yun Hao assured him he had a 70% chance of success, and that his mysterious hand technique would allow him to utilize his hands even more effectively than Cao Cao. Reluctantly, Xuanlao agreed, but he warned Yun Hao that he wouldn't be able to assist him further if he failed. While all this was happening, Wang Dong felt the situation was hazardous. Losing consciousness was not an option for Yun Hao, as it would result in him and Cao Cao losing their arms. As Yun Hao took Cao Cao's hand, he sensed a tumultuous fury surging into his body. Xuanlao asked if Yun Hao was doing okay, and he reassured them that he was fine. Xuanlao then placed his palm on Yun Hao's hand, taking over the process. Under Xuanlao's guidance, the angry spirit within the bone calmed down. Yun Hao, holding Cao Cao's hand, began to sweat profusely. The dark golden claw's power fused with his hand, and it felt like countless condensed flames were repeatedly drawn into Yun Hao's hand. Xuanlao and Wang Dong anxiously watched over him, concerned for his well-being. Yun Hao could feel the immense power coursing through him, and deep inside, he battled his fear. He told himself that he had to suppress it. As his hand began to freeze, Xuanlao shouted that it was stabilizing and achievable. He said he would complete the transfer of the spirit bone's energy, but warned that the power would increase and be much more painful. Hearing this, both Yun Hao and Wang Dong grew worried. The energy was transferring into Yun Hao's arm, and the freezing sensation was causing him great pain. Xuanlao shouted that the transfer was complete, and a surge of energy burst from Yun Hao's arms. His hand felt on the verge of exploding, and the power of the dark golden claw bear was overwhelming. However, Yun Hao quickly realized that something was wrong. There was interference with his soul that he couldn't resolve with the power of the spirit bones alone. He had to remove his spirit skill despite the excruciating pain. With great determination, Yun Hao chose to endure the agony. Wang Dong, deeply concerned, watched the situation and asked Xuanlao if Yun Hao had lost his skill protection. Xuanlao, closely observing the process, praised Yun Hao for his incredible power. Yun Hao remained determined, oblivious to the pain in his right hand. The repression was happening so rapidly that it threatened to destroy his hand. Realizing he had no choice, Yun Hao decided it was time to use his ultimate move. He activated his special ability, summoning the creature's golden eye, and a powerful wand emerged from his forehead, radiating intense green energy in all directions. As Xuanlao witnessed this incredible feat, he was amazed. Yun Hao hadn't just opened his third eye, but transformed it into a formidable wand knife. However, the knife pierced Yun Hao's hand in a sudden turn of events. The dark golden claw had finally subsided, and it was beginning to merge with Yun Hao's right arm. Shengju's strong life force aura provided enough energy to heal the damage inflicted by the claw rapidly. Yun Hao's hand was in a constant cycle of breaking and then reconstructing itself. The excruciating pain was etched into his memory, the relentless song of his bones breaking and healing. Nevertheless, he bravely sat down on the floor, enduring the agony without fear. Xuanlao watched in astonishment at Yun Hao's incredible determination, swelling with pride for him. Wang Dong, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The intense pain sent shivers down Wang Dong's spine. Both Xuanlao and Wang Dong sat in silent vigilance around Yun Lao. A minute later, a sleepless night had passed. Yun Hao woke up, but his hand was bleeding and in pain. Suddenly, the dark golden bear claw emerged from his hand. Yun Hao, seeing it, felt like it was an extension of his fingers. He cautiously attempted to retract it and found it returned effortlessly. Witnessing this perfect fusion, Xuanlao was truly amazed. However, Yun Hao's condition suddenly worsened, and he began to lose consciousness. Wang Dong quickly caught him and asked if he was okay. With what little strength he had left, Yun Hao apologized to Xia Chao for taking her spirit bone. Then his eyes closed. Seeing Yun Hao in this state, Xia Chao began to cry. She said she might have lost her arm if it weren't for Yun Hao. Despite the challenges they faced that day, the rewards were significant. Xia Chao earned her third spirit ring, and Yun Hao obtained his third spirit bone. All this occurred at the Moon Palace in the Heaven Dao Empire. Jing Hongchen stood before a mysterious man, deeply concerned about the strength of Poseidon Pavilion's master. He asked the man for advice on what to do in this challenging situation. Jing Hongqian realized that whether it was Mu Lao or someone else, rushing in recklessly would only lead to his swift demise. But the outcome wouldn't be unfavorable if they didn't take direct action. The mysterious figure urged Jing Hongqian to provide more details, so Jing Hongqian explained the situation again. Upon hearing the full explanation, the mysterious figure saw this as a great opportunity. He called upon the Dark Phoenix and declared that the time had come to teach their adversaries a lesson they would never forget. Meanwhile, Tang Ya had returned to the place of her birth, the capital city of the Heaven Dao Empire. She had successfully revived the Tang sect in the city's center, but soon discovered that things were far more complex than she had initially thought. The first necessity was money. Without it, there could be no battle. The second requirement was connections. In the past, others from the Tang sect had avoided Tang Ya due to her status as a plague victim. Now that she had reached the entrance of the Tang sect, everyone would learn that Tang Ya had retired. The bitterness and anger that had plagued her for so long had become unbearable. Tang Ya finally arrived at the Tang sect's entrance with a heart heavy with nostalgia. Tears welled up in her eyes as she reminisced about this place. Not too long ago, this warehouse had been her home. She cried as she remembered her father and mother there. Then, her eyes filled with fury and a burning desire for revenge. As she approached the house, a dark aura enveloped the area. Tang Ya yelled and launched an attack in a rage, declaring her determination to reclaim her home. At that moment, her mind was consumed by anger, and she had no clear goal other than externalizing her rage. Her heart harbored a single, all-consuming idea: to unleash her anger upon her adversaries. People witnessing her sudden attack were shocked and believed she had gone mad, thinking she had returned to meet her demise. However, they were astounded when they saw 4 spirit soul rings surrounding her, unable to comprehend how she had become so mighty. Meanwhile, Tang Ya's eyes blazed with anger and a burning desire for vengeance. Her once blue-silver grass had transformed into dark thorns. These sinister thorns, part of Tang Ya's blue-silver grass, hovered menacingly in the air. They swiftly ensnared 2 disciples, draining the life from them until she absorbed their blood. Tang Ya's face appeared ghostly pale and filled with dread. Someone observing from inside the house expressed surprise that they had encountered someone like her even in this place. Tang Ya screamed, demanding that Ti Li confront her. A group arrived on the scene and inquired if she was responsible for killing Ti Li's associates. The leader among them, disciple Zong, realized that her cultivation had already reached such a high spirit level. Despite this, Zong decided it didn't matter, as they had already informed 2 elders about the situation. They planned to capture her and await the arrival of the elders. Zong issued the order for everyone to charge, but as they closed in, Tang Ya began murmuring, "Die! Die!" She unleashed her thorn attack, trapping them with its deadly embrace. They found themselves immobilized, trapped by these menacing thorns, and their grip was strangling some. Zong realized that these thorns were absorbing his blood, and in an instant, dozens of disciples met their demise. Tang Ya's eyes glowed with a sinister light as the massacre continued. She made sure to leave no one behind in her ruthless assault. Since childhood, Tang Ya had possessed a mysterious talent, the ability to devour life itself. During her time in the spirit tournament, she had become increasingly despondent. She refined this dark talent, a decision that had profoundly altered her soul. However, her vicious talent emanated a particularly potent and sinister aura, transforming her once blue-silver grass into lethal thorns. She continued to absorb the disciples' blood until not a drop remained. Tang Ya possessed the power of her 4th spirit ring, and her soul power had grown considerably. Suddenly, Tang Ya's father and his 2 companions arrived at the scene. He shouted at Tang Ya, accusing her of killing his son. Ti Li, her father, was a spirit emperor with 6 spirit rings. His companions warned him to be cautious, as Tang Ya had become immensely powerful. Ti Li asserted that despite Tang Ya's newfound power, she only possessed 4 spirit rings and had taken his son's life, so she could not escape this confrontation. Because of her opponent's strength, Tang Ya had no intention of fleeing. Her mind was clouded by hatred, and she was determined to leave no survivors. She prepared to launch her most formidable attack. Tang Ya unleashed her 4th dark spirit skill, her most powerful move, originating from a plant with a cultivation of 5,000 years. Ti Li's companions, entangled in the thorns, screamed in agony as they found themselves immobilized. Despite their struggle, Ti Li pressed forward, his 6-ring defenses proving formidable against the dark blue-silver grass. Ti Li skillfully deflected all the thorns with his shield and declared that Tang Ya would meet her end at his hands today. In a desperate attempt, Tang Ya employed her spirit skills to immobilize Ti Li, but she couldn't evade his impending powerful attack. Her body struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure of Ti Li's spirit power. Ti Li leaped towards Tang Ya, brandishing his robust bear shield with a powerful shout. In Tang Ya's mind, everything became clear. She understood that she couldn't survive this confrontation, but if she were to meet her end, she would take a part of the Tang sect to the grave with her. Most importantly, she longed to escape the anguish and despair that had tormented her for so long. Tang Ya whispered that she would soon be reunited with her parents, but confessed that her sole reason for staying was Bei Bei. She couldn't bear to leave him. However, as Tang Ya braced for Ti Li's impending strike, she suddenly realized she was still alive. Opening her eyes, she saw a mysterious black figure holding Tai Li's body, exuding a sinister and potent aura. The figure released Tai Li and departed. Another person with a cap approached Tang Ya and told her to do as she pleased with Ti Li. Both Ti Li and Tang Ya were shocked, but Tang Ya's expression swiftly transformed from shock to a burning desire for vengeance. Tang Ya channeled all her power into her thorns, shouting that she would make Tai Li suffer and use him to pay homage to her deceased parents. Tears streamed down her furious and vengeful eyes. However, just as she was about to launch her attack, she noticed that Ti Li was no longer moving, paralyzed by the mysterious figure. Tang Ya demanded an explanation from the person, her anger palpable. The person calmly replied that she couldn't move as swiftly as before and informed her that 3 more adversaries were trying to confront her. As he spoke, Tang Ya's anger spiraled out of control. She pushed her power to its limit and repeatedly struck Ti Li until his agonizing screams faded into an eerie silence. In a triumphant outburst, she yelled at the top of her lungs that she had exacted vengeance for what he had done to her parents. As others approached the scene, the mysterious man urged Tang Ya to leave. She vehemently refused, asserting that it was her home, and she had no reason to depart. The man smirked and acknowledged her claim, but expressed intolerance for her immature behavior. Swiftly he moved behind Tang Ya and vanished with her. Chow Chow in the Norway Star Doe Forest warned her companions to pay attention as she demonstrated her formidable 5,000-year spirit skill, the Wei Tripod. As she unleashed her skill, 3 pot-like objects materialized in the air. Witnessing this, Yun Hao and Wang Dong were thoroughly impressed. However, Chow Chow informed them that there was more to her skill. With a swift motion, she brought these pots crashing down to the ground, causing a fiery explosion that rippled across the terrain. Seeing this incredible display, Wang Dong and Yun Hao praised her for her newfound strength, acknowledging the remarkable power she now possessed. Chow Chow couldn't help but giggle and mentioned that her spirit skill became even stronger when combined with Yun Hao's spirit essence. She assured Yun Hao that his skills would soon experience significant improvements as well. Yun Hao expressed his excitement, stating that their team's strength had greatly improved. Chow Chow suggested that Yun Hao try out the spirit bone that had previously damaged her arm. Yun Hao followed her advice, channeling the power of the spirit bone. It materialized, and he tested it by delivering a basic attack. He struck a massive rock with his newly enhanced bone gold claw hand, and with a single blow, the stone shattered into countless tiny pieces. Observing the sheer strength of Yun Hao's new abilities, Chow Chow found herself at a loss for words. Yun Hao then suggested trying out the spirit skill, and he unleashed the dark gold fearing claw attack. It unleashed 3 powerful waves of fiery beams, leaving Wang Dong and Chow Chow shocked and deeply impressed. They remarked on the terrifying nature of Yun Hao's spirit bone's soul skill, but noted that it had consumed a substantial amount of his spirit power. Yun Hao confirmed this, explaining that a single strike had depleted 1/3 of his spirit power. He recalled Xuan Lao's words about the gradual assimilation of the spirit bone's power and realized it was evolving slowly but steadily. The trio continued their journey, but in the next 10 days, they had yet to come across a suitable spirit ring for Yun Hao. However, their time spent in the Stardew Forest was not vain. These 10 days of experience allowed them to tap into their potential and gain valuable insights. As they sat around their campfire, they began discussing soul beasts. Yun Hao expressed frustration at not finding a suitable spirit beast for himself. Chow Chow reassured him they would eventually find a spirit beast that suited him since they were only on the forest's outskirts. Wang Dong concurred, adding that their power was sufficient to take on even a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. He also mentioned the presence of a mysterious and ancient array within the forest, which added an intriguing element to their journey. Yun Hao suggested they investigate the mysterious array within the forest, but emphasized that they should leave immediately if they encounter a powerful beast near the forbidden array. However, as Yun Hao used his sensing ability, he detected people approaching their location, seemingly heading to the Stardew Forest solely for them. He mentioned that there was a man among them, and while he couldn't accurately gauge his power, it appeared to be beyond their control. Wang Dong, hearing this, inquired about their next course of action. Yun Hao suggested that these newcomers might have a similar purpose to theirs, so they should proceed to the center of the Stardew Forest. He reasoned it would arouse suspicion if they were being watched and suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from behind, straddling Yun Hao and Wang Dong. They inquired about the newcomer's identity. The person explained that they were merely passing through the forest and wanted to reach the forbidden array. Upon closer examination, the man recognized that they were 3 young children. He directed his question to Yun Hao, asking why they had ventured into this area. Yun Hao responded that they had come to Stardew Forest to obtain spirit rings to enhance their strength. A voice called out from behind the man, addressing him as Bei Tang. Yun Hao inquired about the unknown individual, prompting them to step forward and introduce themselves as Mo Yunfei. Mo Yunfei expressed their shared interest in reaching the heart of Stardew Forest. Furthermore, they proposed making a campfire since it was nighttime and invited Yun Hao to join them if he was interested. Yun Hao agreed to join Mo Yunfei and the others by the campfire. However, Wang Dong expressed concern, suggesting that going with them into the forest might lead to trouble. Yun Hao reassured him, explaining there was no need to worry since he had already used his spirit ring to assess a girl with them. It became apparent that Mo Yunfei was the leader of their group, but everyone seemed to follow the lead of a young girl named Vina. Yun Hao mentioned that he didn't sense any ill intentions from Vina, indicating that he felt comfortable around her. Wang Dong teasingly teased Yun Hao, joking that he wasn't acting like a gentleman by closely watching the girl. In Vina's camping tent, she turned to Mo Yunfei and asked his opinion about Yun Hao and his group. She wanted to know who he thought was the most powerful and talented among them. Mo Yunfei pondered for a moment and replied that, in his view, Yun Hao, who had once been a slave, seemed to be the cornerstone of the team. He noted that Yun Hao possessed exceptional physical strength and resilience, crucial in their endeavors. Mo Yunfei added that former slaves like themselves typically didn't expect to receive much help, so Yun Hao's determination was admirable. Vina nodded in understanding and encouraged Mo Yunfei to rest for a while. As Mo Yunfei left, Vina excitedly turned to her big sister Muxue and commented on how cool Yun Hao looked. Muxue, noticing her sister's interest, asked if she liked him and assured her that she would help her navigate her feelings properly. Muxue acknowledged Mo Yunfei's words and agreed that Yun Hao was impressive. She mentioned that just being near him made her feel a great sense of power. Vina, hearing this, became extremely excited and hugged Muxue tightly, bombarding her with curious questions about Yun Hao. Mo Yunfei and Yun Hao's group embarked on their journey the following day, with their spirit companions at their side. They felt unafraid, even as they ventured into the forest's heart, where ancient beasts, some hundreds and even thousands of years old, roamed. As they continued their trek, Mo Yunfei warned everyone that the scarlet fire monkeys were drawing near. Yun Hao's team actively joined the counterattack, and Vina was greatly impressed by Yun Hao's combat skills. As Mo Yunfei engaged in battle with one of the monkeys, he quickly realized that these creatures were powerful. In a moment of urgency, he shouted for everyone to retreat. Just as things seemed dire, a fireball was launched towards Vina. Witnessing this difficult situation, Mo Yunfei and Muxue grew deeply concerned for Vina's safety. However, as the fireball closed in on her, a Chow Chow pot suddenly appeared before Vina, shielding her from harm. With Chow Chow's intervention, the monkeys could not prevail, and they retreated from the battle prematurely. Yun Hao found it difficult to believe that they had decided to withdraw. Furthermore, Daydream Brother arrived on the scene and expressed his presence as a harbinger of miracles. He assured Yun Hao that his spirit bone was now awakened, and that dealing with the beasts should not pose a problem. Daydream Brother even suggested that Yun Hao absorb a 15,000-year spirit ring, leaving Yun Hao initially shocked. Yun Hao informed Mo Yunfei that he had found a suitable place to obtain a spirit beast. He instructed Mo Yunfei to continue leading the group while he ventured ahead to investigate. Yun Hao suddenly vanished without any trace as he spoke, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. It was an illusion. Yun Hao had skillfully blended into the forest's surroundings, assuming the appearance of its plants. Guided by Daydream Brother, he swiftly moved through the environment. While flying through the forest, Yun Hao asked Daydream Brother if he had located Xuan Lao and his team. Daydream Brother confirmed that he had found Xuan Lao, and they were about to meet him. Daydream Brother assured Yun Hao not to worry, as he would handle the situation with Xuan Lao. As Xuan Lao arrived on the scene, his anger was palpable. He loudly asserted that Yun Hao could not assimilate with the soul rings. Confronted with Xuan Lao's keen perception, Yun Hao resorted to deception. He claimed that a mysterious art from the Tang sect allowed him to assimilate with a 1,000-year spirit ring. Upon hearing this explanation, Xuan Lao acknowledged that all 3 hailed from the Tang sect, and their potential seemed to surpass most others. He agreed that Yun Hao should attempt assimilation, considering the difficulty of finding a suitable spirit ring. Xuan Lao departed, advising Yun Hao to remain concealed in his current location. He mentioned he would rendezvous with Chow Chow and Wang Dong to care for them. Yun Hao assumed the appearance of a tree, patiently waiting for Xuan Lao's return. Suddenly, Yun Hao's intuition sent a wave of unease through him as he sensed the approach of two souls. As his anxiety grew, a colossal two-headed beast burst forth and charged menacingly in Yun Hao's direction. With a rush of panic, Yun Hao sprinted desperately, determined to save his life. The massive shockwave generated by the charging beast swept across a vast area, closing in on Yun Hao. In a moment of desperation, Yun Hao called upon his soul skills, and in a dazzling display, the full power of the Ice Scorpion Empress manifested. Confronted with such horrifying might, the twin-headed giant began to panic. Overwhelmed by fear, the twin-headed giant swiftly altered its course to escape from Yun Hao's path. Once Yun Hao had successfully evaded the giant, he took on the guise of a tree once more, allowing himself a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, a spirit light emanated from a wolf nearby, and Yun Hao realized that this was the very entity that had instilled fear in the twin giant. Meanwhile, the Ice Scorpion Emperor's rage deepened in Yun Hao's consciousness. Fuming with anger, she directed her ire towards Daydream Brother, questioning whether he intended to lead Yun Hao into the path of such a high-level beast, potentially risking their lives. Daydream Brother apologized, acknowledging that Yun Hao could confront the spirit beast. However, this did not appease the Ice Scorpion Emperor, who continued criticizing him, emphasizing their lack of strength to defeat the formidable creature. As Yun Hao observed their argument regarding the spirit beast, the Ice Emperor explained that the markings on this light golden beast, which had pursued the twin giant, identified it as the sole ancient beast in Doluo, boasting remarkable beauty. Hearing this revelation, Yun Hao realized that even if he had attempted to confront and defeat such a creature, it would have been a nearly impossible feat. The Ice Emperor's frustration with Daydream Brother flared once more as she chastised him for suggesting such a difficult course of action to Yun Hao. Yun Hao suddenly heard a powerful explosion from outside, and to his surprise, it was Xuan Lao who believed the two spirit beasts had killed Yun Hao and was now bravely fighting them. Yun Hao emerged from his consciousness, and the situation looked dire. He contemplated remaining hidden to avoid any misunderstandings. Yun Hao feared that Xuan Lao might assume he had fallen victim to the soul beasts. However, just as one of the beasts launched a fierce attack, another creature intervened, the Red Lion King. Yun Hao was stunned, wondering if the Red Lion King had arrived to protect the others. The two sides clashed violently, and Yun Hao saw Xuan Lao's anger intensifying. He couldn't allow the situation to escalate further. With determination, Yun Hao opened his soul ring, unleashing a power surge as a signal. Yun Hao anticipated that Xuan Lao and the Red Beast would heed his signal and approach him for a peaceful resolution. However, to Yun Hao's astonishment, Xuan Lao continued launching attacks despite the signal. Although Xuan Lao was eventually reassured and managed to calm down, the Red Lion King remained unaware of the tremendous pressure exerted by Yun Hao. Instead, it interpreted Xuan Lao's actions as a sign of incoming reinforcements, and decided to engage in combat alongside the golden three-eyed tiger. Unbeknownst to the Red Lion King, no reinforcements were on the way. Xuan Lao skillfully ensnared the Red Lion King and easily captured the golden-eyed tiger. Witnessing this feat left Yun Hao truly impressed by Xuan Lao's capabilities. Xuan Lao held the golden-eyed tiger hostage, intending to negotiate with the Red Lion King. Unexpectedly, the Red Lion King decided to withdraw, prompting Yun Hao to rush out to investigate. Yun Hao approached Xuan Lao, seated atop the captured golden-eyed tiger, and assured him that he was unharmed. Xuan Lao clarified that he had only taken the tiger as a hostage to compel the Red Lion King to locate another spirit beast as a replacement. Yun Hao proceeded to share his recent experiences with Xuan Lao. In response, Xuan Lao doubted that the spirit beast would willingly comply with their wishes. He emphasized that this spirit beast suited Yun Hao and could significantly enhance his cultivation. As they conversed, the spirit beast's fury became increasingly evident. Suddenly, the spirit beast began to speak, expressing deep resentment toward humanity and vowing to make them suffer and perish slowly. The unexpected vocalization left both Xuan Lao and Yun Hao astonished. With a stern expression, Xuan Lao questioned the spirit beast's audacity, asking if it dared to threaten an elder and inquiring about its ambitions. Xuan Lao employed his formidable power to torment the spirit beast trapped within the capture ball. He admonished the spirit beast, reminding it that despite its immense power, it was often treated as nothing more than a treasure. Experiencing the excruciating pain of the torment, the spirit beast cried and accused Xuan Lao of speaking nonsense. Xuan Lao continued, explaining that if the spirit beast couldn't assist other beasts, it would face exploitation and mistreatment. He then asked Yun Hao to approach the spirit beast's third eye, a request that sent the beast into a furious rage, causing it to intervene and stop them. Xuan Lao emphasized to Yun Hao that this particular spirit beast possessed an impressive level of spiritual power, making it a valuable asset for Yun Hao's future cultivation. In response, the spirit beast adamantly refused, tears streaming from its eyes. Despite its continuous resistance, Xuan Lao maintained full control over it. Under Xuan Lao's unwavering pressure, the three-eyed golden tiger succumbed easily, and Yun Hao obediently placed his forehead against the spirit beast's third eye as directed by Xuan Lao. However, Xuan Lao remained unaware of the profound significance of the third eye to the spirit beast. Had the golden area surrounding the third eye been capable of resistance, the spirit beast might have chosen to end its life instead. Within the depths of this eye resided the golden tiger's most closely guarded secrets. Observing the state of the beast, Xuan Lao wondered if it had expended too much of its energy and questioned whether it sought an end to its sad existence. As the spirit beast deteriorated, a potent and enigmatic power surged through the forest. A mysterious ring of light manifested, expanding to encompass Wang Dong and Cao Cao's positions, granting them a view of the unfolding scene. Wang Dong couldn't help but notice the unusual nature of this phenomenon, which left him with an eerie sensation, as if something irreplaceable had been lost forever. Once the circle of light disappeared, a calm settled over the surroundings. Yun Hao began to experience fleeting images and wondered aloud if these were the precious memories of the golden beast. The spirit beast gazed at Yun Hao, its eyes reflecting curiosity and questions. Concerned for Yun Hao's well-being, Xuan Lao inquired if everything was all right. Even as Yun Hao emerged from his trance, he assured Xuan Lao that he was excellent. Xuan Lao then guided them out of the forest, heading towards the border of Shrek Academy to await the arrival of the Red Lion King, aiming to prevent any potential trouble. During their flight, Yun Hao meditated, gradually sensing the changes brought about by the spirit beast. He felt a profound transformation within his third eye, and the presence of the necromancer residing within it also noticed these changes. Curious, Yun Hao asked the necromancer if he was injured, to which the necromancer replied that he was unharmed and marveled at the incredible density of power. This response left Yun Hao perplexed. The necromancer elucidated that the spirit beast had bestowed a unique gift upon Yun Hao. It had integrated itself into Yun Hao's blood, gifting him with a newfound power, the power of his third eye. The necromancer named Yun Hao's enhanced third eye Ming Yun Ji Yan. He emphasized that Yun Hao had been blessed with the power of destiny, but it came with its perils. Yun Hao's destiny was now intertwined with the spirit beast, and he would need to learn how to control it. Upon hearing this revelation, Yun Hao was astonished to realize that his destiny was entwined with the three-eyed golden tiger. The necromancer continued, explaining that the spirit beast was aware of their existence and foretelling a future conflict between Yun Hao and the Red Lion King. He stressed the importance of Yun Hao learning to control and enhance his newfound power. Half an hour later, the Red Lion King returned, bringing with him a 10,000-year-old purple spirit fox as an offering to trade for the three-eyed golden tiger. Xuan Lao expressed gratitude to the Red Lion King and inquired about the figure concealed behind the Red Lion, questioning their reluctance to reveal themselves. A deep voice resonated in response, stating that they had achieved their objectives, and now it was time for them to depart. The king of Star Dao Forest assured them of his reputation, and the matter would conclude there. Upon hearing the voice of the Stardew Forest King, Xuan Lao placed his trust in the assurance. They proceeded to release the three-eyed golden tiger, and Xuan Lao promptly led his team of 3 back to Shrek City. During their departure, the Forest Star Emperor admonished the golden tiger, reprimanding it for its lack of obedience and reminding it not to stray from the protection array in the future. Upon hearing the golden tiger's distress, it began to cry and expressed its concerns. The human it had encountered had told it that the Forest Star Emperor only valued it for its usefulness and would discard it once it ceased to be of use. In response, the Forest Star Emperor halted and assured the golden tiger that such notions of usefulness did not apply to their spirit beast race. He affectionately declared the golden tiger his son, pledging to protect him as long as he lived. Overwhelmed with emotion, the golden tiger tearfully admitted its inadequacy and begged to return home. On the other hand, Yun Hao had returned to the Poseidon Pavilion. Xuan Lao wasted no time allowing Yun Hao to confront and defeat the 10,000-year spirit beast, then guided him in absorbing its spirit ring. Yun Hao assumed a meditative posture and initiated the absorption process. Observing Yun Hao's remarkable ability to assimilate a 10,000-year spirit ring at such a young age, Xuan Lao praised his achievement. He acknowledged that Yun Hao's proficiency in the mysterious art he had mentioned was remarkable, making him a worthy disciple of the Tang sect. Xuan Lao was pleased that everything had gone smoothly for Yun Hao and encouraged him to report the success to Mu Lao. However, when Xuan Lao encountered Mu Lao, he was immediately apprehensive. Mu Lao was seated in his usual spot, but his countenance had turned ashen, and his face bore a lifeless expression, starkly contrasting his demeanor when they had left. Filled with concern, Xuan Lao inquired about Mu Lao's well-being. In a subdued and disheartened tone, Mu Lao delivered the unsettling news. Xiao Tao had managed to escape. Hearing this revelation, Xuan Lao was taken aback, finding it difficult to believe she had eluded them. Mu Lao explained that they had underestimated her capabilities. Someone had arrived at Xiao Tao's seal, breaking it and allowing her to make her escape. Furthermore, he disclosed that after they had departed, the academy had come under attack from their adversaries. In response, the elders and Mu Lao ventured out to confront the threat, providing Xiao Tao with the opportunity she needed to flee. Mu Lao provided further details, explaining that an unidentified but formidable adversary had led a group of 11 others, all possessing the power of dark spirit masters, in a coordinated attack on the academy. Upon hearing this, Xuan Lao was genuinely shocked and asked if there was anything they could do to counter such a threat. Mu Lao's response was somber. He confessed that his greatest fear had materialized. The dark spirit organization was taking shape. Mu Lao emphasized the gravity of the situation to Xuan Lao and stressed that, with Xiao Tao's return, they should assume the worst had occurred. He advised against disclosing these developments to Yun Hao. Meanwhile, Yun Hao continued his absorption of the spirit ring, which required 3 days to complete. At that moment, he faced the sun, relishing its breathtaking view. As Yun Hao continued his absorption of the spirit ring, the rich intertwining hues of red and gold painted a mesmerizing picture. The golden light appeared to meander through the landscape, reminiscent of an ancient river of density. This enchanting display was vital in allowing Yun Hao to unlock his third eye. The Eye of Destiny, now open, emitted a mysterious yet dazzling radiance. When Yun Hao opened his eyes, the landscape he had been immersed in disappeared, replaced by an entirely different view. Empowered by the newfound abilities of his Eye of Density, Yun Hao experimented with his third spirit skill, which became notably more potent due to the enhancements bestowed by his third eye. With the newfound third spirit skill, Yun Hao's power was significantly boosted, propelling him to the pinnacle of level 32. Eager to share his progress, Yun Hao went to the Poseidon Pavilion. Upon arriving, he noticed the pallid countenance of Mulan, but before he could inquire further, Mulan directed her attention to the Eye of Destiny. Mu Lao, recognizing the significance of Yun Hao's newfound ability, advised him to delve deep into destiny and its implications. He informed Yun Hao that in the future, there would be no need for him to leave the academy. Instead, he would dedicate 3 days to studying with Fan Yu, followed by 3 days of training with Mu Lao himself, and 1 day reserved for guidance from Wang Dong. Mu Lao emphasized that Yun Hao needed to accelerate his cultivation because significant responsibilities lay ahead. He would be tasked with opposing an entire army in just 2 years, a formidable challenge that necessitated rapid improvement. Mu Lao told Yun Hao that destiny had chosen him to protect and preserve peace. He urged Yun Hao to keep this profound responsibility in mind and to strive to fulfill it to the best of his abilities. Overwhelmed by the weight of these words, Yun Hao left the Poseidon Pavilion with heavy steps, sensing that his teacher's time was limited. He knew Mu Lao found happiness in knowing Yun Hao's determination to enhance his strength. As Yun Hao departed, Mu Lao spoke to himself, recognizing that such responsibilities were a considerable burden for someone of Yun Hao's age. However, he acknowledged the pressing nature of their circumstances and the limited time left to prepare. Their focus has shifted to the spirit guide weapons at Shrek Academy. Yun Hao approached Teacher Kaitu and Teacher Fan Yu, extending a greeting to inform them of his return. Without any delay, Teacher Fan Yu instructed Yun Hao to prepare himself, as Mu Lao's plan was set to commence from that day onward. Teacher Fan Yu then provided Yun Hao with a brief overview of his role as a limit soldier, emphasizing the goal of cultivating a unit strong enough to tip the scales in warfare. He stressed the importance of learning to create and utilize spirit weapons effectively. Furthermore, Teacher Fan Yu explained that Kaitu and Yun Hao had distinct focuses. Kaitu specialized in creating spirit weapons, including their explosions and tactical applications. In contrast, Yun Hao's role centered on detection, penetration, and disruptive tactics. Teacher Fan Yu further elaborated, emphasizing that Yun Hao served as their primary offense, while Kaitu played the role of their formidable shield and tactician. He underlined the concept of their limit, signifying the combined strength of both Yun Hao and Kaitu working in unison. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao exchanged glances with Kaitu, who playfully asserted that Yun Hao's position was of greater importance, eliciting a laugh. Teacher Fan Yu approached Yun Hao, expressing confidence in their partnership, and reminding them that diligent study was the key to success. Yun Hao affirmed his determination with a resolute expression, leaving no room for doubt. The testing occurred at the Shrek Academy arena, where the audience couldn't contain their astonishment. The results achieved by the two far exceeded their expectations. Xianling couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed Yun Hao and Kaitu's effortless defeat of 6 formidable beasts. She couldn't help but conclude that these two youngsters were indeed extraordinary. Teacher Fan Yu noticed the overwhelmed expression on Gong Elder's face as he watched the proceedings unfold. Unable to contain himself, Gong Elder quickly released more spirit beasts into the arena, prompting Qian Duo to express her surprise at the sheer number of beasts unleashed at once. Xianling reassured her that pushing the kids to their limits was necessary, and that this approach would save time in the long run. Kaitu, observing the multitude of beasts, felt apprehensive about the situation. Yun Hao, however, remained composed and directed Kaitu to employ the soul cannon tactic. He instructed Kaitu to focus on the ranged soul beasts, while Yun Hao would handle the melee ones. Suddenly, a charging rhinoceros-like beast made its way toward them. Yun Hao responded swiftly, activating his Eye of Destiny. A radiant and mystical light radiated from Yun Hao's body, spreading throughout the arena. Kaitu, bathed in this mystical light, began to emit a brilliant golden glow. A faint golden humanoid shape even materialized behind him. In contrast, the spirit beasts emitted only a pale light, and an illusionary selection illusion appeared above their heads. Xianling was taken aback by using the third eye, surprised by the spectacle unfolding before her. Despite the overwhelming exhaustion the Eye of Destiny brought, Yun Hao persevered and followed up using his spirit eyes. The newly acquired 1,000-year spirit ring emitted a beautiful light, which Yun Hao directed toward the spirit beasts. A powerful blast wave enveloped the arena, affecting the spirit beasts struck by it. Their eyes turned white, and their morale plummeted. Although Yun Hao's ability momentarily disoriented the spirit beasts, the ranged ones paused briefly before resuming their relentless assault. In anticipation of such a dire attack, Fan Yu had readied to intervene if the arena's protective barrier proved insufficient. However, the unexpected occurred. All 8 ranged spirit beasts miraculously missed their targets. Not a single attack found its mark, leaving the spectators astounded by the seemingly incredible stroke of luck. The outcome, of course, had nothing to do with luck. It was a direct result of the combined abilities cast by Yun Hao. He had employed 2 area of effect abilities, one related to density, and the other involving mental interference. These effects had worked in tandem, causing the spirit beasts to miss their attacks entirely. With the spirit beasts now off balance, Yun Hao signaled to Kaitu that it was time to launch their counterattack. Meanwhile, back at the arena, all eyes were fixated on the 2 young participants in the center. All 12 spirit beasts had been defeated. The entire battle had unfolded within a minute, leaving the spectators in awe of the swift and efficient victory. On a different note, Wang Dong was disheartened, lamenting that Yun Hao had not visited him in their dormitory. Yun Hao and Kaitu successfully advanced to the 4th test round, marking their victory. However, Gong Elder, witnessing the defeat of all his spirit beasts, began to panic and pulled at his hair. Colleagues had to calm him down. Teacher Fan Yu approached the academy's principal and suggested continuing the test. After observing the implicit cooperation between Yun Hao and Kaitu, and recognizing Yun Hao's exceptional capabilities, the principal decided to conclude the test at this point. With renewed faith in the Limit Soldier project, the principal pledged full support for its continuation. The Limit Soldier project was now set to transform, with intense and unconventional training on the horizon. Yun Hao and Kaitu braced themselves for the challenges ahead, ready to embrace a new chapter in their journey. As a year and a half passed, the Duluo continent enjoyed an unusual period of peace. Neither the Sun Moon Empire nor the Origin Church made any aggressive moves. After Ma Xiaotao escaped from Shrek Academy, her whereabouts remained a mystery, and this news left Yun Hao feeling deeply upset. However, after receiving an explanation from Mu Elder, Yun Hao transformed his misery into determination and focused on his meditation. During this time, Yun Hao's spiritual power surpassed level 38, and the display of his absolute power became increasingly impressive. His progress in mastering spirit weapons also stood out, showing remarkable improvement. He earned the level 5 Spirit Weapon Master's Medal with an outstanding grade. Wang Dong's rapid improvement was truly astonishing. Within just 1 year, his power surged to level 44, and he acquired his 4th Spirit Ring. Cao Cao also made significant progress, reaching level 40 and gaining her 4th Spirit Ring, advancing to the rank of Spirit Ancestor. As for Bei Bei, he lost contact with Tang Ya and remained unwavering in his pursuit of her. Even though he had achieved the status of Spirit King, the smile on his face had not returned since Tang Ya's disappearance. Relentlessly, he meditated and continued his search for her. Sanshi and Nan Nan both achieved the milestone of obtaining their 5th spirit ring, and as a result, they ascended to the prestigious rank of Spirit Kings. On Poseidon Island, the Poseidon Pavilion at Shrek Academy gathered its 67 inner academy pupils to bid farewell to Elder Mulao as he departed. It was a solemn occasion. The pupils vowed that if one day a member of the Spirit Weapon Department reached the esteemed level of a Spirit Weapon Master at level 10, that individual would be granted the honor of assuming the leadership of Poseidon. Among the Shrek Inner Academy's head pupils, Zhang Lexiwan was also present, shedding tears for Mulao. She found it hard to believe that Mulao was departing so suddenly. Inside the Poseidon Pavilion, the Shrek 7 Devils stood before Mu Elder, quieting as they awaited Mulao's final guidance. Mulao, however, appeared markedly different from his former self, visibly weakened. Mulao gazed upon the sad and tearful faces of the Shrek 7 Devils. Their sorrow weighed heavily in the air. Bei Bei, in a heartfelt moment, addressed Mulao as Ancestor Xuan, surprising Sanshi, who had never heard Bei Bei reveal his connection to Mulao. Reflecting on his over 200 years of life, Mulao spoke to them, urging them not to mourn his departure for his extended existence. He reminded them that the true source of pride in his life was the privilege of safeguarding them and witnessing their growth. With a hopeful tone, he encouraged them to remember him with happiness as they moved forward. Mulao turned his attention to Sanshi and Nan Nan, revealing his special request for them. Upon hearing this, they were taken aback and inquired about the nature of his favor. Mulao explained that he wished for both of them to follow in the footsteps of their 5 companions and join the Tang sect. He shared some history, noting that the Tang sect had once flourished thousands of years ago. He emphasized that without Ancestor Tang San's foundation, it would have been challenging for Shrek to achieve lasting glory for many centuries. Mulao shared his heartfelt request, revealing that Bei Bei and Tang Ya had already joined the Tang sect at his request. He implored Sanshi and Nan Nan to follow suit, ensuring the continued prosperity of both Shrek and the Tang sect. Nan Nan, tears streaming down her face, pledged to follow in the footsteps of her ancestor, Xiao Wu, of the forest generation of Shrek's 7 Devils, and contribute to the glory of the Tang sect. Sanshi expressed a similar commitment. Mulao, gratified by their responses, summoned Bei Bei closer. Placing his hand upon Bei Bei's head, Mulao explained that he hailed from the same bloodline and was about to depart. He wished to stabilize the light holy dragon bloodline within Bei Bei. As his hand emitted a radiant glow, he transferred his energy into Bei Bei's head, leaving Bei Bei lying on the ground after the process. Mulao called Yun Hao and Wang Dong over, comforting them by urging them not to be saddened by his departure. He expressed his deep honor at having had the opportunity to mentor both of them. Mulao emphasized that they represented the hope and future of both Shrek Academy and the Tang sect. He encouraged them to assist Bei Bei in the search for Tang Ya and work diligently to advance the Tang sect. Mulao then turned to Yun Hao, his voice filled with emotion, and expressed his hope that one day Yun Hao would attain the title of Daoluo. He wished for Yun Hao to consider inheriting the leadership of the Poseidon Pavilion when that day came. With tears, Yun Hao affirmed his understanding and asked Mulao to rest. Mulao reassured Yun Hao, promising to watch over him and witness his growth. He encouraged Yun Hao to continue striving for self-improvement as they bid farewell. Mulao turned to Wang Dong and asked if he believed that Mulao had mistreated him. Wang Dong, tears streaming down his face, nodded and said yes. Mulao explained that his inability to see Wang Dong's true origins and the uncertainty surrounding Wang Dong's future had contributed to his actions. As Mulao spoke, a sudden sharp pain gripped his heart, causing concern among those present. Nevertheless, he continued, advising Wang Dong to wait for Yun Hao's return. Then, a potent Poseidon light began emanating from Mulao, and he started ascending into the sky, harnessing his formidable Poseidon power. The golden tree radiated a brilliant, dazzling light, sending a towering beam of gold into the sky. Mulao transformed remarkably into a white dragon that soared high above Poseidon Island, circling it gracefully. Witnessing this, Yun Hao couldn't contain his sorrow and let out a heart-rending scream. 3 months had passed since Mulao's passing. During this time, Yun Hao had dedicated himself tirelessly to his training. He refused to rest, shutting off his heart and rejecting the care and advice of those around him. While his progress was astonishingly rapid, his isolation and detachment from others raised concerns among those who cared for him. Observing Yun Hao's relentless training, Wang Dong became concerned and approached Xuan Lao, requesting him to persuade Yun Hao to slow down. Xuan Lao agreed with Wang Dong's concerns and decided to talk with Yun Hao. He asked Yun Hao to accompany him to the Poseidon Pavilion. With a perplexed expression, Yun Hao glanced at Xuan Lao and mentioned that he still had 12 tasks left to complete for the day. Deeply worried about Yun Hao's excessive training, Xuan Lao tried to convince him to take a break. He pointed out that Mu Lao wouldn't have wished this level of strain upon him. As Yun Hao was about to resume his training, Xuan Lao attempted to use a spell to halt him, but Yun Hao resisted the spell. This defiance angered Xuan Lao, who misinterpreted it as Yun Hao challenging him. 3 days later, Wang Dong sat alone, his thoughts consumed by Yun Hao's impending departure the following day. Tears welled as he contemplated Yun Hao being away for 3 long years. Suddenly, Yun Hao entered Wang Dong's room, taking Wang Dong by surprise. In shock, Wang Dong seized Yun Hao by the shirt, demanding to know where he was going. Wang Dong reminded him of their collective efforts to convince him otherwise. Yun Hao chuckled and replied that he was indeed leaving, urging Wang Dong to make a lasting impression. Wang Dong released his grip on Yun Hao and asked if he had come to bid farewell. Yun Hao confirmed this, revealing he would be absent for 2.5 years. This news ignited Wang Dong's anger, and he declared his intent to speak with Xuan Lao and stand by Yun Hao's side. As Yun Hao prepared to depart, he grabbed Wang Dong's hand, confessing that he didn't want anything to change and was reluctant to leave Wang Dong. In response, Wang Dong embraced Yun Hao tightly and shared a heartfelt hug. Tears streamed down Wang Dong's face as he asked if they would still be friends after 2 years. Yun Hao reassured him, affirming that their bond was that of lifelong brothers and destiny would always bring them together. Yun Hao then mentioned that it was getting late and that he had to hit the road early the next morning. He suggested they sleep together, which caught Wang Dong off guard, but Yun Hao, laughing, settled in for the night. During their heartfelt night together, Yun Hao and Wang Dong shared precious moments and promised to reunite after Yun Hao's 2-year journey. Wang Dong expressed concern for Yun Hao's safety on the journey, and Yun Hao assured him that he would take good care of himself. As morning arrived, Wang Dong woke up to find a letter left by Yun Hao on the bed. In the letter, Yun Hao encouraged Wang Dong not to cry and promised he would return. The two friends had talked late into the night, and while they couldn't recall exactly when they had fallen asleep, they cherished the memories of their conversation. Director Hong Chen warmly welcomed the exchange students and Principal Yan at the Spirit Empire borders in Maple Leaf City. Yan Xiaozhe inquired if Director Hong Chen had come in person this time, recalling the previous visit when he could not fulfill his hosting duties for Shrek Academy's heir. Yun Hao, while standing there, couldn't help but wonder if Director Jing Hongchen had any connection to Xiao Tao's disappearance. Director Jing Hongchen, upon hearing this thought, recalled how they had been deceived the last time by Shrek Academy, losing a significant number of level 9 spirit devices. He remarked on how considerate they were. Director Jing Hongchen then mentioned that he had heard about the passing of Mu Lao at their academy, and that the day he had visited Poseidon Pavilion was their final meeting with Mu Lao. He deeply respected Mu Lao, acknowledging him as the most robust and revered figure in the Duluo. Principal Yan Xiaozhe extended his hand to shake Jing Hongchen, expressing his trust in him to care for their students. Jing Hongchen responded, assuring Yan that their students would receive the finest education. They both reached an agreement on the student exchange. However, while these discussions unfolded, Yun Hao couldn't help but fix his gaze directly on Xiao Hongchen. Sensing Yun Hao's intense stare, Xiao Hongchen approached him and whispered in his ear, vowing to trample him beneath his feet to ensure Yun Hao understood who the true genius was. Yun Hao responded with a composed demeanor, mockingly claiming that he was frightened. Meanwhile, Tang Wutong observed her brother's fixation on Yun Hao whenever they crossed paths. She couldn't help but wonder if Wang Tong, who hadn't accompanied the Shrek students, might be waiting for her back at Shrek Academy. These thoughts filled her with anticipation and excitement. As Shrek Academy prepared to depart with their exchange students, teacher Jing Hongchen summoned a flying soul device, leaving Yun Hao in shock. Kaitu marveled at the flying device's lightweight construction, even though it was metal. Amidst the collective surprise, teacher Jing Hongchen piloted the machine toward the Sun Moon Empire with the students. Their journey brought them to the Empire's capital, Sun Moon City, also known as the Light Capital. Teacher Jing Hongchen informed them that this would be their place of residence and study. Witnessing this, Kaitu and Yun Hao felt resolute in their commitment. Upon their arrival at the Sun Moon Empire Royal Spirit Engineer Academy, they underwent physical examinations and completed the necessary paperwork. Each received their student identification, dorm keys, and a set of school uniforms under the guidance of Lin Jiayi, the academy's head. Yun Hao and his fellow exchange students began their new lives at the Sun Moon Empire Royal Spirit Engineer Academy. In teacher Jing Hongchen's office, he inquired about their results from Lin Jiayi. Lin Jiayi reported that Kaito displayed exceptional talent, securing the top spot in all 3 tests. He also praised Yun Hao, noting his extraordinary power and possessing 3 spirit bones, labeling him a genius spirit master. Jing Hongchen, although already expecting these results, emphasized that Lin Jiayi should not underestimate Yun Hao, as he intended to keep a close watch on him. Jing Hongchen went further, expressing his belief that, in 20 years, the continent would belong to the Sun Moon Empire, and he envisioned the continent being renamed Sun Moon Land. In the teaching area of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, after they had settled in, the academy assigned a random teacher to each of the exchange students. In the 3rd laboratory, Yun Hao found himself under the guidance of a new teacher who appeared to be in his 30s. Yun Hao couldn't help but feel concerned that his instructor might be too young to teach him effectively. The teacher, introducing himself as Xuan Ziwen, clarified that he was quite busy and warned Yun Hao that if he failed his upcoming test, he would have to study independently. This revelation left Yun Hao in a state of shock. Xuan Ziwen did offer a solution, however, suggesting that Yun Hao could approach Lin Jiayi and request a change of teacher if he felt dissatisfied. Determined to prove himself, Yun Hao accepted the challenge, believing he had enough experience. Yun Hao's test consisted of crafting a level 3 spirit device to meet Xuan Ziwen's expectations within a tight 15-minute time frame. Yun Hao wasn't intimidated by the challenge of crafting a level 3 spirit device. He understood that it was not the level to be feared, but the mastery and skill that mattered most. With his formidable materials and remarkable power, he worked skillfully manipulating light and earth materials. Observing Yun Hao's work, Xuan Ziwen was impressed. Yun Hao had chosen the incredibly robust material, titanium, and demonstrated his ability to mold it precisely. Yun Hao then utilized a scraper to refine the titanium, showcasing his craftsmanship. 15 minutes later, Yun Hao completed the device's construction, which turned out to be a gun. Xuan Ziwen was eager to test it, and when he fired the gun, it produced a powerful explosion upon impact, leaving Xuan Ziwen genuinely amazed. He commended Yun Hao on his work, and suggested that the device's power could increase further if he used even better materials. Xuan Ziwen found the Soul device impressive and suitable for regular use by most people. However, he admitted that he couldn't comprehend the mechanics of the shooting device. Hearing Xuan Ziwen's positive assessment of his creation, Yun Hao realized he had an exceptionally talented teacher. Suddenly, Xuan Ziwen eagerly approached Yun Hao and inquired how he had achieved such remarkable results. He even proposed buying the device from Yun Hao for research purposes. Then, Xuan Ziwen realized he didn't know Yun Hao's name, and promptly asked for it. Yun Hao shared his name with Xuan Ziwen. Xuan Ziwen, eager to obtain the gun, began making numerous enticing offers, and desperately asked Yun Hao to join them. He knew that if Jing Hongchen were to hear about this, it might be a source of great frustration for him. Xuan Ziwen emphasized the significance of his proposal and inquired whether Yun Hao comprehended the weight of his words. Yun Hao understood and acknowledged that Xuan Ziwen had much to offer. However, he regretfully declined the offer. He explained that he was a citizen of Star Luo, and even though he might be relatively weak, he couldn't compromise the Empire's security. Xuan Ziwen, although somewhat disappointed, asserted that he wasn't interested in the ongoing war. His sole focus was on furthering his research, particularly regarding the device. Yun Hao realized that Xuan Ziwen was willing to risk everything solely for the sake of his research. Yun Hao, in turn, made an offer to Xuan Ziwen, suggesting that he should consider joining the Tang sect if he wanted to pursue his research on soul weapons. This proposition took Xuan Ziwen by surprise, and he questioned whether Yun Hao was referring to the Tang sect of the Heaven Do Empire, which had fallen long ago. Xuan Ziwen explained that he wasn't interested in sects or other realms. His sole focus was research, and he doubted that the Tang sect could provide him with the necessary laboratory and financial resources. Realizing that Xuan Ziwen had a valid point about the Tang sect's financial limitations, Yun Hao asked a hypothetical question. If the Tang sect regained its strength within 10 years, would Xuan Ziwen be willing to join? Xuan Ziwen clarified that his motivation wasn't monetary gain, but rather his desire to unravel the mysteries of the spirit device world and explore the technology Yun Hao had just demonstrated. He declared that if dozens of such devices were in the Tang sect, he would willingly join Yun Hao's cause. Yun Hao extended his hand, and Xuan Ziwen reciprocated, forming a solemn oath between them. Yun Hao was delighted that on his very first day, he had not only met someone of Xuan Ziwen's caliber, but had also successfully persuaded him to consider joining their sect. The lectures proceeded relentlessly, delving into the intricacies of spirit devices, from their fundamental definitions to various theories, spanning from the general to the specific. It was a deep dive into the mysteries of spirit devices, leaving Yun Hao fascinated and bewildered by the Sun Moon Empire's advanced technology in this field. Amid their studies, a half-awake girl arrived in the classroom, greeting the teacher. She appeared tired, and Xuan Ziwen teasingly remarked that her early arrival was rare. Xuan Ziwen referred to her as Chengzi and inquired if she had noticed the new arrival. Chengzi went to her desk, attempting to catch up on some much-needed sleep right then and there. Xuan Ziwen explained to Yun Hao that Chengzi was often like that, implying that she tended to be half awake and sleepy in class. He mentioned that he had 4 students in total, with the other 3 currently gaining practical experience outside. He believed venturing into the outside world was essential for improving one's skills. Xuan Ziwen then suggested that Yun Hao focus on enhancing his spirit power, a vital aspect of becoming a proficient spirit device master. Yun Hao noted that the mental attributes of spirit beasts, crucial for such advancement, were scarce. In response, Xuan Ziwen informed him that the Sun Moon Empire had a different variety of spirit beasts, and he promised to help Yun Hao find a suitable one when the time was right. Xuan Ziwen suddenly announced it was time to eat, prompting Chengzi to snap awake instantly. She was passionate about food and excitedly shouted that the shrimps wouldn't last long, racing out of the room hurriedly. Witnessing her enthusiasm, Xuan Ziwen burst into laughter. Chengzi soon returned, furious, accusing the teacher of deceiving her. She expressed her anger by hurling oranges at him, and they seemed to come in an endless supply. The teacher deftly caught the oranges and called on Yun Hao for assistance. With his rapid reflexes, Yun Hao caught them and soon realized they were not oranges, but tangerines. Chengzi was amazed by Yun Hao's reflexes and moved closer to him, inquiring about his identity. Xuan Ziwen introduced him as Yun Hao and requested she look after him in his absence. Chengzi departed, explaining that she was short on time and needed to find something to eat. Xuan Ziwen reassured Yun Hao not to mind Chengzi's behavior, explaining that she had grown somewhat lazy in their current environment. With that, Xuan Ziwen left the room. Yun Hao then immersed himself in deep thought, meticulously analyzing the structures and cores of the spirit devices they had studied earlier. He committed this knowledge to memory and began crafting spirit devices, putting into practice what he had learned that morning. Later in the day, Chengzi returned and sat at her desk, engrossed in creating a spirit device. Observing her at work, Yun Hao couldn't help but watch closely. He marveled at her focused and diligent demeanor that day, which seemed like a complete transformation from her usual self. She appeared much more attentive and didn't even notice his presence. Yun Hao was particularly struck by the skillful, elegant, and graceful way she carved the magic formations, swift, soft, and precise. Yun Hao closely observed Chengzi's remarkable technique, which served as a real-life demonstration of the theories he had just learned from teacher Xuan. As time passed, only Yun Hao and Chengzi remained in the room. Finally, Chengzi breathed a sigh of relief, declaring that she had finished her work. Curious, Yun Hao asked her why she hadn't used any support tools during the process. However, before Chengzi could respond, she suddenly sensed someone behind her. Startled, and not recognizing the person, she threw her signature oranges at Yun Hao in self-defense. Once again, Yun Hao displayed his quick reflexes to catch them, only to realize that these were no ordinary oranges or tangerines. They were lethal bombs crafted by Chengzi. In a moment of urgency, Yun Hao froze both the incoming tangerines and inadvertently froze Chengzi. Yun Hao examined the tangerines up close, realizing he didn't want to find out the destructive potential they held within. With caution, he unfroze Chengzi, who was now shivering and sneezing. Irked, Chengzi scolded Yun Hao for his behavior and insisted that he wait. However, after 3 days, there was still no sign of Chengzi. It was as if she had vanished completely. Early one morning, Yun Hao arrived at the Spirit Devices classroom as usual, going about tidying up. It was then that he heard someone approaching. Suddenly, all 4 of Xuan Ziwen's group of students entered the room, wearing expressions of anger as they glared at Yun Hao. Yun Hao sensed something was amiss as the students confronted him. They proposed stepping outside for a chat, and as Yun Hao complied and stepped out, they promptly locked the door behind him. He heard their derisive laughter from the other side of the thick iron door. It became clear to Yun Hao that they were bullying the new student, and he felt excluded and mistreated. In response, Yun Hao summoned his golden glow, explaining that he had come to learn and not to engage in confrontations. He then employed his claw power to open the door from the outside, leaving the other students in shock. Walking back into the laboratory, Yun Hao ignored the stares and comments directed at him. One girl shouted at him, accusing him of damaging the laboratory and threatening to harm him. A brief silence followed, during which Yun Hao calmly asserted that he had already offered them a chance to resolve the situation amicably. If they were unwilling to accept it, he expressed his regret. Yun Hao stood his ground, resolute in his determination to end the situation and report it to teacher Xuan. This declaration shocked the other students, who were taken aback by Yun Hao's audacity. However, Changzi was well aware of Yun Hao's capabilities and knew he wasn't to be underestimated. One of the larger students in the group raised his voice, demanding to know where this newcomer had come from and who he thought he was. Yun Hao paused, his eyes flashing with determination, sending a shiver down the boy's spine. It was as if Yun Hao had transformed into an entirely different person. Yun Hao activated his spirit rings, revealing their vibrant colors, which left the other students stunned. He then used his spirit rings to conjure a shield and began advancing toward them, undeterred by their attacks. The other students, including Changzi and the 3 elite students of the academy, joined the confrontation, throwing their attacks at Yun Hao. Under the influence of Yun Hao's weakening spirit ability, the students swiftly shifted into combat mode. Their rapid attacks closed in on Yun Hao in the blink of an eye. Yun Hao, leveraging his abilities, responded with equal swiftness. He executed a combination of 4 spirit abilities simultaneously: mental interference, mental detection, illusion, and exhaustion. Coupled with his adept use of shadow steps, Yun Hao displayed formidable power. He intercepted several tangerines thrown at him, infused them with ice explosion magic, and hurled them back precisely, targeting the spirit barrier. His blows, marked by terrifying might, created visible cracks in the barrier. The other students were astonished by Yun Hao's unexpected prowess, but hesitated to employ their weapons, fearing that doing so would result in catastrophic damage to the entire laboratory. Yun Hao shattered the barrier and channeled power into his hand, preparing to launch an attack on the girl. She, however, responded with fury, vowing to destroy Yun Hao's hand. Yet Yun Hao was lightning quick, seizing the girl by her neck. A chilling ray of light shot forth, and a forest-like layer immediately encased Kiki's body, rendering her senses useless. Observing this, the remaining boy grew increasingly worried and angry. As he attempted to conjure a spell, Yun Hao employed absolute mental suppression on him, causing the strong teenager to collapse on the floor, coughing up blood. Now, Changzi and one other student remained standing. The remaining student unsheathed his sword and launched an attack at Yun Hao. With the horrifying might of his golden claws, Yun Hao swiftly dismantled the opponent's offense and defense. Yun Hao triggered an ability that instantaneously altered the entire atmosphere. He then unleashed a punch that appeared to Zimu as an unstoppable, colossal fist devoid of magical properties. Zimu was left in utter bewilderment. It seemed that what this punch had annihilated wasn't just his physical form, mind, and soul. Under Yun Hao's terrifying strength, Zimu felt as if everything had been torn asunder, leaving him pulverized. Upon witnessing this, Changzi stood there, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. The ability Yun Hao employed was created by Duluo Mulao himself, known as absolute dominance. Yun Hao executed it flawlessly. Suddenly, Xuan Ziwen arrived on the scene, ending the confrontation. Seeing Xuan Ziwen, Changzi felt relief, knowing she was now safe from the confrontation. Yun Hao, returning to his normal state, was taken aback by the teacher's presence. Before Xuan Ziwen stood the remnants of what had once been his elite students, now thoroughly defeated by Yun Hao. Yun Hao had demonstrated a stark difference in power, effortlessly overpowering them like ants. The contrast in strength was too substantial to be ignored. Yun Hao explained to Xuan Ziwen that the students had rushed in and changed the door password after locking him outside, leading him to suspect them as intruders. Consequently, he had retaliated in self-defense. Upon hearing Yun Hao's explanation, Changzi was left stunned. Xuan Ziwen, however, concluded that it was time to address the situation and take appropriate action. Xuan Ziwen, despite his dedication to research, was not oblivious and had already deduced the cause of the incident. He understood that the root of the problem lay in his students bullying the new arrival, which triggered Yun Hao's response. To the security team that had rushed over, Xuan Ziwen explained, using a laboratory accident as a cover story. After the situation had calmed down, Xuan Ziwen carefully examined the 3 injured students. He then approached Yun Hao and asked if he understood that he had been mistreated. However, as Yun Hao had already inflicted injuries upon them, Xuan Ziwen suggested that he help nurse them back to health to make amends. Yun Hao agreed to help, but with one condition: he would not assist the person who had called him a bastard. He explained that his mother had passed away when he was young, so he held this condition. Yun Hao reassured them that his treatment would only require them to rest for half a month, after which they would recover fully. Changzi was taken aback to learn that Yun Hao was an orphan. Meanwhile, KK conversed with Changzi, expressing her anger at Yun Hao for freezing her. Changzi recounted that all she had seen was Yun Hao touching KK's neck, but she acknowledged his strength, noting that not even the 4 of them could defeat him. KK, however, was determined to wait for the right opportunity to retaliate against Yun Hao. KK conversed with Changzi, Expressing her anger at Yun Hao for freezing her, Changzi recounted that all she had seen was Yun Hao touching Kak's neck, but she acknowledged his strength, noting that not even the four of them could defeat him. Kak, however, was determined to wait for the right opportunity to retaliate against Yun Hao, confident in her close combat skills. Changzi urged her to reconsider, citing Yun Hao's orphan status as a reason to leave him alone. Kk teasingly asked Changzi if she was starting to like Yun Hao after witnessing his strength. Changzi swiftly denied any romantic interest, and explained that her ultimate goal was to marry the best chef in the world, as that was the only way to satisfy her voracious appetite. She also mentioned that her pursuit of this goal had caused Zimu some trouble, as he was diligently learning to cook daily, affecting his studies. Changzi added that she had no interest in an insecure man and would let Kk pursue him. Meanwhile, Yun Hao received an urgent message from Xuan Ziwen. It turned out that Wang Xiaojie, the young man whose family Yun Hao had mentally criticized, was part of the nobility. The nobles were furious about the incident and were pressuring the school to arrest Yun Hao. Until Wang Xiaojie regained consciousness, it was dangerous for Yun Hao to remain at the school. The teacher approved a trip for Yun Hao, Changzi, and Kk to test a new spirit device. They were set to return after a month, and the teacher hoped things would have calmed down by then. As Yun Hao stared outside from his room, he felt increasingly anxious and disturbed, longing to return to his friends. Changzi soon arrived and informed Yun Hao that it was time to go. She had spirit wings on her back, which fascinated Yun Hao as they were different from what he was accustomed to. Changzi asked Yun Hao if he could fly, to which he replied affirmatively. They began to fly, but Yun Hao was slower, prompting Kk to laugh at him. Yun Hao noticed that the spirit devices in this empire were much slower than those from the Moon Empire. Changzi, observing Yun Hao's calm demeanor, wondered if he was the same person as yesterday, because the Yun Hao from yesterday had felt incredibly powerful to her. She wondered if Yun Hao was truly just a three-ring spirit master, or if he possessed many more secrets. They arrived at a location where Changzi informed Yun Hao that the area was rich in minerals, and had special spirit beasts attracted to metals. Teacher Xuan Ziwen had instructed them to let Yun Hao choose for himself if there was a suitable spirit beast, with Kek assisting him. Changzi and Yun Hao had finished their meal and were ready to continue their journey. Changzi was excited to showcase her cooking skills and had prepared plenty of ingredients for their meals. On the other hand, Yun Hao was amazed because he usually did the cooking, so this reversal felt a bit strange to him. Kk noticed Yun Hao's surprise and asked him about his specialization in spirit device mastery. Yun Hao was puzzled by the question, so Kk explained that spirit device masters usually focus on specific areas of expertise. She inquired about Yun Hao's academy and whether different specializations were available. Yun Hao was caught off guard by the question, and suddenly a bolt of realization struck him like thunder, and a bright idea flashed in his mind. Since this began, Yun Hao has dedicated himself to studying, training, and experimenting. However, the immense amount of spirit device knowledge weighed heavily on his shoulders, creating a growing burden for him. Yun Hao suddenly expressed his gratitude to Kk, surprising her. She was taken aback and asked him what had brought about this change in him. Yun Hao explained that he had decided to become a war spirit device master. This revelation left Kk puzzled, as she had never heard of it before. She asked him to clarify what it meant. Yun Hao explained that war spirit device masters primarily focused on close combat, with mid and long-range attacks being of secondary importance. As he explained, Changzi called them over, announcing that the barbecue was ready for them to enjoy. The meat was perfectly cooked, inviting them to come and taste it. Kk, enticed by the delicious smell, declared that she would eat until she could no longer walk. Yun Hao thought that Changzi's cooking was quite good. While Kk was savoring the meal, she asked Yun Hao about his opinion of her cooking and warned him not to offend them in the future. Yun Hao chuckled and proposed that he should prepare the next meal to make amends. Kk was surprised and asked if he could cook. Yun Hao proudly affirmed this, mentioning that he made a living selling grilled fish. Changzi was amazed when she heard this. Kk agreed to Yun Hao's offer and appointed him as the chef for dinner. After an afternoon of flying, the group finally reached the boulders of Jingyang Forest as dusk settled in. Changzi, sitting beside Kk, was lost in thought. Kk remarked that it seemed like Yun Hao was genuinely confident in his cooking skills. Changzi said they shouldn't underestimate Yun Hao, mentioning that she had heard he possessed 2 spirit essences, one of which was a rare and powerful mental type. Kk couldn't resist teasing Changzi, suggesting that she might consider Yun Hao as the man of her dreams. Meanwhile, Yun Hao's roast was ready and looked incredibly delicious. He presented it to Changzi and Kk, who noticed it appeared half raw and had a pinkish hue. Yun Hao reassured them to give it a try. When Keike took a bite, she was astonished by how perfectly the meat was roasted and how incredibly delicious it tasted. She eagerly demanded more, and Yunhao happily prepared another serving. Chengzi also deeply appreciated the meat and devoured it eagerly, even shedding tears of delight. Yunhao was curious about her tears and asked why she was crying. With tears in her eyes, Chengzi explained that the flavor of the meat was just like her dad's cooking. Yunhao was puzzled, so she clarified that her dad was the best chef in their town. He had tragically lost his life in a war, and her mother passed away shortly after. It had been 10 long years since she had tasted a flavor that reminded her of her father's cooking. Yunhao was deeply moved by Chengzi's story, and shared that his mother had also passed away. Keike, wanting to lighten the mood, interrupted their emotional moment and suggested they focus on the positive aspects of the journey, like the delicious food they were enjoying. Chengzi couldn't help but laugh at Keike's seriousness. As it grew late, they decided it was time to rest. Chengzi informed Yunhao that they would be heading into the mountains the next day and playfully told him she would leave the future cooking to him. That night, Yunhao dreamt of that elusive, beautiful shadow again, accompanied by distant shouts of "Raiment of Light." After his early meditation, he prepared a simple breakfast for everyone in the morning. Keike expressed her appreciation for the soup, but Yunhao couldn't help but feel awkward about how Chengzi looked at him after she finished her meal. As they ventured further into Jingyang Forest, Chengzi warned that the area was teeming with spirit beasts, making flying unsafe for them. While they continued on foot, Yunhao was surprised to see a robust-looking land detection spirit device taking shape before him. Chengzi explained that this was their land scouting spirit device, a creation they had spent 30 years developing. She went on to describe its various features, emphasizing its effectiveness in both defense and stealth. Chengzi also mentioned that it had retractable legs, allowing it to roll down mountains if needed. To conserve energy, she suggested that they take turns operating it. Using his metal detection abilities, Yunhao discovered that there were 30 of these land scouting spirit devices. He pondered that while the current device might lack agility, it could evolve, potentially incorporating spirit cannons and other weapons. He realized that prioritizing the general use of these devices could be challenging for Ziwen in the long run. Chengzi acknowledged that the device was built with advanced technology, but admitted that it was clumsy and plagued with issues. She believed that, with time and effort, these problems could be resolved, unlocking their full potential. Yunhao admired Chengzi's clear perspective on the matter. As they continued their journey in the spirit device, Chengzi turned to Yunhao with a silent question, wondering if he was concerned that their rapid technological advancements might threaten his own country. Yunhao replied that technological advancements were intended to protect citizens, but those very citizens often became the most common victims in times of war. Chengzi agreed with Yunhao, noting that the royal family had been negligent in addressing the citizens' concerns, resulting in multiple riots due to their technological advancements. She expressed that there was only one solution to stop this unrest. Yunhao responded that starting a war was one possible course of action. Upon hearing this, Chengzi was impressed and playfully called him a spy. Yunhao smiled back and clarified that he couldn't call himself a spy, but he was determined to do his best to prevent such a dire outcome. Chengzi, deep in thought, then asked Yunhao if he knew her life's ultimate goal. She revealed that she despised war and wanted to avenge her father. With a look of pure hatred in her eyes, she declared that the purpose of destroying Star Luo drove her entire existence. Chengzi's revelation took Yunhao aback. She asked him if hearing her goal made him uncomfortable and mentioned that she knew he was a man of Star Luo. She expressed the hope that they wouldn't cross paths on the battlefield in the future. Inwardly, Yunhao grappled with the realization that she might become an enemy of his country, and that he might have to confront her in battle. However, as he looked at her innocent face, he couldn't fathom harming her, especially considering her past mirrored his own. Yunhao couldn't help but ask Chengzi why she was sharing all this with him. She activated a soundproof spirit device and confided in him, explaining that he was still young and not yet worthy of becoming her adversary. However, she expressed her desire to meet her end in battle against him, all while savoring the memory of her father's cooking flavor. This revelation made Yunhao realize that Chengzi resembled his younger self when he had left the Duke's house. Yunhao asked Chengzi what made her believe she could influence the war's course. She responded with determination, explaining that she had her perspective and nothing remained in this world that she felt nostalgic about except for the need to avenge her parents. Chengzi described the profound despair she had witnessed in her mother's eyes when her father had died. Chengzi then deactivated the soundproof spirit device while Keike, engrossed in operating the vehicle, remained unaware of their conversation. The spirit device maneuvered through the challenging terrain, with ups and downs. After Chengzi and Keike took turns controlling it, They needed to meditate to replenish their spirit energy. Yunhao stepped in to take over. Using his mental detection abilities, Yunhao discovered that he could perfectly control the spirit device after around 10 minutes of practice. KK and Chengzi were both amazed to see him masterfully operating the spirit device in this manner. Chengzi remarked that sometimes it was hard to believe that there were no geniuses in the world, and Yunhao seemed to be an excellent example of such a genius. Suddenly, Yunhao heard a noise coming from the woods. Out of the shadows emerged a wolf, and Kiki identified it as an elemental silver wolf. Yunhao recognized that it was a rare and ancient beast with an appearance dating back 3,000 years. KK cautioned him to be careful. The silver wolf let out a powerful howl and released a light ball that transformed into a combination of a windblade and fireball, leaving Yunhao utterly shocked by its abilities. The spirit device shield deflected the attack from the elemental silver wolf. Chengzi explained to Yunhao that it was a 6-element silver wolf, possessing the attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, light, and dark, with the ability to change between them at will. KK offered to go outside to confront the wolf, but Yunhao decided to take the lead. He reasoned that KK's spirit cannon might create too much noise, potentially attracting more beasts. Now, outside the safety of the spirit device, Yunhao found himself facing the 6-element silver wolf. He sprinted toward the wolf as it released a light ball in his direction. Yunhao used a spirit acceleration device to increase his speed and struck the wolf with the dark gold terror claw. Upon delivering a powerful punch to the 6-element silver wolf, blood splattered from the impact, and the wolf collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Kike and Chengzi marveled at Yunhao's strength, acknowledging that the wolf never stood a chance against him. While Yunhao cleaned up the silver wolf's corpse, he recalled the information about these creatures from his training in Qianming. He realized that there was a possibility this wolf could provide a valuable spirit ability, but it hadn't reached the 10,000-year mark required to yield a spirit ring. Considering the potential danger, Yunhao informed KK and Chengzi that he would be leaving them for a period of time. KK inquired about Yunhao's plans, explaining that he needed to search for a stronger silver beast. However, he expressed concern that his pursuit might endanger them. KK insisted they couldn't allow him to explore alone and suggested they could provide long-range support. Chengzi mentioned their familiarity with the mountains, which could be helpful. Yunhao agreed, promising to protect them both as long as he was alive. Together, they cleaned the silver wolf's blood from the spirit device and resumed their journey toward the mountain's peak. However, they encountered nothing significant along the way, except for a few 1,000-year-old spirit beasts, which Yunhao skillfully dealt with, turning them into ingredients for their journey. During lunchtime, as they sat down to eat, KK was amazed by the shrimp Yunhao had prepared. While savoring the meal, she confessed that she was finding it increasingly difficult to imagine leaving Yunhao's side, fearing that she might become too reliant on him. Yunhao, hearing this, reassured KK, telling her not to feel that way. However, her reaction surprised him, as she became quite agitated. She demanded to know why Yunhao was brushing off her feelings, pointing out that she was cute and intelligent. Yunhao quickly clarified that he hadn't meant to downplay her worth. He considered KK remarkable. He expressed his belief that he wasn't worthy of her, leaving KK aback. She then inquired about Yunhao's age, to which he responded that he was 14 and would soon be turning 15. Upon learning Yunhao's age, Chengzi and KK exchanged a brief look before erupting in disbelief, wondering how he could accomplish so much at 14. Yunhao, looking more mature than his years, calmly responded that they did not need to be surprised. Later that night, as Yunhao rested against the machine, his eyes closed. However, his third eye suddenly lit up, and he jolted awake, instantly alert. His eye of feisty sensed a danger unlike any he had encountered before. A formless pressure bore down on him, causing Yunhao to break out in a cold sweat. Witnessing Yunhao's distress, KK and Chengzi grew concerned and urgently asked him what he had seen. Yunhao warned them to prepare themselves, facing a grave threat. A loud wolf howl echoed through the surroundings. Yunhao explained that there were 3 ancient wolves with over 10,000 years of cultivation, leading 100 silver wolves with less than 1,000 years of cultivation. He added that they had already encircled the mountain peak and would arrive within 3 minutes. Chengzi urgently called for Yunhao to get inside the spirit device, suggesting they roll down the mountain to escape the approaching danger. However, Yunhao was determined to obtain his 4th spirit ring and assured them he had an escape plan. KK questioned his actions, wondering what he was up to. Suddenly, Chengzi pressed a button, causing the spirit device to roll down the mountain. KK, alarmed, scolded Chengzi, insisting that they couldn't abandon Yunhao to face the wolves alone and run away. Changzi wore a worried expression as she explained that they had limited options and could only place their trust in Yunhao. Meanwhile, Yunhao stood amidst a group of defeated wolves scattered on the ground. He had taken down 30 gold wolves with his repeating spirit crossbow, but there weren't many bolts left. It was becoming clear that it was time for the Wolf King to reveal itself. Suddenly, a loud howl pierced the air, and Yunhao realized that the one leading the pack of wolves was a 10,000-year-old beast. The remaining wolves closed in on him from all sides, launching their attacks. Yunhao leaped and skillfully evaded their assaults, then sprinted toward the pack's leader. He attempted to use his crossbow to attack the Golden Wolf leader, but his attacks proved ineffective against it. In a desperate move, Yunhao unleashed the full power of his spirit gaze through his third eye, targeting the charging wolf's eyes and causing them to bleed. However, he realized that the full power of his spirit gaze had only managed to damage the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes and drained him of all his mental strength. Surrounded by 3 formidable wolf leaders, Yunhao pondered his next move. As the leaders launched a sudden attack, a powerful light emanated from Yunhao, revealing his use of a level 9 spirit device, Hongqin's Blessing. The intensity of the light startled the wolves. Capitalizing on this newfound power, Yunhao transformed his hand into the dark gold claws of terror and unleashed the Ice Emperor's wrath in his complete form, targeting the charging wolf. The resulting blast was so formidable that it sent all the attacking wolves tumbling in different directions. Determined, Yunhao charged up his punch, aiming for the Silver Moon Wolf King's throat. His claws sliced through its defenses, dealing a devastating blow. With a final strike, Yunhao successfully impaled the Silver Moon Wolf King and activated his Spirit Wing device. Carrying the corpse of the wolf leader, he descended from the mountain and found a secluded area within the forest where he could rest. As he sat beside the wolf's lifeless body, Yunhao realized his peril and how crucial the level 9 spirit device, Hongqin's Blessing, had been in securing his survival. Unbeknownst to him, the golden wolf from their previous encounter had returned. It was the same one he had fought earlier and was now stealthily approaching from behind. Sensing the approaching danger, Yunhao turned and issued a command, instructing the golden wolf to protect him and ensure his safety. The necromancy magic from Electrolux enabled the gold wolf's lifeless body to continue its protective actions, allowing Yunhao to concentrate on absorbing the spirit ring. This particular form of necromancy wasn't inherently evil. Its nature depended on the caster's heart. The magic would also manifest benevolently if the caster possessed a kind heart. Under the safeguard of the gold wolf's protection, although it wouldn't endure long, it gave Yunhao enough time to absorb his 4th spirit ring successfully. While meditating and attempting to absorb the spirit ring, Yunhao could sense the formidable energy of the Wolf King's spirit. It was a potent blend of attributes, including earth, water, fire, wind, light, and dark, all converging simultaneously. The overwhelming influx of power made Yunhao fear his body might explode from the strain. Overwhelmed by the immense energy, Yunhao lost consciousness, but later woke up after some time had passed. He could feel an abundance of spirit power coursing through his body, indicating that he had likely reached the spirit ancestor rank. Filled with anticipation, Yunhao couldn't wait to discover his 4th spirit ability, and excitement coursed through him at the thought of it. Yunhao attempted to use his newly acquired ability, but was uncertain of its effects. As he contemplated this new power, a sudden explosive metal sound resonated from the other side of the forest, instantly capturing his attention. His thoughts immediately raced to the possibility that it might involve Changzi and KK. Meanwhile, 2 days prior, Changzi and KK had sought refuge at the mountain's base for some time. However, growing increasingly concerned for Yunhao's safety, they eventually returned to the peak where the battle occurred at dawn. There, all they found were craters and the corpses of the golden wolves. Apprehension filled Changzi as she fretted over Yunhao's well-being. Trying to comfort her, KK reassured her that Yunhao was strong and likely fine, suggesting they continue their search elsewhere. Changzi remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, she turned her gaze toward KK and assured her that Yunhao was likely fine. Encouraging KK to focus on testing the spirit device, they made their way to it. As they boarded the spirit device and resumed their search, Changzi couldn't help but think about Yunhao. However, at noon on the 2nd day, they encountered the same gold wolf pack they had faced before. These wolves, who had lost their Silver Moon Wolf King, spotted the spirit device. Their eyes turned red with fury as they identified their target for revenge, and they charged recklessly toward the spirit device. Despite their efforts to fend off multiple attacks, the relentless assault had taken a toll on Changzi and KK's spirit powers, leaving them close to depletion. Realizing the precarious situation, Changzi anxiously confided in Keke that they couldn't persist in this manner and shared her plan. She retrieved her tangerine bombs, suggesting that they could roll down the slope and escape if they could move further. However, just as they were preparing to execute this plan, the Golden Wolf launched a ferocious attack on the spirit device's leg, causing it to shatter and rendering their escape strategy futile. Seeing the broken leg and the vanished spirit shield, Changzi grew deeply concerned, realizing the direness of their situation. The wolves relentlessly attacked, beginning to tear the spirit device apart, and their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Changzi lamented that it seemed like they were done for. In desperation, KK began summoning a spirit cannon, both of them preparing for what they believed might be their imminent demise. Changzi's thoughts turned to her parents, and through tears, she murmured that she was coming to them. A powerful blast erupted from KEK's spirit cannon when hope faded. When they peered outside, they were astonished to see Yun Hao, who had arrived to confront the attacking wolves and rescue them. Yun Hao lay on the ground, his body battered and bleeding, with Changzi and KK anxiously hovering by his side, consumed by worry and helplessness. They were unsure how to proceed, and KK couldn't help but blame herself for using the spirit cannon, fearing that she had caused Yun Hao's injuries. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed her regret, lamenting that Yun Hao would still be alive if she hadn't used the spirit cannon. Changzi, however, attempted to calm KK down, emphasizing that crying wouldn't solve their predicament. She knew they needed to focus on finding emergency treatment for Yun Hao. His injuries were severe, with metal fragments embedded in his back that couldn't be easily removed. In this dire situation, they had no choice but to stay composed and seek help for Yun Hao. Changzi realized she needed to stop Yun Hao's bleeding, but her hands were trembling with anxiety. She bit her hand to regain her focus, and with renewed determination, she began stitching Yun Hao's wounds. The bleeding gradually ceased, and Yun Hao's breathing became more stable. However, his body temperature remained dangerously low. To help raise his temperature, Changzi hugged Yun Hao's body, sharing her warmth with him. As she eventually drifted off to sleep, she found herself in a dream where she saw her father. Yet, as her father turned around, Yun Hao's face greeted her. Tears streamed down her face as she slept, witnessing this poignant dream. Tears from Changzi's emotional dream fell onto Yun Hao as he lay unconscious. The following day, Yun Hao slowly regained consciousness, initially feeling as though he had passed away, his entire body aching. Gazing at Changzi, sleeping beside him, he gently woke her. As she stirred from her slumber and saw Yun Hao awake, she couldn't contain her joy and began to cry. However, Yun Hao quickly realized that moving caused him intense pain, prompting Changzi to urge him to remain still. She recounted how he had bravely carried her and KK away from the wolf attack, running to protect them. Amid their escape, a powerful explosion erupted where they had previously been, but Yun Hao had shielded them from harm, and more explosions occurred ahead as they continued to flee. Changzi and KK were left in awe of Yun Hao's heroic actions, shocked by the explosions and the metal fragments on his back. Yun Hao managed to lead them to safety and inquired about their well-being. He finally understood what had transpired as he lowered himself to the ground. Yun Hao expressed his gratitude to both of them for looking after him, but the pressing concern now was the metal fragments lodged in his back. He wondered aloud how they should address this issue and find a solution for the fragments. Changzi, concerned about Yun Hao's blood loss, had refrained from touching the metal fragments earlier. However, she offered to remove them, and Yun Hao agreed. He sat down, ready for her to start the process, and Changzi assured him that she would begin with the smaller fragments. Carefully and precisely, Changzi removed all the smaller fragments first, ensuring they didn't cause further harm. Once only the largest fragment remained, she suggested they take a short break before tackling it. However, Yun Hao insisted that she proceed, as it was the final piece. Changzi extended her arm to him and asked him to bite down on it, warning that the extraction would be painful. Yun Hao consented and gently bit her arm. With determination, Changzi grasped the largest fragment and began to pull it out. The intense pain caused Yun Hao to bite down harder, and Changzi herself felt the discomfort of his bite as she completed the procedure. After successfully removing all the fragments, Yun Hao and Changzi felt drained and exhausted. As they lay there catching their breath, Yun Hao couldn't help but notice the mark he had unintentionally left on Changzi's arm. Yun Hao immersed himself in training in the jungle in the following days. His body had significantly recovered, thanks partly to absorbing the power of the Silver Moon Wolf King. He could sense his spirit power growing stronger, and he believed that further advancements in rank would make him even more formidable. Yet, despite his progress, he couldn't shake his longing for his friends and wondered what Wang Dong might be up to at Shrek Academy. Caught in his thoughts, Changzi asked him if he missed Shrek Academy. Yun Hao admitted that he did, especially his partner and the camaraderie they shared. Upon hearing Yun Hao's mention of missing his partner, Changzi grew concerned, wondering if this partner was a girl. Yun Hao promptly clarified that this was not the case. Changzi then broached a sensitive topic, asking Yun Hao if he would consider staying at Moon Academy if it could offer him better support than Shrek Academy. Yun Hao's response was persistent. He cautioned her against raising such a subject in the future, as it might jeopardize their friendship. Changzi admitted that the more she got to know Yun Hao, the less she wished to encounter him on the battlefield. Perplexed, Yun Hao asked why someone like her would participate in warfare, to which she responded that war had no gender boundaries, and she was determined to avenge her parents. In turn, Yun Hao inquired if hatred was the sole driving force in her life. Changzi affirmed that her life was driven by the need to avenge her parents, and without that purpose, she might not have survived until today. Yun Hao acknowledged her perspective and assured her he wouldn't attempt to change her opinion. However, he added that he would offer her mercy on 3 occasions if they were to encounter each other in war. Changzi found Yun Hao's offer amusing and asked how he knew she wouldn't be the one showing him mercy. Yun Hao was confident in his response, stating that such a day would never come. Changzi playfully winked and quipped that she would extend the courtesy of letting him go 4 times, claiming to be more generous. Yun Hao laughed and jokingly suggested that he might not return at all. Changzi decided it was time to take a break from their adventure and mentioned that she was feeling hungry. She playfully urged Yun Hao to prepare another meal for them. Meanwhile, Xuan Ziwen was visibly upset at the lab as they had returned empty-handed without any fragments from the surface detection spirit device. He questioned them, seeking confirmation that there were no fragments left outside. Kei took responsibility for the situation, admitting her desperation had led her to connect the magic formations. She expressed her willingness to accept any punishment and suggested that it should be her if someone had to be held accountable. Xuan Ziwen let out a sigh and decided to let the matter go. He told them to clean themselves up and move past it. Kei responded with laughter and kissed teacher Xuan Ziwen's cheek, thanking him and remarking that he was the best. This unexpected gesture caused a slight blush to rise on his cheeks. As they walked down the hallway, Changzi commented to Yun Hao that teacher Xuan seemed genuinely nice, especially given his final statement, which implied that he was willing to shoulder the responsibility. Later that night, Yun Hao returned to his dormitory, but Kai-tu was conspicuously absent. Yun Hao found this situation quite unusual, and after inquiring with the students next door, he discovered that Kai-tu had been accepted into the honor halls. Yun Hao learned that Kai-tu had been studying and training overnight with a Shrek Academy teacher named Fan Yu. He thought this was a positive development and decided it was time for him to resume his training. During one of his visits to the castle, Yun Hao suddenly heard someone shouting to capture him while he was exploring inside. Turning around, he was startled to see Wang Xiaojie and a group of people he had brought with him. They identified themselves as members of the Royal Interrogation Squad and inquired if Yun Hao was the person they sought. Yun Hao sensed they were formidable fighters, and facing them without his trump card would be challenging. Wang Xiaojie proceeded to show Yun Hao the handcuffs, explaining that he was being taken into custody for assaulting and injuring a royal family member. Yun Hao, showing his hands, calmly mentioned that he was an exchange student from Shrek Academy and suggested they contact his teacher for verification. However, they went ahead and handcuffed him on the spot. Wang Xiaojie, with a mocking tone, remarked on how Yun Hao's confident attitude had seemingly disappeared. He even swung at Yun Hao, who took the punch without reacting. Wang asked Yun Hao if he remembered him, and Yun Hao felt a surge of anger but understood that he couldn't act on it now. Observing the situation, the royal individual couldn't help but be impressed, acknowledging that ordinary people might be unable to contain their anger if they were in Yun Hao's shoes. Consequently, the royal figure ordered to inform the Sun Moon Royal Academy's Spirit Device Division that they were taking custody of the student Yun Hao. In another part of the honor halls, Jing Hongchen was engrossed in examining the beautiful fetus of a spirit beast under 1,000 years old, which promised to mature swiftly, a prospect that excited his grandson. However, their conversation was interrupted when Chai arrived and delivered the news about the Royal Interrogation Squad apprehending Yun Hao. Jing Hongchen was incensed upon hearing this and exclaimed his anger, questioning the audacity of arresting a student from their academy. Jia Yi urged Jing Hongchen to act swiftly, emphasizing the brutality of the situation. Jing, understanding the gravity of the matter, agreed. He knew that Yun Hao couldn't die within the academy, as it would jeopardize his grandchildren's lives. He feared that harm befell Yun Hao might trigger an attack from the entire Shrek Academy on the Sun Moon Empire, a situation he considered dire. Meanwhile, people on the ground noticed someone soaring through the sky. Chengzi, employing her spirit wing drive, had been informed about Yunhao's predicament. She flew towards the castle, fervently praying for his safety. Upon reaching the castle, the guards at the entrance inquired about her identity. Chengzi presented them with the token of the 8-claw dragon, which earned her passage. Recognizing the token, the guards showed her respect as she passed by. As Chengzi entered the hall, even the maids who caught sight of the token dropped down on their knees in reverence. She proceeded to the inner chambers and requested that the message be relayed to the king, stating that Chengzi was present and wished to meet. The servants asked her to wait briefly, and Chengzi used the moment to catch her breath, having been in a rush to arrive. After a short wait, Chengzi was granted access to the inner chamber. Upon entering, she was enveloped by the grandeur of the royal surroundings. Crowned Prince Shu Tianran of the Sun Moon Empire greeted Chengzi respectfully but quickly dispelled the need for formality. He noticed that her heart was beating abnormally and inquired about why. Chengzi explained that she had arrived with an exceptional opportunity. When Shu Tianran asked her to elaborate, she detailed the presence of one of her classmates studying under Xuan Ziwen. She mentioned an exchange student with extraordinary powers who had joined their ranks. Chengzi then narrated the entire story concerning Yunhao, emphasizing his dual spirit and the events leading to his capture by the interrogation squad. She also voiced her concerns that the repercussions would be dire if the bishop of the honor halls were to learn of this. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianran acknowledged the significance of the developments in the honor halls for the Sun Moon Empire. He emphasized that even the royals had to approach the honor halls with modesty and respect. Chengzi informed Shu Tianran that the interrogation squad had arrested Yunhao without prior notice. Shu Tianran grasped her intention, recognizing that she wished for him to take swift action to make a favorable impression on the bishop. Understanding the urgency, Shu Tianran agreed they needed to act swiftly, especially considering the interrogation squad's ruthless reputation. Chengzi then proceeded to push Shu Tianran's wheelchair through the hallways, and as they conversed, the topic shifted to her training. During their discussion, Shu Tianran inquired if Chengzi knew what had transpired during the chaos for the crown. Shu Tianran continued, reflecting on when Chengzi had valiantly blocked a sword attack intended for him. He believed that the debt had already been repaid. He graciously offered to allow her to join the army and become their trump card if she wished to avenge her father's death. Chengzi, however, hesitated. She explained that she couldn't accept such an offer. In response, Shu Tianran questioned her reasons, praising her intelligence and tactical abilities, and suggesting that she could achieve greatness. He even further proposed that if she became his wife, the crown princess, she would be destined to become the future queen. Chengzi, humbled by the proposal, sat with deep respect, expressing her belief that she was unworthy. In a gentle gesture, Shu Tianran placed his hand on her head and assured her that he cared not about her background. He was determined to bring her fame and honor. Shu Tianran further explained that his sole aspiration was to unite the continent. Meanwhile, the leader departed in the Royal Interrogation Squad investigation room, leaving the task of continuing the investigation to his subordinates. They were instructed to be cautious and ensure the captive's survival. The two members of the investigation squad chuckled maliciously as they viewed their captive as a new plaything. They began manipulating a gadget with a wheel, threatening to subject him to 81 sharp spikes that wouldn't target any vital organs, ensuring his continued existence while inflicting intense pain. One of the investigators sternly questioned Yunhao, urging him to confess to his actions and explain why he had harmed a royal family member. Though hesitant, Yunhao replied that he didn't understand what they discussed. However, he warned them not to push things too far, as they couldn't handle the consequences that might follow. The investigator chuckled and remarked that it seemed Yunhao wouldn't talk willingly and suggested that punishment might be necessary. He went on to mention that the peeling pillar spike would gradually emerge bit by bit, subjecting Yunhao to more torment. As the spike from the pillar made contact with Yunhao, a strange light emanated from him. Perplexed, the investigator questioned why a spirit device couldn't pierce him. The other investigator acknowledged that the device was indeed a spirit device, and it had to be one of at least level 7, considering its remarkable properties. He even contemplated the high price it could fetch in the market. With a sly grin, the investigator mentioned that even if Yunhao could endure the peeling pillar, there were other ways to hurt him. Yunhao, enduring these excruciating torture methods, began to realize that they were illegal and that he needed to take action, or they might not arrive in time to rescue the others. Although his spirit power was sealed, his spirit eye abilities relied on his mental power. Yunhao believed he could use mental disruption to create an opportunity for himself. Suddenly, the spear-like pillar was forcibly thrust into Yunhao's back, causing blood to splatter. Witnessing this, the torturers laughed, claiming they had predicted he wouldn't last much longer. However, their laughter was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice. It was the Bishop of the Sun Moon Empire Royal Academy, Jing Hongchen, accompanied by Dean Lin Jiaoyi. Upon seeing Jing Hongchen and Lin Jiaoyi, the torture squad was gripped by shock and apprehension, prompting them to inquire about their identities. However, their questions went unanswered as Jing Hongchen unleashed a ground attack spell, sending the tormentors flying. The squad members were now injured and realized that Jing Hongchen possessed 9 spirit rings, a testament to his formidable power. While Jing Hongchen dealt with the captors, Lin Jiaoyi rushed to Yun Hao's side and carefully freed him from the spikes. Jing Hongchen, concerned about Yun Hao's well-being, inquired about his condition. Yun Hao responded by expressing his surprise, stating that he had never expected the Sun Moon Royal Academy to be incapable of protecting its students. This statement served as a test by Yun Hao to gauge Jing Hongchen's response. In reality, Yun Hao's mental detection had already alerted him to Jing Hongchen's arrival. Otherwise, he would not have removed the blessing that concealed Jing Hongchen's presence. Fortunately, Yun Hao's injuries were superficial, and with the protection of Sheng Linzhi, he would recover with a few days of rest. Jing Hongchen assured Yun Hao that he would receive compensation for the incident. Yun Hao's composed demeanor unnerved Jing Hongchen, who found it disconcerting that Yun Hao appeared unfazed despite the severity of his injuries. Remarkably, Yun Hao's condition seemed relatively normal. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the area, indicating the Crown Prince's arrival. This unexpected development startled Jing Hongchen. As he turned his attention toward the source of the commotion, he saw Chengzi pushing Xu Tianran, the prince, in a wheelchair. The leader of the investigation squad promptly paid his respects to Xu Tianran, expressing his honor at meeting him. Xu Tianran, acknowledging Chengzi's report that they had apprehended her student, requested the immediate release of Yun Hao. Xu Mochen promptly assured Prince Xu Tianran that he would act on his request. Meanwhile, Chengzi, upon seeing Yun Hao's injuries, was visibly shocked. In turn, Yun Hao, observing Chengzi's presence with Prince Xu Tianran, discerned her involvement in the situation. Chengzi struggled to contain her emotions, knowing that appearing too concerned for Yun Hao's well-being might inadvertently land him in significant trouble. Jing Hongchen also greeted Prince Xu Tianran respectfully. Prince Xu Tianran explained that he had hurried to the scene immediately upon receiving notification and inquired whether the investigation squad had informed Jing Hongchen before capturing Yun Hao. Jing Hongchen replied negatively, and Prince Xu Tianran expressed his displeasure at the lack of communication, suggesting that it might be interpreted as a lack of respect for the Sun Moon Empire Royal Academy. Acknowledging the situation, Xu Tianran remarked that this incident had occurred due to his failure to discipline them adequately, and he pledged to respond appropriately. He seemed pleased that Jing Hongchen was aligned with his perspective, considering it an opportunity to rid himself of the third prince's associates, while simultaneously doing Jing Hongchen a favor. Suddenly, Xu Tianran issued an order for the execution of the 4 members of the investigation squad, leaving them utterly shocked by the severity of the consequence. Meanwhile, Yun Hao lay in a hospital bed in the nurse's office, reflecting on how the incident had finally concluded, with Jing Hongchen assuming responsibility. Yun Hao speculated that teacher Fan Yu's influence had played a role in Jing Hongchen's actions. As compensation for the ordeal, Jing Hongchen extended an offer to Yun Hao, the opportunity to join the Glory Hall without the need to undergo any examinations. Yun Hao had already achieved his goal, and now he needed to focus on recovering quietly. One day, Kek arrived in Yun Hao's hospital room, and he, feeling exhausted, pretended to be asleep. As Kek examined Yun Hao's wounds, she expressed her intense desire to eradicate the Royal Interrogation Squad, vowing to slice them up individually and render them eunuchs. Hearing this, Yun Hao, still feigning sleep, struggled to hide his laughter. With a playful smile, Kek gazed at Yun Hao and remarked that he might have become hers if he weren't so young. Yun Hao was puzzled by her words and didn't understand her meaning. Kek then departed, advising Yun Hao to rest and assuring him she wouldn't disturb him further. As she left, Yun Hao took a deep breath, finally able to relax. However, just as he thought he was alone, Yun Hao sensed another presence in the room. It was Chengzi, and she was blaming herself, tearfully admitting that it was all her fault that Yun Hao was suffering. She cried, saying that this conflict might not have happened if she hadn't brought Xiao Jie back with her. Chengzi then lay down close to Yun Hao on the same bed. Yun Hao couldn't help but wonder if she was right. She had always exuded a mysterious aura until she appeared with the Crown Prince. Yun Hao had only started to understand her better, and he realized why she wanted to participate in the war. Chengzi hid her pain deep within her heart, but she couldn't conceal her kind nature. Lying there beside Yun Hao, Chengzi began to speak. She told him that after she had eaten his roasted meat for the first time, she had become attracted to him because it reminded her of her dad. She added that although Yun Hao was much younger than her, she started liking him. However, she had planned to bury all these feelings deep within her heart. Chengzi continued, saying that Yun Hao was the perfect spirit master she had ever met. She believed he had a bright future ahead of him, and when the time came, he should marry a girl and have cute kids. Chengzi acknowledged that this girl wouldn't be her, as she would be leaving in a few days. So she had prepared a present for Yun Hao. She then touched her forehead to Yun Hao's and said not to forget about her. She mentioned she was leaving but hoped to meet him again someday, just not on the battlefield. As she departed, Yun Hao's eyes lit up with tears. Yun Hao had fully recovered and was standing next to Teacher Xuan. Teacher Xuan advised him to focus on his studies and minimize conversation, especially with his former classmates, as he was entering Glory Hall now. Teacher Xuan added that as long as Yun Hao stayed close to him, there would be no problem. Teacher Xuan told Yun Hao that as a citizen of the country, he didn't want Yun Hao to enter Glory Hall because the bishop underestimated Yun Hao's capabilities. They entered a doorway, and Yun Hao saw a spiral hallway before him. He was amazed that Glory Hall had such an enormous underground base. As they walked through the base hallway, Teacher Xuan explained that this was the central factory, which was quite massive. He mentioned that around 5,000 workbenches were in the facility, with about a third vacant. He added that the people working there were all elites from the academy. He added that Yun Hao could consider it the gathering place for the best spirit technicians in the empire. Yun Hao was genuinely amazed by what he saw. Teacher Xuan explained that some secret, exclusive bases were reserved for spirit technicians above level 8. He mentioned that the badges worn by members in glory halls were different, and once someone reached level 9, they became geniuses coveted by many countries and protected by specialists. He adds that 4 level 9 spirit technicians were in the glory hall, including the bishop. Teacher Xuan advised Yun Hao to observe, think, and remain silent, promising to show him his workbench later. 10 minutes elapsed, and Teacher Xuan unveiled his workbench, which was numbered 1238. He proceeded to educate Yun Hao about the various tools and equipment present, leaving Yun Hao quite impressed. Teacher Xuan also explained that the distribution of martial equipment had limits based on their rarity. He then departed, informing Yun Hao that he could find him at the number 1 secret lab if he needed assistance. However, Yun Hao could only avail of this opportunity once a day. Yun Hao felt excited as he finally entered the glory hall, though it was somewhat different from his expectations. He quickly realized that this place offered a wealth of knowledge and was the perfect environment for honing his skills as a spirit technician. As Yun Hao sat there, little did he know that Jing Hongchen and Lin Jiaoyi were observing him through a camera. Lin Jiaoyi pointed out to Jing Hongchen that Yun Hao's reaction time was impressively swift, especially considering that he had been given drugs the day before. They questioned whether Jing Hongchen was certain about allowing Yun Hao to study at the glory hall. In response, Jing Hongchen emphasized the importance of Yun Hao acquiring knowledge, especially in preparation for facing Shrek Academy. He stressed the need for Yun Hao to learn, and urged them to monitor his progress closely. Yun Hao was amazed as he encountered a vast array of study materials in one place, including rare materials with immense potential. In his student dormitory, he diligently worked at his workbench. In his thoughts, Yun Hao contemplated secretly sharing this valuable information with Shrek Academy to aid in their advancement. He couldn't help but feel remorseful for his clandestine intentions, silently apologizing to Teacher Xuan for his covert actions. A month later, Yun Hao found himself seated, contemplating the work of his fellow spirit technicians through his mental detection skill. Lin Jiaoyi, observing Yun Hao, couldn't fathom why Yun Hao had suddenly drifted into daydreaming while only asking simple questions of his teacher. Lin Jiaoyi eventually eased his concerns, realizing that there was no need to maintain constant surveillance on Yun Hao, and he decided to inform the bishop accordingly. Half a year later, at the glory hall, Yun Hao successfully crafted his custom advancement spirit device. He recalled the advice of Ma Rulong, who had emphasized the importance of a skilled spirit technician being able to master their own devices. Yun Hao was confident that his newly crafted device would compensate for his lack of close combat skills, greatly enhancing his burst power and speed. He believed that this device would be the key to improving his combat abilities. His next task was to carve the device with great care. However, amid his work, Yun Hao's Eye of Destiny began to feel an unusual discomfort, and he sensed a looming danger nearby despite being surrounded by steel walls. Suddenly, a loud bang shook his surroundings, and he quickly realized someone was intent on demolishing the place. A group of individuals wearing dark hoods managed to infiltrate the glory halls. Among them One shouted orders to slaughter everyone present, and they began ruthlessly eliminating the elite technicians. Yun Hao quickly grasped that these intruders belonged to the body sect, and all held the prestigious title of Duluos. Their strength far surpassed Yun Hao's, leaving him no chance of confronting them. To survive, Yun Hao decided to conceal himself and lay low. One of the formidable individuals, who appeared to be their leader, exuded a powerful dark green aura, while vehemently expressing his desire for everyone's demise. Suddenly, this figure unleashed a poisonous green-like energy that engulfed the spirit technicians. However, this deadly wave did not reach them, as Jing Hongchen was present and managed to halt its advance. With an angry expression, Jing Hongchen berated the intrusion, emphasizing that the Glory Hall had never suffered such a stain before, and he questioned the audacity of Dubusi, the attacker's leader. In response, Jing Hongchen launched a barrage of small debris attacks at Dubusi's men, hitting several of them and leaving Dubusi himself aback. Dubusi responded with a mocking laugh and skillfully evaded the attacks. Meanwhile, Yun Hao contemplated the motives of the body sect. They hadn't directly attacked the Glory Hall, leaving him uncertain which side to support in this unfolding conflict. Yun Hao's keen senses detected an escape route, and he recalled the secret underground tunnels he could use to exit. As he considered the body sect's motives, a chilling realization struck him. Their willingness to sacrifice themselves indicated a singular purpose. They were after the fetus of a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Yun Hao understood that Dubusi's current power stage must have driven him to seek this rare fetus. However, he found himself torn about what course of action to take. Memories of Mu Lao's advice resurfaced in his mind. If possible, try to secure the fetus, but prioritize his safety. Yun Hao spotted an opportunity amid the ongoing battle, realizing he could attempt to retrieve the fetus. However, he also understood the immense danger involved, as both sides were formidable adversaries. Suddenly, the Glory Hall trembled violently, sending shockwaves through the area. Yun Hao recognized that the building was on the verge of collapse. Amidst the chaos, Jing Hongchen, on the opposing side of the conflict, deduced that the explosion originated from the location of the fetus. Dubusi's hooded henchmen detected a presence flashing past them, and Dubusi himself sensed an intruder nearby. Meanwhile, Yun Hao tumbled into a corridor that revealed itself as a hidden underground base. Before Yun Hao stood a massive door, and as he ventured closer, he beheld a colossal spirit device in the shape of a giant metal man. This remarkable machine housed over 1,000 core formations, making it exceptionally powerful. Intrigued, Yun Hao approached it and noticed a radiant light emanating from within. He recognized it as a gem, and the soft light blue fluctuations of energy hinted at the possibility of it being a starlight sapphire, perhaps even one the size of a thumbnail. Yun Hao was well aware of the rarity of such a gem. Curiosity getting the better of him, Yun Hao cautiously reached out and touched the gem, experiencing powerful mental shockwaves. Then, the metal man was absorbed into the gem in a sudden burst of brilliance. Seeing this extraordinary transformation, Yun Hao realized he now had the means to take the metal man with him. Yun Hao recognized the gem as a storage device, a remarkable treasure indeed. He understood that comprehending the vast metal man within it could greatly expand his knowledge of spirits, ultimately benefiting Shrek Academy. Now, his priority was to find a means of escape. While he searched for an exit, someone approached. The individual demanded to know who was present, and Yun Hao keenly sensed the formidable aura emanating from this person. He realized it was a Duluo, and that his discovery could spell disaster. Thinking quickly, Yun Hao used his abilities to assume the appearance of Dubusi. As the person arrived, Yun Hao observed that the man's hands were soiled with dirt, a sign of his higher Duluo rank. He surmised that this individual served as Dubusi's henchman. The man paid his respects to Yun Hao, assuming he was Dubusi. Yun Hao noticed the dirt-covered hands of the man and his elevated Duluo rank, leading him to believe that this person served as Dubusi's skirmisher. Yun Hao posed a question, asking if the mission had been successful. The man proudly presented the spirit beast fetus, saying everything had gone smoothly. Though amazed by this development, Yun Hao continued impersonating Dubusi, assuring the man of his reward upon their return, and urging them to depart immediately. However, the sudden shaking of the halls raised suspicions in Dubusi's man, who questioned Yun Hao's true identity. Yun Hao attempted to maintain his facade, indignantly questioning how the man could dare to show disrespect to their leader. The Dubusi's man, his eyes gleaming with suspicion, countered by explaining that he had sensed Dubusi's aura from outside and was certain that Yun Hao was an imposter. In a daring move, Dubusi's man attempted to seize the spirit beast fetus from Yun Hao, who, in defense, used the fetus to block the attack. However, as their hands interacted with the fetus, Yunhao suddenly felt shocked. Reacting swiftly, Yunhao decided to relinquish the fetus, hurling it toward the Dubusi's man. Upon contact with the ground, the fetus emitted a potent, frigid aura and energy, rapidly freezing everything in its vicinity, including Dubusi's man. Suddenly, the Snow Emperor materialized before Yunhao, leaving him in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how even the intense cold the spirit beast fetus generated had affected him. Gazing at the Snow Emperor, Yunhao couldn't help but ask how a 700,000-year-old spirit beast had reincarnated into a human form like her. The Snow Emperor replied confidently, asserting that no one else could surpass her absolute mastery of ice. Amid this encounter, Yunhao's daydreaming brother arrived, urgently advising him to leave the area as quickly as possible. Yunhao concurred with the Snow Emperor, acknowledging the dangerous nature of their current situation. Without delay, he summoned a golden claw on his finger and swiftly struck the frozen Dubusi's man, ensuring no one could reveal his true identity. With that done, Yunhao attempted to return to the surface. However, upon his return, he was met with a bizarre scene. The fierce battle between the opposing sides had ceased, and everyone had turned their aggression toward a single target. To his astonishment, Yunhao realized they were now locked in combat with the Snow Emperor. Yunhao's frosty daydream companion insisted on aiding him in confronting the Snow Emperor, asserting that she couldn't simply abandon her. Even Dubusi found his poison ineffective against the relentless Snow Emperor. In his characteristic manner, Dubusi laughed and attacked the Snow Emperor using his poisonous claw. It began to take effect as he trapped her with his evil grasp. Dubusi tightened his fist, leading Jing Hongchen to intervene, claiming that the spirit beast fetus belonged to the glory halls. He shackled Dubusi, vowing not to surrender the Snow Emperor to him. Dubusi merely laughed, asserting that he would take her home, and she would willingly accompany him. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor's fury grew, causing her to unleash a barrage of ice shards in her rage. Upon seeing the shards hurtling towards him, Dubusi swiftly employed his supernatural barrier, while Jing Hongchen utilized an absolute shield to safeguard himself. The Snow Emperor's third eye radiated with intensity, fueled by her anger. Her icy aura surged, and she unleashed a devastating power, invoking the freezing field spell. This unleashed a frigid tempest within the glory hall, causing everything to freeze in its path. Jing Hongchen, witnessing the calamity, urged the Snow Emperor to employ self-destruction. In an act of utmost sacrifice, the Snow Emperor left no trace of her essence behind, destroying everything within the glory hall. Lying on the ground, Yunhao felt an icy aura entering his third eye. He had grown distant from friends and family through countless years of solitary training. The Snow Emperor had been her guiding light, but suddenly, her power vanished as she became lost in her thoughts. Amid her contemplation, a voice called out to the Snow Emperor, offering a warm sensation. Intrigued, the Snow Emperor sensed a familiar feeling in this voice and decided to open her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself face to face with the Snow Emperor, the daydreaming ice silkworm, and one more individual. The ice star beckoned the Snow Emperor to join it, arguing that humans would perpetually subject her to humiliation, which was detrimental to her well-being. The fate of the Snow Emperor hung in the balance, with the ice daydream girl mediating the conversation. She countered, asserting that not every human was inherently bad. She recounted how she had encountered the Snow Emperor a few years ago when the daydream girl had introduced her to a particular training method. Now, she expressed her desire to remain by the Snow Emperor's side. Back at the Glory Hall, the recovery process was underway. Dubusi, weakened and coughing up blood, lamented that he had expended all his energy to defend against the explosion, only to find it was ultimately in vain. Jing Hongchen pointed an accusatory finger at Dubusi, squarely blaming the chaos on his shoulders. Dubusi responded with laughter, stating that they were departing and intended to retrieve the corpses of their fallen comrades. Jing Hongchen did not impede their departure, standing there lost in thought. The Snow Emperor expressed her gratitude to Icy for clarifying the situation. Icy suggested that they extend all possible assistance to Yunhao, hoping they might have a chance at reincarnation if he achieved immortality. However, the Snow Emperor revealed that she couldn't assist due to her unstable essence, as her power was prone to unpredictable surges that could potentially lead to explosions. The Snow Emperor elaborated that if her power erupted uncontrollably, it could endanger everyone around her, a fate she couldn't bear. Icy responded by suggesting that she couldn't simply depart and leave the situation unresolved. She proposed that if she were to leave, and the Snow Emperor took her place, it might provide a solution. However, Yunhao's daydreaming brother interjected, emphasizing that this was not a mere game. He pointed out that Icy's power and spiritual essence had already merged, making them inseparable. Attempting to sever this connection forcefully would result in the rupture of the spiritual essence, leading to the demise of all involved. Upon hearing the dire consequences of their connection, Icy desperately inquired if there was any alternative solution. The Snow Emperor, wearing a serene smile, assured her that there was no problem, as she had long shed any regrets over her lengthy existence in this world. Tears streaming down her face, Icy refused to accept the Snow Emperor's decision. She screamed, her voice choked with anguish, insisting there must be a way. However, the Snow Emperor had already made up her mind. As she initiated the process of self-destruction and gradually faded away, she assured Icy that they would meet in their next life. She wished they would be of opposite genders, allowing them to marry. Witnessing the Snow Emperor's vanishing form, Icy was overwhelmed with grief, crying uncontrollably and beseeching the Daydream to think of a solution. She sobbed loudly, vowing to do anything to ensure the Snow Emperor's survival. Suddenly, the necromancer arrived on the scene and assured Snowy that she didn't need to depart, as he had a solution. Lin Jiaoyi offers Yun Hao a break, but he declines, stating that he can continue and asks for his next opponent. The crowd still can't believe that Yun Hao defeated his opponent in just 10 seconds, and some speculate that it was because the opponent was too weak. Teacher Xuan remains amazed at Yun Hao's speed and strategic skills. However, doubts begin to circulate among the spectators, with some suggesting that Yun Hao might have used hidden weapons or cheated. Bishop Jing Hongqin arrives and sternly admonishes the crowd to be quiet. He reprimands them for resorting to insults and explains that this competition aims to understand the differences between students. He emphasizes that learning advanced techniques for creating spirit devices doesn't make them invincible, and they shouldn't blame others for their defeats. Hearing Bishop Jing Hongqin's words, the crowd begins to see his point, recognizing the need to learn from Yun Hao's impressive skills. Yun Hao, on the other hand, admires Bishop Jing Hongqin's intelligence and ability to handle people effectively. Lin Jiaoyi announces that Yun Hao should prepare for his second match. Sun Moon Empire Royal Academy's level 6 student, Wan Weijun, steps forward. Yun Hao and Wan exchange greetings, and Lin Jiaoyi announces the start of the match. Yun Hao wastes no time and immediately sprints toward Wan. Wan responds by using his spirit laser net attack against Yun Hao. Yun Hao employs his phantom step technique to elegantly evade the laser net's attacks elegantly, leaving the crowd in awe. Teacher Xuan realizes that Yun Hao has created clones using his agility, allowing him to dodge the laser net effortlessly. Now, sweating and worried, Wan recognizes the need to maintain his distance. As Yun Hao closes the distance, Wan uses his spirit explosive missile. However, Yun Hao swiftly elevates himself into the air, avoiding the missile's explosion. In midair, Yun Hao executes his Spear of Absolute Dominance strike precisely, targeting Wan. Wan, seeing the formidable attack approaching, is overwhelmed by its immense pressure. His spirit appears to shatter under the force of Yun Hao's strike. Subsequently, Wan finds himself lying on the ground, conceding defeat. The crowd is in disbelief at how such a seemingly straightforward attack defeated Wan. They don't realize that Yun Hao utilized a special technique from Mu Lao in his spear strike. Bishop Jing Hongqin instructs Lin Jiaoyi to send out a level 5 melee spirit device master who specializes in defense as the next opponent for Yun Hao. Yun Hao, displaying confidence, openly challenges his next opponent, leaving the spectators astonished at how rapidly he dispatches his opponents. Suddenly, Yun Hao hears a girl urging everyone to make way, and she steps forward to face him. She is determined not to let this opportunity slip away when it's finally her turn. She introduces herself as Nana, a level 6 control-type spirit device master. Upon hearing her introduction, Yun Hao suspects she might also have some melee abilities. The crowd cheers for Nana as Lin Jiaoyi announces the start of the match. In a flash, Nana dashes towards Yun Hao, and he quickly realizes that she is swift. Instantly, she is right before him, launching a dagger attack. Yun Hao manages to evade her attack, noting that she shares something in common with him. Na continues her assault, attacking once more, and this time, Yun Hao blocks her strike. He realizes her attacks are incredibly swift, and her red dagger is nearly as quick as his golden claws. Na moves with the agility of a man-eating crazed leopard, and Yun Hao realizes she must have reached the peak of a level 5 spirit device master. She creates 3 clones of herself using her agility and launches coordinated attacks on Yun Hao from every direction. Yun Hao is impressed by her skill and agility. Suddenly, the real Nana attempts to strike Yun Hao from behind. Lin Jiaoyi observes the situation, thinking that Yun Hao may be unable to dodge this attack. To everyone's surprise, Yun Hao dodges Nana's attack effortlessly. She can't believe that her attack was missed. Yun Hao loads up his golden claws and generates a wave, stunning Nana as she realizes that Yun Hao is tracking her movements. Yun Hao explains there was no illusion. He used mental detection to predict her actions. Nana asks Yun Hao to explain it again. Yun Hao advised Nana to switch her blade because his ice powers were strong against her fire abilities. Na was surprised by his suggestion and wondered why he was telling her this. Yun Hao explained that he wanted to face her at her best, and if he just wanted to win, she would have already lost. Despite feeling angry, Na pushed forward again. Yun Hao used his special move, the Ice Emperor's Mystic Jade Hand this time. Na countered with her Light Spirit Blade and charged toward Yun Hao. However, as she got closer, Yun Hao swiftly used his claws and managed to restrain her. Yun Hao remarked that if those were all of Nana's tricks, she was on the verge of losing. Na charged forward, and suddenly her entire demeanor changed as she began emitting a powerful red demon energy. Yun Hao sensed a strange familiarity in this transformation. Out of nowhere, Nana transformed into a vengeful spirit. In a surprising turn of events, she passed right through Yun Hao's body, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. Then, Nana employed a blink dagger from behind and attacked Yun Hao. However, Yun Hao managed to block the dagger with his hand, causing it to pierce his hand but preventing it from reaching his eye. Na was shocked when she realized Yun Hao could move despite her vengeful spirit's attempt to restrain him. As they distanced themselves, Na couldn't help but ask how he managed to do that. Yun Hao, wearing a cocky expression, explained that using a vengeful spirit against a necromancer wasn't a wise choice. With a confident gesture, he closed his fist, crushing her spirit. This left Nana furious, demanding to know what Yun Hao had done to her spirits. In response, Yun Hao coldly stated that, as punishment, he would confiscate her spirits. Na desperately rushed toward him to reclaim her spirits, but she found herself unable to move. Yun Hao walked away with a dismissive stride, leaving Nana in frustration. Paralyzed and unable to walk, Nana pondered what had happened to her. Meanwhile, Yun Hao contemplated returning her spirit after the competition. Lin Jiaoyi also announced that Yun Hao was the victor of the third round. As evening fell, Yun Hao concluded the first day of the competition with an impressive 30-win streak. People were abuzz with discussions about Yun Hao's remarkable skills, considering it a disgrace for Noon Academy. They hoped someone would step up to defeat Yun Hao the following day. In the meantime, Jing Hongchen stood in his room, reflecting on the unexpected events in the competition. Many students were now harboring doubts and questions about the devices used in the tournament. Yun Hao's companions from Shrek Academy were thrilled that they had won a substantial amount of money by betting on him. They expressed their determination to continue supporting him in the upcoming matches, even if stronger opponents were to emerge. Teacher Fan Yu advised Yun Hao to rest and emphasized prioritizing his safety. He reminded Yun Hao of how highly Shrek Academy valued him. In Yun Hao's dormitory, he sat down exhausted and assumed a meditation posture. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and to his surprise, it was Nana. Yun Hao was quite surprised when he saw her and asked her what she wanted. Na inquired about what he had done to her and how he managed to control her. Yun Hao didn't understand what she was talking about, so he told her to return as he needed to rest. This made Nana angry, and she demanded to know why he wasn't admitting it. Yun Hao asked, "What did I do?" Nana reminded him that she was the one who had released the spirits and even tried to harm him, but now she was questioning him. Na informed Yun Hao that she could sense a part of her spirit within him and insisted that he return it, or she would report the matter to the academy. Yun Hao responded by suggesting that if she truly believed that, she should go ahead and report it. He explained that he couldn't give back her spirit. This made Nana increasingly upset, and she began to disrupt things around them. In response, Yun Hao promised to return her spirit after the competition. Upon hearing this, Nana realized that Yun Hao might not be as bad as she initially thought. Walking back, Nana couldn't help but think that he was likable, despite Yun Hao's cocky demeanor. She couldn't help but wonder if Yun Hao was aware of his ability to anchor her spirit, and if he would be willing to discuss it after the competition. The next day arrived, and Yun Hao defeated his first opponent again. The crowd began to take notice of Yun Hao's impressive powers, and started to admire and learn from him. Yun Hao was pitted against Xing Xian from Glory Hall in his second match. As soon as the round began, Yun Hao unleashed his full power without hesitation, displaying his complete potential in front of everyone. Yun Hao's fist was encased in diamond frost, harnessing the combined power of the Ice Emperor's pincer and the Mystic Jade Hand. This represented Yun Hao's full strength, his most formidable attack. Xing employed a self-defense technique, an impenetrable barrier that could endure for 3 seconds. Xing Xian had also deployed her most robust defense. Despite this, Yun Hao defeated her, considering her his most formidable opponent. A menacing aura emanated from Xing, compelling Yun Hao to unleash his full power. As Yun Hao's matches unfolded, a spectator keenly interested him, especially when Xing suffered defeat. After his intense battle with Xing Xian, Yun Hao took some time to rest in silence. Shengling Jijin's incredible restorative abilities provided him with a significant recovery. Yun Hao pondered who his next opponent might be as he slept, not even sensing the person's presence nearby. To his surprise, the opponent arrived and revealed that he had yet to plan to participate initially. However, after witnessing Yun Hao's powerful fist strike, he changed his heart and signed up. This new opponent was Li Juechen, and he was determined to pursue a match with Yun Hao. Upon seeing Li Juechen, Teacher Xuan and Jing Hongchen reacted surprisedly and recognized him. On the other hand, Yun Hao couldn't sense any spiritual vibrations emanating from Li Juechen, making him appear ordinary. However, when Li Juechen locked eyes with Yun Hao, he could feel that gaze's intense, piercing power. This realization made Yun Hao acknowledge its strength. Yun Hao requested that Li Juechen wait momentarily and asked the judge to grant him time to rest. During this pause, Yun Hao meditated to fine-tune himself into his optimal state. Meanwhile, the crowd began discussing Li Juechen's capabilities and how he might stand a chance against Yun Hao. Jing Hongchen harbored high hopes that Li Juechen could end Yun Hao's winning streak by defeating him. Teacher Xuan recalled his past match against Li Juechen, where he had struggled to secure a victory. With the announcer's cue, the game officially commenced. Li Juechen swiftly drew a long sword that appeared to carry considerable power. In a flashback from Li Juechen's past, he acquired a piece of metal and skillfully crafted it into a sword using a simple stone. He believed that one day, this humble sword would reveal its true glory. People who witnessed Li Juechen's progress were genuinely amazed by his dedication and determination. As he continued to practice, Li Juechen felt that the doors to glory and destiny had finally swung open for him. He believed he was now ready to challenge any device master he desired, and he chose Yun Hao due to the formidable strength of his fist attack and something he had observed in Yun Hao that piqued his interest. With his sword pointed directly at Yun Hao, Li Juechen boldly declared his desire to experience Yun Hao's swordsmanship. A sudden shift in the arena's atmosphere took place, darkening the sky and creating an eerie feeling. The crowd could hear strange noises emanating from Li Juechen's sword. Raising his sword, Li Juechen called out to Yun Hao, challenging him to reveal his skills and show his capabilities. Yun Hao accepted the challenge, assuring Li Juechen that he would demonstrate his absolute dominance. Yun Hao attempted to conjure a powerful spell, but Li Zui effortlessly shattered it with the intimidating aura of his sword. It became evident that Yun Hao's mental power wasn't strong enough to counter this bone-chilling sword aura. In response to the overwhelming pressure, Yun Hao transformed into the Ice Emperor's ancient beast form. Li Zui was surprised by this ancient beast's sudden appearance. Although it could withstand Li Zui's sword aura, it was clear that this wasn't the outcome Li Zui had anticipated. Li Zui launched a relentless attack with his sword, expressing his desire for Yun Hao's true strength, not power borrowed from others. As he pressed his assault, Li Zui voiced his doubts that Yun Hao would disappoint him with a facade of strength. During this intense battle, Yun Hao felt the Ice Emperor's presence completely vanish within him. However, in the face of Li Zui's unstoppable sword aura, something profound stirred within Yun Hao's mind. Suddenly, the mighty beings dormant within his sea of consciousness all awoke simultaneously. Yun Hao's daydream brothers spoke, recognizing the unprecedented danger they faced and the opportunity it presented. With a resounding call, the Ice Emperor was summoned to protect Yun Hao. Amid the intense battle, Yun Hao's sea of consciousness became flooded with power, radiating an overwhelming aura. Under this extreme pressure, Yun Hao tapped into his untapped potential. Li Juechen's sword aura halted itself in its tracks, unable to advance further against Yun Hao's pure mental strength. Impressed by Yun Hao's resistance, Li Jue acknowledged him as a worthy adversary. Li Juechen, dragging his sword, sprinted toward Yun Hao with incredible speed. He swung his sword as he ran, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. Approaching Yun Hao, he prepared for a full-powered sword swing. To the astonishment of Teacher Xuan, Jing Hongchen, and Teacher Fan Yu, Yun Hao remained motionless, showing no intention of evading the impending strike. Yun Hao closed his eyes, reflecting on Mulao's blessing that had been bestowed upon him. With newfound determination, he reopened his eyes, and within them, the radiant power of Poseidon gleamed. Yun Hao unleashed an enormous and awe-inspiring fist attack, a display of absolute dominance. A powerful explosion suddenly rocked the arena, leaving everyone in suspense, uncertain about what had just occurred. A tremendous burst of energy, akin to a mighty sunstrike, demolished the stage, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The ground was left fractured, and it emitted the brilliant glow of the Poseidon light. Yun Hao and Li Juechen were forcibly pushed back by the sheer force of the explosion's pressure. Yun Hao's hand was injured, and Li Juechen's attack had shattered his defense. Li Zui's hand was bleeding, and Yun Hao's assault left him feeling like he was losing his spirit. The crowd was astonished, unable to determine the victor or the true extent of the power unleashed. Teacher Xuan admitted his inability to predict the outcome of this intense match. Unexpectedly, Li Juechen declared his defeat. Both Yun Hao and the teachers were taken aback. Wondering why Li Jue had chosen to forfeit, Li Jue expressed his gratitude to Yun Hao, mentioning that he had found what he was searching for, and bid Yun Hao farewell. Yun Hao believed that he had also lost the match, as he had been unable to defeat his formidable opponent. A sudden transformation occurred within Yun Hao's mental realm, a rare and profound epiphany-like sensation. He remained seated on the stage, entering a deep state of meditation. Among the spectators, uncertainty loomed as they pondered who might be capable of challenging Yun Hao now. Teacher Fan Yu leaned over and confided in Jing Hongchen, expressing his belief that the competition might need to be halted prematurely. Bishop inquired about what Teacher Fan Yu meant by his statement. Teacher Fan Yu responded by explaining that Yun Hao had entered a state known as awakening meditation. Hearing this, Jing Hongchen was perplexed and sought further clarification. Teacher Fan Yu elaborated that Yun Hao's condition couldn't be assessed using standard Spirit Master criteria. He strongly suggested that the competition be halted immediately, as they couldn't afford disruptions to Yun Hao's awakening meditation. He further suggested that they temporarily take control of the arena to facilitate Yun Hao's meditation. Jing Hongchen concurred with the decision, recognizing that Yun Hao's continuous improvement posed a potential future challenge for the Sun Moon Empire. To ensure Yun Hao's well-being, Fan Yu erected a basic tent within the arena, diligently tending to his day or night. Yun Hao's spirit meditation rendered his body exceptionally vulnerable, a sight that was extremely rare and experimental. A month passed, and Yun Hao remained deeply immersed in his meditation. Teacher Fan Yu began to doubt why this meditation took an unusually long time. Concerned about the situation, he sent a message to Elder Xuan. Upon receiving the message, Elder Xuan wasted no time and traveled through the night to reach their location. After a thorough examination, Elder Xuan found no issues to be concerned about. What surprised him was the remarkable state of Yun Hao's meditation, which indicated that it might still be some time before Yun Hao would awaken. He was fully immersed in his meditation inside Yun Hao's mental realm. Yun Hao was in the necromancer's company, both examining his sea of consciousness. The necromancer pointed out that Yun Hao had all the power within this realm. Yun Hao's gaze fell upon two enormous bug-like creatures, and he questioned why the Ice Emperor and Chen Meng had grown to such proportions. The necromancer clarified that it resulted from the changes in Yun Hao's mental sea. These alterations had increased its capacity, allowing these colossal creatures to supply him with vast mental power. The necromancer continued to explain that Yun Hao's mental power had expanded significantly, reaching a state where it could circulate indefinitely, essentially becoming endless. He revealed that Yun Hao could now harness the light of density up to 3 times daily and utilize any mental ability at his discretion. Yun Hao was astounded by this revelation. The necromancer further explained that this time, Yun Hao had absorbed the mental power equivalent to 2 seals, resulting in significant growth. He cautioned that while Yun Hao's ice power had improved, it could strain his body considerably, and advised him to engage in further training to master it. Concluding their conversation, the necromancer informed Yun Hao that he had meditated enough, and should now depart from this mental realm. Yun Hao inquired about how he should leave, to which the necromancer responded that since it was Yun Hao's mental realm, he should be able to find his way out. At that moment, Yun Hao realized everything within this realm bent to his will. Fast forward 6 months, Teacher Fan Yu continued to sit vigilantly in the same spot, patiently waiting. The weather had grown colder, signaling the imminent arrival of winter. Suddenly, Yun Hao stirred, and Teacher Fan Yu, catching sight of this, was utterly shocked that Yun Hao had finally awakened.
Fan Yu couldn't help but question his perception as he observed Huo Yu Hao on the verge of awakening. The surroundings remained calm and tranquil, while Huo Yu Hao remained deep in meditation. It seemed as if he had ceased all movement once again, causing Fan Yu to worry about what might have happened. After such a long period of intense meditation, Huo Yu Hao should have been depleted of energy, unless something unexpected had occurred. Suddenly, Huo Yu Hao slowly opened his eyes, revealing their brilliant orange hue. Fan Yu couldn't help but be captivated by their mesmerizing beauty, comparing them to an endless ocean. As Huo Yu Hao awakened, he called out to Fan Yu as his teacher. Fan Yu quickly offered his assistance, realizing that Huo Yu Hao had indeed come out of his meditation, but his body seemed exhausted from the prolonged session. Understanding the importance of physical strength, Fan Yu decided to help him strengthen his body. He prepared a medicinal bath for Huo Yu Hao, aiming to rejuvenate his body and aid in the cultivation of his internal energy. Without wasting any time, Fan Yu guided Huo Yu Hao back to the dorms. Immersed in the comforting warmth of the water, Huo Yu Hao gradually regained consciousness. Remarkably, within just 3 days, he found the strength to rise to his feet once more. As Huo Yuhao's body continued to heal, he noticed a profound change taking place within him. By tapping into his spiritual energy, he discovered an extraordinary ability to sense even the slightest movement within a 50-meter radius with exceptional precision. What was truly remarkable was that this range was on the verge of expanding to an incredible 3,000 meters. Not only that, but his purple demon eyes had transformed to a microscopic level. Fan Yu checked in on Huo Yuhao's recovery progress, and Yu Hao confirmed he was feeling completely restored, bringing a smile to Fan Yu's face. Yu Hao expressed his gratitude for Fan Yu's care and support. Fan Yu then reassured Yu Hao that there was no need to worry, as he appeared composed. Shortly after, Huo Yuhao returned to Minge Hall to continue his research in solitude. Despite the challenges of keeping a low profile after recent events, he found himself contemplating his soul-guiding device on his way back to his dorm room after classes. It was during this journey that he crossed paths with Jijue Chen. Jijue Chen couldn't help but notice the immediate recognition in Huo's eyes. It wasn't surprising, considering the distinctive sword he carried. In response, Jijue Chen expressed his appreciation towards Huo. However, Huo was perplexed and sought clarification on what he was being thanked for. Jijue Chen explained that during their last sparring session, he had learned a great deal from Huo. Despite both of them engaging in deep meditation, Jijue Chen's lasted only 1 month, whereas Huo's endured for half a year. Jijue Chen revealed that his purpose for visiting that day was to gauge Huo's progress since their last encounter. With determination, he unleashed his powers towards Huo, who remained composed and prepared for the impending battle. Huo took a step forward and entered a state of meditation, locking eyes with Jijue Chen in readiness for the fight. As Jijue Chen thrust his sword towards Huo's chest, it became evident that Huo's strength was formidable. Acknowledging Jijue Chen's dedication to his swordsmanship, Huo expressed admiration, but also noted that he had received guidance from an exceptional teacher. Huo suggested that if Jijue Chen truly wished to surpass him, it might require a lifelong pursuit. Irritated by this notion, Jijue Chen departed, reflecting on Huo's words. He pondered whether he would indeed have to chase Huo for the rest of his life. However, Jijue Chen affirmed that his chosen path was the correct one. He declared his determination to pursue Huo relentlessly, even if it meant chasing him for the entirety of his life. To Jijue Chen, Huo represented the ultimate goal he must surpass, and he was committed to that pursuit regardless of the challenges it may entail. It was Huo Yuhao who noticed Jijue Chen's drenched back and remarked that he wasn't too bad of an opponent. Nana stepped into Minge Hall, her eyes searching for Huo Yuhao. As soon as she found him, she couldn't help but comment on his remarkable senses. Huo, in response, asked if she had come to retrieve her spirit power. He apologized for the unusual circumstances, but promised to provide it to her if she followed him. Nana, despite not fully understanding why, felt an unexplainable trust towards Huo, perhaps because of his previous display of shyness. However, she couldn't shake off her worries from their last encounter, where he did something peculiar. With a gentle touch on Nana's head, Huo instructed her to condense her soul and relax, urging her not to resist. He positioned her in the correct stance and released his power onto her. Nana could feel her soul significantly condensing and couldn't help but express her gratitude towards Huo. Intrigued by his method, she asked him how he achieved such a feat. Huo replied that if she didn't need anything else, she could leave, as he still had to continue his practice. Nana announced her departure, prompting Huo Yuhao to advise her to be cautious when utilizing her vengeful ghost. Despite its formidable strength, there would be consequences if her opponent managed to restrain it. Confused by this warning, Nana was startled, and she quickly rushed to secure the door, surprising Huo Yuhao, who questioned her actions. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but wonder if Nana's actions were motivated by a desire to recreate their previous encounter. He had already granted her a spirit power, but now he felt a sense of unease as he questioned Nana's true intentions. He asked her to wait for a moment, hoping to gain some clarity.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
To his surprise, Nana knelt before him, catching Huo off guard with her gesture. It was then that she revealed her plea for his help. Huo sought to understand the situation better and urged Nana to stand up. However, Nana refused, insisting that she would not rise unless Huo agreed to assist her. Determined to get to the bottom of things, Huo implored Nana to stand and explain herself. Reluctantly, Nana complied, eventually finding a seat to share her concerns with Yu Hao. As Nana began to recount her background to Huo Yuhao, she unveiled the truth about her noble lineage. Her father held the title of a baron, but he lacked spirit force and was not a spirit master. On the other hand, her mother was a spirit emperor. Despite their differing abilities, Nana's parents were kind-hearted individuals who treated their tenants with utmost care, creating a harmonious family life. However, when Nana was just 6 years old, her spirit awakened, revealing her to be a ghost like her mother. Overwhelmed with joy, Nana eagerly rushed to share this news with her parents. Little did she know that what awaited her behind their room's door would forever haunt her. Nana shared the heart-wrenching tale of how her mother had not only taken her father's life, but also her own, leaving Nana feeling cursed and alone. In the aftermath of her parents' tragic deaths, mysterious figures appeared at her doorstep, offering Nana a glimmer of hope to be reunited with her father. Placing her trust in these enigmatic individuals, Nana embarked on a journey that led her to the clandestine Holy Spirit sect. Within their sanctuary, they nurtured her unique abilities, assuring her that one day she would find her parents again. By a twist of fate, Nana stumbled upon a hidden underground realm where she discovered her parents, but their souls had already been trapped. It was then that her mother unveiled the sinister intentions of the sect, using innocent children as soulless marionettes. Shockingly, Nana's mother confessed to being one of these soulless puppets, remorselessly responsible for her father's demise. Yet, in a moment of anguish, her mother's grief reawakened her humanity, prompting her to choose her tragic end, consumed by despair. Nana revealed that as per the sect's teachings, once every trainee achieved 6 rings, they were obligated to partake in a sacred ritual that would profoundly transform their very essence. Huo Yuhao was taken aback upon discovering the existence of such an evil sect within their world. Recalling the unexpected assault Shrek Academy had faced during Ma Xiaotao's disappearance, orchestrated by a group of spirit masters with mysterious origins, including an evil spirit master, Huo couldn't help but wonder if there was a link between this group and the Holy Spirit sect. This raised further concerns and suspicions. Urging Nana to provide a comprehensive account of the situation within the Holy Spirit sect, Huo expressed his unwavering determination to investigate personally, as there might be crucial information regarding Elder Sister amidst the chaos. 3 days later, as planned, Huo Yuhao, along with Kai Tu and Nana, embarked on their journey toward the section of the sect where Nana's parents were being held. Their destination was the Sun and Moon Royal Hall at the West Gate. Approaching the gate, they were stopped by a guard who inquired about their identities. Upon seeing Nana, the guard recognized her as an esteemed disciple and allowed them to enter. Nana led the way inside, with Kai Tu and Huo close behind, using a mysterious spirit skill to conceal themselves. Impressed by the skill, Kai Tu expressed concern about the toll it might take on Huo's soul force. However, Huo assured him that they needed to press on quickly despite the skill's demands. This acceptance of Huo's spirit skill led to significant advancements in both his spirit power and abilities. With his imitation skill, he could transform himself and another into Nana's shadow, allowing them to move undetected. This clever tactic made it easy for them to bypass the guard and continue towards their goal. Eventually, they arrived at a nondescript building where Huo and Kai split up, with Kai keeping watch outside. Meanwhile, Huo used his imitation skill to shadow Nana discreetly as she ventured further into the building. Nana whispered the secret phrase required to gain entry into the building. The boundless Holy Emperor had 1,000 lives. The Holy Immortal was eternal. Esteemed Quasi-Spirit Master, please enter. Huo followed closely behind as they made their way down the lacquered black steps, venturing further into the mysterious structure. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the underground altar. Nana informed Huo that they had reached their destination where her parents were being held captive below. Anana stood there, and 2 distinguished figures approached her. Recognizing them as the Great Holy Spirit and Second Holy Spirit, she immediately dropped to her knees, paying her utmost respect. The Second Holy Spirit, however, commanded her to rise and questioned her unexpected presence on a day that wasn't her designated visitation day. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, sensed a dark and ominous energy emanating from the 2 individuals, deducing that they possessed the power of a spirit emperor. Nana humbly apologized to the Second Holy Spirit, explaining that her busy schedule and countless lessons had prevented her from visiting for the past 6 months. She then mustered the courage to ask if she could pass through to see the Great Holy Spirit. Deep inside, she knew that Huo had to remain patient and seize the perfect moment when the Great Holy Spirits were momentarily distracted, allowing them to slip by unnoticed. The Great Elders swiftly detected an intruder and immediately commanded the altar to be sealed off, confirming the presence of an intruder. Huo Yuhao was taken aback by their awareness, spurring him to take action and launch his initial attack, aiming at one of the Great Elders. Despite landing a strong blow, the Elder managed to survive. Infuriated by the assault, the Elder proposed that Huo Yuhao and Nana be eliminated. As Nana and Huo clashed fiercely with the elders, the second elder accused Nana of betrayal and threatened to obliterate her soul. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao noticed the evil spirit master's presence, identifying it as a soul assault shrouded in a dark, ominous cloud. Understanding the hostility of the soul, Huo decided to cleanse it. The first elder was perplexed by Huo's ability to resist them, questioning how he could stand against them with such power. Confronted by the threat of the second elder's evil spirit, Huo Yuhao realized the gravity of their situation, especially as Nana feared for their safety. The second elder unleashed the Holy Spirit's secret technique, utilizing his evil spirit in an effort to defeat Huo. Nana's heart was heavy with remorse, burdened by the belief that it was her plea for help that had led Huo Yuhao into this difficult situation. She couldn't help but regret her decision, echoing her mother's words about her cursed existence and the misfortune she brought upon those she cared for. However, Huo Yuhao's reassuring words washed over her like a soothing balm, urging her not to fear because he was right there beside her. His unwavering declaration took Nana aback, but Huo Yuhao stood firm, promising to cleanse their souls of impurities. At that moment, Nana felt as if she was gazing upon a divine being. A brilliant, pure white light radiated from Huo Yuhao's eyes, illuminating the world around them with a breathtaking magnificence that rivaled the sun itself. This celestial light seemed out of place in their reality, penetrating every soul and eradicating their tainted, blood-stained aura. The once crimson rituals were transformed into a pristine white, suspended in midair as if frozen in time. As the purifying light enveloped the great Holy Spirit, he crumbled to his knees, consumed by a shroud of black smoke, surrendering to the cleansing power that washed over him. Nana found herself momentarily lost in thought, but snapped back to reality when she noticed Huo Yuhao's concerned gaze fixed upon her. He stressed the importance of time, emphasizing the need to locate her parents quickly. Aware of the imminent danger they faced due to the intense purification, Nana understood the urgency and agreed to join him in their mission to rescue her parents. Huo Yuhao, intrigued by the purified incarnation of the second Holy Spirit, decided to awaken it and seek answers about the great Holy Spirit. Holding it up, he expressed his intention to learn more about the Holy Spirit sect and the whereabouts of their main altar. In response, the second Holy Spirit questioned who had purified it. Huo Yuhao urged it to speak quickly and proceeded to interrogate it about the nature of its sect. The second elder, addressing Huo Yuhao, inquired if he was the Holy Son and asserted that only those with strong divine power had the authority to accompany the Holy Emperor and govern the world. Huo Yuhao, determined to get answers, threatened to obliterate the second elder's soul, leaving him unable to be reborn. In a cryptic response, the second elder hinted that one day, the Holy Emperor would find Yuhao, and perhaps then, the Holy Emperor would rule the universe. With a final invocation for the Holy Emperor's eternal reign, the second elder took his own life without hesitation, leaving Huo Yuhao puzzled about the true nature of the sect they had encountered. After a quarter of an hour, Huo Yuhao observed that everyone else seemed to have found their parents. He realized that the altar was in ruins, and the signal to leave had been given. Despite this, the crowd refused to go, instead hailing him as their hero and thanking him for granting their deepest desires. Huo Yuhao was taken aback by being called a hero, but the people explained that they had nothing left, no honor, no home, no authorities to turn to, and were ready to devote themselves to him forever. He was amazed by their loyalty and the intensity of their devotion. The group of individuals desperately implored Huo Yuhao to take them in, explaining that they were now homeless and he had rescued them from the clutches of the holy sect. They saw him as a father figure and felt they had no choice but to stick with him. Huo Yuhao was surprised by their request and modestly mentioned that he was just a transfer student, not in a position to be their leader. Nevertheless, he reassured them that he had a plan. He revealed that at Shrek Academy, he was affiliated with the Tang sect, a group with a 1,000-year history. Although he knew they couldn't directly join the academy, he encouraged them to become part of the Tang sect, which operated similarly. He urged them to leave that very night, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need to act quickly. Under the cloak of darkness, Huo Yuhao completely transformed his appearance to mirror Nana's, while simultaneously morphing Kai Tu into Nana's shadow. With utmost stealth, they skillfully maneuvered their way back to the academy, ensuring that they remained undetected by the vigilant guards. Finally reaching the safety of their dormitory, a faint noise echoed from the direction of the Holy Sack's altar. To their astonishment, it became apparent that Kai Tu's timed soul bomb had detonated, reducing the once majestic altar to mere rubble in a matter of seconds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huo Yuhao urgently conveyed to Kai the importance of informing Shrek Academy about the incident. He emphasized the dire need to thwart the growth of this evil faction. Despite being amidst a long vacation at the Sun and Moon Empire's Royal Soulmaster Academy, Huo Yuhao remained steadfast in his mission, choosing to dedicate his time to researching soul weapons in his dorm room. However, it seemed that trouble had an uncanny way of finding him, as evidenced by a sudden knock on his door during his intense research session. Huo Yuhao couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Kai Tu standing at the door. He knew that Kai Tu always had a way of grabbing attention. Inviting him inside, Kai Tu referred to Huo as his little brother, which made Huo feel a sense of familiarity and warmth. Kai Tu couldn't contain his excitement, so he revealed that something amazing had happened, promising Huo a surprise. Naturally, Huo's curiosity got the best of him, and he couldn't help but ask about the surprise. However, Kai Tu insisted that Huo had to come with him to see it. Huo hesitated, explaining the importance of his ongoing research. But Kai Tu, being Huo's caring friend, questioned Huo's addiction to studying. He pointed out that Huo had been working tirelessly all day and needed to take a break. Kai Tu advised him to relax and reminded him that being constantly tense wasn't good for his health. Huo couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as if he had heard those words before. Despite his initial reluctance, Huo and Kai Tu decided to embark on this surprise adventure together. As they got closer to the location, Huo spotted Jing Ziyan and Jijue Chen. He couldn't help but wonder if they were the surprise that Kai Tao wanted to show him. Jing Ziyan declared that they had finally caught him, while Jijue Chen playfully invited Huo to engage in another fight. Huo, being skeptical, questioned if Kai Tu was playing a joke on him, as Jing Ziyan and Jijue Chen had a habit of nagging him. However, Kai Tao reassured him that they were not a surprise. Huo politely excused himself, mentioning other important matters that required his attention. Jing Ziyan excitedly proposed to Huo Yuhao that they should take a break and enjoy a relaxing spa session together. Chen agreed, mentioning that they hadn't hung out in a while. Huo Yuhao was taken aback by their suggestion, pointing out that they had just spent time together the day before. Despite his objections, they insisted on challenging him once more, declaring that they wouldn't leave him alone until he faced them. Huo Yuhao, feeling frustrated, asked for some time alone, but they countered by saying he could have his solitude only if he agreed to a fight. Huo Yuhao sighed, recognizing their persistent nature and finding them to be quite a handful. As they prepared to battle in the open area, they launched an attack on Huo Yuhao. Trying to dodge their moves, Huo Yuhao found himself being cornered. Jijue Chen soon realized that Huo Yuhao had powered up, prompting Jing Ziyan to warn Chen to be cautious and avoid getting hurt. Suddenly, they all noticed a strikingly handsome man approaching. Chen admitted he didn't recognize the newcomer, while Huo Yuhao pondered over his identity. However, Huo Yuhao soon remembered him and called out his name, Wang Dong. As soon as Wang Dong arrived, Yuhao rushed towards him with open arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. He couldn't contain his excitement at finally seeing his dear friend. In response to Yuhao's sarcastic remark, Ziyan retorted with a sarcastic reply of her own, implying that their confrontation was all part of the game, fair in love and war. As tension mounted, power surged towards Wang Dong, prompting both parties to prepare for the impending clash.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
With unwavering determination, they summoned the permafrost domain Ice Scorpion Emperor Torso to counter Ziyan and Chen's assault. Ziyan's expression shifted to one of concern as she observed the foreign solidity of their attack, indicating a potential challenge to overcome. As the confrontation escalated, Ziyan made the decision to join forces with Chen, urging him to unleash their combined power. Chen affirmed his commitment, vowing not to hold back. In response, Wang Dong remained resolute, dismissing any fear and inviting their attack. With unwavering resolve, Ziyan brandished her cracking 9-link whip while Wang Dong stood firm, poised with his sword, ready to defend against their assault. The clash of forces seemed inevitable. As Chen unleashed his most powerful attack on Yuhao, the latter was taken aback by the sheer force behind it. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yuhao gestured to Wang Dong, indicating that it was time to unleash their spirit fusion technique. With their minds in perfect harmony, they embraced each other, causing a burst of radiant energy to envelop their surroundings. Ziyan, observing their closeness, mistakenly assumed they were a couple, intensifying the moment even further. The combined might of Yuhao and Wang Dong materialized into a rare and formidable spirit technique, appearing as a dazzling beam of light. As the brilliance gradually faded, Chen couldn't help but acknowledge the overwhelming strength demonstrated by their fusion. The appearance of a golden path hinted at the immense power they possessed, leaving Chen to contemplate the daunting challenge that lay ahead. Chen gazed at the golden road with awe, marveling at its beauty, and realizing that surpassing Yu Hao was a daunting challenge in his current lifetime. Xian expressed her admiration for Yu Hao as a worthy goal to strive for, showing her deep respect for his abilities. Despite their recent disagreement, they parted ways with a sense of unity, promising to meet again in the future. Intrigued by their dynamic, Wang Dong asked Yu Hao about his relationship with Xian and Chen, noting that they didn't act like typical foes. Yu Hao revealed that both Xian and Chen enjoyed sparring with him due to their shared love for combat. Although Wang Dong's sudden appearance caught him off guard, Yu Hao was pleased to see his friend. As Yu Hao and Wang Dong stepped into Yu Hao's dorm room, Yu Hao warned his friend about the clutter and grime in the space. He promised Wang Dong that he would swiftly clean up using his handy spirit storage tools. After tidying up, Yu Hao brewed a cup of tea for Wang Dong. Yet Wang Dong reminded him of their earlier chat and prodded him to respond promptly. He directly inquired if Yu Hao had any romantic entanglements with the girls they had just encountered. Yu Hao clarified to Wang Dong that things were not as they seemed. When Yu Hao first enrolled in the school, he met a girl named Orange. She was not only stunning but also compassionate, with a tragic past similar to Yu Hao's. However, Orange was extremely secretive, and even now, Yu Hao was uncertain of her whereabouts. Despite her enigmatic nature, they had many heartfelt conversations, during which Orange shared her desire to find her soulmate. Wang Dong observed how Orange always put Yu Hao first, and he inquired if she still had a special place in Yu Hao's heart. Yu Hao hesitated before confessing that there was something more, but he warned Wang Dong not to mock him. He reminisced about the first time he saw Orange gracefully dancing on the ice, her beauty shining brighter than anything he had ever seen. The image of her elegance stayed with him. Yu Hao revealed that Sister Ju Zi helped him make sense of his feelings. Despite Orange's dazzling presence being beyond his wildest dreams, he worried that he had fallen for an idealized version of her. Wang Dong reassured Yu Hao that there was a girl in his family just as lovely as Orange, and he promised to introduce them at the right time. Yu Hao replied that if she was truly as beautiful as described, he might find himself falling for her. However, he stressed the importance of mutual acceptance and compatibility, explaining that she would need to accept him for who he was, and he would need to see if her personality matched his preferences. Wang Dong then told Yu Hao about his soul force hitting level 60, which meant he needed to go back home to find a suitable spirit beast. He invited Yu Hao to join him on this quest, promising to be back before the break was over. Yu Hao agreed without hesitation, surprising Wang Dong. Wang Dong asked if Yu Hao was worried about delaying his training, but Yu Hao assured him that they could train together without any interruptions. Impressed by Yu Hao's dedication, Wang Dong thought to himself that Yu Hao was always focused on training. Yu Hao then asked about the latest news from Shrek Academy. As the conversation between Yu Hao and Wang Dong about the situation at Shrek Academy continued, the darkness of night enveloped them. Yu Hao, realizing how late it had become, suggested finding a solution for Wang Dong's sleeping arrangements. He pointed out the limited space on the bed, and playfully proposed that they share it. However, Wang Dong jokingly brushed off the idea, claiming that Yu Hao must be dreaming. He insisted on taking the bed while Yu Hao slept on the floor. Wang Dong then excused himself to freshen up, leaving Yu Hao to prepare the sleeping arrangements. After finishing up, Wang Dong informed Yu Hao that he was ready and asked if the bed was prepared. Yu Hao confirmed that it was, and then came up with an even better suggestion. Since they were together, why not skip sleep and train together instead? However, Wang Dong expressed concern for Yu Hao's well-being. He asked Yu Hao to promise not to train any further that day and to prioritize getting a good rest. Wang Dong reassured Yu Hao that he was there for him and asked if Yu Hao was happy. He expressed his hope that their companionship would bring Yu Hao happiness and help him sleep soundly. Wang Dong expressed his worry about Yu Hao's exhaustion, pointing out that he often appeared older than his actual age due to fatigue. He advised Yu Hao to be kinder to himself and learn the art of relaxation and self-care. Wang Dong cautioned that pushing too hard could result in burnout. He revealed that he had sought out Yu Hao with the intention of bringing him back, as it would ultimately benefit their training together. Yu Hao agreed with Wang Dong's concerns and made a promise to refrain from any further training for the remainder of the day, recognizing the significance of rest and taking care of himself for his overall well-being. As Wang Dong got ready to rest, tears filled his eyes, showing how drained and emotionally overwhelmed he was. He confided in Yu Hao that without him, he might have crumbled. Reflecting on their shared past, he highlighted their close connection and his steadfast determination to assist Wang Dong in overcoming obstacles. Wang Dong hoped the invisible spirit grasped the extent of his backing and encouragement, confirming his commitment to their friendship and shared development. The following day, Yu Hao and Wang Dong finalized their plans with the school and set off toward the Heaven Spirit Empire. Wang Dong couldn't help but express his admiration for the Spirit Wings, praising their incredible speed and elegant design. He acknowledged that Yu Hao only needed the strength of a Soul King to activate them and thanked him for such a precious gift. Yu Hao couldn't help but comment on Wang Dong's changed perspective towards spirit weapons, to which Wang Dong agreed wholeheartedly. However, he reminded Yu Hao that his family didn't approve of such weapons, so it would be best for Yu Hao to keep them hidden when they met his family. Yu Hao assured Wang Dong that he understood and respected his family's sentiments, but he still had something special to give him. Wang Dong's curiosity was piqued, and Yu Hao presented him with what appeared to be an ordinary ring. However, Yu Hao quickly clarified that it was no ordinary ring, but a spirit storage ring. Despite Wang Dong's playful remark that it still counted as a ring, he followed Yu Hao's instructions and examined its contents. To his surprise, he discovered a beautifully polished sapphire inside. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Dong thanked Yu Hao profusely and couldn't help but wonder when Yu Hao had noticed his true feelings. Yu Hao made it clear to Wang Dong that he needed him to safeguard the ring and handle it delicately. Stressing the need for confidentiality, Yu Hao warned Wang Dong not to reveal its contents to anyone. The ring held a crucial secret linked to soul devices from the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. Wang Dong, puzzled by Yu Hao's words, questioned if the ring wasn't meant as a gift for him. Yu Hao assured him that the wings were indeed a gift, leaving Wang Dong perplexed. Consumed by anger, Wang Dong unleashed his fury on Yu Hao, insulting him and expressing his hatred, which left Yu Hao bewildered by his friend's sudden outburst. As Wang Dong flew off, he noticed Yu Hao trailing behind him. Instead of letting the tension linger, Wang Dong urged Yu Hao to follow him. He then marveled at the efficiency of his wings, enabling him to cover vast distances in a short span without draining much of his soul power. Observing something amiss, Wang Dong saw Yu Hao trembling and calling out to him. Suddenly, Yu Hao began plummeting from the sky, prompting Wang Dong to act and rescue him swiftly. Upon reaching Yu Hao, he discovered him unconscious. Overwhelmed with guilt and regret, Wang Dong apologized to Yu Hao, acknowledging his superior soul force and admitting his reckless behavior in making him chase after him. Wang Dong expressed remorse for his impulsiveness, recognizing the importance of what Yu Hao had entrusted him with, and returned the wings to him. He blamed himself for his mistreatment of Yu Hao. Wang Dong's voice echoed through the air as he called out to Yu Hao, his concern evident in his tone. He couldn't help but blame himself for the incident that had just occurred. Little did he know Yu Hao's fall was nothing more than a playful prank, a mischievous attempt to tease his friend. Yu Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he admitted to Wang Dong that he had purposely pretended to be tired and fall over. However, he didn't want to embarrass himself by revealing the truth behind the joke. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Yu Hao assured Wang Dong that he was only a little tired and that he would take some time to rest. Wang Dong's relief was palpable as he saw Yu Hao awake and seemingly unharmed. In a gesture of gratitude, Yu Hao advised Wang Dong not to transfer any soul force and encouraged him to rest as well. Wang Dong happily obliged, grateful for his friend's concern. Wang Dong's sudden transformation into a more submissive and apologetic demeanor revealed his regret for his previous behavior towards Yu Hao. He expressed his apologies for being stubborn and even offered to return the sapphire ring. But he hesitated, wondering if Yu Hao would mind if he kept it. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Yu Hao's senses heightened and he armed himself, sensing that something was amiss. When Wang Dong asked about the reason for Yu Hao's vigilance, he disclosed that it was due to a spirit cannon. Yu Hao explained that he could detect the breathing patterns of over 10,000 people in a specific direction. Impressed by Yu Hao's sharp perception and abilities, Wang Dong was in awe. Yu Hao suggested merging their soul forces so that he could share his spirit detection with Wang Dong, enabling them to witness the unfolding events together. It was the first time they had encountered such a massive battle involving soul force users. From their vantage point, they observed two groups positioned 4 kilometers away. The first group, consisting of approximately 100 soul users, was surrounded by a much larger army of over 1,000 men. The soul force users were at a significant disadvantage. Despite the dire situation, their leader, a woman, reassured them and urged them to hold on, promising that reinforcements would arrive soon. Yu Hao recognized the woman, indicating a personal connection or familiarity with her. Wang Dong interrogated Yu Hao regarding the identities of the individuals they were observing. Yu Hao promptly recognized them as Jusi and KK, the same individuals he had previously mentioned to Wang Dong. Worried about their well-being, Wang Dong sought Yu Hao's advice on what course of action they should take. Yu Hao firmly suggested that they should intervene, as their friends might be in grave danger. Wang Dong reassured Yu Hao, emphasizing that they had never been afraid when they were together. Yu Hao wholeheartedly agreed, assuring Wang Dong that he would do everything in his power to keep him safe, vowing to protect him as long as he lived. Keiki informed Joseph that their group had been encircled, with a mere 100 men at their disposal against the enemy's overwhelming force of over 1,000 soldiers. She further explained that the enemy's ranks included skilled cavalry and an elite team of warriors wielding only a single weapon each. Despite their master of soul weapons enduring a long and arduous journey, exhaustion had taken its toll on many of their comrades. Kek inquired about the timing of reinforcements, prompting Juzi to carefully ponder the situation, underscoring the seriousness of their predicament and the critical need for strategic decision-making. Juzi provided reassurance to the group, assuring them that they only needed to persevere a little while longer. She instilled a sense of hope by informing them that their reinforcements would be arriving within a maximum of 15 minutes. With determination in her voice, she urged everyone to hold on and promised that they would make it back alive. When a soldier questioned the timing of the reinforcements, Juzi stressed the importance of staying focused and confidently affirmed that they would not meet their demise. Deep down, however, Juzi knew that in order to maintain morale, she had to deceive them. The truth was that the reinforcements were not due to arrive for another 30 minutes. Juzi wondered if they could endure until reinforcements arrived, dreading the thought of being overrun and buried that very day. Out of the blue, the soldiers spotted two figures charging into enemy territory at an astonishing speed, their wings slicing effortlessly through the enemy lines. Sensing trouble, they noticed the glimmer of blades reminiscent of an asura, a sign of an impending enemy attack. It was clear that Wang Dong and Yu Hao were utilizing the collapsed soul device, unleashing their mighty power against the enemy troops. Infuriated by this sudden strike, the enemy army swore not to let Wang Dong and Yu Hao escape, vowing to eliminate them no matter what. As Yu Hao's voice echoed through the chaos, Wang Dong and he braced themselves for the imminent attack. With unwavering determination, they tapped into their inner strength, channeling the divine truth into existence. In an instant, a fierce storm of spirits erupted, obliterating their enemies. The Juzi army stood frozen, witnessing the destruction of their soul weapon users. Yu Hao and Wang Dong's intervention completely turned the tide of the battle, leaving the soldiers bewildered and questioning the origins of their newfound allies. Kek eagerly pointed out that it was Yu Hao who had come to their rescue, leaving Juzi impressed by his bravery. As the dust settled, Yu Hao, still in disbelief at the reunion, couldn't help but wonder about their well-being and safety, hoping that fate would never separate them again. Juzi, who had made up her mind to put Yu Hao out of her thoughts, was taken aback by a rush of feelings upon encountering him, realizing that she might never lay eyes on him again in this lifetime. Yu Hao questioned the reason behind her tears, and Juzi replied that she comprehended the gravity of the situation and recognized her responsibility as the leader of their small band. She firmly stated that it was not the appropriate moment for her to give in to her emotions. When Yu Hao probed further about the circumstances and their foes, Juzi disclosed that they had stepped in to mediate a conflict incited by a power-hungry patriarch vying for the throne, resulting in an ambush. Despite reinforcements being on their way within 30 minutes, Yu Hao reassured her that they could handle the predicament until help arrived. General Zhao, from his vantage point on the hill, watched as his soldiers suffered losses. He blamed Juzi and Kek for their arrogance, believing they were responsible for the decline in morale. Taking matters into his own hands, he revealed his true identity as the eldest son of the esteemed patriarch, and the heir to the title of Great General Zhao Yang of the Gong Empire. Additionally, he exposed the woman in white as the Princess of the Sun and Moon Empire, singling out Juzi as a valuable target. Stressing the importance of capturing her to weaken their enemies, he urged his soldiers to gather their courage and push forward with the attack. Wang Dong and Yu Hao were shocked to discover that Juzi was not only a leader, but also the princess of the Sun and Moon Empire. They thought back on the moments they had shared with her, realizing they had been oblivious to her true identity all this time. Juzi mentioned her marriage to the prince, but Yu Hao didn't seem too impressed. She stressed that she was not just a princess, but also a warrior for the empire, underscoring her diverse roles and commitment to her responsibilities. On that crucial day, Juzi geared up to confront the dangerous situation alongside her comrades, fully aware of the stakes. As the reinforcements drew near, she rallied her troops, assuring them that help was on the way and urging them to fight for their lives. With unwavering determination in her voice, she instilled confidence in her soldiers, motivating them to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Her words of encouragement lifted the morale of her companions, who found newfound strength in her leadership. Inspired by Juzi's readiness to stand on the front lines and risk her life alongside them, they questioned why they should give up when their princess was right there beside them. Inspired by Juzi's courage and unwavering commitment, her comrades made a solemn vow to protect her at any cost. Juzi, filled with remorse, apologized to Yu Hao for concealing her true identity as a princess. Yu Hao, though unaware of her secret, found solace in her revelation as it shed light on the enigmatic aspects of her life. However, he chose to set aside further discussions for the time being, focusing instead on repaying a debt that day. Wang Dong encouraged him to proceed with his plan without hesitation. Meanwhile, General Zhao rallied his troops, emphasizing the significance of the moment. He conveyed the aspirations of the resilient people of the illustrious Grand Duchy, who yearned for freedom and independence while acknowledging their struggle against the oppressive Sun and Moon Empire. Aware of the approaching enemy reinforcements, General Zhao stressed the strategic importance of capturing Juzi, the woman in the white robe standing on the opposing hill. He asserted that by seizing her, they would gain a valuable bargaining chip to negotiate with the Sun and Moon Empire on equal terms. Offering promises of promotion and nobility, he urged his soldiers to charge forward and capture Juzi. General Zhao's soldiers launched a brutal attack with the Golden Bear martial sword. In the midst of the chaos, Juzi seemed to have been accidentally injured, leaving her companions in a state of despair. General Zhao cruelly mocked the situation, insinuating that the strike had obliterated Juzi. The atmosphere grew heavy as the severity of the moment set in. Yu Hao, consumed by rage, demanded to know who dared to harm Juzi. General Zhao was seething and angry when he realized that Yu Hao had blocked his attack. He compared Yu Hao's aura to that of Shu Tianran's from years past, or perhaps even stronger. Viewing Yu Hao as a serious threat, he announced that Yu Hao needed to be taken out. With determination, General Zhao summoned his powerful spirit essence, the fierce Golden Bear, which was his true form as a level 70 Soul Master. Yu Hao recognized the strength of his adversary but remained unfazed, showing eagerness to confront such a formidable foe. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he told Wang Dong that this would be a test for them, emphasizing their commitment to overcoming the challenge posed by their formidable opponent. As the Soul Master surpassed level 70, their spirit essence's essence would undergo a remarkable transformation, enabling them to embody the form of their spirit essence. This metamorphosis would result in a substantial boost in their strength, nearly doubling their destructive capabilities. Sensing the imminent danger emanating from General Zhao's unleashed spirit essence, Yu Hao urgently urged everyone, including Juzi, to swiftly evade and retreat. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious Golden Bear unleashed a devastating attack, a fearsome demonic dark golden claw that engulfed the surroundings with its sheer might. In response, Yu Hao and Wang Dong, displaying unwavering unity and determination, embraced each other as they harmonized their energies. Together, they unleashed a vibrant trail of light and performed an enchanting dance in the frost, merging their powers in a synchronized effort to counter the formidable assault. Their coordinated actions and combined strength showcased their resolute resolve and unwavering solidarity in the face of adversity as they prepared to confront the overwhelming power of the ferocious Golden Bear. Amidst the shimmering golden rays, the fusion ability triggered by Yu Hao and Wang Dong unfolded rapidly, causing their distinct silhouettes to vanish. In their place stood a mesmerizingly beautiful lady, emanating an otherworldly glow that mesmerized the spectators. As she materialized before them, everyone in attendance was taken aback by her striking presence. Even Juzi, known for her elegance and power, felt a sense of reverence in the presence of this enigmatic beauty. She admired the lady's exquisite features, recognizing her charm and the profound impact she had on those who gazed upon her. Emerging from the hill, the silhouette of this stunning beauty exuded an elegance and charisma that transcended mere physical attractiveness, touching the depths of one's soul and leaving a lasting impression on all who witnessed her arrival. As the fierce Golden Bear, unaffected by the appearance of the mysterious beauty, continued its onslaught fueled by the spirit essence's influence, it aimed its massive claw toward her, ready to strike. Observing the imminent threat, the soldiers on the hills, regardless of their loyalties, shouted out in shock and alarm. In a sudden twist of fate, the goddess of light extended her finger, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the battlefield. Despite the soldiers' disbelief and confusion, she stood firm, prepared to face the bear's formidable attack with what seemed like a simple gesture. Little did they know, this was no ordinary finger. In the blink of an eye, the goddess of light's extended finger held Wang Dong's golden radius bone, infused with Yu Hao's eyes of the Empress. With the divine power from above, this fusion birthed an unstoppable attack, unleashing a force that shook the very foundations of the earth and shattered the heavens. The ground cracked, the mountains quivered, and a colossal shockwave erupted from the hill, sending bystanders flying and obscuring their view. The soldiers, witnessing this awe-inspiring display of power, were left dumbfounded by the sheer magnitude of the assault. As the dust settled, it became clear that the goddess of light herself had been propelled through the air by the sheer force of the attack. Meanwhile, the once invincible and unbeatable fierce golden bear now lay defeated, reduced to ashes, and fading away into nothingness. Juzi, overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, struggled to comprehend the outcome. The soldiers, witnessing the sudden and definitive downfall of their formidable adversary, could only marvel at the unleashed might of the goddess of light and her allies, standing triumphant on the battlefield. In the distance, Yu Hao and Wang Dong emerged, seemingly untouched by the aftermath of the battle. Juzi, filled with wonder and respect, was amazed by the resilience and skill displayed by Wang Dong and Yu Hao. She couldn't help but express her admiration for their extraordinary abilities and their invaluable contribution to their triumph. The soldiers, fueled by their victory over General Zhao Yang's forces, radiated joy and determination. They made a firm decision to eliminate any remaining soldiers loyal to Zhao Yang, acknowledging their victory as a testament to their strength and resilience. With the arrival of Zhu Zi's reinforcements, their confidence soared even higher. As they prepared to encircle and subdue the remnants of Zhao Yang's company, the soldiers' spirits reached their peak. The combined forces of the Sun and Moon Empire, inspired by the mesmerizing illusion crafted by Yu Hao and Wang Dong, moved forward with unwavering purpose and determination, overpowering their adversaries and securing a resounding triumph on the battlefield. The unforgettable image of the goddess of light, brought to life by the illusion, would forever be etched in the hearts and minds of all who witnessed it, serving as a symbol of hope and victory in the face of adversity. As the soldiers gathered together, united in their mission to protect the goddess of light, their spirits soared, driven by the newfound purpose of fighting for their beloved princess. While not every soldier may have been aware of Juzi's true identity, they saw her as a symbol of hope and guidance, inspiring them to give their utmost in defense of her cause. Deeply grateful for their unwavering support and touched by their unwavering dedication, Juzi expressed her heartfelt appreciation to Yu Hao and Wang Dong, recognizing the crucial roles they played in the battle. However, her gratitude was tinged with worry as she noticed blood trickling from Yu Hao's wounds, a clear sign that he had been injured during the intense conflict. With Wang Dong cradling him in his arms, Juzi's expression turned serious as she assessed the gravity of the situation. As Wang Dong called out to Yu Hao, he began to recount the events that had led to Yu Hao's injury. He disclosed that, in their valiant attempt to defeat the formidable Golden Bear, they had exhausted every ounce of their soul power. In a selfless act of bravery, Yu Hao shielded himself from harm, but unfortunately, he suffered injuries in the process. To make matters worse, the terrain they were in was treacherous, with sharp rocks exacerbating Yu Hao's wounds. Upon hearing this, Juzi was overwhelmed with distress, fully comprehending the magnitude of Yu Hao's sacrifice. Wang Dong, consumed by guilt for his friend's injuries, tearfully pleaded with Yu Hao to recover.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Sensing the urgency of the situation, Juzi implored Wang Dong to stay composed and prioritize the treatment of Yu Hao's wounds. As Juzi offered her blood-clotting power to heal Yu Hao's wounds, Wang Dong initially refused, insisting on taking care of his friend's injuries himself. Despite Juzi's questioning of their argument in such a critical moment, Wang Dong remained resolute in his decision to clean Yu Hao's wounds personally. This created a tense moment between them, but Wang Dong persisted and began the task at hand. Witnessing the determined look in Wang Dong's eyes, Juzi found herself inexplicably giving in to his silent plea. She was touched by his focused yet compassionate expression, sensing a profound pain that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Although she couldn't fully understand the reasons behind her actions, Juzi's heart swelled with a mix of emotions as she watched Wang Dong tend to Yu Hao with unwavering care and dedication. As Wang Dong held Yu Hao close, he inquired about his well-being. Meanwhile, Juzi, feeling a surge of understanding, walked away, deep in thought about the recent events. Yu Hao gradually came to his senses, feeling a sense of calm despite his injuries. Opening his eyes, he felt disoriented and questioned his surroundings. Sensing pain in his back, he wondered if he had sustained any injuries. Remembering the intense battle with the fierce Golden Bear, he felt relieved knowing they had narrowly emerged victorious, mainly due to Zhao Yang's lack of knowledge about their fusion ability. However, as Yu Hao pondered the severity of his injuries, another realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about his skills as a soul engineer. Reflecting on the battle, Yu Hao admitted that relying solely on the strength of a spirit master was reckless. Despite their triumph against a 6-ring Soul Emperor, he understood they were not prepared to face 7-ring Soul Saints head-on. Acknowledging his arrogance, Yu Hao accepted his current status as only a spirit ancestor. Looking at Wang Dong sleeping beside him, Yu Hao felt grateful and relieved, silently thanking him for his sacrifices. As Wang Dong stirred awake and noticed Yu Hao was conscious, he expressed joy at seeing him awake. Sarcastically, Yu Hao quipped that he couldn't live forever, and playfully asked Wang Dong if he had shed any tears. When Wang Dong denied it, Yu Hao assured him that it was all right and they could pretend it never happened. He advised Wang Dong not to cry in the future, emphasizing that men shouldn't shed tears even when they're hurt. Then, with a mischievous grin, Yu Hao teased Wang Dong, saying that he was invisible, so how could he die so easily? Noticing Yu Hao's cheekiness even in his current condition, Wang Dong asked how he was feeling. Yu Hao replied with a hint of pain that the injury was indeed painful. He then suggested that Wang Dong, who was kneeling beside his bed, must be tired, and offered him to lie down and rest for a while. Wang Dong looked puzzled by Yu Hao's remark. Yu Hao admitted that the bed was a bit narrow. Wang Dong then asked why Yu Hao was laughing. Yu Hao replied, finding it amusing how their big eyes were locked in a stare. Wang Dong dismissed it as nothing strange and didn't complain about Yu Hao's small eyes. Yu Hao jokingly added that he didn't complain about Wang Dong's long eyelashes either, which were almost brushing against his face. Wang Dong playfully expressed mock hurt over Yu Hao's teasing, despite his injuries. Yu Hao reassured him that it was all in good fun. Wang Dong then suggested that they channel their soul power to aid Yu Hao's recovery. Yu Hao agreed. That evening, Juzi decided to take some drinks to Wang Dong and Yu Hao, but hesitated to enter when she overheard their conversation. The next morning, Yu Hao was already up and about, moving cautiously but steadily. Wang Dong remarked on his speedy recovery. When Yu Hao spotted Juzi and KK, he inquired if they had come to pay a visit. Reassuring them that he was fine and mobile, Juzi chimed in, announcing it was time for a meal, leaving Yu Hao puzzled. Wang Dong then remarked on the extravagant spread. Juzi mentioned that since everything seemed fine, she would bid them farewell. Yu Hao couldn't help but notice Juzi's odd behavior. As he gazed into her eyes, he noticed the dark circles underneath them. Yu Hao couldn't help but feel perplexed by Juzi's behavior. Her tired appearance and slightly swollen eyes made him wonder if he had unintentionally upset her. Wang Dong, never one to mince words, boldly suggested that Juzi had developed feelings for Yu Hao. However, Yu Hao found this notion utterly unbelievable, especially considering that Juzi was engaged to the prince. Wang Dong cautioned Yu Hao against getting involved in any potential complications that might arise from the situation. Taken aback by his friend's suggestion, Yu Hao quickly dismissed it, firmly stating that it couldn't possibly be true. As they sat down to enjoy their meal, Yu Hao couldn't help but recall Juzi's words about their futures being like two parallel lines, signifying that they shouldn't cross paths again. Despite the emotional tension, they both appreciated the delicious feast that Juzi had prepared, showcasing her culinary skills even in the midst of a military camp. They relished in the assortment of dishes, 8 in total, each offering a perfect balance of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and savory flavors. KK couldn't help but notice the change in Juzi's behavior, and it made her suspicious. She felt that Juzi had developed feelings for Yu Hao. However, Juzi quickly dismissed her suspicions, claiming that her attention towards Yu Hao was solely out of gratitude for saving her life. But KK wasn't convinced. She pointed out how Juzi's demeanor became so gentle and attentive whenever she cooked for Yu Hao, suggesting that there might be something more than just gratitude. Eventually, Juzi opened up to KK and admitted that she did have feelings for Yu Hao. However, she believed that their relationship was impossible. She reminded KK that she was soon to be married to the crown prince, and Yu Hao was from an enemy kingdom as an exchange student. Juzi felt like their fates were predetermined, like parallel lines that could never intersect. Keiki, being her supportive friend, suggested that Juzi leave everything behind and start afresh somewhere else. But Juzi was torn. She explained that a relationship wasn't just about her feelings, as Yu Hao already had someone else in his heart. Curiosity got the better of KK, and she asked Juzi how she knew about Yu Hao's feelings for someone else. Did he explicitly tell her, or did she ask him? Juzi, feeling frustrated, snapped at KK, telling her that it was enough and ordered her to leave. She made it clear that she didn't want to see Wang Dong and Yu Hao again. Juzi instructed KK to escort them out the next day, making it an order. KK, feeling remorseful, left, obeying Juzi's command. As tears streamed down Juzi's face, she couldn't help but question the tumultuous nature of love. Why did Yu Hao have to re-enter her life? She confessed that she would rather face the wrath of Zhao Yang than lay eyes on Yu Hao again, even though a part of her was overjoyed to see him once more. Her emotions were in turmoil, and her tears flowed uncontrollably as she grappled with her conflicting feelings. KK spotted Wang Dong and Yu Hao leisurely strolling together and approached Yu Hao, requesting a private conversation. Yu Hao, understanding the importance of their talk, suggested that he and Wang Dong part ways for a while to give them some privacy. Kiki informed Yu Hao about Juzi's sad state, relaying her message of gratitude, but also mentioning that she wouldn't be meeting him. In response, Yu Hao expressed his hope that Juzi would take care of herself. KK was taken aback by Yu Hao's seemingly nonchalant reply and questioned if that was all he had to say. Curiosity piqued. She then asked Yu Hao if he knew about Juzi's love for him. Yu Hao calmly explained to KK that Juzi had her own decisions to make, and their paths were like parallel lines that could never be altered. KK approached Yu Hao and revealed that Juzi had mentioned having someone she loved. She asked if it was true. After a brief pause, Yu Hao admitted that Kiki's statement was accurate. KK felt disappointed upon hearing this, but she understood. She confessed that she couldn't see Juzi's future or comprehend her sadness. Despite Juzi's growing status, all KK could perceive in her eyes was despair. Yu Hao then inquired about what KK wanted him to do. KK replied that she wanted him to promise that if he ever encountered Juzi again in the future, he would lend her a helping hand when she needed it. Yu Hao acknowledged KK's kindness and assured her that he would assist her when the time came. He expressed his reluctance to confront Juzi on the battlefield once more, as he believed she had become consumed by hatred. Yu Hao's assurance that the Tang clan would warmly welcome Juzi even in the face of potential threats from the Crown Prince of the Sun and Moon Empire brought comfort to KK as she departed. Yu Hao urged Wang Dong to continue moving forward, indicating that they should proceed. However, Wang Dong appeared confused and informed Yu Hao that the Heaven Soul Empire was just ahead. As they reached their destination, Wang Dong made sure to point out that they had finally arrived home. Yu Hao, completely amazed by the magnificent view that lay before them, couldn't help but be amazed by the bottomless canyon Wang Dong had mentioned earlier. The breathtaking sight left Yu Hao questioning the existence of such an extraordinary place. Wang Dong, taken aback by Yu Hao's doubt, reassured him that it was indeed real and drew attention to the ethereal beauty of the floating clouds that filled the canyon. Yu Hao couldn't help but draw a parallel between the endless sea of clouds and the boundless depths of one's consciousness, likening the sight to the vast expanse of the mind. Wang Dong told Yu Hao that when they reached his house, his family might evaluate him based on his character and strengths. He suggested Yu Hao be ready for this, but reassured him that his family was friendly, so there was no need to stress. Yu Hao was puzzled and asked why they needed to assess him since he was only accompanying Wang Dong. As they made their way through the confusing paths and thick fog, Wang Dong chuckled and assured Yu Hao that everything would become clear once they arrived. Yu Hao, still puzzled, followed closely, his curiosity growing with each step. Wang Dong warned him about the danger of the nearby cliffs and the presence of ferocious beasts in the area, urging him to remain vigilant. Yu Hao, confident in his abilities, reassured Wang Dong that he could handle anything that came their way. However, as they continued, Yu Hao's confidence began to waver. He couldn't sense anything at all, and a moment of confusion and concern washed over him. Wang Dong noticed his unease and advised him to stick close, promising to keep him safe. Together they pressed on, their anticipation building as they reached the mountain peak. And there, before them, stood a magnificent castle, untouched by human activity. Yu Hao couldn't help but marvel at the sight, wondering how such a grand structure could exist in such a remote and isolated location.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Wang Dong was greeted by a man who called him Dong Er and inquired about his return. Wang Dong affectionately referred to the man as his second father. Yu Hao, who was observing the exchange, pondered over the man's identity. However, his focus quickly shifted to the intense aura emanating from the man, which felt like a powerful mental pressure similar to being hit by a tsunami at full force. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Yu Hao instinctively conjured a shield of golden rays around himself, originating from his eyes, to confront the impact head-on. Although his body quivered slightly, Yu Hao stood firm like a resilient boulder, all thanks to the protective barrier. Wang Dong confronted his second father, seeking answers for his questionable behavior. He couldn't believe that they had just returned, and his friend was already being targeted. In response, the second father inquired about Yu Hao's identity, wanting to understand who he was. He then clarified that it wasn't that they lacked visitors, but rather that they were selective about who they invited. Welcoming Yu Hao inside, the second father expressed curiosity about his strength, impressed by the immense pressure he had exerted. Although Yu Hao had only endured it for a few seconds, he found himself drenched in sweat. Leading Yu Hao to a room in the castle, Wang Dong worried that it might be too plain for his friend but hoped he wouldn't mind. Wang Dong promised Yu Hao that he would fetch a mattress for him to relax, yet Yu Hao insisted that Wang Dong visit his family first. While Yu Hao paused to appreciate the breathtaking sea of clouds, he felt a sudden chill in the air. On the other hand, Wang Dong headed to see his family only to be startled by a commotion outside. Upon announcing his presence to his eldest father, Wang Dong was taken aback by the unexpected sight that greeted him. When Wang Dong arrived, he was greeted by a scene of his two fathers locked in a heated argument. His eldest father, overjoyed to see him, lovingly called him Little Donger and asked about his return. The eldest father explained that he had stepped in to protect a guest who had traveled a long way from the intimidating behavior of his second father. However, the second father was irritated by this interference and questioned why he was being treated in such a way. Despite the tension, the eldest father reassured Wang Dong that they would take care of him as his parents had entrusted them to do. Surprisingly, the eldest father also mentioned that Wang Dong's friend Yu Hao should not be underestimated, revealing that he possessed a spirit ring that had been around for 400,000 years. Wang Dong admitted that he had no idea about Yu Hao's powerful spirit ring, but he assured his fathers that Yu Hao had always treated him sincerely and kindly. Wang Dong then pointed out that Yu Hao appeared to be only around 20 years old and had a cultivation level of only around 40, which made it seem unlikely for him to possess such a formidable spirit beast. The eldest father decided that they needed to investigate and determine the true extent of Yu Hao's abilities. He made it clear that he would delve deeper into the matter. Wang Dong made a strong plea to his two fathers, urging them not to harm Yu Hao. He stressed that while they could assess him, they must not cause him any harm, as it might drive Yu Hao away. The eldest father agreed, assuring Wang Dong that they would handle the situation appropriately. However, he made it clear that if Yu Hao wanted to be with Wang Dong, he would have to pass their trials. The second father, on the other hand, expressed frustration and suggested that it would be easier to dismiss Yu Hao and get rid of him. The eldest father scolded him, reminding him of his maturity and questioning his reckless behavior. He emphasized that Wang Dong's sincerity towards Yu Hao should have been obvious. The second father, driven by curiosity about Yu Hao's secrets, prioritized observing his character above all else. Curiosity got the better of the second father, as he wondered if the tense atmosphere was because of Yu Hao. The eldest father, wanting to gather more information, asked about the room where Yu Hao was staying. The second father identified it as the chilling jade room. Wang Dong had recommended that room to aid Yu Hao in his cultivation, and the second father questioned if there were any issues with it. Meanwhile, in the chilling jade room, the UN energy emitted from the ice-chill chalcedony bed alleviated the power of origin sealed within Yu Hao. This prevented any uncontrollable intertwining of their spirit beast's power, which could potentially lead to a catastrophic disaster. The resulting energy surge could even cause the entire mountain ridge to vanish forever. Yu Hao could feel the surge of power emanating from the ice-chill chalcedony bed arranged by Wang Dong, and he couldn't help but be drawn into cultivation. The UN energy's extreme cold seamlessly merged with Yu Hao's meridians, blending with the absolute ice spirit essence. However, an unexpected turn of events took place. The sealed essence of the Snow Emperor unexpectedly came back to life. The golden snow orb began rapidly expanding, growing at an alarming rate, indicating a potential crisis on the horizon. The meeting of these extremes triggered a profound change in the absolute power, causing the absolute ice to transform into absolute fire. The once peaceful snow orb had now become a volatile bomb filled with absolute power, ready to explode at any given moment. This sudden transformation sent shockwaves throughout the Clear Sky sect, leaving everyone feeling a sense of tightness in their chests. Even the lower-ranked followers found themselves completely immobilized, unable to move even an inch. The eldest clan head of the Clear Sky sect was quick to grasp the severity of the threat looming over them. Despite not knowing all the details, he was well aware that their safety was at stake. In a swift response, he ordered all elders to gather the followers and evacuate Haotian Peak immediately to escape the impending danger. Wang Dong, sensing the energy coming from Yu Hao, was intrigued by the unfolding events. Suddenly, he felt a heavy pressure immobilizing him, making it hard to move. Despite his struggle, he hoped Yu Hao would intervene to ensure his safety. When told to evacuate, Wang Dong adamantly refused, stating he wouldn't leave as long as Yu Hao was in danger. As chaos erupted and the danger grew, the eldest clan decided to have Wang Dong escorted away with the other followers for evacuation. Realizing the grim reality, he mourned the fate of the Clear Sky sect, seemingly doomed with no way out. Determined to make a difference, he called upon Titan, understanding the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, Yu Hao remained unaware of the chaos brewing in the chilling Jade Room. Inside, the snow orb had become dangerously unstable, its opposing powers like a ticking time bomb. Even the Snow Emperor was unable to control the unleashed energy, worsening the already difficult situation. In the realm of spirits, the Ice Emperor apologized to the Snow Emperor for disappointing her. Tian Meng suggested that burning the power of the Ice Emperor's soul essence might not immediately prevent the impending catastrophe. Yu Hao insisted that giving up was not an option. He pondered whether their combined efforts, along with Yi Lai, the Snow Emperor, and brother Tian Meng, could suppress the snow orb. Yi Lao mentioned that if there were another way, he would act without hesitation. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to wait for their impending doom. Tian Meng proposed that the Ice Emperor burn his soul essence as a potential solution. As Yi Lai spoke of a slim chance of survival, the Ice Emperor turned to Tian Meng for his opinion. Tian Meng replied that he had no regrets despite his long life. He acknowledged that his fate was intertwined with the Ice Emperor, whom he cherished deeply. Even though the Ice Emperor did not feel the same way, Tian Meng found happiness in her presence every day. He declared that her mere existence brought him contentment, regardless of her feelings towards him. Tian Meng realized this could be his final chance to speak to the Ice Emperor, wanting to share his last words sincerely. He pleaded with her not to ridicule or scold him. The Ice Emperor confessed her love for Tian Meng. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried uncontrollably, but promised to listen without judgment. Touched by the heartfelt moment, Yi Lai vowed to stop calling Tian Meng a big worm. He acknowledged the Ice Emperor as the older man's equal. Reflecting on the past, Yi Lai noted Tian Meng's newfound excitement. Despite the uncertainty, Yi Lai urged the Ice Emperor to gather his strength and fight once more. As the powers of Yu Hao, Tian Meng, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Yi Lai KC intertwined into a single turbulent surge of energy, the situation spiraled into chaos and fear. Yi Lai rallied everyone to face the looming danger head-on, even if it meant putting their lives on the line in combat. Observing the disordered atmosphere, the first and second leaders of the clan contemplated Yu Hao's actions, wondering if he had crossed a line and brainstorming potential solutions. In the midst of the turmoil, Yi Lai felt a mental boost coming from the outside world, aiding them in their struggle. Appreciative of the assistance, Yi Lai expressed gratitude to the second and first leaders for their help, acknowledging the crucial role they played in their eventual triumph. Yi Lai stressed the significance of giving their utmost, even when faced with uncertainty. Despite the potential risk of Snow Emperor losing her memories and spirit essence, he urged everyone to put forth their best effort. With unwavering determination, 2 sparks of the ascended mind flame flickered in Yi Lai's eyes, gently landing on the snow orb and partially soothing its agitation. Yi Lai then suggested leading the snow orb out of the body and utilizing their collective power to seal it instantly. As the snow orb threatened to escape, they realized it was a now or never moment. 7 powerful streams of energy encircled the snow orb like a swirling vortex, culminating in a tremendous surge of energy from the pinnacle of the clear sky castle. Gradually, the opposing forces of heat and cold transformed from hostility to tranquility, and the Snow Emperor merged harmoniously with the snow orb. With the snow orb now pacified, it slowly took on the form of an embryo. Yi Lai expressed a sense of relief, confirming the success of their plan, while the eldest and second clan heads let out sighs of relief. Yi Lai admitted that he was feeling hesitant about parting ways with them now, which was a rare occurrence for him. It made Yu Hao wonder if Yi Lai had decided to sacrifice himself without informing anyone, as he had started addressing Yu Hao as a teacher. Worried, Yu Hao called out to him. However, Yi Lai reassured Liu Hao, explaining that there was no need to worry because everything was under control. He clarified that the fragments of the ascended mind could revert to an embryo form even without an emperor's presence. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Yi Lai encouraged Yu Hao not to be sad and emphasized that death was nothing to fear. He even expressed his joy at the birth of a new life form. Liu Hao, overwhelmed with emotions, couldn't help but sob uncontrollably, begging Yi Lai not to leave and questioning if he was lying. As Yi Lai started to fade away, Yu Hao reached out his hand towards him, either to try and stop him or to convey his own emotions at that moment. The oldest leader of the clan asked Yi Lai if he had sacrificed his enlightened mind to stop the avalanche of changes. Yi Lai nodded in confirmation, explaining that he didn't have the time to go into details. He urged them to have faith in his wisdom, highlighting the inherent kindness of his student Yu Hao. Yi Lai politely asked them to stop bothering him and suggested that they might be able to help him instead. He instructed them to inform Yu Hao how to bring him back to life before he passed away. The eldest clan leader praised Yi Lai's compassion, noting that Yu Hao was lucky to have such a mentor. Meanwhile, the second clan leader expressed his yearning for their past lives as he wept uncontrollably, revealing his deep emotional turmoil. Yu Hao, overwhelmed by the situation, couldn't believe what was happening as he lay down, joining in the flood of tears. As Yu Hao's voice echoed, reaching out to Yi Lai with utmost respect as his mentor, he laid bare his vulnerability and the exhaustion that plagued his consciousness. His eyes fixated on the suspended embryo of the Snow Emperor, and he felt the presence of two distinct spirit essences, leaving him curious about the reason behind their existence. Yu Hao pondered whether the missing essence had any connection to Yi Lai's previous sacrifice. At that very moment, Yi Lai responded to Yu Hao's call, and an overwhelming surge of excitement engulfed him as he joyfully proclaimed the return of his revered teacher. A profound sense of relief and hope flooded Yu Hao's being, knowing that Yi Lai was by his side once again. Yi Lai comforted Yu Hao, assuring him that life had a deeper meaning than just living or dying. He shared that a part of his consciousness had merged with Yu Hao, granting him a new spirit essence, Death's holy god. As Yi Lai departed, both the Ice Emperor and Tian Meng slept for a while, leaving Yu Hao to rely on himself. Calling Yu Hao a child, Yi Lai advised him to be strong, brave, and resilient. He urged Yu Hao to stay calm and composed, hinting that there might be more of him in other universes. To reunite, Yu Hao would have to work hard on his cultivation. With a final farewell, Yi Lai left Yu Hao with these thoughts. Startled by his sudden awakening, Yu Hao found himself grappling with the vividness of his dream, wishing he was the one who had never woken up. As he tried to gather his thoughts, Wang Dong's voice broke through the haze, bringing him back to reality and prompting him to acknowledge his friend's presence. However, in his disoriented state, Yu Hao mistook Wang Dong for the goddess of light from his dream, a testament to the lingering impact of his subconscious experience. Concerned by Yu Hao's emotional outburst, Wang Dong urged him to open up and share what had transpired, sensing that there was more to the story than Yu Hao was willing to admit. Yu Hao, still grappling with the aftermath of his dream, confided in Wang Dong about the profound loss he had suffered, causing tears to cascade down his cheeks. Wang Dong, overflowing with empathy, enveloped Yu Hao in a comforting embrace, providing him with the solace and support he desperately needed. As Yu Hao awoke and gazed at his reflection, he beheld the manifestation of Death's holy god spirit ring, serving as a poignant reminder of the deep sorrow and enigmatic journey he had just endured. In a heartfelt conversation with his mentor Yi Lai, Yu Hao bared his struggles in trying to rein in his emotions, despite recognizing that the apparition he encountered was merely a shadow of Yi Lai. Despite his best efforts, tears continued to stream down his face uncontrollably. With an unwavering determination to conquer his emotional fragility, Yu Hao made a solemn vow to himself and Yi Lai that he would strive to become stronger in the days ahead.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Wang Dong inquired about Yu Hao's well-being and advised him not to be too hard on himself. Yu Hao assured Wang Dong that although he had experienced sadness, he recognized it as a transient state and affirmed his determination to emerge from it stronger than before. Wang Dong remarked that it seemed like Yu Hao had matured through the experience, to which Yu Hao humbly responded that he wasn't entirely sure about that, but he certainly felt very hungry at that moment. Wang Dong chuckled and suggested that they go out to eat, offering Yu Hao a chance to take his mind off things and enjoy a meal together. Yu Hao inquired if Wang Dong had acquired a spirit ring yet. Wang Dong admitted that he hadn't, feeling unable to set off on his journey while Yu Hao was still struggling. Despite this, he felt a sense of relief. Yu Hao called out to Wang Dong as he asked what was on Yu Hao's mind. Yu Hao said that he had a secret that he had been meaning to tell Wang Dong. Wang Dong confided that he also had a secret to share with Yu Hao and believed that one day, Yu Hao's secret would no longer remain hidden from him. Yu Hao made a promise to Wang Dong, assuring him that he would reveal all his secrets when the time was right. He made it clear that Wang Dong would be the first person to hear them. With this agreement settled, Yu Hao asked if Wang Dong planned to start his quest for a spirit ring the next day. He suggested that they cultivate together that night, mentioning that his cultivation level had reached 50. Wang Dong was surprised by this significant increase and asked if Yu Hao's level had truly risen by that much. Yu Hao attributed his remarkable progress to Wang Dong's ice-chill chalcedony bed, expressing regret for accidentally damaging such a valuable treasure. He felt sorry for not being able to offer proper compensation. Playfully, Wang Dong jokingly suggested that Yu Hao could compensate by offering his body. Yu Hao responded with a joke of his own, proposing to sign a contract to sell himself to Wang Dong, with the condition that Wang Dong wouldn't resell him. Wang Dong reassured him that he wouldn't do so, and they both laughed, acknowledging the lightheartedness of the conversation. Blushing, Wang Dong found himself flustered, questioning the implications of his previous words to Yu Hao. Trying to change the subject, he urged Yu Hao to finish his meal before it got cold. Yu Hao reassured him that he had eaten enough. The next morning, Yu Hao and the two clan leaders said their goodbyes to Wang Dong as he left the Clear Skies castle. Afterward, the eldest clan leader approached Yu Hao and requested a conversation. Feeling a moment of panic, Yu Hao wondered about the elder's intentions, but complied with the request, taking a seat as instructed. Yu Hao couldn't shake off the feeling of unease as he pondered the possibility of the clan leaders using Wang Dong's absence to confront him. Despite his apprehension, Yu Hao respectfully greeted the eldest and second clan heads and promptly apologized for the damage he had caused to their ice-chilled chalcedony bed. He expressed genuine remorse and promised to find a way to make things right in the future. Much to his surprise, the eldest clan head reassured Yu Hao that he was forgiven, revealing that they had actually called him there to hear about the experiences he and Wang Dong had shared. Yu Hao couldn't help but wonder why the clan heads were so interested in their experiences. It was then that the eldest clan head stepped forward to shed some light on the matter. Apparently Wang Dong had been talking a lot about his school life, piquing their curiosity. Understanding their fascination, Yu Hao decided to recount their first day at Shrek Academy. He vividly described the moment he and Wang Dong first crossed paths, which surprisingly led to a minor conflict. But fate had other plans for them, as they soon discovered that they were destined to be roommates. This revelation left the second clan head perplexed, prompting the eldest clan head to explain that it was quite common for students to share a room at the academy. Yu Hao confirmed this, assuring them that they were indeed assigned to share a dorm room. Intrigued by the arrangement, the clan heads inquired about the beds in the dorm room. Yu Hao clarified that there were 2 beds, emphasizing that they were both male and, therefore, couldn't possibly share a single bed. Relieved by this explanation, the clan heads' concerns were alleviated. Yu Hao couldn't help but be curious about their sudden interest in dorm room arrangements. Sensing his curiosity, they reassured him that it was nothing serious. They had worries about Wang Dong's mysophobia, which they now realized were unfounded. With their concerns addressed, the clan heads encouraged Yu Hao to continue with his story. They were eager to hear more about their experiences at Shrek Academy, eager to delve deeper into the world that had captivated Wang Dong's attention. From the moment they set foot in Shrek Academy to their involvement in the prestigious inter-school spirit tournament for high-level spirit masters, Yu Hao animatedly shared their adventures with the 2 clan leaders. The eldest clan head was taken aback by the depth of their shared experiences, realizing how much their journey had strengthened their bond. The second clan head nodded in agreement, noting how their strong relationship shone through their stories. Yu Hao expressed his gratitude for having Wang Dong by his side as a loyal companion, describing their connection as a true blessing. In response, Niu Tian, the eldest clan head, made a heartfelt gesture by suggesting that Yu Hao drop the formal title and simply address him as Niu Tian, like a friend or uncle. His brother Taitan could be called Taitan. Yu Hao happily accepted this warm offer, further solidifying their bond. Feeling relief from Niu Tian and Taitan's approval, Yu Hao was touched when Niu Tian expressed sympathy for his recent loss and inquired about his well-being. Yu Hao assured them that his physical body was fine, but his sea of consciousness had suffered some damage. He shared his need to focus on cultivation to aid in his recovery process. Niu Tian was worried about Yu Hao's damaged sea of consciousness, wondering how he managed to stay on his feet despite the injury. Yu Hao clarified that although his sea of consciousness was damaged and reduced in size, his soul essence was unharmed, allowing him to continue functioning. Niu Tian then requested permission to examine Yu Hao's sea of consciousness. After a brief pause, Niu Tian declared that Yu Hao's sea of consciousness had been restored. Yu Hao was amazed, as he had never encountered anyone who could heal sea of consciousness injuries, except for Mulao. Grateful for their assistance, Yu Hao expressed his heartfelt thanks, realizing that the clan head of the Clear Sky sect likely possessed immunity to poison. Niu Tian warmly welcomed Yu Hao, explaining that within his sea of consciousness, there was a second spiritual sea that acted as a protective barrier for his soul essence. Niu Tian approached Yu Hao with a hesitant request, unsure of how he would react. Yu Hao, however, encouraged him to share his thoughts, putting Niu Tian at ease. Niu Tian then expressed his concerns about the angel residing in Yu Hao's second spiritual sea, worried about any potential harm it could bring. Yu Hao promised to keep him updated and assured him that everything would be fine. The conversation then shifted to the declining population of spirit beasts due to human actions over the years. Niu Tian mentioned ongoing research by spirit masters to find new ways of cultivation, shedding light on the complex relationship between humans and spirit beasts. He believed that Yu Hao's soul beast embryo could bring about a revolution in cultivation methods, signaling a new era. Seeking his brother's opinion, Niu Tian mentioned that Yu Hao had been naive not to see Wang Dong's true nature. Despite this, he praised Yu Hao's mental strength, comparing it to that of a 100,000-year spirit beast. As they pondered the possibility of early soul beasts hatching, they couldn't help but wonder about the events unfolding before them. Yu Hao was suddenly overcome by a wave of discomfort coursing through his body. His head throbbed with an intense pain, and a dizzying sensation engulfed him. He couldn't help but attribute this strange feeling to the embryo residing within his second spiritual sea. The snow embryo exhibited vigorous movements, each wriggle causing a disturbance in Yu Hao's state of mind. He couldn't help but wonder if this indicated that the embryo was on the verge of hatching, astonished by its rapid development. As Yu Hao grappled with the realization of the imminent emergence of this new entity within him, he couldn't shake off his concerns about what it would look like. Meanwhile, the clan elders speculated that the surge of energy emanating from the embryo might be the root cause of Yu Hao's unstable mental state. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they made a firm decision to closely monitor Yu Hao's condition and mood, ready to intervene if necessary. As Yu Hao witnessed the entity draining his mental strength, a sense of concern washed over him. The rapid depletion left him fearing for his endurance, and the whole situation became terrifying. Questions about the nature of this mysterious being filled his mind. Thankfully, the draining sensation eventually ceased, prompting a sigh of relief. However, the aftermath revealed that he was left with less than 40% of his mental strength, highlighting the severity of the ordeal. Surprisingly, Yu Hao noticed that his mental strength was now recovering at a rapid pace. He speculated that the embryo within him might be responsible for this astonishing development. Not only did his mental strength return to its former peak, but it continued to rise. As he observed the eggshell cracking, he couldn't help but wonder if the embryo was on the verge of hatching. The sudden silence left him feeling anxious, akin to a father eagerly awaiting the birth of his child. And then, to his amazement, he witnessed the egg cracking further, revealing a hand emerging from within. Yu Hao's amazement grew as he observed the hand. Its white and tender complexion resembled that of a human, but he couldn't let himself feel relieved just yet. What if this creature turned out to be a monster? He quickly dismissed the thought, refusing to dwell on it. As he watched the hand's actions, he couldn't help but notice its voracious appetite for his mental strength, which seemed to be at a high level. Concerned about what might happen if it didn't have enough to sustain itself, he wondered if it would turn to him as its next source of nourishment, and then a thought crossed his mind. Could this creature actually speak? He couldn't help but imagine it possessing a cute voice. As the egg cracked open, Yu Hao was filled with awe as he discovered a girl nestled inside. He couldn't help but gush over her adorable appearance. Eager to communicate, he questioned whether she was the Snow Empress, and if she remembered him. However, the girl remained silent, engrossed in devouring the egg yolk. Unfazed, Yu Hao introduced himself and inquired about the Ice Empress and Tian Meng. While the girl continued to relish the egg yolk, Yu Hao carefully observed her actions, attempting to unravel her intentions. Suddenly it dawned on him that she was uttering the word Papa. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yu Hao struggled to comprehend that the third-ranked soul beast of the entire continent was calling him Papa. The young girl expressed her longing to venture outside, prompting Yu Hao to inquire if she was capable of leaving. Without hesitation, the young girl darted out, catching sight of Niu Tian and Tai Tan. Curiosity piqued. She fled in their direction. Yu Hao urgently called out to the girl, urging her to wait and halt her steps. As Yu Hao listened to the girl's words, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. She insisted that Niu Tian and Tai Tan were baddies and encouraged him to hit them. However, Yu Hao knew better than to judge someone based on appearances alone. He pointed out the mess in the room, explaining to the Snow Empress that Niu Tian and Tai Tan would be upset. The Snow Empress defended herself, claiming it was unintentional. Tai Tan, surprised by Yu Hao's defense, questioned how he could side with her, considering her young age. Yu Hao, determined to protect the Snow Empress, asked Tai Tan what he had done wrong. Tai Tan, acknowledging the Snow Empress's good behavior, asked her if Yu Hao's defense was justified. Suddenly, the Snow Empress attacked Tai Tan, but Yu Hao managed to warn him just in time. Concerned, he asked if Tai Tan was all right. Thankfully, he was unharmed. Yu Hao let out a sigh of relief, admitting that he was a little scared. He couldn't help but notice that the Snow Empress possessed ice powers similar to his own, at a power level of 50. Tai Tan reassured her that he meant no harm and questioned why she was against him. Niu Tian chimed in, suggesting that it might be because Tai Tan was not the most attractive person. Taitan playfully joked that he resembled his older brother and couldn't understand why they needed to fight. Turning to the Snow Empress, Yu Hao playfully scolded her for being mischievous. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that she didn't have a physical form. While she felt soft and warm, she existed somewhere between a solid state and an energy state, unlike humans. Tai inquired about the Snow Empress's origins, questioning if she was a soul beast. Yu Hao confirmed this, explaining that she was the Heavenly Snow Empress reborn from earthly and heavenly energies. Tai then asked about the possibility of her being one of the 10 vicious beasts, having lived for 700,000 years. He wondered if she had transformed into her current form. Yu Hao realized he couldn't keep the Snow Empress a secret any longer, but he trusted the two uncles after the incident. The Snow Empress gestured at Yu Hao, who asked if she wanted to return. He also asked if she wanted to find a place to live. Tai was surprised to learn that she took up 2 spirit ring slots. He questioned if the little Snow Empress had become a spirit ring and doubted if she could revert to her previous form. As he called her back, the Snow Empress transformed, putting Tai at ease. Tai affectionately called out to the Snow Princess, asking if he could carry her. Niu Tian speculated that the Snow Princess was using the 4 rings to recover her energy. He understood that during battles, the Snow Empress drew energy directly from the rings, not from him. Niu Tian noted that they just needed to be connected, which was advantageous. He agreed that this way there were essentially 2 of them fighting simultaneously. Niu Tian also sensed that Yu Hao's body was advancing to the next level. He mentioned that these improvements were purely on the bloodline level, so there wouldn't be many physical changes during the process. Niu Tian then mentioned that it provided a significant boost to Yu Hao's strength. With his current progress, Yu Hao could potentially reach the rank of a titled Daoluo by the time he turns 40.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Yu Hao was pleasantly surprised by Uncle Niu's high regard for him. He then hugged the Snow Empress and planted a kiss on her cheek. Chuckling, he teased the Snow Empress when she wiped her face jokingly. He was asking if she didn't consider him like a father or if he was too dirty. Tai commented on how adorable the Snow Empress was and inquired if he could also kiss her. He promised to fulfill any of her wishes. Unintentionally, he referred to himself as Grandpa from Yu Hao's perspective. Tai remarked that the little girl was still holding a grudge against him and asked Yu Hao what she was saying. Yu Hao revealed that the Snow Empress was calling him a scoundrel as they laughed together. Tai was taken aback. Tai expressed that the Snow Empress was being unfair. He questioned whether it was his fault for being born unattractive. As the Snow Empress began speaking, Tai asked Yu Hao to translate her words. Yu Hao explained that she advised him not to get angry, which Tai found puzzling. He wondered if he had a short temper. Yu Hao clarified that the Empress mentioned it wasn't Tai's fault for his appearance, but it was his responsibility not to scare people away. Tai admitted defeat, acknowledging that the Snow Empress had won that round. He sighed, admitting he couldn't stay mad at her because she was just too cute. Turning to Niu Tian, he expressed his fascination with the situation and asked if he could also find a soul like that. Niu Tian cautioned him that it wasn't as simple as he thought, and questioned where he would find a beautiful humanoid soul similar to the Snow Empress. Niu Tian reminded Tai that his current task was to assist Yu Hao in testing his strength. Tai agreed and instructed Yu Hao to engage in a friendly sparring match. Yu Hao nodded in agreement. Tai then informed Yu Hao that while he couldn't harm the Snow Empress, he wouldn't show any mercy either. This revelation surprised Yu Hao, who questioned whether Tai would resort to bullying the weak. Tai explained that age was not a factor that would grant him any leniency on the battlefield. He asked Yu Hao if his opponents would go easy on him just because he was younger. Tai emphasized that in order to become the best of the best, one must be prepared to face any challenge that comes their way. Just then, the Snow Empress appeared and reprimanded them for their misconduct once again. Overwhelmed with emotions, Tai began to sob uncontrollably. Yu Hao, understanding Tai's distress, assured him that he would wait for him at a designated location. Tai, consumed by anger, retorted that Yu Hao should indeed wait for him, as he would effortlessly crush him with his strength. The rules were clear. Yu Hao was forbidden from using his spirit essence, while Tai had the freedom to retaliate with a reasonable amount of strength. Yu Hao agreed to these terms, confident that he could still emerge victorious if he could find a way to outsmart Tai's strength. However, Tai underestimated Yu Hao's abilities, believing that without his spirit essence, Yu Hao would be powerless. And so the battle began. Tai exerted his pressure, but Yu Hao stood firm. displaying his unwavering determination on the battlefield. Tai couldn't help but notice the unusual white spirit ring that Yu Hao possessed and questioned its origin, wondering if it could be a 10-year-old spirit ring. Yu Hao reminded Tai to stay focused on the fight, not allowing any distractions to sway his attention. With his Descension of the Sovereign technique, Yu Hao managed to knock Tai back, earning a nod of acknowledgement from his opponent for his skill. The battle raged on, with both fighters exchanging blows. Tai admitted that Yu Hao had a formidable punch, finding the fight increasingly intriguing. As Yu Hao unleashed the evolved version of his technique, Gaze of Destiny, Tai braced himself, displaying his resilience against Yu Hao's relentless attacks. Feeling the vast cultivation gap between them, Yu Hao realized that his techniques were proving ineffective against Tai. Determined to push Tai to use his spirit essence, Yu Hao unleashed a series of powerful techniques, including the Protection of the Ice Emperor, Claw of the Ice Emperor, and Shadow Illusion Step. Niu, observing the battle, recognized the Shadow Illusion Step and understood Yu Hao's strategic approach. Yu Hao knew that if he wanted to compel Tai to use his spirit essence, he would have to go to great lengths to achieve that goal. With a surge of determination, Yu Hao unleashed the complete version of the Shadow God Terror Claw, only to be surprised when Tai blocked it with his bare hands. Despite Yu Hao's warning to be cautious, Tai brushed it off and jokingly demanded compensation for his clothes, calling Yu Hao a rascal. At that moment, Yu Hao realized that his worries had been unnecessary. Niu commented on how Yu Hao still approached combat with a childlike innocence, urging him to be mindful of his opponent's capabilities. Undeterred, Yu Hao continued his relentless assault, tapping into the rage of the Ice Emperor, determined to overcome any obstacle in his path. Yu Hao's confidence took a hit when Tai questioned if he had anything left up his sleeve. It dawned on him that he had exhausted all his tricks and had no more cards to play. Tai, on the other hand, seemed unfazed save for a few ruffled clothes. Yu Hao came to terms with the vast difference in their abilities, realizing he stood no chance against Tai in his current state. Despite this, Niu praised Yu Hao's punch for its impressive blend of mental strength, momentum, and soul power. He even went as far as to claim that Wang Dong wouldn't stand a chance against Yu Hao. In defeat, Yu Hao admitted his loss to Tai, humbly acknowledging his shortcomings in comparison to Tai's strengths. Although defeated, he reassured the Snow Empress that losing was a natural part of the process, especially when facing such a formidable opponent. The Snow Empress then encouraged Yu Hao to propose a rematch with Tai. Yu Hao proposed another duel to Tai, who was curious if the Snow Empress had more tricks up her sleeve. Feeling a strange connection with the Snow Empress, Yu Hao found her adorable and couldn't resist raising his hand. However, he held back from going all out. Suddenly, Clear Sky Peak transformed into a snowy landscape with dancing snowflakes. Tai worried about not being able to locate Yu Hao, while Yu Hao noticed the expanded ice field's increased range and temperature. Despite the changes, Yu Hao could still sense Tai's presence within the icy terrain. Tai realized his spirit essence couldn't help him find Yu Hao in the expanded ice field. As the snow disappeared and the temperature rose slightly, Neo warned Tai about the deceptive warmth and absence of snow, signaling the activation of the Snow Empress's technique. Tai recognized the abnormal coldness emanating from the Snow Empress's palm, which penetrated through his spirit power and blood circulation. The formidable protection of the Snow Empress's ice power was evident in the bone-chilling coldness of her technique. Yu Hao cautioned the Snow Empress about the potential danger of using that technique on Tai. Tai, confused, asked Yu Hao if he truly believed it would harm him. He then questioned who deserved the title of shield title Duluo, himself or Yu Hao. Tai dared Yu Hao to reveal all his abilities if he had any left. Niu then informed Tai that he had already lost. Tai, angry, demanded to know how he was defeated. Niu stated that a loss was a loss, with no arguments. He pointed out that Tai must have felt threatened and instinctively summoned his spirit weapon. Niu acknowledged that Yu Hao had a backup plan, and the technique could have harmed Tai. Grudgingly, Tai accepted this, agreeing with Niu's logic. Niu praised Yu Hao, admitting he hadn't expected the Snow Empress to master his soul and replicate his techniques flawlessly. In the vast expanse of the absolute northern lands, there resided 3 formidable spirit beasts, known as the 3 Heavenly Kings. Among them were the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan's Snow Devil King. Legend spoke of the Snow Empress, who possessed an extraordinary mastery of 3 ultimate techniques. Her sword and palm techniques were said to chill the very sky, while her bone-chilling Winter Zone was a domain-type skill that she could unleash alongside a partner. This icy domain was her battleground, perfectly suited for her battles in the frigid lands. The Snow Empress had the incredible ability to transform any area into her domain, turning it into a forbidden ground where snowflakes danced in the air. Her frozen palm technique was said to be unstoppable, leaving no one immune to its effects. The only way to survive was to evade it completely. Even the best efforts would likely prove futile if she were to employ this technique. But it was her Empress Frozen Sword technique that truly showcased her mastery. With this technique, she condensed the snow from 1,000 miles into a snowblade, embodying unrivaled absolute ice. It was considered the pinnacle of ice manipulation. Yu Hao, who had just used a strike that paled in comparison to the Snow Empress's power, forced Tai to unleash his spirit essence in order to resist it. Yu Hao himself was amazed at the boost in his strength when teaming up with the Snow Empress. Even the sect masters of the Clear Sky sect were astounded by his performance, as it exceeded all expectations. Tai, having finally dispelled the frost, admitted that the gust of chill had reached the very core of his being. Niu cautioned him against relying solely on his resilient body and attributed this to Tai's fighting habits. He warned him of the consequences of facing every attack head-on. Tai, deep in thought, contemplated how he would unleash his full strength against Yu Hao. Tai proceeded with caution, emphasizing the need to be extremely careful if he were to engage in a sparring match with the Snow Empress. He openly expressed his desire to challenge her strength, proposing a duel to determine the superior fighter. Turning to Yu Hao, Tai inquired about the technique that had been concealed during their previous conversation. Yu Hao revealed that he had refrained from using an ice explosion technique, which he had readied when Tai's palm connected with his arm. He explained that the detonation would have been internal, triggered by his spirit power and the sub-zero temperature of the Snow Empress's shield. Yu Hao admitted to feeling apprehensive about the potential consequences. Impressed by Yu Hao's honesty, Tai commended him for his bravery and officially declared him the victor of their match. Yu Hao noticed Tai's unusual behavior and sought confirmation from Niu, who reassured him that everything was fine, suggesting that Tai simply needed some time to compose himself. The situation took a comical turn when Tai unexpectedly let out a loud fart, prompting Niu to recommend a punishment for the stinky offense jokingly. It appeared that Yu Hao's encounter with the Snow Empress had not only improved his combat skills, but also bolstered his endurance in battle. The Snow Empress's spirit had not only heightened his fighting abilities, but also strengthened his resilience, particularly in cold or damp conditions. Yu Hao was confident that, thanks to the Snow Emperor's great help, one could confront a fighter in true spirit essence form on an even playing field. When Wang Dong showed up 3 days later, Yu Hao welcomed him eagerly. He asked if Wang Dong had acquired a spirit ring. Wang Dong simply replied that everything was taken care of, hinting that it was confidential. Yu Hao pushed for more information, but Wang Dong assured him that he would reveal everything once they were back at Shrek Academy, emphasizing that it was extremely powerful. During their conversation, Yu Hao initially dismissed Wang Dong's secret, implying that he didn't care if Wang Dong kept it to himself. However, when prompted further, Yu Hao playfully hinted that his secret was quite powerful, but left Wang Dong hanging, promising to reveal it once they returned to Shrek Academy. This evasiveness frustrated Wang Dong, causing him to question Yu Hao's humanity for playing such a trick. Sensing Wang Dong's anger, Yu Hao quickly reassured him, claiming it was all just a joke. Later on, Yu Hao mentions that the Snow Princess has appeared. Wang Dong caught sight of her and couldn't help but comment on her cuteness, expressing a desire to hug her. However, Yu Hao cautioned Wang Dong against touching her, warning that her icy nature could harm him, especially considering his current state. Despite the warning, to Yu Hao's surprise, the Snow Empress settled on Wang Dong's shoulder. He couldn't help but remark on her favoritism towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong in return complimented the Snow Empress's tender skin and jokingly asked for a kiss. However, when she leaned in, Wang Dong quickly stepped back, citing societal norms regarding close contact between men and women. Yu Hao chuckled, teasingly suggesting that the Snow Princess preferred handsome men and wasn't interested in him as a father. This comment angered Wang Dong, who demanded clarification and questioned Yu Hao's claim about being a father. Yu Hao playfully agreed, asking what the problem was with that, prompting Wang Dong to question when he supposedly became a father. Yu Hao tried to calm Wang Dong down, explaining that it was merely a nickname, and questioned why he was so worked up. In response, Wang Dong speculated if Yu Hao's agitation stemmed from Juzi. He questioned if Yu Hao was disappointing his sister. Yu Hao, bewildered, asked for clarification and dismissed Wang Dong's connection between his sister and Juzi. Annoyed by Yu Hao's response, Wang Dong accused him of being a player and threatened to punish him on behalf of his sister. Yu Hao desperately tried to get Wang Dong to stop and pay attention to what he had to say, stressing the importance of the information he needed to share. Despite his anger, Wang Dong stubbornly refused to listen and warned Yu Hao not to reveal anything. Despite facing Wang Dong's resistance, Yu Hao persisted in asking him to at least consider his explanation. He reminded Wang Dong of the name he had been calling her, finally disclosing her true identity as the Snow Empress. Wang Dong paused in his tracks, clearly intrigued by this unexpected revelation. Doubtful, Wang Dong questioned whether the girl before him was truly the Snow Empress, expressing his confusion over Yu Hao's words. He sought clarification, asking if Yu Hao was suggesting that, in addition to the Ice Jade Scorpion Empress residing within him, there was also the Snow Empress.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
After that, Yu Hao approached Wang Dong and spilled the beans about the Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Yi Lai. Wang Dong interrogated Yu Hao about the existence of 2 or 3 Arctic kings within him. Wang Dong acknowledged that Yu Hao had been hiding a lot from him. Yu Hao clarified that he hadn't intentionally kept it a secret, emphasizing the potential danger that even the knowledge of possessing the Ice Empress spirit bone could bring. He pleaded with Wang Dong not to be mad. Wang Dong reassured Yu Hao that he wouldn't be angry anymore. Surprised, Yu Hao commented on Wang Dong's quick mood swings. He then questioned if Wang Dong had been teasing him earlier. Wang Dong casually replied, suggesting that even if he had been teasing, it shouldn't matter. Yu Hao let out a sigh and admitted defeat to Wang Dong. Wang Dong then asked Yu Hao if he lacked confidence in creating another spiritual soul. Yu Hao brought up an interesting idea, the possibility of creating another spiritual soul. He believed that it might not be as dangerous as their current predicament. Curious, he turned to Wang Dong and asked if he would be interested in giving it a try. Wang Dong's eyes lit up with excitement as he revealed that he, too, possessed twin spirits. He eagerly expressed his willingness to be Yu Hao's experimental subject. Not only that, but Wang Dong also suggested that there were plenty of disciples at the Clear Sky Fortress who could serve as practice subjects for Yu Hao. This idea thrilled Yu Hao, who saw it as a great opportunity. He speculated that just like humans, spirit beasts might also attempt to extend their lifespans using similar methods. Wang Dong agreed, pointing out that this approach could potentially bridge the gap between humans and spirit beasts, easing the conflict between them. With Wang Dong obtaining his 6th spirit ring, their journey to Clear Sky Castle came to a close. As they left the castle behind, they bid farewell to each other halfway between Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire Royal Spirit Guidance Device Academy. As Yu Hao prepared to bid farewell, he made a promise to Wang Dong that they would meet again in 4 months at Shrek Academy. As Yu Hao left, Wang Dong couldn't help but sigh, muttering about Yu Hao's foolishness. Just then, Niu handed Wang Dong a small pouch and informed him that Yu Hao had successfully passed the test. Niu explained that if Wang Dong and Yu Hao's relationship had truly reached that level, Wang Dong could give the pouch to Yu Hao. Inside the pouch, Wang Dong's father had left something sealed with his mental imprint, but its contents remained a mystery. Wang Dong stared at the pouch, wondering what could be inside and why his father had entrusted it to Yu Hao alone. He then asked about the whereabouts of his parents, expressing his longing to see them again and admitting that he could barely remember their faces. Meanwhile, Yu Hao returned to the Sun Moon Empire Royal Spirit Guidance Divine Academy, dedicating himself tirelessly to his studies for the remaining 4 months. Despite feeling exhausted, he knew that the end of his tasks was near, with only a few days left before his departure. Suddenly, he heard Xian's voice from behind, declaring that she had finally found him and wouldn't let him escape. Yu Hao assured her that he would make time for them to test their skills before he left. Xian questioned if he was really leaving, and Yu Hao confirmed, explaining that his time as an exchange student was coming to an end, and he would be heading back to Shrek Academy in just 2 days. Before announcing her departure, Xian reminded Yu Hao not to break his promise. Exhausted from his efforts, Yu Hao immediately fell asleep upon returning to his room, only to be awakened by a knock at the door. To his surprise, it was Teacher Xuan. The teacher asked if Yu Hao had forgotten their plan to meet after class. Apologetically, Yu Hao explained that he had accidentally overslept. Curious about the 2 projects Yu Hao had mentioned, Teacher Xuan inquired further. Yu Hao explained that his first project was quite significant and would require a unique method to demonstrate. He suggested entering Teacher Xuan's Sea of Consciousness, which would require complete trust from him. When asked if this was possible, Teacher Xuan, who had been Yu Hao's teacher for 2 years, assured him that he would put an end to any nonsense and proceed. As the image was projected into Teacher Xuan's Sea of Consciousness, he was amazed to witness a towering humanoid spirit guidance device, standing at a staggering height of 83 meters, materialize before his eyes. Yu Hao was seated comfortably inside the machine, effortlessly showcasing its flying, running, and jumping abilities through the control panel. He even flawlessly executed the shadow illusion step. Emerging from Teacher Xuan's Sea of Consciousness, Yu Hao sank into his seat, his heart brimming with a whirlwind of emotions. Teacher Xuan, taken aback, expressed his disbelief at the machine's extraordinary capabilities. Yu Hao calmly explained that he had harnessed the power of 32 core arrays to achieve such feats, and meticulously balanced the machine. Curiously, he marveled at how the machine could operate for an entire hour on battery power alone, without the need for spirit power input. Teacher Xuan, intrigued by the mystery, acknowledged that this was precisely the issue he had been grappling with. Gesturing for Yu Hao to rise, he hinted that there was more to discuss and unravel. Teacher Xuan was adamant that Yu Hao explains the intricate design of the machine. However, Yu Hao confessed that he couldn't replicate it using the same method he used for the steel batteries. Surprisingly, Teacher Xuan admitted that he was the creator of the machine, but hadn't informed anyone higher up about it yet. He cautioned that if news of its existence got out, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the world. Sensing Teacher Xuan's confusion, Yu Hao hinted that he had more than one project up his sleeve. Intrigued, Teacher Xuan inquired about the other project. This time, Yu Hao unveiled a metal cylinder that was only half the height of an adult person. Suddenly, a chilling aura filled the room as the bomb made its appearance. It was a devastating weapon capable of obliterating an entire city upon detonation. Only 3 of these bombs existed in the entire Sun Moon Empire, securely locked away in the refinery vault. Teacher Xuan carefully examined the bomb, taking his time before finally looking up and sighing. He confessed to Yu Hao that he had completely underestimated his abilities, and couldn't believe he had managed to create such a destructive force. Curious to know if there was anything he could offer in exchange for the details, Teacher Xuan asked Yu Hao. In response, Yu Hao explained that while he could share the thought process behind the projects, the core techniques would remain a closely guarded secret. He reminded Teacher Xuan of their promise from 2 years ago, prompting Teacher Xuan to inquire if he was referring to the Tang sect. Teacher Xuan found himself enticed by Yu Hao's offer. Even though he was a highly skilled Tier 8 spiritual guidance master, he humbly admitted that he couldn't fully grasp the intricacies of the spirit guidance devices. However, he acknowledged that Yu Hao had presented him with a remarkable opportunity and asked for some time to ponder over the proposal. Yu Hao reassured Xuan that the Tang sect would always be open to him. He expressed his confidence in Xuan's ability to seamlessly merge the Tang sect's concealed weapons with the spirit guidance devices, perhaps even surpassing his expertise. After Teacher Xuan departed, Yu Hao sank into the sofa and let out a deep sigh. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in himself for not being able to surpass his teachers. The humanoid spirit guidance device was actually based on the giant spirit guidance device created by the renowned Mei the Whole. However, when Yu Hao showcased the device, he deliberately left out the failed components. On top of that, the Tier 8 spirit guidance bomb only emitted a terrifying aura because it was infused with the power of new life. Since it didn't belong to their world, even Jinghong Chen, a knowledgeable individual, wouldn't be able to comprehend its nature fully. Although it could instill fear in people, it lacked significant explosive power. Nevertheless, once it was fully completed, it would possess the destructive force equivalent to a Tier 9 spirit guidance bomb. Yu Hao couldn't help but believe that Teacher Xuan had finally acknowledged his efforts. He was convinced that he had shown Xuan things that even a brilliant mad scientist like him had never encountered before. Things that were simply irresistible. The fusion of the Tang sect's concealed weapons with the teacher's spiritual guidance devices held the potential to bring about a new era. As he prepared to return to Shrek Academy in just 2 days, Yu Hao couldn't help but wonder how his seniors were doing, and hoped that they were all thriving. As Yu Hao inquired about their destination, Jiju Chen eagerly responded that they were heading towards the prestigious sparring grounds of the Spirit Guidance Master. The sheer luxury of the place left Yu Hao in awe, prompting him to question the cost. With a smile, Jiju Chen revealed that it was priced at a whopping 100 gold coins per hour. Yu Hao couldn't help but express his hesitation, arguing that he didn't need a whole hour to defeat Jiju Chen and Xian. However, Jiju Chen quickly cautioned him against being too confident. He disclosed that in their previous sparring session, he had held back due to his lower spirit level compared to Yu Hao's. This time, Jiju Chen was determined to unleash his full power and issued a challenge to Yu Hao to defend against it. He even added that if Yu Hao couldn't, he could surrender. Yu Hao asked if they were truly committed to the challenge before agreeing to it. Jijue Chen then inquired if Yu Hao required some time to get ready. Yu Hao then questioned whether Jijue Chen had already paid 100 gold coins to rent the area. Jijue Chen, feeling puzzled, reassured Yu Hao that he had paid. Yu Hao proposed that they both begin at the same time for a fair competition. Chen inquired about Yu Hao's seriousness, prompting Yu Hao to question Chen's seriousness in return. Yu Hao wondered if Chen thought he was the only one holding back, to which Chen agreed, leading them to decide to move forward. With their decision made, they had to test Yu Hao's skills as the battle began. Xian braced herself for the upcoming fight. Yu Hao realized he couldn't spot Chen and Xian anymore. making him curious about their next move. Suddenly, a smoke ball materialized, signaling Xian's sixth ability was activated. Yu Hao speculated that Xian was trying to delay him by disorienting him, but he remained confident it wouldn't work. To counter the smoke, Yu Hao conjured a frost field, believing freezing the smoke was the best strategy. However, Xian knew the smoke alone wouldn't be enough to stop Yu Hao, hinting at another plan. Xian triggered the smoke ball's self-destruct feature. Yu Hao was taken aback, questioning if the smoke ball was still tracking him and if it was about to explode. Xian wondered if Yu Hao was implying that she should maintain a safe distance at all times. Yu Hao clarified to Xian that his ice abilities had advanced and were now more complex. Xian commented on the freezing temperature, struggling even to keep her smoke. She admitted that Yu Hao was not one to be delayed easily and sarcastically admitted that her goal had been achieved. Out of nowhere, Chen emerged with a mighty blade, causing Yu Hao to question the origin of this newfound power. Yu Hao surveyed the scene and detected a stillness in the air. He realized a duel was taking place at the Spirit Guidance Master sparring grounds. Acknowledging the potent combination of mental and spiritual power, Xian commented on the energy, expressing uncertainty about the outcome. Xian pondered whether Chen had emerged victorious. Chen then cautioned Yu Hao to be vigilant as he advanced with formidable force. Yu Hao tried to defend himself with his abilities, sparking a fierce exchange between them. Xian alerted Chen to the chilling aura emanating from his sword. Intrigued by the technique, Chen inquired about its style. Yu Hao revealed it as Snowless Chill, a new spirit technique he had recently mastered. Despite Chen admitting defeat, Yu Hao assured him he hadn't truly lost. Commending Chen for understanding the synergy of mental and spiritual strength and creating his realm, Yu Hao asked for the name of Chen's domain. Chen informed Yu Hao about the name of his domain, which he called Solitude. Yu Hao admitted that his domain was not yet complete and that he needed Xian's help. Sensing that Chen hadn't fully unleashed his power, Yu Hao expressed his desire to test Chen's strength if given the opportunity. Chen seemed puzzled for a moment, before asking Yu Hao if he planned to stay at Shrek Academy. Yu Hao confirmed this and asked Chen why he was asking. Yu Hao then suggested that they might consider visiting Shrek Academy themselves. Xian jokingly remarked that if Yu Hao were to leave and they couldn't find anyone decent to spar with at Shrek Academy, they would have to find him there. Yu Hao asked if she was serious, to which she playfully responded. Yu Hao then questioned whether they would have to endure being beaten up by his seniors if they were to come to Shrek Academy. Chen agreed, saying that it would be their best option. Yu Hao looked at his palm and admitted to Chen that he felt completely powerless in front of him. He praised Chen's determination, comparing it to a sharp sword that posed a threat to control-type soul masters. Yu Hao expressed his determination to convince Chen to stay if he were to go to Shrek Academy. However, he mentioned that before he left, he still needed to meet one more person. Bishop noticed that Yu Hao had experienced a growth spurt, particularly noticing his pair of vibrant eyes. He pondered the possibility that Yu Hao might have aspirations to join Radiant Hall, but quickly dismissed the idea as unlikely.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Yu Hao then expressed his gratitude to the bishop for the care he had received over the past 2 years. Since he would be departing the following day, he hoped that Bishop would accept a small token of appreciation from him. Bishop was taken aback by Yu Hao's gift offer, which made him recognize him as a thoughtful individual. He mentioned that none of his other students had ever displayed such consideration. However, Bishop remarked that the gift was a simple spirit device, lacking refinement and seemingly forced. With that, Yu Hao bid farewell as Bishop looked on, puzzled. Bishop examined the object and wondered if Yu Hao intended to mock him for not imparting any knowledge to him in the past few years. Despite his initial skepticism, Bishop decided to open the present and was pleasantly surprised. He soon realized that it could store spirit power and with a mechanism could release it directly. Bishop directed Lin Jiayi to bring Yu Hao back and proceeded to interrogate him about his intentions, urging him to speak up. Yu Hao seemed puzzled by the question, claiming he was unsure. Bishop scolded Yu Hao for feigning ignorance and probed further, questioning if the objective was merely to browse. He then delved into the details of the payment system and insisted that Yu Hao reveal his desired amount. Yu Hao revealed that he had created the charging mechanism structure as a gift for Bishop during his free time. However, Bishop was adamant that Yu Hao stop pretending and instead give him an opening price if he wanted to sell it. This request puzzled Yu Hao, who asked Bishop if he really wanted to purchase it. Yu Hao hesitated, mentioning that the price for the structure was quite high. Bishop urged him to speak up, and even questioned if he was being stingy. Finally, Yu Hao disclosed that the structure consisted of 3 pieces of level 9 soul devices. Bishop was taken aback by Yu Hao's revelation and questioned his belief in the abundance of level 9 soul devices in Radiant Hall. He made it clear that these devices were the result of hard work by numerous spirit masters and suspected Yu Hao of trying to deceive him. In response, Yu Hao swiftly suggested that if Bishop found it excessive, perhaps 2 or even 1 piece would be sufficient. Bishop pondered whether he should immediately dismiss Yu Hao, but he realized it wasn't the right time. He expressed curiosity about Yu Hao's charging mechanism structure, acknowledging that the Sun Moon Empire hadn't yet achieved such technological advancements. With this breakthrough, Bishop believed they could create a spirit device troupe that was accessible even to ordinary individuals, leaving a remarkable legacy in history. Bishop urged Yu Hao to propose an offer that would satisfy everyone, emphasizing that level 9 soul devices were non-negotiable. As Lin Jiayi poured water for the bishop, they engaged in conversation. Curiosity got the better of Yu Hao, who couldn't help but ask if the water was poisoned. This question seemed to ignite the bishop's anger, but he quickly reassured Yu Hao that he would never stoop so low as to use poison in his position. Yu Hao wasn't surprised by this response, as he had heard that Bishop Jing Hongchen was a ruthless and ambitious individual known for his formidable nature. However, Yu Hao couldn't help but wonder if the bishop's only flaw might be his stubbornness. Moving on from the topic of poison, Yu Hao acknowledged that not having level 9 soul devices was acceptable. He then proposed a question to the bishop, asking if it would be possible to exchange these devices for materials, as per the bishop's instructions. Yu Hao presented a list of items for the potential exchange, including 50,000 kilograms of purple gold copper, 100 kilograms of extraterrestrial meteoric steel, 500 kilograms of Radiant Hall's custom-made star moon alloy, 50,000 kilograms of sky spirit silver, 1,000 pieces of underworld quartz measuring 10 cm square each, 50 kilograms of sun essence gold, and 80 pieces of silver dragon scales. Bishop Jing Hongcheng raised doubts about Yu Hao's motives, questioning whether he was trying to clear out Radiant Hall's warehouse. He pointed out that the items Yu Hao had listed didn't appear much different from the 3 level 9 soul devices. Yu Hao proposed further negotiation, asking Bishop to identify which item he considered excessive and offering to adjust the quantities accordingly. However, Bishop insisted that everything on the list was excessive. He emphasized the scarcity of silver dragon scales, mentioning that there were only 180 left in the entire Sun Moon Empire, with a history dating back over 3,000 years. Bishop informed Yu Hao that he could only provide 10% of the requested amount, and nothing more. Yu Hao was adamant that he couldn't go any lower than 90, and wondered if this came across as ruthless bargaining. Bishop, on the other hand, declined, explaining that he lacked the authority to directly use the items since they belonged to the Sun Moon Empire. Yu Hao argued that he held significant authority just below one man and above everyone else, implying that the decision could be easily made. He then suggested that he receive 80%. Bishop countered, stating that he could only increase the offer by 20% and no more, expressing his desire to bring the negotiation to a close. Undeterred, Yu Hao persisted, asking if 80% was possible, and proposed a compromise of 50%. However, Bishop angrily told him to leave. The Sun Moon Empire Royal Spirit Academy and Shrek Academy threw a magnificent farewell bash to mark the conclusion of their exchange event. Yu Hao expressed his optimism for future opportunities to strengthen their bonds through more exchanges. Later, Bishop pulled Yu Hao aside and agreed to provide him with half of the requested goods. Yu Hao considered Bishop to be a reliable person and was grateful for their agreement. Bishop then inquired about the goods Yu Hao had asked for. Yu Hao assured Bishop that everything was ready and handed over the designs and drawings. He reassured Bishop that there was no need to worry, and even invited him to open and inspect the contents. Bishop accepted the items and left, but before he left, he paused and commented to Yu Hao that it would have been great if he were a disciple. Although Yu Hao couldn't help but feel disappointed, he realized that he couldn't blame himself for the situation. In the vibrant city of Maple Leaf, Yu Hao and his companions bid farewell to the Sun Moon Empire and embarked on a journey northward to the venue of the student exchange meeting. Principal Yan greeted Bishop Hongchen with warmth, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. Bishop Hongchen couldn't help but comment on how Principal Yan hadn't changed a bit. Grateful, Principal Yan acknowledged that Bishop Hongchen had brought his grandchildren back to him in full. He praised the students for their unwavering dedication and remarkable progress over the past couple of years. Principal Yan expressed his heartfelt desire for more opportunities, such as the recent exchange program, to foster cultural exchange in the future. Bishop Chen made it clear that he wanted to have a more in-depth discussion about the matter once he returned. He expressed his desire for more opportunities for exchange that would be beneficial for both countries. Watching their warm interaction, Yu Hao couldn't help but wonder if people would mistake them for old friends. After saying their goodbyes, Principal Yan questioned why Bishop Chen seemed so eager to leave and assured him that they wouldn't hold him back any longer. As Bishop left, Principal Yan couldn't help but wonder why he was in such a hurry, wondering if something had happened. Yu Hao was also puzzled by Bishop Chen's sudden departure, but Principal Yang advised them to let it go and not dwell on the bishop's actions. He then warmly welcomed them back. Principal Yan suggested that since they didn't have to rush back, they should enjoy a leisurely meal. He mentioned that Maple Leaf City had a wide variety of delicious food, which excited the students. As Yu Hao approached Principal Yan, he discreetly requested a private conversation. They made their way to a secluded room where Principal Yang used his spirit power to create a barrier, ensuring their conversation would remain confidential. Yu Hao wasted no time in expressing his concerns about Bishop Jinghong Chen, believing that he posed a threat to their safety and might take action during their journey home. The two principals were taken aback and asked for further explanation. Principal Yan questioned whether Jinghong Chen intended to violate their mutual respect. To support his suspicions, Yu Hao revealed a ring that Bishop Jinghong Chen had given him. This revelation implicated the ring in his concerns and raised even more questions. Yu Hao then disclosed that he had exchanged numerous precious metals with Bishop Chen using a single design drawing before their departure. Principal Xian attempted to inspect the items, but his efforts were met with anger. Principal Yan, frustrated, questioned if Yu Hao had robbed the entire Radiant Hall's secret warehouse. Yu Hao clarified that he believed Jinghong Chen might ambush them during their journey back and attempt to reclaim those items, further deepening the mystery and tension surrounding their situation. Principal Yan's statement made it clear that Bishop Chen's capabilities needed to be evaluated for a potential attack. To gather suggestions, Principal Yan turned to Yu Hao, surprising him with the request for his input. Yu Hao couldn't help but wonder if the principal genuinely valued his opinion, and if this signaled a rise in his status. Principal Yan recognized Yu Hao's significant contributions to the academy, highlighting the impressive number of design drawings he had submitted over the past 2 years, which almost single-handedly supported the Spirit Device Division. Furthermore, Principal Yan informed Yu Hao that all the elders had approved his entry into Sea God's Pavilion. The news of joining Sea God's Pavilion left Yu Hao astonished. Principal Yan confirmed this, emphasizing that Yu Hao would become a member of the pavilion at the young age of 17, earning him the title of a prodigy at Shrek Academy. Principal Yan then proposed a change in their way of addressing each other, suggesting that Yu Hao refer to him as senior to maintain proper seniority. Yu Hao proposed the idea of splitting up, believing that Jinghong Chen's main objective was the ring. He thought that traveling with other students could potentially put everyone in danger, so he thought it would be more convenient to travel independently. Principal Zan expressed concern about their arrival in the territory of the Heavenly Soul Empire and whether they would receive a warm welcome. Principal Yan playfully called Principal Xian by the name Lin Air, emphasizing the importance of returning safely to Shrek Academy and teasing Principal Xian's love for battles. Principal Xian became annoyed and reminded Principal Yan of her proper title. Principal Yan, however, respectfully referred to him as Valkyrie Duluo. She acknowledged his title and reminisced about the memorable moments associated with it. Principal Xian asserted his authority, implying that only he had the right to take certain actions. Nevertheless, Principal Yan stressed the significance of family and urged Principal Xian not to hold grudges. Despite this, Principal Xian made it clear that he would not engage further with Principal Yan. Yu Hao watched their interaction with a puzzled expression on his face. As the sky suddenly grew dark, Principal Yan swiftly positioned himself in front of Yu Hao, a clear sign that danger was imminent. Principal Yan referred to the assailant as Zhang Peng, an old friend, which piqued Principal Yang's curiosity about Zhang Peng's survival. Principal Yan wasted no time in questioning Zhang Peng about whether he intended to defeat him on that fateful day. In response, Zhang Peng cheekily remarked that Principal Yan's foul-mouthed nature hadn't changed a bit. He confidently declared that Principal Yan would soon witness who would emerge victorious. Zhang Peng then boldly challenged Principal Yan to make a move. Sensing the urgency, Principal Xian intervened and instructed Principal Yan to protect Yu Hao while she dealt with Zhang Peng herself. Curiosity gets the better of him, and Yu Hao can't help but ask if Principal Xian's spirit essence is the embodiment of her true body. Without hesitation, Principal Xian activated her true body possession, much to Zhang Peng's amusement. He taunted Principal Xian, questioning why she was still by Principal Yan's side and why they hadn't gone their separate ways. Principal Xian swiftly silenced him, commanding him to cease his chatter, and launched an attack. The confrontation between Zhang Peng and Principal Xian escalated into a fierce exchange. Zhang Peng chuckled and questioned if Principal Xian was the best opponent he could offer. Principal Xian appeared bewildered as Zhang Peng continued to taunt him, mockingly referring to him as Valkyrie. A surge of immense power emanated from Zhang Peng as he laughed. Principal Xian confronted Zhang Peng, questioning his audacity to appear in the mortal realm after being spared by Mulao in the past. Zhang Peng acknowledged the favor and mercy shown by Mulao, emphasizing that he had remained hidden from the world while Mulao was alive. However, with Mulao's passing, Zhang Peng felt liberated to reveal himself once again. Despite their acquaintance, Zhang Peng made it clear that Principal Xian and Yan were free to leave, but insisted that Yu Hao must stay. Principal Xian stood resolute against Zhang Peng's assault, displaying no fear and refusing to yield. With a sarcastic laugh, Zhang Peng unleashed a powerful attack, engulfing the surroundings in immense destructive force. Yu Hao couldn't help but ponder if this was truly what battles between super duelos entailed, a display of intense warfare and widespread devastation. Principal Yan urged Yu Hao to closely observe the battle, emphasizing that these high-level battles were rare opportunities for him to learn and gain valuable insights. Yu Hao eagerly agreed and directed his full attention towards the fight. Yan mentioned that Zhang Peng, the Scorpio Tiger Duoluo, was notorious for his sinister tactics, such as consuming animal blood to sustain and enhance himself. Despite his wicked nature, their teacher had allowed him to continue due to the lesser presence of an evil aura at that time. Curious, Yu Hao asked Principal Yan if Principal Xian was utilizing her true body spirit essence in combat, as it seemed more like a dragon behind her rather than her own body. Principal Yan proceeded to explain to Yu Hao that true body possession was another technique for manifesting one's spirit essence through the body. He further elaborated that spirit masters could maintain their human form while employing this technique, but it required extensive mental strength training.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Principal Yan also mentioned that while true body possession was ideal for spirit masters skilled in close combat, it also placed significant strain on the body. Contemplating its potential applications in his combat style, Yu Hao considered the possibility that this method might be suitable for him in the future. Yu Hao couldn't help but marvel at the relentless and powerful attacks of Principal Xian. It seemed like the Scorpio Tiger Duoluo was on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. However, Principal Yan had a different perspective. He believed that Zhang Peng still had more to offer and that his true abilities were yet to be unleashed. As Principal Xian continued to fight fiercely, urging Zhang Peng to retreat, Yu Hao watched in awe as the Scorpio Tiger Duoluo eventually succumbed to defeat. However, Principal Yan had a surprising revelation for Yu Hao that was just the spirit essence and true body of the Scorpio Tiger Duoluo. Zhang Peng then revealed his trump card, transforming into the Dark Demon Spirit Tiger. Principal Xian was left perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. Principal Yan explained that this was Zhang Peng's unique skill, the Dark Demon Spirit Tiger, which allowed him to unleash the soul beast spirit he had absorbed. The Spirit Tiger exuded a fierce aura, its red eyes piercing through the battlefield as Principal Xian desperately tried to mount a counterattack. Yu Hao noticed that Principal Xian harnessed the power of the departed souls to launch his retaliation. Contemplating his upcoming confrontation with Zhang Peng, Yu Hao felt unsure. Principal Yan comforted Yu Hao, assuring him that even Zhang Peng wouldn't dare to challenge both him and Principal Xian single-handedly. He then permitted Yu Hao to unveil himself. Suddenly, a man materialized in front of Principal Yan and Yu Hao, acknowledging that after years of isolation, most of his former companions had probably already passed on. Yu Hao observed the man's impressive cultivation level, feeling the heavy atmosphere around them. The man regretted not visiting Mu-En before his passing, mourning the loss and his indecision. Now, with Mu-En gone, he started to question his past choices. Principal Yan sensed a dangerous aura coming from the man. Introducing himself as Long Xiao Yao, he asked if Principal Yan remembered him. Principal Yan was shocked, recognizing him as the Dragon Emperor of Duoluo. He was surprised by Long Xiao Yao's continued existence. Yu Hao could sense genuine sorrow from Long Xiao Yao. Principal Yan showed respect, acknowledging Long Xiao Yao as one of the Black Holy Dragons in the Black and White Holy Dragon duo, along with his teacher. He was amazed to meet Long Xiao Yao in person. Long Xiao Yao explained that he came to see Yu Hao, a student highly regarded by Yan, to test his strength. However, out of respect for Mu-En, he decided to spare Yan's life. Still, Long Xiaoyao insisted that Principal Yan could not leave. Principal Yan interrogated Senior Long regarding his motive to launch an assault against them. Senior Long explained that he was executing the orders of another person as he owed them a considerable debt. In an attempt to negotiate, he proposed a proposition. If they could endure 3 consecutive attacks from him, Principal Yan would surrender the ring, granting them the freedom to depart. Despite Principal Yan's desperate pleas, Senior Long remained resolute in his determination to proceed with his scheme. As Senior Long unleashed his assault, the sheer force of his power destroyed to unfold all around them. Amidst the chaos, Principal Yang stood unwavering, reminding Senior Long that although he could take on his name, he could never replicate his level of cultivation. Principal Yang emphasized that the person Senior Long was impersonating must possess a power that could rival their esteemed teachers. A mischievous chuckle escaped Senior Long's lips as he defied Principal Yang's words, mentioning that there were still 2 more strikes to come. However, Yu Hao couldn't help but question the motive behind targeting them, considering their young age. He boldly asserted that Senior Long had no authority to invoke his teacher's name, claim friendship, or demand 3 attacks. Yu Hao firmly declared that unless Senior Long succeeded in killing him, he would never surrender the ring. Principal Yan, in a cautious tone, warned Yu Hao about the consequences of his audacious words, revealing that Senior Long was none other than the legendary Dragon Emperor Du Luo. Senior Long questioned Yu Hao's loyalty as Mu En's disciple, to which Yu Hao proudly confirmed. He boldly confronted Senior Long, insinuating that he only refrained from attacking them out of fear of tarnishing his reputation as Mu En's former master. Yu Hao saw through Senior Long's arrogance, believing he spared them to save face. Senior Long, intrigued by Yu Hao's boldness, asked if he was accusing him of bullying. He then proposed a challenge, a battle where Yu Hao would win if he could make him retreat half a step using equal spirit power. Principal Yan approved Yu Hao's challenge against Senior Long. Yu Hao proposed a wager. If he could end a battle between Principal Xian and Zhang Peng within a minute, Senior Long would have to concede defeat. Senior Long found the proposal interesting and accepted the unusual challenge. When asked about his confidence in winning, Yu Hao assured Principal Yan of his victory and emphasized the speed with which he would achieve it. As Zhang Feng and Principal Xian clashed in a fierce battle, Yu Hao stood on the sidelines, his mind racing with thoughts on how to bring this confrontation to a swift conclusion. Gathering his courage, Yu Hao tapped into the wisdom of his teacher, channeling an immense energy that transformed the air around them. Principal Xian, taken aback by this unexpected shift, couldn't help but question the sudden transformation. Undeterred, Yu Hao unleashed his attack with unwavering determination. As Zhang Peng pondered over the sudden surge of power, Principal Xian resorted to manipulating Zhang Peng's abilities in an attempt to counter him. Perplexed, Zhang Peng questioned her motives. In the meantime, Yu Hao enlightened him by revealing that it was the power of illumination. Senior Long, captivated by the phenomenon, remarked that this surge of power was anything but ordinary, suggesting that it could even instill fear in spirits. He then turned to Yu Hao and inquired about the name of the force he had just harnessed. Unable to hide the true nature of his power, Yu Hao disclosed to Long Xiaoyao that it was the power of purification, amplified by Electrolux's ability to intensify the potent rays of the sun. While this power didn't cause harm to regular spirit masters, it had a profound impact on malevolent spirit masters, completely subduing them. Accepting defeat, Long Xiaoyao admitted his loss and kept his promise to spare their lives. He expressed a heightened curiosity about Yu Hao, indicating a strong desire to delve deeper into his story. Principal Yan voiced his apprehension regarding the fairness of the match, highlighting the significant power gap between Long Xiaoyao and Yu Hao. However, Principal Yan urged everyone to have faith in Yu Hao's decision-making, emphasizing that his actions were not impulsive but carefully thought out. He referred to a previous incident where Yu Hao assisted Principal Xian in defeating the formidable scorpion tiger Du Luo, underscoring Yu Hao's ability to strategize and triumph against formidable adversaries. Principal Xian expressed his concern, stressing the utmost importance of safeguarding Yu Hao at any cost. Principal Yan echoed this sentiment, declaring his willingness to lay down his life to ensure Yu Hao's safety, as it was a responsibility entrusted to him by their teacher. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao observed Yu Hao's extraordinary mental and spiritual prowess, acknowledging Mu Lao's exceptional talent in nurturing exceptional disciples. Senior Long was taken aback by the radiance in Yu Hao's eyes, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him. Despite Yu Hao's young age, his gaze exuded a commanding presence that even Senior Long found intimidating. After defeating the evil scorpion tiger Zhang Peng with a single spirit technique, the MCU told the Black Dragon Emperor Long Xiaoyao to accept his challenge. As promised, Long Xiao said that he would spare their lives and accept the challenge of fighting. He said that if Yu Hu's attack made him move even by an inch, then he wouldn't take the spirit ring from Yu Hu and would also spare his life, along with the principal, Yan, and headmaster Xian's lives. Therefore, both Yu Hu and Long Xiao went down in battle. Yu Hu took his time and gathered spirit energy to attack Long Xiao with his full might. After replenishing his energy for a while, he charged toward Long Xiao and attacked with his most powerful and destructive punch. After a massive explosion caused by his punch, Yu Hu looked at Long and was surprised that his punch didn't have any effect on him. Long blocked his punch with just his magical barrier. After the first technique failed, Yu Hu almost immediately launched another attack. This time he attacked with his ice technique called Ice Emperor Fury. Yu Hu was sure that this time his attack would work, as it was one of his deadliest attacks. However, once again, Long didn't flinch by a bit. Long endured the attack because it wasn't even a threat to him. When his second attack also failed, Yu Hu realized that he couldn't win by simple methods, as he was facing an extremely higher Du Luo, who was about the same age and had arguably equal strength compared to his late master Mu Luo. Even at his full strength, Yu Hu wasn't able to do any harm to him. Long told him that if he had only those two moves, then he wouldn't be able to stop him from taking his ring. However, Yu Hu wasn't ready to give up yet. He came closer to Long and gently touched Long's arm with his palm. Long immediately noticed that it wasn't just a mistake, as he felt a gentle spiritual energy flowing into his arm through Yu Hu's palm. As expected, it was Yu Hu's ice explosion skill. That skill froze Long's forearm, which made him lower his guard. Yu Hu took advantage of the situation and simultaneously attacked his lower abdomen with his Emperor Sword technique called Unrivaled Absolute Ice Sword. As Long didn't expect two simultaneous attacks, it caught him off guard. Therefore, Yu Hu finally succeeded in landing a blow. Principal Yan was surprised to see that Yu Hu actually managed to make the Dragon Emperor Long Xiao fall back by 10 meters. He was impressed by his young master's rapid growth and unconventional ways of achieving his goals. Yu Hu coughed up some blood, as using two different spirit techniques had a huge toll on his body, but he recovered quickly. Long Xiao praised Yu Hu's spiritual essence and techniques, and said that he had realized why Mu Luo made him his disciple, even though he was taking his last breaths. Therefore, he admitted his defeat, and decided to spare their lives as promised. Principal Yan knew that enduring Yu Hu's attack head-on was a piece of cake for Long. However, due to protecting his manly pride, he stepped back unconsciously. In the meantime, while Long Xiao was giving them his regards and was going back on his way, Yan's reinforcements arrived. It was Xuan Lao and his subordinates. After arriving, Xuan asked Yu Hu whether he was all right, and also asked him, while pointing toward Long Xiao, who he was and what he wanted. He replied that it was the Black Dragon Emperor, Long Xiao. Xuan was shocked to hear that, because he didn't expect Long Xiao to be alive till that day. He never thought that someone equally famous as Mu Lao would still be alive. Yu Hu asked him whether Long and Master Mu were friends back in the past. As Long was talking about Mu again and again, Xuan replied that to bring up that tale, it would take some time. It was a legendary tale filled with gratitude and grudges. He started the tale by saying that Long and Mu were close friends, opponents, and love rivals back in the day. He said that Mu was born from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which had been around for 10,000 years. At the age of 18, his spirit level reached grade 69. He was gifted with such tremendous power, which was still unattainable for people till that day. Throughout his life, he possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon to Holy Radiant Dragon Spirit Essence. He led the Shrek Academy's team in the Continental Tournament. During that tournament, he met Long Xiao. That was the moment when both of them faced each other for the first time. Along with them, there was also a young and beautiful woman spirit master known as Ye Shi Shui. Their strength was also on par with each other. Together, they led their respective teams in the tournament, and as everyone expected, all three of them secured top 3 positions. Due to mutual respect for each other, the three of them became close friends. They even sparred, cultivated, and traveled the continent after the tournament. 10 years passed by, and all of them became expert spirit Du Luos. However, in those 10 years, both Mu Luo and Long Xiao had developed feelings for Ye Shi, which were buried deep in their hearts. But they were brothers in arms and didn't want to hurt each other. Therefore, they decided to let Ye make the final decision. In the following year, both of them went to Ye and proposed their idea, asking her to choose one of them. However, Ye had feelings for both of them because their personalities and aura were similar to each other. As a result, she told them that after a year, they would battle with each other, and whoever won the battle, she would date that person. Both of them agreed and prepared themselves for the battle. However, when the time came, neither of them appeared on the battlefield. Each of them thought that Ye might like the other person, so their yearning for love didn't win over rationality. On the other hand, Ye waited for 3 days at the rendezvous place, but no one appeared. Her heart, full of anticipation, turned into neglect, grief, and discontent. Both Mu and Long decided to focus on their cultivation after mopping for a period of time. Another 10 years passed by, and Mu and Long had started their own families. Suddenly one day, Ye attacked the Shrek Academy to challenge Mu for a fight. Mu was surprised by her sudden surge of spirit power and cultivation, but even more surprising was that she possessed an evil aura, which he had never seen before. He had no choice but to use the sovereign decree to defeat her. However, because of Mu's pleas, he was forced to detain her in the Shrek Academy. She was kept in detention for 10 days, until a bunch of evil spirit masters attacked the academy to free her. Mu tried his best to protect the academy and stop the invasion, but he failed and was terribly injured in the process. When the evil spirit masters were leaving after retrieving Ye, Mu saw Ye's face for the last time. The only thing he saw was a pair of eyes full of hatred. He remained puzzled despite much thought as to how she became so evil. After recovering from his injuries, Mu went out toward Long Xiao to tell him about the situation. After reaching their destination, both of them had a big clash, and both of the sides suffered. After the heat decreased, they told each other everything that happened in the past. Both of them were shocked by the fact that they made the same decision back then. Therefore, to clear the misunderstandings, they decided to meet Ye and tell her everything. That was the time when the twin holy dragons of black and white resurfaced on the face of the continent once again. Upon meeting Ye again, they couldn't believe their eyes. Her hair had already turned grayish-white and was engulfed with a viscous evil aura. Before they could explain themselves, she attacked them with all her might. Both of them were caught off guard by her tremendous spirit power and were shocked to see that she already surpassed both of them in terms of spiritual energy. As a result, they were defeated badly and were critically hurt. However, instead of killing them right away, she interrogated them and asked why they humiliated her that day. They laughed bitterly and told her everything that happened that year. She didn't believe them at first, but they were already on the verge of death then and couldn't lie. She fell onto the ground, cried with all her heart, and said that 3 men ruined all her life. She told them that she waited for 3 days straight and no one came. Enraged and humiliated to death, she cultivated tirelessly to make herself strong to take her revenge. However, she was too impatient and went overboard. An evil spirit master came to her help, who was also her current husband. But this caused a transformation in her personality and spirit essence by making her evil. And the group of evil spirit masters who helped her to get away from the detention was also her husband's doings. However, he died soon after returning due to injuries caused by fighting Mu. Since things had reached such a stage, Mu and Long didn't know what to do. Ye asked them to take an oath that they would never call each other brothers again and would fight 10 years later to death. As they didn't have any other choice, they accepted her demand and took an oath to fight 10 years later. Hence, they fought over and over again to death till both of them reached 100 years old and reached transcendent spirit dulo level. Later on, Ye left a message that on their 100th year, it would be their last fight, and if no one won, she would destroy the entire continent. Mu and Long's feelings were to be put aside. Instead, it grew even stronger, and once again their feelings for her deepened. At that time, both of their wives were already dead. Therefore, the person who won the fight would marry Ye. However, before the last fight, a person who was Dubizi's brother invaded the academy. To defend the academy, Mu gave his all and was irreversibly injured during the process. It took him several months just to restore his vitality, but he couldn't return to his glory days as Holy Radiant Dragon. Therefore, the fight between him and Long never happened. From that year, Ye and Long were never seen again. Everyone thought that they might have died too. By listening to this tale, Yuho became furious and said how dare Long call Mu a brother when he was so despicable. Xuan said that nobody knows the real truth except Long himself. That's why it would be too soon to talk bad about him. Yuho asked Xuan whether Long could know anything about the Holy Ghost Church that they discovered, and perhaps he could be collaborating with the Sun Moon Empire. Xuan denied and said that it couldn't be possible, as the continent was in raging times and the Sun Moon Empire was continuously monitoring the continent. However, he was relieved that Long wouldn't attack the academy anymore because of his respect toward Mu. But things for other countries didn't look good. Yuho was sad because the time was rough on him. He thought that if he had been born 20 years earlier, then his cultivation and power level could have been higher. However, he knew that being depressed wouldn't help him, so he remained steadfast and decided to overcome challenges one by one. And his first challenge was the Intercontinental High School's tournament of high-level spirit masters. As a part of Shrek Academy's main forces, everything was to begin with the glory of Shrek Academy and the tournament. After returning to Shrek, Zhuan asked Yu-Ho to stay at the Poseidon Pavilion until he arranged some place for him to stay when the school activities ended. Yu-Ho became curious because other than examinations, he didn't know about any other activities. Zhuan smiled cunningly and told him to wait and see for himself. After saying that, Zhuan left while Yu-Ho was still standing in the middle of the road. Yu-Ho was curious about the activities, but he ignored it and decided to meet his seniors and juniors in the academy. While planning to meet his colleagues, he suddenly saw a beautiful girl with blue hair passing by. Yu-Ho was flabbergasted by a mere sight of her and stood still in his place. He hadn't seen anyone so beautiful before. While passing by, a handkerchief from the girl's hand slipped and flew toward Yu-Ho unintentionally caught the handkerchief without realizing, as he was too busy admiring her beauty. The girl approached him and asked for it. He instinctively handed it over and tried to say something, but she left as soon as she retrieved it. Before handing it over, Yu-Ho saw a name written on it, Wang Chu. He meant to ask her earlier if she was Wang Dong's sister, but he was ignored. He asked himself whether it would be a good idea to chase her and ask directly. Although it seemed disrespectful to ask directly, still he chased her. She was surprisingly fast, and as a result, she vanished into the crowd. He was dumbfounded by her looks that he forgot to lock onto her spirit essence, therefore losing her. He looked here and there for a moment, and then went back to meet his colleagues when no clue was found. However, Wang Chu was still there, hiding behind the wall, watching Yu-Ho. She was relieved that Yu-Ho didn't catch her, and then smiled for an unknown reason in the end. After returning to the academy, Yu-Ho first met Nana, who was standing in the yard. She was very happy to see him after a long time. Soon after, the first senior, B.I. Bei, also came out. B.I. greeted Yu-Ho and welcomed him to the academy. Together with B.I., he went inside the dorms, where he met his second and third senior brothers. It was a pleasant meeting, and they enjoyed their time together. B.I. then told Yu-Ho about the situation of the Tang sect. He said that the Tang sect was growing quite rapidly in the past 2 years, mainly consisting of drawings that Yu-Ho sent back. Tang sect had home affairs for the management of members and soul tools, while foreign affairs were responsible for outer matters. Tang sect had grown in power as well, as they were producing 10 godly huge cannons every month with the help of Shrek Academy, which were ultimately sold to Shrek Academy. Yu-Ho then asked B.I. about the first, fourth, and fifth senior sisters. B.I. said that they were preparing for the next day's special event. Yu-Ho became curious again, because since he got back, everyone around him was talking about the same event. However, B.I. told him that he would tell him everything in the dining area. In the dining area, Yu-Ho was surprised to see that wine was being served. He asked his seniors whether it was also because of the event. They replied positively and said that it was the single night. Yu-Ho didn't understand what they said and asked for details. The seniors told him that the next day's event was actually a blind date event, where boys and girls would try to find their possible life partners. This was also the reason that there were only boys in the dining area, so they could prepare themselves for the upcoming event. Yu-Ho then asked the purpose of the event because it seemed ridiculous to him. However, BEI said that it was the tradition of the academy, as most of the academy's members were too busy in cultivation that they had no time to socialize romantically with the opposite gender. Yu-Ho was scared to death by thinking about it because he had some experience in battles, but none in the field of love. He asked BEI whether he could forfeit from the event. BEI refused, saying that he was one of the 7 Shrek devils, therefore if he forfeited, then it would ruin their reputation. However, Bei's words didn't ease him up, and he remained stressed. The third senior came to his rescue and consoled him by telling him 3 general techniques. The third senior said to him that he only needed bravery, care, and thick skin to impress any girl. Yu-Ho knew that he was like a blank paper when it came to such things, but somehow, deep in his heart, he knew that if he met Wang Chu, then he would be better. After some time, while Yu-Ho was having fun with his colleagues, someone called his name. When he turned around, he saw that it was Dai Huabin. He met Dai after a long time, but still there was that competitive tension in the air. Without any greetings and introduction, Dai immediately told Yu-Ho that if he was going to participate in the event, then he would do the same. He wanted to make a bet with Yu-Ho to see who would be the winner. However, Yu-Ho refused to accept the bet, as he thought Dai wouldn't be a match for him. But the third senior warned Yu-Ho and said that Dai had been training for the past 2 years continuously, therefore, he shouldn't underestimate him. Yu-Ho took his senior's advice and agreed to take the challenge seriously. While all of this was happening, BEI was sitting alone in the corner with a bottle of wine in his hand, which was being emptied by him by that time, and was crying non-stop. The alcohol made him lose his mind and reminded him about Xiao Ya. He cried relentlessly while mumbling about reuniting with Xiao Ya. Yu-Hu noticed him and tried to console him, but the third senior stopped him and told him not to disturb B.I. and let him be alone for the moment. Yu-Hu obeyed his senior, but he was still sad for B.I. After that, Yu-Hu went outside the academy and sat near a bunch of trees. The scene from earlier had an impact on him too, and reminded him of his teacher too. He dropped to the ground involuntarily and cried out loud because he missed his teacher too much. And while he was crying in the woods, 2 people were watching him. Among them, one was Wang Chu. The next day in the evening, the event started, and the whole sky was lit up by thousands of fireworks. The night almost turned into day due to the brightness of the fireworks. Everyone was dreaming of participating in the event too, but unfortunately the event was only for the inner members of Shrek Academy. Besides that, if someone actually managed to participate in the event, then it would still be extremely difficult to win it. The prime objective of the participants was to stand on the single lotus leaf floating in the lake, then from that position, move toward the girls standing up front, take off their bamboo hats, and come back to the original position. It was easier said than done. Yu-Hu and the second senior looked miserably depressed just at the thought of it. Another one of the seniors told them that as it was their first time, they shouldn't raise their expectations. That made them even more depressed. However, they cleared their minds and started to warm up. After some time, the referee told the participants to hold their respective places because the event was about to begin. As per orders, everyone stood on their starting line and waited for the referee to start the competition. The referee started the countdown, and the race began. When the race started, Yu-Hu and the second senior began to fly as fast as possible. But to their surprise, all of the competitors were extremely fast. During the race, Yu-Hu saw that the third senior, Yun-san, was standing still on the starting line. He asked him why he wasn't running. He replied that he had a plan, and that winning the race wouldn't be a problem for him. Yu-Hu was puzzled by his confidence, even though he was standing at the last. However, Yu-Hu ignored him and began to fly to reach the finishing point. While he was trying his best, he saw that one guy had already made it to the finishing point. Everyone praised his flying speed, however, no one knew something even more amazing was going to happen. While the guy was celebrating his victory, Yun-san used a spirit technique of body switching on him and switched places with him. Everyone was shocked because the boy who was initially winning was now last. Although it was cheating, Yu-Hu and the others were amazed by his evil mind. After the completion of the first objective, the second round started immediately. The participants were advised to take off the girls' masks according to the ranking of leaves collected. As Yun-san was the first to acquire the leaf, he was the first one to take off one of the girls' masks. As Yun wanted to date Nan, he looked carefully at the masked girls to find his interest. Yu-Hu had already given him some clues about Nan's physique, so finding her wasn't a problem for him. As soon as he figured out Nan among the group of girls, he rushed toward her to unmask her. His exact precision made everyone wonder, however. B.I. knew that it had to be Yu-Hu's hand behind it. While Yun was moving closer to Nan, she was moving away from him. But at last, she didn't have any choice but to stop. However, she tried one last time to get away from him by kicking straight into his face with all her might. She was confident that after such a close call, Yun would leave her alone. On the contrary, Yun didn't even move away or dodge the attack. Instead, he endured her kick. Everyone was shocked by his actions and determination. Yun told Nan that he loved her, therefore he wouldn't miss a chance to date her. Yun's face turned red and he had no choice but to give up the mask. Hence, Yun finally succeeded in finding his date, and he also thanked Yu-Hu for his help. After a successful try by the first contender, everyone's morale hyped up and wanted to do the same. The announcer called forth Gu Fan, who took second place in the race. He was a handsome and charming guy. His spirit technique was also more beautiful than most of the contenders. Therefore, everyone had high hopes for him. However, his soul and character weren't as beautiful as his looks. He rushed toward the girls and stopped in the middle of the path, and through his wings' air pressure, he created a wave in the water and led it toward the girls. His idea was to wed up all the girls and fulfill his perverted dreams. However, the girls saw right through him and stopped him before the wave could reach them. Among the girls, 2 of them were extremely powerful and had an amazing spirit essence. Therefore, they immediately tied up Gufan and threw him into the water. As the attack was initiated by the boy, they weren't penalized for retaliation, and from then on, they failed every boy who was progressing toward them. Yu-Hu and his seniors became even more stressed out by the situation. The girls had already failed 5 or 6 boys in a row. The announcer then called out Chu Qingtian. He was the guy who told Yu-Hu and his seniors about the 2 girls. Yu-Hu and his seniors wished him good luck, then he went out for the love hunt. When the announcer started the round, Chu flew at his full speed toward Senior Ruo. As he was a speed-type spirit master, it was easy for him to cover the area in no time. However, Ruo was ready for him and casted her spirit technique. But to her surprise, he disappeared in the midair and was nowhere to be found until he suddenly appeared above Lady Wu. Everyone, including Wu, was surprised by his flawless tactic of fooling them into believing that he was after Ruo. Therefore, Chu finally removed Wu's mask. He was very happy to be able to date such a strong girl. The announcer then told everyone to hold their respective positions because it was time to continue the event, so everyone went back to their places and waited for their turns. Chu also returned to the contenders and met Yu-Hu and other seniors. Yu-Hu congratulated him and asked for tips. Chu said that he should be calm and collected and focus on his target. He also told him that his turn was next. After hearing that, Yu-Hu became even more nervous because he didn't have any experience with girls before. The announcer finally announced his name and told everyone to cheer for him because he was the youngest contender that night. Instead of wishing him good luck, everyone laughed at him. Even the girls didn't take him seriously. However, without saying anything, Yu-Hu stepped right into the water. The principal and other seniors thought that he may be forfeiting before even trying. On the contrary, Yu-Hu was going to drown himself, but instead, he used his spirit technique to create absolute ice under his feet. And as he was walking closer to the girls, more ice was forming under his feet. The girls were shocked by the perfection of his spirit technique at such a young age. They were amazed by his composure and collected body language, which was far above his age. However, on the inside, Yu-Hu was nervous to death. He didn't know what to do and whom he should target. Therefore, he tried another one of his tricks, which he had up his sleeves and no one knew about. He called forth his Snow Empress lady. She was a cute and adorable little spirit. Every one of the girls was immediately stunned by her cuteness and lowered their guard. They had absolutely no immunity to cute things. The Snow Empress flew toward Ruo and asked her to take off her hat. Ruo couldn't ignore her request and took off her hat. Everyone in the crowd screamed that it was foul and cheating, but as it was Yu-Hu's own spirit lady, therefore he wasn't disqualified. The Snow Empress didn't stop there and went to other girls too, and asked them to take off their hats. Hence, 5 girls took their hats off in a row. The other contenders were jealous of Yu-Hu because he had more girls than all the previous contenders combined. The girls also asked Yu-Hu for an explanation about the Snow Empress's origin. He said that it was exactly the same as the spirit ring, but the only difference was that it possessed life and was her partner. He also promised the girls to tell them more about the Snow Empress after the event. After Yu-Ho, it was the second eldest senior, Kai-Tu's turn. Yu-Hu wished him good luck, and then he went to the starting line. When the round started, Kai sat on his knees. Everyone thought that he might be proposing to one of the girls even before he took off their hats, but he denied and said that he wasn't proposing. Instead, he was preparing to use his spirit technique. He then suddenly took out a Class 7 soul cannon. However, upon facing the powerful pressure of the cannon, the girls immediately unleashed their spirit rings. Yu-Hu saw that there was one female student with a combination ring technique similar to Wang Dong's. He realized that it might be Wang Dong's twin sister, which he mentioned back then. While he was having such thoughts, Kai threatened the girls to take off their hats and surrender. Everyone was shocked by his destructive approach. They told him that it was a blind date, not a battlefield. Therefore, he should hold back a little. He didn't understand and asked the elder senior sister about the rules. She clarified that using abilities was allowed, but not to such degrees. Kai understood her instructions and put away the cannon. After the failure of one plan, he used another spirit technique of purple energy orbs. The girls were attentive and had their guard up because they were expecting something reckless from him. Therefore, when Kai threw the orbs at them, they dodged the orbs. However, nothing happened. It was Kai's trick to lure the girls into his trap and use his air pressure technique to remove the girls' hats. As the girls were in midair, they didn't expect such a move and were caught off guard. Hence, Kai succeeded in taking off the hats of 4 girls. He managed to pull off this trick by making them believe that he would attack them with powerful attacks, which made them dodge the attack instead of blocking it. Among the girls, there was Xiao Tu, which was Kai's actual love interest. All seniors were impressed by his tactful approach and praised him for his amazing growth. Among the 17 girls, Yu-Hu and Kai managed to take off the hats of 8 girls, which was even greater than 1/3 of the girls. In the end, only 3 of the girls were left. Yu-Hu noticed that the girl with a similar ring spirit technique as Wang Dong was still there. After some time, the second round of the event started. The name of the round was Love at First Sight. In this round, the girls were given the chance to give green signals to the boy. If any boy received no signals, then he would be disqualified immediately. It was the most difficult activity so far because the boys had no control over their disqualification. Their fates were in the hands of the girls. However, when the round began, the top position was secured by Yu-Hu with 16 lights. Everyone was shocked by the number of approvals, as it was never seen before. Kai's and Yansan's scores were also shown. Kai got 2 green lights, one from Xiao and the other from Nan, whereas Yan had initially 2 lights from both Xiao and Nan. But after seeing his joy and happiness, Nan took her signal back, and that's how he was left with only one. As only one signal was required to stay in the event, therefore Jan wasn't disqualified and was barely in the event. After the completion of the second round, the third began immediately. It was called Love at Second Sight. In this round, boys were meant to introduce themselves to the girls and win their hearts within a few minutes. This was obviously a hard task to do, as everyone was shy to talk to their love interests. Despite that, the round started and the boys gathered some courage and went onto the field. The boys were going one by one according to the number written on their straws, which they picked earlier. The number 1 straw was received by Chu. Therefore, he went out and introduced himself to the girls. He also made a heart with his lightning leopard technique and said that he would accompany any girl to death if she accepted him. Number 2 straw was with Dai Huabin, the same rival of Yu Hu who challenged him soon after he arrived at Shrek. He introduced himself in a superior way and mentioned his spirit level and technique name. Next was Kai's turn. He stepped forward and stood on the surface of the water. Everyone was shocked by his ability. He then introduced himself in a polite way and praised his teacher and colleagues for his success and prosperity. He said that he was only after one girl and wanted only her approval, and it was none other than Xiao. Xiao blushed and was impressed by his sincerity. Although she was shy and nervous to accept his proposal, she still accepted it when one senior sister told her to become bold to achieve love. As she also said that Kai was the type of guy who would never leave her side and would always be faithful and sincere to her. Up next was finally Yu Hu's turn. Second and third seniors cheered him on and told him to go after his interest. Although he didn't have a particular interest, he was somewhat interested in Wang Chu. Therefore, he stepped forward to impress the girls. He introduced himself and told everyone about his spirit types and spirit grade. When they heard that he was a dual-type spirit master, they were in complete awe and the noise of the crowd increased. Lady Wu even thought that he was lying and was exaggerating his introduction line just to impress the girls. However, he told her that he wasn't lying and was actually both a control and offensive type spirit user. He didn't stop just there and even unleashed his spirit rings to display his spirit technique perfection to the crowd. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded by his color-changing rings technique, and with that amazing display of spirit technique, he ended his introduction. He also knew that after showing each new technique to the people, he was attracting much more crowd to himself, which wasn't a good thing, but he had to do it in order to win Chu's heart. After his successful power show, the event continued, and the boys introduced themselves one by one. At last, it was Jan's turn. He wasn't as joyful as before, because Nan didn't give him a green light earlier. Yu Hu and others saw a serious look on his face. They were worried for him, but also knew that he would surely come up with something. Jan stepped forward and started to introduce himself. Without wasting any time, he directly stood in front of Nan and asked her for forgiveness. He said that although his impression wasn't very good on her, he still loved her with his whole heart and would do the same in the future. However, Nan didn't acknowledge him and turned her head. As his time was ending, he asked her to forgive him for what happened 6 years ago for one last time, but she still didn't acknowledge his sincerity. However, when Jan's time was up, Nan looked at him for a moment and was shocked to see tears coming down from his eyes. When Jan saw that she didn't accept his proposal, he released his spirit technique and fell directly into the water. Seeing him drowning in the water, Nan's heart melted right away, and she also started crying. Deep in her heart, she always knew that Jan loved her sincerely. But the incident that happened 6 years ago was preventing her from accepting his love. But this time when she saw Jan crying, she couldn't control her emotions and wanted nothing but to end Jan's misery. She shouted Jan's name and said that she accepted his proposal and didn't want to lose him. As soon as she said that, Jan came out of the water with a big idiotic smile on his face. Indeed, he was just acting to drown. It was originally Yu's idea, and it worked perfectly. Nan hugged Jan tightly and promised to never leave his side. Jan was very happy because after six years of rejection, he finally succeeded in winning her heart. He also waved at Yu Hu because if it wasn't for his amazing idea, he wouldn't have succeeded. He dearly praised his friendship with Yu. As both Jan and Nan fell into the water, they were disqualified. However, everyone cheered for them and was happy for their union. After that, the fourth round started. In that round, it was now the girls' time to choose the boys they were interested in. If a boy was chosen by none of the girls, then he would be disqualified immediately. When the round started, every girl chose the boy they were interested in. Xiao chose Kai, Wu Ming picked Chu Tian, Wu Fang picked Dai Huabin, while Ruo didn't know who to choose. Therefore, teacher Wang Yan jumped at the opportunity and proposed to her, and with the permission of Xuan, they were able to get together. Now, only Yu Hu was left behind. His other colleagues were able to get together with their partners. However, Yu Hu was curious about who girl number 2 would choose as her partner. Surprisingly, when Yu's turn came, girl number 2 came toward him and chose him without saying a word. He was shocked that she picked him. She was the only one who didn't remove her hat by that time, therefore it was hard for Yu Hu to figure out whether she was really Wang Dong's twin sister. But when everything was going on smoothly, suddenly two more girls picked Yu Hu as their partners. It was Ning Tuan and Ling Luo. He was surprised by their decisions because he didn't expect to be proposed to by so many girls. On the other hand, Nan was also impressed by Yu Hu, while still standing by Yan's side. She even told Yan to give her some space. Yan was confused by her sudden mood change because she was hugging him earlier. However, by seeing his pitiful face, she allowed him to hold her hand 3 times a month and only for 10 minutes. He was more than happy to accept that offer and immediately held her hand. While they were teasing each other, Nan asked Yan whether he noticed that someone was missing from Shrek's Seven Devils group. He agreed and said that it was Wang Dong. However, she denied and said that no one was missing. Yan didn't understand what she meant, but he kept quiet and continued to watch the event. After everyone picked their respective partners, the event proceeded and reached round 5. In this round, boys had to choose whether they wanted to be with the same girl or fight in the battle for another girl with their partners. Similarly, multiple girls agreed on the same boy would also fight for their positions. It was even more difficult round for Yu Hu because he had to choose among 3 of the girls. And what made it even more difficult was that Ning and Ling both threatened him that if he didn't choose them, then they would challenge the girl he picked. He thought that rejecting a girl without wasting her time would avoid the conflict, but it didn't work as he thought. He was in great dilemma because he still didn't know the identity of the masked girl. However, as soon as the round began, she revealed her hair to him. It was her way of showing her identity to him, and by glancing just one time at her hair, he immediately figured out and was assured that she was Dong's twin sister. Therefore, he picked her without wasting any time. But the most difficult part was yet to come, because both the other girls issued a challenge to Wang Chu. And to Yu Hu's surprise, Dai Haibin also stepped forward and picked Wang Chu and issued a challenge to Yu Hu. Yu Hu knew that he was doing that just for the purpose of messing with him. The situation was a bit complicated, as on one side the girls were competing for Yu Hu, and on the other side, Yu Hu was competing with Dai for Chu. Therefore, in total, Yu Hu had to accept 3 challenge matches. Yu Hu accepted it and was going to announce loudly, but suddenly Chiu stopped them and said that there was no need for 3 separate matches. Instead, she would team up with Yu Ho and fight in a 2 versus 5 battle. The crowd went wild because every one of them were Inner Academy members and were great spirit masters. The elder senior sister also opposed the idea and said that it would be inappropriate to go to such degrees. However, Chiu wasn't ready to back down. She asked everyone that would a person stay quiet if their loved one was attacked by a tiger. Her words made the crowd silent. Her words were harsh but true. Elder senior sister asked Bi once again whether it would be wise to allow them to fight in such a match. He agreed and said that Yu Hu would be able to hold against them because he could arguably be the strongest in terms of power in the Seven Devils team. Therefore, upon acting on Bei's advice, elder sister allowed them to fight. On the other hand, Yu Hu was stunned by Chu's words that she loved him. When their proposal of a 2 versus 5 match was approved, Chu came near Yu Hu and held his hand. He was blushing and shocked at the same time. However, a familiar feeling was passing through his body by touching her hand. He felt like he knew her from a long time ago. He wanted to ask her whether she really liked him, but he couldn't say the words. However, by seeing him struggling, she told him indirectly that she loved him by saying that if Yan was Nan's bastard, then he was her idiot. Despite her words being so foolish and idiotic, Yu Hu understood the depth of it. Moreover, when she said the word idiot, it rang a bell in Yu Hu's mind. All the memories from the past, when he enrolled in the academy to that day, were flowing right before his eyes. He remembered that Wang Dong used to call him an idiot when he was in the academy. He would always scold him for being too close to him. Yu Hu didn't understand at that time because, as Chiu said, he was a big idiot. But now he understood everything. There was no twin sister of Dong to begin with. Wang Dong himself was a girl but hid her identity from everyone. By the time Yu Hu and she met each other for the first time and overlapped their spirit essence over each other, Dong felt a feeling of intimacy and warmth from Yu. And from that time she was in love with him, but didn't tell him until the night of the event. Yu Hu apologized to her and said that he was an idiot and didn't know anything about love and relationship. But if she gave an idiot like him a chance, then he would cherish their relationship till his death and even onwards. Yu Hu promised her that if she gave him a chance, that he would even be willing to give his life for her sake. By listening to that, the fear Dong experienced, the expectations, the longings, and the loneliness all faded away with Yu Hu's somewhat dumb confession. She was glad to hear that Yu Hu accepted her as her real identity and didn't distance himself from her. While they were confessing to each other, Dai shouted at Yu Hu and told him that it was too soon to confess because he didn't even win the challenge yet. Dai was eagerly waiting for that moment for many years. He trained very hard to raise his spirit power and battle techniques just to make Yu Hu taste defeat. However, Yu-Hu was ready for it and was willing to do anything to protect his newly formed bond. Hence, the challenge match started. Dai told Ning to set a protection spell for them. Ning followed immediately because she was also furious at Yu-Hu, as she considered it her insult that a young and low-grade spirit user rejected her. After setting a protection spell, she told Ling to use her ice technique to ice up their footing area. Ling was already working on it and formed hundreds of meters of ice within a blink of an eye. As Ling had already fought Yu-Hu before, he had left a good impression on her, but after he rejected her, that impression turned into even greater despair. By seeing her amazing power, Ning also didn't hold back and unleashed her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda technique. While everyone was showcasing their most powerful spirit techniques, Yu-Hu was just relying on his flying spirit technique to stay above the surface of water. Dai became furious by his casual behavior and told him to fight head-on if he dared. However, it didn't make Yu-Hu lose his temper, and he asked Dai whether he would win against him under any circumstances. This made Dai even more furious, and he unleashed his 3 powerful spirit techniques simultaneously. He rushed toward Yu-Hu, however. Yu-Hu fired a thin golden energy raw from his eyes toward him before Dai could reach him. When Dai saw the energy ray coming toward him, he took it for granted because its size was extremely small. He used his White Tiger energy blast to cancel out Yu-Hu's blast. However, when both the rays came into contact, Yu-Hu's ray pierced Dai's and hit him right in the chest. It was the 4th spiritual technique of mental chaos. He learned it from the Silver Moon Wolf King. Everyone in the crowd was shocked to see that only a tiny beam made Dai spin in his place. Yu-Hu then backed off from the midst and reunited with Dong. He gave Dong a signal which was understood just by them. She acted accordingly and charged toward Wu Feng. Shi Huan shouted at Wu Feng and told her that they were going to attack her. As a result, everyone tried to defend her. While Huan was charging toward Yu-Hu and Dong to stop the attack, Ling told Wu to not move. She formed a nice defensive barrier around her to protect her from Dong's attack. However, it also restricted her spirit essence. She tried her best to break through, but it wasn't doing any good. Ling told her to stay there until the spell was released. But the more surprising thing was that Dong retreated and didn't attack Wu at all. It was her trap to lure them, and at that time the prey was Huan, who was heading towards them. He realized that it was originally a trap for him, but he couldn't do anything because he was already dangerously close to Yu-Hu. He had no choice but to use his elephant skin technique, which was a defensive technique and enabled his skin to get thick so that even cannon couldn't harm him. However, Yu-Hu had something else up his sleeve. He used his Sovereign of Decision punch against Huan's ultimate defense. When he used his technique, it seemed to Huan as if his fist got bigger than his entire body. Therefore, when Yu-Hu punched him, he felt like his whole body shattered before his very eyes. That punch was so destructive that it made him fly away right toward Dai, who was standing in the end. After that spinning attack from Yu, Dai was just coming back to his senses when he saw a giant golden fist headed toward Huan. The fist made him fly right toward him. He had no time to dodge, therefore he used his defensive barrier to guard against it. However, when Huan's giant ball touched his hand, he felt Yu-Hu's spiritual essence through it. It confirmed the presence of a superior being and a true master of his art. For the first time in years, Dai felt a sizzling terror running through his spine. Despite the circumstances, he charged forward bravely, but then he saw golden light releasing from Yu-Hu's hand, and within a few seconds, Yi was covered with a cold blizzard and disappeared in it. Dai shouted at him to come back and not hide away, but Yu-Hu ignored him and disappeared anyway. Ning consoled everyone that they had lost only one member. Therefore, it wouldn't be an issue to tackle Yu-Hu and Dong. She also assured them that her pagoda would protect them from lethal attacks, therefore they should attack them without fear. Little did she know, Yu-Hu suddenly appeared before her eyes and smacked her down in a single blow. Hence, Ning's ultimate protection spell was destroyed. However, Dai and the others still had confidence because Ling and Wu were still safe. But their safety wasn't for too long, as after defeating Ning, Yu-Hu called forth his Snow Empress. The Snow Empress went to the cage where Wu was locked. Wu didn't guard up because she didn't think that such a cute and adorable empress would hurt her. On the contrary, she was deeply mistaken because as soon as the Empress made contact with the ice cage, it broke the connection between the cage and Ling immediately. Ling was terrified to her soul, as she never imagined such a spell. In the meantime, Dong attacked Wu with her Light of Butterfly Goddess technique. As a result, Wu was also defeated, and only Ling and Dai were left behind. However, it also wasn't like that for too long. Soon after Wu was defeated, Yu-Hu used his Snow Blizzard technique to form a domain and froze everything inside it. Earlier, Ling made a 100-meter ice over that lake, which surprised the crowd, but this time, Yu-Hu's single blizzard spell froze half of the lake within a second. No one from the crowd could see what was happening inside. It was also one of Yu-Hu's tactics to prevent people from seeing his true powers. The blizzard also froze all of Yoo-hoo's 5 opponents in hilarious positions. Despite their obvious defeat, Dai refused to accept defeat and broke the ice around him. He was planning to use his last attack, but after he looked into the sky, he saw hundreds of golden hammers in the sky headed toward him and his teammates. That was the moment when he truly felt despair in his life. The crowd was waiting relentlessly for the blizzard to settle down so they could see what was happening in the battlefield. And after some time, the fog and the blizzard started to settle down, and the vision started to become clear again. When the fog went off, everyone saw that only 2 students were standing in the middle of the lake, and no one else. They were Yoo-hoo and Dong, holding each other's hands. That was the moment of victory for their love. Everyone was shocked by his strength. Even Bai didn't know that Yoo-hoo could achieve such a feat. He made everyone realize what a 5-ringed spirit master could do. After everything settled down, Yoo-hoo asked Dong whether he could remove her hat because he wanted to see her face. She accepted his request and allowed him. He nervously progressed his hand toward her to remove her hat. However, when Yoo-hoo tried to take off her hat, her hands were trembling because of nervousness. Yoo-hoo held her hand to console her. But suddenly something unexpected happened. Just by holding her hands, his spirit overlapped with hers, and both of them transformed into a single being called the Deity of Lights. She was extremely beautiful, and had a pleasant and warm aura around her. Everyone was flabbergasted by her beauty. She went toward Dai, who was frozen by Yoo-hoo's ice blizzard, and by a single touch, she vaporized the ice. Even Dai couldn't believe his own eyes. After roaming around the lake, the Light Queen again split into Yoo-hoo and Dong. Yoo-hoo then understood that the light deity, who he was after his whole life, was actually beside him all along. Yoo-hoo then asked her how she did all these things. She replied that in her family, the body-changing technique was passed on. It helped her to change her physique as well as her Adam's apple. Although the difference wasn't that big, it was enough to disguise someone's true personality. Yoo-hoo laughed at himself because he proved that he was an actual idiot after all, because he didn't realize that it was a technique. Dong apologized for lying, but Yoo-hoo stopped her and said it wasn't much of a deal, as they were already together now. She kept silent for a moment and said that she would decide that later. When Yoo-hoo asked the reason, she said that it was because he already had Juzi. Yoo-hoo denied immediately and explained himself that there was no such relationship between them and they were just friends. She still had some doubts, but when he called her his Light Queen, she blushed and believed his words. Upon Yoo-hoo asking her about her sudden mind change, she told him that during the past 2 years, when Yoo-hoo was away from Shrek, she tried to figure out her feelings for him. She also tried to forget him. But deep inside her heart, he was always there. Therefore, to keep him near herself, she decided to go after him and bring him back. However, on the way, she found Juzi. For the first time, she felt jealous and was scared to lose Yu. Therefore, she went back to the academy, and upon much thought, she finally decided to reveal her true identity to him. Although she was scared by the thought that he would reject her, she still found some courage and told Bi, Nan, and Xiao about her true identity. Her initial motive was to win the Intercontinental Spirit Masters tournament and then tell Yoo-hoo about her secret. However, she couldn't wait any longer because until then, she had to live alongside Yu, and she couldn't develop a boy-girl relationship with him. So she planned all this with her seniors and decided to tell Yoo-hoo everything at the event. But in the end, everything settled perfectly, and she united with her love. After finishing the fight, both Yoo-hoo and Dong went to the elder brother and sister to ask whether the event was over. Elder sister was so dumbfounded by the display of such a beautiful couple that she forgot to announce the end of the event. However, before she could announce the end of the event, many jealous boys stood against Yoo-hoo and wanted to challenge him for the Light Queen Dong. But elder sister shut them up and told them the challenge time was over, and Yoo-hoo and Dong would now be together. All the seniors gave both of them their regards and wished them a happy life together, as they were the best fit of the event. On the other hand, Principal Yan was curious about the soul spirit of Yoo-hoo. So he went to Xuan Hao and asked him whether he should call Yu Hao immediately to tell them about it. However, Xuan told the principal and other faculty members that they shouldn't rush things over and let Yoo-hoo and Dong enjoy their newly formed bond. After their match ended, both Yoo-hoo and Dong went back to their dorms. Dong asked Yoo-hoo whether they should watch the entire event and then go back. However, he denied and said that he only wanted to watch her. While she was happy to hear that, she was also sad because she hid her gender from him. Yoo-hoo consoled her and told her that he was glad that she hid her true self from him. Dong was surprised by his answer and asked for an explanation. He said that if she had revealed herself in the beginning, he would never have had the chance to be with her in the same dorm, and they would never have formed such a beautiful fusion if they didn't live together. He also realized the reason why she always scolded him whenever he wanted to shower or sleep together. They both laughed, reminding themselves of their past while heading back to the dorms. They decided not to sleep in the same room as before because their relationship was not of brotherhood now. They were now officially dating each other. Therefore, it was immoral to sleep in the same room. Before heading back to their dorms, Yoo-hoo also praised her for her veil-dropping act when he came back to the academy. However, Dong didn't understand what he said and asked about the details. He thought that she might be acting dumb, so he told her the complete story. She was surprised by what he said because she didn't do whatever he said. She was curious whether there was another girl with the same fake name as she mentioned to Yoo. However, upon denial from her, Yoo-hoo admitted that he might have been daydreaming, so they ignored it. When they reached the dorms, they greeted each other and went their separate ways. But before separation, Yoo-hoo ran toward Dong, and before he could do anything, she hugged him instead. She told him not to worry about her and give their relationship some time. Both of them knew that changing the relationship from brotherhood to romance, they would have to give it some time. Yoo-hoo was sad because of it because Dong was the only person who understood him completely, and that's why he didn't want to lose her. Therefore, the only best option was to give each other some personal space while they normalized their relationship. They both agreed and decided to take their time. Before heading back, Dong handed over a mysterious bag to Yoo-hoo. When he asked her about it, she said that it was given to her by the Sky Sect leader and was told to give the bag to Yoo-hoo when she acknowledged her. However, she wasn't allowed to see the contents of the bag, and neither was Yoo-hoo allowed to. It was sealed with the mental power spell by the leader of Sky Sect. Dong told Yoo-hoo that if he tried to open it by force, then it would shatter into pieces. The only way to open the bag was to overcome the caster's mental spell with his own mental spell. When Yoo-hoo tried to undo the mental spell, he failed miserably because the cultivation and the mental power of the caster was overwhelmingly times higher than his. Therefore, he kept the bag with him until he could open it. After that, both Yoo-hoo and Dong went to their respective rooms and promised to see one another when they were able to normalize their relationship. The next morning, Yoo-hoo woke up expectantly happy while mumbling Dong's name repeatedly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door and he went to open it. As he was half asleep, he had only one person in mind to be at the door, which was Wang Dong. When he opened the door, Principal Yan was standing there while Yoo-hoo was still mumbling his lover's name. Principal Yan scolded him and asked him whether he lost his mind after last night's event. Yoo-hoo finally came to his senses and asked for forgiveness. However, the principal congratulated him for his victory and also teasingly told him that he and Xuan already knew about her true gender. Yoo-hoo was shocked to hear this and felt betrayed. When he asked the principal why they did that, he replied that it was because Dong was probably the next heir of the Sky Sect, therefore, they couldn't afford to leak their secrecy. Principal Yan then invited him to the Poseidon Pavilion to meet with the higher-ups of the academy to discuss the techniques he used last night. Yoo-hoo accepted the invitation and went to the pavilion after changing his clothes. When he reached the pavilion, he saw that every one of the higher members of the academy was sitting at a round table. Yoo-hoo entered the pavilion and greeted everyone. They also greeted and congratulated him for his victory the previous night. After that, Xuan asked Yoo-hoo to show them his unique spirit rings. He agreed happily and called forth his Snow Empress. However, when the Snow Empress appeared, she immediately raised her guard and pointed toward a faculty member while shouting something. The Empress flew right toward Xuan and used a spell in midair. Everyone, including Yoo-hoo, was shocked by her behavior. They thought that the Empress was trying to attack Xuan. However, the spirit technique she cast wasn't harmful. It was actually a beautiful bouquet of flowers made of ice to show her gratitude. Everyone took a sigh of relief and laughed at her unexpected behavior. After such an unexpected show of spirit power, everyone became even more interested in the Empress. Yoo-hoo started explaining the Empress's nature by explaining that his orange gold ring actually originated from it. He then said that to further explain its origin, he had to tell them everything from the beginning along with his personal secrets, as both of them were connected. Xuan and others were dumbfounded to hear that he still had some secrets left. However, Yoo-hoo knew that in order to explain the spirit soul, he had to tell them the secret of Yilai Ki Si. He told them everything excluding the part where he met the daydream ice worm, from leaving home to getting injured in Duo Forest and meeting the Holy Light deity. He told them that when he was in danger on top of the ice-chill Chalcedony bed, he fused the Snow Empress, an unprecedented existence, with the aid of Yilai Ki Si's ascended mind's flame. Yoo-hoo then answered every question that Xuan and other elders asked about the Empress. He also mentioned that having an equally powerful spirit soul was the best method because it didn't require killing the spirit beast, and also depended on the willingness of the spirit beast. Xuan was impressed by his findings and way of thinking. He praised Yoo-hoo and said that it would change the structure of the Spirit Master's world. He also ordered a secret research on the spirit souls and told Xiaoji to fully cooperate with Yoo-hoo in the research. However, Yoo-hoo stopped Xuan and told him that he wanted to conduct an open research in the Academy's lab facilities under the look of the Academy. Everyone was shocked to hear that Yu Hu was willing to share the methods of creating soul spirits with the academy. Zhuan told him to reconsider his decision as it was too precious and that he had already done too much for the academy by providing blueprints of the spirit devices. However, Yu Hu denied and said that he was an orphan back in the day, and the only place that gave him shelter, food, friends, and everything was Shrek Academy. Therefore, he wanted to repay his debt. He said that he was also doing this to save his own skin, as if people came to know that only he had the method to create such a powerful spirit soul, then they would come after him. Zhuan and everyone else praised his idea and way of thinking and accepted his proposal after insisting so much. Therefore, Yu Hu contributed the information under Muluo's name. Before ending the pavilion's meeting, Zhuan announced one last thing. He said that as he was the current Poseidon Pavilion's master, he appointed Yu Hu as his successor. Yu Hu was absolutely shocked to hear such unexpected news. He tried to convince Zhuan that he wasn't worthy of such a title, but Zhuan denied that he was the most capable and worthy person for such a title, even more than him, and that Mu Luo also wanted him to become the next successor. When Yu Hu heard Mu's name, he was surprised because he always thought that elder senior sister Le Xuan would be the successor. However, Master Xuan told him that he wasn't the only one to make decisions. Therefore, Xuan conducted elections and told everyone to raise their hand if they saw him fit for the position. Everyone, including elder sister, raised their hands, and therefore he was unanimously elected as the successor. Xuan told him that they wouldn't disclose his position temporarily, but his position wouldn't be as simple as just a member of the pavilion. His responsibilities were also increased with the position. Yu Hu also accepted his position because he realized that Mu Luo had too many expectations from him, and in order to fulfill those expectations, he had to work hard whatever the outcome was. Later, Yu Hu and Principal Yan were talking to each other outside the pavilion. Principal Yan told Yu Hu that he was going to capture some spirit beasts for research. He also warned him that they had to do it carefully so that no one would get harmed. While they were talking, Yu Hu sensed that someone was eavesdropping on them from behind the wall. It was Dong who was watching them. When Yu Hu looked back, she quickly hid herself. However, her hair were still visible. Principal Yan sighed and told Yu Hu to meet her, and also told him to take good care of her, as she was strong, the inheritor of the Clear Sky sect, and was the most suitable significant other for him. Principal Yan then left to do his work and left both Yu Hu and Dong alone. When Yu Hu saw her again, he was stunned by her beauty once again, like it was his first time seeing her. However, Dong told him that she brought some food for him. Yu Hu was extremely happy to see the exquisite food she made for him. Without wasting any time, he sat down and started to devour the tasty food. Dong then told him to finish his food fast so that they could go. When Yu Hu asked where they were going, she replied that they were going to find the other Wang Chu that Yu Hu mentioned on the event night. Yu Hu had almost forgotten about it, but Dong was curious from the moment she heard that. She told him that the new batch of students were going to enter the inner academy the following day, therefore, they could find her there. Hence, they went to the outer academy. On their way, Yu Hu suddenly got lost in thoughts. Dong noticed it and asked him what was the matter. He replied that he remembered the time when they entered the academy at first and met Sister. She was able to fly flawlessly, and now when they were able to do the same, then Sister went missing. He told Dong that he missed Sister too much. However, they finally got to the outer academy. When the new students saw Dong walking by and holding hands with Yu Hu, they were stunned by her beauty. As Dong was attracting so much attention, Yu Hu told her to put on a veil in the future because her beauty was causing too much commotion. However, she asked him teasingly whether he didn't want her to be prettied up for him. While they were having a conversation, suddenly a teacher shouted at them, which scared them to death. The teacher was scolding them for being lovey-dovey on the school grounds. He told them to study hard in school and not to engage in romantic relations until graduation. He said that his name was Zhengzhan and was a home teacher of the outer academy. He thought that they were outer school students like every other, therefore he didn't hold back a single word. While Yu Hu was apologizing continuously, he also admired Zheng and felt a strange sense of intimacy from him because he reminded him of his teacher, Mrs. Zhou. Zheng asked Yu Hu to tell him which class he studied in and who was his class teacher. Yu Hu replied that he and Dong both were Mrs. Zhou's students. When Zheng heard it, the ground under his feet slipped right away. He panicked to death because he knew that Mrs. Zhou was a dangerous and short-tempered lady. He scolded Yu Hu once again for not telling him earlier before he called her. As the water had already passed over their heads, Zheng came up with an idea that he would tell Mrs. Zhou that he kept them occupied because he wanted them to do some work for him. Yu Hu agreed with the idea. However, the only problem was that Dong didn't know about the plan, as she was busy looking for another Wang Chu. Suddenly, Mrs. Zhou arrived while shouting, asking which fool dared to detain her student. When Yu Hu and Dong saw their ex-teacher, they immediately went to greet her and offer their gratitude. When Mrs. Zhou saw them after a long time, she was emotional for a moment. But then right after it, she kicked Yu-Hu hilariously and scolded both of them because they hadn't met in the past 2 years. She was also angry at Wang Dong because she hid her identity from her too. While she was scolding them, Mr. Zheng was trembling from fear because he thought that Zhou might destroy their careers. On the contrary, it was Mrs. Zhou's way of showing affection. However, Zheng stepped forward and tried to calm her down. She was confused by his behavior and asked whether he was the one who detained her students. Before he could say anything, Yu-Hu replied that it was their fault and they already apologized to teacher Zheng. As the matter was already solved, Mrs. Zhou took her leave from Zheng and also told him that she would deal with Yu-Hu and Dong herself. By hearing that, Zheng became even more frightened and stopped Mrs. Zhou as he thought that she was going to punish them alone. He asked Mrs. Zhou to forgive them and to lower her temper because it could cause the students to become rebellious. She knew that he misunderstood her, so she decided to tease him a little and said that beating was affection and scolding was love. As a result, Zheng became even more terrified and so threatened her that he would report her violence to the upper committee. Zhou finally tried to cool down the situation and told him that she was only kidding and that she was only scolding them because of her affection towards them. She also told him that they weren't any Outer Academy students. Instead, they were the core members of Shrek Academy's Inter-High School Spirit Master Tournament. Teacher Zheng was dumbfounded by her words because he didn't think that someone that young could enter the Inner Academy. After resolving their dispute, Zheng finally realized that the whole crowd of new students were watching them. Therefore, he asked Mrs. Zhou to make an excuse to the students. Upon some thought, she told him an excuse, and Zheng went to address it to the students. He told them that Yu-Hu and Dong were actually Inner Academy students, and were holding hands just to practice their mutual spirit fusion. That's why they weren't guilty of doing ill-mannered things. The students were shocked and surprised at the same time by his excuse. Some didn't believe him at all. After that commotion, Yu-Hu, Dong, and Mrs. Zhou went to roam around the academy. While they were roaming, Yu-Hu told Mrs. Zhou that they actually wanted to go to the Inner Academy student registration office. She replied that she would take them to the office herself before they were detained again by some other teacher. Therefore, all three of them went to the registration office. When they got there, Yu-Hu overheard a conversation where the registrar was telling a student to remove her veil because it was necessary for the faculty to know the student's identity. She asked whether it was necessary for enrollment. When Yu-Hu heard her voice, he immediately noticed that it was the same girl's voice he met that day. Despite her insisting, the registration teacher didn't listen to her and said that they wouldn't give her enrollment if she didn't reveal her true identity. Thus, she didn't have any choice but to surrender and remove her veil. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu rushed toward the office from where the voices were coming. Mrs. Zhou and Dong didn't understand at first why he started to run suddenly. However, they also followed him to the office. When Yu-Hu reached there, he was glad to see that he found Wang Qiu at last. She looked at him and asked why he was looking at her. However, without giving a reply, he turned his back and waited for Dong to come. When Dong came, everyone was shocked to see that both Qiu and Dong looked alike and asked them whether they were siblings. Both of them were shocked too to see each other's identity. However, they confirmed that they didn't have any siblings. However, Qiu also realized that Yu-Hu was the boy who was chasing her that day, so she asked him why he did that. Yu-Hu replied that it was a misunderstanding, as he thought that she was Dong. Qiu then asked them to leave if they didn't have any other business with her. Therefore, all three of them left the office. When they came out of the office, Dong was lost in thoughts and told Yu-Hu and Mrs. Zhou that something was off. Yu-Hao told her that she should write a letter to her uncle and aunt to confirm whether she had any other siblings. She replied that she was absolutely sure that she was the only child, and also Qiu's spirit energy was different from hers, so they couldn't be siblings. Yu-Hu was still curious and asked how it was possible for two people to have the same faces, but not be blood-related. Mrs. Zhou replied that there had been many occurrences of people having the same face, but different bloodlines in the past, so it was possible. After putting aside their doubts, Mrs. Zhou and Yu-Hu went to eat lunch and talked about the events that happened during the past 2 years. While they were having a good teacher-student time, Dong suddenly entered the hall with heavy steps. Both Yu-Hu and Zhou noticed her and asked what happened. She frighteningly replied that she had confirmed the spirit essence of Qiu and found out that her spirit essence was of Long Instinct Golden Dragon. Both of them were shocked by Dong's answer because the Golden Dragon was the ancestor of strength. The legend said that the Dragon Lord had 2 children, one Silver Dragon who had control over the elements, and one was the Golden Dragon who had control over strength. All the others till the current day were known to be their descendants. Yu-Hu was surprised to see that someone from the direct dragon race was among them. However, Mrs. Zhou told him to treat her as a normal classmate too, because they had confirmed that her spirit essence had nothing to do with Dong's. Dong was still pouting by the fact that Chiu looked like her. She was concerned that people might misunderstand one for another. Yu-Hu consoled her that he wasn't sure about other people, but he would definitely recognize her because of Yu-Hu-Dong bonding power. While they were heading back to their dorms, Dong was still thinking about Chiu and had a feeling that something was not right. She had a feeling that she had seen Chiu's eyes somewhere, but wasn't sure where. Out of curiosity, she asked Yu-Ho whether Chiu was sent by heaven to steal him because she looked more like the girl in the light neon dress than her. Yu-Hu laughed at her teasingly and said that no matter how alike both of them looked, Chiu still wasn't the same as her. He comforted her that after the school starts again, then both of them would always train, eat, and live together, and the only thing that was irreplaceable was her, so she shouldn't worry about other things. After hearing that, her heart was at ease, and she also shyly agreed with him to train with him at night. Yu-Hu was almost jumping with happiness when he heard that. However, she also threatened him that if he had any ulterior motives, then she would punish him. She proudly said that he should know he was only a spirit king while she was a spirit emperor. When he terrifyingly asked her whether she was bullying him, she laughingly replied that indeed she was. Meanwhile, Chiu was sitting beside the lake wondering how there could be someone that looked like her. She couldn't figure out what it was all about. When Yu-Hu and Dong returned to their dorm, Yu-Hu started to write important notes about the methods of spirit seal contract, while Dong was preparing the dining table for them to eat. After setting the table and placing their chairs together, she sat near Yu-Hu and waited for him to finish his work. She was tired and yawning, but still she didn't want to miss dinner with him. After a few moments, Yu-Hu finished his work, which he was going to submit to the principal the next day. Therefore, both of them sat at the dinner table and had a delicious meal. While Yu-Hu was eating, Dong asked him to teach her cooking so that she could make a meal for him without bringing it from the mess. Yu-Hu denied immediately without explaining. Dong thought that his recipes might be very dear to him. That's why he wasn't sharing them with her. On the contrary, he replied that he didn't want to teach her because he wanted to cook for her, instead of her cooking for him. He said that he loved her so much and wanted to cherish her by protecting her. By hearing that he cared for her so much, her eyes filled with tears. Yu-Hu consoled her by saying that she shouldn't worry and leave everything to him because he was strong enough to carry her burdens. But Dong laughed at him and teased him that still, he was only the Spirit King. However, he said that protecting her was unrelated to power. While Yu-Hu was having his dinner, Dong then said that she had looked over Chu's situation and found out that her spirit rank was 60. She also confirmed that in the near future, students were going to participate in an activity to obtain spirit rings, and that Chu might also join the event. Therefore, she advised that they should also participate in the event together. After finishing the dinner and taking a shower, Yu-Hu asked Dong to train the fusion in the bed. Although she completely turned red at his words, she agreed, and both of them went to the bed. There they trained their spiritual fusion techniques for several hours. The next morning, both of them went to report to the martial soul headmaster, Kai Mei, to allow them to enter the spirit ring obtaining the event. However, Mei rejected their proposal immediately. When Yu-Hu asked the reason, she said that if they had brought the proposal in the past, then it wouldn't have been an issue. However, as Yu-Hu was now the current intergenerational heir of the Sea Lord's Pavilion, therefore she couldn't allow it. Dong was shocked to hear that he had a special status now. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu argued with Headmaster Mei to allow him to participate in the event, as everyone else was participating too. Mei denied once again by telling that his position wasn't any ordinary, and that they couldn't ensure his safety while being in the midst of the forest. He said that everyone who was participating were students, therefore it shouldn't be an issue. However, Mei replied that the current year's requirements for the spirit ring were quite high. That's why everyone was bound to go deep into the forest where the danger was even higher. She told him that she could allow him only if Xuan allowed it. Yu-Hu didn't have any other choice but to accept. After they headed back, Dong was walking ahead of Yu-Hu. He asked her to slow down because he couldn't catch up with her. He noticed that she was upset about something and therefore was ignoring him. When he asked her, she complained that the academy was giving more importance to him, even though she was the heir of the Clear Sky sect. She was also upset with him because he hid from her that the academy appointed him as the upcoming master of Poseidon's pavilion. While Yu-Hu was about to explain himself, Dong hugged him tightly and asked him to promise her that he wouldn't hide any more issues from her. She wanted to shoulder his burdens alongside him. After that, they went to Bei's hostel on his call. When they arrived at his dorm, Yan-san, Kai-nan, and Xiao were already there. Before they entered, they overheard Yan and Kai teasing each other about how such beautiful ladies could be dating them. However, when they saw Yu-Hu and Dong, their attention immediately turned toward them, and they decided to tease them too. Yan approached Dong in a creepy way, asking why she hid her beautiful identity under a boy's body. Little did he know, Nan suddenly barged in and punished him for his creepy behavior. While they were arguing with each other, BEI came down the stairs and greeted everyone, welcoming them for their reunion after 2 whole years. He addressed them, mentioning that the high school Spirit Masters tournament was about to be held in a few months, so they had to train in order to win it. When they all agreed, BEI led them to the training ground to exchange some pointers. However, from his body language, Yoo-hoo noticed that he was trying hard to restrain something. When they reached the training grounds, they saw senior brother Chu and senior sister Wu Ming exchanging blows with each other, where Chu was obviously receiving more than he was giving. Teacher Wang Yan and sister Ruo were standing nearby watching their fight. When BEI and the squad entered the arena, they greeted teacher Wang and Ruo. Wang was shocked to see them, and asked why they came at such an untimely moment. He was somewhat upset because he wanted to spend some lovey-dovey time with Ruo. Meanwhile, Chu and Wu also noticed them, and Wu immediately challenged them to a fight. However, Ruo told her to behave like an elder and not engage in a fight with them, but she said that they bullied Ling Luo Chen, etc., on the event day. Ruo looked at Wu to ask what he wanted to say about it. He nodded positively and addressed everyone, saying that there was no harm in exchanging some pointers. He told everyone to take part in it to gauge each other's strength. As all of them weren't familiar with each other, he started to introduce everyone formally. He also told the seniors that Bei's team was titled as the 7 Devils of the Shrek for Life. Wu and Ruo were dumbfounded by the fact that they were titled as the 7 Devils for Life, because they were once among the 7 Devils too, but for only 5 years. Seeing their surprise, teacher Wang told them that 5 years ago when the high school Spirit Masters tournament was held, they joined the event as substitutes, but due to some accidents, one of the original 7 Devils was killed while the other 6 got injured. Therefore, they entered the tournament on their behalf. Only Ling Luo, Ma Xiu, and Dai Yao from the original team entered the tournament. Ruo and Wu realized that in that year, their academy somehow won the tournament, which made them even more curious about them. As a result, teacher Wang told them to enter the arena. He said that BEI and his 6 companions would join forces, whereas Wu, Chu, and Ruo would form another group. BEI was amazed by the fact that the 8 spirit rings Duluo Ruo would also fight them. Wang asked him whether he was going to forfeit because Ruo was joining too. He replied that his surprised state didn't mean that they were not going to fight. Therefore, Wang told everyone to hold their positions, and then started the match. As soon as the battle started, Wu unleashed her Golden Fire Crow Ring and immediately attacked Yan. In return, Yan activated his Tortoise Shell Shield to defend against it. But to his surprise, Wu's attack changed trajectory and went after Kai. As Kai wasn't prepared for it, he hadn't activated his Spirit Guidance Device's armor. Before Wu's attack could reach him, Xiao's Spirit Sealing Scoundrel absorbed her attack and completely obliterated it. As Wu was surprised by Xiao's sudden defensive technique, she lowered her guard. Yan took the opportunity and used his substitution body switching technique on her. She was switched with Yan's location and was standing dangerously close to Bei's team. Seizing the opportunity for a close attack, Yoo-hoo used his complete Golden Claw, Xiao used her Neon Phoenix Dancing Flute, BEI used his Crushing Blow, and Dong used her Butterfly Lord's Ray technique to attack her. She was shocked that she was tricked and left with no choice but to retreat. She unleashed her Golden Crow Fire Rings explosion technique to flee from them. Her technique worked perfectly, and she was able to get away from the point hit range. However, before she could get away completely, she felt a gentle lock on her neck. It was Nan's Soft Bones Lock technique, which sealed her spirit power completely. Unable to use her spirit power, Yoo-hoo suddenly appeared before her eyes, emerging from his snow breeze, and attacked her with his gentle Emperor's Palm Snowless Chill technique. The last thing she felt was a warm current rushing straight toward her heart, causing her to lose the will to fight, and hence she was defeated. On the other side of the fight, Ruo watched them fight, and Chu was crying out loud because Ruo tied him up with ropes. Suddenly, Chu saw Nan's kick coming right toward his face, which sent him flying into the sky. Teacher Wang told Ruo that she was the only one left on their side because her 2 teammates were already defeated. Ruo didn't lose her composure and admitted that they were much stronger than she was at their age, which is why they were titled as the 7 Devils for Life. However, she told them that they were still young and should learn a lesson from their elder sister Ruo. When Ruo was left alone, Kai decided to attack her with his armed suit. However, he noticed that Yoo-hoo's metal detector's instructions weren't focusing right. He asked Yoo-hoo about it, but Yoo-hoo remained silent because he knew that Ruo's spiritual energy's presence was interfering with the mental instructions. After a moment, Ruo unleashed her dazzling gold true body technique. Everyone was surprised by her spirit essence. They wondered whether it was her true martial body form. BEI used his Dragon Thunderclaw technique on her, but her golden bands immediately delivered a massive blow to him and threw him far away. To stop her destructive power, Xiao used her Sealing Cauldron again to seal away her attacks. However, her cauldron wasn't strong enough to hold Ruo's powerful attacks and got crushed immediately. Hence, Xiao was also defeated. Her spirit technique was among the top 8 powerful techniques. Also, her martial body was in a league of its own. Yu Hu knew that her martial body form wasn't allowing them to attack her directly, and also her golden and silver bands of light were affected by their physical attacks. Moreover, her cultivation also surpassed every one of them. Yu Hu had no choice left but to join his spirit essence with Dong's. It was risky, but he knew that if he didn't use it now, then everyone would be defeated in one sweep. Therefore, he held Dong's hand and formed the absolute ice field. Seeing him opening his field, Ruo also unleashed her blazing fire field. The visibility of the arena gradually started to lower down. Fields were types of spirit techniques where one could hide his presence in the fight by lowering the visibility of the area. However, as there were 2 fields, it was now a game of attrition. The game of attrition lasted for 3 minutes, and then Yu Hu announced that he gave up because sooner or later he would lose all his energy, and Ruo's field would overcome his eventually. He was sad by the fact that his spirit power was much weaker than Ruo's, but he didn't have any other choice than to surrender. As soon as he released his field, Ruo's golden bands attacked him automatically. It was Ruo's Ascendant Sky automatic attack technique in the field. She didn't have any time to stop that attack because it was already extremely close to Yu Hu and Dong. However, when Yu Hu was left with no choice, he used his spirit technique and completely annihilated Ruo's attack. Ruo was terribly scared by the sight of Yu Hu countering her Ascendant Sky technique. After the fight ended, Wu and Chu were jumping here and there with joy of winning the battle, and praised Ruo for defeating the 7 devils of Shrek alone. However, Wang told them not to be too happy about it, because Bei's team defeated both of them with ingenious strategies, and they were also not fighting at their fullest, as it was only a pointers exchanging match. Sister Wu was extremely angry at Bei and his team for how dare they keep their main techniques reserved while they were already exchanging pointers with each other. Bei decided to flee from the situation, so he said that they weren't hiding anything, but Yan blew his idea and worsened the situation by telling the truth. Later on, Wang commented on everyone's strength to Ruo alone. Ruo asked him whether she could have won the match if they had used their actual strength. Wang replied that he didn't know, but Yu Hu was able to use 4 Spirit Essences fusion techniques in the previous big event. Ruo was shocked that Yu Hu and Dong possessed twin Spirit Essences. Wang told her that he was more shocked than her when he first witnessed it. Ruo took a deep breath and was relieved that they had a pretty strong team for the upcoming event. However, Wang said that there could still be some variables. Meanwhile, the 7 devils continued to practice, while Yu Hu and Dong received the approval letter of their request for the ring obtaining event. Zhang Lei, Ruo, and Teacher Kai were leading their team. Most surprisingly, Wang Chu was also on their list. However, they didn't know the other 2 people. When ring obtaining day arrived, they all gathered at the rendezvous point. Wang Chu and Wang Dong were facing each other like adversaries, while Yu Hu was weirded out by the sight of watching 2 girls who looked the same but had different temperaments. Teacher Kai joined them and said that she would be guiding them in the event. Dong even joked to Yu Hu about Mrs. Kai, saying that she was already 90 years old, but to Yu Hao she seemed like she was in her 20s. However, Miss Kai addressed everyone and asked them to formally introduce themselves. Zhang started first and said that she was the commander of the group. Her spirit essence was Moon, and her level was 82. Next, Ruo introduced herself by mentioning her rank in spirit essence and that she was in charge of the operation. Next, Yu Hu introduced his name, his multiple spirit essences and rank, and the same was done by Dong. After that, the 2 unfamiliar students started to introduce themselves. First was the girl named Li Yong, whose spirit essence was Moonblade and was familiar with senior elder sister because she got a boost in her energy every time Zheng used her spirit essence. Then the boy introduced himself. His spirit essence was the Halo, and he was extremely shy, even though he was in his 20s. At last, Chiu introduced herself and said that her spirit essence was Golden Dragon, and she required the 6th ring. After introductions, they started their journey to the Star Duo Forest. As the forest was near the school, they were meant to reach by noon. While they were on their way, Dong asked Yu Ho whether he noticed that Chiu wasn't using her spirit essence to run, yet still her movements were relaxed, and she wasn't showing any signs of tiredness. Even though the places where her feet landed, the small rocks underneath slightly cracked. Yu Hu agreed and said that it was because of her Golden Dragon's spirit essence, which was known for its strength. After covering some distance, Mrs. Kai told them to stop, rest a little, and adjust their state of mind. Yu Hu remembered that it was also the place where he first met Bei and Sister Le Xiao. But it was ages ago, and Sister Le Xiao's whereabouts were unknown now. While he was lost in thoughts, suddenly voices of his team came to his ears asking him to cook for them as he was known for his cooking. As a result, he grilled freshly caught fishes for them. When everyone took a bite, they couldn't believe that Yu-Hu was a spirit master instead of a top-class chef. Everyone was praising him, and Mrs. Kai also told him to eat after completing his work. Yu-Hu agreed, however. He noticed that Chu was sitting far away on the bank of the river. He took a grilled fish with him and went to her to offer the food. Yu-Hu offered her a fish while she was lost in thoughts. Chu looked at him and asked whether his little girlfriend would be okay with him offering her fish. He replied confusedly that it won't be an issue. However, when he looked into her eyes for a moment, he was dumbstruck by the familiarity. He asked her whether they had met before somewhere. She told him that it was their third encounter and that he should head back before his girlfriend got pissed. He was sure that she was hiding something, but he couldn't find anything and left her alone. When he went back, as expected, Dong was angry at him for talking to Chu and ignored him. He didn't have any idea where he went wrong, but he bribed her by offering a specially seasoned grilled fish to her. She immediately accepted the fish like a small child and also asked whether he was afraid of disclosing his special ingredient. He replied flirtatiously that it was only available for her because it was known as love. Dong shyly turned her head and told him to eat too. However, his food already turned cold and was pestering him, but he didn't have any choice. After a rest, everyone continued their journey and went deeper into the forest. After some time, the sky started to turn darker. Zheng told everyone to stay on their guard, as a spirit beast could attack them at any moment. She also told the first and second in command to be more alert than anyone else. While they were going deeper into the woods, Yu-Hu asked Dong to hold his hand. As a result, they fused their energy, and Yu-Hu used his mental instruction spirit technique. Everyone, including Zheng, was amazed by his spirit technique but was also concerned whether it was tiresome. Yu-Hu replied that it wouldn't cause any issues if he didn't expand its range. She was pleased by his answer and made him the first in command instead. As expected, due to his technique, Yu-Hu and others soon detected a presence of a spirit beast in the surroundings. Upon further confirmation, there was a 10,000-year-old Jade Ocean spirit ape around 200 meters away. Zheng told everyone to hide and not act rashly. Chu was annoyed by the presence of that ape beast because it had 10,000 years of cultivation and probably was adept at poison. However, she was still interested in its spirit ring. Zheng told Yu-Hu, Dong, and Chu to form a team and attack the beast while she and Ruo would support them from behind. They didn't think that the three of them would be paired to defeat a beast. However, Dong saw it as a chance to show her strength to Chu. Thus, they attacked the beast. Yu-Hu used his soul essence attack, while the beast used its poisonous fog attack. Yu-Hu quickly cancelled its attack to defend against its poison. Seizing the opportunity, Dong attacked the beast with Butterfly Lord Rays, but it managed to defend against it and unleashed one of the most powerful poisonous fogs, which enveloped the area. Meanwhile, Chu didn't hesitate and rushed right into the fog around the beast. She brought forward her golden fist and ordered it to dissipate. Amazingly, the fog disappeared immediately. Even the beast was shocked by her attack. After witnessing such a destructive blow by her, the beast quickly tried to run away. Chu started to chase after it, but Dong told her not to chase it because she had already placed her hexagram array in the beast's way. As soon as the beast entered the hexagon domain, it lost a tremendous amount of spirit power in an instant. However, it wasn't enough to completely make it unable to fight. The beast tried one last time to break free and attack Dong. Yu-Hu used his mental weakness technique on it to weaken its strength, while Dong attacked it with guillotine wings. Those two simultaneous attacks made the beast fall directly into Dong's hexagram array. The array completely depleted the beast's energy and made it lose the ability to fight. After the defeat of the beast, Zheng told Mo Xuan to absorb the beast, as he wanted its ring, and also ordered everyone else to guard him. After that, Zheng went toward Yu-Hu and criticized him for his unprofessional behavior toward the team. She said that except for Dong, he didn't concern himself with his team, especially Chiu. Dong sarcastically said that what could they have done if they didn't even know about Chiu's abilities. Zheng scolded her, saying that if everyone started to think like her, then the team would surely crumble down. Before Dong could say anything, Yu-Hu held her hand to stop her from arguing and asked Zheng to forgive them. Zheng then went to Chiu and also scolded her for cowering behind her teammates earlier when Yu-Hu and Dong stepped forward. Zheng told her that she wasn't sure if she would make it into the inner academy with such an attitude. Her words made Chiu lose her mind. Her anger skyrocketed, and she told Zheng that she had no authority to determine whether she was qualified for the inner academy or not, and if Zheng was too scared about their team's failure, then she should make her first in command instead. While everyone was shocked by Chu opposing the elder senior sister, Zheng laughed bitterly and told her that she definitely had the authority to remove her name from the inner academy enrollment form, as she was a member of Poseidon's Pavilion. She said that Chiu could challenge her after the operation if she had any issues with her, but for the time being she would be the leader anyway. Jung gave her one last chance to cooperate with the team willingly so that everyone's safety could be assured. Chiu took a deep breath and eventually agreed to follow her orders. She was then assigned to cooperate with Yu-Hu in the operation. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu was still thinking about the seemingly mediocre golden punch of Chiu, which completely vanished the fog screen of the ape beast. He then corrected himself and said that it wasn't just a mediocre punch, because he realized that in the moment she punched, he saw a glimpse of a golden dragon around her. He also heard the vague sound of a dragon roar in that moment, which was also the reason why the ape fell directly into Dong's hexagram array. He was sure that her mental power was absolutely formidable, or at least her spiritual power-gathering ability wasn't worse than his. Everyone continued to move forward, driving off some spirit beasts which weren't interesting to them. As they traveled, they grew nearer to the core of the forest, which was definitely the most ominous area, crawling with dangerous spirit beasts. Soon, the pitch darkness of the night surrounded the area. They decided to set up camp nearby to sleep over the night. Zheng and Ruo kept watch most of the time, while Yu-Hu and Chiu watched over for the rest of the time. While Yu-Hu and Chiu were guarding, Yu-Hu shared his mental institution technique with her, which surprised her a bit. She claimed that it was a useful skill to have in such situations. By looking at her face from close, Yu-Hu was surprised that her beauty was on par with Dong's. At times it was easy to get confused whether she was Dong or Chiu. He then offered baked bread to her. When she asked him whether he made it himself, he replied that Dong was a very picky eater. Therefore, he bought it from the academy's canteen and added fresh meat into it. Chiu was somehow impressed that he cared so much. She then held the bread in her hands and used her spirit technique to warm it up, and then gave it to Yu-Hu. He was surprised and happy to see that the bread looked like it came back to life. He told her to warm up their ration so they didn't have to eat it cold. However, she denied and said that it was only a one-time thing, as compensation for the grilled fish he gave her. Yu-Hu smiled at her answer and said that she didn't have to keep him at arm's length because they were all teammates after all. She asked why she was feeling a sense of hostility from Dong when talking to him. He got confused and said that it might be possible because of their similar looks, and that's why Dong was suspicious of her. He assured her that time would prove everything eventually. However, she replied that she didn't have to prove anything to anyone. Yu-Hu said that it wasn't a good attitude, and she should try to fit in. She got mad and said that ever since she left home, she hadn't met a single person who didn't have ulterior motives. Thus, there wasn't a reason for her to fit in with the people. Yu-Hu consoled her that it was only because she was beautiful, and that was the negative outcome of being beautiful. He guaranteed that no one would mistreat her in the academy if she believed in them. However, she ignored what he said and continued to eat the bread. She then took a bite of the bread, but as the bread had no meat or flavoring, she threw it on the ground because she didn't like it. When the bread fell on the ground, Yu-Hu immediately went to pick it up and also gave her a dangerous side look. She felt a sense of hate and asked whether he wanted to fight. But Yu-Hu replied that if they were somewhere else, then he would have fought. But as they were in the middle of the forest, he restrained his emotions. He asked her whether she knew the value of such bread, which could save someone's life, and whether she never experienced hunger. She replied that powerful people would never die of hunger, thus she didn't care. He again asked whether one was powerful from the day he was born. He said that the most powerful and important people when one was born were the parents. She sighed and asked how he was so sure that she was born powerful. She told him to not get pissed over a piece of lousy bread. He took a bite of the bread and said that it was a piece of bread to others, but to him it was an opportunity to survive. While he took a bite of the bread, he got emotional and tears fell down from his eyes. Chiu was shocked to see him crying just over a piece of bread. She asked him what was wrong with him and why he took a bite from the bread she bit before. He said that he wasn't crying over the bread but remembering his mum. He said that when he was only 5 years old, his only family member was his mum. They were extremely poor, and his mum had to raise him on just her meager salary. She usually worked overtime to provide food for both of them. He said that one night after working late, his mum rushed home with a big smile on her face, which was rare to see. The cause of that smile was the freshly baked bread given to her by the chef of the bakery where she worked. When the chef gave her the bread, the thought of her son not having the bread elated her mind. Therefore, she stuffed the piping hot bread in her clothes to prevent it from getting cold. When she came back home, the area of her body where the bread touched was turned red by the heat of it. However, he was too young to understand anything but to nibble on that hot bread. He continued to cry even more and said how great it would have been if his mum was still alive, as now he had the ability to provide her food and protection. Listening to his sad story, Chiu came near him, snatched the bread from him, and quickly stuffed it all in her mouth. Yu-Hu was surprised that she ate the bread again. However, the tense atmosphere became pleasant when Chiu choked on that bread, and Yu-Hu gave her water to push it down. When she finally swallowed the bread, Yu-Hu asked her whether the meatless bread was as bad as she thought. Yu-Hu realized that she wasn't disrespectful to the bread, but was a picky eater and didn't want to eat the tasteless breadcrumbs. However, her reactions showed that she didn't enjoy it. When Yu-Hu asked her whether it was only related to the tasteless breadcrumbs, she said that she was referring to his saliva when she said that it tasted disgusting. Yu-Hu was ashamed to death when he realized that earlier they both bit from the same bread. He turned all red, as he thought that it was kind of flirtatious. After a while, they started to argue with each other again. Every word of hers pierced right through Yu-Hu's heart when she said that there wasn't anything more pathetic than a grown man afraid of women and crying like a child. Although he said that he wasn't afraid, on the inside he tried to distance himself from Chiu before Dong misunderstood them. Suddenly, Yu-Hu became attentive and shared his mental instructions with everyone. Everyone immediately raised their guard because through his mental instructions, they saw a bunch of spirit beasts slightly ahead of them. They asked each other whether they should retreat or fight, as the spirits hadn't found them yet. However, Yu-Hu paid close attention to the beasts' formation and noticed that they were regrouping and encircling them. He told everyone that they had already been discovered, and there was no choice except fighting them. Zheng told everyone to give their best, as those beasts weren't like the others they fought. She told Mo Xuan to activate his halo too. When the spirit beasts came closer to them, they saw that those were the blood-red baboons who were exceptionally strong in terms of strength, and moreover, they also had an innate bloodline trait called the bloodthirst. It was the technique that allowed them to raise their strengths and powers many times. As soon as the group of baboons attacked them, everyone used their special techniques to defend themselves. Yu-Hu noticed that when Zheng unleashed her spirit ring, the baboons hesitated for a moment, but suddenly the king of blood-red baboons came forth, who had the cultivation worth 50,000 years. The king and the others used the bloodthirst technique together and rushed toward Zheng and the others in a form of group rage. Zheng warned everyone to watch out, because the group rage was an even more dangerous attack. She used her moon spirit technique to hit some of the baboons, but as the numbers were too much, some baboons managed to get closer to her. However, Ruo used her golden ropes to pull her back. The same happened with Yu-Hu too, when he used his purple demon eye to paralyze one baboon, but the others attacked from behind, but somehow he also managed to defend himself. Dong used her butterfly raise technique to attack the baboons, but again one of them got dangerously closer to her. The situation for her wasn't the same as Zheng and Yu-Hu, and it was certain that she would receive a critical blow from the baboon. However, unexpectedly, Chiu suddenly appeared in front of her and bare-handedly punched against the baboon's punch. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu had no choice but to use his mental disturbance technique to make a baboon fight his own group. That made things easier around him. After his side was clear, he looked toward the others to ensure whether they were fine. Suddenly, he saw a baboon screaming from pain, and its arm joint was shattered. He was surprised to see that it was caused by Chiu's punch. Her single punch made the ground underneath the impact area crack. A baboon tried to attack her from her blind spot, but she remained calm and grabbed its finger. Yu-Hu was dumbstruck to see that Chiu was the same girl who snatched the bread from him when he saw her crushing the baboon's finger without breaking a sweat. After everyone managed to defend against the baboons fell back a little to regroup. All the baboons regrouped and suddenly went under a terrifying transformation. Nobody except Zheng realized that they were unleashing their bloodthirst technique. She was extremely shocked by the fact that the baboons could activate their innate technique in a group. Hence, she told Ruo to be on guard and not hold back anymore. When the baboons attacked, she activated her moon spirit technique with its full might and caused even the moon to brighten at its fullest. She unleashed all of her spirit rings, making even the bloodthirsty baboons tremble. She also called Ruo to use her 8th top spirit technique called Ascending Sky. With that technique, the entire area was surrounded with a golden aura from Ruo. She used her golden band technique to blow away half of the army in a few moments. The other half of the baboons were struck by the moon lightning bolts of Zheng. At the end, the white light diminished, and the baboons were seen falling from the sky. Everyone was stunned by witnessing the true power of Spirit Duluos. After defeating many strong beasts in a few moments, Zheng released her technique and regained her calm composure as if nothing ever happened. Even Chiu was surprised by her power and wondered whether she could have won against Zheng if they had fought earlier. Soon after, the Baboon King turned into the Spirit Ring. Zheng asked everyone whether anyone wanted the Baboon King with 50,000 years of cultivation. Yu-Hu stepped forward and asked for the ring. Despite the ring not being completely suitable for him, Zheng allowed him to have the ring because it was hard to find spirit rings with strong mental attributes. However, when Yu-Hu was about to absorb the ring, Chiu stepped in front of Yu-Hu to stop him from absorbing it. Yu-Hu was shocked and asked why she was doing that. She said that it wasn't suitable for him, so he should let her take it instead. Everyone was confused by her actions because both Yu-Hu and Chiu were in the same team, yet she was trying to snatch the ring from him. Dong angrily barged in and told Chiu to step aside from Yu's way. However, she didn't listen and refused to give up the ring. Dong got even more furious and asked her to fight her, and if she won, then they would allow her to absorb the ring for herself. Chiu didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed to fight for it. However, Jung interfered and scolded both of them because of their despicable behavior as teammates. She asked them what the problem was between them. Chiu replied immediately that she wanted to have the ring because it wasn't suitable for Yu. Jang asked her whether she would be able to find a much better spirit ring with a mental attribute for Yu-Hu, as it was extremely rare. Chiu looked at Yu-Hu and asked him whether he believed in her. She offered that if she couldn't find a much suitable ring for him, then she would give her life to him. Indeed, it was a huge gamble, and Yu-Hu somehow knew that she wasn't kidding. Hence, he believed in her and allowed her to absorb the Baboon King ring. Dong was shocked by Yu-Hu's quick decision and asked him why he allowed her right away. Yu-Hu held her hand and pulled her toward himself and said that as Chiu was insisting so much, it would be better to believe in her this once. Chiu didn't say anything and quickly sat near the beast to absorb it. While she was preparing herself to absorb such a huge beast, Jung asked her whether she could absorb it. Chiu just nodded and started her spirit ring absorbing technique. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon appeared before Jung's eyes and started to absorb the Baboon King with 50,000 years of cultivation with ease. Jung realized that the question wasn't about whether she could absorb it, it was whether she wanted to absorb it. Because Chiu's body strength and mental power were so strong that she could easily absorb the beast with 100,000 years of cultivation in a matter of time. Moreover, she was making it look so effortless, even though she had only 5 rings before. Other than her body strength, her martial soul also ultimately pressured the Red Blood Baboon King spirit essence. While Chiu was absorbing the ring, Yu-Hu and Dong sat together to spend some time together. While chatting, Dong asked Yu-Hu whether he truly believed that Chiu would find the better ring for him. He replied that he knew she wouldn't lie. Seeing him having such a strong belief in Chiu, Dong got jealous and asked him to promise her that he won't get closer to Chiu. Yu-Hu asked her whether she didn't have any faith in herself. She replied angrily that Chiu would never look at such an ugly guy like him. He laughed it off and told her that he wouldn't mind being ugly if she liked him anyway. However, Dong wasn't convinced enough and asked one more time whether she was prettier than Chiu. Yu-Hu looked into her eyes sincerely and said that there were only 2 types of girls for him in the world. One type was her, who he loved, and the other type were all the other girls, who looked the same to him. Dong was more than happy to hear his thoughts and clung to him even more. She truly had no immunity to his words whatsoever. After some time, they saw that Chiu finished absorbing the ring within just 3 hours. They were extremely surprised by her physical and mental strength. After Chiu came back to her senses, she looked at Yu-Hu and nodded. That nodding caused a great commotion in Dong's heart, and she jumped at Yu-Hu to obtain answers for her nodding to her. Yu-Hu tried too much to calm her down, but when she wasn't calmed down by anything, Yu-Hu explained everything to her that happened last night, including the stolen biscuits and reminiscing his mother's memories. Dong finally calmed down and apologized for misunderstanding him. She also said that if one day they were going to starve and there was only 1 biscuit left, then she would eat it to survive a little longer than giving it to him. Yu-Hu was shocked by her answer, but he couldn't say anything. She explained herself that it was because she wanted to stay by his side a little longer than him. She wanted him to die later than her, so he wouldn't have to grieve for her in his last moments. Her answer lit up Yu's heart, and true love for her was reflecting from his eyes. The next morning, all of them continued their journey. Jang once again asked Chiu whether she would be able to find a suitable spirit beast for Yu. She nodded and said that she knew where the powerful beast resides in this forest because she had lived in the forest for about 1 year to train. Jang was shocked by hearing that, because holding out for a whole year in the forest where 5 of the world's top 10 spirit beasts lived was crazy. A strong spirit user might hold out for a day or 2 or even a week, but holding out for an entire year was unbelievable, because she had to defeat strong spirit beasts along with Nightwalkers too. However, Chiu confirmed once again and cleared Jang's doubts that she was there for a year. Jang admired her efforts and knew that to gain formidable strength one must be willing to go to such lengths. While they were heading forward, Yu-Hu sensed danger ahead and conveyed the message to his comrades too. Jang told everyone to stay on their guard. Yu-Hu continued to observe the movement and found out that it was a group of spirit beasts. Jang told everyone that they were dark attributed spirit beasts with strong attack power and were called black leopards. Yu housed his mental instructions power and sensed that the leopards had already found them and were trying to trap them. Jing told everyone that if they engaged in a fight with the leopards, then the fight would be endless. However, Chiu stepped forward and asked them to let her act as bait because she had fought the leopards before as well. Jang strongly opposed the idea because it was dangerous to split while fighting such powerful beasts. But she didn't listen and said that she would be fine if Yu-Hu fought alongside her using his mental trap ability. She then summoned forth a golden spear, which had a very blinding glow and exuded a strong breath of life. She suddenly charged at the leopards, leaving Yu, who was originally assisting her, behind. Yu quickly went to assist her by using his spirit shock technique, which paralyzed the leopards for a moment. That time was more than enough for Chu to get closer and attack. Her single swing of the spear sliced almost half of the leopards, while the others tried to run away. However, she didn't allow them and threw her spear at them, annihilating them in an instant. By seeing her defeat the leopards so easily, the rest of the team was unsure whether she wasn't good at anything. She then calmly came back and regrouped with her team. Zheng asked her whether she wanted to rest a bit before going onward. She refused to take a break and started to continue their journey. However, before they could start walking, Zheng stopped and asked Chu whether her weapon was related to her soul beast, as it was her blind guess. Chu confirmed her guess and said that her weapon was known as the Golden Dragon Spear, and it was a family heirloom. Yu thought for a moment and curiously asked her whether it was related to the actual Golden Dragon. He further explained his theory that the legend said that the Golden Dragon had 49 rib bones, whereas its descendants had 48, and the odd rib bone was considered to be the reason for the Golden Dragon to become the Dragon Lord in the future. Before he could say anything else, Chu praised him, saying that she didn't know that he had so much knowledge. She confirmed his intuition that the Golden Dragon Spear was indeed the 49th bone of the Golden Dragon's ribcage. Everyone was surprised that she had such a rare and great weapon. Mo Xuan suddenly saw that the leopards killed by Chu were evaporating and were going to disappear soon. Chu told everyone that it happened because her spear absorbed the spirit energy out of the leopards, which acted as nutrients for the spear, and also provided a part of it in the fight. However, Zheng told her to not casually use the spear in front of everyone and also told her to show it only to the people she trusted. Chu replied that it wouldn't be an issue because the spear was the pride of the Dragon Lord. Therefore, no one except a person with the Golden Dragon spirit essence could use it. She said if anyone else touched it, it would absorb their spiritual energy. If it weren't for her, it would have absorbed the spiritual energy from everything in a 50-meter radius, including the grass. After absorbing enough energy, it would summon a golden dragon spirit to take it far away, and if it found a golden dragon on its way, then it would become its 49th bone, which would make the dragon the possible Dragon Lord. Yu was very impressed by her because she was wielding such a powerful weapon with ease. However, it also meant that she was the only one who could wield it. After continuing their hunt, suddenly everyone felt an ominous aura in the air. They noticed that the evil aura wasn't from a beast, but from someone else. However, their spiritual energy was much more ferocious than that of the spirit beasts. Zheng and Ruo immediately unleashed their spirit techniques and vaporized the leftover bodies of the leopards to hide their smell. However, there was still some smell in the air, which attracted those evil beings. Upon coming closer, everyone saw that the evil aura was originally emitting from 3 evil spirit masters. The spirit masters came near them and asked where they were from. Zheng replied that they belonged to Yue Juozong from the Heavenly Soul Empire. The evil spirit masters were intrigued and asked everyone to show their spirit rings to them, as they knew that Zheng and her team couldn't be weak if they were strolling in the forest. Everyone was confused that those 3 were directly asking them to show their spirit rings just when they met each other. Suddenly a voice came from behind, saying that asking the weak to show their spirit rings was bullying and was extremely overbearing. It was Mrs. Kai, who had been following Zheng's team all the time in the shadows. Yi and others were glad to see her stepping forward in such situations. However, the evil masters didn't back off and asked even Mrs. Kai to show her spirit rings. Mrs. Kai sarcastically replied that they had to show her whether they were qualified enough to see her rings. They immediately attacked her to show their qualifications. Mrs. Kai quickly unleashed her spirit ring to counter their attacks. When the evil masters saw that, they realized that she was an 8-ringed spirit master, which was why she was so prideful. But they didn't stop and went under a transformation and also unleashed their level 8 guidance spirit devices. Having such destructive weapons in their arsenal was the reason they weren't afraid of death. They then told Mrs. Kai that they only wanted them to do some work for them, whether they were willing or not. When she asked them what they had to do, they laughed and told her to just follow them. Yu and his team followed the evil masters deep into the forest. Yu knew that Mrs. Kai was hiding her true abilities from the evil master to ensure everyone's safety. After covering some distance, they reached an open area where there was a cave in front of them. When Mrs. Kai asked them what to do, the evil masters replied that there was a spirit beast in the cave, so they had to lure it out and quickly kill it. Mrs. Kai was suspicious of their request, because to her, they didn't seem so weak that they didn't even have the strength to defeat a spirit beast. However, she agreed and played along for a while. One brother told the other to lure the spirit beast out. Thus, one evil spirit master used his attack filled with evil energy to lure the beast out. Yu and the others knew that the situation was much more intense than they originally assumed. When the cave was attacked, a dark golden dreadclaw bear which had over 1,000 years of cultivation came out of the cave and counterattacked them. Yu-Hu was shocked to see that it was much bigger than the bear he and Xiao fought, and also its single attack sliced dozens of trees in an instant. However, after just a single attack, the bear went back to the cave. The evil master ordered Mrs. Kai to attack the bear and hold it in one place. She agreed and asked for some time to devise a strategy. The bear was extremely strong, and Mrs. Kai knew that they had no chance against it. To her, it seemed bizarre that the bear came out, attacked, and then went back without fighting more. She knew that the evil master had some ulterior motives. On the other hand, Yu-Hu noticed that the bear was acting like it was trying to protect something. Therefore, he decided to dig deep into the matter and reveal the evil master's true intentions. Thus, Yu-Hu used his mental instruction technique to locate what was inside the cave. He saw that there were stains of blood under Dreadclaw Bear's feet. Upon further spreading the technique range, he saw that the bear was actually protecting two infant bears. He shared his vision with his team, allowing them to see the baby bears too. All of them were disgusted by the evil spirit master's plan and decided to stop them immediately. Everyone realized that their main goal was to capture the young bears alive and tame them. Mrs. Kai signaled everyone to get ready to stop their plan. However, the evil masters unleashed the spirit of the male Dreadclaw bear, which made the female bear, who was protecting the kids, go crazy. Everyone realized that it might be her husband, which the evil masters killed earlier. Ruo was confused as to why they needed their help if they could have defeated the female one too. After a while, she remembered that Wang once told them that Dreadclaw bears were very prideful creatures. Therefore, if they found themselves in danger, they would devour their own children before they could be taken away. Yu-Hu told everyone that the evil master's plan was to engage them with the female bear while they would snatch the cubs. Everyone became furious, and Mrs. Kai urged them to attack the three evil masters. While everyone sneak attacked, the evil masters noticed their attack and decided to teach them a lesson. The one controlling the male bear spirit unleashed the bear toward them and countered their attack with destructive claws. Yu-Hu and the others were in great danger because on one side, they had to fight the male bear spirit, and on the other hand, the female bear was approaching them too. If somehow they managed to survive the two bears, then the evil masters would kill them immediately after getting a chance. They were trapped in a dangerous position and were trying to figure out the possible way to get out of the situation. As the bears were approaching them, Yu-Hu suddenly separated himself from his team and told them not to follow him because he didn't know whether his plan was going to work. His plan was to stop the bears from teaming up, thus he went straight to the female bear and lured her toward himself. While the female bear was charging toward him, suddenly Chu appeared in front of Yu-Hu and went to attack the bear head-on. Yu-Hu was shocked by her behavior, as it seemed suicidal to him for her to attack the bear with only her spear. He thought that despite how strong she was, there was no chance of her winning against the Dreadclaw bear at its full strength. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to use the modified level 7 Lightning Soul Guidance Cannon, which was given to him by second senior brother Kai before heading out for the Stardew Forest. He unleashed the cannon, recharged it, and straightly fired the Lightning Lord's Thunder Fury right toward the bear. Although he thought that by his attack, Chu would also get some injuries, he didn't have any other choice. The lightning passed Chu without injuring her, and struck the female bear in the chest. After the bear collapsed, it was now time to launch the cannon's Phase 2 attack to stop the evil masters who were heading toward the cave. Yu-Hu knew that the evil masters wouldn't dodge the lightning bolt, and because of their greed, they wouldn't let the lightning strike the cave, which was right behind them. As expected, the evil master didn't dodge the attack and unleashed the true martial soul body, which was the underworld python. The python took the bait and released the shield of 1,000 ghosts. However, the lightning bolts pierced right through their shield and continued to head for them. While they were being attacked by the lightning, Yu-Hu sneaked into the cave and looked for the cubs. When he found the cubs, the evil masters also managed to get to the cave. They knew that someone was already in the cave because they were sensing a stranger's energy. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu was trying to figure out how he would escape with those two cubs. Suddenly, the cubs also started to run away. Unknowingly, Yu-Hu used his Snow Empress's ability to freeze the cubs. He apologized to the cubs for his mistakes, but it was somehow convenient for him to put them in the soul storage device while they were being frozen to ice. Suddenly, Yu-Hu heard the evil master's voices, and thus decided to hide away. When the evil masters entered the cave, Yu-Hu hid himself using the illusion technique on the roof of the cave just above them. The evil masters saw that the cubs were missing and also the cave was empty, therefore they decided to go out and search for the culprit. Yu-Ho was relieved to hear that they were going back. However, one of them said that he still sensed the odor of someone in the cave, thus he unleashed his hundreds of tiny spirits to thoroughly check the cave. Yu-Hu was completely sure that he was doomed. He had only two choices, either to take a risk and run out of the cave, or to fight them head-on. He figured out that either way he was going to die, so he decided to at least give a good fight. When he was about to jump down from the ceiling, suddenly the female bear barged into the cave. The evil masters and also Yi were surprised by the female bear's sudden appearance. The evil spirit master attacked the female bear with their spirits. However, a golden spear pierced through their spirit attack. Yu-Hu was shocked to see the spear because it belonged to Chiu. Upon closer look, Chiu was standing over the female bear and fighting alongside her. Chiu and the female bear joined forces, continuously countering the evil master's attacks. Chiu used her spear to pierce through every tiny spirit that the evil master sent. However, one spirit attacked her from her blind spot and gave her a massive blow. She went flying but quickly held onto the bear's fur. While she was in a defenseless position, a bunch of spirits grouped together and headed straight toward her. She was in no position to save herself. While she lost her hope of survival, suddenly she felt a breeze of snow enveloping her. As it was a warm and familiar feeling, she immediately noticed that it was Yu. Yu-Hu came out of the breeze and pulled her back. Yu-Hu told her that his ice domain was soon going to crumble, so they had no time. However, Chiu told Yu-Hu to wait for a moment. Meanwhile, she held her spear and pierced it through the female bear. When asked why she killed the female bear, she replied that she would rather kill the bear herself than letting those evil masters torture her to death. Meanwhile, Yu's domain also started to fade away. Yu-Hu thought that it would be a bad idea if they led the evil masters toward Mrs. Kai and the others, so he held Chiu's hand and ran the other way. When the evil masters saw them running, the leader ordered one of them to look whether the female bear that Chiu killed had turned into a spirit ring, while the others chased after Yu-Hu and Chiu. As the evil masters were approaching them fast, Yu-Hu told Chiu to hold his hand tight because he was going to use the lightning cannon to give them a push to fly faster. However, Chiu told him not to worry, and then used her overpowering strength to cover many meters of area in just one jump. Yu-Hu was completely caught off guard by her sudden change of pace. While Chiu was holding his hand, Yu-Hu felt that her hands were pleasingly warm and soft, and she had a very good smell. Yu-Hu then suddenly came back to his senses and turned red by realizing that he was having those thoughts. Chiu asked him whether he saved her because he mistook her for Dong. He replied that he saved her because she was a friend of his and he couldn't let her die. She said that she didn't intend to die and was going to save herself somehow. Yu-Hu laughed and told her that whether her life was more important or her pride, they would discuss it later. Chiu somehow smiled for the first time and nodded in response. While they were running, Chiu detected danger and turned in mid-air, swinging her spear. The evil master had caught up with them and sent hundreds of relentless spirits towards them. Chiu struck some of them, but due to their massive numbers, Chiu and Yu-Hu were blown away by the collective attack of the spirits. The evil master stopped by and told them that they had no chance of getting away from him. He demanded the soul bones and guidance devices from them in exchange for their lives. However, they denied and decided to fight, as they had no other choice. By seeing their opposition, the evil master unleashed his most powerful spirits toward them. Yu-Hu held Chiu's hand and asked her whether she was ready to fight, as it might be their hardest as well as last fight. However, as soon as their hands touched, both of them felt their spirit essences merging with each other. Yu-Hu was confused by it, because he had only done it with Dong before. He couldn't believe that such a miracle was happening at such a time. Not only their soul powers, but their mental powers also merged 100%. Since they could use their spirit fusion now, their hopes to win raised again. Suddenly, the evil master screamed that he would torture them to death and unleashed his scarlet spirits towards them. But Yu-Hu used his fusion technique called Light of Soul Shock and sent it right toward him. He underestimated the attack, as it seemed like a golden light only. However, when the light pierced his body, he fell into a state of confusion where he felt like his soul had been struck by huge ice hammers. The impact of that attack was so strong that he returned back to his normal human form. However, the scarlet spirits that he unleashed earlier were still unaffected and went straight to Yu. Before the spirits could hit them, Yu-Hu used his Eye of Destiny to scatter the spirits. The evil master was completely dumbstruck and asked Yu-Hu who he was and what his background was. Yu-Hu replied that he had come from heaven to take out the trash like him. Although his words were prideful, Chiu could feel his hands were shivering and that he could faint at any moment. As she expected, Yu-Hu soon started to lose his consciousness, but somehow his body started to glow up. Chiu as well as the evil master were shocked to see him going under another transformation. Suddenly the bodies of both Yu-Hu and Chiu merged together into a single being. The evil master couldn't believe his eyes and asked himself whether it was possible for two people to merge like that. The merged body was of a light queen. She held her hand pointing toward the sky, and suddenly a huge golden spear with extreme lightning bolts was summoned. The evil master realized that they weren't running away from him, but were luring him to kill him. Therefore, before the Light Queen could attack, he chose to escape before dying. When the evil master ran away, both Yu-Hu and Chu returned to their original state. Yu's energy was almost completely depleted, while Chu was still unharmed and was holding Yu. Yu-Hu told her that they won the battle because of their complete fusion. He said that by seeing their fusion, the evil master overestimated their power and ran by himself. If he hadn't run off that easily, Yu-Hu would have lost all his energy, and they would have lost their lives. It was only a battle of mental strength. However, Cho carried him on her shoulder and ran away from that place, telling him they could talk later. After getting away from that spot, Yu-Hu sat down to recover his energy. He took some time, and then again told Chu to start their journey to find their friends. She asked him to stay a little bit longer so that he could recover more energy. However, he declined and said that he was too eager to meet everyone. By listening to him, Chu asked whether he was more excited to meet everyone or Dong. He didn't expect such a question from her, but he replied that he missed both. Chu then asked him to name their martial fusion. Upon her unexpected question, Yu-Hu said that he had no idea what to name it because he never expected them to form such fusion. Chiu got slightly jealous and asked him whether he thought that he could merge only with Dong. Yu-Hu laughed it off and told her that she was criticizing Dong for being hostile, where she was exactly the same as her. He asked her what was going on with them all day. Chu turned her head angrily and said that he would understand it one day. After giving it some thought, Yu-Hu finally came up with a name, the Fate of the Roaring Dragon. Chiu somewhat liked the name and asked herself whether it was her fate. When Yu-Hu asked her what she meant, she quickly changed the topic by saying that they had more than one fusion skill. She could also turn herself into armor, which he could wear to provide her strength in battle. Yu-Hu was surprised and asked how she knew about it. She replied that it was probably because of her innate ability called Intuition of Gold that allowed her to see things which were unable to be seen by others, and also her Pride of Gold ability to control the will of others. Yu-Hu realized that back when they were fighting the evil spirit master, she must have used her Pride of Gold ability to control the female Dreadclaw bear. Chu agreed and said that she told him all her secrets only so that he didn't get suspicious of her, and also asked him to not tell anyone else. Yu-Hu agreed with her and continued to find their friends. After a while, they reached the place where they got separated from the others. Yu-Hu said that he would use his mental detection to look for everyone. When he held Chu's hand to share energy with her, he felt a warm feeling from her hand. Unlike Dong's hand, which was comparatively cold, her hand felt much softer and warmer. He couldn't believe that those delicate hands could exude such immense strength. He suddenly realized that he was flirting with other women when he already had Dong. He took back his hand and wished for the disruption in his feelings to go away. Chu realized that he was confused for some reason, so she held his hand tightly and told him to stop thinking, hurry up, and find the rest of the team. When they were heading forward, Yu-Hu felt like he was overthinking the situation between him and Chu. After some time, they reached the area where the fight took place. Yu-Hu searched to find some clues and found out that Jung left a message for them that they were heading the other way. Therefore, both of them decided to follow them too. To have some rest, they sat there for some time while Chu heated another bread for Yu. He was once again surprised by her technique, unknowingly saying that he might always have to keep her along his side in the future for such an amazing skill. Although he didn't realize it, his words flattered her. Yu-Hu then asked her to wait for him there, while he went to do something. After some time had passed, a sense of fear rose in Chu's heart. She wondered whether he would come back for her if he found the others. She couldn't understand why she was having such feelings toward him. She thought that she might be worried that he wouldn't return, but she refused to acknowledge her feelings and tried to convince herself that such feelings couldn't appear to her. However, she was caught off guard when Yu-Hu suddenly came back and said that he brought some berries with him because eating only dry bread wasn't good for them. He offered Chu some berries and said that they were pleasantly sweet. When Chiu took a bite of one, the extreme sourness of the berries completely spread in her mouth. She scolded Yu-Hu for pranking her. However, Yu-Hu laughed and told her to wait for some time. After a few moments, the sourness disappeared and the cool and refreshing sweetness spread in her mouth. Yu-Hu said that according to nutritionists, the flavor of those berries was like life, both sweet and sour. Chiu blushed at his sweet smile and words. Although she had spent a whole year in the forest before, she had never eaten such berries before. Then she suddenly noticed a bag in his hands. Upon asking, he said that he wanted Dong to try those berries too, so he filled that bag with them. Hearing that, Chiu got enraged and sliced through the bag, destroying each and every berry in an instant. When asked for an explanation for her behavior, she simply said that she wouldn't give someone something she liked. Yu-Hu was enraged by her behavior and stared into her eyes. He told her that he would ask for an explanation once they reached the academy. As he turned back and left in anger, sparks of loneliness emerged from Chu's eyes, As the two searched for their friends, they found footprints everywhere, indicating that their friends were also anxiously looking for both of them, yet they kept missing each other. After roaming there for many hours, the sky turned dark, so they rested for a while to replenish their energy. Yu-Hu offered her the bread and also asked her to warm his own. Chiu asked him why he was giving her the bread when earlier she had crushed the berries he brought for Dong. He advised her to control her temper because they weren't little kids anymore. She got so furious at him for acting like her big brother, even though he wasn't older than her, that she almost burnt the bread she was heating. When she gave the bread to Yu, it was burnt on the sides and extremely hot. After eating, Yu-Hu told her to meditate because she wasn't resting much, and said that they would switch positions with each other when she had rested enough. According to the plan, Yu-Hu guarded the surroundings while leaving Chu to rest. However, the sense of regret from crushing his berries wasn't letting her meditate. She was scared that she might have distanced her relationship with him. But as stubborn and prideful as she was, she quickly reminded herself of her pride and thought that she didn't want his pity while throwing the bread she had in hand. Before she could throw the bread, the memory of Yu-Hu crying over a piece of bread that day spread in her mind. Therefore, she had no choice but to eat that bread. The night grew deeper in total silence as the nearby creatures were drowsed in deep slumber. Before Chu could enter the state of meditation, she received an emergency signal from Yu-Hu that something was approaching them. She quickly stood up, maintaining a battle stance. Upon closer look, they saw 3 spirit beasts approaching them. They looked like wolves at first. Although they weren't in the 10,000s range of cultivation, they were emitting a vicious aura. Yu's Eye of Destiny wasn't giving him good signs, but he ignored the fact and attacked them with his mental weakness destruction technique. To his surprise, his attack didn't work on them at all, and they all went under a transformation. Yu-Ho was shocked to see that they were standing on 2 legs. He realized that he had read somewhere before that those were hybrids of wolves and werewolves. However, the werewolves stopped approaching them. Yu-Hu couldn't figure out why they stopped suddenly. The least he expected was for them to use some special attack, and as expected, they unleashed a poisonous fog toward them. Yu-Hu warned Chu about the approaching fog, but said that she could handle it. She immediately punched the air, emitting a golden aura which dissipated the fog. Yu-Hu was impressed by her technique, and surmised that they had to take care of the bigger werewolves first, and then head toward the other 2. If the worst-case scenario occurred, he would have to be 1v1. Meanwhile, Chu was fighting with the elder werewolf and was about to pierce it with her spear when suddenly the wolf disappeared. As their intelligence level was very high, the wolves figured out that Yu-Hu wasn't majorly an offensive type, so they all appeared circling Yu. They were all attacking him from 3 sides. Yu-Hu was completely stuck in between. He was shocked that the wolves with no higher cultivation had such powerful attacks. After seeing the wolves' formation, he realized that it was a 3-in-1 formation. It was a highly overpowered technique in which 3 bodies fused their strengths to lock an enemy in between. He was totally caught off guard because that technique was previously used by the creator of Shrek Academy, the first director, and the great grandmaster. And after that, no one witnessed such a powerful triangle formation until that day. It wasn't just preventing him from using his physical and mental attacks, but also making it hard to breathe. He felt like he was being crushed between 2 huge boulders, and at the same time being pulled down by dozens of heavy chain balls attached to his feet. The Snow Empress also came out and tried to help him get away, but her powers also weren't working in that triangle. Meanwhile, Chu was panicked to see Yu-Hu struggling to hold on. She knew that she had to do something. Therefore, she threw her golden spear at the wolves to break their formation. However, that was the moment when one of the wolves glared into her eyes in disdain. Her attack was completely countered with ease and even gave her some damage. She couldn't believe that even her golden spear didn't work against them. On the other hand, Yu-Hu completely lost his will and was certain that he was going to die. Suddenly, Chu was transformed into the fusion armor that she was talking about earlier and entered the fusion triangle of the wolves she merged with Yu. The whole area was surrounded with her golden aura. Yu-Hu thanked her that if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have survived it. At that point, the wolves' fusion was also completed and attacked Yu-Hu with a massive blast explosion. After the explosion, the entire area of impact was covered with dust and fog by the black thunderblast from the sky. The exhausted wolves lowered their guard because they were sure that nothing could have survived that blast. Even the tiny rocks were also turned into ashes. The wolves closed in to see their last breaths taking praise. There was nothing more tempting than devouring the fresh human body, as spirit breasts weren't interesting to them anymore. The fog started to settle down, and they saw someone standing in the middle of explosion. They already had a bad feeling about it, but it was confirmed when suddenly dozens of daggers flew from that direction and pierced one of the younger wolves. Daggers then exploded, destroying the wolf's body into pieces. When Yu-Hu stepped out of the fog with his shining golden red armor, the elder wolf felt a murderous aura in the air, and thus turned tail and ran. Meanwhile, the second younger wolf still had the audacity to stand there and watch. In a blink of an eye, Yu-Hu closed the gap between him and the wolf, grabbed it by its face, and threw it right toward the fleeing elder wolf. At the last moment, the elder wolf tried to retaliate as it didn't have any other choice, but all was lost. An icy breeze turned everything in the surroundings, including the wolves, into frozen trophies of Yu's glory. However, the toll on his body was also great, as he felt like his body was collapsing. Soon after, his armor again turned into Chiu, who was unconscious because of spending too much energy in the fight. Yu-Hu quickly caught her while she was falling from the mid-air after transforming back. Chiu opened her eyes and said smilingly that she no longer owed him because she also saved his life. Yu-Hu quickly put her under the shade of a tree and told her that she didn't owe him in the first place. He noticed that her body was all covered up with wounds, and the excess bleeding was causing her life force to dissipate rapidly. He apologized to her that what he was going to do might offend her, but he had no choice but to give immediate first aid. Therefore, he started stitching her wounds and applied bandages as well. After some time, he finally managed to stop the bleeding. He took a sigh of relief but saw that her clothes were all torn up. Thus, he covered her with his own clothes. While giving her the clothes, unknowingly he touched her hand. He was shocked to feel that her life force was still dissipating rapidly. He was confused and couldn't think of anything. He realized that the only possible solution was to make her drink his blood. Therefore, he slashed his wrist and gave the blood to her to drink it. He hoped that the Lord of Life in his blood would heal her. When he looked at his hand, it was already healed. Thus, he cut his hand again and again for a couple of times until her life force was back to normal. He was glad to see that his plan worked, but giving his own blood to her had weakened his body too. Hence, he fell unconscious alongside Chiu, who was sleeping on his lap. No one knew if it was fate's doing, but in their most vulnerable states, no beast came near them. Also, not far away, the dead wolves unleashed their spirit rings, and their corpses were disappearing too. Meanwhile, some distance away, Yongyue sensed the sound of a bomb coming from one direction. She told everyone that her sense of hearing couldn't be wrong. Thus, Dong and the others rushed toward that direction. Dong was flying as fast as possible and was hoping to reunite with Yu-Hu again because they had been searching for them for a long time, so she didn't want to get let down again. After covering some distance, Dong finally saw someone ahead. She rushed there ahead of her team, ignoring the fact that there could be danger because all she wanted was to meet Yu. When she finally got there, she found that Yu-Hu was lying down on the ground. She had no idea what happened, but as soon as she checked that he was still breathing, her heart was at ease and was finally relieved. However, when she saw that both Chiu and Yu-Hu were lying together, while Chiu was also wearing his shirt, she suddenly got quiet. When Mrs. Kai and everyone else reached the scene, Mrs. Kai immediately ordered Le Xuan and Yang to take good care of both of them. She noticed that Dong was standing aside and watching everything silently. She went to her and explained the situation that Chiu might have gotten injured in a battle, so to aid her wounds, Yu-Hu must have healed her. She told Dong to not overthink too much and believe in Yu. However, she was surprised to see that Dong smiled with clear eyes and said that she believed in Yu-Hu and that Yu-Hu wasn't that kind of person. Mrs. Kai patted her in appreciation and said that Yu-Hu was lucky to have such an understanding girlfriend like her. Both Yu-Hu and Chio's wounds were treated carefully, and they were left in their tents to rest. Outside Yu's tent, Dong was trying to meditate, but she couldn't do it because she was restless with the fact that Yu-Hu fought a powerful enemy and Chiu was wearing her shirt. She wanted to be in her place. Compared to Yu, Chiu's wounds were healing extremely fast because she had that golden dragon spirit essence. Suddenly, Dong heard Yu-Hu calling her name. She rushed into the tent and was happy that the first person he called was her. They hugged each other instantly, and Dong asked him why he didn't stay with the team and why he didn't bring her along when going alone. However, Yu-Hu didn't answer and embraced her by hugging her even more tightly. Dong's heart was filled with thankfulness for his love. While they were having their quality time, someone from outside the tent called them to come out. They quickly separated and went outside. Yu-Hu was glad to see that Mrs. Kai and everyone else were standing in front of him safe and sound. Mrs. Kai asked about his health. He said that his body was still weak because he fought too hard last night. He then asked about Chiu's health. She replied that her life was out of danger because of his immediate first aid. Mrs. Kai then asked him about the details of last night. He told everyone the events that happened from saving the cub to fighting the evil spirit master to fighting the werewolves, except for the part of his and Chiu's fusion and him giving his blood to save Chiu's life. Mrs. Kai was furious upon hearing his story and scolded him for daring to fight the 8-ringed spirit master alone. However, she put that matter aside and asked him to release the frozen cubs before they died. He quickly released those cubs from his soul storage device, but they were still frozen. When everyone asked him if they would survive, he said that the ice wouldn't kill them. As he had learned CPR from his training, he instantly made the cubs breathe. When the cubs regained consciousness, all the ladies were stunned by their cuteness, while Mo Xuan and Yang were gossiping about whether the cubs drank milk or something else. Suddenly, Chu came out of her tent and said that the Dreadclaw bear cubs didn't drink milk. Instead, they ate meat from the day they were born, and their first meal was always the umbilical cord and placenta. Her answer solved the confusion among Mo and Yang. However, when Mrs. Kai saw Chu, she asked her whether she was doing fine. She nodded, and then looked at Yu. She was somewhat sad watching him holding hands with Dong. Although Yu-Ho thought that Chu would never know about the things that happened while she was unconscious, one of the 3 Gold Dragon lineage innate abilities was that all the events that happened while the person was unconscious were recorded in its body. Therefore, Chu knew about Yu-Hu saving her life by feeding his own blood to her. While Chu was looking at Yu, Dong left Yu's hand and started going toward Chu. Yu-Hu was worried that she might do something stupid, but she told him that he didn't have to worry. Yu-Hu didn't know what to do but to trust her. When Dong went to Chu, she unexpectedly apologized to her for her rudeness and hostile behavior toward her. Yu-Hu and everyone else were shocked by her actions. Mrs. Kai only knew her motives. Chu told her that she didn't have to apologize because she didn't cause her trouble, and by saving Yu's life, she just returned the favor. Dong said that as the issue between them was solved now, she wanted to tell her the reasons why she had hostile behavior toward her and the cute stories between her and Yu. Chu didn't have any other choice but to listen. Thus, they went back to her tent. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu was dumbstruck by the fact that they weren't fighting with each other. Suddenly, Ruo appeared from behind and scared him to death. She asked him whether it was bothering him to see both Dong and Chio getting together. She told him to go and solve his problems by himself. Yu-Hu said that the moment was so intense, so he didn't interfere. Ruo told him that when they found him and Chu, both of them were lying together on the ground, with Chu's head on his lap and she was also wearing his clothes. But despite that, Dong said that she believed in him. However, Ruo looked right through her sad eyes, as if they were saying that she wanted to be with him in those difficult times instead of Chu. After hearing that, Yu-Hu had no words left to show his gratitude toward Dong, but he vowed to repay her kindness. Suddenly, Yang came out of nowhere and happily told everyone that she had found a soul bone of the werewolf Yu-Hu fought last night. Everyone was shocked to see it because it was even more precious than the spirit ring, inheriting the spatial attributes of the wolf. Yu-Hu was stunned by the discovery and told everyone to check the area because he suspected that the other 2 wolves might have also left behind soul bones. Therefore, everyone started the quest of finding the soul bones. After a few hours of searching, they finally found the other 2 soul bones, which also had the same spatial attributes of the wolves. These were the most important things they collected during that event. Later on, 2 of the soul bones were given to the academy for research, leaving only 1 behind. Back at the tent, Yu-Hu was meditating to regain his full strength, but he couldn't fully focus because Dong wasn't back yet. He was afraid that Chu might tell her some of the details that he concealed the day before. Meanwhile, in Chu's tent, Dong explained everything that happened between her and Yu-Hu over the past years. She said that they looked alike, which is why she was hostile toward her. She explained every single detail about her relationship with Yu, while Chu listened calmly without saying anything. After Dong finished her stories, Chu just asked her to leave her as she wanted to rest a little. Dong agreed, and sarcastically told her to take care of her body while she would take care of Yu. While leaving the tent, Dong once again thanked her for saving Yu's life. Chio didn't reply and pretended to sleep. However, as soon as Dong left, Chio sat back and started to cry. She asked herself whether Dong came to provoke her and clarify that Yu-Hu would always belong to her. She wanted to get closer to Yu, as she couldn't forget the moments when Yu-Hu injured himself to save her. The fact that she already had Yu's blood in her body, yet she couldn't get closer to him, made her even sadder. When Dong returned to Yu's tent, Yu-Hu asked her why she spent so much time with Chu. She said that she was trying to explain to her the reason why she made her hostile. When he asked her why her way of thinking suddenly changed, she proudly said that she knew she was prettier and believed that he loved her and wouldn't leave her side. On one hand, he was happy to see that she was trying to establish a good relationship with Chu, but on the other hand, he was shivering from pain because of the battles he fought. When Dong saw him shaking, she hugged him and asked him to meditate quickly so that they could head back to the academy. Yu-Hu apologized for causing trouble and making her worried. The next day, Chu was standing tall and ready to head out before everyone else. Everyone was shocked to see her healed to her full strength so quickly after such fatal injuries. Mrs. Kai addressed them, saying that since everyone was ready, they would head out soon. However, she noticed that Yu-Hu was still not present. Upon asking, Dong laughingly told her that Yu-Hu was in a tough spot since the morning. Suddenly they saw Yu-Hu coming out of his tent, with the bear cubs clinging to him, as they thought of him as their mother. Yu-Hu said that they had been acting like that since the morning. Ruo and Zheng told him to carry them in his hands along the journey. But Mrs. Kai rejected the idea because if they were ambushed by spirit beasts, then the cubs' lives would be in danger. Yu-Hu thought for a moment, and then realized that he had something special in his arsenal. He told everyone to back off a little because he was going to summon his guiding device. While everyone was curious, he summoned forth a huge soul guide device they hadn't seen before. Yu-Hu said that he learned to make this soul guide in the Sun Moon Empire during the student exchange event. Due to some powerful adjustments, Yu-Hu managed to reach its strength to par with level 7 soul cannon. Yu-Hu boarded it and started to gain control over it, moving it here and there and turning it. While he was checking the guidance device in the open field, everyone else was stunned by its majestic appearance. They were so lost in admiration that they forgot they were near the core of the forest. After checking for a while, Yu-Hu told his team that he was good to go. Hence, everyone started their journey to the deepest region. After walking for a while, Mrs. Kai confirmed that they had finally reached the core. That was the dangerous part of the forest, where the spirit beasts that lived were all over 100 years old. Mrs. Kai told Yu-Hu to continuously use his mental detection technique to find out any incoming danger. After walking for a while, Yu-Hu sensed that there was a huge beast up ahead. He told everyone to be on their guard. They saw that a rhino spirit beast was roaming around harmlessly when suddenly the ground started shaking. Out of nowhere, an even larger beast appeared and ate the rhino beast in a mere second. Yu-Hu and the others couldn't believe what they saw. The roaring sound of that huge beast was surrounding the whole area. Even though they were far away from the beast, still Yu-Hu and his team still felt its aura. When everything seemed to settle down, another vicious roaring sound rang in their ears. The rustling sound that surrounded the atmosphere was enough to scare any spirit master away. Everyone was shocked to see that the second roaring sound came from another equally powerful spirit beast. Those two spirit beasts were facing each other and were about to fight a battle. Yu-Hu and his team knew that capturing those was their final objective of their Stardew Forest trip. While everyone was amazed by the spirit beasts' appearances, Yu-Hu burst their bubble and said that those spirit beasts weren't as huge as they thought. He used his mental detection technique to look 5 km deep into the area where both beasts were standing. As expected, he saw that they appeared huge to them because of the illusion in the sky, as they were very far away, while in actual reality they were the same size as other beasts. As he shared his vision with his team too, they couldn't believe what they saw. Mo Xuan objected, asking why the sky shook when the lion roared, if they were so small. Mrs. Kai told him not to underestimate it because of its size, because it was the sky-shaking lion, which was an offensive-type spirit beast, and its single roar could paralyze its enemy and also shake the ground. As for the other beast, it was never seen by any of them before. Mrs. Kai suddenly remembered that its picture was somewhere sketched on the spirit beast's horoscope. By taking a closer look, she noticed that its physical attributes were the same as the long-extinct spirit beast called Silverbone. But she couldn't believe it, because Silverbone was known to be extinct in ancient times. However, Chu confirmed that it was definitely the Silverbone beast, but it didn't go extinct as people thought. They were the type of spirit beasts which were unsocial to other species and even hid themselves from humans. As people never saw them throughout many centuries, people marked them as extinct. It was also known for its abilities. Although it wasn't good at physical attacks, it had tremendous mental power. Once the enemy got into its range of mental power, it could immediately copy its attack and counter it perfectly. This ability made them equal to other strong offensive-type beasts. Yu-Hu was very impressed to hear that it was a mental-type spirit beast and wanted to acquire its spirit ring. Hence, the fight of those formidable spirit beasts started, which made the dust fly and lowered the range of vision. Yu-Hu and his team took advantage of it and closed their distance. They decided to hide at the edges and wait for them to finish the fight. After both the beasts were tired or injured, then they would attack them and acquire their spirit rings. Therefore, they acted according to the plan. However, when they got closer, they saw that the Silverbone was severely injured, while the sky-shaking lion didn't even have a scratch on its body. When the fight began, the lion immediately attacked the Silverbone with extreme pace. It was the lion's final attack, as it knew that the Silverbone was injured enough to try something sneaky. However, when Yu-Hu felt that, he instantly warned Silverbone that the lion was going to kill him with its attack. The tired and injured Silverbone, after receiving the message, immediately unleashed its sonic attack. As the lion wasn't expecting it, the sneak attack completely caught it off guard, and it fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu and his team were waiting for the right moment to attack. As soon as Silverbone won the fight against the lion, it lowered its guard due to happiness. However, it didn't know that it was also its last moments. Yu-Hu and the others immediately jumped forward and used their lethal attacks before the Silverbone could defend itself. The first thing it felt was that its vision got blurred and felt dizzy. Secondly, it saw golden ropes which tied it up and made it unable to move. Then there were wind-like blades and moonlight that even sliced the rocks. The poor Silverbone didn't even have time to use its inscription skill and died before knowing which type of beast attacked it. After a while, both the lion's and Silverbone's rings emerged. Everyone was jumping for joy and happiness. It was truly an impossible feat to achieve. Mrs. Kai told Yoo-hoo and Dong to absorb their respective spirit rings and then regroup with the others. They agreed and immediately started absorbing the rings. After 1 hour, Yang screamed with joy that she had completed absorbing her sky-shaking lion and was satisfied with its power. Soon after, Yoo-hoo also stood up and said that he had been completely absorbed too. Mrs. Kai congratulated both of them and said that the mission of the Stardew Forest had officially ended and now they were going to head back to the Shrek Academy. When they returned to the academy, everyone was happy to come back home because they could finally get their well-deserved rest after such a tiresome operation. While everyone was happy about returning home, Chu was curious why they called the academy their home and were happy about it. Mrs. Kai noticed her suspicions and wondered what kind of environment she grew up in. However, everyone went to their respective dormitories to get some rest. The next morning when Yoo-hoo woke up, he was scared to death by finding Dong in his bed. He wondered what she was doing in his room. Upon much thought, he finally remembered that last night when they returned from the forest, they were chatting in his room, and due to extreme tiredness, they fell asleep on the same bed. While he was lost in thought, Dong suddenly woke up seeing Yoo-hoo staring at her. She misunderstood the situation and kicked him out of the bed. After finally coming back to her senses, she asked him whether he was all right. Although Yoo-hoo fell down hard, he didn't feel any pain. Upon looking, he saw that he was lying on top of the bear cubs. He immediately stood up and asked Dong why she let the cubs in. She replied that it was because they were cute. After getting ready and changing their clothes, Yoo-hoo looked at Dong and said that she was looking beautiful. However, Dong didn't take the bait and said that she wouldn't be buttered up so easily, demanding an explanation from him for sleeping with her and staring at her. He apologized and said that she misunderstood. However, she didn't listen to him and decided to punish him anyway. However, the punishment wasn't something harsh, but was more like a request to him. She said that whatever happened, he would belong only to her and would be obedient. In return, she would give him food, drink, and even let him follow her. He was surprised by the punishment, and at the same time also felt like he was being treated like a puppy. She laughingly said that indeed he was her puppy. He smiled creepily and jumped at her while saying that as he was a puppy, he would bite her. However, Dong unknowingly kicked him away with all her might. Yoo-hoo went flying and got smashed into the wall. She quickly helped him to get up and apologized too. But Yoo-hoo refused to stand up because his tummy was hurting. Dong told him to go to the doctor with her, but he said that the medicine was already in the room. Dong didn't understand him and was about to ask what he meant when suddenly he jumped onto her again to kiss her on the cheeks. However, she unexpectedly turned her head, as she didn't know anything. As a result, Yoo-hoo unintentionally kissed her on the lips. After a brief moment, they separated, and Yoo-hoo apologized instantly. Although he was telling her that it was a mistake, on the inside he wanted to experience that feeling more. However, Dong was too shy to look at her, and therefore kicked him out of the room. He kept asking her to forgive him, but she didn't listen. However, after she was left alone, she also unleashed her true emotions and was craving for that feeling. Meanwhile, Yoo-hoo was standing outside but wasn't sad, because he knew that Dong kicked him out because she was shy, not angry. He decided to cook some delicious food for her after some time when she had calmed down. Suddenly, Mei came, held his hand, and took him to Poseidon's pavilion, as Xuan Luo and others were waiting for him. When he reached the pavilion, she told him that all of them were present there to discuss the issue of soul masters and soul guides that he mentioned. Xuan greeted him and said that he was already informed by Mrs. Kai about the events of the trip, but first they had to discuss the matter of his proposal. Yoo-hoo agreed with him, and started by saying that the proposal was originally oriented by the teacher. He shared the development of soul devices and his individual thoughts about the soul devices. To simplify his thoughts, he told everyone that the soul devices wouldn't affect the spirit power of the individual, but would enhance them. He concluded that the improvisation of the soul devices was necessary because right now the person who had a soul device was strong enough to fight formidable adversaries, even if they weren't a powerful spirit master or didn't have the Shrek Academy's background. Xuan attentively listened to his arguments and asked the other members whether they agreed with Yu's proposal. Everyone, including Principal Yan, was convinced by his answer, and also asked him to train his department's students and members. Some members were shocked that the stubborn and old-minded Principal Yan also agreed with him and couldn't argue. Yoo-hoo then asked Xuan about the Dreadclaw bear cubs in the forest. Xuan said that they were his personal property, so he wouldn't interfere. And as for the soul bones he and Chu discovered, they would be given back to them. Yoo-hoo was shocked that he allowed him to keep the bears and soul bones too. At last, Xuan also asked him for his opinion about Wang Qiu. He said that she was a powerful girl with a golden dragon spirit essence. Although she was cold on the outside, on the inside she was a kind-hearted person who cared for her friends, and if she hadn't been alone with him in the forest, he would have been killed long ago. By hearing that, Xuan asked him whether that meant that he trusted her. Yu-Hu assured me that he did, and with that last confirmation, Xuan ended the meeting. However, he told Yu-Hu to gather all the 7 devils of the Shrek to discuss some important matters. Yu-Hu acted accordingly and gathered everyone as per orders. When everyone arrived, Xuan told them that the Spirit Master tournament was about to begin in 3 months, and the rules for the tournament had changed that year. He added that the upcoming tournament was not just between the schools, but different sects. BEI added that the difficulty would also increase due to the increase in the numbers of participants. Xuan agreed that he was right, but also asked them whether they wanted to take advantage of the change in rules, as all of them were from the Tang sect. They were shocked to hear that and asked him whether he would allow them to participate on behalf of Tang sect instead of the academy. He cleared their doubts that he would allow them to choose for themselves, and as far as the academy was concerned, there were many devils to fill their places. As participating from the Tang sect was equivalent to sending 2 teams from the Shrek Academy, the idea seemed interesting to them. However, their main concern was that if they won the tournament, then it would ruin the academy's long-standing glory. Xuan told them not to worry about the academy, because Mu had once advised them not to get shackled down by glory. Therefore, they were told to come up with a decision in 3 days after thorough consideration. After their meeting with Xuan, Yu-Hu and the others gathered at Bei's dormitory to decide whether they would participate on behalf of the Tang sect or not. When the discussion began, second senior brother Kai instantly came up with the conclusion that he was fine with participating from either side. While Nan was still worried about the academy's reputation, Yu-Hu told everyone that they should participate from the Tang sect and shouldn't worry about the academy. When BEI demanded an explanation, he told everyone his secret plan. After hearing his plan, the girls thought that it might be a bit too shameful and also doubted whether the tournament organizers would allow it, while BEI was fully convinced by Yu's idea and decided to participate from Tang sect's side too. Therefore, they headed out to tell Xuan Luo their final decision. While they were walking toward the pavilion, BEI thanked Yu-Hu once again for his support. Yu-Hu told him that he and Sister Xiao Ya had always helped him and been kind to him, so it was his way of repaying his debt and prospering his sect. He also consoled BEI that after Xiao Ya would return to the academy when the words were passed to her. BA smiled and said that he would wait for that moment, even if it took forever. They then reached the pavilion and told their decision to him. After that, they headed back to their dorms, but BEI mentioned that someone from the Sun Moon Empire had come to visit him and was staying in the Tang sect's residence. Yu-Hu became excited and asked him whether it was someone called Xuan Ziwen. BEI assured him and asked why he was so excited. Yu-Hu replied that Teacher Ziwen was a level 8 soul guide master and the chief researcher of the Sun Moon Empire's academy. He added that as long as he joined them, the reputation of Shrek Academy would spread all over the mainland. BEI also became excited, and both of them went to meet him. After reaching the Tang sect's residence, Yu-Hu saw that Xian and Juchen were standing in the hallway. Yu-Hu was annoyed by their presence because they always had the craving to fight someone. As Yu-Hu expected, the first thing they did was challenge him to a fight. Kai and Yan-san, who had just arrived, were infuriated by their behavior and asked Yu-Hu whether they were his enemies. Yu-Hu cleared the misunderstandings and told everyone that they were his friends from the Sun Moon Empire. However, he didn't know what their motive was behind coming to the Shrek Academy. So he asked them whether they were here only to fight him. In response, Juchen said that they didn't come for a fight but many fights. Yu-Hu wasn't sure whether they really meant it. Thus, he again asked them whether they didn't have to go to their academy. Juchen replied that when Yu-Hu left, both of them weren't in the academy, so they didn't learn much, and thus, they decided to explore the path of Spirit Master, and that's how they ended up in Shrek. While Yu-Hu was dumbfounded by their logic, suddenly a familiar voice calling his name entered his ears. Upon closer look, he saw that it was Chu, who was calling him to distribute the soul bones of the werewolves among themselves. However, he said that he had an important business to do and would solve that issue later. But before he could finish his sentence, Xian instantly asked Chu and Dong whether they were sisters. Both of them denied at the same time. In the meantime, Juchen also asked Yu-Hu to fight him. Yu-Hu was confused by the whole situation and told him that he had guests, thus he would fight him later. But Juchen didn't listen and unleashed his sword. He was very impatient to check his new sword skills, as he was on the verge of breaking through the next level of sword intent. He also named his new sword technique Dragon Slash. Yeah, it was a dumb name, and Yu-Hu thought so too. When Yu-Hu was left with no choices and was pressured by both Chu and Juchen, he decided to lure them both into a fight. He executed his plan by asking Chu whether she believed that someone would name his technique just after his spirit essence. That line acted as the spark and made Chu extremely furious. For some reason she found it despicable. Therefore she stepped forward and challenged Xian instead. Bi and the others knew that Yu-Hu had manipulated both of them, but they also thought that it was for the good. As a result, Juchen accepted Chu's challenge, and they unleashed their spirit techniques. When Juchen saw Chu's golden aura, he immediately realized that she wasn't just an ordinary girl. Chu gathered her spiritual energy for a moment, and then charged toward Juchen. Although Juchen was already standing prepared for her attack, as soon as her fist clashed with his sword, the sword broke into pieces. Surprised by the breaking of his sword, Juchen lowered his guard and Chu struck him with another massive golden punch in his gut. As expected from her, the punch was so powerful that it threw Juchen to the corner of the courtyard. Juchen and Xian were completely dumbstruck by her strength as she broke Juchen's sword in just one punch, who was known to be one of the best sword users back in the Sun Moon Academy. As Chu won the fight, she stared at Juchen and told him to change his sword as well as its name. Terror went through his spine and he agreed subconsciously. Chu then went back on her way to the inner academy courtyard and also told Yu-Hu to meet her there after completing his work. When she went out, both Xian and Juchen were amazed by her humongous strength and asked Yu-Hu where he found her. Hearing the question, he smiled and proudly said that she was not just from anywhere, she was from the Tang sect. He seriously left no chance of advertising his sect. After that, he asked both of them what they were going to do onward. They answered that they would stay in the Tang sect for a while, and the only thing they needed was food and shelter. But Yu-Hu sadly said that their plan wasn't going to work, as the Tang sect didn't allow outsiders to stay. However, if they accepted to join the Tang sect, then they would be welcomed wholeheartedly. BIA also said that they were rebuilding the Tang sect to bring it back to its glory of 10,000 years ago. Both of them agreed to the offer because they found the Tang sect and its people interesting and powerful, so they decided to stay there and grow their strengths alongside the others. Hence, both of them became part of the Tang sect brotherhood. Bai was very impressed by Yu-Hu because he added 2 more people to the Tang sect's population, and on top of that, both of them were strong spirit masters. Meanwhile, Yu-Hu offered Juchen a sword as his sword was shattered into pieces by Chu. The sword he offered was the most powerful sword he had ever seen and was the strongest one around. It was called the Judgment Sword. He gave it to Juchen as a gift and hoped that he would bring out its full strength. Juchen was very happy to have such an amazing gift. He swung the sword a few times and confirmed that it was indeed a piece of art. However, Yu-Hu couldn't see him happy, so he cunningly told him to repair the walls, which he broke during the fight with Chu. Juchen felt betrayed and looked at Xian for help, but Xian also told him that she wouldn't help with cleaning his mess. When he was left all alone, he came back to Yu-Hu to ask for the bricks, while Yu-Hu was still laughing at him. In the end, Bi told Yu-Hu not to bully him too much, and then arranged a place for him to stay. After some time, Yu-Hu and Bei were left alone, and discussed the condition of their sect. Bi said that their sect was gaining popularity day by day, but Yu-Hu told him that it was nothing, and that their sect would become even more popular when teacher Ziwen joined its Soul Guide Research Center. Meanwhile, there was someone looking inside through the windows of the Soul Guide laboratory while everyone else was working inside. And that certain someone was none other than teacher Ziwen himself. He had been outside, waiting for many days because the researchers wouldn't let him in. They told him that he wasn't an official member of the Tang sect. However, after pressuring them for days, they finally let him in. He immediately started working on his research to confirm his ideas. In the meantime, Yu, Bai, and Ziwen were watching him all the time. When they saw that he finally got in, they didn't want to disturb him, so they headed back without disturbing him. While they were heading back, Yu-Hu advised Ba to give all the materials he brought back with himself to teacher Ziwen and use the money to purchase all the metals that were needed. He added that he would meet with teacher Ziwen later at night to find out what he needed. Ba agreed and acted accordingly. Seeing him put a great toll on his newly added comrades, Dong told him that he was squeezing the work out of them, and she felt like they had made the wrong choice by befriending Yu. However, Yu-Hu explained that whether he asked them or not, they would have joined him anyway, and that he was doing what was best for them. After that, Yu-Hu and Dong told everyone that they were to pick up the gift that they had prepared for their sect. After a while, they came back with a box containing the 2 bear cubs that Yu-Hu had rescued in the forest. Seeing the cute bears, every girl's attention was shifted toward them. The girls absolutely adored the cubs. Bei asked Yu-Hao if it was going to be easy to raise them. He told him he didn't know, and that he would have to ask the Beast Arena teacher about it. At night, all of them ate and drank together. They hadn't enjoyed themselves like this for a long time, so it was a breath of fresh air for them as well. Once the gathering was over, Ziwen called Yu Hao to his room to talk. He wanted to know if he had decided the path he was going to take in the future. It seemed to him like Yu Hao's heart was muddled. Yu Hao felt like he had been caught. He admitted that he simply couldn't give up on choosing either path. Ziwen reminded him that human capabilities had a limit. Even though he tried to hide this with his efforts, he wondered if he was still not tired of doing this. Yu Hao didn't know what to say. Ziwen advised him to take some time out for himself and think about the worst-case scenarios. If he didn't do so, he might accidentally exceed the limit, and as a result, his body would completely break down. He could see that deep down in his heart, he still wanted to be a spirit master. But he knew that he just couldn't leave everything behind like that. He was not asking him to give up on everything. He assured him that his research was definitely not going to be in vain. He was not actually telling him to give up on studying them, but rather to stop him from wasting his time trying to make them. Ziwen told him that if he really wanted to become a spirit master who stood at the top of the mainland, he had to try his utmost best. If he were to achieve his goal of standing at the top in the future, then he would personally create and customize a soul device for him. He explained that in the future, the person who would have the power to stand at the top of the mainland would be the one who achieved both the top level in cultivation and soul guides. It would become the peak of existence at all times. He asserted that this was the only reason he was here, and asked him if he wanted to be the one who would help him achieve this goal. Yu Hao made up his mind. He responded, saying that it would be his honor to work with him. Bei was shocked to hear what had just happened. He could not believe that Yu Hao had told him he had just come looking for him. The person was known as Mo Xuan, and he resided in the inner courtyard. He inquired if he had used some kind of trick to bring him here. Yu Hao insisted that he hadn't done anything. Mo Xuan was the one who had come looking for him that morning and had expressed his interest in his all-terrain self-driving soul guide. He stated that Mo Xuan wanted to borrow and learn how to use it from him, but before he had the chance to lend it, he suddenly requested that he wanted to join the Tang sect before borrowing it. Bei felt like it was impossible. He asked him if he knew what Mo Xuan was known as in the inner courtyard. He was known as the Lord of War, and he could support 100,000 people at the same time using just his aura. Yu Hao exclaimed that it was not physically possible. Bei assured him that he too had thought like that when he had first heard about it. Yet he couldn't deny the fact because he had heard it directly from his grandfather. He suggested that they should get going quickly, since they didn't want to make him wait for too long. They met up with Mo Xuan, who declared that he was voluntarily joining the Tang sect right there and then. He was going to obey the rules and hereby bring only glory to the Tang sect. He was also willing to protect the Tang sect with his life and swore it, stating that the heavens may severe him if he were to betray them. Bei assured him that he didn't need to swear like that. He hugged him, saying that they were brothers from now on. He also formally welcomed him to the sect. Mo Xuan told him that he would address him as his senior from now on, but Bei rejected his request. He asked him to just call him by his name and informed Yu Hao that he could start teaching Mo Xuan about the soul guide now. He also advised Mo Xuan to learn some of the Tang sect skills as well, handing him a book that contained some of his personal notes. He told him that he could return it when he had finished reading. This was a moment of pride for them. Their Tang sect had grown a bit bigger now. Just then, Bei heard a noise coming from the arena and pointed out that it seemed quite lively today. He told Yu Hao they should go and check what was going on inside. Upon entering, Yu Hao noticed that it was brother Kaitu and Xiao Xiao who were fighting. It seemed like they still couldn't stand each other, though it was still a little too early. Suddenly, someone else caught his eye. Yuichen was enthusiastically watching the match. Right at that moment, he began walking towards Yu Hao. This was not good since he didn't want to be caught up in another fight. Before Yukin could say anything, he began screaming at him, telling him to not even think about it. He started making excuses, saying that he had chatted with teacher Ziwen last night and was really tired right now, so it wouldn't even count even if he won. He pointed him towards Bei, saying that he may have thought that he was the greatest here, but his senior brother next to him had powers no less than the girl he had faced yesterday. Bei felt somehow betrayed. Yuchen made his way towards Bei and immediately challenged him to a duel. Bei knew he had no choice but to accept it. He asked him to wait until at least the first duel was over. The red-haired student overheard their conversation and immediately announced that he wanted to give up, stating that he didn't want to fight anymore. His opponent, a woman named Jing, was disappointed and told him that he wasn't playing fair. She asked him why he was not even trying to attack her even once. He insisted that all he had was a shield, and there was no way he could attack with something like that. She accepted his resignation, but told him that she would challenge him again some other day. It was finally time for Yukin and Bei to start their match. Without wasting a moment, Bei activated his ability, Blue Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Bei did the same and pulled out his prized sword. Yu Hao wondered if he had actually mastered the power of the Judgment Sword with only his sword intent. This too, in just a single day, seemed too much. Yuichen activated his domain, Solitary Sword, and took his fighting stance. Bei made the first move and charged at him, his claw ready to rip him to shreds. Yuchen didn't seem too worried about it, his eyes closed and a calm expression on his face. All of a sudden, he opened them and took a swing at the claw. The two forces collided. In the blink of an eye, Bei's claw had been defeated. The sword swing didn't stop there and kept hurtling towards him. This was not looking good. Bei knew it was too late to evade now. In that case, he figured he had to give it his all. He put his arm in front of him and attempted to block the strike. The resulting explosion dissipated it, and it seemed like Yuchen had been put on the defensive. Bei decided he wasn't going to hold back any longer and immediately rushed towards him. His dragon claw was at full power this time, but Yuchen seemed ready for it. A loud explosion erupted, and the red-haired kid wondered why Bei had used his ultimate skill. Jean could not believe how powerful her senior was when the smoke settled. It turned out that both the fighters had suffered serious damage. Yuchen professed that it was his loss, but Bei refused to accept it. He asserted that he had not completely lost. In terms of innovation, it was actually he who was the one to lose. The sword supposedly had a restraining effect on him, and if he got to use it the next time they fought again, he confessed that he might not be able to beat him. Yuchen was speechless and thanked him for the advice before taking his leave. He was also determined to work on it to improve. Before leaving, he took one look back at Yu Hao. Jing asked him if he had suffered any serious injuries. Hearing this, he simply smiled. He confessed that he had made the right decision by joining the Tang sect and admitted that he would be troubling them again to further advance his training. Yu Hao and the others were happy for him. It seemed like it didn't matter as to whatever there was in front of him. His eyes didn't seem to project anything other than swords. Bei pointed out that this was what made him terrifying. His talent and love for the swords could take him to an unimaginable level. The red-haired student pointed out that he had still used his strongest skill against a person like him and wondered if that wasn't shameful enough for him. Bei demanded him to stop annoying him and told him to try and experience it for himself before calling out others. He wanted to see how he would react the next time he got stabbed by Yuchen's sword intent. Bei decided he would take his leave along with Sanshi to practice among themselves. The student wished them a safe journey back, and Yu Hao smacked him in the head for acting like an idiot. Later that night at home, Yu Hao asked Dong'er to sit down next to him so they could get started with their training. Dong'er took a minute before expressing that she wanted to first ask him about something. It felt to her as if Chuer's attitude towards him had been different today. Yu Hao stated that it had felt exactly the same for him. She explained that everyone who had closely watched her could tell that she was cold when she looked at others, but whenever she looked at him, her attitude would change to that of a soft and gentle woman. She concluded that Chuer might have fallen in love with him. Yu Hao tried to dismiss it, asking her if she still didn't believe him. He had already told her this before, that she was the only one in his heart. She told him that she believed him, but there was also a possibility that Chuer might try to take him by force. He had already seen how powerful she was. So as to avoid trouble in the future, she advised him to minimize his contact with her. Yu Hao pointed out that she looked so cute when she talked like that. She scolded him by his ear, asking him what he meant by that. He requested her to forgive him, saying he was wrong, and asked her if she couldn't just forget it. She demanded that he had to make less contact with Chuer and asked him if he understood. Intimidated, he immediately replied with a yes. The next morning, Bei called both of them over, stating that they had to go and report to Lao. They had to inform him that all of them were going to represent the Tang sect in the upcoming tournament. Everyone had gathered at the headquarters, and it was time for them to get started with their meeting. Lao announced that they had received an official message from the organizing committee the previous day. The match system and the rules had been confirmed. The individual sects were also allowed to participate this time. He then asked them if they had all decided what they were going to do. Bei assured him that they had already finalized it and announced that they were going to represent the Tang sect in this competition. Lao was impressed and told him if that was his choice, then he hoped they would all do their best. He also figured he should remind them that they wouldn't be getting any more help from the academy this time. They were to only rely on what they had. Bei and Yu Hao accepted it. Lao then turned his attention towards teacher Shaija and told him that the 10 students in front of them were going to be representing the academy this time. He hoped that all of them could live up to the academy's expectations and bring them good results. He further asked Shaija to explain the rest of the rules to them. Shazi began running through their plan, announcing that the new team this time was going to be led under the leadership of Dong'er. The other team members who were participating included Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, Xie Huan Yue, Chao Jinshuan, Zhou Sichen, Lan Sudan, and Lan Luo Luo. In addition to that, he also informed them that they were going to be holding a training arena in order to compare their powers against each other once they arrived at the venue. This would then be followed by a sparring match between the two teams. Zhou walked over to Yu Hao and wondered if he was going to introduce them to the beauty next to him, The girl interrupted him, asking what there was that needed to be introduced. She couldn't believe that he was not able to recognize her, even though she had only changed her hairstyle and dress. Joe immediately realized who she was by her tone. It was none other than Dong'er. The two of them couldn't believe that she was a woman, and if she was Dong'er, then who was the other person on their team that looked like her? Joe was entirely confused by the situation and asked Yu Hao to explain what was going on. This confusion was also due to the fact that they hadn't attended the meeting earlier. Yu Hao confessed that it was true. She was indeed disguised as a boy earlier in order to keep a low profile, and he then proceeded to explain the rest of the story to them. Joe couldn't comprehend what was going on. He had assumed both of them were just inseparable friends. He asked Yu Hao if he already knew about this. It seemed to him like they both had some kind of special relationship. Dong'er instantly denied it, asking him what nonsense he was thinking. She explained that she had enrolled as a male student at that time because she was facing some problems. Yu Hao hadn't known about her at that time either. Joe had a smirk on his face, and in a sarcastic tone, said that he understood everything. He began making assumptions that they, Yu Hao and Dong'er, had done so much stuff together without realizing it. Dong'er was annoyed and ordered him to come and fight her one-on-one in the arena if he had the guts. She swore to change her name if she didn't beat him to a pulp. Joe professed that he wanted to do so, but he was not the one to decide, saying that it was their captain who decided the matchup. Chio'er wasted no time and told them they could go in for the first match then. This was perfect for Dong'er, and she told him they would now see each other at the arena later. Joe tried to cancel it, saying that he didn't mean to say that. The group reached the Shrek Academy training arena. A teacher announced that he would give both teams 10 minutes to prepare themselves and to decide their matchup order. Chio'er announced that Joe was going to be going for the first match from their team. Another student, Huabin retorted, saying that even though she was the captain, she could not just arrange the order without asking their opinions. He asked her if she was trying to fight every match by herself and assumed that she was probably thinking that they would bring shame on her. She asked him if the sparring match was really that important. She also insinuated that he could resign from the team and get lost if he didn't want to obey her orders. Huabin felt insulted, but his classmate held him back. She asked Chur if she and Dong'er were actually sisters. She informed her that she had already said it before. Chur and Dong'er were not sisters, and they had no blood relationship either. She asked her if she understood what she was saying. Another student inquired why she was always so grouchy towards them, wondering if she couldn't at least be a little nice towards her team. Chur turned her attention toward her and gave her a piercing gaze. It felt as if a dragon was about to attack and tear her apart. This was her bloodline suppression, but the level of it felt impossible and she couldn't understand just how powerful her martial soul was. Chur announced that their time was up and it was decided. Joe was going to go first, and there were going to be no objections made. Nobody dared to speak up to her authority. Her presence was much more scarier than that of Dong'er. The match preparations were done. Joe requested Dong'er to be merciful against him, and also asked her to not hit his face. She refused his request, saying that she felt like it would be shameful if she didn't mess up his face. She asserted that she was going to reshape it so no one's eyes would get hurt by it. The teacher in charge of conducting the match announced that that was enough, and it was finally time to get the match started. Joe immediately pulled out his spellbook and activated one of his abilities, Earth Bear, summoning a massive bear. She jumped it, unfazed by its size. It tried to knock her down, but she simply pounced on its head and leaped away. She had activated her ability, Butterfly Priestess, which allowed her to move freely. He summoned 2 more beasts, telling her that he knew how powerful she was, but he was not going to go down without a fight. She shot a large fireball at them, but before she knew it, the bear was right above her. She detected it and immediately jumped out of the way. Joe was still hesitant about facing her powers since she had just killed 2 of her summons in an instant. In that case, he figured he should first hide inside his vine forest and drain as much soul power as he could. She noticed that he was trying to hide from her, but she knew it didn't really matter. She shot her flames at the vine forest, burning it to ashes. Joe gasped, realizing that it looked like an Exelia putria, a kind of insect known as the flame moth. Still, it seemed like no matter what technique she used, the energy consumption was not going to be that small. Everything was going according to the plan for him. He still had 1 more summon that could attack her. A massive snake lunged at Dong'er from behind, wrapping itself around her. Yu Hao noticed that the snake known as Sichin had gotten stronger since the last time they had met. There was finally an opening for Joe to attack. He released himself from his forest and used another ability, Cursed Wine Prison, to try and trap her. He asked her how this was for a start, and wondered if she was ready to give up now. She laughed at his face and activated her ability, casting a hexagram above her. The vines around her were instantly ripped to shreds and energy was overflowing around her. This was her ability known as Divine Hexagram Array. Zoe was not sure what to do next. He got knocked back by her aura, and as the smoke settled, a massive hexagram could be seen projected on the platform. Joe was speechless and closed his book. He felt like he had been naive, thinking that he had a chance to win against her, and announced that it was his loss. The teacher approached him and told him he had done well. It was now time to start their next match. Next up the line that came to fight Donger were the Lawn Twins, but instead of a duo, they fought individually as it was a one-on-one competition. As a result, they were easily defeated by her without much effort. Her winning streak kept going until the fourth match. After that, she withdrew herself as it was draining her soul power too much. The fifth match was between Ningtian and Kaitu. Kaitu won that match without using much power. Finally, Chuer announced that she was going to be fighting in the next match. Chuer stepped into the arena. Huabin had not expected her to get in this fast. He had assumed she would go in after all of them. Kaitu recalled that she was the one who had beaten Juichin on that day. He knew he had to fight her carefully. Without wasting a moment, she charged at him. One of her team members was shocked. He was unable to comprehend what she was trying to do, just facing him head-on with her strength. Another student reminded him that he had once seen her fight, and that she didn't even need to use her golden dragon to exert more strength. Kaitu activated his ability and began firing at her. He could tell she was really fast and he did not even have enough time to activate his battlesuit. He figured he should keep his distance from her. She dodged his bullets and made his way towards him, before swinging her spear straight at him. He couldn't understand how she was able to do that without her spirit essence. He quickly activated a shield to block her attack. The spear met with it head-on. This was the first time Yu Hao had seen Kaitu use his soul guides for short range. He could tell that those pair of hammers really suited him. The spear was not losing any power, and it was becoming difficult for him to block it. Soon, cracks began to form in his shield before it eventually broke. This was the critical point of the match. It seemed as if he had been struck by the spear, but he was able to block it in the last second. Bei was amazed, and even Kaitu was proud of himself. The attacks did not stop there, though. She had gained distance from him and got a hold of her spear. Yu Hao realized that she had used her spear as bait to move closer. She swung the spear at him again, and he blocked it with his armor. A massive explosion sounded through the arena. Kaitu knew he was in trouble and was having difficulty staying on the ground. At last, he finally gave way. She pointed her spear at his throat. The duel was over and she had won. Bei could tell she was really powerful. Kaitu admitted that he may have received quite some injuries from the impact. She advised him to stay still and she would help him get down. Yu Hao wondered if she had really grown so much stronger than the last time he had seen her. It was amazing how fast she had ended the match. Bei walked over to Yu Hao and told him he was next. Yu Hao was startled by this and asked him why it was his turn. He explained that it was because he was the one who knew her the best among all of them. He motivated him to go up there and show them all what he had. Yu Hao stepped into the arena and took a good look at her. He asked her to have mercy on him, to which she simply replied with a pompous grunt. The teacher explained to them that this was just a sparring match, so they had to end it without too many injuries. He officially started the match and she sprung towards him. Yu Hao readied himself by immediately releasing his spiritual field and spiritual attack skills. This was in order to stop her from getting closer and to gain an advantage over him. Right after that, he released a strong wave of soul attacks. A series of powerful spiritual attacks began striking her, and because of that, she temporarily lost control of her body. He took the opportunity to jump at her, his first, ready to strike. She gained consciousness and, using her spear to gain momentum, swung her own punch at him. Their fists collided head-on and sent them both flying back. Yu Hao ordered his spirit, the Snow Empress, to attack her. She changed her form into that of a woman and began casting abilities. Ice Impress's Wrath plus Blizzard Domain along with the Snow Dance of Absolute Ice. Chior wondered if Yu Hao had gone into hiding. It seemed as if he was trying to exhaust her using the ice at a low temperature. If that was what he was trying to play, then she was also not going to back down. She was ready to see who would run out of soul power first. Yu Hao wondered if he should really choose to make her exhaust her soul power to defeat her. But since she was one rank above him, so it seemed that it wouldn't be possible. Even if he couldn't win, he had to at least exhaust her to the point that her soul power would be extremely low against her next opponent. This way, their team would have an advantage over her. The students were silently watching them. One of them wondered if he was really fighting her or just sweet-talking. It had been a while since the ice had formed, but there seemed to be no movement. Bei told him to stop spouting nonsense. Nanan poked him and told him to stop talking bullshit as well. She ordered him to not interfere in Yu Hao and Donger's relationship. Donger interrupted her, saying that she didn't mind whatever he said since he was always like that. She was not going to take it to heart, although she knew he wouldn't listen unless they were strict with him. Nanan reminded him that she was going to make him pay if he ever disobeyed him and asked him if he understood. He replied with a firm yes, saying that he had to listen to his sweetie's words. Dong'er could tell that Yu Hao was definitely using an energy-draining tactic, but she still wondered about something else. She didn't know what he saw Chuer as in his heart. Meanwhile, Chuer had not moved from her place. Yu Hao had slowly sneaked up behind her. He knew he could only barely keep the domain up with the soul power he had, so he had to put everything in his next single attack in order to quickly finish it. He motioned his paw towards her from behind, but she detected it. A barrage of spear thrusts began coming his way. He used his ability Shadow Ghost footwork to dodge it. His skills could tell him every small movement she made. It was almost the time that he had predicted. The time gap between her counterattack and her next attack was approaching. He believed this was her weakness. If he attacked her using the absolute ice now, she wouldn't be able to move or exert any more strength. Just then, he had a sudden realization. His previous attacks had been ineffective against her. It seemed like he had been fooled. Something felt wrong, though. Yu Hao had accidentally touched her on the wrong spot. This was not a good situation for him. Chuer's face changed that of being creeped out. Bewildered, he released his domain and jumped away. Beibei noticed him and wondered who had won the match. The strength of that attack had been unexpected for Yu Hao. It should not have been possible at all. He knew he had to quickly push her out of the stage before she broke through. Thinking again, he figured he should probably not do that since she looked super pissed. He activated his Ice Empress's wrath. She came at him with a furious punch. The pressure felt too strong for him. It seemed like the force of the whole Golden Dragon was behind it, so much so that it could very easily suppress his Ice Empress's wrath. It was too late to avoid the attack now, and he knew he would die for sure if he got hit by that. He had only one more thing he could trust. This was the first time Yu Hao was using this technique, which he had learned from the Tang sect a long time ago. The controlling crane and catching dragon technique was going to help him pull himself towards her. He tried to stretch his hand out as far as possible. He did that so, thinking that his attack would reach her first before her first reached him. Just as he had expected, Yu Hao was the first one to land the hit. He figured that the ice essence would quickly freeze her now. Unfortunately for him, the ice palm did nothing to her, and he was knocked back by her punch. Yu Hao tried to tell her that he didn't really mean to do that. He was in a difficult situation, so he hadn't paid attention to where he was attacking. He told her he was really sorry and that he really didn't think that this would happen. He requested her to pretend as if anything like this never happened when they got out. But before that, he also wanted her to close her eyes. Meanwhile, the two of them were outside everyone's line of vision. He assured her that he would treat her to some food later as an apology. He told her he was going to help her now and wanted her to understand that he hadn't done any of that with any bad intentions behind it. He asked her if she was feeling better now, but she looked frustrated. He told her he was going to melt the ice in her body now and ask her to not get angry about what happened before. Her expression turned furious, and she yelled out his name. She kicked him away, and the others wondered what had happened. She screamed at him, calling him an idiot, and asking him what he was doing. Dong'er could tell something had happened in there between them. She jumped into the arena while Yu Hao pretended to be passed out. The spectators were confused and bewildered. Dong'er made her way towards Yu Hao, and someone asked her if he was all right. She told him he was fine and that he probably passed out due to the last attack. She assured them that he would be all right if he got enough rest. The others came to help her carry him away, but she refused to let them close without a second thought. Little did they know, she was actually crying. Yu Hao felt like she had been way too cruel. All he wanted to do was to help her. The real Snow Empress's palm's power was extremely terrifying, so he had only attacked her with a little bit of the power, holding most of it back. He knew that if he had not done so, then she could have easily died. Once he had saved her from being frozen, a new problem had arrived for him. The thing Chuer had said at that time was definitely going to make everybody misunderstand what had happened between them. It seemed like he really couldn't avoid what was going to happen, and he felt like he wanted to die now. Just then, he realized he was in his spiritual sea. He was confused as to how he was there. He was not sure how he was going to explain this to Dong'er, and he was certain that he had also offended Chuer. He didn't know how he was even going to explain it to everyone else if he needed to hide what had really happened. A spirit called out to him, asking what he had done wrong, and why he looked so sad about it. Yu Hao recognized the tone. It was Brother Daydream. He had finally woken up from his deep sleep. Yu Hao ran over to hug him, and Daydream told him that he hadn't died, wondering why he was crying so much. Yu Hao asked him if he was really crying. He also inquired if Elder Yelai KC was gone. Brother Daydream told him that it was all right. The elder was a respectable and great human being, but he hadn't expected him to sacrifice himself to save Yu Hao when things got rough. Yu Hao asked him if he had completely recovered. His aura didn't seem to feel the same as it was before. Daydream shifted into his human form and told him he was fine. In fact, after the elder had passed away, the Ice Empress and he had undergone an evolution. Yu Hao was confused hearing that. Daydream wondered why he was so slow. He explained that their spirit soul had changed back. The seal that had been placed on them for becoming his spirit rings had been lifted. The difference was that at that time they couldn't use their full power, but now they could. Yu Hao asked him if this meant that he was going to become like the Snow Empress, and if he could also come and fight with him in a battle whenever he called him. Daydream reminded him that he wasn't good at fighting, but he assured him that he could give him more abilities now that his power was back. It would also feel good to go out from time to get some fresh air. He asked him if he had forgotten that Daydream hadn't been able to go outside in years. He told him to hurry up and absorb them into his real soul rings so that he could go out and finally be free. Yu Hao was taken aback. He asked him if absorbing took him his spirit energy. Daydream wondered why he had to choose a dumb idiot like him to be his host. He pointed out that they had fulfilled the promise they had made at their end, and now the seal was lifted, so he had to hurry up and absorb them in order to make them their true spirit ring. This way he could finally go out and see what the world had become. Yu Hao activated his spirit rings around Daydream, and a bright purple light started shining. Night had fallen, and Yu Hao was back in his room. He saw the empty chair next to him and wondered where Donger had gone. He called out to Brother Daydream, asking him where he was. None of them seemed to be there, and he wondered if he was still dreaming. He heard a faint sound calling out to him, saying that Yu Hao couldn't find him. It seemed like this wasn't a dream after all. He reminded Daydream that he still had his spiritual detection skills, so he could hear him. Daydream finally decided to come out, and Yu Hao noticed he had been hiding inside his sleeves. He admitted he had almost stomped on him. Daydream started laughing, saying that he didn't have to worry about him since he couldn't be crushed so easily. Yu Hao noticed how small he was, but even then his life energy seemed really powerful. He absolutely adored this cute form of his. Daydream told him that the main point of it was that he didn't need to keep depending on him to refill his life force anymore. But there was still one more thing. If he were to die, then everything would be over for Daydream as well. He told Yu Hao to release his soul ring so he could see them. Yu Hao did as he was told, and Daydream was impressed. He showed him his own soul ring as well, saying it was really amazing. It had the ability and the strength of a million-year-old soul beast hidden within it. Yu Hao took a look at his soul rings and was amazed. He noticed that his own soul ring had transformed into a shield. Brother Daydream explained that it was known as the reflection shield of life. The shield's power came from Daydream's vitality, along with Yu Hao's spiritual sea. He informed him that it had the ability to reflect both physical and spiritual attacks. It could withstand any and all attacks as long as Daydream's vitality was able to withstand it. Yu Hao was glad to hear all of that, saying that it was overpowered. Everything seemed awesome except for the name, which sounded a little lame. Brother Daydream thought he was cruel, asking him how he could say that, even though he knew that it was a personification of all of his brother's powers. He told him he was angry, and that he was going to go to sleep now. Just then, he sensed something and pointed towards Yu Hao's hand. He told him it was something dangerous. There was a ring on his hand which materialized into a bag. Daydream told him that something dangerous was sealed within it and that he would open it and check it for him. Yu Hao recalled it being the bag that Uncle Niu Tian had given to him when he had gone to visit Donger's home. Brother Daydream's words took him by surprise. Moreover, he was even saying that he could undo the seal. He wondered if that was even possible with the amount of spiritual power he had. It seemed as if Daydream had read his thoughts. He asked him if he was thinking that they wouldn't be able to open it due to his low number of spiritual powers. Daydream told him he was totally wrong, since it required control over one's spiritual power to open it, and the actual amount did not matter. He told him to watch carefully as he undid the seal. The two of them began activating their spiritual powers, and slowly, Yu Hao noticed that the spiritual energy from the bag was getting compressed. Spiritual beams were being fired into it. It looked like a conflux of spiritual power was breaking the strongest seal in the world. Suddenly the bag rose into the air. He pointed out that Daydream had managed to open the seal but wondered why his spiritual power was now getting weaker. Daydream assured him not to worry about it since it must have been because he was using it after such a long time. The sun had risen, and it was morning already. Yu Hao had finally recovered his spiritual energy, but the only thoughts that were coming to his mind right now were those of Donger and Chiuer. He didn't know how he was going to explain himself when he saw either of them. He figured he should just forget it and tell all of them the plain truth. A man had to know how to face his problems, and so he decided he would explain and apologize to both of them. He knew he might escape if he simply lied, but it was not going to last forever. It would be brought to light sooner or later. In conclusion, he was the one who was at fault, not any of them. But if Donger still got angry, then it would be a big problem for him. Just then, his hand accidentally touched the bag and he remembered he had to open it. He figured he should open it and see what was inside. He had been curious about it for a very long time. He pulled out a piece of paper and began reading it. He soon realized something and thought it was impossible. Someone had written him a letter, and it started off by addressing him, saying that if he was reading the letter right now, then he was sure he had already surpassed the power that was required to open it. The person in question had actually been thinking about whether it would be a mistake to tell him this or not, but he thought he didn't have any other choice. When Donger had brought him to her home, he realized that she had finally gained someone who she could trust. So now he had to tell him everything related to her for the sake of both his future and happiness. Donger hadn't been completely fine ever since she was a kid. She had had a very weak body constitution. But when she became 3 years old, she suddenly awakened 2 martial souls. This would go on to create a tremendous burden on her weak body. Whenever she tried to use her strength, a trident-shaped pattern would appear on her forehead. It had been placed on her body by her father to keep her away from that strange disease that had caused her body to weaken. That seal, placed by her father now, could at most suppress the disease from attacking her again until her 20th birthday. If the strange disease in her body wasn't cured before that, then it could never be cured in her lifetime. If the disease attacked her one more time, he was afraid that she could even lose her life. He further informed him that her father had been looking for a cure for her for a very long time, and after a long search, he had finally found an immortal herb that could cure her disease. He had tried various ways to find and get that herb, but he failed every time. The restriction for getting the herb had been very strange and unique, and the condition was that the person who came to pluck it had to be the one who had Donger as the only woman he loved. Even if he had a bit of anyone else in his heart, or if he tried to take out the herb by any other means, it would simply burn and become useless. The name of this immortal herb that could cure her disease was known as the heart-yearning flower. As her uncle, he was requesting him to pluck the herb in order to treat her. This was for the sake of both his future and happiness. The reason he had placed a seal on the back was because he was afraid that he wouldn't have the strength to withstand the dangerous environment that the herb was in. There was also another reason. Donger herself didn't know that she had this strange disease. He addressed him by name, begging him to not tell Donger whatever he had told him right now, or at least not until he had picked up the herb. If he, by any chance, failed to get it, he just hoped that Donger could at least have that smile of hers on her face until her last moments. He had also attached a map of where the immortal herb was located and warned him to be extremely careful as the place was dangerous. Yu Hao gritted his teeth. He was going to do whatever it took to save her. He had to first get to the place that had been marked on the map. There was an ancient book hidden there, and it had a record of an enormous number of medicinal herbs and how one was supposed to treat their ailments. The final thing her uncle wanted to say was that he should not take the risk if he really couldn't do it. The Sunset Forest was an extremely dangerous forest and a wicked place. Even the plants that grew there had evolved into the plant variety soul beasts. Yu Hao immediately set off. He prayed Donger wouldn't get worried about him. He was going to get his hands on that immortal herb and bring it back to heal her no matter what he had to do. Someone noticed him dashing off. It was Chuer, and she had never seen him so panicked like that before. He hoped Donger would just be patient and wait for him. He was definitely going to return with the immortal herb in his hand instead of being empty-handed. Just then, someone stopped him right there. Yu Hao was happy to see Chuer, but she asked him how he still had the nerve to call her by her first name after what he had done to her yesterday. Yu Hao told her he was really sorry about yesterday and that he really hadn't meant to do that. He asked her if she could move since he had a really urgent thing to do right now. He also stated that he would accept whatever punishment she gave him when he came back. She refused to listen to him. Yu Hao was very serious. He explained that he was in a hurry right now and asked her not to cause problems for him. She told him not to try and escape by making such excuses. She wanted to hear an explanation for what had happened yesterday. Out of nowhere, Yu Hao began yelling at her, asking her if she was deaf. He questioned if she could understand what he was saying to her. Chuer was taken aback and wondered what had happened. He had never been this aggressive before. He told her whatever he was going to do had nothing to do with her. She insisted that she was not going to allow him to leave if he didn't at least explain. He clenched his fist and in a firm tone told her not to test his patience. Everyone had a limit, and she was making him behave rudely towards her. She felt like he was insinuating a fight and asked him if he was sure he could win against her. The air around the two of them grew tense. Yu Hao figured he had no choice but to tell her, and he asked her to listen. He began by saying that he had a friend who was seriously injured right now, and he was going to look for a medicinal herb that could heal her. He asked her if she understood now, explaining that she could die at any time, so he had to hurry up and find it. He once again shouted at her, pleading her not to stand in his way and to get away from him. She asked them if the place he was going to was dangerous. He told her to just not block the way and not to try and stop him. He had to get that herb, even if he had to exchange his life for it. She told him not to get it wrong since she was not trying to actually stop him. Instead, she wanted him to let her come with him since he had said it was dangerous. One more person could always be helpful according to her. Yu Hao took a moment to think about it and asked if she really wanted to come with him. He had one condition for her. He would only allow it if she didn't get in his way. Her face lit up hearing this. The two of them began flying towards their destination. Chor told him he was flying too fast and asked him to wait for her for a bit. She had never tried flying like this before and didn't even know how it worked. She asked him if this was what he called a soul guide. It seemed very interesting to her, and it had been enjoyable to fly in the sky at high speeds so far. Yu Hao didn't seem to care about her small talk at all. He informed her that the place they needed to go now was in the Heaven Dao Empire. It was known as the Sunset Forest and was 2 times larger and more dangerous than the Stardew Forest. She hesitantly asked him if he didn't need to at least rest for a bit. He handed her a small jar, telling her that there was some soul power stored inside. If she were to inject a little bit of her own soul power, the stored one would start to slowly come out, and she could use it to replace her soul power consumption. She was amazed to hear that such a small thing could provide soul power. She remarked how he had really done a remarkable job in soul guides. He replied to her by saying that he had seen pigs before, but he had never thought that one would be this dumb. He expressed that she really didn't seem to know anything. She retorted, saying that she was also seeing a pig fly, though she had never seen one do anything like that. Yu Hao was annoyed, but she simply changed the topic, asking him who he was trying to save. Yu Hao instantly went silent. She nudged him with her arm, telling him she was talking to him. He quickly sped off and told her to just fly properly or else he was going to leave her behind. He also warned her to not ask too much if she wanted to follow him. She didn't know what to say anymore, and they simply continued their flight. Back at home, Dong'er had realized that Yu Hao was missing. She regretted not staying home with him and watching over him. She wondered where he had gone now and felt like it was all her fault. Word had spread about Yu Hao's disappearance from the Sea Lord Pavilion. Dong'er had made quite a fuss and was describing how she had searched everywhere, even around the Sea Creator's Island, but she was still not able to find him. She was bawling her eyes out, saying that it was all her fault. She knew she should have watched over him and had no idea why somebody would take him away from her. Lao told her not to worry about him since nothing bad was going to happen to him. He pointed out that he had found something strange about his disappearance yesterday. There had been one other person that had disappeared along with him, and it was none other than Chuer. Dong'er could not believe what she was hearing. That was the one thing that she didn't want to think about again. One of the students assumed that they might have actually gone together, which could also imply something else. Bei quickly shut him up, saying that Yu Hao was not the kind of person to change his heart so quickly. Lao sided with Bei, saying he was right. He felt like there was something fishy going on here. He wondered if Yu Hao had, by any chance, been kidnapped by her. Meanwhile, Chior was watching Yu Hao meditate. She gazed at him and thought he just looked like a normal man she saw every day. She also wondered why Dong'er liked him so much. He hadn't looked well today either, and she had never seen him make such faces before. She wondered who that friend of his was that made him this worried. She wondered if it was actually Dong'er, but to her she had looked completely fine. She took a bite of a pastry and noticed that it tasted different. Yu Hao was trying to calm himself down. He knew that the more problems he faced, the more he could strengthen his mind, as this was the basis for mental training. He wouldn't have worried this much if it hadn't been related to Dong'er. As such, he could simply not just let it slide. He had completely made up his mind. No matter what stood in his way, even if he had to face death, he was still going to bring back the immortal herb. He opened his eyes and glanced at Chuer, before getting up and walking towards her. He took a bow, saying he was once again sorry for what had happened the previous day in the arena. Even if he had touched by accident, he was not going to run away from taking responsibility. But what he was doing right now was very important, and if she wanted to help him, then he would be grateful and accept it. Therefore, he wanted her to suppress her anger for now, and told her she could give him whatever punishment she wanted once they returned. She looked annoyed, asking him why he was acting like this. He was clearly the one who had taken advantage of her yesterday, and now he was making it look like she was the bad person. But if that's what he wanted, then she decided she was going to help him for now, and she would then later think about how she should punish him once they returned. He was glad to hear that she was willing to help. She told him that since she had come this far with him, he didn't even need to ask her any of that. He had said that he was going to Sunset Forest, so she wanted to know what exactly he was looking for there. Yu Hao thought about the situation. She had said that she was willing to help him, and she was also strong and compatible with him for some soul fusion skills. He figured his success rate would increase with her. He told her he had a map that showed where they could find it, but before that, he pointed out that he still had the 3 soul bones they had received before on him. He figured they should just absorb them and increase their strength first. Back in the pavilion, Lao was talking about how he had always felt something strange about Chuer ever since she had arrived. Both her and Dong'er not only looked similar, but their names were similar as well. But what had really made him sure about her was when Dong'er had said that she didn't have any sisters. Also, there was the matter of Chuer's martial soul. He stated that he had never seen or heard anything like that before. All of this had made him come to the conclusion that she was full of mysteries. If Chor was indeed a spy sent by someone, then they could definitely suspect that he had been kidnapped by her. He announced that they should act immediately. They had to find where they were headed before it was too late. Soon, everyone had left to look for them, except for Bebe. The elder asked him why he was still here, to which he inquired why he had to lie like that, telling everyone that Chor had kidnapped Yu Hao under the Sea Lord Pavilion's nose. Even if that was the case, Shrek wouldn't have been in the #1 place in the continent then. Lao began laughing out loud, saying he was right. He told him he was pretty good at analyzing situations and confirmed his suspicion. It was not possible for Chor to kidnap him under their watch. He was just making up an excuse to calm everyone down so that he could find a solution in the meantime. He had felt it when Yu Hao had left this morning. He actually had gone by his own will, and he also seemed to be in a hurry. He hadn't thought of it much back then, but now it seemed like something had really happened. He asked Bebe if he had been acting strangely for the past few days, to which he simply shook his head, saying no. At the same time, Yu Hao and Chor had absorbed the soul's bones. They could tell that every one of them had an amazing effect. Yu Hao explained that the skills from those bones were really useful, and it also seemed to be beneficial to their own soul fusion skill. She agreed, saying it was extraordinary. The werewolf's left leg's soul bone had an instant teleportation skill, using which one could teleport anywhere within a 10-meter radius. Even though they couldn't teleport large distances, it was still useful to speed up their travel. As for the second soul bone, they had been able to swap positions with themselves or others who had similar soul bones. Chor told him that the skill she had received from the soul bone was excellent and that she didn't need the last soul bone, insinuating that he could use it for himself, or he could even give it to Donger. It was all up to him as she didn't want it anymore. He didn't even have to tell her whenever he gave it to her later. Yu Hao in his heart knew that that would only be possible if he happened to get back safely. He decided it was time for them to head towards their current destination for now, the Sunset Forest. After finding out what was in the bag, Yu Hao wanted to acquire the herb from the forest as soon as possible. The Sunset Forest was located to the northeast of the Sky Soul Empire, and in order to get there, Yu Hao had to pass through the capital city of the Sky Soul Empire, which was known as Tiandu City. Since he was flying at breakneck speeds, he quickly caught the attention of the Empire Patrol Squad. One of the girls noticed Yu Hao. Likewise, Yu Hao also recalled that he had seen her in Stardust Forest. Her name was Mu Shui. However, the ordinary troops were no match for either Yu Hao or Chor. With just his spatial spirit ability, the two of them easily broke through and rushed off. Mu ordered her troops not to pursue them any further, since she knew that they didn't have any bad intentions. They would have been dead meat by now if that had not been the case. After half a day of continuous flying, the two finally arrived at their destination. Chor asked him if this was really the place he wanted to go to. Yu Hao confirmed it, saying that they still had to be careful. Judging from the map, the place they were heading for was going to be full of danger. She wondered what there was to fear in such a small forest, and reminded him that she had survived in Stardew Forest for an entire year. Yu Hao sighed, and the two of them began walking towards their next destination. Bugs and wild beasts were roaming about. Chor pointed out that the place only had a bunch of 10-year-old soul beasts, and it seemed pretty deserted there. Yu Hao agreed, saying that they should have been rather deep into the forest by now, but they still hadn't encountered a single strong soul beast in the hour that they had been there. All of a sudden, Chor sensed something strange. She quickly turned her head around to see what it was, and Yu Hao asked her if something was wrong. She informed him that she didn't know why, but it felt like there was something off with the place. Yu Hao was shocked since there was not much that could make Chor of all people feel off. She stated that she felt a little uncomfortable from deep within her soul, and that there had to be something extraordinary about being in the Sunset Forest. It felt like there was no means of fighting back, and no means of escape either. One could not even dare to look at the things around, since it struck a primal fear into their very being. She urged him that they should quickly get out of the place. If they kept moving forward, then they were definitely going to lose their lives. Yu Hao didn't understand why she was acting like that. He ordered her to head back. She assumed that he was going to head back with her, and was relieved they were going to survive once they got out. Much to her disappointment, he was actually going in the opposite direction. She turned around and called out to him. His eyes could tell that he was fully intent on getting the immortal herb. She asked him if he hadn't just said they were going to head back. He told her she could head back by herself first. It was unnecessary for her to come here in the first place. He told her to take care on the way back and simply waved goodbye. Chor did not understand who he was so intent on saving. She wondered if it was a family member, but recalled that he didn't have any family left. She clenched her fist and in the end decided she was going to go along with him. She told him to wait for her. The moment she caught up to him, he thanked her out of nowhere. She inquired what he was thanking her for. He declared that since she had decided to come along, he had decided that she was a friend. She asked him if he had never regarded her as his friend all this time. He explained himself, saying that he meant a trustworthy friend as well as a good friend. She could tell that the place was really dangerous, though, and wondered if this was really worth it. She didn't understand why there were people who valued the lives of others much more than their own. Over in the Clear Sky clan, Donger's uncle informed his friend that the seal had been broken. The man could not believe it and wondered if Yu Hao had actually gotten so strong in such a short amount of time, or if he had actually just asked someone else to open it for him. Uncle told him that this was what he was worried about, but even if someone else had unlocked the seal for him, he still wouldn't have the strength or power to get the immortal herb. The man pointed out that Yu Hao was very smart, and he would probably use one way or another to trick Dong-er. Uncle told him to forget it since the trail had already started. Whether or not he could achieve it depended on his fate. Over in the forest, Yu Hao told Chiu-er that she was staring at him way too much. He stated that he was starting to feel weird and wanted her to stop. She tried convincing him that this trip was more dangerous than the last one, and asked if he really thought it was worth risking his life for. Yu Hao immediately replied with a firm yes. He further expressed his feelings, saying that if she was not with him, then his life would become meaningless. Her life was way more important than his own in his heart. She was confused as to how he could say that. She questioned him, asking how someone else's life could be more important than his own. It seemed to her as if he had hit his head or something. He asked her why she was getting so frustrated. There was always someone who was at least more important to them than themselves in each of their lives. He expressed that if his mother was still alive, then she would have considered his life as the most important one. Chur realized that these were what people called emotions. She objected, stating that if they wanted to survive now, they had to do everything in their power to keep themselves alive. Yu Hao looked at her and told her that everyone had only one life. She had always been talking about the laws of the jungle, so she should have known better than anyone else that they humans didn't follow those laws. If everyone started committing immoral acts just to survive and live, then there would be no difference between them and other animals. He further mentioned that they were neither animals nor soul beasts, but humans. Just then, he sensed something was wrong with her. She had always acted differently, and maybe it was because she had lived in the forest before and had experienced many dangers that she acted like this. Before moving on, he advised her not to think too much about what he had just said. Their journey into the forest continued. As we knew that Huo Yuhao was someone who cherished his friends deeply and had risked his life for them numerous times. However, his feelings for Wang Donger was beyond simple friendship, and he was becoming more aware of that emotional gap between them. It was making him sad and emotional. He tried to explain why his feelings for Wang were different from his other friends. He opened up about the depth of his emotions and the fact that he was willing to make sacrifices for her, but it felt like she might not have understood him because she hadn't experienced love in the same way he had. Yu Hao felt that, while she was important to him, her understanding of love and sacrifice might not match his. He said that maybe the reason she didn't understand his feelings was probably because she didn't have someone to love yet. While talking to Wang Chuer, he gave her the example of the parental love and how many sacrifices they made for their children. She told him to shut up and said that her parents had left her alone in that strange world. She then asked him if he had ever experienced the feeling of helplessness and loneliness and the fear of dying at any moment. She was not the type of person he thought she was, and her parents never took care of her. That was the reason she only loved herself. Sweat was dripping off from Yu Hao's forehead, and he had no idea what to say. She then asked if they should get going and continue their journey to the destination. He started to follow her and kept thinking about what just happened, and if she had experienced something bad before joining the academy, if she was holding a strong hatred in her heart. After that, both of them rushed their way towards the destination and had not talked to each other during the time. He hadn't known how to calm her down, so he had not dared to say anything. But after a while, her anger slowly subsided on its own. She asked him if the soul guide he used was showing the location correctly, as she was not sure if that was where he was headed, and if that thing might be the source of danger she had felt earlier. Astonished, he asked if she was sure about it. He added that the deeper they went, the less they would find the soul beasts, and they also had not encountered anything dangerous so far. She replied to him that if they had not seen anything, then it could be the most dangerous place. She also told him that if there was a forest, then he would have always found a soul beast wherever he had gone. But if there would not be any forest, then that place was assumed extremely dangerous and not suitable for living. He reminded her that she still had time to go back. She told him to stop saying that again and again. She also asked if the person he was meaning to save was Donger. He confusingly looked at her but did not reply. She further said that she had thought who it might be and came to that conclusion. He explained to her that even if something had ever happened to his other friends, he would have probably done the same. She then asked him about reframing the questions, but he stared at her and remained silent. As they continued their journey, Chor stopped and asked Yu Hao if he had felt that it was suddenly getting darker from that point onwards. He responded with a yes, saying that after checking it with his spiritual detection skill, he too felt that the pressure was increased to look further. She then asked if it was because the nighttime was closer. Yu Hao informed that it was still early evening and the sun was also not covered by dark clouds. She replied that there was only one possibility it was getting darker, which was the air around them. He questioned, sounding baffled that how it was the air. She suggested him to use the soul guide to see what their destiny looked from the above. They looked down the hill to the place where they were headed and saw mist over it that was getting thicker and thicker as the time had passed. She inquired if it was poison, as poison mist would not generally clear away, even when all the living being within had decomposed. She further told him that without any rain or wind in that place, the poisonous mist would have grown to the extent that was visible to his eyes at that moment. She had seen poison mist in the Stardew Forest, but she had never seen the one that strong and wide. Every poison had a different and unique effect, ranging from dizziness, nausea, to death, and some even had mental corrosion effect. Sweat had started to drip from his face, and they both felt anxious about it. It seemed like the danger she had felt before came from inside that poison mist, and that was not something they could counter with their soul power. Yu Hao insisted Chuer to come back and said that it was very dangerous. She worriedly said if he was really going to face a situation like that where no human being had ever survived. He told her that he had a way, and if he tried, it might have worked. He added to it that he was willing to do anything for Donger, and asked Chuer to go back as he had no reason to follow him in that. She retraced her steps back and asked him that if he really thought he could enter the core area with his idea or not. She continued that there was so much poison that he would not be able to determine where he was going. She warned him that some poison in there which were corrosive in nature even had mental corruption effect. She inquired further that how long he thought the air inside the thing in his hand could support him. Yu Hao sat on the ground, covered with emotions and sorrow, saying that he tried to imagine his life without Donger and realized that his world would turn gray and into pieces without her. And that was the moment he knew that she was the most important person in his heart, and her life was even more valuable than his own for him. He continued telling her that how important she was in his life, and for her, he was even willing to go inside that poison mist that could bring him certain death. She questioned herself with uncertainty that how was someone was actually willing to do anything for the sake of someone else. She couldn't understand him and what he was about to do for Donger. He turned around and saw Chuer was still standing behind. He asked her why she was not going back. She counter-questioned him that why she should go back when he wanted to see how a certain stupid person would die. After listening that sentence, he got reminded of a memory of how Donger used to call him an idiot. He smiled and said that he was not a stupid person, he was an idiot. She got frustrated and commanded him to go in his brain somewhere. He told her that Donger had once called him an idiot, and because that was what she said to him, he considered himself an idiot. He asked Chuer to leave the next say as she was already very late, and if she was willing to stay, she would wait for him outside the forest. He further told her if he had not come out even in 3 days, she would not tell anyone about where he had gone and just let everyone thinking that he went missing. Chuer called him an idiot and hit him with her fist. She screamed at him as he was going in the forest and questioned if that was really worth it. She forced him to answer her. He responded that of course it was worth it, and if Donger could stay alive, that was all what mattered to him. He does not care how dangerous it was, and he would have still gone even if his survival chances were 1 in a million. It got darker and darker, and the both were sitting in front of the fire while Chuer was having a drink. Yu Hao told her that he was very serious of going inside the forest and asked her to leave the next morning. She got angry and asked why does he care about her, and if he could act like an idiot, she could too. He tried to explain her the danger of the forest and she should not risk her life because of him. He doesn't even know himself if he would succeed in it or not. She stood up and started to yell at him that she was tired of listening to his plan and demanded that if they had come together that far, then why would he experience the adventure alone? Although Chuer was being cold and harsh with him, but whenever her friends had faced any problem, she could be warmer than anyone else. Donger got excited and told her that if she would insist on going with him, then his success rate would boost up to 80%. Chuer made confused-faced, asking if he was sure about that. He convinced her by saying that he wasn't lying and asked her to listen to his plan carefully. His plan was that during the day when the sun would be over the top, the poison had been evaporated slightly. That was the time when the thickness of the poison mist would be at its lowest. His uncle Niu Tian was the one who told him about that, and he was sure he would not want him to get hurt or trick him there, and there was a way to get inside. The next morning, when the sun had evaporated some of the poison mist, Yu Hao also used his soul guide to make the poison mist evaporate quickly. However, he was not able to directly aim the attack towards the ground, but it surely made a blast that created a hole in poison mist. Yu Hao and Chuer used that chance to enter the forest and activated his 6th level soul guide that provided them with a protective shield ring. As they entered the forest, everything was in the shade of pink and blue, including the sky. Yu Hao got speechless and found it mesmerizing and very beautiful. Chuer responded that the forest being beautiful was not she liked there, and the air inside was unfit for living. The mist was thin from what they had expected, but still it was eroding the soul guide slowly. She told him to follow her steps as her martial soul could freeze the poison on the ground. On their way, Yu Hao saw melted bones of the soul beasts and realized how strong the poisonous mist would be, as the beast bones were considered the hardest part of their body. It also made him realize that everything was possible in that forest. As the soul beasts had melted, they were turned into nutrients for the poisonous mist, and the mist still continued to devour the soul beasts that had passed by. Even the soul beasts that had flown far in the sky were no exception. If that would go on, it was expected that after 1,000 years later, the whole sunset forest would have been filled with the poisonous mist, and that was very horrible. They both started to hear a buzzing noise from far away, and their eyesight had gotten worse and worse, and maybe it was time to change the soul guide soon. But while changing that, if he'd make a single mistake, the poisonous mist would erode him before he could even react. He asked her to come closer to him for a second. He held Chor tightly from her back and stared into her eyes while changing the soul guide that had put her into confusion of what he was trying to do, and if he was worried that his soul skills might hurt her. She got curious of how far they would have to go inside, and if the poisonous fog was continuously going to erode the soul guide, they would be poisoned in no time. He then held her hand, and they both continued going inside the forest. The center was 7 kilometers away when Yu Hao checked the spiritual detection on the entrance. They arrived to a spot where there were weird-looking plants that were repelling the mist. Chuer insisted on checking the plants, but he stopped her, saying that he would try it out first. He picked up a stone and threw over them, and it broke into pieces as soon as it touched the plants that showed the corrosiveness of them. It was platinum metal, which had very strong resistance. He then took out his fire gun and aimed towards the mist to check if it was afraid of fire or not. As soon as he fired up the place, there was a blast, and 2 strangely formed beings started to attack them, and they had to run away from there. Yu Hao found it troublesome that the poisonous mist was able to fight back. Choir apologized to him and told him that she remembered what plant it was. It was jade phosphorus of the 7 absolutes and came under the category of the 7 most poisonous plants in the world. These were not only corrosive, but also very terrifying, and when a body was poisoned, not only it would be corroded, but it would also give unimaginable pain. But that plant was extremely rare to find, and was the dream of every plant-type soulmaster. Yu Hao wondered if everything surrounding them was that plant, and if it was, why was it called a rare plant to find? She informed him that those plants lived in groups and had poor reproductive ability. She further added to it that most of the plants that had just seen then were evolved into plant-type soul beasts, and they were the reason the poison had attacked them back. Their level was at least 10,000 years, and even if a group of high-level masters would have come there, they would have tried their best to avoid it because that type of soul beast with the support of poisonous mist was almost unbeatable. Yu Hao got disappointed and came out of the forest and sat under a tree. He thought that his uncle Nu Tian must have given him that task in consideration of his strength and ability, but even if it was a little hard, there should have been a chance for him to complete it. After getting to know about the plant and its level, he realized they were close to 0 success rate, and if they would push themselves, it was only going to become a fertilizer for them. He apologized to Donger in his thoughts that there was no hope left, and he was not able to anything for her. Kier knew a way to cross it and asked Yu Hao if he was interested in listening to it. She made him realize that the herb needed to treat Donger was surrounded widely with that jade phosphorus flowers. He knew that, but he had no way of moving forward, as his shield was instantly collapsing whenever it had touched the poisonous mist. She reminded him of how desperate he was to save Donger, and asked if he had ever heard the saying that everything in the world had advantages and disadvantages. No matter how strong the poison of the jade phosphorus was, it was impossible for it to not have a weakness. Yu Hao questioned that she had not told him that before. She taunted him that he was the one who wanted to treat Donger and not her. He insisted to tell him the way, but it made her feel angry to see him trying so hard to save Donger. She asked him to beg her for it, only then she would tell him the way. She couldn't understand her feeling of why she was asking him to do that and was not able to control her anger. Yu Hao wondered if she was being crazy to ask him to do that, but instead she called him crazy, yelling that why he was willing to risk his life for getting that herb, and was begging to ask her about it that hard. She continued saying that if could not do that, he should just go back to the academy. She started to move away from him. He even tried to stop her, but she did not. She was constantly thinking if he was regretting not begging her for the herb. After all, a person's own life was always important than anyone else. A few seconds later, Yu Hao started to beg her to tell him how to avoid the jade phosphorus flower. It made her wonder that how could he even gave up on his honor as a man just to save Donger's life. After listening to his begging, Kyer started crying, but she had no idea why she was acting that way. She held his collar and banged him against the tree stem, asking if he was mocking her, and why he was going that far for Donger, and if she was really worth for him to risk his life for her. She then stated that the jade phosphorus flower of 7 absolutes would be frozen by using his absolute ice domain, and even the poison would be weakened against it. She ordered him to go and die for Donger. He thanked her and headed towards the forest. He complimented Chur that she was one of the kindest people to him after his mother, and whether he would die or come back from that forest, he was certain that he and Chur were best friends. She screamingly called him idiot and stupid and punched on the stem of the tree that tore it up into 2 pieces. She still could not understand that why she was being such a fool and if he was real. He held her hand, Yai willing to give his life to that woman. Yu Hao entered the forest with the protective ring around him. He was feeling sorry for Chur. He liked her too, but he owed Donger way too much and he could not live without her. That's why he had to take the risk alone. He had finally found a way, and he was the one who was impulsive about that. All he had thought about was to get the herb some way or another and considered that it was a form of his responsibility. According to his uncle Nutian's letter, Donger's disease would only be triggered when she would be 20 years old, and there were still 3 years for that. If he had asked Shrek Academy, he would have definitely gotten help. But that was his last chance, and his soul cannon was also fully charged. As he was about to pull the trigger, Chur came running towards him and asked him to stop right there. He asked that why was she following him. She responded that she was not half-hearted as he thought, and if she had decided to accompany him, then she would do whatever she could to achieve that. He held her hand and thanked her again. He made a ball of absolute ice and was about to try and check if it was really the plant's weakness. The ice blast was one of the strongest ice attribute. As he threw the ball, there was a huge blast, but still the plant had not budged. In the next scene, Snow Empress had appeared in front of them and started to roam around the plants. Yu Hao screamed at her not to go around as it was filled with poison, but then he realized she was not afraid of poison. As she flew over the plants, the flowers were closing and the poisonous mist was also slowly disappearing. The Daydream had also appeared, covered in blanket, and informed Yu Hao that absolute ice was the best counter for all types of poison in the world. He responded that why wasn't he informed about that before? He went towards Chur, and they both had a conversation about how absolute ice was the best counterpoison, and because of that reason, he wondered that his uncle was right to ask him doing that work alone. They both continued their journey and had finally passed through the poisonous mist. There was a valley in front of them that was also marked on the map. The fog in their region was so thick that they were not able to see what was ahead. Yu Hao felt lucky that there were only plant-type soul beasts in that region. He saw that there was something over the fog in the air. It seemed like a giant black snake was on top of their head. Yu Hao was shocked to see a snake there, because there was nothing found in his spiritual detection. They got trapped in between the creepers and got curious if it was also a plant-type soul beast. He asked Chur to be careful as those veins seemed to be poisonous. He was told to handle one side and she would take care of the rest. Yu Hao saw her venting out her anger on the veins that she had kept during the time in poisonous mist. They both finally got out of it. They were trying to be more careful from then, as they had no idea what was awaiting for them at the top. It could be an illusionary poison, jade phosphorus that was a poisonous mist, or even the poisonous veins. Each of them could be fatal, and that core area was surrounded by such scary things. They reached to a spot where they both got mesmerized and were not able to believe their eyes. They had arrived in front of a lake that looked like a fantasy word in a book. They were not expecting it to be like that at all. Chur considered that place like a mini heaven, and had bet that there was no other place like that in the entire Duluo continent for growing plant-type soul beasts than there. The vital energy there was also incredible, and was even comparable to the frozen jade essence bed in the Clear Sky clan. The color of the lake was a mix of blue and red. It was surrounded by beautiful flowers and trees and butterflies all around it. Chur asked Yu Hao to look at the map and see if that place looked like the place they needed to go. He started to compare the place with the map. He got disappointment on his face, saying that his uncle's letter could not help them with that. She queried if there was any other way. He told her about the message his uncle had left him with when he would arrive at that place. His message to him was to search for the book before start searching for the immortal herb. They saw a giant pretty pink flower near the lake. She asked him if that big flower was the thing he was looking for. He inquired further if she knew that flower's name. She responded with a no. She had never seen a flower like that in the entire Stardew. But she had a feeling that the flower contained more vital energy than the 2-colored lake, and was sure that plants like it must have definitely evolved into a plant-type soul beast by then. She mentioned to him that there was no need for them to rush, and asked if he was going to find the book first. He wondered if there was really a book, and even if there was, then it might have long been decomposed. She suggested that she would go and see. He stopped her, asking her to protect him from the rear and not to worry about him as he would be careful. He activated his thrusting soul guide, the blizzard domain that was a dark gold terror claw. He demanded that he would be safe from that and would be out from danger. The plant-type soul beasts were bound to nature. As long as he had his blizzard domain, he was safe. Even if something unexpected would happen, he planned to fly back. In that moment, he detected a fragrance and thought he was poisoned. He speculated if there was poison hidden within the air, but the aroma seemed non-toxic and harmless to him. He attacked the flower, but the flower had not budged even a slightest. It then started to grow even bigger with fire over it and started to talk to them. It said to that they were lucky to have come that far, and warned if they would try to take it from there, then they should not blame it for being rude. Yu Hao was in a state of shock that a flower was communicating with them. Chuer urged him to move from there and told him that he could die as it was a 100,000 years old plant-type soul beast. She further told him that it could speak like a human, and as far as she remembered correctly, it was comparable to the red three-headed demonic lion they had met before. It was an existence even comparable to Elder Zhuan. No matter how confident they both were, they were not capable of defeating a 100,000-year soul beast. Yu Hao asked her to get the flying soul guide ready and be prepared to run at any time. The flower responded that it was not a 100,000-year soul beast. By listening to its tone, Yu Hao assumed it to be a female's voice. He greeted it by calling it a senior, and informed it that they had found that place by accident. He asked to be forgiven as they had not meant to offend it. He wondered if he would speak respectfully, then it might avoid any unnecessary things. The flower forgave them, and the pressure from them finally went off. They tried to get some information from her as they saw she was not holding any intentions to kill them. He questioned the flower if she knew where that place was. She responded that they were at the Yin-Yang Well, and it was one of the 3 places that had abundant vital energy in the continent. She further said that they were lucky that the person they had met was her, and if it was a one with grumpy nature, they would have been killed immediately and become their fertilizer. No human was able to reach that far inside, and she was almost bored to death. She was glad someone had finally come and asked them to talk to her, and if she was in a good mood, she might even give them a present. It seemed like that the soul beast was not that aggressive to begin with, and she looked quite friendly. Yu Hao had not learned her name yet and asked how he should call her. She was informed by a person that she was an immoral herb known as diaphanous silk immortal. She assumed that it was her name and found it very cool and asked them to call her that. Yu Hao agreed with her that she had an awesome name. He speculated that she was an immortal herb that was evolved into a soul beast. He addressed her by calling her a senior and posed a question to her that why she said that she was not a 100,000-year soul beast. She told them that it was because she had not lived that long yet, and she did not know how long she had lived. By the looks it seemed she was alive from 10,000 years. Chuer replied that it was impossible, and she could not speak or develop her own consciousness if she weren't a 100,000-year plant soul beast, but she was even talking to them. The flower explained to her that it was a yin-yang well, and all the plants that had grown around had 10 days equivalent of outside by staying 1 day inside. So even though she was only 10,000 years old, she had a cultivation equal to 100,000 years. In other words, the plant-type soul beasts were way more powerful than what they had originally imagined, and if they had run into a soul beast with a bad temper, they would have been dead. The flower asked them why were they standing so silently, and if they won't talk to her, she would not be able to protect them. Yu Hao responded that the place belonged to Senior Silk Immortal, and without her, they would have been dead. But it did not matter. If he had to, he would fight her. He apologized her for disappointing her. They could have talked a lot if they had come there without a purpose, but at that time, they had a purpose. He also asked her about the book his uncle told him to find. She got shocked and said that maybe they were sent there by that person, and started asking how he was doing, and it had been a long time since she saw him. Yu Hao got confused who she was talking about, Dong'er's father or his uncle Niu Tian. He replied that he was well and requested information about the book. She responded with a yes and showed him the book. He finally believed what his uncle had told him. He urged her to pass him the book. She denied, saying that she had guarded it for very long, and the person who gave her the book said that the book could only be taken by his descendants or a destined person. So if he really wanted that book, he would have to first prove that he was his descendant or fated person and take her test. The test was that she would give him a potion that belonged to her, and if he survived after eating it, he was that person's descendant, but if he had died, then he was not. She said if he was willing, she would give him a potion. It would also aid him. Chuer insisted him not to eat what the flower would give him, but he told her not to worry, and that he would definitely succeed, although I didn't know if he was the descendant of the person the flower was talking about. However, if he would succeed and get the book, it could help him find the immortal herb that could cure Dong'er. He was sure that his uncle would not set up a trial he could not pass, and he must have predicted that beforehand. He assumed that was the reason he was sent there. He had a 50% chance he would succeed in it. Chuer kept on trying to stop him and said that the other half was death. The probability was low and he would die in vain if an unexpected mistake had happened. She could also tell him that the potion his uncle was trying to give him was also not simple, and his survival rate was not more than 50%. Teardrops started falling from his eye. It was the first time when Chuer saw him crying for someone else. She did not know what, but she was feeling very depressed. Maybe because those tears were not for her. She had warned him many times, but he was still going to do it. Yu Hao spoke to her, saying that she was right, and he had a really low chance of survival. He asked the flower if he could go back without taking the test. The flower answered with a yes, and said that as long as he would not take anything back from there, he did not need to be afraid of the poison out there while he goes back. He held Chuer's hand and suggested going from there. She started to think if he was really serious about what he was saying. She got fooled once before, but she was sure she won't be fooled that time. But as soon as he held her wrist, she fainted in his arms. He apologized to her, saying that if he did not do it, he knew she would stop him for sure, but Donger was the only one left for him. He said he would see her again after the test was finished. Meanwhile, Daydream Brother appeared and called him stupid. He asked if he was also trying to stop him. The Daydream Brother was not there to stop him. He was there because Yu Hao was his banger. He got to know from him that his body was already fused with the life of gold, and consuming any potion would not kill him. He also got to know that if the potion was better, if it was lethal. The Daydream Brother got the silk from it, as its greatest ability was to neutralize all kind of poison. If he would use it, he could have kept the poison away with its scent alone. Yu Hao was regretting that why he didn't know that before, and was thinking how would Chuer feel if she would know that after waking up. He said to the flower to give him her potion, and he was willing to accept her test. He seemed to be the courageous one to the flower. She started to think what potion he should be given. He asked if that was not decided beforehand. She replied that she had lived for a very long time, so having a bad memory was normal. She had put the pink ashes on him to check his body conditions so she could give him a suitable potion. There was so much pressure on him that he could not dodge it. She then gave him a potion that had blue light coming out of it. He asked that how was he supposed to eat it. As soon as he had the poison, Chuer woke up and asked the flower what she had given to him, while pointing her sword towards the flower. She told her not to worry, and it was not something dangerous. She continued saying that she could give that poison to her too if she wanted. She warned the flower that she would destroy each and every part of her if anything happened to him, even if she had to sacrifice her own life. The flower did not know where her confidence was coming from. She attacked the flower that created a golden ring around for a while. The flower got shocked and asked that how Chuer had that power. She cautioned her and asked her again about the poison she had given to Yu Hao. The flower told her that she had not given anything poisonous to him, and she said that before because it was the rule set by that person, and also there were not many herbs left. The person wanted to make sure that people would only come there with the intent to save someone. He also wanted to see if people had the courage to go through the test. Yu Hao ate it, which meant he would sacrifice everything for the person he wanted to save. And with that, he had gained her approval. Chuer questioned what did that mean. That person called it a personality test. If someone would dare to eat the fruit without hesitation, it proved that he was a good person. The fruit Senior Flower gave him was actually a type of immortal herb which was suitable for him, and he should be thanking her for that. She also warned Chuer not to use that power again, and told her that even though she was not able to hold against that power, Chuer would have died too with her if she had used it. But Chuer did not care a bit about that, and as long as the Senior Flower won't hurt him, she won't hurt her either. The potion effects had started to spread fast. Yu Hao decided to fight for defense line with his soul power and would prevent it from spreading. But it did not work, and the poison had started to spread in his bloodstream. Half an hour later, he was still sitting on the ground with his legs crisscrossed. He was almost at his limit. He was trying to close his blood vessels, but then he realized that would stop his heart and he would die from lack of oxygen. He contemplated that what kind of poison was that, and why was it so hard to resist? He could not hold that anymore. The poison reached to his brain through his blood vessels. He thought that it was specially designed to target and damage his brain and his spiritual eyes, but as soon as it had spread into his body, he was like flying in the air, and his eyes and brain felt more comfortable than it ever was. He wondered whether that was really a poisonous potion. He then got up, felt amazing, and was upgraded to a demonic, detailed, and survey version of himself. He questioned if his spiritual eye had evolved, and it seemed like the potion that little plant gave to him was not poisonous. His spiritual power had reached to the level where he could see things that had forms but no substance. He asked the Daydream Brother about what that meant. He told him that the level he had reached was known as immaterial embodied spiritual level, and almost 99% spiritual cultivators were stuck at that level and were not able to progress. Daydream Brother had first thought it would take 10 years for Yu Hao to reach that level, but he did not expect him to achieve it instantly after eating a single potion. The next realm he would have to break through was known as the realm of spiritual manifestation. And once he had reached that realm, no one in the world would be his match. He found it very amazing and was very thankful for it. Chior looked in his eyes and asked what was happening with them. He looked in the mirror and informed that his second martial soul was awakening. She questioned if she should be happy about it and if he was fine or not. The Flower Senior also told him to be happy about it. He got reminded of his childhood that his mother had suffered so much pain because of the very same power. He started to question his existence, that why was that all happening to him? He asked the flower if he had not eaten the potion, what would have happened with them. She responded that those kind of questions could ruin their relationship and briefed him that not taking the potion would have proved that he was a very egoistic person, and there was also a possibility that he was likely to leak the information about that place. And according to the person that had come to her ages ago, they were able to do anything to stop them from getting out of there alive. And if he wanted to live, he would have had to rely on his strength to get out. He got frustrated after hearing that all. It meant that if they had left without permission, all the soul beasts there would have attacked them. He found this thing very horrible and thought that with every 100,000-year-old soul beast at every turn, it was impossible to think about defeating them. Chior started to think that his choice had really saved both of them. He asked the flower about his next test. She got shocked and asked if he was not about to thank her. The potion she gave to her was the full moon piercing autumn dew. It was the most suitable one among all the immortal herbs she had. She also added that he would have suffered a lot if she had given him something else. He thanked her and asked about his next test. The next test was a test of power, and he would fail miserably if he was not powerful enough. It was just to prove whether they could trust him or not, and it was going to depend on him alone. If he did not have enough strength, he was not able to keep it for long. Yu Hao had to wait 10,000 years for someone to take that test. Flower Senior started to cry, saying that he had no sense of humanity. It was painful that there was no one to talk to her, and when she had finally found him, he denied of what she wanted him to do. She knew the best person to assign him for that test. She screamed out the name Ajiao twice. Turned out it was also a flower with fire ashes increasing around it. It called the senior flower a stupid weakling and very talkative. It blamed her for disturbing its dream. They both questioned what flower it was and why was its temperature increasing rapidly. Flower and Equal Sign Senior requested it not to say that and asked to test Yu Hao. She added further that if he would pass, they would finally have someone who they could give that thing. Zhao agreed, but he kept a condition that he was only going to test a person who had cultivated as long as him. She responded that it was no use for them, and they would have died that year if it weren't for his help. She was about to ask Star Anise, which was another flower who could test Yu Hao. Anger flashed in it as Zhao replied how she could compare it to Star Anise. It ordered Yu Hao to come towards him and conveyed that he was going to teach him what real strength was. Senior Flower encouraged him to go to him. His name was Blazing Sunflare, and he was also an immortal herb who had evolved. His cultivation was 100,000 years. She reminded him to stay cautious of his liquid flames. Yu Hao was getting nervous because of the difference of the cultivation base. He felt like he was being asked to go and die. Flower Senior then elaborated that he did not have to fight with him. He was going to just test him, and he just needed to pass in it. After his spirit eyes had evolved, he seemed to understand general feelings of other people, and when he looked at Cure, she seemed to be filled with full worries, and the senior did not seem to hold any evil intentions against them. It also appeared to him that the hostility from other herbs had also vanished when he passed the previous test. As he was walking towards Sunflare, he reminded himself that he was a soul beast who had a cultivation of 100,000 years, and with the environment support he had, Yu Hao was not his opponent, but according to Senior, he did not have to beat him. All he had to do was to try his hardest. As he arrived, he felt very hot near him. Sunflare got to know that he was absolute ice, and then realized why Senior had sent Yu Hao to him for the test. He was first testing whether his absolute fire was more powerful than his absolute ice. What he was about to face was absolute fire, which was equivalent to his absolute ice. The surrounding was Sunflare's advantage. Yu Hao would pass if he could beat it. He complained to Senior that it was unfair to him as their strength levels were not same. He further added to it that his absolute fire would be powered even more with his cultivation base. Sunflare warned him that could not leave that field as it was to prevent others from getting hurt, and he would lose if he would leave. Yu Hao insisted him to just kill him directly instead. The hot air coming from Sunflare had started to burn his lungs, and to him the absolute fire seemed to be stronger than Sister Ma Xiaotao's dark phoenix. The flames had started to condense into a shape, and a female human was created from it. It looked like a body made up of solar energy, and it also had strong killing intent. Yu Hao found it very amazing. She took out her sword, and all the nearby fire particles were gathering towards it, and grew so large in such a small amount of time. As he observed her, he realized that she could receive limitless buffs with the surrounding to her advantage. He took his shadow ghost perplexing steps and attacked with his ice blast, but she blocked his attack. He was shocked by seeing her copying his footwork and thought it was impossible and activated his instant teleportation. All the physical attacks were useless against her, and she got the buff upgrade again. There was so much fire on her sword that contained enough power to kill him in a blow. To compete with it, he attacked with his last dance of absolute ice, which meant the final dance before death. He compressed most of his soul energy in that attack, but she had blocked that very easily. The fight stopped for a while, asked the senior flower if she had helped her. He got furious that how could she call that a test if she was helping her that way. Senior did not bother what he was saying and responded that she was just protecting herself as he was trying to attack her. She warned him not to make useless excuses if he did not have the strength to defeat her and notified him that he won't get the book if he would be defeated. He was almost running out of soul power, and that female human was recovering instantly whenever she went near to Senior. He did not know what to do to defeat her. Chor ordered Senior to get rid of those wines or else she was going to break them with force. Senior responded that the test was for him and not for her, and if he was interested in getting the book, he would have to pass the test. Sunflare interrogated Yu Hao if he still wanted to continue. He of course wanted to, but he asked if he could leave that area to recover his soul energy a bit. Sunflare replied that it was up to him, but he could not guarantee that the other plants would not attack him. Senior thought that he had a good temper, and she could let him leave safely if he could not pass. He asked Sunflare if it would not be considered a fail as long as he didn't step out of the region. He nodded in agreement. He then took out his blazing fire gun and attacked the female with it. He shouted at him to be careful, asking if he was trying to destroy the surroundings. Sunflare had fallen in his trap, and he just had to delay the time a little and started to fly around. Sunflare wondered how he was flying, noting that he only had 5 soul rings. He chuckled, noting that Senior Era was outdated and that he didn't even know about the soul guidelines. Sunflare inquired if he had gone outside the field, stating he was now breaking the rules. He responded that he was still within the field limit, addressing him as Senior. Blazing Sunspring was getting on his nerves, so he used Freezing Extremity Spring that was its natural opposite. He mentioned that if Snow Empress were about a little bit, he would be able to use the last dance of absolute ice again. Snow Empress appeared, but had started to absorb the spring so aggressively. He realized that the situation was getting out of his control. She had evolved into her final form. That was not what he thought would have happened. It was getting extremely cold. Snow Empress was devouring every last bit of energy from the spring. He was freezing and was trying to explain to her that he could not hold it in himself anymore, and his body would explode if she was going to take more cold energy from the spring. It seemed that the only way for the Snow Empress to absorb soul energy was through cold energies, and it was to be fused with him in order to be used properly. But he was not able to take that anymore if that would go on. It was getting colder and colder as the time had passed. Sunflare demandingly asked him what he thought he was doing, and if he was trying to show off his powers. Snow Empress questioned him if he still wanted to boast that small sparkle of himself. He counter-questioned her, saying that why she had extinguished his absolute flame. Sunflare yelled at her that it was a test just for Yu Hao and not for her, and if she would even dare to touch him, even heavens won't forgive him. Snow Empress started to laugh at him as he said that. She had already survived Heaven's punishment over 6 times till then, and that was the reason she had turned like that. Sunflare had decided to punish her right away. She wanted to see whether the heavens dared to touch her or not and started to attack Sunflare. He was getting defeated and pleaded her for forgiveness. She responded that he had no right to stop her. Yu Hao requested her to stop and leave Sunflare. Snow asked if he had forgotten what they did to him. He explained to her that it was the paradise for plant-type soul beasts, and the yin and yang balance was a wonderful place even in the entire continent. He further told her that he was there to find the cure for Dong's disease, and if he died, he would not have been able to find the cure, and if that place was destroyed, the damage would have been irretrievable. If he died, not only would she die, but the Ice Empress would also die. He requested her again to stop doing that, and they meant no harm to him. She asked Sunflare if Yu Hai had passed the test. He responded with hesitation that he has passed the test. She demanded to hand over what Yu Hao took the test for as her limit of patience had started nearing. Senior Flower responded sobbingly that it was very difficult for them to cultivate, so they had decided to give them another gift and asked to show mercy on them. They handed over the book. Snow mentioned to Yu Hao that those two contained pure soul energies that had been cultivated for at least 10,000 years and thought that it was good for him. She decreed him to take the book. She then continued by telling him about his body, and it was that the soul energy she had absorbed and which was stored in his body at that moment was about to cause a certain amount of damage in the near future. But if he could overcome it and survive, it would be of great help to him. It was all up to him, whether he could get them or not. There was so much pure soul energy accumulated inside Yu Hao's body. He felt like a balloon that could explode any time. Every inch of his body was throbbing in pain. He had no energy in his body to turn on his flying soul guide. Snow Empress was back to her original form and helped Yu Hao to slowly go down back on the land. He thanked her for that. He wondered if Snow had always looked that cute. It would have been amazing, as the one form earlier was very terrifying for him. As the time was passing, his soul energy started to get more uncontrollable, and he was throwing up white light from his mouth. Chuer came running to him and asked if he was all right, but as she came near to him, she realized that there was so much soul energy with absolute ice attribute in his body. She wondered that how he was enduring such terrifying coldness. She started curing him and questioned what he would have done if something like that had happened to him when she was not around. As she continued doing that, green rays of light had started to come out of his body. Chuer was shocked, asking how his body was enduring such terrifying energy. He replied that he had learned a lot through that, and thanked the Daydream Brother. In response, Daydream Brother added that Ice Empress Soulbone was the real thing that had helped him, and he was the one who had just assisted him. He continued that Yu Hao was lucky that the Soulbone was able to handle it, and if he had gotten a little late, it would have been over for them. Yu Hao understood that, but he had more important matter to attend to that time. He went to the senior flower and apologized to her, saying he had no idea that something like that was about to happen. She stopped him and asked to give her back the pills if he was truly sorry. He agreed with her. She was taken aback and questioned him if he was really planning to return them. He nodded his head while returning the pill. He reminded her that hadn't it been said that his only reasons for coming there was to find a cure for someone he knew. He didn't need anything else other than the cure and did not want to cause any future trouble for them. Senior was stunned, asking if he had not realized that the pill in his hand was the best thing in the world. It took thousands of years to even produce one, and would be a lot of people begging him for that pill. But Yu Hao had no problem, and quietly gave back the pill to Senior. He was not there to find any treasure, and for him, his love was more worth than any treasure. Senior did not know what to do with him, so she asked Sunflare by addressing him Jiao for the suggestion. He responded that the person who had come to them before said that it was easy to find one who liked treasure, but rare to find one who would give everything for love. He was definitely the strangest human he had ever met. He passed Yu Hao, and he thanked him in return. Yu Hao also said that it would be great if they could get him the heart-yearning flower too, but that depended on his luck. He finally got the change to sit down and read the book. In the book, it was written that the author of it was Tang San, who was also the founder of Tang Sect, and the book contained notes regarding to medical plants and poisonous plants. As he was reading it, he realized that the author was Donger's father, and he was the one who had left that book behind. The unrivaled Tang Sect, the battle between the Tang Sect and the Body Sect had intensified. The book was handwritten by Tang Sect ancestors. Yu Hao sat on the grass and started reading the book. It was written in the book that the yin-yang pond he had seen was a gift for him, and it was one of the most blessed land in the entire Duluo continent. The author did not dare to take the book away because he had come with his friends at that time and had found extremely rare herbs, and instead of taking them away, he had decided to cultivate some precious herbs, and whoever had passed the test, he was not allowed to get greedy after that, and 7 was the maximum limit of the herbs he could take back with him. Without adequate knowledge of poisons, it could be used to both save and kill at the same time. That was the solo reason the book was left there by the author. Only those who had passed were eligible to read the book, and anyone who had studied the book was considered a member of the Tang Sect. If someone would join it officially, only they were allowed to keep the book. Otherwise, they had to return it, but the rewards mentioned before would still be given. It was suggested that they could gain more knowledge if they joined them. Yu Hao did not want to know about that all. He just wanted to know about the immortal herbs and started to read about the origin of the flowers. The book said about it that once there was a man who was in love with flowers and plants and used to spend most of the time in his fields and would bury the wilted flowers under the soil and cry over their death. Due to his love and compassion for the flowers, the flower mistress in heaven got so touched by him that she had started to live with him. But when the others' masters got to know about it, they dragged her back to the heaven as masters and humans were not allowed to live together. The young man was drowned back to sadness that he even neglected the flower fields too. Then one day, a white-haired old man informed him that the white flower in the neglected field was the reincarnation of his wife, Mistress Body, and if he destroyed it, his wife could be returned to the immortal world. The old man disappeared into the tin of the air after finishing what he had to say. Even though the man wanted his wife to come back, he still did not destroy the flower. Instead, he chose to neglect his greed and took care of her until he died. When he died, his blood splashed in the flower, and it came to be known as the heart-yearning flower. A heart-yearning flower was a bit strange. When someone tried to pluck it, they had to think of the person they love and had to splash some blood on it. But if they suddenly think of any other thing while doing that, they could die on the spot. If they were successful in plucking the flower, it would not wither as long as it was with them. It could also lose its medicinal effect if they forcefully try to pluck it. That flower could preserve one's disease and could prolong one's lifespan, increasing their mental strength. The author of the book knew that all because he also went there for his wife, who was originally a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit who was reborn as a human. To save him when he was in a danger of life or death, she had sacrificed herself and became his soul ring. He was very grateful to the heart-yearning flower for helping him bring his wife back to life. So before he left, he replanted it and had left the yin-yang for it to support and grow it. Heart-yearning flower was once again waiting for someone who truly loved and cared their partner to visit it and ask for its help. He needed to remember that a fate could not be forced. Yu Hao was also a soul master who was a member of Tang's sect, and the story he had just read was exactly like him and Donger. He wondered that just how deeply they both must have loved each other, and if he were in their place, would he be able to sacrifice himself and become someone's soul ring? He found the story very touching that humans could really stay together with a soul beast. Although the book mentioned that he finally saved his wife, but it had not stated the pain and suffering he had to go through to achieve it. Chior thought that maybe only Elder Tang must know about it. He asked her to stay quiet and began picturing a conversation with Donger in his imagination, saying that if there would be a time where he needed to be her soul ring, he would happily sacrifice himself to become one for her and take care of her forever. Ever since he saw the letter from his uncle Niu Tian, from the moment he entered the Sunset Forest, to Yin Yang Pond, and after going through so much hardship, he had finally obtained the book. During that whole time, he felt his heart had become stronger and stronger for her. After he found out about the love story between Elder Tang and his wife, who were willing to do anything for their love, his heart had become clearer than ever. He could also see clearly what kind of feelings he had for Chuer, and thought it was her appearance that was similar to Mistress of Light. He was afraid of falling in love with her and betraying Donger. He thanked Chuer and said that after realizing himself, he was not afraid anymore. His eyes were filled with sincerity, and he looked completely different from before when he said that. But she declined his gratitude. His eyes were filled with decisiveness after hearing that. She thought that maybe it was because of Wang Dong. With a dismissive huff, she crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, her voice edged with frustration, saying to him to do whatever he liked, and she walked away. Yu Hao was confused as of why she was doing that to him. 3 days later, he had copied all the contents from the book and gave it back to Senior, and thanked her for waiting for him. He asked her if he could go to the next place. According to her, that person had said to let him take 7 herbs from there. She inquired if he was going to take them all right away. He responded that he was not greedy, but if he really needed them in the future, he would surely come back for them. She wished him luck for next time, and he walked away from there. He pictured himself talking to her, and was curious if Donger was doing fine. He again started to talk. She was being very strange back then, and he did not know why she disguised herself as a boy, but it was fine for him as they had spent a lot of time together. They studied, practiced, and even created martial soul fusion skills together. He did not care how many hardships they had faced as long as they both were together. And finally at the sea lake, to everyone as well as to him, she revealed that she was a girl. He was embarrassed by his own stupidity. He then corrected himself that he was always an idiot. Even thought she was the Clear Sky Clan's heir. She still chose him. He considered himself the stupidest idiot that ever existed. Even when his Uncle Niu and Uncle Tai interrogated him, she stood up for him without any hesitation. He really appreciated what she had done for him and considered her as his only mistress, and he was willing to do anything to protect her. On the other side, Chuer was staring at him from the back and reminded herself that before meeting him, she had promised herself that she would never ever cry again for a man, and for the past 7 days, he had dedicated all his to his love and had survived many life or death crises for his love. She wished she had met him sooner. Yu Hao came across to a place where there was a single flower, and its glow had spread all over the area. He wondered if it was a heart-yearning flower. He went closer to the flower and noticed that nothing was special about it. It also looked very small, and not even its leaf looked unique to him. It also looked very fragile. There was only blood-red hue inside it that described sadness. The true owner of the heart-yearning flower was born only for love, and had lived only for love. He had promised Donger that he would always protect her, and soon would be on her side and won't let anyone hurt her. He was being mocked that instead of thinking about Donger, he was thinking about the Mistress of Light. He slammed his fist against his chest and spitted out blood from his mouth onto the flower, but the flower did not rise. He felt as if his hard work all resulted in vain and thought he got failed. He got curious to find a way somehow to save Donger, and unconsciously started to run around. Everyone got confused of what he was trying to do. His love for Donger was not half-hearted. He took the water on his palm from the blazing sun spring and drank it. Chio'er tried to stop him, saying if he was trying to commit suicide. As he drank it, he started to running around claiming that he could save Donger. He splashed his blood on the flower again, and it got illuminated so much that the other flowers around started to decay. He was succeeded and got so happy looking at it that he did it at last and fainted on the ground. He requested Chior to take him to Donger, but he was unable to speak. She could not stop crying and was unable to see in that way. She agreed on taking him to Dong-er but asked him to stop talking first. He was coughing more and more blood out of his mouth. The coldness was suddenly spreading all over his body, and it felt like he was going to die. She pointed her sword towards Senior Flower and questioned what happened to him. She told her that his wound was too severe, and because of the water from the blazing sun spring, his throat along with his internal organs were all burnt. She continued saying that his obsession for love was just like that person for his wife. She forcefully demanded her to be quiet and just tell her if she could save him or not. She also threatened her that if he died there, she would kill herself and everyone along with her. Senior Flower asked her the reason of why she was acting that way. Yu Hao doesn't even love her. But Xiaoer didn't care if he loved her or not. She just knew that he was the one whom she loved the most at that moment. And if he was willing to sacrifice his life for Dong-er, she was willing to sacrifice hers for him. She warned Senior Flower that if she could not save him, she would use her last card and take them all to hell with her. Senior Flower got extremely scared. She was unable to heal him, but she knew how to save him. She never understood why young people made difficult choices when it came to love. When Xiaoer was in Shrek Academy, Yu Hao had left her there and made her feel betrayed. She never understood why he had to go with Wang Chu, wondering if she was not good enough for him. She couldn't live without him and always waited for him to come back. She was even willing to trade her life just to be with him. The prolonged wait made her realize how much it hurt when the person she loved left her. Senior Flower somehow had saved Yu Hao's life, but his wounds were still very fresh, and he was unable to speak or walk. Xiaoer took him to Dong-er on her back, but as they reached to her, people who were already there were shocked after seeing them arrive. No one could believe that Yu Hao was back. Dong-er was still inside and asked Sister Nan Nan to guide her where he was. Sister informed her that he had come back with Xiaoer, but Dong-er did not bother that and went running to find him. People who were stopping them to enter told Xiaoer that they were looking for Wang Dong and not her. One of them also asked her if she was dating Yu Hao. She responded with a no and continued saying that she was the one with him all that time. Dong-er methodically asked everyone about Wang Dong-er. It seemed like she cared more about Wang Dong than Yu Hao. Everyone had started to mock Xiaoer, saying if hurting Dong-er was not enough for her that she had even come along Yu Hao and even stayed with him the whole time. When Dong-er saw Yu Hao, her eyes teared up and she got very emotional. She did not know what happened between him and Xiaoer, but she agreed on listening to Xiaoer. She questioned them that what was wrong with their attitude. It made her feel like she was being accused of running away with Yu Hao. She continued that if they all claimed themselves as Yu Hao's best friends, why were they doubting that he would do something like that? She then informed them that in the past 10 days, Yu Hao was always in the blink of death. She tried her best to stop him, but he just wouldn't listen and kept pushing forward without thinking about the dangers. He gave his every bit to find the cure of her hidden disease. She questioned whether, after hearing all that, they still believed he had run away. She had never thought a person would go to such lengths for the person they love. She removed the cloth from Yu Hao's hand. Dong-er saw his completely burned hand and screamed, asking what had happened to it. Xiaoer counter-questioned her, saying if she had seen an unfamiliar flower beside his cheek. She told them that it was a heart-yearning flower. Just for that flower, he had faced death many times and even drank water from the blazing sun spring, which was many times hotter than lava as he had absolute ice in himself, and got the wound in his hand from the water. She further continued that from mouth, throat to his internal organs, everything was completely burned, and he was already at the blink of death at that time. Even when he was slowly dying, he asked Xiaoer to take him to Dong-er for treating her disease. She had given him potions because of which he was barely alive. Dong-er started weeping as she had no idea that he was going through so many dangers alone. She remembered he said that they would face everything together, whatever was to come at them. The flowers started reacting and they were contracted together through life and death. They both would live together, and both of their lives were now connected, and there was nothing that could block their love hereafter. Their love was meant to last for eternity. Xiaoer noticed that the contract was formed even when he was unconscious. She knew that Dong-er was the only one in his heart. Though her appearance was extremely similar to hers, she still had no place in his heart. She had seen him sacrifice everything for Dong-er, and without even realizing, she had fallen in love with him. She loved him so much, but she also felt extremely sad that she was a step late behind her, and he could not give his heart and love to two women, so everything he did and loved was only Dong-er. She could never compete with her for him, and asked her to take care of him. Dong-er was very thankful to her for saving his life. She offered her to help in return if she ever needed one. Even if it was a life-threatening situation, she would not hesitate to help her. Xiaoer went away from there with tears in her eyes. Dong-er promised Yu Hao to become his wife, and no matter whether his wound was healed or not, she had promised to stay his wife. She found the contract as a real blessing, and was grateful to it that he was still alive. If he had died, she would not be able to stay alive longer. She loved him with all her heart. She asked her brother Bei to get her something to eat as she was very hungry. She had not eaten for days, and she needed to restore her energy to take care of Yu Hao. Elder Xuan went to see how Yu Hao was doing. His health did not look good to him. He wondered why Yu Hao had not told anything to the academy when he was going somewhere like that. It made him think that Yu Hao had not expected any help from the academy. He called Donger to him to check what kind of rare disease she was suffering from. He held her shoulder and said that it looked like there was a strange power hidden inside her, and even he could not figure out what it was. To him, it did not look like a disease, though. If it was, he would have discovered it by then. She asked him to hurry and check Yu Hao's condition. He checked him and found that there was an extreme amount of hot energy inside his body that did not match his current body state, and it seemed to be in a constant conflict with his absolute ice. He also discovered that there was a very large amount of soul energy within his body, which was ice attribute, and it looked very chaotic inside him. He concluded that there were two powers that were fighting with each other in his body. That was the reason he was not recovering. Moreover, his organs were all almost burnt to ashes, and he should have been dead a long time ago. He also sensed another power inside him with immense vitality, and he assumed that because of that power, he was still alive. She asked Zhuan if he could heal him. He was unable to do that. He could only help him if he lacked vitality. If too much soul power was injected into him, it would have led into threatening his life. The most suitable treatment for him was to rest as much as he could. He felt really bad for Yu Hao, saying that he would always make them worry about him. Donger's ramen was ready to eat. She thanked her brother and started eating. She was only able to take care of Yu Hao by recovering her stamina, but she could not stop crying. Even when she was closing her eyes, she was imagining how Yu Hao would be feeling when he had drunk that hot water. She claimed that her mentality was not that strong. She lied down and slept beside him. The power of that flower was all around them. The next morning, Donger woke up and realized that she had not slept in such a long time. Yu Hao was still sleeping soundly and was showing no sign of waking up anytime soon. Elder Xuan gave her a tonic the day before, but she did not know how to make him drink that. She had put the tonic in her mouth and tried kissing him, and transferred the tonic into his mouth. She was not ashamed of doing that. After all, she was his future wife, and realized she should not hesitate at the time when he actually needed her help. 3 days later, Elder Zhuang came to check on Yu Hao again. His throat, which was in bright red color, had started healing, and it had become softer. Donger still did not know what tonic she was feeding him, but she was grateful that with its help, Yu Hao would be able to speak again when his throat was healed. Half a month later, Donger was sitting beside Yu Hao, and he was still unconscious. She started to talk to him and said that the Soul Masters tournament was going to start in the upcoming month, and everyone was raining hard to increase their strength every day. She told him not to worry. If he was not able to participate in the tournament, they would win it for him, and everyone was much stronger than before. She also mentioned that she was going to eat his favorite food later that night, and was taking of herself well, and when he would wake up, she would show him that she had taken care of herself. She almost forgot to give him the tonic. She was also searching for new ways to feed him the pills that suddenly she heard his voice. She thought he had woken up. She tried again to listen to him, but there was no response. She got disappointed and started weeping and pleaded him to wake up. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but right in that moment, Yu Hao opened his eyes and smiled at her. She got so happy when he opened his eyes that her scream was heard by people outside her house. Yu Hao woke up at last. He asked Donger to say again that she would do anything to wake him up. He just got too happy when she said that before. She asked him how he got to know about her disease. He felt ashamed about everyone knowing and said that Chio'er had become very talkative after coming back, and she should not have told them about it. He felt that everything was going fine after he had come back. Donger questioned him again about knowing her disease, and inquired if that uncle had told him something. He requested her not to think like that about her uncles, as they always wanted good for her, and made himself responsible for it in a way. But as long as she was fine, he considered her uncles as his father. He could not blame them. He was raised by them anyway. She asked him not to talk that much and went to wash his clothes. She did not know why her uncles were treating him that way and found their act very extreme for a test. On the other side, Yu Hao was glad that he had finally completed his task, and he could rest for a while then. But he owed a huge amount of debt and gratitude to others, and was worried how he would pay it all back. His wounds still hurt him a lot. Even though his body was weak, his soul power seemed fine to him and decided to check his body. When he saw all the bruises and wounds on himself, he couldn't believe that it was his real body. He was not able to block that hot water with his soul power, and realized that his internal organs were almost burnt out. He described his body a messed up one instead of bad. It was barely healed with the help of some unknown power. There were still some of that unknown energy stored in his meridians. There was also that soul energy from Yin-Yang Pool, and the ice energy that Snow Empress had absorbed. It would have looked okay on the surface, But if it weren't for that strange energy, and even if there were 10 of him, he would have exploded. He was not even able to move his finger by himself. But he realized that he could not give in, as he had promised to protect Dong-er for the rest of his life. He decided to live and make her happy. Although he could not feel his fingers at that moment, he still felt there were 2 other places he needed to check if there were no problems there, and one of them was his brain. After consuming the spiritual treasure which Senior had given him, his spiritual ocean seemed to have gone through a huge change. His martial soul had also gone through a mutation. He could now use his spiritual detection and his purple demon eyes at level 3 that would enable him to see every inch of his body's meridians. Dong-er came to him and asked if he was doing okay. There was some kind of blue light coming out of his eyes. He requested her not to look at him like that and questioned if something bad had happened with him. He asked Dong-er to close her eyes for a bit as he wanted to show her something. He showed her the Sea God Island in her head. She was surprised looking at it and said that it was impossible to do. Every single detail was crystal clear, and it was fully 3-dimensional. She opened her eyes back and looked at him with a smile on her face. He did that to prove her he was okay, and she should not be worried about him. In the other scene, Elder Xuan was sipping his drink from his bottle and was thinking about Yu Hao, wondering what he would say to his brother in the future. Meanwhile, someone knocked on his door. He allowed the person to come in. Yu Hao opened the door and greeted him. He was shocked looking at him, asking if it was really him. He responded that he had consumed immortal treasure that had increased his spiritual power and helped him in mutating his martial soul. He inquired if his spiritual powers were really that realm. He found that thing very awesome about Yu Hao. He noticed that his eye martial soul was mutated too. A second awakening was considered amazing, and with the spiritual realm he was in, he would have definitely become #1 in the continent. Zhuan inquired about his wound. He responded that it was really bad at that time, but he was trying to recover as soon as he could. He had an idea of recovering faster. Firstly, he would try to use his soul power to segregate the fire and ice energies in his meridians. If he was able to remove his fire energy in his body, he was able to recover faster. But it was going to take some time. Xuan agreed with him and informed him that Elder Zhuang would come by his house for regular checkups on his condition. He also reminded him not to rush his recovery. He then allowed him to leave and told him that they would talk about his punishment after he was finally recovered. Yu Hao asked him, stunned by the thought that why he was getting punished when he had done nothing wrong. Xuan got very angry and responded that if everyone would start to behave like him, how was he able to manage the academy? He was officially kicked from Sea God Pavilion for the time being and was only accepted again after he would atone for his behavior. He was scared of facing Elder Mu and did not know what to say to him if Yu Hao had died there. Yu Hao requested him not be angry with him and was willing to accept any punishment he'd get. Xuan got emotional and said how he could punish him as he was already in so much pain. He commanded him to go and rest and explain his situation when they would come and check on him. Xuan found his talent unbelievable as he was a twin martial soul with absolute ice. Yu Hao started to check his body thoroughly when he returned, and with his soul power, he visualized his meridians into a model and marked different sections which were affected with different colors. There were still 20 more days before the beginning of the Soul Masters tournament, and he had to recover his strength as much as possible before that. His treatment began from where the wound was relatively small and opened the meridians. They had let the soul power circulate from the feet to the dantian. With Elder Zhuang's help, the chaotic meridians were constantly healed and were put back to their respective places. However, he was not able to move his arms, thighs, and any other body part as the 3 powers were still mixed up in his body. Next was the most circular step. Only by removing the fire poison when he got from the blazing sunspring, his body could be further treated, but they did not know how to get rid of it. And the next step was surgery. Snow Express came to visit him. She got emotional and asked if the surgery was going to hurt him. He was amazed to look that she was able to speak. He told her not to worry, and he planned to see her soon. Elder Zhuang came to him and was about to start the procedure. He made him sure that he and Elder Zhuang were going to protect him. He had to withstand the fire poison in the absolute fire so that it could be removed from Yu Hao's body. Snow Empress had inserted her absolute ice inside the knife, which was to be used on Yu Hao. On the other side, Dong-er was feeling guilty that Yu Hao was facing that all because of her. She just wanted him to survive in that procedure. Xuan had removed most of the fire poison, and there was only a little bit left. The fire poison had started acting up, and it was destroying Snow Express's defense and was going towards the heart. All the fire poison was removed, and in Yu Hao's his spiritual ocean, Daydream Brother was present, tried to get to know who that was trying to cause a problem when he was there. Xuan had stopped the bleeding and closed the wound. Yu Hao coughed a little and spitted some blood out. It was all up to him. He was then asked to take over and try to control the flow of soul power in his body. Even though the fire poison was removed from his body, the soul power which was stored in his body was simply too large. They had to use their soul power to stimulate the circulation of the soul power in his body and let his own soul power take control over it. Xuan wondered why Elder Mu must have chosen him as his successor, and the process must be very painful. But he heard that Yu Hao had not even screamed the slightest. He was relieved to hear that, and considered Yu Hao very tenacious, and realizing that absorbing all the energy into his cultivation would benefit him a lot in his future. The soul energy stored was too great in him, and he was able to recover and improve by just taking control over it. He could only store the excess energy in his soul bone and slowly absorb it. But it was possible that he would lose control over that body part, and he would not be able to move it. If so, then he could only participate with only his upper body unaffected by the soul energy. If he participated with his ability, he could definitely be of great help to the team. Yu Hao had reached his limit for his feat, but there was still some more left. His previous assumptions were not wrong, but at that moment, the compressed soul power was trying to leak out. If it would reach his meridians, it was going to become a huge problem. Elder Xuan suggested him not to push himself in the tournament, but he disagreed and said that he had to represent and participate in for Tang Sect. He also said that if his 2 legs were not enough, he would just add it to one of his arms. He still had a soul bone in his left hand that was also the Ice Empress soul bone. Dong'er got the news that Yu Hao could only move his right hand and upper body, and it freaked her out realizing that he had to endure all that just for her. Her eyes were filled with tears. His legs and left arm had completely gone frozen. Dong'er tried to help him to get up, but he stopped her, saying that he wanted to do it himself. He got up and showed to her that he did it on his own, and was ready to represent and participate in for Tang Sect. Xuan felt very sorry for him. As the time of the start of Soul Master tournament was getting closer, a meeting was held in the Tang Sect's meeting room. Yu Hao inquired Xuan Ziwen about their sect's underground factory construction. He told him that it was going well, and he could calm down a little. With the addition of Xuan Ziwen to the sect, had entered a period of high speed in terms of progress, especially with the support of Shrek Academy. Ziwen suggested that after discussing with Shrek Academy, the underground factory would be used for Soul Guide production for Tang Sect. It was going to take about 3 years for their underground factory to advance to mid-level. Yu Hao told him not to worry, as they would provide all the needed rare materials. For Tang Sect's underground factory, the Academy invested heavily into purchasing a number of rare metals continuously all over the continent. As a result, the stock price of all the rare metals had increased by 10%, but the Shrek 7 monsters had no time to care about that. There was an important tournament coming up ahead. Yu Hao informed everyone that they would be leaving the next day, 7 of them with Nana, so in total they were 8 of them. He suggested that Brother Ji, Brother Mo, and Sister Xian were going to stay back and take care of the sect while they were gone. But Sister Xian objected on that. He asked her what was wrong. She replied that it was the tournament, so they would like to go too. But their age exceeded the limit mentioned in the rules. All of them were 20. She questioned him what he was going to do if the opposing team had brought many people. They were familiar with that region and claimed to protect them while they would be there. But he thought that the 2 of them would only cause troubles if they were going with them. She sought his input that how could he ignore such a good chance, and he would definitely need someone to push his wheelchair while he was there. Brother Mo suggested that he could also help. It confused Yu Hao, and then he decided that he would ask Brother Beibei to do that for him, and he was not going to need them both. But it was finally decided that they could come along, but only if they were going to promise to take good care of Yu Hao. On the other side, at the Shrek Academy's inner court practice arena, Chuer was training someone, and asked him with his current strength. He really thought if he could beat Yu Hao and told him that Yu Hao was strong and could easily beat him even with one hand. As he continued practicing, she asked him to stop and go back to get some rest as they were leaving the next day for the tournament. When Yu Hao and others were on the way to the tournament, Sister Xian questioned him that even though he was on the wheelchair, why was he insisting on taking part in the tournament? He responded that he had some energy to spare. That's why he was participating. She really missed the good old days when they used to fight each other. He inquired if she was someone known as a masochist, and if she really liked that much getting beaten up by him. She got frustrated and said if he was actually making fun of her when she was caring for him, questioning Dong'er of how she was managing with him. But Dong'er knew he was always like that, and she was used to it. Xian was thinking when Yu Hao would get off that wheelchair and stand up again, they could have a fight again. He responded that why can't they have it in that moment, bragging that even if he could use only one hand, he would still give her the sensation of defeat. Listening, that made her very angry. Yu Hao started to cough a lot. Xian told him that even if he say like that, she would not fight someone was a cripple. He informed her again that even thought he could use only one hand, he could still beat her, and if she did not believe him, why don't they just try it out? Dong'er asked him if he was being serious that time. He answered with a yes, asking Sister Xian if she was afraid. She responded that why she would be afraid of him. She just thought she should not bully him as he was a cripple, but immediately after she said that, she was in another dimension where it was dark everywhere. She was all alone. She called out Yushin and Beibei, but no one was there. Yukin came from the back and queried her what happened. She did not know why couldn't she see others and didn't know why she had come there after hearing his voice. She continued questioning where everyone else had gone. Yukin placed a sword on her neck and she asked what he was doing. She blinked her eyes and was back to Yu Hao and others. Yu Hao stated that no wonder why she didn't want to fight him before, and she should have known that she was not able to beat him a long time ago. She confronted him fiercely that how he did that. Everyone would not have believed if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Yu Hao, who could use only his one hand, was still capable to beat Xian all on his own. Sister Xian claimed that it was not fair, as she was not ready for the fight right away, and noted to fight again. Yu Hao confusingly kept on staring at Dong'er. Everyone got curious if they were going to fight again, but they had no idea why Yu Hao was doing by looking at Dong'er. She noticed that his eyes changed and seemed to be filled with endless tenderness. She could see her reflection in his eyes. She could feel it within his gaze that their hearts were connected through it. It was a new path that was not being explained. She told him that he could admit defeat. He did not have to push himself if he was tired. Suddenly, a very bright and strong light started to come out of Yu Hao. Everyone standing around could not keep their eyes open and there was smoke all around. Xian fell on the ground and started to cough. She could not believe how she was attacked when the smoke had covered her completely. She felt like someone was strangling her throat. Yu Hao asked her if she still wanted to continue, but she could not summon her martial soul anymore. Moreover, her four was trembling constantly. She had felt it somewhere before, too. Brother Ji constantly asked him how he did that and requested to teach him too. Yu Hao informed him that it was only possible if he was deeply in love with someone, and he had Dong'er in his mind even when he was on the verge of life and death. Unlike other spiritual abilities around the world, that was his own exclusive ability. He also didn't know what happened to him after the clone Dong'er appeared. Brother Ji knew Yu Hao was always one step ahead of him and found him very amazing. Ji asked him since when he had become that strong, and he also wanted to train and become that strong. Everyone requested to be their secret weapon that time too. He was asked if that invincible ability he showed earlier, his second soul skill. His spiritual power seemed to be reached a new height, and they queried what realm he was then. He ignored their question and told them that they had crossed the no-fly zone, and they were able to use their soul guides to fly to complete the journey. At Mingdu, Tang Wulin and Juzi were having a conversation. He asked her about his father and how he was doing. She informed that doctors had told that it was imperial, but she was afraid that Emperor's body could not take that anymore. He said that his father's life was really unfortunate, and then questioned her how the military had reacted by listening that news. She told him that they were calm. Ever since they had taken the control of Waicheng district, the opposition from the military had disappeared, but they would naturally come if he was ascended to the throne. The 5 generals were strong people who guarded their borders. She notified him that some people were objecting, and there were even enemies for princes. She suggested him that there was no need to be in a hurry, and if they would still stay stubborn till the end, they could always replace them. He advised her that she does not need to be so stiff between them, and after he was ascended to throne, he would make the queen of the entire world. She sat on her knees and said to him that she had only 2 wishes. One was to stay with him all the time, and the other was the destruction of Star Luo Empire. He promised her to make both of her wishes come true and requested her not to be like that to him. If it was not for her saving him that time, he would have definitely died. Around the subordinates around him, she was the one who he could truly trust. He asked her if she had completed the preparations for the tournament. She responded with a yes, and that everything was going according to the plan. He questioned if anyone noteworthy from the Shrek Academy was going to come. They were the champions in the previous tournament. He felt pity about a person that he was from Shrek Academy, or else he would have definitely bought him to their side. And again, he was still wondering how he could bring the academy to their side. He was curious how they would react when they were going to see their Sun and Moon, Imperial Royal Academy's team. On the other side, Beibei wondered what surprises were waiting for them. He suggested everyone to rest there for a while as their destination, that was Mingdu, was only 100 kilometers away from there. Dong'er told Yu Hao that it was time to eat, and she fed him the food with her hands. His other companions saw that and tried to feed each other by their hand, just to make them fall in love so they could also have the same powers. Sister Xian felt jealous by seeing everyone in love with each other. Ji referred them as kids and said they were not only lucky when it was about love, but also in strength when it was about fighting. She admitted that she was not good at loving. They were 2 singles who were not happy with their life. While they were all eating, Yu Hao heard a voice of someone approaching and warned everyone about it. There was a group of 14, dressed in black and were riding horses. There were horn-scale horses, which meant that a bunch of rich people were arriving. Horn-scale horses were different from ordinary horses. They were actually soul beasts. Although they were not good at attacks, they had a really good defense and stamina, and the price of a single Ho-scale horse was about 5,000 to 10,000 gold soul coins. So if there were people who were riding them, then it meant they were the rich people. They came to them, and one of the horse rider greeted them with gratitude and referred them as their fellow soul masters. He asked if they were also going to Mingdu to join the Soul Masters tournament. Bei Bei replied that they were also going to Mingdu for the tournament, and they were representing the Tang sect. They had heard that Tang sect was really old ancient sect. They were from the Heavenly Armor sect and were going to participate too. They had traveled a long way till there and asked if they could rest for a while. Bei Bei offered them some food they had bought along. They thanked him for having them along, saying it was fate to meet them all. Yu Hao was resting by keeping his head in Dong'er's lap. A man came along with his team from behind and decided to rest there. He saw Yu Hao's group and the Armor sect group resting and decided to go to them. He saw a horn-scale horse. Unfortunately, it was slower than a soul guide. He called them the country bumpkins and decided to snatch their food. He was very hungry and had ran out of food as Radiant City was too far from there. He called them out from far away and asked them to give him some food. He saw Dong'er from far away and found her very beautiful. He went to her and told that his name was Feng Ling. He told her that he was a genius from the Heavenly Gate sect. He complimented her about her beauty. She asked him to get lost from there. He responded that how she had dared to tell him to leave. He questioned her if she knew who he was. He was the young master of Heavenly Gate sect and his father was the current gate master. Brother Ji came from behind and ordered him to leave while he was being polite. Listening, that made him angry and asked if they all had a death wish. He decided to show them how great he was and warned them not to be scared of him and run away later. Xian calmed Bei Bei, saying not to be worried about Ji and asked him to leave everything on Ji. She also stated that the punching bag for venting his frustration had come walking to his doorstep. After some time, they realized that Feng was cheating as he was using a soul cannon at such a close range. Ji used his solitary sword domain and attacked him with that. His clothes were all ripped off and he couldn't believe what had happened to him. Brother Ji's sword domain had become stronger. Yu Hao wondered that since when he had become merciful to his opponents. Dong'er queried when he woke up. Feng ran away from there and asked his members to get him some clothes first. Ji found that fight very boring and stated that it was not that big of a deal at all. Yu Hao and his fellow members had arrived Mingdu and they had their stay at the Manhua Hotel. They received a very warm welcome from the workers there and were asked if they were there to participate in the Soul Masters tournament. They agreed with them and the receptionist asked them to follow her. Yu Hao was thinking that he should have ignored those people without soul power fluctuations. He started to count people around and came to a conclusion that there were 34 with 7 soul rings, 216 with 4 rings, 178 with 3 soul rings, and about 50 who had below 3 soul rings. That time, there were many soul saints participating, and it looked like there were going to be many hidden dragons participating. Suddenly, the princess of Star Leo Empire, Juju, had arrived, and was curious why a guy in a wheelchair was participating, but when she came closer, she realized it was Yu Hao. She questioned him what happened to him. He was thankful to her for being concerned about him. He told her that he just had met with a small problem, but it did not seem to be a small problem to her. She also asked him if he was going to represent Shrek Academy in that condition. He informed her that they were not representing the Shrek team. Bei Bei told her that they were representing the Tang sect. She got very curious of why they had left the Shrek Academy. Their goal that time was to revive the reputation of Tang sect. Juju responded that she must not have thought, but she felt relieved if it was him. She handed Bei Bei a star luo that was a royal family token that looked like a gold coin, and if they had any issue, they could use that to contact her. She was willing to help as much as possible. He thanked her and hoped they could cooperate well in the future as well. Bei Bei asked Yu Hao what he was thinking. He told him that he was just thinking that it was just a tournament, and what issue would they meet to seek Princess's help. But he also reminded him the Mingdu incident that had occurred before. It was the attack by the body cultivation sect. He didn't know how it was related. However, another sneak attack against Star Luo Empire was possible. They were sure that the body cultivation sect had no guts to attend the tournament, but they should not underestimate them either. They wondered if they would become a threat to them. They made sure not to back down if they were about to come at them. Bei Bei thought the same as Yu Hao, but he suggested him not to go down for a match unless or until it was needed. But Yu Hao disagreed and said that he wanted to compete right from the first match. Everyone denied his thought and stated that he was their secret weapon, and a secret weapon must stay hidden. They all wanted to take care of him. He asked everyone to listen to what he had to say first. He then noted them that the pressure from battles could help integrate the excess soul energy into his body faster, and they were participating in a tournament, so wasn't that the best chance for him? He knew that he was not able to beat someone, and he would admit defeat and back off immediately. Dong'er didn't agree with that. Even if he had stronger spiritual power than others, the opponents could use long-range attacks, and without his soul guide, he was not able to move freely. He replied to her that it would not be a problem. He suggested her to let him do a test try in the first knockout round and see if he was able to do that or not. He would also not be able to participate in the next. He had promised not to fight more than 3 rounds. She agreed with him, but asked him to promise that he was going to put his safety first. It was for everyone too, but it was more for him. He told her not to worry, he was not going to die. They were acting irrepressible there. His team members questioned them if they were not afraid that people would misunderstand them both. The receptionist arrived and asked them to follow her as she was going to guide them to the registration room. There was a sun and moon photo technology. Yu Hao had seen how it used to work. They were about to take an image using that shadow soul guide of participants. She requested them to take off their robes. Yu Hao suddenly felt like his heart had started pounding by seeing some people standing at a distance from them. He saw Sister Xiaoya standing with those people. Bei ran towards her and wondered if it was really her. She had red eyes, and her gaze was lowered the whole time. He held her and questioned where she had been all that time. He also mentioned to her that they had been trying very hard to find her. Yu Hao warned Bei to be careful of her. She stared at Bei and threw him away in the air with her soul power. That was a very powerful soul energy fluctuation. It turned out to be one specific person's doing, and it was Zhang Peng, the Scorpion Tiger Duo Luo, an evil soul master. Xiaoya went away from there. Bei shouted at her where she was going and asked her to come back. He queried of what she had gone through and if she had forgotten about him. He informed Yu Hao that the soul power was too fierce and he was showing no sign of resisting the soul energy fluctuation. His soul power was not having an effect on him. Yu Hao tried to calm him down and told him that, as they could see, Senior Sister was with evil soul masters and she must be under their mind control. He was their team leader and he had to stay strong. Now they finally knew Xiaoya's whereabouts. It would just be a matter of time to save and bring her back. Bei was ambitious to save her, and his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul got activated. Even though Bei was almost cured, his injuries were still quite serious. After the first physical examination, Sanshi took him to the room to take rest. Sanshi asked him to hurry up and get a checkup. He was amused that he looked disabelled, but he was registering for the tournament. He asked if Bei had also hit his head somewhere. He also questioned about his sect and mocked that his sect had brought disabled people to participate. The guy in the physical examination room asked him if he was sure he wanted to participate in that tournament, and he had not come there as a mistake. Bei got frustrated by him and questioned him who he was to underestimate them. Yu Hao came along and explained that there was no rule that stated that a disabled person could not participate, and there were others from his sect that had come along, so he should think of him as a makeup. They had finally completed it. Although Yu Hao was currently suffering from serious injuries, he was also an important member of their team. In the next scene, Yu Hao was having a conversation with Dong'er, and he told her not to be sad. He also mentioned that he would be happy if she was happy. And it would make him sad if she was going to be sad. If he would become a champion in the tournament, it was going to be a huge slap in the face for whoever had down-talked him. At the Mingyue Hotel, the higher flowers were for distinguished guests with high status, while lower flowers were for people whose status were unknown in the Sun and Moon Empire. The first floor was lobby and restaurant, and they only got rooms only on the second floor. Bei was sorry to everyone and said that it was his fault for being careless and decided to give temporary command to Yu Hao. He left all the tactics and matches and the upcoming matches to him. Yu Hao agreed with him and promised not to disappoint him at all. He further said that Holy Spirit cult was really bothersome, and as a group full of evil soul masters, they palpably had come to the Soul Masters tournament. It was an extremely terrifying sect that was even scarier than the Corpse sect. According to Shrek's intelligence, they were currently led by Holy Dragon of Darkness, an ultimate Duluo and Dragon Emperor Duluo Long Xiaoyao, whose power was equal to Elder Mu. With such people sitting at the top of the cult, they could already see how terrifying their power was. There was also an evil soul master, Scorpion Tiger Duo Luo Zhang Peng, whose strength was on par with Dinyan Xiaojie. That was just what was known to the public. Trumors had told that there were more powerful experts hidden than known to public, but no one knew for sure. Bei asked Yu Hao to go and find Princess Juju and tell her about that. If it was her, she would definitely understand the seriousness of the situation, and after that they could move according to their plan. Yu Hao agreed and requested him to take care of himself. He responded in agreement and asked not to bother him. Yu Hao was wondering why Xiaoya had changed, and why was she being like that, and if it really was her choice. Juju was the princess of the Star Luo Empire. She was angry that why she was given a second-class room. She didn't know who the bigger shot than her was living in the first class. When Yu Hao went to talk to her with Wang Dong, she asked him the purpose to meet with her. He thought and questioned her how she could say that her room was not enough, and then told her that they all were living in the worse room than that. He had come there to share some intel with her. He probed her if she had heard of a cult known as a Holy Spirit cult. She didn't know about it. It seemed to him that many people didn't know of their existence, and even a princess such as Juju even had never heard of them. He informed her that the Holy Spirit cult was a very powerful cult that was full of evil soul master, and they were from the Sun and Moon Empire. The main people operating behind them was a titled Ultimate Duluo and a Hyper Duluo. Her eyes popped in surprise, querying what Yu Hao was saying. He asked her if she had at least heard of the person named Zhang Peng, the scorpion tiger Duluo. She questioned him back that hadn't he disappeared many years ago. He responded with a yes, and informed her that he saw him while they were in the physical examination room, and Big Brother Bebe was seriously injured by them while they were there for one of their members, and who was attending the medical treatment. He also informed her that the situation that time was very serious, and they must not delay in responding to them. He was hoping that she could also deliver that information to the officials in the Empire, so they could make preparations. She thanked Yu Hao for passing that intel to her, and if what he had said was true, then it was very important for the Empire to handle it as soon as possible. She asked if he had any other intel, as she was willing to directly buy it no matter how pricey it was. Yu Hao requested Wang Dong to take out the thing they had bought along and show it to the princess. It was a killing intent that was very strong. Suddenly, a titled Du Luo, Grandma Yi, came out of nowhere and asked what they were trying to do. She noticed that Yu Hao's spiritual power was very abnormal and decided to beat him a bit and interrogate him first. Princess pleaded her not to do that as he was a friend of hers. Grandma Yi had been taking care of her since she was a child, and she had come out by sensing the thing he was trying to take out. She asked him not to take it to his heart, as she must not have said that if it didn't possess the possibility to threaten her. But it didn't matter to him if the princess was not interested, and they left from there. The princess stopped him and apologized that it was her fault, and it happened because of her. She requested him to stay and show what he had bought for her. The princess noticed Wang, who was standing behind Yu Hao, and found him very handsome. And by the way he was acting towards Yu Hao, she thought that something was in between them. Yu Hao asked Wang to take out the thing they had bought for her. Wang used his soul powers to take it out and placed it on the ground. It was a soul guide. To be exact, it was a machine controlled through a soul guide. It was produced by Tang sect, known as the Divine Missile Cannon. It was capable of shooting 48 shots at once. Even though it was classified as a level 4 soul guide, it had the power of a level 6 soul guide. She asked him if he was selling it and what was its price. He replied to her that as the power it could extract was of a level 6 soul guide, that's why its price was also the same as a level 6 one. If the princess was interested, he would sell it to her. She would be his first buyer beside the Shrek Academy, and if she was willing to stay for long term, then in 1 year she would be their first priority. She agreed to it, but decided not to consider it. Yu Hao found it too bad and said that it was such a good product, but it seemed like it needed consideration. He continued saying that the divine missile cannon he showed to her maybe looked like a trash, as compared to the looks of other soul guides, but she would understand how powerful it was after doing a test run. She agreed to contact him as soon as she would try it out. He ordered Wang to go and fill the milk essence into the soul device. They were about to leave after he was done doing that. The princess questioned if the milk essence was specially designed for it, and if it was really necessary, and why was he adding a milk essence to the soul guide. She also asked if there were going to be any extra effect of it. He responded that there were no extra effects, but a soul master was not needed for it to operate. As Yu Hao and Wang were leaving, Yu Hao did a reverse counting till 3, as he knew she would call him from behind, and it was exactly what happened. He previously said that a soul master was not needed for operating the divine missile cannon soul guide. She questioned him that what he meant by that. He replied to her that it was true, and it just meant what it was, and nothing else. He counter-questioned her that if it was really the place to discuss something that important. She then offered him a cup of tea that he really liked. She asked him again if he had meant that as long as the milk essence was filled, anyone could operate it. He disagreed with her that it was obviously not that simple. She screamed at him that why he was messing up with her and ordered him to tell her clearly, or else she would kill him herself. He already said it clearly that with the milk essence added, it didn't need a soul master to operate it, but that doesn't mean an ordinary person could operate it. That person had to be at least somewhat trained to operate and handle the functions. It meant that normal soldiers who were not soul masters could operate divine missile soul guide. He guaranteed that she would be given the first priority in production. She liked the idea, but she needed some time for testing. He hoped that within 3 days the princess would give him a clear answer, but the time period seemed too short to her. He left and said that she doesn't need to send him off. Grandma suggested her not to stress herself out too much, and that she was still a young girl and she had already suffered so much. She told her that she was fine. She also stated that if it was really true what Yu Hao had said, then it was going to be a huge disaster that would come at the Empire, and they must act first. She left the testing of the Divine Missile Cannon Soul Guide on her grandma and requested her to do it as fast as possible. On the other side, Yu Hao was laying on his bed and finally resting. Wang commented that Yu Hao was very cunning and he felt like they had become a true businessman, but Yu Hao didn't want to do that again. With the appearance of Holy Spirit cult, they were getting too many problems to handle above their head, and because of that, they had to move their plans ahead of schedule. Wang suggested him to get some sleep as he got tired working all day, and he would go and get their dinner when it was its time. Yu Hao was glaring at him the whole time and it was confusing Wang. Yu Hao had the feeling that ever since he got injured, he had become the happiest person in the world. Wang responded that he was indirectly saying he was not good for him before he got the injury. Yu Hao laughed, saying that was not what he meant. He explained to him that at the time during the blind date festival, he was dazed because he considered him as a close brother, but he was still attracted even though he was acting as a boy at that time. Wang Dong was actually Donger, who had disguised herself as a boy in the past, and she had done that again at that moment when they had gone to the princess. She mocked him and asked if he actually liked men before. He disagreed and gave an explanation that it was probably because he was staying by her side for a long time, and that was the reason he thought he liked her at that time. She responded that only ghosts would believe what he had just said. After a while, he went to Bebe and told him that Princess Juju was about to tell her decision to him in the upcoming day. He also stated that with her brain and personality, she would definitely not miss that opportunity, and their sect was going to become busier after the tournament. He responded to him that Teacher Zhuan would be the busiest one, but he found the price too high for it. He clarified that their sect was in a developing period, so a little expensive amount was fine. Right after that moment, someone came into the room slamming at the door. It was Bebe's older sister who was leading the Shrek Academy team. He asked her why she was there. She had heard that he was hussed and questioned him that why was he being so reckless and wanted to see his wound. He coughed and told her not to worry too much as he was doing fine. She was shocked and posed a question if he was really okay because by looking at his condition, she thought she needed to give him a checkup. On the other side, Chior was standing behind the door and Yu Hao's wheelchair was beside her. He asked her how she was doing. She responded without looking at him that she was good. Yu Hao seemed a little upset about it. Bebe's sister noticed that he had damaged his 5 internal organs, and there was a fluctuation of soul power of unknown kind with cold and dark attribute. It made her know that he was attacked by an evil soul master. Everyone was amused that everything she had said was true. She decided to report it to the academy and was going to send him to the academy as he was seriously injured. He reminded her that she was currently from Shrek Academy, and he was not, and also he could not leave that time, so he was going to stay and try to recover as much as he could. She agreed with him and asked him to take care of himself, and went away with Chior. The door was closed. The scoring method for individual knockout round had changed slightly from the last one, and was now based on the remaining numbers. It meant that if a team was able to retain 7 of its members at the end of the round, they would get 7 points, and calculation was based on the remaining number of members, and also a team only needed to take 5 points to win a match. And even if a team ended up losing, they were given another chance in the next round. However, there was a crucial problem, and it was that there was limited arena area and limitless height restriction. Yu Hao noticed those problems. Normally, for most Soul Masters, limiting their height is meaningless, but if it was a Soul Master who had specialized in height, it would be completely different for them. A 4-ring Soul Master was able to attack things in the sky. Moreover, only the Sun and Moon Empire had the necessary tools for flying, so to conclude, the rules were set to favor the Sun and Moon Empire. Someone knocked on the door. Donger was still disguised as Wang and asked who was there. It was Princess Juju. Donger commented that she had come quickly than expected. They allowed her to come in. Yu Hao posed her that what was the matter that brought her to look for him. She got confused that why was he asking her that when he already knew the reason. He knew it, but he still said that if she was there because of the change of the rules in the tournament, she didn't even know that the rules had changed. He informed her that they hadn't changed much, and he had only lifted the height restriction. He wondered that it was changed because for the Soul Masters of Sun and Moon Empire to have an advantage. She was in shock by listening to the new. He also said that it was indeed unfair to ordinary Soul Masters, but not for them, so why should they care? He suggested to complain about it. He didn't think that it was going to be much useful, but at least it could put some pressure on them. She wanted to talk about that later. What she had come to say was that she had tested the soul guide he gave. He was smiling and asked how it was. She questioned him what was with his face, and if he was acting proud of it. He started acting emotional, asking what he had done wrong and if smiling was a wrong thing to do. He then decided to have a serious face from then. She had come to ask him if she placed a bulk order for that soul guide, would he be able to give them a discount? Unfortunately, he too wanted to say something to Princess regarding that. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, the soul guide department told them that the price had gone up by 30%. Listening that made Juju very angry and said that it had been 2 days. She questioned if he was trying to mess with her on purpose. He disagreed with her and explained that he was not lying. Grandma asked if he knew what he was doing and warned him that he had to pay if something would go wrong. He was being very sorry to her. He didn't want to be like that himself, but 70% of the metals in that continent were monopolized by the Sun and Moon Empire. He queried how a small sect like Tang could get such a large quantity of metals. There was always some or other shortage of metals, so the price went up and down unintentionally. Yu Hao started to have a headache. Juju wondered that even though they had just started negotiating, she was already under his trap. To her, it also looked like he had guessed what she wanted. She had no choice but to agree with him, but she didn't like agreeing to what she didn't want to do. She suggested her grandma to go from there. Yu Hao probed that why she was leaving suddenly. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door and asked if Yu Hao was there. It was Uncle Mo and Wei Na on the door. They were from the Heavendu Empire and told Donger that they were there to discuss for the cooperation for the items he had given them the last time they met. She saw Juju and asked why she was there. Juju inquired if she was also there to cooperate with him. Yes responded with a yes. She asked Yu Hao if he was doing it on purpose. He replied that he didn't mean to, but looking at that, and it just seemed to be a coincidence, and he started to laugh. He started to laugh and asked everyone to believe him. He also asked everyone to sit as everyone was present there. Uncle Mo asked what happened to him. He explained that he had just met up with an unfortunate accident, and now he was only able to move one of his hand. Wei wanted to talk to Yu Hao alone, but there were so many people in the room, so she asked if she could talk to him. Everyone disagreed with her that no matter what she wanted to talk to him about, they were not going to leave her side and suggested Yu Hao that why don't he go to their room. They were also willing to drop him off when they finished talking, but Yu Hao didn't find a need of that. Juju got frustrated and said that she got there first to speak with him, and she followed the rule of first come, first serve thing. They queried that wasn't she leaving when they had dropped by, which meant her business was over with him, and it was their turn. They both asked Yu Hao what they should do, but he was very confused and pretended to not know what was going on. Juju decreed to put his silly act away and agreed to the price he had mentioned before and demanded him to keep his promise at his end, and that was to give them the top priority. She also offered to provide the metals if he could not get it through the market. Wei offered him that the Heavendu Empire would increase the price by 10% of what he had said and asked him to prioritize them. Juju was shocked by listening that and questioned her why was she doing it. Wei apologized to her and said that it was a matter of their Heavendu Empire's existence and she could not back off no matter what, even if it was her. They both were claiming that they were Yu Hao's first priority. Juju posed a question to Wei if she really wanted to fight with her. Wei replied that it was not personal, but she had no other choice. She inquired if they really needed to increase the price, but the soul guide was important to them too. Red ashes had started to come out of Grandma. Juju pleaded her not to do that. Wei also brought up Hyper Duluo, who was really surprising Grandma, and she got more angry. Wei asked Juju if they really had to do that. Juju apologized for her grandma's impulsiveness and also decided to increase the price by 10%. Yu Hao stated that they don't need to go that far to do it and declared that he was not increasing the price. His sect just hoped to help them and not to make things difficult. That was the reason he decided not to increase the price to burden them. Both of them could use soul coins and rare metals to buy their soul guides. He also decided to provide 10 divine missile cannons and milk essence to both of them and prioritized both of them. Juju was ready to sign the deal, but Wei suggested to take things slowly. Donger questioned Yu Hao if he was tired. He responded that it was much easier to face strong opponents than to negotiate. However, he had no other choice since that was a must for their sect. Donger inquired if a war was going to break out. She didn't know what to do if that happened. Yu Hao responded that a war was bound to happen sooner or later, and protecting the people around was most important thing for him. He would be grateful if his body had recovered before the breakout of the war. The next morning, there were people standing in a row and were asking each other why they had woken up so early. One of them woke up early because she wanted to see the participating teams. There were too many people standing in groups. Some people saw Yu Hao in a wheelchair and asked each other if disabled people were allowed to participate. They also added further that it looked like he was just there to fill in for numbers and started to laugh at him. There were 167 teams with around 2,000 participants, and there were around 10,000 soldiers on guard for safety. The venue was located on the outskirts of the city. It was a newly built arena. The arena stage was built with rare metals of thickness 10 meters, a diameter of 120 meters. A special barrier was set up on the arena stage so it would not be easy to win by getting the opponent off the stage, and the matches were more violent. It meant that they would not get any time to rest. Yu Hao's group members felt uncomfortable while staying in the waiting room as everyone was making fun of them. Yu Hao suggested them to ignore those people. They'll pay back to them later. He also asked them to bear with it for time being. As teams were gathering, he saw a team in which there was the Scorpion Tiger Duluo, Zhang Peng. Something blocked his spiritual power as soon as it got near her. His power seemed to be blocked 1 meter around her. The one in the back was senior sister Xiaoya. They all were wearing a headgear to hide their faces, but Yu Hao could still tell that it was her from her aurora. He wondered how he was going to face her if he had gotten matched with her. Everyone from Yu Hao's team was wearing white, including him. A guard's armor was embedded with gold, and it seemed quite good. That was a soldier from Emperor's Soulmaster Army, the true backbone of Sun and Moon Empire. There was a soul cannon that looked like a design of their war weapon. The Imperial Army was pretty good, and there were around 10 heavy weapon soul guides, and all were level 7 and above. It seemed like the main guest had finally showed up. They got to know that as they saw 32 horned horses that symbolized the Sun and Moon Empire's royal family. On one side, a girl named Juzi, who was on the wheelchair, saw those horses and said that it could not be him as she had heard that the emperor was sick. Everyone used to welcome the crown prince and the crown prince's wife. Juzi was the crown prince's wife. It turned out that Juzi had married Prince Shu Tianran. Everyone had thought if she had gone too far for taking revenge. Meanwhile, Dong-er went to Yu Hao and asked him if he was okay. He replied with a yes. On the other side, Juju was very worried about Juzi's future. Fighting was the only thing in Shu Tianran's mind, and if he had become the emperor, it would not be long for a war to start. The tournament was officially going to start from further on, and the crown prince's wife was going to give them a speech. Everyone in the crowd hooted for her. There was a voice who ordered everyone to shut up, and there was an instant silence in the crowd. It was the Dark Holy Dragon, the ultimate Duluo Long Xiao Yao. There was a rumor that the Sun and Moon Empire had a close relationship with them. Even though the rumor was still vague, Yu Hao believed they definitely had a close relationship. He also noticed that the one next to the prince does not seem to be Xiao Yao or Jing Hongchen. He believed that he was a mysterious robed man even he could not recognize. He tried to figure out that person's identity. Juzi began her speech by representing the crown prince to welcome all of them present there. She also announced that from the moment onwards, the Elite Soul Masters tournament had officially begun. Yu Hao noticed that they ended the speech so simply and realized that it really suited Shu Tianran's style. The first preliminary round had started and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy along with the Dragon Slayer sect were called out to enter the arena. Yu Hao laughed and wondered that Shrek Academy must be denied to participate in the first round to decrease the popularity, and it must turned out planned and made the change carefully. The Dragon Slayer was really unlucky to meet the Sun and Moon Academy, but they would be a powerful sect that was being looked down because they were not well known. The referee had arrived the arena, and the participants for the first round from both parties were called to enter the arena. He saw Meng Hongchen joining from the Sun and Moon Academy, and it looked like they were confident in winning the first round. It was announced that the referee had full rights to stop the match and announce the winner if one of the party was unable to continue or admits its defeat. Killing or trying to kill the opponent was forbidden. The match was started, and the both participants ran towards each other. The soul ring combination of the participant from the Dragon Slayer sect was pretty good, but he was rushing towards his opponent. But everyone was confused that why the participant from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy was looking relaxed and carefree. She looked like taking a walk in her garden. She formed 6 soul rings. Everyone was shocked that a person under 20 years of age was actually able to achieve it. She was pressuring her opponent by just showing them. That was the reason she looked calm when her opponent had rushed towards her. She didn't know what martial soul it was as her opponent's body started to move slowly. He was trying to hit her chest with his horns. She went straight throw and there were 3 of her on stage. She used the mystic ice reflection and her opponent suddenly fell on the ground. Everyone was shocked that why he had fallen on the ground suddenly. Meng Hongchen was announced as the winner and she was asked to quickly take back his poison or else his life would be in danger. She had a conversation with the referee if he had forgotten that there was going to be a team match in the next round. If he could guarantee that he would not participate in the team match later, only then she was going to detoxify him. One of his team members from the audience shouted at her to detoxify him as he gave her the guarantee that he would not participate in the team match later. Hongchen seemed to improve a lot in the past few years. Yu Hao asked Dong-er if she had any contact with those twins during her student exchange and how far was her cultivation at that time. She responded with a yes, saying that she had some contact with her and she used to bother her almost every day. She had no idea how strong Hongchen was at that moment, but she guessed that Hongchen was above her when they were students. He wondered if that was bothersome to her. He smirked and said that his Dong-er was not only capable of attracting men but women too. She got pissed and denied with his thought. Participants for the second round were called out to enter the arena. That time, Feng Shun came out to join from the Dragon Slayer sect who was also competing against Hongchen. She pronounced his name as Fenshin, at which he corrected her, but Hongchen thought that Feng Shun sounded good and mighty. They were commanded to go to their ends and prepare themselves and the battle begun. Yu Hao commented that Feng was very fast as he had already started targeting her. He took his eagle wings out. His martial soul looked like some kind of a thunder eagle. It looked like he was planning to defeat her in single strike. But she had shielded herself that backed him off, and he also fell on the ground. That shield was not any ordinary one and looked like a level 7 shield soul guide. The Dragon Slayer team gave up and said that he would not be participating in the team match. They requested her to detoxify him, and just like that, Meng Hongchen had won the second round too. In the next matches, she had defeated several members of her opposing team with poison. In the end, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy had advanced from the opening match without having a team match because they had full points. Brother Sanshi questioned Yu Hao that if they were going to fight them, especially Hong Chen, who amongst them he had thought was suitable to win against her. He responded that considering that she was capable of controlling a level 7 soul guide and was Jing Hongchen's granddaughter, it was him who was capable to defeat her. Sanshi completely agreed with him. He also asked that if they would meet them, what the probability that they could win was. Yu Hao replied that it was more than 80%. He continued saying that they had him on their side. He alone was capable to kick half of them out. Sanshi disagreed with him. He meant that how could he beat half? He was capable of beating the entire team on his own. The other team member pulled his ears and scolded him, saying that he should have learned how to be truthful. Brother Ji commented that if they give him a change, he would also like to fight against them. The following matches were quite interesting because it was manually knocking down each other's opponents. Each competing team was able to try their best. Although there were some tragic matches and one by one the participating teams had moved forward slowly. There were also some familiar faces who participated. One of them was Princess Wei Na and Mu Shui, representing Ice Demon sect from Heaven Dao Empire. Although Princess Wei Na was not defeated, but Mu Shui was the true star of that match. The morning matches were carried out till 12 noon, and the afternoon matches were carried out till late evening. Currently, there were 9 star teams that were qualified to move on to the next round, and there were also 26 other teams who had passed. Among them, each team had different power, but even though it was formidable, it was not until the one had reached the concerned time. Yu Hao communicated to Donger to go and get something to drink. She asked him if he was not tired. He wanted to go because he was tired and wanted to relax a bit. She agreed with him to go back and said that they would take a test as soon after relaxing a bit as they had a match the next day. They had arrived to the Mengdu Hotel bar where Donger had a conversation with Yu Hao, asking if his legs and arms were okay. She continued speaking that it had been a few weeks already, so why wasn't his body healing and what was wrong with his wound? He questioned her if he looked too pathetic to her like that. He said that it was going to be fine, and he was allowing his body to heal on its own. He also stated that just to watch her sleep every night beside him was one of the most comforting thing for him ever. Senior sister Xiaoya was sitting behind and tried to bring herself in attention. He responded to her that why was she signaling him and asked if something was wrong. She posed him that what were his thoughts on the matches of that day. He replied that something was being schemed with the tournament as a cover. She queried if he was sure about that after participating and winning the previous tournament. He explained to her that the situation was very complicated in the present tournament. He further said that in the present-day matches, although Meng Hongchen's match was considered one of the best performances, if it was not for the soul guide she was having, she wouldn't have had an easy time winning her opponents. As soon as the match had started, the opposing team had lost their main powerhouse, so it was expected from them to lose. She thought that the Shrek Academy's glory that was built over years was about to crumble up at that tournament. She felt that Elder Zhuan would not leave them if that had happened. He inquired if Chor was still in that team or not, and said that in one-on-one, even he could not beat her. She responded that if both of them were in the same team, then she could be assured that the academy was winning, but if she was alone, Chor could barely manage anything. It was hard to say, but according to Yu Hao, Chor's fighting would be harder than what they had expected. She posed if he knew her that well. He warned her to watch her words. There was another thing she had to tell him, and it was that the Corpse Sect was also participating in the tournament. Besides that, some senior members of Corpse Sect were sneaking into Mingdu, and it was becoming hard to tell what they were planning to do. She wondered if she was thinking too much about it, and she was sure that Shrek was not their target that time. She asked him about Bei Bei and how he was doing. He told her that he was doing okay, but he was not able to participate in the tournament because of his injuries. She suggested to let him rest, and he should rest too, as they had a match the next day. She wished him luck and went away from there. It was hard to tell for Yu Hao about what the Corpse Sect were up to, and the news of them participating was spreading very fast. But the Holy Spirit Sect was the thing that worried Donger the most. She commented that there was something definitely wrong with them. Yu Hao felt if Brother Bei Bei and Sister Xiaoya were not there for him at that time, he would not be where he was. Even if she was not recognizing him, he would make hers and Bei Bei's wish come true, and that was to rebuild the Tang sect. Donger was excited to help him in that. Suddenly, A girl came running towards Dong-er and hugged her tightly. She asked her where she had been. Dong-er asked why she was looking for her. Dong-er was disguised as a guy the whole time, and the girl thought she was Wang Dong. She requested her to participate on behalf of Shrek Academy, as she just got no from the committee, that she was going to participate on the behalf of Tang sect, and asked if she was trying to pretend on purpose. Dong-er responded that she was not trying to pretend, she was just participating on behalf of her sect. She further added if she had nothing else to say, then they would go and head back to get some rest as they had a match the next day. She got sad that Dong-er was leaving very soon and exclaimed to her that it would be a cakewalk to win a match with her strength. Dong-er asked if she wasn't already tired from that day's matches. She got emotional that Dong-er cared about her. Yu Hao told her to take her time to talk and headed back first. The girl didn't find Yu Hao annoying anymore, and it seemed like he understood Wang Dong's situation well. Dong-er warned her not to talk about him in that way anymore. She added that if it wasn't for him, she would not be where she was at that time. She apologized to her and said that she had just thought that he would not be the guy her grandfather had told her about. Dong-er questioned what her grandfather said about her Yu Hao. She answered that he called him wise, cunning, patient, and talented. The next day, when Yu Hao was about to step into the arena, Juju commented in surprise that disabled people were participating too. Sanshi asked Yu Hao if he really wanted to be the one to go. He nodded in agreement and asserted that he should be the one as it could also hide most of their strength, and asked him not to be worried. He knew his limit. The referee questioned the Tang sect members that why they were sending a disabled person into the arena. Dong-er angrily questioned him that who did he think he was calling a disables. He got scared of her and mentioned that he was just making sure they were sending the right guy. Yu Hao commanded Dong-er to go down and wait for him. The referee had already mentioned the rules the previous day and didn't find a need to mention it again. He called out both parties and requested to go to their positions. As Yu Hao was going to his position, his opponent stopped him and commented that why he was leaving without telling him his name. He thought of him as a repulsive brat who had not even bothered to look at him from the start until he called him out. He decided to use the most cruel method to torture Yu Hao and told him to just wait as he made sure he would suffer worse than death. He reminded that his name was Zhu Shenshu. Yu Hao apologized that he forgot to tell his name and mentioned that he was Huo Yu Hao. Both of them were requested to return to their respective sides. Participants from Earth Dragon Sect really had no combat experience, but they had announced themselves that the Soul Master for first match was an attack type. People saw Yu Hao from the audience and called him Cripple, saying he looked like the champion from the previous tournament. The other person said that he was just going to fly in a single punch. Hong Chen questioned if he was really disabled. The girl beside her responded that looking at Wang Dong's expression that time seemed like it was not a lie, as it felt like she was just about to eat her up. Hong Chen was disappointed, as she had thought that Yu Hao was the only PNA who could be her opponent. She assumed that the Earth Dragon sect was stupid. It seemed they were underestimating as the rest of them were pros. She mentioned to that girl that between Meng, she was saying again that she had zero chance with Wang Dong. She and him had no chance even in the future, and she would be the one getting hurt. She got angry and responded that it was going to be fine as long as Dong would decide to join the Sun and Moon Empire, and she would kill her if she had hurt him. But Hong Chen couldn't do anything, and said that the most important thing for them was to pass and meet them in the final round. Juju ordered her servant to check the background of the participant in the wheelchair, and stated that if it felt like his life was in threat, or he would get hurt, he should go and ask the referee to save and treat him as soon as possible, no matter what happened. Juzi wondered that why Yu Hao was in that state, and what had happened to him. She remembered that he was fine the last time she had seen him. As the match started, the opponent came running towards Yu Hao. Everyone in the audience was scared that he was going to be crushed like a meat and were not able to watch that scene. They all found it very terrible. But Yu Hao had kept his eyes closed and Snow Empress had come beside him. He pointed his finger towards his opponent and she completely froze before reaching to him. Everyone was shocked by looking at that and wondered how that happened. He asked Snow if she could help throwing him away. She exactly did what Yu Hao had asked her to do. His opponent called him cruel, that how could he let such a cute little girl fight for him in a match, and wasn't he afraid that she might have gotten hurt? Yu Hao thanked him for reminding, and he would ask her to be more careful next time, and called him a good person. The opponent started crying and requested not to call him a good person. And just like that, Tang Sect's Huo Yu Hao had won the match. The second participant was Feng Jue from the Earth Dragon Sect. He was different from the previous guy. He was very fast. As he entered the arena, he saw that Snow was carrying a huge block of ice, which was 3 meters high with ease. He found that terrifying, but told her not to cry when he would beat her up. He was frozen inside that block in the matter of seconds. Then the third participant came up. He thought that he was not as stupid as those two and had seen all the tricks of Snow Empress. He was sure that the victory was his that time. He was definitely different. He started rushing in as soon as the match started, but Snow froze him too. Yu Hao won the match again. Everyone called her a scary little girl and talked amongst themselves that who had said before that Yu Hao couldn't win. They also commented that Yu Hao was so strong, no wonder he dared to come to the tournament in a wheelchair. Yu Hao had won 3 matches in a row. Someone questioned that what was up with the Earth Dragon sect as they couldn't even beat a cripple. They had never seen someone as skillful as Yu Hao. His next opponent was Nan Chu. Snow greeted her politely, and in response she said that she knew what she was. She further said that Snow was his martial soul, so she was not planning to be merciful like the rest of her teammates. Juju found that very interesting, and mentioned that she must be the captain of the Earth Dragon sect. Juzi nodded in agreement and told her that she was the strongest person in her team. She questioned Juzi that who she thought would win that match, but Juzi couldn't guess. Juju disclosed that they both used to study together, so she must know how powerful Yu Hao was. She responded that Yahao and she had studied together for less than a month, and it was long before SS she didn't remember much. She only knew that he was a 4-ring soul master back then. Looking at him in a wheelchair, she had no idea whether he improved or degraded in the past 2 years. That's why she decided not to make a rash judgment. They could only wait and see for themselves. The guy sitting in front of Juju addressed her as respectfully and requested her that she must not let Yu Hao grow any further after that tournament, and they must eliminate him at all cost. She responded that how could such a small person as he get the Hall Masters so interested? Someone else from the audience commented that Yu Hao was from the Shrek Academy and was also the champion of the last tournament. He further stated that he had twin martial soul. One was body type and other was the ice type, and his ice type martial soul was a very rare one, and that was the absolute ice. Being able to continuously participate 2 times in a row showed how his growth potential and fighting spirit was. He also mentioned that while on the way back to Shrek Academy last time, he was able to slip away from Senior Long's chase. The other person got curious that what kind of power he had that helped him escape the Senior Long's chase. There was a person in the audience with hood on his head and mask on his face. He commented that Yu Hao just made a gamble that had an extremely small probability, and he must have used that to escape. The match had started, and Chu made her first move and attacked Yu Hao very fast. He saw his hand, and noticed that his absolute ice had started to melt. The attack was very warm, but he was sure that there was no way it was absolute fire. But then he remembered that among the classes that thought about the kinds of martial soul in the inner court, there was a lesson which mentioned unique and special martial souls. He wondered that the ability of hers was probably neutralization, as its destruction had the ability to remove the elemental attributes. If that was the case, then her martial soul was that rare martial soul. And it must be the Rouge Dragon martial soul, one of the subspecies of the dragon martial souls. Yu Hao found the situation very bad. She attacked him again, and he asked Little Snow to be careful, and she got succeeded in avoiding the attack. Chu attacked him back with the spiritual shock. She was trying to change to close combat after that. She used the hand annihilation skill that was very rare and shocked Yu Hao. In that, her hand took the form of an eagle's paw and became big enough to catch Snow Empress from far away. Yu Hao's hand had started to disappear, and Chu announced her victory. But right after that moment, her hand started to disappear too. Yu Hao looked at her with a smirk. Chu was confused of what just happened as she didn't see it clearly, and her energy was also not coming back. She thought for sure that she was winning. It meant that her soul skills failed, but she had no idea how that happened. But it was not a problem for her. She considered her victory as Little Snow Yu Hao summoned was also disappeared. Yu Hao appreciated that her skill was very powerful. She responded that his summon was also very powerful, and it matched evenly with her hand of annihilation. She further added to it that with her gone, he should give up and accept his defeat. He tried to blackmail her by saying that if she was going to hurt a person who was already crippled. She questioned him if he was sure he was an ordinary disabled person. He should not think that the match was ended just like that, as she was going to beat him up real good. He stated her if she was not ashamed to go to the extent of beating a disabled person, but she was not going to waste her time anymore, and said that even though his summon was strong then, his energy consumption must have been great too. Even if he wanted to recover his energy, it was not something he was able to do in a short period of time. His trick meant nothing at all to her. He posed her a question if her destructive ability wasn't the only thing holding him back, but he was sure he could beat her up and win, and she should not think that he was going to lose that easily as he still had his trump card. The more scared he got in front of her, the happier she was getting. Torturing him mentally made her feel excited. She asked if he was saying he would win, but what was he going to do if he had lost? She considered his skillful summon and offered him to join her Earth Dragon sect if he lost from her, as she had never heard of that unknown Tang sect he was currently in. He demanded her that if she lose, would she join their Tang sect? She agreed with him and commented that if even a disabled person like him could beat her up, then Tang sect was truly a powerful sect, and she would have no objection in joining his sect. She then wanted to just wrap up the match. She attacked him back with her hand annihilation skill and said that joining her sect was a blessing to him, but as soon as he raised his hand, his absolute ice was enabled, which froze her in a giant block of ice. There was a sudden silence in the arena. Yu Hao announced his victory to the referee. It was the fourth match Yu Hao had won in a row. Chu Chu was not accepting her defeat and started to argue with the referee. He told her that the match was already over, and she had lost, so she should go back down, and if she wanted to fight with him that much, she should wait until the team match. He also questioned her would she be standing there if Yu Hao had intended to kill her. She had lost, so according to her deal with Yu Hao, he welcomed her to the Tang sect, and told her that if she would learn secret techniques from their Tang sect, her hand annihilation skill would definitely improve. She responded in anger that he was going to die soon anyways, so she would not find the need to keep the promise then. Yu Hao thought of her as a stubborn girl, and assumed that if Dong-er was with him, she would have definitely joined, as Dong-er's appearance could, after all, attract both men and women. Chiu Chu ordered that she would marry the person who was capable of killing Yu Hao. The fifth match was started. The opponent who came against Yu Hao yelled at him that he was going to kill him, as he had made his big sister angry. The referee disqualified him that he had broken the rule before even beginning the match. The sixth opponent threatened him to smash Yu Hao into pieces, but he also froze in the giant block of ice. The seventh opponent was Xiao Ye. He was also defeated by Yu Hao in a matter of seconds. The Tang sect had won with full points against the Earth Dragon sect. Chu Chu couldn't believe that. She was sure that her team was definitely not weak, especially with Xiao Ye, as he was one of the strongest members of her team. Yu Hao officially welcomed her to the Tang sect, but she refused it and said that he was just cheating the whole time and was going to attack Yu Hao. Dong-er came and stopped her, asking what she thought she was doing. Chiu Chu speculated that Dong-er was a Soul Emperor and found her very handsome. It turned out that Tang sect was really as strong as Yu Hao had said. She wondered that they had a Soul Emperor in their team who had not even appeared yet. She also speculated that the man in the wheelchair was also a Soul Emperor. If that was true, she was able to accept her defeat. But if she had lost, she was bounded to join the Tang sect. She had found Dong-er very handsome, and joining the team didn't seem a bad choice to her because of Dong-er. But she didn't know how to explain that to her mom. Her teammates were confused that why Chu Chu face expressions were changing, and why she still hadn't come down. Dong-er went running to Yu Hao and asked how he was doing. He was fine, but he complained that she was showing off people how handsome she was. She responded that to the extent even captains of other teams were fooled by her. She inquired that why he always get into some situation with beautiful women. He asked her assurance if she knew how he was. She replied that she had known him quite well, and asked him to get down first and talk later on. Chu Chu's mother dared her not to come down, and forbade her from calling her mom, as she had embarrassed her and ruined the Earth Dragon's face. She allowed her to lead the sect, because she believed in her, but at that moment she was very disappointed in her. She tried to explain to her mom that she knew she was wrong, but the Tang sect was very strong, and the man in the wheelchair was a Soul Emperor. She responded that there was nothing wrong in a Soul Emperor, and none of the 7 of them was able to defeat him. Her mom also claimed that she had not only been defeated, but she was also shouting nonsense that was heard by the whole crowd. She planned to punish her daughter after they would return from there. She would enter a closed-door cultivation for the next year after her punishment. She warned her not to even think of leaving if her cultivation had not reached Soul Emperor. Her mom speculated that she was becoming too proud of herself because of her talent, and because she was the only heir to the sect. She decided to take advantage of that to discipline her, otherwise she couldn't imagine what she would become in the future. She bent on her knees, asked for forgiveness from her mom, but she was not going to change her plan no matter how many times she would ask for forgiveness. Tears were dropping through her eyes down to her cheeks, and she decided that she would not go back with her mom to the sect. Her mother got frustrated that how could she go against her mom who was also her sect master. She accepted that she was wrong, and now she had lost from Yu Hao. Her mom queried what she was saying. She was shocked listening that she had betted and lost against that disabled man, and asked if she was really going to spend the rest of her life with a disabled man, even though she might be stronger than him. She disagreed with her mom, saying that it was not what she had meant to say. Everyone had gathered around Yu Hao, and he told them about his bet with Chiu Chu. One of the members said that she was too innocent for him to manipulate her. Other member agreed with him and added to it that Yu Hao was too cunning when it had come to deceiving others, and Chiu Chu had just run out of luck. Her mother came to them and asked who the sect master of Tang sect was. Yu Hao questioned her if there was something she needed from them. He recognized that she was Miss Nan Chu Chu's mother, and it was too embarrassing to take her own daughter in front of her. She queried if he was Yu Hao, as she had heard from Yu Hao about his bet. She then introduced herself that she was Nan Shui Shui, the sect master of Earth Dragon sect. She asked him to name a price to buy back her daughter's freedom. Chu Chu objected with her mom that she was not some kind of lifeless object. Yu Hao informed her that their Tang sect was not short on funds, and also that words were a part of one strategy in a match. She stated that even if that was the case, he could just take it as a joke. She told him to name the price, and she was willing to pay it. Her sect was considered a high-ranking sect in Dueling Empire, but then too, since Chu Chu had lost fairly, she couldn't just take her back by force, and she allowed her to join Tang sect. But she had two conditions. Yu Hao wondered if she was really going to send her daughter to Tang sect, although he couldn't say no if she really wanted to take her back as it was just a casual bet, but he didn't expect her to take that seriously. He posed her to tell him the conditions. The first condition was that Chu Chu should be put in a trial she had joined the sect for a specific period of time. After the end of that time period, if she had really liked the sect and wanted to stay, she was allowed to do Thart, but if she didn't like it, she would be allowed to return back, and no one was allowed to stop her. The second condition was that Chu Chu was a girl, so they could not force her to do things she didn't want to. If they would promise her to fulfill those two demands, only then she would allow her to leave and join the Tang sect. Yu Hao found those two conditions very easy and couldn't even consider one in the first place. He asked her mother the length of the time period of her daughter's trial. She demanded 3 years, and said that if he could make her into a Soul Emperor by then, he could extend it by another 2 years. Yu Hao agreed with her that it was not a problem at all. There was going to be a storm of changes in the next few years in the continent. It used to take a long time to produce and develop a good talent. They could also save some time that way as she was already very talented. Her mother decided to leave her in Tang sect's care. She further added that as long as it was not intentional, he could be a little strict with her as she had spoiled her too much and she had to repent for her mistakes. She also inquired that where was Tang sect located. She would visit sometime later after the tournament. He responded that their sect was located in the Shrek City, and she could easily find them there. She talked to Chu Chu that from further on, she was a member of Tang sect for the next 5 years. And when the next tournament would start, she was allowed to decide whether she could go back or not. It was up to her by then. She asked her mom with a heavy heart if she was dumping her, and if she had become meaningless to her as 5 years were quite long. Donger, disguised as Wang Dong, explained to her that Tang sect was not a bad place to stay and offered her a hand. She also said that they would always welcome her arrival. Chu Chu was mesmerized from her beauty, that how handsome she was. They both sat down on a bench and had a conversation in which Chu Chu asked Donger a few questions. Some of them were that where was she going to stay in Tang sect? What method Yu Hao had used to win against Earth Dragon sect in the previous tournament. She found Donger very handsome, but inquired that was her shoulder a bit narrow, and her feet were also not too big, so she asked her the size of the shoes she was wearing. It looked like that Donger had made a mistake again as Chu Chu was too hyperactive. She asked her if she was feeling sick, and if she could check what was wrong with her. The next match was in between the Holy Spirit Cult and Heavenly Capital Academy. Yu Hao inquired if Holy Spirit Cult were actually participating. He saw that even though the participant from that sect only had 5 rings, but the cold aurora was emitting from his body. He wondered if he could easily make his opponent tremble. The match was started, and his opponent screamed that the evil Soul Masters had dared to show up and went running towards him. He attacked him with a quasi-moon slash. The battle got very intense between them. The Heavenly Capital member was very strong, and extremely bright rays of light had started to come out from him. The audience couldn't bear it, and wondered what kind of soul skill it was. They were not even able to open their eyes. His soul skill was so strong that even the metal ground was broken. Everyone speculated that the Holy Spirit Cult member had lost and questioned if the Heavenly Capital Academy was a natural enemy of evil Soul Masters. That evil Soul Master didn't even get the chance to use his soul skill at all, and everyone found the soul skills of the Heavenly Capital very amazing. Yu Hao found it very terrible, and Donger questioned him what exactly was terrible. He meant the Holy Spirit Cult. The opponent would have never expected that. It was almost impossible to see with normal eyes, but when he found out about it, it was already too late. Blood had started to come out from the opponent's nose. Countless nano-sized bugs had attacked him. Those bugs were only seen by using the purple demon eyes due to its small size. But before he knew it, the bugs had already entered his body, and the Heavenly Capital Academy's participant had died due to the evil Soul Master's ability. The referee questioned him that why he had killed him. The teacher of the Heavenly Capital Academy came to the arena and shouted that it was not a competition anymore, it was a slaughter. Everyone agreed with him that how they could be so cruel, and that they were very scary. The leader of the Holy Spirit Cult commented that there was no rule that no one should be killed in the tournament, and if they had enough ability, they were allowed to kill their people too if they wanted to. The Heavenly Capital declared that they would not fight anymore and left the tournament will of their members. It was too much and very cruel. Everyone questioned that how could they allow something like that, and it was very sadistic. Yu Hao was sure that it was his sister's voice who was leading the Holy Spirit Cult. Donger was confused that what was Yu Hao talking about, and how could it be his sister Ma Xiaotao? He responded that nothing was impossible and continued saying that first, his sister's disappearance was related to Jing Hongchen, and then it was someone similar in the Holy Spirit sect. Judging by the relationship between Sun and Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit cult, he speculated that both Sister Ma Xiaotao and Sister Xiaoya were in their hands. He saw them leaving from there. They had a giant veil that was covering their faces completely. He couldn't even see their face clearly even after using with spiritual detection. He tried to call out his sister's name, but then he decided that he should try a voice transmission to her by using his spiritual energy. And if it really was his sister, then it would at least take an effect. But there was no response. There seemed to be a slight pause in her voice, but it also seemed like nothing ever happened. Yu Hao couldn't really find the answer. He questioned his sister if it was really her. At Mingdu Hotel's canteen, all the members of Tang's sect were celebrating the joining of Chu Chu in their sect. She was constantly calling Yu Hao a cheater. He talked to her and said that she couldn't really blame him for that, and it happened because she was just little too arrogant and he had not tricked her or anything. She went to Dong'er and asked what he meant by that and tell her before they continue eating. That conversation made him know that why her mother didn't show any resistance and let her join their Tang sect. She blamed them that the reason they had recruited her to join their sect was obviously to embarrass her. She was willing to be killed by them and die rather than to give up on Dong'er. Zhuan Ziwen tried to convince her that they were good people. She mocked him by calling him a baldy and asked who he was. Kai Tu Huo asked everyone that what they were doing. She talked to Chu Chu and told her not to care whatever they would say. She further added to it that as she had joined the Tang sect, there was no need to worry about getting bullied. She would always protect her as her elder sister. She asked to just stay with her and Nana. She questioned her there where was she going to stay. Kai Tu responded that she could stay with her and Nana in their room, but she wanted a separate room and asked them to talk to the organizer and provide an extra room for her. Sanchi went to her and said that who she had thought they were and told her that they were just a lesser-known sect and questioned if the organizers would care about their request. He further added that since she has joined their Tang sect, she should not try to bring her old attitude she had before in there and make troubles. She responded that if that was the case, then they should let her share the room with Huo Yu Hao. Both Yu Hao and Dong'er screamed that a man and a woman could not share a single room. They told her that she should know a man and a woman couldn't stay in a single room. She tried to convince them that they were all soul masters and they should not think too much about it. She recommended that she was willing to sleep on the couch. Yu Hao disagreed and commented that she was still a young girl and she should care what would happen to her reputation. She questioned him that why he should care about her reputation and also said that it was not like she was sleeping with him. She was just sharing the same room, and even though he was actually strong, she still did not believe that he could move against her. She also recommended to ask others' opinion regarding that, but he disagreed with her. She told him to look at Wang Dong and see how nice he was. She continued saying that he couldn't possibly take advantage of someone. Dong'er complimented that she actually was very strong, even though she didn't want her to bother them, but she found Yu Hao's reaction on this situation very pure. She was enjoying to see his depressed face as it was only seen once in a while. They had to agree with her and took her to Yu Hao's room. She sat on the couch and decided to sleep there. She asked him and Dong'er that they both were grown-ups, so how were they sleeping on the same bed? Dong'er responded that she had to take care of him as it was inconvenient for him to move around, so she needed to stay by his side. She called Dong'er a very kind person, unlike someone who was despicable and hypocrite, and she was so good to him. Yu Hao asked Dong'er to take him to bed as he was very tired after the match. Chu Chu thought of him as a shameless man and whispered that how he could order Wan Dong around. He was really annoying her. As Dong'er had put Yu Hao on the bed, he asked her to wait for a minute and kissed her. Chu Chu was shocked by seeing that, and Yu Hao was sticking his tongue out at her. Dong'er forgot that there was also another person in the room and kicked Yu Hao back on the bed. Yu Hao stated that he was just angry because she was trying to take his personal space with Dong'er, as she had insisted on staying even after he told her so many times. That's why they had to let go and didn't care anymore. Dong'er called him a bad guy. He replied that he just helped her in solving a problem. Otherwise, they had no idea how annoying Chu Chu would have become in the near future. The next match was in between Shrek Academy and Heavenly Armor Sect. Both of the participants were told to introduce themselves. The participant from the Shrek Academy was Dai Huabin, and from the Heavenly Armor Sect was Han Yu. Dong'er commented that it was finally Shrek Academy's turn. Yu Hao noticed that Chuer had not appeared in the arena, and it seemed to him as she wanted to maintain her full strength. Huabin went running towards his opponent, saying that he would show his father how powerful he was that day. He attacked Han, but he protected himself with the help of his shield. Huabin's eyes got red and blood started to come out of it, and he attacked Han back. He got unconscious, and Huabin from Shrek Academy won. Yu Hao noticed that his fighting style was just like Chuer. Dai Huadin admitted his defeat after winning 2 consecutive matches. Sanchi was confused that what was he were trying to do. Even though he could continue, but still he quitted after winning 2 matches. It was very unlikely of him to give up. Yu Hao realized that it was one of Chuer's strategies. She must have wanted everyone to experience. After all, it was their first tournament. The next member from Shrek Academy was Wu Feng. She attacked her opponent, but he protected himself from a shield. To her, it seemed like the previous fire shield was just a trap to lure her in, but it was useless for her. She attacked her opponent with a strong fist and won the match. Just like Hua Bin, after 2 wins, Feng also accepted her defeat. The third participant from Shrek Academy was Ji Huan Yue. He also admitted defeat after 2 wins, just like both of them. Yu Ha commented that Shrek Academy was so disciplined. The referee announced that the individual elimination round ended there, and Shrek Academy had gotten 4 points following with Heavenly Armor Sect, who had obtained 0 points. Next was the team match. Both teams were asked to rest and then prepare for 2 minutes and be ready after that. After a while, both teams were called out on stage. The referee informed that just like the elimination round, both sides had to retreat to sides before the start of the match. The participants who couldn't fight any longer would be eliminated. They were also asked to avoid casualties as much as possible. He asked if both teams had understood. Both teams agreed with them. Chuer stood on stage with a mask on, her opponent standing in front of her. He found her eyes very beautiful. Everyone from the Shrek Academy was confused about the formation of teams. They found it very weird. Heavenly Armor Sect had lost the individual matches terribly, but it seemed like they were pretty confident by using that strange formation of team. Yu Hao wondered if there was something special about that formation. Tang's sect was worried that Shrek Academy would lose the match because of the team formation. The match had begun. Someone from the audience who had 1 green and 1 blue eye felt like he had seen the new captain of Shrek Academy somewhere before. He would know who the caption was only if she had taken off that cover from her face. The other person from the audience responded that as long as he has seen a beautiful woman, he always said that line. He asked her to shut up and said that there were so many people around. All the members from the Heavenly Armor had thrown their shield on the ground that had confused everyone. Tang's sect asked if they were trying to attack with shield shards. The 4th soul ring of every member of the Heavenly Shield sect was activated and was emitting a strong soul power fluctuation. They were not only trying to expand their soul skill, but they were also trying to increase their power output. The arena was now suddenly being suppressed by that power. The pressure could be felt even on the outer barrier that was reinforced. The pressure was comparable to an ancient beast. Yu Hao had not expected a rare ability to be found in that sect. The Shrek Academy clearly looked suppressed. Someone asked if they were still able to win. Suddenly, red ashes started to come out of Chuer. It seemed like the Shrek Academy still had a monster that was left to play for them. The pressure Chuer was emitting was definitely not inferior to them. Everyone was shocked if she was going to face her opponents alone. But it seemed like the charging time for her opponent's soul fusion was about to end. They had maximized their Heavenly Armor Needle. People got curious if Chuer was going to face her opponents all-out attacked head-on. A 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda was activated. The first soul skill was speed amplification. The 3rd soul skill was strength amplification, and the 5th soul skill was attack amplification. 7 treasure-glazed tile pagoda martial soul was the best support soul in the world. But the match's performance would all be thanked toward Chuer. There was a time reversal in between the match, although the time reversal only lasted for a short while, but it had the ability to turn back the opponent's moves a few moments back. The support from Wu Feng and Dai Huabin was on time. Although it was not enough to destroy it, it could at least weaken it. Chuer stopped that soul fusion attack in a glance that had shocked everyone in the audience. Her opponents thought that she had disappeared, but she was in the sky. With 1 shot, she completely destroyed the top shield with her sword that was in the sky. The Heavenly Armor started to use their soul powers to keep a distance from her, but they all fell on the ground, and just like that, the Shrek Academy had won the match. Yu Hao commented that they were stronger than what they had initially imagined. Their team cooperation was completely different from the previous sparring match, and all the members of the team, no matter how they were being viewed, all of them could be considered the geniuses of the younger generation. It seemed that the pride and arrogance they had was completely diminished under Chuer's training. The fact that they acted like a unit with Chuer as the core was the only thing that was considered scary. Yu Hao hoped they don't meet them soon. That day match were ended and they were all back to the hotel. Yu Hao had a conversation with his team members and told them that he would briefly talk about the next day's strategy. Sanchi asked him if they were planning to go solo till the end. He replied in disagreement and said that before there were many teams, so he played solo and everyone got enough time to rest. He further added that from next match on, the rest time for all of them would be shorter, and each of them must hide their strength as much as possible. He also mentioned that the battle style Shrek Academy had used was worth following and asked everyone to be in their best shape for the next match. Each of them were only going to fight 2 matches, and after that they would get down. Sanshi agreed with him that it was the best way for them to hide their power. Yu Hao stated that brother Sanshi would be the fifth one to go in the next day's match, and brother Kaitu would be the second to go, and he was also going to fight only 2 opponents. Xiao Xiao would go third, sister Nan Nan would go fourth. He also said that both sister and Xiao Xiao needed to only beat a single person. And lastly, Donger was going to fight the last person. That was all the arrangement for the next day's match. But Nana looked very sad. Yu Hao told her not to be sad and informed her that she would be fighting in the team match. As in the team match, everyone was important, and he was only act as the main control of the team, so she don't have to make her face like that. She answered him that it does not matter and she was willing to accept whatever he had chosen for her. She was constantly addressing him as master. He had already asked her to stop calling him master, but she was still calling him out that. He commanded everyone to go back and rest, but asked Nana to stay behind. When everyone left, he questioned her if she had confirmed the thing he asked her to investigate. She responded with agreement and said that it was really them. She continued saying that she could not forget the feeling he had gotten from them at that time, even if she were to die. So she was sure it was them. Yu Hao's guess was right. The Holy Spirit cult was an evil sect. He also mentioned to her not to be afraid as he was going to protect her at all cost. He questioned her if she had found the things he asked her for. She had gone to all 3 black markets, and only the biggest one had them in stock, but the price they had said was a lot. She thought it was due to the demand. He didn't want her to care about the high price. It was fine as long as it was in stock. And they must start preparing early and be ready before the war had started, and she should keep in touch with them regularly. He would go and see it by himself later. He told her to go back to her room and rest and asked her to be safe and alert when she was out at night. Donger questioned him who was he trying to keep in touch through Nana. He replied to her that they were in the Sun and Moon Empire from that moment. They couldn't do nothing and sit simply when they had 2 big customers. He was asking her to keep in touch with a seller. She queried if he meant he was asking Nana to buy rare metals for them. He answered that she was right. He was asking her to buy rare metals in their stead. It was a metal they would using in long term, and they must get that. Huo Yu Hao and Donger were sitting in the hotel room after the competition. He mentioned to Donger that the rare metals were listed as strategic metals in the Sun and Moon Empire at that moment. That was the reason their prices were very high. It would have given them a huge advantage if someone amongst them had spent some time on those rare metals, as they were much better and worthy than saving money. He had asked Brother Bebe to bring all the money they had in the Tang sect. They also had the money from selling the cannons to the 2 princesses, and because of that they had a tremendous amount of money to spend. But Donger seemed worried, saying that even if they were planning to buy that much quantity, she did not know if they were heading back to their homes safely. Yu Hao held her hand, asking her not to be worried, and said that there was always a way for it and he just wanted her to trust him. The second round had begun. The competition's toughness was also increased, and the remaining 84 teams were fighting with all their might. After the competition of matches on the first day, a total of 21 teams had survived, and after that round, the remaining teams were qualified to enter the Robin round. But as there were still a total of 42 teams, the Ko system was being followed, because only when there were 21 teams left, the round-robin round would have been started. Tang Sec's match was scheduled in the afternoon, and Bebe's injury was still not healed, but instead it had aggravated further. After lunch break, there was a little time left before their match to start, so they went to the arena to prepare themselves. Tang sect had participated in the 5th match, which was against the Iron Sword sect. The participant from that sect was Wang Chenxi, and from the Tang sect was Xu Sanxi. They both introduced each other. She called him brother and asked him to show some mercy on her. Sanxi greeted her and called her beautiful, and his eyes popped out while looking at her. It seemed like they had researched the Tang sect. They knew brother Sanxi's weakness and had sent a beautiful woman to fight him. Suddenly, Sanxi started to feel chills behind himself. He felt like someone was glaring at him with dead eyes. He was reminded that it would have been from Nanan. He didn't want anyone to get him wrong and clarified that he was acting to confuse his opponent. Chenxi took out her shiny sword and got complimented by Sanxi on it. He also took out his shield before the battle had begun. Everyone was shocked by looking at his 6 rings, as no one had an idea that he was a sole emperor. It was going to be a battle of pride between a sword and a shield. She attacked him with her sword, but her powers were reflected on her because of Sanxi's shield. She complained that she got hurt by it and tried to blackmail him by saying that he always treats a woman harshly. He smirked at her and asked if she was not going to attack him then, and if so, she was allowed to leave the arena as he didn't want people to think that he was a bad guy. It made her angry, and her hair turned into small snakes with her tongue sticking out of them. Sanxi was confused about why she had suddenly changed like that, Blue light started to come out of her eyes and she attacked him with that, but he saved himself with his shield. From that attack, he got to know that she was a twin martial soul. Yu Hao saw that and started to call out Sanshi from the audience. Sanshi took some mystic depth steps from her. He wondered if his shield was getting petrified and if it was because of her gaze before. He didn't even know where someone with that kind of martial soul had come from. He decided not to show any mercy anymore. Yu Hao was glad that Sanshi was finally taking that battle seriously. The shield he had was a Xuanwu shield, and it was not the usual one. It seemed that it had been mutated. Petrification did not affect even humans, so there was not even a possibility that it would work on Sanshi's mutated shield. Sanshi had duplicated his shield into many, and they were already surrounding her. He glared at her, asking if she was trying to run away. He closed his fist and she was on the ground. Sanshi had won the battle. He went to her and commented that she looked beautiful before, but why did she have to change suddenly like that and make him disgust her? He also told her that he had first thought that she had a twin martial soul, but when he checked late, he knew that it was not the case. He started to act over smart and called out the next team for the battle. The referee got angry and shouted at him, asking if he thought he was the referee there. He mentioned that the arena was soundproof and no one would hear anything anyway. Sanshi asked him to quickly announce the winner. The referee got more frustrated that he knew that without him telling about it. A guy came to Sanshi and yelled at him, asking what he had done to his sister. He called him a kiddo and told him not to worry as he had not hurt her. He had simply put her to sleep and she would wake up in a day or two. Chenchi's brother got very angry and asked what they would do for their team match later, as Chenchi was their team captain. Sanshi started to laugh at his face and questioned if he was going to act pitifully in front of him. The brother screamed at him even louder and demanded to fight with Sanshi, but right at that moment he was on the floor. The referee announced that the opponent party could not continue to fight anymore, and Shu Sanshi of Tang sect had won the match. The next match between the Tang sect and the rest of the Iron Sword sect was like chopping vegetables. The Tang sect had achieved an overwhelming victory in that round. With that, the Tang sect had advanced to the next round, and the Iron Sword sect was eliminated. In the next scene, Yu Hao was having a conversation with Nana in his hotel room, along with Donger sitting beside him. He questioned her about the situation. She addressed him as master and informed him that the situation was not advantageous, as black markets were reluctant to sell their rare metals. They were also saying that the amount they had received was itself very small, and what the Tang sect was asking was way too much. Yu Hao queried if they were saying that to increase the price, or there was some other reason. She responded that the 3 black markets had usually held underground tournaments. She further added to it that the prize for winning it was huge, and the rare metals were being used in betting in the competition. He wondered if the Soul Master tournament was not enough for them to gamble, as they were conducting a separate competition that was fully supporting the betting. Nana mentioned that the Sun and Moon Empire had issued a strict order that betting was not allowed in that competition. Yu Hao was confused about it, as he remembered that even in the previous tournament, Starluo Empire had been allowed to bet. She informed him that there were speculations in the black market that the current empire hated gambling, and they could not help it, so they had arranged their own competition. He pondered how people were competing in both at the same time, as there was no official announcement about it. He couldn't understand the reason behind it. Nana told him that they don't fight in those competitions and use their soul guides in their tournament. She'd also heard that the rules changed in every round. He asked her to elaborate about how that tournament worked and how the reward system and gambling system was. She started telling him that the first round was a qualifying round, and as long as the participants would make a level 4 soul guide, they were allowed to move on to the next round. Qualified players were allowed to place bets. The betting system was very simple. There were a total of 3 ways. The first one was the direct bets, in which a person could bet on how many total people would be passed. In the second one, they could bet on certain numbers, and in the third, they could bet on themselves. But it was mandatory to be in their knowledge that the odds taken were different in each method. Then they would officially move on to the next round. As the production of soul guides could not be completed in a short time like a normal game, soul engineers were given 3 days to take part. Then, all the following matches would be KO system matches, and each round would have a different set of rules. In order to attract highly skilled soul engineers to participate, the prizes for that tournament were all rare metals. As long as a person had passed the qualification round, there were prizes starting from the first round, and the prizes increased substantially with each subsequent round. Soul masters who had soul engineering as their primary profession generally cared about rare metals more than money, because it had brought them more profit when the rare metals were turned into soul guides. And also, rare metals couldn't be bought with money, especially in the competition as they were for the prizes. The 3 black markets also competed with each other, and the game was divided into 3 divisions. The champion of each division would compete again in the end. Each black market was using rare metals to bet in each match. Yu Hao questioned Nana if there were any requirements or restrictions to register in that tournament. She replied to him that anyone under 30 years old was eligible to participate, and the registration fee was 100 gold coins. Donger asked Yu Hao if he was thinking of participating in that tournament. He counter-questioned her, saying if she was not thinking that the rewards were too big to miss. He told her not to worry, as he was not going to take any risk in the tournament. She reminded him that he still had the official tournament in which he had to participate. He informed her that the black market tournaments were held at nighttime, and he would be asking second brother to tag along with him. Donger thought that the tournament had already started, but there was still one day left for it to start. She'd forgotten that buying rare metals was one of the most important reasons they were there. She had no problem if fighting in the tournament was Yu Hao's own choice, but she kept two conditions for it. First, he had to get permission from big brother Bei Bei, and second condition was that she would go along with him. As the evening settled in, Yu Hao, Donger, Nana, and He Kai-tu were all headed towards the tournament. Yu Hao disguised himself and everyone into completely different people. Kai-tu addressed him as a junior brother and complimented his disguising ability, saying that it had gotten stronger with time. The disguising ability could also make them all invisible at the same time, and because of that, they got out of the hotel without anyone knowing. Yu Hao had turned his hair dark brown. He informed the second brother that they would also need to change how they called each other. He would be calling Kai-tu just brother. Donger and Nana would act as his servants, so both of them would be calling him master. He would call Donger as Xiao Dong and Nana as Xiao Na. Kai-tu had a black mask on with long gray hair. He agreed with Yu Hao. Donger had short blue hair with a glass on her right eye. She was dressed like a man. Nana had short pink hair and glass on her left eye. She was dressed exactly as Donger. Donger commented that he was purposely taking advantage of that situation. He replied that using their real identity could be dangerous, and when they would arrive there, she better call him master. She tried calling him master, but he made her practice it to sound more natural, but when she couldn't say it properly, she got frustrated and gave up. In that time, the Mingdu underworld was ruled by three main powerhouses, namely Duskwater Alliance, General Alliance, and Alto Chamber of Commerce. Those three were the only ones left involved in selling rare metals in Mingdu, as metal trading was very profitable. As long as a person owned a mining channel, the production cost channel could be lowered, and the selling cost could be pushed to the max. Through Yu Hao's guidance and predictions, they had chosen to support the Duskwater Alliance that was considered the strongest of the three, though they were kept in check by the other two organizations. They arrived at the Greenhouse Hotel, and before entering, a guard came to the door and informed them that the hotel was not accepting any more guests that day, so they should go to another hotel. Yu Hao told him that they were there to participate in the Soul Engineering Tournament in Mingdu. The guard replied that the competition was already closed and asked them to head back. Yu Hao mentioned that he could help the Duskwater Alliance in winning that tournament, and if he didn't believe him, he was willing to bet on himself 100,000 gold soul coins that he would pass that qualifying round. The guard was shocked and asked if he was sure about that. He called him an estimated guest and welcomed him inside the hotel. Yu Hao mumbled that there was nothing that could not be solved with money. He found the building decorations very weird. The guard addressed them again as estimated guests and questioned if he could tell who was participating and asked the names of the participants too. He conveyed that he and his brother were participants. He revealed that his name was Tang Wu and his brother's name was Tang Xiu. Since the competition had already started, they were short on time for participants. He asked them to show him their skills so he could see and make necessary arrangements for both of them. Yu Hao and Kai-tu took out their weapons, and a blue light was illuminating its surroundings. The guards told them that they both could put their weapons down as it was just a confirmation. He had confirmed that they both were eligible to participate. The hotel looked ordinary from the outside, but looked spectacular from the inside. It looked like a royal palace to Yu Hao. It was just a small tournament, but it had attracted a lot of soul engineers who were below the age of 30. He found the underground organization's influence quite impressive. There was a guy standing with gray hair and a light beard. Yu Hao asked him if he could tell him how many people were participating from the Duskwater Alliance. He told him that it would be 264 along with both of them. He further added that the qualification round was about to be held that day, and the minimum requirement was to make a level 3 soul guide within a certain time limit. But since they had arrived late, there was only half an hour left before the completion of the round. Yu Hao questioned if that place was usually an auction house. The guy asked him if he had been to the Golden Hall. Yu Hao replied with a no saying why he would think nobles like them, and without completing his sentence he started to cough in front of him. The guy headed back, but before leaving, he commented that it was a shame that the previous auction was just held a few days before, and that place was the biggest auction house in the entire Mingdu. He also said that even the royal family would attend their auctions sometime, and asked him to visit them when the next one was held. As they were heading forward, two guards stopped them and said that only participants were allowed to move forward. Yu Hao asked Donger and Nana to go ahead and wait for them. He wondered how much they were going to make in that round. He informed the guy that they had betted that both of them would pass the round and queried if anyone else had made a bet like that. The guy responded that usually people bet like the number of people who could pass the round or sometimes on certain individuals. Yu Hao complained that he had not mentioned it to them before. The guy added that it was not their fault they registered late as time didn't wait for anyone. Yu Hao still disagreed on changing his bet. Instead, he asked Donger and Nana to bet on them too, and hoped they would stay until the end. He mentioned to them that he was kind of a person who had valued money over anything else, and would mince them into pieces if they tried to cheat him. The guy got chills and turned around. Yu Hao shockingly asked if they were not even providing materials to them. The guy disagreed with him, saying that they had not, but someone might have come and registered it later. He also said that it was not surprising that there was none, and it was taken a short while ago. Yu Hao demanded to know the match rules. The guy showed him the hourglass that was on the other side of the room. They had to make a soul guide that was at least level 3 before all the sand from the hourglass had come down if they wanted to pass that round. They would lose if they failed to complete within the time limit, and he would be watching them over to make sure they had not used a pre-made soul guide. Yu Hao looked at Kai-Tu and questioned if he felt that a bit familiar because they were treated the same in the first few weeks during the student exchange. Kai-Tu agreed with him. Since they were too cruel by not giving them anything to use, they had to just use a piece that was in front of them. He picked up the metal in front of him and told Brother that it was so horrible it was hardly worth using. The guy yelled at him that he was using the metal to just make a standard soul guide, and the metal was worth more than 5,000 soul coins. Yu Hao and Kai-Tu both started working on the metal, and in no time they were done. The guy saw that there was still a little time left. He held it in his hand and commented on the soul guide that it seemed pretty plain and normal, and disappointedly said that it was not worth the price of the table they both had broken. He wore it on his right wrist, and as soon as he clicked the button, a yellow light started to illuminate the place. The guy felt a lot of pressure that kept increasing. Yu Hao laughed at him and asked if he didn't even know that, and it happened because he didn't do it right. He then pushed the stop button and the soul guide stopped. That was a simplified version of Soul Cannon, and it was a level 3 soul guide. He informed him that only 4 ring soul masters or above could use and control its power properly. The guy gave him back his soul guide, saying he had passed the qualification round, and he was allowed to return. The guy told him not to worry about whether they would take his soul guide back later or not. All the soul guides made belonged to its original creator, and he could also sell it to them later. Yu Hao conveyed to him that he could take that for himself and consider it as compensation for the table. The guy found him very generous as the soul guide was more worthy than the table and asked his soul power level. Yu Hao didn't tell him and said that he would find it eventually and advised him to do his duty and see his brother's soul guide. The guy saw the soul guide and it was made up of steel and found a waste to use skills to make a soul guide in steel material. But then he realized that it was a 5 cubic meter large storage bracelet that was equivalent to a level 3 soul guide or maybe more. He knew that a storage bracelet was considered to be most complicated at level 3, although its durability was not great because it was made up of steel. But that also meant that its difficulty was not decreased. If it was made up of metal, it could be considered the best among the level 3 soul guides. Both Yu Hao and Kai-Tu were qualified. The guy thanked them for participating in their tournament. Yu Hao and Kai-Tu got out of there. Yu Hao had a pure gold badge in his hand. It was given to someone who has passed Duskwater Alliance's qualification, and he was at number 71. Kai-Tu was at number 72. There was a red-haired person with rectangular-shaped spectacles standing with pride in front of them. He mocked them that a cripple and the big fool had finally come out. But he wondered why they had come out so quickly. He asked if they had given up after seeing their competitors. Kai-Tu called him a foul-mouthed idiot. Yu Hao realized that he could use that opportunity, but Kai-Tu didn't know what opportunity he was talking about. He moved his wheelchair in front of that person. His name was Mr. Wan. Wan called his act heroic and asked how he had dared to come towards him and if he knew who he was. Yu Hao didn't care who he was and stared into his eyes. Suddenly his head burst out blood and he fainted on the floor. Yu Hao queried if it was too much and told everyone not to worry, saying Wan was still alive. People gathered around and started questioning Yu Hao and Kai-Tu about where they had come from and how dare they were killing people around. Suddenly a giant monster came with blue light reflecting from him and asked everyone if they were planning to die. Everyone seemed very angry and asked if it was a soul guide. At that time, a man came wearing a white suit along with white boots and asked everyone to calm down. His name was Chenin, and he was the supervisor of the Great Golden Hall. He queried about the situation around. Yu Hao looked at him and wondered if he should use him too. Chenin looked around, and in the blink of an eye he saw everyone dead on the floor and their souls coming towards him. He got scared and didn't know what was happening. He was ready to fight with Yu Hao. But when he blinked again, everyone was standing around him and started to ask if he was okay. He requested to talk to Yu Hao and Kai Tu in private. All three of them went into a room and sat on the sofas. He asked them where they were from. Yu Hao questioned if that was something he could be asking. He then raised his hand and showed him a spirit around blue lightning. Yu Hao said that it was the end of his life and it looked like he had it easy and ordered the soul to go and be purified. Yu Hao asked if he wanted to test him again, but he denied, saying that there was no need for it anymore. Yu Hao conveyed to him that he had to keep the two of them being there a secret, and he could not tell anyone at all as they were there for their own record, and it was nice to earn some money while claiming some rare metal for themselves. He further added to it that Chenan and his people could also make some money at the same time, and it was possible only if they both reaped benefits at the same time. He also mentioned to re-educate his subordinates, and if someone tried to mess around with him or provoke him, he would have their spirits tortured. Chenan told him not to worry, as he would restrain his subordinates to the best of their ability, and he would definitely adhere to his request, and they would not pass that on within the Duskwater Alliance, and everything would go according to Yu Hao's command. Yu Hao commented that it looked like he was the smart one. As Yu Hao and Kai Tu were leaving, he said that they would not claim their money that day, and they would take everything when they returned. He held Chenan responsible for converting his money into rare metals, and if he did everything properly, he would reward him after that contest was finished. Chenan said that his wish was his command, and he would definitely follow his orders. As they both headed out, Kai Tu asked Yu Hao what they were talking so mysteriously about. Yu Hao commented that they would talk about it when they got back, as it seemed like the trip of that day had a lot of harvesting. The second round of the Continental Young Elite Soul Masters tournament had finally come to an end, and 42 teams would advance to the third round. Among them, 32 teams would have a chance to advance to the round-robin stage, and that would depend on their performances in the third round. If they won, they could directly enter the round-robin stage. But even if they had lost, they would still stand a chance of securing a place in the next round with the points they had gained. After the first two rounds, some teams with weaker power, though qualified for the third round, had already begun to show signs of fatigue. Their members' injuries were considered a big challenge they would have to overcome in the following rounds. Back in the hotel, third senior brother Sanshi had started to lose sensation in his hand. Nanan yelled at him that even when knowing that his hands were unlucky, he still insisted on going onto the stage. Yu Hao asked if it was the Sun and Moon squad. Back then, they had easily defeated them even when they were still in the defeated team. 5 years had passed, and they had become much stronger, and there was no way they were going to fear them. But at that moment, they were still in the elimination round and not the final. If they had encountered them at that point, either they win or lose, it would be a huge energy drain. Xiao Xiao questioned Kai Tu if they had to quit the game every time they encountered them. She was enthusiastic that they must not give up that easily. Kai Tu told her that they could still make it to the next round with their present points, and even when they had not taken chances on combating them, they would still manage to enter the round ribbon, and at worst, their rank would just drop slightly. Nanan agreed with Xiao Xiao that they cannot give up, and even if it was an unwise strategy, they just could not lower their heads to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy so easily, especially at that time since they were representing the Tang sect, and it was still uncertain whether Shrek Squad would advance to the final or not. She hoped to devote herself to preserving the reputation of Shrek and Tang sect. Sanchi agreed with her. She screamed at him again, calling him unlucky, and commanded him to get lost from there. Sanchi wanted to fight for the glory of Shrek and Tang sect too, and as long as everyone was willing to, they would try their best on it. Yu Hao thought that since everyone was so determined, there was no other way. Donger commented that she, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister, and fifth senior sister, had also agreed with Nanan's thoughts. However, there was one thing they had yet to take into consideration. If they wanted to fight with all their strength, they would certainly run the risk of suffering heavy losses, and also they had no substitutes. She said that the glory of Shrek and Tang sect was not necessarily in that game. She also wanted to fight with all her might. But she was concerned that if one of them had gotten seriously injured in that game, they might face fatal risks. There was a blood field between them and the Sun and Moon squad. She understood Nanan, but for the time being, she was not in favor of risking their lives to fight against the Sun Moon squad. If they had abandoned the game, they would still be able to make it to the next round. Also, they would have plenty of time to rest and prepare themselves for the new challenges. She thought that it would be better for them to enter the round-robin stage in their most excellent state. Nanan disappointedly asked Donger if they had to let go of that glory. Donger explained to her that the real glory belonged to the final champion. She admitted that she had her own self-interest. She didn't want them to venture into the battle with the Sun and Moon squad for the sake of Yu Hao. He could only move his right hand then. She had been struggling with her conscience for a while before deciding to let him attend that tournament. He had become like that because of her, and she would never allow him to sustain any further injuries. She said to them if they still didn't change their minds and insisted on battling with the Sun Moon squad in that round, then she had nothing to say, but she had one request to let her be the first to go in the individual elimination battle. Nanan apologized to her, saying that it was her fault for not taking that matter seriously. She also said that if they would encounter the Sun Moon squad again under any circumstances, even in the round-robin stage, no matter what Donger said, she would not give up and would definitely do her best to gain the victory. Donger started crying and hugged Nanan tightly and thanked her. The Sun and Moon Empire was in shock at how the Tang sect had abandoned the game with them. There was a girl who told her brother to stop deluding himself, but the guy was just relieved to hear that. The girl asked if they didn't even stand a chance of defeating them even if they had tried their best, and questioned where his confidence was gone. She felt very sorry for her brother. He kept his hand on her mouth and asked her to shut up as it was a secret. She thought he was trying to kill her to cover his tragic failure. Yu Hao and Kaitu returned back to the nighttime tournament. Chenan welcomed them wholeheartedly. Yu Hao queried if he was done with the preparations he had asked him to make. Players would have a day off after the third round would end. It was also the day the Bright Capital City Young Elite Soul Masters Tournament of the Underground World would officially start. That was the first official round, and the trading session was still on the go. The bets could be made at any time. The question for that round was how to produce a rank 3 milk bottle. Milk bottle was one of the items that Soul Masters and Soul Engineers had to prepare. It was very common. However, how to produce it was still not a simple matter at all. Under the simple shell lies a highly complex internal structure, though it appeared to be a homogeneous core formation. In fact, it was the combination of two different formations. One was the gathering energy core formation, and the other was the storing energy core formation. There needed to be a precise connection between the two formations, and no deviation was permitted. Otherwise, milk bottles could turn into a bomb at any time. Yu Hao and Kaitu were done making it in minutes. K2 could not imagine how little brother had managed to drag it so slowly, and thought that concealing the true ability also required talent. Chenan came and asked if that was a rank 3 milk bottle with the soul power capacity equivalent to a rank 4 milk bottle storage volume. He said that kind of device didn't only help the Soul Masters to cut down on the number of uses, but it also had higher efficiency. Though they called it a rank 3 soul tool, its features were much better than a rank 4 soul tool. He found it absolutely amazing. Yu Hao questioned if he had passed the round. Chenan announced that both 71 and 72 had passed. He also announced that since they could make a tool with a surpassing rank, they would be exempted from the test in the next round. Yu Hao mentioned that the milk bottle was not for him, and he should not forget to continue helping him in collecting the rare metal. Chenan lowered himself and said that he would fulfill all of his commands. On their way back, K2 asked Yu Hao if they could really put faith in that guy. He responded that the reason they were there was to consolidate his trust, and it didn't seem to be a big problem in the short term. He also said that deep in Chenan's subconscious mind, he had been regarded as someone with a high status in the Holy Spirit cult, and until he was done digesting the benefits that they had given him, he would not cause any trouble. He suddenly stopped talking and started to think about something. K2 asked what was wrong. He replied that he suddenly had a feeling that something big was coming and it would be unfavorable to them. The spirit detection could not detect anything unusual. However, the anxiety still lingered within Yu Hao until midnight. The next morning, Yu Hao was sitting with Donger along with everyone else on the dining table. He said that there was nothing that happened, and the stuffy feelings from the previous day had disappeared. He asked Donger if he had thought too much about it. She replied to him that he was being a little bit sensitive. Meanwhile, someone knocked on the door and called out Donger's name to open it. Yu Hao queried if it was the fourth senior sister's voice, and it seemed like she had gone to draw lots. She asked if he was potty-mouthed. He wondered and thought why he would be potty-mouthed. Nanan came running from the door and hugged Donger tightly. She was crying and apologizing to Donger, but she didn't know why she was doing that. Donger tried to calm her down and asked what happened. She then told them that she had gotten the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy again, and Sherry Academy as well. Yu Hao and Donger were shocked when they heard that news. She purposely did not let Sanshi draw lots, but he also got bad luck. She asked Yu Hao if it was all her fault. He questioned her about how it was her fault. In fact, he thought it was good conversely. He addressed her as the fourth senior sister and complimented that she had drawn the best for them. She responded to him saying that there was no need to comfort her. He said that he was not comforting her, and then he addressed everyone that if they could fight against Shrek Academy in the next round, then according to the competition rules, they would not meet them before the final round. He found it to be a very good chance. Sanshi commented that they were in the same group as the Sun Moon squad, and they had to fight against them in the first round. Yu Hao told him to just fight them all. Listening to those words, Sanshi got very enthusiastic and wondered why he didn't think about that earlier. Kautu got confident too in fighting all of them, and called the Tang sect invincible. Yu Hao suggested they arrange the strategies. A few moments later, Tang sect had finished their strategies. After asking for Yu Hao's acceptance, Wang Dong would be the first contestant, but she had to listen to Yu Hao during her round. Sun and Moon Squad got the news that Tang Sect was fighting against Shrek Academy. Their captain decided to go and beat Shrek and go to the next round with Tang Sect. Meng from their team responded that she was not kidding, and they could probably be beaten up, and then they would be in the next round together. He didn't agree and said that they had to fight in the coming round and win as well. She told him to be more realistic, as there were just 2 teams that would be in the next round. Tang Sect had refused to compete in the last round, which meant it was their turn. She also informed him that Tang Sect was stronger than Shrek Academy and asked him not to be reckless or else they would lose everything for nothing. He didn't want to give up and had to face the Tang Sect. He reminded her that they were the real champions in the previous year's competition. He questioned Meng if she knew why their grandfather wanted him to be the captain and not her. He then followed up by telling her that sometimes there was something that they knew they should not do, but they had to do to uphold the honor. He decided not to talk about it anymore. But Meng didn't understand what he just told her. He turned around his face towards the window and started to think about his past experiences. He was reminded of the regrets of a specific day which he was unable to forget, and wondered if he had another chance, he would have upheld the honor of the Sun Moon Empire even if he had to die. Everyone around got to know that the Sun Moon Squad was fighting against the Tang Sect. They all agreed that Tang Sect was the new talent, and they were really good. The hotel managers had changed to a VIP room for all of them, as there were only 16 teams left. In the audience at the arena, Sanshi came to the captain of the Sun Moon Squad and greeted him, saying he had not seen him in a while. He mumbled if Sanshi was blind. He asked Sanshi why he was there. He replied that he was there to visit the one who had lost against him in some previous years. He also informed him that they had intentionally given up in the last round just for his sake. He questioned him if he would reciprocate it in that round. The captain furiously responded that they were not chicken-hearted. Sanshi commented that those who had died the previous time had been taken back for burial and told him to pay some respect on his behalf when he had time. He also mentioned that it was difficult to hold back in the match, and it was not on purpose. The captain dared him to meet him in the competition. Sanshi agreed with him, saying that he could not ask for more. The disguised prince was very excited for the match of the Sun Moon Squad with the Tang Sect. Chiu Chu was worried and wondered if she could be in the match. Sister Xian told her not to worry. She responded to her that the Sun Moon Squad was the runner-up in the previous year. Xian asked her if she wanted to bet and said that if the Tang Sect lost, she would invite her to the most luxurious restaurant of the bright capital city and have a big meal. But if they win, she will fight against her. Chiu Chu laughed, saying not to play a joke and she was seeing a big meal coming. She responded that she had never played any jokes around. Members of both teams had come on the ground. Donger was representing the Tang Sect, and she was competing against Shi Xing from the Sun Moon Squad. Meng saw her and stated that she would have reminded Xing not to kill if she knew Wang Dong was coming from the Tang Sect. It was the first round of the round robin. The referee warned them to be careful and try not to hurt others. Donger told him to cut the crap and not be partial or else he would regret it. The referee looked at her with anger. The game had started, and Xing's attack was very fast as it was expected from the Sun Moon Squad. The referee was intentionally biased towards him as the combat had begun, and Donger was not even ready yet. He got ready with the high explosive bomb with tracking ability. Meanwhile, Yu Hao was under the heart of a parish specter. It was a kind of soul skill that could drive the inner mind into a special calmness and considerably increase the acuteness of awareness. But there was a weakness that he would not show perturbed feelings within a day and would just judge the problems based on reasons. Donger screamed at the referee to be careful and asked him to hurry up and move aside. Xing was coming flying towards him, and the referee started to run, wondering why he was being chased. Everyone in the audience started laughing, saying he looked embarrassed at being chased. The prince, who was disguised as a girl, talked to Princess Juzi to cancel the law enforcement qualification of that referee after the game was over, and called the referee an idiot. Juzi agreed with him. He asked her why her hands were cold and probed if she had a crush on that young guy from the Tang Sect. He also commented that he was the most handsome man he had ever met. Juzi responded that maybe the game was so dramatic that she was being a little nervous. Juzi wondered if he was being jealous. The prince replied that he was a man too. How could he not be envious? He thought that how could his woman be disloyal to him, and that was unacceptable to him, even if it was just a thought. Juzi was glad that he was being jealous because of her, as it showed he cared about her. She told him that he didn't need to be envious of a girl. He speculated if she meant Wang Dong was a girl in disguise and inquired how she knew about it. She then reminded him that he once told her to investigate the Tang Sect. That was when she got to know about Donger. He contemplated that she would definitely be pretty beautiful in women's clothes. Xing attacked Donger with the power of a high-explosive bomb that was extremely strong. Everyone in the audience thought that the game field was destroyed. Donger was standing very far away from him. He mocked her that just a few of high-explosive bombs had made her run that far and said that the distance was just right. He then took out his scarlet fire-heavy artillery and prepared to attack Donger with it. He attacked Donger with his weapon, and there was very strong lightning all around the arena. People in the audience thought that Donger must be dead, and no one had the courage to look at her. But it did not explode, and Donger caught the unstable cannon bullet by hand. All the members of the Tang sect applauded her, and she threw the bullet back on him, and he tried to save himself from the invincible shield, but could not stand it any longer. In no time, he admitted his failure, and the Tang sect won in the first round of individuals. Xing asked the referee if he was in his place, how impatient he would be. The referee responded that he would just try and he would know. At that moment, Xing fell on the ground. The referee went to check on him. His martial soul was broken and the vital force was quickly eroded as well. He told Donger that she had killed him. People from the crowd started calling her ruthless when they heard the news. The captain of the Sun and Moon squad went to Donger and questioned her for the murder of his member. She counter-questioned him if he had witnessed her killing him. She didn't know how he died. Meng went to the captain and asked if Xing was suffering from an illness that he could not talk about, and took Donger's side, saying that she had not killed him. The captain got very angry and gave her a slap. He ordered her to shut up and said that her feelings were taking over her brain. He also asked her if she was speaking up for her enemy. He backed her off and went to the arena. He addressed Donger as Wang Dong and commanded her not to stop unless he was dead. She wondered if he was next onto the game or if he wanted to keep letting people die. It was the 5th soul skill of Luminous Butterfly Mistress and Luminous Mistress Appending. With the affinity elements characteristics of Luminous Mistress Appending, she was able to control the powerful fire attribute of the Scarlet Dragon Heavy Artillery Cannon bullet, letting them strike back, and therefore achieving victory. Yu Hao wondered how could Xing still be alive if the Scarlet Light in Butterfly Mistress had slashed his right arm bone, and the golden light of the Demon Breaker exploded at the last instant that was directly cutting into Xing's organs. For the second elimination battle, all the members from both teams were called on to the battleground. Donger told the referee to hold up and to look at the mess of the arena. She was confused about how they were supposed to fight there and recommended fixing everything up first. The referee yelled at her that he had the right to decide whether or not that battleground should be fixed and ordered to continue the match. Zhou Xing from Sun Moon Squad entered the arena and screamed at Donger that she had killed Xing, and he wanted to bury her with him. He threatened her that he would definitely tear her into pieces and avenge Xing. He took out his giant weapon that had multiple guns attacked. As he turned around to attack Donger, she disappeared from there. He started searching for her, and in that moment he heard her voice from his back calling him slow. He got so scared that he had already protected himself from the invincible shield. Everyone in the audience started to laugh at him and commented that there was no other way as the Soul Guidance Battery's angle was merely 180 degrees. He attacked her with the quaking bomb, and she broke it into pieces with her arm. Donger wondered if he was not afraid of his organs getting blown out that he was using a quaking bomb. She realized that his supreme shield had not completely disappeared yet. He attacked her with different rays, including paralyzing rays, decomposition rays, and freeze rays. His soul guide also attacked her with a high explosive bomb, a blazing bullet, and a shock bullet. He told her to enjoy the feeling of being torn into pieces. Everyone was scared for her in the audience, but she instantly teleported in front of him and was completely safe. She came with guillotine wings on her back that helped her in the quick teleportation and attacked his cannon fortress, and it was destroyed completely. The referee came in between and ordered her to stop. She asked him what he was doing. The referee responded that her opponent could neither fight back nor defend himself and said that he had the right to end it when one party could no longer resist. He then announced that Tang sect had won the match. Right after that, Zhou Xing got up saying it was not over and attacked Donger. Yao screamed at Donger to watch out. He attacked her with the powerful decomposition ray that was able to decompose its target. He laughed at Donger and said to just wait to be torn apart. She was torn into pieces and everyone screamed out her name from the crowd. Just as everyone was about to rush to the arena, a ray of shot towards Zhou. It approached him in a blink without any hindrance. He immediately covered himself with the invincible shield. But at that moment, the time seemed to stop and a light beam descended from the sky, splitting the invincible shield. With no hindrance, the beam fell down on his head immediately. Right after that, Zhou blew up and died. Blood and body had splashed towards the spectator. The audience got curious about who could pierce through the invincible shield. One of the Sun Moon Squad members commented that it was the exchange student Huo Yu Hao. He continued saying that he did it with his vertical eyes. Even though the distance was 100 meters, still it could pierce through the invincible shield to blow up the target. He felt threatened just by glimpsing at it. He wondered what Yu Hao's current cultivation base was. All the members from the Sun Moon Squad started to yell at the Tang sect, asking if they wanted to die and how they had dared to kill their man. They responded to who they were talking about and called Kaitu to teach them a lesson. But a barrier came in between the both teams that was a level 9 soul tool. It was Jung John who was the chief referee of that competition. He announced that whoever dared to act rashly would be disqualified from that competition. He slapped the current referee so hard that he went flying on the other side of the arena and said that breaking the law was unjust and partial. He also ordered him to go down and reflect on himself. Nanan came to Donger and queried if she was okay. She replied that she was fine, and it was just hurting her a bit. Her luminous mistress appending had blocked most of the attack. Yu Hao went to the chief referee and asked him for an explanation. He told him that he witnessed what had happened, and the incident was completely the referee's fault. He had dismissed him and would take care of the competition by himself from further on. But Yu Hao did not want that answer and directly looked into his eyes. The chief referee realized that it had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him with that kind of tone. He explained to him that after the match, Zhou went on attacking Tang's sect members, and he deserved to pay his life for his actions, but he had already paid the price with his life. He also added that the problem seemed to be over with his death. Yu Hao informed him that Wang Dong of the Tang sect would return after a 15-minute break. Yu Hao told everyone else to go back as that place was the Sun Moon Empire, and there was no need to waste time with them. He suggested settling everything in the match. Yu Hao's cold eyes looked very strange to Donger. However, she was glad that he still managed to keep a cool head, otherwise she was not sure what would have happened. Yu Hao and his team were all counting on second senior brother Kai-Tu in the next game, but Donger interrupted him saying that she was still capable of fighting. Yu Hao told her to shut up, and stated that it was too careless and contemptuous of her to drop her guard when she was facing an enemy that still had the strength to fight. He further added that there could be only one commander in a squad. Donger almost started crying and called him an irritating guy. Kai-Tu wanted Donger to leave everything on him as was confident to blast all the opponents' heads one by one. Meanwhile, there were talks going around in the Sun Moon squad that the Tang sect had actually done a switch. The person their captain had appointed to join the next battle was someone who could easily handle Donger according to them. He also called Yu Hao a sly man and was very frustrated the whole time. The third game of the individual elimination battle round was about to start. A member called Xiaoping was representing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Master Academy, and he Kai-Tu joined the Tang sect. Before the match started, the chief referee announced that if anyone would dare to violate the rules during the game, he had the right to punish that individual. The match had begun. Kai-Tu took out his weapon that was a gun from which blue laser light was coming out, and Ping took out a long stick with sharp end as his weapon. Kai-Tu targeted right above Ping, and a blue spider web was formed over him. But Ping destroyed it with his armor-type thrusting soul tool. He was hiding a soul tool under the armor that enhanced the change of direction from different angles. Kai-Tu found that move very flexible. Ping screamed and threw the spiderweb on Kai-Tu. He asked why he was screaming. He then took out a giant gun that was throwing fire even before targeting. The chief referee wondered what kind of soul tool it was as he had never seen one before. Kai-Tu attacked him, but it did not affect Ping even the slightest. He wondered if there was a 7th level soul shield that was protecting him. Later he realized that Ping had probably taken advantage of the resonance created by the soul tool, and he must be putting many layers of the armor together in order to boost defense power to the 7th level of Soul Sage. With that 7th rank soul shield, Kai-Tu's attack would be completely ineffective. Ping started to attack him through his shield, and it seemed that the match would be over soon according to the chief referee. But the situation changed completely in the blink of an eye when Kai-Tu used his puncture bullet soul tool. To be exact, the puncture bullet soul tool was just a ray-type soul tool. However, because of its overwhelming offensive capability, it was referred to as a bullet. Puncture bullets could not either automatically aim or follow the targets, and it also consumed a lot of soul power. But the puncture bullet, with such a multitude of shortcomings, had only one strong point, and that was its overwhelming offensive capability. People who faced it had no choice but to run as fast as possible for their lives. The chief was worried if Ping would be able to avoid it. He thought if he should stop the battle right away and announce that the Sun Moon squad had surrendered. Ping realized it much later that it was a puncture bullet, and he had to move away, but it was too late as he was not able to move at all. He then saw that the needle was already thrusted inside his body. His captain shouted at him to move away, but he already fell on the ground. The needle was a soul tool too, and Ping had violated the game rules, so according to it, he deserved to die. Kai-Tu had not even told Yu Hao about his real identity and background, because he didn't want to cause trouble for him. In reality, Kai-Tu belonged to the Sun Moon Empire's royalty. Yu Hao decided that for the next match of the individual elimination battle, the Tang sect would surrender, and they would choose to directly enter the team battle. But the chief announced that the individual elimination battle was over, and both parties could rest and regain their strength, and after the resting period, the next team battle would commence. Tang sect would need 3 points, and the Sun Moon squad would need 7 points to win the match. One of the members from Sun Moon squad wondered about Yu Hao's power, and thought how he was not stopped even with the invincible shield. The disguised prince was curious if the Tang sect could win the match. The Sun Moon Squad member responded that he believed in his members, and they wouldn't let the Tang sect people go back alive, and they would either surrender or die. As they started heading towards the arena in the form of a team, Yu Hao asked Donger to stay with him and protect him. For that team battle, he requested everyone to follow his spiritual detection to commence the fight, and not only had they to win, but they also had to avoid any kind of injury at all cost. It was not only a competition, but it was more like a life and death match, and just one mistake would hurt them very badly, and they could even die from it. As soon as both teams arrived at the arena, the captain of the Sun Moon Squad announced to surrender. The chief asked him if he was sure about it, but he did not change his statement. The chief announced that the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy had surrendered, and in that match the Tang sect had won. The prince considered it as a good capability, and addressed Hongchen Hallmaster that his grandson had made a lot of progress. He responded by calling him His Majesty that they had humiliated the Empire and asked to punish them all. He thought that the prince would get angry, but he kept quiet. One of the other members from the Sun Moon Squad stated that one round robin had just begun and asked the Grand Master about the power unleashed by Yu Hao earlier. The other told him that it would be a spiritual type of power that was a mutation of the third eye. He further added to it that Yu Hao's soul skill was very strong, so he was afraid that no one on the same level could beat him. He also believed that Hongchen's grandson also had no way to deal with that skill, so he had chosen to preserve his capabilities, and there would always be an opportunity for revenge. Yu Hao knew that the Sun Moon Squad was more difficult to deal with. Sanshi already wanted to take that chance to annihilate them all, but they were scared out of their wits. Nanan commented that she didn't think that they were afraid, and told them to look at Xiao Hongchen's eyes, and said that there was no fear in them. She also reminded them not to forget that 5 years ago, the siblings had already become Soul Kings. Later that evening, when they were leaving for the hotel, Choir came to Yu Hao and informed him that Shrek Academy didn't need his help, as she could also beat them herself. He responded to her that he didn't intend to help them, and they were just trying to help themselves. The Tang sect had won that match, so they also had to do their best. She walked away without saying a word to him. She thought if he had done it for her, but then wondered what she was thinking. Yu Hao and Donger reached back to the hotel. Donger started yelling at him that she won't allow him to use that icy power again, saying that she didn't like him like that. He tried to explain to her that it was just for the battle. He then wanted to check the wound on her back, as the life gold in his blood was the best medicine. While he was healing her wound, she asked him why he was not saying anything the entire time. She turned around and looked at him and queried about the look on his face. He responded that he was looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. She questioned if she was pretty, and he responded with a yes. She then said that his punishment for that day was to sleep on the floor. He got worried, asking what was wrong, and mentioned that she had been so gentle with him the whole time. She demanded him to tell the truth if he liked her gentleness back then or her present look. He answered that he couldn't decide, as he found both very good. Her gentleness could melt his heart, but he found that temper of hers very familiar, and asked her again what was wrong with her. She explained to him that when she turned back into a girl, she was afraid he would not accept that and treat her as his brother, so she tried her best to act a little more feminine. His kindness kept her being gentle, but after seeing Chor that day, she realized that the gentleness of hers was not who she really was. She then stated that if he liked the gentle side of her, then it was not her that he really liked, and she wanted to try turning back and being herself again. She inquired if he was all right with that. Although Yu Hao had sacrificed a lot for Donger, she had sacrificed herself for him at every step of her life. She even tried to change her personality, which was very difficult for her to do. Yu Hao asked her for forgiveness, as he had neglected her feelings for a long time, and reassured her that no matter what her personality was, she had always been his Donger. He wondered why she had changed herself for him, and he would not be happy if she had to stay by his side and suffer misery. She agreed with him that it pained her a lot, especially when he disappeared the previous time, and made her think that she had lost him. She did not want to be jealous or wanted to think too much and be angry with him. She was just very scared of losing him, but the moment she saw him coming back, he looked like a dead person to her. That was the moment when she decided that she would kill herself if he died. She started crying and said that she had long regarded herself as his good friend. However, those days, there had been a shadow that was lurking in her mind, and she knew it was resulting from Wang Qior. Although she knew that he only had her in his heart, she could still see something from the eyes of Qior. According to her, Qior looked cold on the surface, but she had already fallen for Yu Hao, and it was some kind of special, profound feeling for her. But Donger didn't want to let Yu Hao go. The more she did that, the guiltier and inferior she felt, and became attached to him unknowingly. She told him that not until the match of that day, she realized that she was Wang Donger, the one of the best Donger in the world. She was confused as to why she was feeling insecure and why she felt inferior. She called love selfish, and she was willing to give up everything except for her lover. She wanted to protect that love at all cost and didn't allow anyone to take it away from her. Yu Hao felt more guilty and apologized to her that it was his fault for neglecting her feelings, and it was him who didn't find out about her situation timely. Her sobs grew louder, saying that he was injured badly for her, and it was a miracle that he was still alive. Therefore, it was difficult for him to notice her feelings while his body was in such a terrible condition. She told him not to worry about her and that she could adjust herself. She reminded him to never use that kind of power again, as she didn't like to see him like that, and asked him to sleep alone. He queried Donger if he could have a change of heart. He really felt happy for her for just being herself. He only wanted her to be happy. The first round of that round-robin tournament had ended successfully, but all of them could not forget the unexpected situation in the game. The name of the Tang sect had become a popular topic of conversation across Bright Capital City in a very short time. The opponents of Shrek Academy in the first round were not very strong. They were still the way they played in the elimination battle, and they had won in the end. That round-robin competition had just begun. Every single game that followed was important to all teams, especially those who had already lost a match once. Later that night, the second game of the Young Elite Soul Masters tournament in Bright Capital City was about to begin, and one of the most attractive bets for the public was how long it would take for the first person to complete the competition. It would be of different intervals. The shortest was half an hour, then half an hour to an hour, and then hour to an hour and a half, and so on. It was not true that the longer the time was, the lower the betting odds were. The timing closest to the median had the lowest odds, and the odds at both ends were much higher. Yu Hao read the list and found out that his number was 66. Kaitu's number was 88. He found those numbers really nice. Those numbers meant that there were still 67 people left on Shishui Alliance's side, and among those 67 people, there were a dozen of people who were specially marked by Chenan. Some of the marks indicated that the players were qualified to go straight to the next round, and the others indicated that the players were hiding their ability. Donger demanded that she also wanted to watch his game. He responded that he would ask the people of Chenan to make some arrangements. She went closer to him and asked if he would really do everything she wanted. He agreed with her, addressing her as his Lady Queen. When everyone arrived, Yu Hao could not recognize their identity as they were not having any number plates. They looked about 27 or 28 years old. He wondered if they were the members of the Virtuous Hall. Chenan welcomed them all and thanked them for attending the competition. He then gave them their number plates. Yu Hao wondered if those players were specially invited by Shishui Alliance. Chenan informed him that those were the players who were specially invited by their alliance, and he didn't know their identity either. But the superiors had said that they were very powerful soul engineers. Chenan announced that the completion was about to begin, and asked everyone to proceed to the arena and get ready for the match. Someone stopped Yu Hao and his team and asked him to wait and let their master go first. One of them addressed him as a cripple guy, saying that he seemed to be sensible. Donger stared at him and he went flying towards the wall, and the wall crushed. Donger asked him if he was courting death. He yelled at her about what she was doing. Another guy went to Yu Hao and said to him that it was so ignorant of his subordinates to offend him, and told him to go first. Yu Hao responded it was nothing and apologized for causing him trouble. A person came to that guy and addressed him as Big Brother, saying that the guy sitting on the wheelchair is a little weird, and his servant looks so weak, but he turned out to be so strong, and he speculated that the servant possessed at least 6 rings of soul power. The competition has started. The movements of player 96 and player 98 were so quick, and not only were his expressions calm, but his hands were even more terrifyingly stable. Yu Hao was shocked when he saw that they were using a carving knife. That craving knife seemed to be alive after absorbing soul power. During the carving process, that carving knife emitted a soft dragon roar, and a layer of cayenne appeared on the metallic surface it engraved upon, and there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of the wind attribute. At the sharp edge, there was also a layer of faint sword light. He assumed it was probably a listed carving knife. The list of carving knives included 100 knives in total, all of which were the best knives across the whole continent. Soul-devouring carving knives was one of them. The most powerful thing about the knives in the list was that they all had their own characteristics and even spirituality. When soul tools were made, it was possible for them to have characteristics that belonged to a carving knife. Thus it produced a soul beyond the level of the soul tool itself. Yu Hao sighed that the blade of Life Watch had been nurtured in the eyes of destiny, and he didn't know what it would look like. He knew that taking it out rashly would only attract attention, and he would take a look when he returned, apologizing for his precious knife. After 30 minutes, number 96 and number 98 had put away their listed carving knives and each handed in their own soul tool. They both moved to the next round with a high ranking. The fourth-level soul tools made by Yu Hao and Kaitu were all small soul cannons, and they moved to the next round inconspicuously. Donger questioned Yu Hao if he was trying to play dumb and taking advantage again. He replied to her that it was not pretending to be dumb and taking advantage, it was just being dumb. He told her that 300,000 gold souls would make him so distracted when he went back, so he would do some reflection in front of everyone. In reality, he was just thinking about the carving knife. Kaitu talked to Yu Hao that it was okay if he had lost, as he could reclaim it next time. He told him to just think about how to earn it in the next round. Donger stated that it looked like he had gambled before, as he was using words like an expert. Kaitu asked her why she looked so happy and lively that day, and if it was something good. She responded that of course something good was happening, but she would not tell him what it was. Yu Hao suggested to Donger to go ahead and rest first, and he still had something to deal with. She asked him what else he wanted to, and she wanted to accompany him. She felt he was hiding something from him as he looked so excited after losing 300,000 gold soul coins. He really liked Donger when she was like that. It reminded him of the first time he met her. But because of a lack of a little tenderness, it seemed more difficult to him. He replied to her that there was nothing to hide, and he had just forgotten he had one more thing. His vertical eyes had opened, and Donger found them very beautiful. It was illuminating the room with green light. The whole space seemed to be distorted, and it seemed that a door to another world had been opened, and a knife came towards his hand from that green light. It was the blade that was protecting the creature conceived in his eye of destiny. It had transformed into what it was then. The surging vital force was constantly flowing back, traveling through heaven and earth elementary forces in his body, and he found it very comfortable. He tried to inject the soul powers, but the blade was very long. Suddenly the table in front of them turned into ashes. They didn't know what was happening there. Yu Hao mentioned that it was called the Blade of Protection, and its power was to judge the vital force of all objects. But just the lifeless objects. Its attribute was life. It could also give vital force to other objects. He felt that with it, and the speed at which he absorbed ultimate ice heaven and earth, elementary forces in his body had been accelerated. Donger commented that it was a good thing and it was great if it could help him recover sooner. After a while, she realized it was the listed blade and asked if he was not afraid of people's attention when he would be carrying that blade to the competition. He showed her that he could change its look completely. She got really happy and stated that indeed he could do anything. He requested Donger to help him lie down as he was trying to use that knife to assist his practice, and it seemed that healing was beckoning to him. Next day in the competition, the Tang sect's opponent was the Brighton Jade sect from the Sun and Moon Empire. They had heard that the Brighton Jade sect was also a soul engineer sect, and it had a very high reputation in the capital city. They had won easily in the previous battles, and there were nearly no casualties. Moreover, they had a captain who always wore a hat and had never been on the stage. There were only 6 people except him competing, although it was a team battle. When they arrived at the arena, Yu Hao felt an inexplicable aura. There was a soaring sword intent. Everyone wondered who that was. It was Ji Juechen. He was asked if he had defected to the Tang sect. Princess Juzi said not to make it sound bad, as they had simply dropped out of school to join a sect. The first match of the round-robin round was started, and the chief referee announced that the Tang sect would fight against the Brighton Jade sect. The team members participating in the competition of both parties were called out to enter the battle zone to prepare. Donger in the appearance of Wang Dong came from Tang sect, and her opponent was Yu Chen from Brighton Jade sect. The match was started, and Chen had started attacking Donger right away. She was shocked at how his pair of thrones were harming her martial soul. He started attacking her from all directions, but when she used her soul power, all his thrones started to fall over him instead. He protected himself from the protective shield, and had increased to 9 shadows. Donger called him sly. She saw all the shadows gathering together, but later she realized that those were not shadows. Those were specters. The chief referee realized that it was a specter splash, which meant it was human and weapon-fused. He had focused on boosting his own attack power and was able to achieve that level. As soon as he attacked Donger, everyone thought the Tang sect was done. But Donger had blocked all of his attacks with her soul tool. She apologized to him that her tool was a bit tough. Her tool was a clear sky hammer. Donger seemed to want to conclude the match swiftly. She attacked him and screamed that not only Wang Chuer had that power, but she had that too. The referee told her to stop and announce the victory of Tang sect. Everyone in the crowd mumbled that it was the true power, as she didn't use any soul skill and defeated the enemy by simply using a tool soul. They wondered if it was twin martial soul. The chief referee questioned Donger if she was from the Clear Sky clan. She counter-questioned him if the Sun and Moon Empire knew about the Clear Sky clan. He responded that, surprisingly, he could encounter the offspring of his old acquaintances there, and he used to know a Clear Sky clan elder. She told him to wait until the competition was over, and then she would talk to him again. The next match was between Donger and Ade from the Brighton Jade sect. The referee announced to introduce themselves. Donger thought that those guys were really a bunch of weirdos. They were ordered to get back to their preparation areas. Princess Juzi asked the Grand Master what was wrong with the opponent. He told her that he was a vampire bat martial soul, and that was a kind of variant martial soul. He further said that the guy was very likely to become a good seed if he would receive proper training. He ordered Xiao Feng to bring him to him after the game. Ah grew his red nails and went flying towards Donger to attack her, but she used her 6 soul power and backed him off. Sanchi commented that it was 6 rings versus 5 rings and they were taking the lead. The two of them were flying higher and higher, and the Tang sect seemed to have the upper hand. It was the Soul King and Soul Emperor, and they were just 1 rank apart. After a while, Donger's opponent started to use a weird soul skill, and red rays were coming out of him and went inside Donger. She felt the emerging sense of dizziness and powerlessness that was very strong. It was the blood shadow puppet. It was used to deprive other people's vitality for its own use. It was both offensive and defensive. He could literally kill 2 birds with 1 stone through that technique. The Bright and Jade sect's power had been considerably boosted. The Tang sect seemed to be losing ground as he kept dodging her blows. He addressed Donger, a little one, and told her to completely disappear, but suddenly his body started expanding abnormally and was floating in the air. He screamed and asked her what was in her blood. As soon as he said that, his body exploded and there was blood all around him. Donger wondered what was in her blood. The prince found that very amazing and questioned if it was possible that Donger's blood could trigger attacks. It was very likely that her blood had the power that could not be devoured. The referee announced that the member of the Bright and Jade sect had died and Tang sect had won the match. Their victory surprised Donger, and she wondered if it was really related to her blood. The referee told her that the Bright Jade sect had violated the law by ambushing the opponent, and that match was ruled as conceding defeat. Someone came into the arena with anger and claimed that Donger had killed Ade. It was a female voice. It turned out that she was Ade's older sister. The referee stated that whatever relationship was between the two of them, his unexpected death during the match back then was a fact. And as for her, she had sneakily attacked the opponent and broke the rule, so she was ruled as conceding defeat. He told her that if they still had the chance to compete in team fights in the future, they could get back to compete again. The sister complained again that Donger had killed her younger brother. The match ended and the Tang sect had won. Donger announced that she would like to surrender for the next match and their team wanted some substitutes. For the 4th match, the Tang sect had surrendered and substituted. The next member of both teams was announced to get in the battleground. It was Xiao Xiao from their team. Donger warned her to be careful as the Bright and Jade sect was a little weird. It seemed like they had used close combat soul tools and combined them with their marital souls. Yu Hao told Nana that the opponent team's captain was not easy to deal with, and during the team battle she needed to be aware of her. She agreed with him. The next match was between Xiao Xiao from the Tang sect versus Qin Yueyue of the Bright Jade sect. The match started and Yueyue was very fast at attacking her opponent. Xiao really likes that. The audience thought that the battle between 2 girls seemed weak, but they were very violent.